Chapter 1: The Narcissistic Motorbike Girl. Ding! Your mastery of the Gale Fist has reached 100%. As Xiaofan strolled leisurely along the country road, a smile appeared on his resolute face as he listened to the sudden voice from the system. A new martial art, give it a try. After saying that, he turned to look at the huge, dark yellow rock next to him, which was taller than a person. He clenched his fist with one arm, his muscles bulged, and he suddenly unleashed his power. A calloused fist slammed into the stone with a gust of wind. Bang! A loud bang. The powerful force shattered the boulder, sending debris flying everywhere. Xiaofan frowned, clenched his fist again, and landed on another boulder. Looking down at the broken stones, even the smallest one was the size of a palm. So weak. Xiaofan's face was full of disappointment. If people of the same age heard these 3 words, they would be terrified. At only 18 years old, being able to easily shatter a boulder with one punch, isn't that strong enough? But for Xiaofan, it was simply unacceptable. If I don't improve my talent, it still won't work. Xiaofan's expression was complicated. His benchmark was not the people of his small city, but the most powerful geniuses in history. However, his talent is extremely poor, only 1 star, which makes it impossible to even find a reason to criticize him. However, with the help of a system that can automatically cultivate martial arts, he now possesses more than 100 martial arts skills, making him more powerful than his peers. But this still didn't satisfy Xiaofan, because the 1-star talent was really too weak, with all the basic values being ridiculously low. His top priority is to complete the system task. Special mission: learn 20 types of 3rd tier and below amplification type martial arts to perfection. 1520, reward, supreme level talent, all-rounder. After discovering that he had no talent, the system assigned him this task, which was extremely difficult, but once completed, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. A 1-star talent is 9 levels below a venerable talent, with the average difference in various basic stats being several times greater. I'm really looking forward to it. I only need 5 more amplification type martial arts manuals. Xiaofan's eyes lit up with anticipation as he looked up at the distant, mist-shrouded Beast Mountain. Yesterday, a new amplification type martial arts manual, Wind and Thunder Technique, appeared on the black market. It costs a total of 4 million federal credits, and I'm still 50,000 short of buying it. Let alone 4 million, even 50,000 yuan is a huge sum for an 18-year-old. But for Xiaofan, it would only take a day at most to snag one. That's right, it's robbery. He has another identity, the Dog King. He often appears in the Beast Mountain, has no martial virtue whatsoever, and will hit anyone he sees with a stick. He not only steals beasts, but also storage rings. There's nothing we can do. Once you enter the Beast Mountain, life and death are in the hands of fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. Blame it on the fact that cultivation resources are too expensive and you are too weak, right? Xiaofan said without changing his expression. Finally, he took out the Dog King suit, ready to put it on and get to work. Suddenly, a roaring sound came from behind. Turning my head, I saw a stunningly cool, bright red heavy motorcycle speeding towards me on the muddy mountain path, amidst billowing dust. Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. What was even more attractive than the fiery red heavy motorcycle was the driver. It was a woman, dressed in leather pants and a leather jacket, wearing a black vest, looking heroic and dashing. The only pity was that she was wearing a helmet, so her face couldn't be seen, but her long legs were enough to make any man unable to look away. At this moment, the motorcycle stopped beside Xiaofan. The driver turned to look at Xiaofan, tapped his helmet lightly, and the goggles retracted, revealing a pair of eyes that were as beautiful as those of an angel, both captivating and sharp. Lin Xianhua stared intently at Xiaofan. With the enhancement of martial arts, Xiaofan's realm and talent were clearly visible. She frowned and said, 1-star talent, 4th level of martial apprentice? Friend, ahead lies the Mountain of Beasts, a place you should not go. It's extremely dangerous. Hurry back to the city. The voice was very pleasant to hear, but the content left Xiaofan stunned. This girl looks about my age, so why does she speak so maturely? Although he was taught a lesson, Xiaofan was moved and his heart was pounding. He gently stroked Lin Xianhua's thigh, and asked the motorcycle next to her, feigning childishness, Sister, this motorcycle is so cool. How much does it cost? Lin Xianhua proudly raised his head and said, Hamlet Fiery Warhorse, custom edition, not expensive, only a little over 200 million. Xiaofan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart pounded once again. 200 million? What the hell does that even mean? I couldn't even get that much money after robbing the Beast Mountain for 5 years. This girl actually spent over 200 million yuan on a car? How rich must he be? Alright, stop looking and hurry back. Lin Xianhua sneered. Xiao Fan asked with a longing look, Sister, I like this car. Can you give it to me? Didn't your parents teach you? You want to buy whatever you want yourself? Lin Xianhua sneered. Why, sister, don't go. Xiao Fan suddenly placed a hand on Lin Xianhua's thigh, a secret smile playing on his lips. Lin Xianhua quickly withdrew her leg, glared at her angrily, and said, Don't push your luck. I kindly warned you that there was danger ahead, and you're still bothering me? Get out of here, or I'll beat you up. Xiao Fan lowered his head and sighed, Alright, I'll leave now. Lin Xianhua glanced at Xiao Fan, who was walking back, and frowned, complaining, People these days are so strange. Then, I turned the engine switch hard, and the roar started again. The girl and her heavy motorcycle sped off into the depths of the Beast Mountain. She had only been gone for less than 3 minutes when Xiao Fan reappeared, his face now completely devoid of any childishness. He chuckled, looked down at the realm detection device in his hand, and said, I thought it was something special, but its realm is about the same as mine. It turns out that Xiao Fan had no feelings for Lin Xianhua at all. He touched her thigh to test her cultivation level. What truly captivated Xiao Fan was Lin Xianhua's storage ring. A car alone cost 200 million, what about the other items inside? If you manage to snatch it, you'll become incredibly rich. System, open the properties panel. Host of the Infinite Martial Arts Cultivation System, Xiao Fan. Talent, 1 star. Realm level, Martial Arts level 6. Current number of martial arts skills, 109. It turns out that Xiao Fan's true level is the 6th level of martial arts. In Greenleaf City, the highest level of martial artist among people of the same age is only the 8th level, while Xiao Fan is almost a whole realm higher than him. However, having a 1-star talent at this age and reaching this level is unheard of throughout history, so he dared not reveal his true strength, otherwise countless troubles would surely arise. Now, put on the Dog King outfit. The Divine Show technique is now open. The name of this technique sounds nice, but its only effect is to give people a nose more sensitive than a dog's, allowing them to smell all kinds of scents. It smells quite good. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, remembering the scent of Lin Xianhua, and prepared to go up the mountain to find the person. After walking about 200 meters, Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked up in shock at the mountainside. Is she fighting a 4th-tier beast? Wait, this isn't just any ordinary 4th-tier beast. The 4th rank is equivalent to a minor grandmaster, a realm above martial arts, but Xiao Fan can fight beyond that realm. Without hesitation, he sped up and activated the turtle breathing technique and 1,000-mile eyes. He leaped through the jungle he knew so well, and soon arrived at a place 500 meters from the battlefield. He looked up and gazed at the battlefield. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, the motorcycle girl was battling a strange beast. She possessed an aura as powerful as a dragon, surrounded by raging flames, and wielded a 3-meter-long, fiery red broadsword, leaving deep wounds on her enemies. This time, however, Xiao Fan was stunned by her beauty. After taking off her helmet, Lin Xianhua revealed a long, flowing, fiery red hair, with beautiful eyebrows and eyes, thin lips, and exquisite features that made her look like a celestial being descended to earth. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and cursed inwardly, Women will only slow down my speed in drawing my sword. You need to focus on your career. Chapter 2 Red-Haired Beauty. On the battlefield, the girls' fighting scenes made Xiao Fan feel both nervous and envious. The flames on the longsword were extremely intense. What level of martial arts is this? I can't understand it at all. The girl was at the same level as him, only a martial artist, yet she could use such terrifying martial arts. What kind of talent does it take? This girl definitely comes from a prestigious family. The king of dogs is also a king of caution, the better to be safe than sorry. He hasn't been caught in the past 5 years, all thanks to his cautious approach. Big families are not to be trifled with. But now, the girl is a rich woman, and the strange beast in front of her is a firebird. The 4th rank is not high, but because it contains a trace of divine beast blood, its value is incredibly amazing. A normal tier 4 cost is 4 million. The firebird is worth at least 30 million. Add to that the money in the storage ring. Xiao Fan's breathing became increasingly rapid, and he gradually clenched his fists. Anyway, he only has 6 months left before graduation, and he can't skip classes again in the second half of the year because he has already skipped too many classes. If he skips any more, even graduating will be a problem. Let's make today the final battle for the Dog King. Even if we don't get the ring, the Fire Sparrow is worth 30 million, which is definitely enough to buy 4 more amplification-type martial arts manuals. The first rule of combat: hesitation leads to defeat. Let's go. Xiao Fan's eyes were sharp as he stared intently at the red-haired girl's every move, analyzing the battle situation. Firebird underestimated its opponent and seemed to be toying with the girl. The girl was extremely fierce and had completely entered battle mode. Moreover, her martial arts were so powerful that she could become stronger as the battle progressed. With a sudden flap of its wings, the Firebird sent the girl flying, but it immediately knelt down on one knee and took out a syringe from its storage ring. Adrenaline. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Judging from the girl's condition, she must have had more than one injection. That's really crazy. He can only take 2 adrenaline shots in a row at most before the effects kick in and he almost faints on the spot. However, if this continues, Firebird will die. Suddenly, the girl's power has increased by 30%. Xiao Fan remained expressionless and waited quietly, but inwardly he felt a sense of helplessness. That red-haired girl's combat awareness was terrible. It was as if she had never fought before. Her moves were completely unadaptable, and she could only hack and slash in a rigid and predictable way. If only I had all her talent, weapons, and martial arts. I could finish that Firebird in 30 seconds at most. There wouldn't be any life or death struggle. Over the years, Xiao Fan has fought countless battles and knows very well that combat awareness is the best manifestation of absolute combat power. The girl's combat awareness is at most sea level. Xiao Fan is definitely SSS level because he doesn't need to spend time practicing martial arts. He spends more time fighting than sleeping in his daily life. His greatest asset is his tireless efforts day after day. On the battlefield, Lin Xianhua stared intently at the Firebird in front of him, but his attention was not fully focused. She had heard about the Dog King, but she didn't take him seriously at all. She was looking up, at the mountaintop. Because she knew that a Firebird King lived up there. A 7th-tier beast. No, it should be called a king-level beast. The Firebird before her must be her child. The Firebird King doesn't seem to be on the mountain now, so we must end the battle quickly, or things will get complicated when he returns. Lin Xianhua was seething with anger. She wanted to tell her parents that even without them, she, Lin Xianhua, could still forge her own path to success. At home, she could have several liters of Firefly Essence blood delivered to her with just a word. But she grew tired of this life, which offered no challenges and no passion. She believed that this way one could never become a true strong person, but would only become a hothouse flower. My father said, "Leave the fighting to your brothers. Isn't it better for a girl to be a little princess?" She thought it was bad, very bad. Why can't I surpass those men and become a female super strong woman like the heavenly rainbow martial emperor? I, Lin Xianhua, will walk my own path. Let's start with this Firebird. Thinking of this, Lin Xianhua's aura surged wildly, her pupils turned crimson, and her already fiery red hair became even more vibrant. Fire God Chaos Blade, 3rd form, Heavenly Fire Crescent Slash. Ah! The girl screamed at the top of her lungs, her fighting spirit surging. The color of the Vulcan blade in his hand deepened further, and he slashed mercilessly at the Fire Sparrow's body. For the first time, fear appeared on Firebird's face. She was constantly playing pranks on this human, teasing her. Because she was a useless woman, even her moral character was inferior to his. She has no chance of beating me. As a result, this human woman became more and more courageous in the fight. After half an hour, her aura had doubled. Oh no, I must have encountered the human prodigy my father was talking about. Isn't Greenleaf City a small place? Why would someone like this appear? Run. Trying to run away. Dream. Lin Xianhua brandished his sword and soared into the sky, his entire body engulfed in fierce, deep red flames, as if transformed into a suit of fiery armor. With the enhancement of his martial arts, the Fire God sword transformed into a 7 or 8 meter long fiery greatsword out of thin air. Xiao Fan had only ever seen this kind of scene in videos before. Looking at the scene now, feeling the visual impact, he was truly shocked. The girl's martial arts, weaponry, and talent are all integrated. Not only are they all top of the line, but the accessories are also the most suitable. Without a doubt, she's the ultimate young lady. At this moment, the girl completed the fusion of the three, which caused a qualitative change in the form of the weapon. A 7 meter long flaming broadsword. Damn, that's so cool. Xiao Fan's jealousy surged wildly. He was still waiting to cultivate the wind and thunder technique to gain some elemental power. The opponent already has flame armor and a super greatsword? What a waste, such a good thing was given to a dog. However, the next second, his emotions quickly subsided, his breathing became calm and deep, and his heart was as still as a calm lake without any ripples. Then, he slowly took out a weapon from his storage ring that would drive any adventurer crazy. Tier 2 weapon, the vibrating redwood staff. Worth 100,000. Genius girl. I'll still knock. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and took out a syringe from the storage button. Adrenaline. Worth 10,000. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't use it. Although it seemed that both the Firebird and the red-haired girl were already exhausted and on their last legs. But better safe than sorry, it's always good to be prepared. As the adrenaline surged into his body, Xiao Fan's attention instantly became highly focused. Before his eyes, only the battlefield nearing its end remained. All other sounds became incredibly indistinct. The red-haired girl's knife had already pierced through the Firebird. Xiao Fan's muscles tensed instantly. His pupils remained fixed on his prey, unblinking. The hunt begins. Chapter 3: The Firebird King returns. Activating the second-tier skill Running Wolffoot makes one's steps light and agile. Unlock the second-tier skill Elementary Steel Explosion for increased power. Unlocking the third-tier skill Soft Bones greatly enhances coordination and flexibility. Activating the third-tier skill Swift Cloud Step will further increase your speed. Xiao Fan activated all 15 of his amplification techniques, causing his entire body to erupt with an aura that was in no way inferior to Lin Xianhua's. He was a useless person with only one star talent, but he was unwilling to accept it. While others were having fun, he was robbing money in the Beast Mountain. While others are dating, he's robbing people in the Beast Mountain. While others were arguing with their parents, he was still robbing money in the Beast Mountain. He needs to quickly collect 20 books, activate his talent, go to the capital, to the Gods Academy, enter the legendary Super God class, crush the so-called geniuses and monsters, and make the whole world remember the name Xiao Fan. Now, let's begin the sprint. He began to dart rapidly upwards, leaping over bush after bush. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. By this time, the Firebird had already landed, its blood flowing in the green grass. Lin Xianhua trembled, somewhat exhausted, but his face showed a satisfied smile. She reached out to put away the Firebird, but suddenly frowned and glanced to the side as if sensing something. She saw Dog King rushing towards her in his yellow jumpsuit, but she was quite disdainful. There was still 100 meters to go. This eccentric with such unique aesthetic tastes could never catch up with himself. Finally, her hand landed on the Firebird, and a flash of white light appeared on the storage ring in her hand. But just as the Firebird's corpse was about to enter her ring, Xiao Fan unleashed a powerful burst of energy and leaped into the air. The crimson vibrating bar making its dazzling debut. Lin Xianhua's pupils suddenly contracted, and he abruptly turned his head. So fast. She was shocked. 100 meters, less than 3 seconds? Is it still a mountain road? That speed is a bit outrageous. But there's no time to think about that now. She absolutely cannot let the Firebird fall into Xiao Fan's hands. Suddenly, she drew her Vulcan blade, made a graceful turn, and slashed at the shocking crimson rod. With a whoosh sound, Xiao Fan's eyes widened instantly, his scalp tingled, and even his breathing became disordered. He was stunned. His own Tier 2 weapon, which he bought for 100,000, was cut in half like tofu. Are you kidding me? Scrap metal. Lin Xianhua said disdainfully, and then slashed vertically at Xiao Fan's arm. But suddenly, Xiao Fan's hand moved with lightning speed, swiftly flashing past Lin Xianhua's eyes. A handful of dirt flew from his hand, filling Lin Xianhua's vision. She instinctively closed her eyes and covered her face, but her heart skipped a beat. It's over. Sure enough, the 2 seconds she was stunned was enough for Xiao Fan to put away the fire sparrow. A flash of white light appeared on the storage ring, and Xiao Fan grinned. This little girl. Too young. They've withdrawn. After putting away the Firebird, Xiao Fan turned around without hesitation and ran towards the escape route he was familiar with. Lin Xianhua stared at the empty green ground, now only littered with blood, and screamed, "Dog King! You have no martial ethics." She caught up quickly. But after running only 2 steps, she was shocked to discover that the other person was even faster than her. Wind Chaser boots, gear up. Lin Xianhua hardened her heart. She was already exhausted, and activating the weapon again would take a lot of mental effort. But I'm not going to let you get away with this today, Lin. The Tier 4 equipment directly increased Lin Xianhua's speed by 30%. Xiao Fan frowned as he sensed the rapidly approaching presence behind him, turned around, and noticed the shoes on Lin Xianhua's feet. Damn! Tier 4 equipment? You're kidding me! Lin Xianhua was immediately enraged. Gear bro and gear girl are both considered insults, implying that these people have little real strength and rely on external forces. I'm only 18 this year. If I were your age, I could crush you with one finger. Lin Xianhua's language style was extremely fierce. TCH. Everyone's 18, right? Xiao Fan retorted without backing down. If you were 18, I'd be your maid. Lin Xianhua said disdainfully. She's an 18-year-old martial artist at the late stage, a level that puts her among the top human prodigies, the kind who's aiming for the super god class. Could the Dog King of Greenleaf City be such a prodigy? Even a dog would shake its head if you told it. Xiao Fan was taken aback. Such a hot and beautiful girl, working as his maid? Sounds pretty good. But Xiao Fan wouldn't stop. He wasn't as naive as the other party. However, after chasing each other for over 1,000 meters, Lin Xianhua caught up. Xiao Fan cursed inwardly. Sure enough, good talent and good equipment still make you strong. Once I get back and by the wind and thunder technique, let's see how you catch up. He turned around and looked coldly at Lin Xianhua. Are you looking for death? Lin Xianhua looked disdainful and said, if you really had the strength, you wouldn't have resorted to such a despicable tactic as throwing mud. Today, you must spit out the firebird. As soon as she finished speaking, she drew the fire god blade without hesitation, and flames surged up once more as she slashed at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes were calm and his face was composed. The moment the flames attacked, he dodged with a backflip and then used his waist to bounce back. Xiao Fan's body began to spin rapidly, like a spinning top, and smashed towards Lin Xianhua's head. Spinning leg blade? That's low-grade stuff. Lin Xianhua retreated instead of advancing, and slashed with his blade. She was absolutely confident that the Vulcan blade could cut the Dog King in two. Just as the Vulcan blade was about to touch Xiao Fan's body, his spin suddenly stopped, and his body even paused in mid-air. Immediately afterwards, he changed his trajectory in the air, turned his long sword to the side, and kicked Lin Xianhua in the forehead with his muddy stone boots. It has immense power. Bang! Lin Xianhua was kicked and sent flying to the side of a tree. She planted her long sword in the ground, knelt on one knee, and covered her cheek in disbelief. Tier 1 equipment, stone boots? Suddenly airborne? Using leverage? What kind of mess are you covered in? There's one more thing I haven't said, this junk, all mixed together, can actually hurt her. Xiao Fan scoffed, you think I'm like you, equipment sister? This is what I call a fight. Let me tell you, if I were serious, you would be dead by now. I'm sparing your life, so don't be ungrateful. After saying that, Xiao Fan drew a tier 1 weapon from his back, the bone-piercing blade. After showing off his weapons, he smugly strode away. Lin Xian was furious and shouted, bullshit. A bone-piercing blade can take my life. She quickly caught up, but suddenly, from the dense jungle, a bone-piercing blade shot out at an incredibly fast speed from an extremely tricky angle. Lin Xianhua's pupils suddenly contracted, unable to dodge in time. Sizzle! A gash appeared on her shoulder, and Xiao Fan's disdainful voice echoed through the forest. Here you go with the bone-piercing blade, equipment sister. Ah! Lin Xian screamed and roared in anger, and without thinking twice, continued to chase. But suddenly... Chirp! A piercing bird cry rang out, filled with surging anger. Lin Xianhua's heart skipped a beat, and he turned around to look. A large, fiery red bird appeared in the distance, its fury reaching the heavens. The Firebird King is back. Holy crap! Lin Xianhua's expression changed drastically. Run! Chapter 4 Xiao Fan's Power. The sharp bird call startled Xiao Fan. He looked up and his pupils instantly contracted. He saw the big bird. The bird's wingspan was hundreds of meters long, blotting out the sky, and flames were spreading across it. With a gentle wave, it was as if a storm had struck, throwing the beast mountain into chaos with a fierce gust of wind. There were also raging flames on the body of the giant bird, and an intense pressure was coming towards him. Although he was still tens of thousands of meters away, he could feel the breath of death. What's this? Wait, it's recorded in the history books of mythical beasts. This appearance. Fire Sparrow King, a king-level monster. King level. Holy crap, how could there be such a high-level monster in this beast mountain? Judging by its appearance, could it be the father of the Firebird in my storage ring? Depend on. If they catch up with them, they'll be going straight to see Buddha. Run! Suddenly, a familiar aura of flames wafted over. Xiao Fan turned to the side and glanced at her, then angrily said, "It's you again. What are you doing?" Lin Xianhua glared at him angrily and said, "Nonsense, run away. And give me back the Firebird." Daydreaming. Xiao Fan turned and ran. But Lin Xianhua had already set her sights on Xiao Fan, and her speed was by no means weak. She knew that Dog King was a fast runner, and all she needed to do was follow behind him. "Give me back my Firebird, or we'll all die today." Xiao Fan cursed, "Young miss, your life is so precious, it would be a waste for you to die with me. How did you know I'm the young lady?" Lin Xianhua was completely bewildered. "Nonsense, do you think an ordinary person can afford to be a gear expert? Are you out of your mind? Damn it! Dog King, I'll kill you. Let's catch up first." Xiao Fan glared at her fiercely, then accelerated again, like a whirlwind. In the sky, the Firebird King's speed increased and the distance decreased, its bird eyes blazing with fury. Roar! The Firebird roared and howled, but it was not meant to frighten anyone. It spewed out fierce flames from its mouth, instantly engulfing the forest thousands of meters ahead. Lin Xianhua and Xiao Fan were surrounded by a sea of fire, but she had a god-level fire talent and could barely resist it. Xiao Fan possesses the Iceman skill. Although the name of this technique is unpleasant, it is quite effective, causing a layer of icy mist to rise from a person's body. There were no other cultivation techniques available at the time, and that damned, heartless boss sold them to him for 300,000. He gritted his teeth and bought them, but was filled with regret. Everyone's cursing it every day, saying, "What kind of junk is this that dares to sell for 300,000? Unexpectedly, it came in handy at this crucial moment. The Firebird's flames are extremely intense, not ordinary fire. The temperature is frighteningly high. Although it was far away and the fire couldn't reach him, he still felt like all the blood in his body was about to evaporate. Without the Iceman's skill, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Suddenly, his butt caught fire. The strength of the 7th tier beast is outrageous. Xiao Fan's expression grew increasingly grim. He had always been very cautious since childhood and had never been to the upper part of the Beast Mountain. Who knew that such a monster would be hiding there? At this moment, the enraged Firebird King roared again, and flames attacked once more. Xiao Fan angrily retorted, "Don't you know that setting fire to the mountain is a capital offense?" After saying that, he suddenly looked at the woman to the side and said in a deep voice, "Help me, or you won't be able to escape either." Lin Xianhua said sarcastically, "Don't you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve? Idiot, is this the time to argue?" Xiao Fan roared, "I can run without you." Lin Xianhua sneered. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xianhua's body trembled and he fell down. Xiao Fan's expression changed slightly. "How many injections of adrenaline did you get?" Lin Xianhua did not answer, his eyes were ruthless, and with a flash of his storage ring, he injected another dose of adrenaline. "Are you fucking crazy? Do you really want to die?" Xiao Fan snatched the woman away, glaring angrily at her. If she were to die, he might not be able to escape. Just then, flames swept in, and he quickly crouched down, turning his back to the oncoming flames so that they only burned his back and not his front. Xiao Fan was instantly engulfed in flames. He roared frantically, "Hurry! Help me put out the fire. Then give me the wind chaser boots, and I'll take you away." Sweat dripped from Lin Xianhua's forehead as he stood up shakily and said, "Why should I believe someone as morally bankrupt as you? Then let's die together." Xiao Fan cursed angrily. "Pinky promise." Lin Xianhua raised his hand with difficulty. Xiao Fan really wanted to curse. "Pinky promise? Did you come from kindergarten? Okay, pinky promise, let's put out the fire. My butt's about to burn off." Lin Xianhua knew the situation was urgent, so he snorted and kicked off with his little feet, freeing his wind chaser boots from his feet. Then, he flicked his finger at Xiao Fan's flame absorption. In just 1 second, the flames on Xiao Fan's body were absorbed by the Lin Xian fire. It's finally back to normal. Xiao Fan quickly put on his wind chaser boots. Suddenly, Lin Xianhua grabbed his clothes with her small hand and said fiercely, "Don't leave me behind." He almost rolled his eyes and said, "Am I such a person who doesn't keep his promises? Who are you? I can't be bothered with you." After putting on his shoes, Xiao Fan picked up Lin Xianhua and quickly ran away. Behind him, the Fire Sparrow King was already close, its huge shadow covering Xiao Fan's feet, like the Grim Reaper chasing after him. At this moment, the Fire Sparrow King roared once more, unleashing a wave of fiery energy. Lin Xianhua, perched on his shoulder, struggled to lift his head, exchanged a glance with the Fire Sparrow King, and murmured, "It's over." She couldn't withstand that level of fire again, let alone the Dog King, who would be reduced to ashes. Life or death hangs in the balance. Xiao Fan remained extremely calm. He stared intently at the stream 300 meters away. If he could just run in and use the turtle breathing technique and the earth escape technique, he would definitely have a chance to escape. After all, this big bird flies in the sky, so it couldn't possibly be able to swim, right? He took a deep breath, then his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Drive all amplification type techniques to their maximum potential. Activate full power. At this moment, Xiao Fan's power and speed surged once again. Suddenly, the muscles in his arms bulged, and then he bent his knees, leaped powerfully, and jumped into the air. Smash it! Xiao Fan roared, spun around, and hurled Lin Xianhua away. Bang! The powerful inertia and force propelled Lin Xianhua like a cannonball, shooting towards the lake's surface and flying more than 200 meters. At that moment, the Firebird King's roar unleashed a shockwave. If Xiao Fan were engulfed by flames, he would surely die. But a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Third-tier cultivation technique weightlessness activated. The Dog King, floating in the air, seemed to have turned into a blank sheet of paper, light and airy. It was instantly blown away by the gale. Call out. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan was blown to Lin Xianhua's side. Immediately afterwards, the third stage technique, weightlessness, is lifted. In the air. Xiao Fan picked up Lin Xianhua again, and after a graceful turn, he grinned and gave the Fire Sparrow King the middle finger with a provocative look. The next second. Thump! A perfect landing. In the water, Xiao Fan activated his turtle breathing technique and immediately headed towards the familiar path. But Lin Xianhua on her shoulder was completely shocked, and goosebumps rose all over his body. We actually survived? What was that last move? The Dog King's initial goal was the river. But at that time, they were still more than 200 meters away. Once they were engulfed by flames, they would surely die. So he threw himself out, using pure force to make up for the 300-meter distance. The problem is, how do you throw something weighing 120 pounds nearly 300 meters? How terrifying must his power be? At least 2,000 kilograms or more. He's at the same level as me, but his combat power seems to be even stronger. That's outrageous. He was even able to make himself lose gravity and be blown away by the Fire Sparrow King's power. Just how many bizarre and wonderful martial arts techniques does this guy possess? The final angle was chosen so perfectly, landing right beside me, and then, into the river. Safe again. Before, she thought it was all over. It was all finished. But he miraculously saved the day, turning the impossible 300 meters into a possibility. Awesome, Lin Xianhua murmured. But soon, she had doubts again. How could someone with such a strong fighting spirit exist in such a small place? Why would someone like that have to make a living by robbing others? With his fighting prowess, many smaller factions would be vying for him, right? Chapter 5: Obtaining the Wind and Thunder Technique. In the water. Boom! A loud bang. Xiao Fan suddenly looked up and saw that the water surface was covered by raging fire. The water temperature was rising sharply, evaporating continuously, and the water level was dropping rapidly. Sudden. A terrifying bird's head dipped into the water and stopped just a meter in front of Xiao Fan, seemingly out of reach, as it roared angrily. With the aid of their special martial arts skills, the two started arguing in the water. Lin Xianhua panicked. What should we do? Hold me tight. Xiao Fan roared. Are you a pervert? Damn it, I used my Earth as a type of magic that allows you to burrow. Okay. Lin Xianhua quickly hugged Xiao Fan tightly. Xiao Fan glared angrily at the Fire Sparrow King and raised his middle finger again. Beast! Come on! The Fire Sparrow King flew into a rage and slammed his head down. Xiao Fan went all out. With a bang, it disappeared into the earth, opening up a dirt road half a meter wide. Just how many martial arts techniques do you know? Lin Xianhua couldn't help but ask. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she suddenly realized that their faces were less than 10 centimeters apart, and her cheeks flushed red. Xiao Fan didn't notice any of this, and instead said smugly, I know more martial arts techniques than you've eaten rice. TCH. Lin Xianhua snorted lightly. 3 minutes passed, and they had drilled more than 300 meters. Xiao Fan decided to go directly into the sewers of Greenleaf City. He wasn't afraid of getting dirty, and as for Lin Xianhua, who cared about her? Suddenly, he noticed that the guy in his arms seemed to have lost his breathing ability and was struggling to catch his breath. Lin Xianhua's face turned red from holding his breath, and he looked pained. Xiao Fan decided to give up his virginity, smashed the lower half of the mask, and kissed her. Lin Xianhua was instantly stunned and panicked, patting Xiao Fan's back. "Idiot, don't you even know what CPR is?" Xiao Fan yelled. "I have absolutely no interest in airports." As he spoke, he was about to slap Lin Xianhua on the forehead. Lin Xianhua was both embarrassed and angry, and shouted, "This is my first kiss." Xiao Fan glared at her angrily and said, "My first kiss was also my first kiss. Is your first kiss more valuable than mine? I'm saving your life, and you're still yelling? Humph, you dead virgin." Lin Xian's chest heaved with anger, her cheeks flushed red. "Dead virgin?" Xiao Fan retorted without backing down. "The verbal battle has temporarily come to an end after being intimate for so long, you get used to it." Finally, after swimming for more than 10 minutes, the terrifying aura of the Fire Sparrow King disappeared. Suddenly, Lin Xianhua really wanted to tear off Xiao Fan's mask. She was so curious and wanted to see what kind of person was behind the mask. Their strength and speed are in no way inferior to, and may even be superior to, those of super geniuses like them. They also possess so many strange cultivation techniques and a terrifying combat awareness. Could he really be 18? If so, would I have to be his maid? But then I thought about it again and decided to give up. What if he killed me to cover it up? At this moment, she noticed that Xiao Fan's entire body was covered in burn scars. She thought to herself that people like that should be easy to find in Greenleaf City. As she pondered, she realized that her consciousness was rapidly fading, and her entire body was filled with unparalleled exhaustion. His eyelids seemed to be fighting, desperately trying to close, as weak as an infant. 6 consecutive injections of adrenaline have now caused a full-blown backlash. "Don't assault me," Lin Xianhua whispered in Xiao Fan's ear before he lost consciousness. Xiao Fan snorted coldly and said, "Women will only slow down my speed in drawing my sword. What should we do with you?" "Got it." Helpless, Xiao Fan held the unconscious Lin Xianhua by the back of her head with one hand, pressed her to his lips, and began to perform artificial respiration. Then, they swam all the way to the sewers of Greenleaf City. The rushing water surged through the murky underground waterway. Xiao Fan quietly watched the unconscious Lin Xianhua and suddenly realized that this girl didn't speak, didn't curse, and didn't refer to herself as old lady. When she was quietly unconscious, she was just like a porcelain doll meticulously sculpted by heaven, possessing an innocent purity and burning with reckless courage, like a long sword surging with raging fire, wanting to cut through all the sorrows of an 18-year-old. Why think about these things? Xiao Fan shook his head, dragged Lin Xianhua along the waterway for 10 miles, and finally returned to the foot of Greenleaf City. He simply threw Lin Xianhua onto the sewer pipe, posed her in a very seductive and alluring way, and then took out his phone and snapped a picture. A photo appeared on Xiao Fan's phone. He nodded in satisfaction, then took Lin Xianhua's storage ring and left. Better safe than sorry. If the woman really discovers my identity, I have ways to keep her in check. People from large families like this care the most about their reputation. So tired. After letting out a long breath, Xiao Fan emerged from a hidden manhole cover. Looking around but seeing no one, he hurriedly ran home, unnoticed all the way. When he got home, he was a little depressed because he couldn't open the storage ring. There was a special restriction inside. Big families are big families, even their rings are different from ordinary people. Next, after washing their bodies and applying ointment, they soaked in the water tank. "I'm so tired, I just wish I could fall asleep." But Xiao Fan was also very excited because he had snatched the Firebird and 30 million had been deposited into his account. Then, he put on his clothes and couldn't wait to go to the black market to buy the Wind and Thunder manual. Having spent 5 years in the black market, I was quite adept at it. I put on a black robe, changed my vest, sold a part of the Fire Sparrow, bought the Wind and Thunder technique, and went home. When he got home, Xiao Fan plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. He felt his limbs were crying out for help, hoping that Xiao Fan would go to sleep soon. The little girl was too heavy, and swimming in the water was extremely strenuous. Xiao Fan was now almost completely exhausted. Wind and Thunder technique successfully entered. Automatic cultivation begins. After listening to the system's voice, Xiao Fan picked up the alarm clock with satisfaction, set the time, and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning. Xiaofan slept soundly in the house left by his parents, still exhausted. Sudden. Ring ring. When the alarm clock rang, Xiaofan was extremely annoyed and subconsciously wanted to crush the damn alarm clock. But then, a voice message came on. The opening ceremony will start in 10 minutes. If you skip class again, you will be expelled. The opening ceremony will start in 10 minutes. If you skip class again, you will be expelled. The opening ceremony will start in 10 minutes. If you skip class again, you will be expelled. Listening to the pleasant male voice, Xiaofan gradually fell asleep again. But in that instant when consciousness completely sinks into the sea, he woke up with a start and slapped the alarm clock switch. Depend on. What time is it? The school gate closes at 8 p.m., and the current time is 7:55 p.m. 5 minutes left. Burning, he cursed, then quickly got up and used all sorts of random techniques to brush his teeth, wash up, and get dressed. Then, under the breakfast shop owner's habitual gaze, I sprinted across the agonizingly long street, my legs practically curled up into wheels. That's right, Xiaofan is still a senior high school student, and the kind of student who sits in the last row. To be honest, if he were to reveal his true abilities, he could easily defeat even the teachers. But he couldn't, because his talent was among the 1 in a billion. 1 star is practically nothing. Basic speed, strength, and so on are far inferior to others. A person with such talent, at this age, possessing such strength, would definitely be captured by the Federation and subjected to human dissection. Today is the first day of the second semester for senior high school students. If he is late again, the homeroom teacher's patience will run out, and she will kick him out of the classroom and expel him from school. So, he had recorded his voice several days in advance and used it as his alarm this morning to remind himself that being late would bring countless troubles. Ding, host, your current progress in cultivating the wind and thunder technique is 2%, and it will take approximately 90 days to complete the cultivation. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiaofan grinned. Mastering a third-tier cultivation technique in 3 months was a disgrace to the system, but for himself, it was incredibly fast. If he were to practice diligently and meticulously on his own, it would probably take him more than 10 years. Finally, I arrived at the school gate, and with a skillful somersault, I leaped over the gate. The security guard roared, "Who is it? You know you're late?" Xiaofan ignored him and continued to accelerate, rushing across the campus like a blur, heading straight for his senior class. Afterwards, the security guard glanced at the surveillance footage, but only saw a blurry image. He was furious and never imagined that a student could run so fast. Chapter 6. How could I possibly run into this? In class 1 of Senior 3. All the students' attention was focused on the red-haired girl next to the homeroom teacher. Although the girl looked tired and seemed to have injuries on her face, it couldn't hide her beauty. Our homeroom teacher, Wang Daihua, was an overweight middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses and a receding hairline, but he was quite tall. He turned his head to look at the empty seat in the corner, then looked down at his watch. Why is this guy late again? Ahem, let me introduce myself. Wang Daihua cleared her throat and began to speak. Sudden. Bang. The back door was kicked open, and Xiaofan rushed in without even carrying his backpack, performing a gliding drift and braking perfectly. However, the commotion was so great that it instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Lin Xianhua. The two locked eyes, and Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. Are you kidding me? How could I run into this? He instinctively tugged at his sleeve, afraid that his burn scars would be noticed. Lin Xianhua, however, narrowed his eyes slightly. Was it him? The person who went to the Beast Mountain to die yesterday? Something's not right. Something's not right. I always felt that she was that damned Dog King. Upon closer inspection, their heights were identical. And his lips were somewhat swollen and red. He looked guilty and tugged at his sleeve. Damn it, that Dog King has completely taken advantage of me. We'll see when we strip him naked. Even the best medicine can't make such severe burn scars disappear overnight. As she pondered this, she suddenly became enraged. She'll probably never forget waking up with swollen lips. Luckily, she hadn't lost her virginity, or she would have gone berserk. And my Firebird. And this guy even stole my storage ring. Most importantly, she was lying in a sewer. Black water gushed out, and the stench was unbearable. She vomited on the spot. She almost fainted from the stench. If he really is the king of dogs, you'll be in big trouble from now on. At this moment, Wang Daihua slammed her hand on the table, snorted coldly, and said, Xiaofan, you're late again. Go stand by the back door as punishment. Xiao Fan gave an awkward smile, got up, and walked to the back door to stand. Wang Daihua announced loudly, "Everyone, today is the opening ceremony of the last semester of our Greenleaf Martial Arts High School. Our Class 1 of Senior 3, the top class, has welcomed a new student. New student, please introduce yourself." Everyone looked up at the woman above, anticipating her self-introduction. Everyone could sense that this girl was extraordinary and was filled with curiosity about her. Especially the boys, because Lin Xianhua is extremely beautiful, and her appearance is a complete game-changer in this small city. But Lin Xianhua's reaction was extremely indifferent. "My name is Lin Xianhua. I am the same age as you all, and my cultivation level is the 9th level of martial arts." 9th level warrior? Everyone gasped in shock, because class monitor Lu Rushi's cultivation level was only at the 8th level of martial arts. That's incredibly powerful. The federal borders are divided into 9 stages. Martial Apprentice, Martial Artist, Warrior, Junior Grandmaster, Grandmaster, Martial Venerable, Martial Saint, Martial God, Martial Emperor. One stage is divided into 9 levels. An 18-year-old martial artist at the 9th level is definitely a genius. But if Lin Xianhua told everyone that he was actually a martial artist at the 8th level, everyone would probably be shocked. Suddenly, Lin Xianhua revealed a smile. That smile, like a fiery tree stretching for miles, could melt any iceberg, captivating the hearts of all who beheld it. "Teacher, can I choose my own seat?" After hesitating for a second, Wang Dehua nodded and said, "Okay, Lin." Below, all the talented young men looked on with anticipation, hoping that Lin Xianhua would choose them. As a result, Lin Xianhua pointed to Xiao Fan, who was standing at the back door with a nonchalant attitude, without hesitation, and said, "I want to be his deskmate." Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat, feeling extremely frustrated. Could it be? Had he been discovered? The entire room erupted in commotion, and the students couldn't help but chatter amongst themselves. How could Lin be sitting next to a disabled person? Xiao Fan is trash, he's not worth it. Being deskmates with Xiao Fan will only make you as bad as him. That's right. Even the homeroom teacher said, Xiao Fan is just an ordinary person with 1-star talent. You should find someone more outstanding to be your deskmate and work together. Lin Xianhua listened to the discussion around him with a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that I mistook someone for someone else? 1-star talent? If it were a 1-star talent, it would be absolutely impossible to have that kind of strength. Let's see what happens. She walked straight towards Xiao Fan's side. She walked to the side where Xiao Fan was sitting, and suddenly paused. There are no desks and chairs here. Xiao Fan sat next to the trash can, in the very corner. The class had an odd number of students, and he was the one who was left out. But it's okay, it's an even number now. Teacher, I need a desk and chair. Wang Daihua nodded quickly and said, "It's ready at the door." Soon, desks and chairs were moved in, and the homeroom teacher told Xiao Fan that he no longer needed to stand as punishment and he could return to his seat. Sudden. Lin Xianhua suddenly extended his finger, and a flame rose up. She was decisive and efficient, believing she could catch her opponent off guard. But Xiao Fan was prepared. He pretended to fall to avoid the flash of fire, and then cried out in alarm, "Student Lin! Are you going to kill someone?" Lin Xianhua quickly extinguished the flames and frowned, saying, "How dare you make false accusations?" The whole class turned around at once, but seeing nothing amiss, they immediately began to verbally attack Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan, how could you slander Lin? Is it because she's pretty that you're deliberately trying to attract her attention? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are? A toad trying to eat swan meat." Lin Xianhua was annoyed by the gossip around him. If the other party really is the king of dogs, then none of you are even worthy to carry his shoes. Suddenly, Lin Xianhua slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone as he said, "Show some respect to my deskmate." Everyone was stunned. Are you crazy? Such a beautiful girl, actually speaking up for that good-for-nothing Xiao Fan? Even Xiao Fan was a little confused. Was Lin Xianhua crazy? Who asked you to speak up for me? All I want is one word, survival. 1-star talent, 18 years old, 6th level of martial arts. If this gets exposed, I'm fucking dead. He quickly said, "Lin, they're right, I'm just a good-for-nothing, you don't need to help me." Lin Xianhua frowned and remained silent. She didn't quite understand. This guy exudes the aura of a dog king. Even the fall in the earlier test seemed a bit deliberate. But he calls himself a piece of trash? Yesterday I fought alongside the Dog King, and that guy dared to give the Fire Sparrow King the middle finger twice. In this rundown little school, you call yourself a loser? There's something fishy going on. Let's check again after class. Chapter 7: The Perfect Teacher. Soon, get out of class ended. Wang Dehua said calmly, "Xiao Fan, come to my office." Xiao Fan quickly stepped forward. No sooner had he left than Lu Rushi walked toward Lin Xianhua. "Lin, are you really a 9th level martial artist? I don't believe you, unless you come and fight me tonight." At this point, Lu Rushi's lips curled into a wide smile. "I come from the Lu family, the most prominent family in Greenleaf City. I am absolutely worthy of your beautiful face." He was so excited. He never expected to meet such a beautiful woman on the first day of school. He was determined to win her over. Those around them sighed in despair, thinking that they had no chance. How can the second young master of the Lu family, the most powerful family in Greenleaf City, compete with them? Unexpectedly, Lin Xianhua glanced at Lu Rushi, said nothing, stood up and slapped her hard across the face. Lu Ru scoffed and raised her hand to resist. Then, bang! He thought he could withstand it, but Lin Xianhua's strength was far beyond his ability to withstand. He was slapped away and crashed into the desk and chair. Lin Xianhua didn't even bother with a sarcastic remark and simply walked out of the classroom. The entire audience was stunned, and even Lu Rushi was stunned. "Oh shit! You bitch, how dare you hit me? You're dead." The other students stood aside, silently mourning Lin Xianhua. If Lin Xianhua doesn't have a very powerful background, then she's in trouble. The Lu family is the most powerful and wealthy family in Greenleaf City. Moreover, Lu Rushi's elder brother was admitted to the Garai Academy, which ranks 3rd in martial arts in the Divine Fire Empire, 3 years ago. In 3 years, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He has returned to his hometown to visit his elders and is currently in Greenleaf City. He dotes on his younger brother Lu Rushi. When the time comes, if Lu Rushi wants to get revenge, it will be a piece of cake. Lin Xianhua was completely unaware of this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What Greenleaf City's #1 family? They're not even worthy of being called chickens and dogs. She arrived at the office entrance and stood there quietly waiting for Xiao Fan. Some things are hard to say in class, and who would have thought that this guy would be called away by the homeroom teacher as soon as get out of class ended? Lin Xianhua activated the heavenly ear technique, breaking through the soundproof barrier of the office and eavesdropping on what was happening inside. In the office, Wang Dehua sighed and said, "Xiao Fan, you are actually very smart. Your humanities grades are very good. As long as you work hard, you can still get into Wendao University." Xiao Fan chuckled sheepishly, "Don't worry, Lao Wang, I'll work hard. My grades haven't dropped, have they? My theoretical score is definitely high enough." Upon hearing this, Lin Xianhua's heart skipped a beat. Wendao University? Not pursuing martial arts? He's really not the Dog King? She continued listening. Wang Daihua said earnestly, "Then you also need to be careful not to skip classes too often, otherwise you won't get enough daily points." Xiao Fan sighed helplessly. Wasn't he doing this for cultivation? Otherwise, who would be willing to stay on the Beast Mountain day and night, doing work that could easily cost them their lives? Sigh, it seems I'll have to think of other ways to acquire the cultivation method. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lao Wang, I won't skip any more classes this semester." Wang Dehua nodded and said, "Okay, that's good. The last thing I want to tell you is, stay away from Lin. She has a powerful background, you can't afford to mess with her. Don't even think about having feelings for Lin. Now is not the time for you to be talking about feelings. Although Lin is very beautiful, but..." "Ahem, Lao Wang, you're overthinking it." Xiao Fan chuckled and said, "Excuse me for being frank, but I'm really not interested in big airports." Wang Dahua scolded, "You can't talk about your classmate like that. Especially your deskmate. It would be so embarrassing if someone heard you." "Oh dear, she's not that weird. She wouldn't do something like hiding outside the office door and eavesdropping on our conversations." "Don't worry." Outside the door, Lin Xianhua's forehead veins bulged, his fists clenched tightly, burning with rage. She'll never forget that phrase, big flat-chested airport, and that incredibly vulgar language style. "Xiao Fan, you are that beast Dog King." Finally, the conversation ended. Xiao Fan hummed a song as he walked out of the office. As soon as the door opened, the two locked eyes, and Xiao Fan clearly saw the extreme killing intent on Lin Xianhua's stunningly beautiful face. Without hesitation, he turned and left. Lin Xianhua quickly followed. But then, a big surprise happened. Bang! Xiao Fan bumped into someone's chest as he turned his head. All the students around him turned around immediately, their eyes blazing with fury, like hungry wolves, wishing they could tear Xiao Fan to pieces. Because the chest that Xiao Fan bumped into belonged to Xiao Yan, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 12. Xiao Yan has an incredibly hot figure and loves wearing white shirts, especially tight ones, as if they're about to burst open. And then there's the standard black pencil skirt, deep red high heels, and those incredibly long legs that always manage to attract all the men's attention. Xiao Yan and Wang Dahua are two complete opposites. The students in Class 1 dreamed that Xiao Yan would become their homeroom teacher someday, because seeing her perfect figure every day would make their dreams even more enjoyable. However, the person everyone hates the most is Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was very stealthy and had no presence whatsoever. Logically speaking, no one would mock someone who was invisible. But Xiao Yan seemed to have a crush on Xiao Fan. She was always cold to the other students, but she was incredibly enthusiastic toward Xiao Fan, which infuriated everyone. Xiao Fan, how could you be so careless? Xiao Yan's gentle voice rang out. Xiao Fan quickly pulled his head back and said with an embarrassed smile, I'm sorry, Teacher Xiao, I didn't notice. I'm so sorry, I'll be going now. After saying that, Xiao Fan was about to walk past Xiao Yan. This infuriated all the students. Anyone with eyes could see that Teacher Xiao Yan was trying to win over Xiao Fan, but Xiao Fan always seemed annoyed by her saying even a single extra word, as if the woman of their dreams was a demon in his eyes. Xiao Yan wasn't annoyed. Suddenly, she reached out and hooked her arm around the back of Xiao Fan's collar, smiling as she said, Little Xiao Fan, what do you think about the agreement I told you before? Xiao Fan sighed. It was late at night when Xiao Yan, drunk, was surrounded by a group of thugs. Xiao Fan, who was returning home from hunting, happened to pass by and rescued her. Then, by a twist of fate, Xiao Yan became the first person to know that the Dog King was Xiao Fan. That night, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The next day, she suddenly found me and asked me to take the entrance exam for a martial arts university. She also said that she had a way to get me into the best one in the entire federation, called Imperial Academy. She said, with your abilities, getting into Taichi University will be a piece of cake. Don't worry, with me here, no one will hurt you because of your special status. Furthermore, they were required to choose a mentor surnamed Xiao. Xiao Fan firmly refused. Xiao Fan refused, firstly because he didn't believe Xiao Yan could really get the military to stop him from undergoing a human dissection. Secondly, because Lao Tzu had a system, the sky is high enough for fish to leap, and the sea is wide enough for birds to fly. If we really do as Xiao Yan says, won't we be bound by it? Xiao Fan would never allow anyone to restrict his freedom. I'll think about it some more, Xiao Fan said. Teacher Xiao, I need to go back to my studies. Xiao Yan immediately deflated and said, little Xiao Fan, I'll get you one day. Xiao Fan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly slipped away. Suddenly, she turned to look at Lin Xianhua, raised an eyebrow, and said, Oh, I didn't expect that Xiao Fan is already in love? It's just that this little girl seems to be developing. Chapter 8 What a coincidence! It's just that this little girl seems a bit underdeveloped. Xiao Yan glanced down at Lin Xianhua's chest, then puffed out her own chest, her alluring face displaying undisguised arrogance. Lin Xianhua's delicate body trembled. She was so angry. Last night, the Dog King mocked himself for having a large flat chest. Just now, Xiao Fan mocked his own flat chest. Now, another big-breasted woman is looking down on herself. Lin Xianhua was furious and said, Teacher, you seem to have misunderstood. I only met Xiao Fan today. And another thing. I'm only 18 this year, I still have a chance to develop. You're 18 and still thinking about puberty again? Xiao Yan chuckled. Whatever, it's not important. Lin Xianhua was inexplicably angry and frowned, saying, You are the teacher, and he is the student. You're not behaving this way. What's wrong with us? Xiao Yan sneered. You. Lin Xianhua was speechless, feeling both ashamed and angry. He stopped arguing and turned to leave. Xiao Yan watched Lin Xianhua's departing figure without changing her expression. At the same time, Xiao Fan had already walked far away, and Lin Xianhua quickly followed, keeping close behind Xiao Fan. The people around were stunned, no, they were moved to tears. What merit or ability does Xiao Fan, this good-for-nothing, possess? Has the world gone mad? At the school gate, Lin Xianhua's slender figure and flowing fiery red hair instantly attracted everyone's attention. But then, everyone felt that something was not right. Because this beautiful woman seemed to only have eyes for the man in front of her, whose name was Xiao Fan, and who was rumored to be a good-for-nothing. Really? At this moment. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Lin Xianhua snorted. This time, people were shocked. A stunningly beautiful woman is actually pursuing Xiao Fan? Then, something even more outrageous happened. Xiao Fan stopped in front of the main gate, where students were leaving school in droves. He turned to look at Lin Xianhua and said loudly, "New classmate, please stop bothering me. I will never like you." The moment these words were spoken, the entire room was stunned. What's going on? Xiao Fan rejected Xiao Yan first, and now he's rejecting this new beauty? Could he be male with male pupils? Besides, so many people are watching. Don't they have any pride? As expected, Lin Xianhua flew into a rage and said, "Are you crazy? Who likes you? Maybe I misunderstood. I apologize, but if you keep following me, it's hard not to think you like me." Xiao Fan said cheekily. Alright, I'm going home to study now. Please, beautiful lady, have some self-respect. Xiao Fan waved his hand, turned around, and walked out the door. Lin Xian, who was already petrified, was furious. At this point, she was almost 99% certain that this guy was Dog King. Only a Dog King would be so despicable. Lin Xianhua immediately followed Xiao Fan, but no longer followed behind him. Heaven knows if this shameless guy will go to a crowded place again and say that he's a toad trying to eat swan meat. That's so despicable. Lin Xian's face was flushed with anger as she jumped around on the rooftop, about 700 meters away from Xiao Fan. Because she knew that if the other party really was the king of dogs, getting too close would definitely lead to being discovered. I've hidden myself so well, he'll never notice. Little did they know, Xiao Fan was already drunk. A bright red-haired figure was jumping around in the sky. Honestly, he didn't even need to use martial arts techniques, it would be hard not to notice him. Could Lin Xianhua be more familiar with Greenleaf City than he is? He turned and walked into an alley, and Lin Xianhua quickly followed. They discovered that Xiao Fan had vanished into thin air. Lost them. Dog King. Lin Xianhua was depressed and somewhat sad. He, a dignified young prodigy, couldn't even keep up with one person. Then, by sheer coincidence, another person walked into the dark alley, dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask, making it impossible to see their face. The man in black robes glanced at Lin Xianhua with a hint of doubt before continuing to walk forward. Lin Xianhua frowned, wondering if there was something wrong with this alley. Wait. Lin Xianhua said. The man in black robes paused, turned around, and said irritably, "Whose little girl are you? Remember, don't come here again. Get out, get out." Lin Xianhua, however, smiled. Sure enough, there was something mysterious about this alley. Without uttering a single wasted word, she took a step forward and sent flying with a single kick. The black-robed man's pupils suddenly contracted. So strong. The next second. Bang! His head slammed against the wall, and the pain was excruciating. Lin Xianhua took out 100,000 federal credits, threw them beside him, and said indifferently, "This is for medical expenses." Be honest, tell me, is there some secret here? The man in black robes was about to get angry and ask, "Why did you launch a sneak attack?" He looked down and saw the 100,000 yuan bill. His eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap! Rich woman! What else is there to say? If you get hit, you get hit. 100,000 yuan in medical expenses, what a steal! Without hesitation, he raised his hand, meaning, "Give me the money first." With 100,000 federal credits in hand, the man in black offered no resistance and said, "This is the entrance to the Greenleaf City black market. There is only this one secret." Lin Xianhua was taken aback, wondering what he was doing in the black market. Etc. Holy crap! My Firebird! Lin Xianhua was furious. He grabbed the man in black robes and demanded, "How do I get in? Take me in." The man in black robes was startled by the sudden murderous aura and stammered, You, calm down. I'll take you inside." A few minutes later, two identical men in black robes appeared. In the black market, few people would show their true faces. They all wore black robes bought from the same place. Once inside, the man in black robes quickly said, "Is that all I need to do? I'm leaving now." Seeing that the violent little girl didn't respond, he quickly rushed into the crowd. Lin Xianhua was stunned. Looking around, all he saw were people in black robes, all looking exactly the same. Who knows which one is Xiao Fan? Blanche. At this point, the guards grew impatient and said, "Hurry up and leave. Don't block the gate." Lin Xianhua suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked, "Is there any information about things for sale here?" The guard reached out his hand, his meaning clear. "Money." Lin Xianhua then pulled out another 100,000 yuan bill, leaving the guard completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! Where did this rich guy come from? For this kind of information, a value of 50 or 100 is usually sufficient. They'll give you 100,000 right away. Seriously? Not enough? No, no, no. The guard gave a fawning smile, quickly took the large banknote, and then pointed in the direction of the information desk. Watching Lin Xianhua walk away, the guard quickly sent a secret message, "Information department, there's a fat sheep here, go ahead and fleece it." How fat? As fat as you want. Soon, Lin Xianhua arrived at the information exchange office, where a scruffy old man sat with his legs crossed, smoking a cigar. You want to buy information? Lin Xianhua nodded and asked, "Yesterday and today, has anyone sold any parts of the Firebird?" 20,000. The old man said without hesitation what he considered a very expensive price. Lin Xianhua frowned and said, "I don't have any change. The rest, tell me about the Dog King." After saying that, Lin Xianhua took out a 100,000 yuan bill, and the old man's face stiffened. "I don't have any change? Does that mean her pockets were full of 100,000 yuan? What the hell? Where did this rich woman come from? Did I call out the wrong price?" "Got it." The old man cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, information about Dog King will be quite expensive, after all, he's someone on the wanted list." "How much money do you want?" Lin Xianhua frowned slightly, wondering if these people were trying to trick him. She turned and called out to a man in black, asking, "How much does it usually cost to buy information about the Dog King here?" Xiao Fan, hidden beneath the black robe, was taken aback by the voice and the question. Dry. She actually followed us in? And by such a coincidence, she managed to grab me? Chapter 9. If you can't save people, don't try. I'll have to do it. In the black market, what a coincidence. Lin Xianhua pulled someone aside for questioning, and even more surprisingly, he pulled Xiao Fan, who had finished selling the stolen goods and was about to leave. Xiao Fan changed his voice and said hoarsely, "How much information can the Dog King have?" 300 to 500 is about right. Hey! I'm warning you. Don't mess with my business, the old man roared in anger. 300 or 500 is like heaven and earth compared to tens of thousands. But Lin Xianhua couldn't swallow this insult. She glared at the old man and said, "How dare you cheat me? Give me my money back. Or I'll kill you." After saying that, she was about to take out her Vulcan knife. Xiao Fan was taken aback and quickly grabbed her flailing arm. "What are you doing? You pervert!" Lin Xianhua cursed. Xiao Fan cursed under his breath, "I was trying to help you, and you're cursing me? The moment you pull out that precious sword, you'll instantly become the target of everyone's ire, you know that? What a stupid woman. Black market transactions depend on your own abilities. If you resort to violence, the administrators here will take you away, and that would be troublesome. Even junior grandmasters are available." Xiao Fan reminded him. Lin Xianhua was taken aback, then snorted and said, "Sorry, I misunderstood you." At that moment, Xiao Fan suddenly gripped her hand tightly. Just as she was about to get angry, wondering what was wrong with this man, she noticed a banknote had appeared in her palm. It was the 100,000 yuan I had just handed over. Sigh, I misunderstood him again. At the same time, the old man jumped up from his chair and yelled, "Where's my money? Wasn't it just in my hand a moment ago?" He glared angrily at Lin Xianhua and said, "Did you steal my money?" Lin Xianhua retorted, "Would I steal money? Do I look like someone who's short of money?" The old man was stunned by the scolding. He thought to himself that someone who could easily pull out 100,000 yuan would not need to do this. It must have been stolen by the person who ruined his business. But when he looked up, Xiao Fan had already disappeared. He was so angry he almost fainted. The old man reluctantly accepted the 100,000 yuan bill and began making change slowly, his face showing an expression as if he might burst into tears at any moment. Yesterday, someone came and sold Firebird's arm for over 2 million, but we have no way of knowing who that person is. The black market is full of people using aliases. Lin Xianhua was furious. Last night, while he was still in the sewers, he had already started selling himself? Blanche. That's my Firebird. And what about the Dog King? The old man said calmly, the Dog King has a lot of martial arts techniques, and he's also a very despicable person. Lin Xianhua wholeheartedly agreed. He was very good at hiding his identity, so naturally we didn't know his true identity. But, actually, Dog King isn't as bad as people say. Oh? Lin Xianhua immediately became curious. The old man chuckled and said, once you enter the Beast Mountain, your fate is in the hands of destiny. Before the appearance of the Dog King, an average of more than 1,000 adventurers died in the Beast Mountain every year. But after the emergence of the Dog King, the number plummeted to just over 200, a decrease of 80%. So everyone has a love-hate relationship with the Dog King. Just by looking at them, at least half of the people under the black robes had been saved by the Dog King. As the saying goes, if you're targeted by the king of dogs, you might lose the goods, but you'll definitely lose your life. People usually just curse each other, and some even think that being robbed by the Dog King is an honor. Is that so? Lin Xianhua's eyes gleamed, and he said, so, he's still a good person? There are no good people or bad people in this world. The old man began to talk about philosophy, crossed his legs, took a deep puff of his cigar, and said, in this world, there are only people who do good deeds and people who do bad deeds. The Dog King is someone who does bad things while doing good things at the same time. Who exactly is he? Who knows? Also, little sister, don't even think about catching the Dog King. Even a junior grandmaster couldn't catch the Dog King. He is very strong, extremely strong. Over the years, no one has ever seen the Dog King go all out. He must have killed at least tens of thousands of strange beasts. No one has ever seen his mask worn or his clothes tattered. As he spoke, a hint of admiration appeared in the old man's eyes. Lin Xianhua also thought of the battle where he was instantly killed by the Dog King. In 5 years, he killed tens of thousands of strange beasts. He is a man who walks between life and death every day. And me? A flower in a greenhouse. But I wasn't willing to accept it. I wasn't at my peak then. If I had been in top form, I would definitely have won. As he pondered, Lin Xianhua lowered his head again. Because she believed that even if they could win, it would be because of their god-level talent, god-level techniques, and god-level weapons. What about him? A pile of scrap metal. If he had his own setup, how strong would he be? Etc. If he really is Xiao Fan, and is only 18 years old, and still possesses his own talent. Doesn't that mean? An outrageous title popped into Lin Xianhua's mind. Star God, the title awarded by Imperial University, the #1 martial arts university, to the strongest person of each generation. Lin Xianhua knew he definitely wouldn't get the Star God title. The Super God class at Emperor Academy was full of monsters, and he would at best rank in the middle to upper range. But if the Dog King had this talent, then he would definitely be a Star God. A guy with absolutely no moral compass, possessing combat experience hundreds of times greater than his peers, and willing to do anything to win. Who can beat him? Depend on. This isn't the time to think about these things. I'm here to find someone. She turned around, and suddenly, a cute little girl in a light blue dress appeared. She had blue hair, a round face, and big eyes, but her eyes were full of fear. She was squeezed in the crowd, carefully clutching a few banknotes in her hand. The old man rested his chin on his hand, looking at the little girl with a puzzled expression, and said, "Where did this little sister come from? Don't you know any rules?" "Oh no, this is bad." Lin Xianhua raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean?" Go, take this little girl out of here." The old man hurriedly left his stall. It's too late. Suddenly, a young master descended from the second floor. He looked excited and walked quickly, followed by 4 or 5 guards. "It's over, it's too late." The old man sighed. Lin Xianhua frowned, feeling somewhat uneasy. The little girl walked up to a vendor selling counterfeit medicine, excitedly bought her medicine, and then turned to leave. Sudden bang! She bumped into the young man, fell to the ground with a thud, and hurriedly bowed and apologized, saying, I'm so sorry. Ding Dong stood up to leave, but was stopped by the young master. "Hey! I let you go. You think an apology is enough after you bumped into me?" These 2 angry shouts made Ding Dong tremble with fear, retreating continuously and muttering, "Then, what do you want to do?" "Me? I want to fuck you." Huang Qianfeng grinned and grabbed Ding Dong's arm. Ding Dong had never been so frightened before. She burst into tears on the spot and mumbled, I'm sorry. I just came to buy medicine. My grandma is waiting for me at home. Can you please leave me alone? Please, I'll give you the money. Ding Dong huddled in the corner, trembling, and carefully took out the 200 yuan he had left over from buying medicine. But Huang Qianfeng kicked him away. He scoffed, damn it, $200? Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? Your grandma's sickness is none of my business. Damn, it's been so long since I've touched such a tender young girl. Let's have some fun tonight. After saying that, he reached out a hand to Ding Dong. Help! Help me! Ding Dong struggled frantically, his face filled with despair, and screamed incoherently. Everyone around pretended not to hear and continued doing their own thing. Lin Xianhua's eyes turned cold, and he was about to step forward, but the old man stopped him and sighed, that's the son of the black market boss. Offending him would be a huge problem. The black market, they do things without any logic. But Lin Xianhua snorted coldly and said, you are afraid, but I am not. She strode up to Ding Dong and slapped Huang Qianfeng's hand away. She yelled, where did this lecherous dog come from? Never been with a woman before, huh? Get lost. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent for a moment, and everyone paused in their movements. That's outrageous. One idiot came today, and two more came. Sure enough, Huang Qianfeng was stunned by the insults and slapped her across the face, yelling, what the hell did this bitch come from? I'll take them both down tonight. But at this moment, whoosh! A flash of fire. Everyone turned their heads sharply, only to see the Vulcan blade flash by, followed by a spray of blood. Sizzle! Huang Qianfeng's arm was severed and flew off. Holy crap! Are you crazy? Is Boss Huang going to kill someone today? The entire place erupted into chaos, with people frantically fleeing towards the gate. Huang Qianfeng fell to the ground, screaming, ah! My hand, my hand! Kill her! Kill her! At this moment, a burly man flew down from the second floor, staring at Lin Xianhua and roaring, dare to injure the young master, die. Lin Xianhua frowned, a martial artist? Play chicken and play dog. Her blade flashed. Swish! The burly man was slashed and sent flying, crashing to the side. Lin Xianhua suddenly swung his fire god blade, standing imposingly in front of Ding Dong, and said in a cold voice, whoever tries to hurt her, I'll cut them down. Hiding behind Lin Xianhua, Ding Dong's eyes were filled with radiant light, and she was so excited that she cried. Sister, you're so cool. Lin Xianhu smiled smugly and said, that's just an appetizer. I have something even more impressive to offer. At this moment, Xiao Fan, watching the riot from the corner with a helpless expression, thought to himself, this woman is really stupid. Shouldn't she have just left with the little girl at a time like this? Why stay there and act all high and mighty? Are you brain dead? However, judging from the crowded entrance, it would be difficult to squeeze out. Xiao Fan clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that he should do it. He wasn't being merciful, rather, he realized that he might be able to reunite with Lin Xianhua. Because she's a rich woman. He wanted to complete the system tasks and activate his talent before going to university, but he had already bought all the cultivation techniques in the black market. He needed other means to collect cultivation techniques. For example, a rich woman on the list. While others were running out, he was walking in. Those hands were restless, constantly sweeping over some stalls that hadn't been properly cleared away. A white light flashed continuously, and everything entered his ring. Suddenly, he arrived at the place where the little girl had bought medicine before, and glanced at it. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. That's an anti-cancer drug. Chapter 10, The Truth Comes Out, I really am the Dog King. Lin Xianhua's fire god blade was so powerful that no one dared to step forward. She sneered, get out of my way, or I'll make sure you all die here today. She's right, move aside. At that moment, a man in a suit and tie with slicked back hair walked down from the second floor, his voice flippant. He was the black market's top assassin, known as the Black Butcher, because he always wore a neat black suit, killed without drawing blood, and moved swiftly and decisively. The Black Butcher was very gentlemanly. He glanced across the battlefield and frowned slightly. Quickly carry the young master to the hospital, he can still be reattached. Young master, please bear with it. Huang Qianfeng roared, Black Butcher, you must kill her. Rest assured, young master, I have never failed. The Black Butcher grinned, his smile utterly cruel. He tugged at his black tie and stared coldly at Lin Xianhua. This swordsmanship, this precious sword, this is a great man. Lin Xianhua sneered, you know that, so why don't you move aside? The butcher shook his head and said, sigh, if my Huang family backs down just because we have important figures around, how can this black market even operate? The words fell. Call out. He suddenly flung his hands, and 10 steel needles flew out from between his fingers. Lin Xianhua's delicate body trembled. This guy didn't even say a word before he attacked. She hurriedly raised her knife and swept it in a circular motion. Clang, clang, clang. The 10 steel needles were easily swept away. Lin Xianhua breathed a sigh of relief and sneered, nothing special. But the next second, her expression changed drastically. Those 10 steel needles were just a smokescreen. The black butcher was already close, his sharp knuckle duster piercing through the flames and about to strike her cheek. Lin Xianhua felt this terrifying force with absolute clarity. Her pupils suddenly contracted. This was at least a minor grandmaster. If she were hit, she would surely die. Fire blast! She roared, unleashing all the breath the warrior had been holding in, accompanied by intense flames. Black Butcher dodged perfectly with a graceful sidestep, stood up and looked at Lin Xianhua with a hint of surprise in his eyes. A 7th tier cultivation technique, flame burst? You're just a martial artist. How could you possibly learn 7th level martial arts? What level of talent are you? Saint level? Damn it, this guy really is important. We absolutely can't let him out today. Talents are divided into 1 star to 9 star, then venerable level, quasi-saint level, quasi-god level, and above that, there is the legendary myth level. A martial artist is equivalent to a 3rd tier martial arts technique. It's not that it's impossible to cultivate to a higher level, but the talent is insufficient. Even if you were given the talent, you wouldn't be able to learn it. But he used the 7th level martial arts technique so smoothly against that martial artist. This talent is terrifying. They can't keep them. Suddenly, Lin Xianhua noticed that a man in black was happily stealing something in the distance. That movement, that posture. Dog King! Hey, help me! Lin Xianhua shouted angrily. The black butcher also turned his head to look. Xiao Fan paused for a moment, then chuckled awkwardly, you guys keep fighting, why are you looking at me? The black butcher glanced at the remaining guards and sneered, what are you standing there for? Get rid of him! Then, he turned around and continued fighting Lin Xianhua. Lin Xian was furious and enraged. You Dog King, are you kidding me? What time is it? You're still stealing things here? The black butcher was too strong. After using that flame burst attack, her strength and speed were noticeably weakened. Although she was focused, she was still being pushed back by the black butcher. Sudden. Hearing a series of clanging sounds behind him, the butcher frowned slightly but didn't think much of it. Let's get rid of Lin Xianhua as soon as possible. The Tiger Finger charged out once again, this time using a 5th tier technique, the Golden Ox Force, which greatly increased both his speed and power. Lin Xianhua didn't have time to raise his long sword, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Ding Dong, who was behind her, screamed in despair, help! But at this moment, a dark yellow spiked club suddenly appeared. Xiao Fan's arm muscles bulged as he used all the techniques that amplified his strength simultaneously. Then, clang! The spiked club slammed directly into the butcher's face with tremendous force, leaving a dent in the club. The butcher was thrown to the ground, head down, his face covered in blood. Who the hell attacked me? He roared. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat. As expected of the black market's ace assassin, even with a new weapon, a full force blow couldn't knock him unconscious? Had he mastered the Iron Head technique? But it's not a big problem. He glared at Lin Xianhua and said, what are you standing there for? Press your advantage and cut him down. After saying that, he picked up the stick and went up himself. Bang! As the club came down, the butcher reacted quickly and blocked it. Luckily, Lin Xianhua arrived in time and slashed the butcher's arm. Are you stupid? Chop off my head! Xiao Fan shouted. Lin Xianhua felt wronged. She had never killed anyone before, and you came here and told me to behead her? Xiao Fan shook his head in exasperation and said, forget it, I'll do it. The butcher, who had lost an arm, was no longer able to resist. Xiao Fan's spiked club landed hard on his forehead. Bang! 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 The scene was extremely bloody and violent. Ding Dong couldn't help but vomit, and even Lin Xianhua felt nauseous, his hand holding the knife trembling. At this moment, the Black Butcher finally breathed his last. Ding! The host has killed an enemy of a higher level. The progress of the Wind and Thunder technique has increased by 75%, reaching the mastery level. Ding! The host has defeated an enemy of a higher level. Reward, a third-tier self-selected cultivation technique. Martial arts are divided into 4 stages: beginner, proficient, master, and perfect, which are 25%, 50%, 75%, and 100% respectively. Xiao Fan was shocked. Killing a Black Butcher had directly reached 75%, and most importantly, there was also this kind of self-selected technique. Is there really such an advantage to defeating enemies of a higher level? He's killed before, isn't he? Is it because he killed monsters before, while the Black Butcher is human? Or is it because he's strong enough? Forget it, now is not the time to think about these things. He bent down, took the Black Butcher's storage ring, and said, "Hurry up and leave, reinforcements are coming." After saying that, she took Lin Xianhua's small hand. Lin Xianhua didn't have any unusual feelings. They had kissed all night and were used to it, so he pulled Xiao Dingdong towards the gate. After passing those who had been killed by Xiao Fan's spiked club, he stepped out of the main gate. Lin Xianhua breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you." Little Dingdong was even more excited and said, "Big brother, you're amazing." Xiao Fan sighed and shook his head, saying, "It seems we're getting too excited too soon." Sure enough, the next second, 2 figures slowly stepped into the alley from outside. Dare to cut off my son's hand? I've never seen such a powerful person in Greenleaf City. Huang Mang clapped his hands and walked towards me with a brutal expression. Beside him was Huang Meng's good brother, named Pang Hu. Both of them are at the late stage of the Lesser Grandmaster realm. One has 8 layers, and the other has 9 layers. As soon as the aura was unleashed, Lin Xianhua's delicate body trembled, and she said, What should we do?" Previously, she killed a firebird and mistakenly thought that it would be easy for her to kill enemies of higher levels. But after facing the Black Butcher, she realized that she was terribly wrong. The idea that beasts of the same level are stronger than humans is simply a joke. Black Butcher's raw strength is definitely inferior to Firebird's. His talent and martial arts skills are also worlds apart from his own. But when the fight actually started, she only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. From beginning to end, she was suppressed and couldn't lift her head. Her proud skills and powerful attributes couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Without Dog King, I might have died, and even in death, I wouldn't have been able to leave any scars on Black Butcher. Now, she faces 2 opponents who are even more skilled than the Black Butcher and may have more experience killing. She was desperate. But when she felt the hands holding hers, steady as a mountain, she inexplicably felt relieved. "Do you have another idea?" Xiao Fan remained indifferent. Although he considered himself very strong, he knew that even the strongest can be overwhelmed by many opponents. Moreover, these 2 in front of us are underworld bosses, and they're sure to be ruthless. What's more, they might have reinforcements behind them, and if that happens, things will really be bad. That's the only option we can use. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice, "Wait a moment, find a chance to take this little girl away." After he finished speaking, his storage ring flashed, and more than a dozen boxes of anti-cancer drugs fell to the ground. "Put it away, what are you standing there for?" Xiao Fan sneered. Lin Xianhua quickly put it away and asked nervously, "What about you?" "I'll handle both of them." "Are you kidding me? 2 late-stage grandmasters. How are you going to fight them?" Lin Xian was furious. "Of course I'll fight with my life on the line." Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said, "Inject your flames into my body." "What? What are you going to do?" Lin Xianhua's eyes widened. "Elemental overlap," Xiao Fan said indifferently. "Elemental overlap? Are you fucking insane? You'll die. Your body can't take it." Xiao Fan remained calm and said indifferently, "You've been talking too much nonsense. If you don't inject flames into my body soon, neither of us will be able to leave today. Don't forget, I am the king of dogs. Would I sacrifice my life for 2 little girls? Aren't you overestimating me? Are you sure you can survive?" Lin Xianhua stared intently at Xiao Fan. "Pinky promise." Xiao Fan raised his hand. "Okay. Pinky promise. You, Xiao Fan, must survive." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xianhua hardened his heart and injected flames into Xiao Fan's body. At the same time, a great storm of wind and thunder erupted around Xiao Fan. Wind and thunder technique activated. Element overlap, also known as element conflict, is the fusion of several different elements, which can easily produce an explosion with extremely surging power. If Xiao Fan cannot suppress the conflict between the flames and the wind and thunder, he will be blown into a bloody mist on the spot. But if suppressed, he can have explosive power like dynamite. At this moment, bang! A loud bang. Xiao Fan's black clothes on his upper body burst open on the spot, revealing that familiar face clearly. What shocked Lin Xianhua even more was the dense scars on this guy's body, which didn't look like a human body at all. Just how many injuries has he suffered? At the same time, the powers of the three elements completely merged together. Xiao Fan roared to the sky, and terrifying powers suddenly erupted. Pang Hu and Huang Meng's pupils trembled violently. Is this guy fucking insane? With a single step, Xiao Fan moved 3 times faster than in his prime, carrying wind, thunder, and flames, and instantly arrived in front of the 2 late-stage lesser grandmasters. He threw out both fists. The 2 retreated in terror. It wasn't that they couldn't withstand the punch, but rather that they were worried Xiao Fan might explode in the next second, killing them as well. Run! Finally, Xiao Fan roared. Chapter 11. Come on, try touching me. Lin Xianhua, holding Xiao Dingdong's hand, rushed out of the alley, his face trembling beneath his black robe. At that moment, she felt a tightness in her chest, and even her breathing became disordered. She is a genius from the capital. Then what? Now all I can do is watch as someone whose level is even lower than mine stands before me, helping me fend off 2 opponents I can't possibly defeat. Her pride had shattered completely at that moment. When Xiao Fan activated elemental overlap like a madman, she knew that compared to him, what kind of genius was she? Utterly worthless. He's just an incompetent deserter. She suddenly began to resent herself, wondering why she had left so decisively, leaving no room for doubt. Otherwise, she could have called her family over now and solved all the problems instantly. She could only run frantically, because only in this way could she feel a little better. What about Xiao Fan's side? He remained completely calm, because he possessed hundreds of internal cultivation techniques, all working together like lubricant. A single drop was of little use, but hundreds of drops would be quite effective. The 3 forces are not actually completely compatible, they are subtly separated. Xiao Fan is not the kind of person who would risk his life to save others. He was as steady as an old dog. But what about on the surface? Come on! Xiao Fan roared angrily, chasing after the 2 of them frantically. Pang Hu couldn't hold back any longer, veins bulged on his forehead, and he turned and threw a punch. Bang! Their fists collided, and both men staggered back more than 10 steps. Pang Hu roared, "Do you think I'd be scared off by a little brat like you? I'll take your surname from now on." Huang Meng, who was standing nearby, quickly said, "No, that won't do. It can't be that bad. Big brother, don't worry about me. I'm going all out today. We might as well die together." Pang Hu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. His talent is only average, only 6 stars, but he is ruthless and fearless, which is why he has gotten to where he is today. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat, realizing something was wrong. He thought to himself that he would just need to chase the 2 away. Because if a fight breaks out, the injection of external forces could disrupt the power within his body, causing him to explode. Pang Hu charged forward like a madman, but Xiao Fan suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait." Pang Hu paused, frowning, and asked, "What?" "I'm telling you, don't touch me." Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said, "If you don't touch me, I can still control myself, but if you do, I might really explode." "What do you mean? You're threatening me?" Pang Hu was even more furious. He was about to throw a punch at Xiao Fan's face. Xiao Fan quickly looked at Huang Meng and shouted angrily, "If you don't stop him, we'll all die together." Huang Meng wasn't as reckless as Pang Hu, and quickly stepped forward to grab him, saying, "No, no, no. Ah Hu, it really doesn't have to be that bad. My son's hand can be reattached. We can talk this out properly. It's not worth dying for." Pang Hu was furious and said, "Then, brother, are we just going to bow down to a little brat like this? Look at the scars on this guy's body. He looks young, but do you think he's an easy opponent?" Huang Meng roared. "He's a ruthless person too, just like you were when you were young. But we're not young anymore. You already have a wife and children. You can't do this without regard for your life. What will happen to your wife and children if you die?" This time, Pang Hu was persuaded. On the empty street, the 3 remained motionless, staring at each other while maintaining a safe distance. Huang Meng pulled Pang Hu behind him and said coldly, "You're very smart, I really can't touch you." "Fine, let's just keep this up. But I want to know, why did you cut off my son's hand?" Xiao Fan said coldly, "A naive little girl came to the black market to buy cancer drugs for her grandmother, and your son wanted to sleep with her. I couldn't stand it, so I slept with your son. Is there a problem?" Huang Meng sneered, "Foolish kindness. Damn it, what if it was your grandma who had cancer?" Xiao Fan roared. Huang Meng took a deep breath and retorted without backing down, "It's precisely so that I won't be so incompetent in the future that I've reached this position today. For me, there are no ifs." Xiao Fan grinned and said, "I like enemies like you. By the way, I'm telling you that your right-hand man, Black Butcher, has been killed by me." Burning. Huang Meng roared, "I'm telling you, even if you survive today, I'll dig you out of here sooner or later and kill you. You're a male with male pupils." Xiao Fan cursed. "You're the fucking male, I mean I'll beat you to death." Huang Meng cursed back. Xiao Fan sneered, "From now on, I'll spend every day with that fire-wielding girl, like conjoined twins. Every time I see your father, our elements overlap. What are you going to do about it? How could you be so shameless?" Huang Meng was furious. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Xiao Fan simply used the system directly. Looking at the self-selected cultivation techniques, he glanced at the 3 books and was somewhat disappointed. He thought he could choose any cultivation method, but the system presented him with 3 to choose from. Surprise! There's a book that boosts strength iron arm. After making your selection, begin your training immediately. Ding, iron arm training progress 1%. At this moment, Xiao Fan realized that his lubricant was almost evaporated and he couldn't hold on any longer, but they should have run far enough away by now. So, goodbye. Xiao Fan snorted coldly, turned around, and ran away quickly. Huang Meng roared, "Chase!" He can't hold on much longer. The two quickly followed, but lost track of Xiao Fan as soon as he disappeared into the sewer. Huang Meng covered his nose and cursed. What kind of bastard is this, running into the sewers? That's fucking disgusting. Forget it, I'll find him tomorrow. Let's go, Ahu, let's go home. The leader of the most powerful underground force in Greenleaf City was furious that night. Because he actually got tricked by a little kid. This is an utter disgrace. Fortunately, he had a good memory and immediately began drawing a portrait, sending all his underlings out to find out where Xiao Fan lived. Xiao Fan had already released all his power and felt very uneasy. Damn it. This is too much. That guy has so many underlings, and he's looking for me every day, he'll definitely find me. Ugh, this is so annoying. Xiao Fan squatted in the dark alley at the street corner, sighed, picked up his phone, and helplessly dialed a number. Beep beep beep. The phone was answered after 3 rings. Xiao Fan. You actually called me on your own initiative. Xiao Yan's shy voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Fan's face stiffened, and he said, "You haven't drunk too much again, have you? Don't worry, today is a girls' gathering, there are only girls here, I don't need you to take me home." Xiao Yan chuckled. Speak, you wouldn't come here without a reason. What do you need from me? Xiao Fan sighed and said, "I'll chop off Huang Meng's hand, that black market boss's son. He saw my true face, he'll definitely be searching the world for me tomorrow." Oh, you've gone too far. Why? Xiao Yan asked curiously. To save a little girl. Who is it? Is this the important point? Oh, I'm just curious. I think it's called something like Doraemon? What? Xiao Yan was startled and asked, "Does it mean you like the one who wears the blue dress?" You know him? I know her. Xiao Yan quickly said, "Why did she go to the black market?" Buy cancer drugs, Xiao Fan sighed. What a stubborn little girl. Sigh, I noticed her before and gave her money, but she refused to take it. Xiao Yan said helplessly. How do you know that little girl? Xiao Fan was also somewhat shocked. Greenleaf City was surprisingly small. Xiao Yan whispered, "This involves a huge secret, you must not tell anyone." Forget it, I don't want to hear it anymore. Xiao Fan quickly shook his head. No, listen to me. Damn it, why would I want to hear this secret? Xiao Fan said helplessly. Hee, I'll just say it directly, I'll tell you, little Ding Dong possesses a mythical level talent. What? Xiao Fan screamed, holy crap? Aren't you incredibly envious? Xiao Yan chuckled, then her voice turned dejected as she said, her parents died in the war years ago, leaving only an elderly woman in the family. Years ago, she took a talent test and was told she had no talent. But her grandmother asked someone to call me and said that Xiao Dingdong was very powerful and could make plants grow quickly. I went to take a look. Unexpectedly, it turned out that their talent was too high to be detected. Myth, all things are born. Damn. Xiao Fan was both delighted and regretful. He said, wait a minute, with the talent of all things grow, saving her grandmother shouldn't be difficult, right? It's not really cancer, it's just dying of old age. Xiao Yan sighed repeatedly. If you hadn't intervened today, and her mythical talent had awakened and gone berserk, that would have been a real problem. I made a promise with her before that she would come to the academy to study after she finished taking care of her grandmother, so as not to waste her talent, and she agreed. It seems like it'll be soon, at most you'll be in the next class. Alright, I'll go find Huang Meng now, and I'll take care of this for you. Okay. Xiao Fan nodded and said, thank you. Oomph, let me tell you, I don't help others easily. Xiao Fan retorted without hesitation, then if you drink too much in the future, go home by yourself. How despicable. Xiao Yan angrily hung up the phone. Chapter 12 You Owe Me 5 Lives. Xiao Fan called Lin Xianhua. There was a classmate group, so finding it wouldn't be difficult. Soon, the call was answered, and Xiao Fan heard the sound of crying. What's wrong? Xiao Fan's voice was unusually full of gentle concern. Lin Xianhua cried and said, Ding Dong's grandmother is gone. Ah. Xiao Fan suddenly straightened his back. Lin Xianhua was very emotional, her voice trembling. I got more than a dozen boxes of anti-cancer drugs, and Xiao Dingdong was very happy. She skipped and hopped home, thinking that her grandmother would live a very, very long time. But Grandma just shook her hand once, and then she left. They're gone. Xiao Fan, I'm so sad. Why must people face the separation of life and death? Xiao Fan's brows furrowed, filled with endless sorrow. He was saddened by this, but still comforted them, saying, they're not dead, they've just gotten tired of this world. Lin Xianhua did not respond for a long time. At this moment, Xiao Fan forced a smile and asked, send me the location, I'll go there. Soon, the location was sent. It was a morgue. Xiao Fan rushed over immediately. Stepping into the room, a chilling atmosphere enveloped me, and what came into view was a stark white cabinet, utterly devoid of any life. By the wall, Xiao Dingdong squatted down, crying uncontrollably. Lin Xianhua was also crying, but she held on, stood up, and comforted Xiao Dingdong. Xiao Fan stood quietly, speechless. At that moment, the administrator walked over and asked with a sigh, cremation or? Little Dingdong sobbed uncontrollably, mumbling, Criminals, 3,000. Little Dingdong suddenly raised her head, looking flustered and at a loss. She couldn't come up with 3,000. Lin Xianhua quickly took out a 100,000 federal dollar note, but Xiao Fan refused it, saying it was too much trouble to ask for change. He had 3,000 in cash in his pocket, so he handed it over. The administrator sighed, please accept my condolences. Come tomorrow to collect the ashes after cremation, dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Suddenly, Xiao Dingdong took out a box of anti-cancer drugs, opened it, took the medicine out, leaving only the plastic box. Let's use this as an urn, Xiao Dingdong murmured absent-mindedly. Lin Xian was anxious and said, it's okay, I'll take you shopping tomorrow. I'll buy you as many pretty ones as you want. Little Dingdong shook her head and said, no, this one will do. At this moment, Xiao Fan pressed down on Xiao Dingdong's head and said with a faint smile, this thing can't withstand corrosion. It will dissolve after a while. We still need to choose a good one. It's okay, she has money and doesn't care about money. Don't be so polite with us. This time, Xiao Dingdong broke down in tears again, hugging Xiao Fan tightly and saying incoherently, thank you. Xiao Fan couldn't hold back either. Tears welled up in his eyes for no apparent reason. He quickly wiped them away, patted Xiao Dingdong's head, and kept repeating, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright. After a long while, Xiao Dingdong said dejectedly, I'll be an orphan from now on. Xiao Fan said seriously, it's nothing. I was an orphan before, and I am an orphan now. Xiao Fan lived 2 lives. They were all orphans. Ha! Both Xiao Dingdong and Lin Xianhua were somewhat incredulous. Xiao Fan smiled and pointed to the twinkling starry sky, saying, it's good to be an orphan. No one will control you, no one will restrain you. Only the stars and the sea are our limits. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dingdong's crying stopped abruptly, leaving her feeling lost. Lin Xianhua, standing to the side, had a complicated expression. That despicable dog king, he's actually quite good at comforting people. At last, Xiao Dingdong was afraid to sleep alone, so Xiao Fan went home, and Lin Xianhua followed him. The two returned to Xiao Fan's home. Xiao Fan's parents died in battle when he was 7 years old. He was truly an orphan in his previous life. In this life, he had parents and experienced paternal and maternal love, so he was sad for a long time before he recovered. At this moment, Xiao Dingdong had already fallen asleep. It was already late at night, almost 1 o'clock, and the night was quiet. But neither Xiao Fan nor Lin Xianhua felt sleepy. Xiao Fan's refrigerator was full of ice-cold beer. He took out half a case and placed it on the balcony. A man and a woman sat side by side in a rocking chair, drinking together. At this moment, Xiao Fan glanced at Lin Xianhua's swaying legs without realizing it, and his heart started racing. He then realized that Lin Xianhua's legs were incredibly beautiful, like the spring water of a lake, snow white as jade, straight and long. She usually wears trousers, but now she's wearing shorts, which makes her look very attractive. Sudden cough cough. Lin Xianhua coughed his throat. Xiao Fan quickly looked away, wondering if he had been discovered. Luckily, Lin Xianhua had never drunk alcohol before and felt a bit choked. But soon, she fell in love with this unpleasant yet addictive taste. Hey, drink slowly, do you think this is a beverage? Xiao Fan glanced at her. Lin Xianhua snorted, I don't need your money. I'll buy you a dozen or 20 boxes later. It's not about the money, I'm afraid you'll get drunk and do something reckless, Xiao Fan scoffed. Lin Xianhua was furious and said, you're the one who's drunk and promiscuous. TCH. Xiao Fan shook his head, took another sip, leaned back on the bench, swayed, enjoying the evening breeze, and looked at the glittering Milky Way and the crescent moon. Lin Xianhua suddenly sighed and said, Xiao Fan, you are truly the most remarkable genius I have ever seen. A genius with 1-star talent? Xiao Fan chuckled to himself. You really only have 1-star talent? Lin Xianhua's face was filled with disbelief. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, otherwise, why would I pretend? I'm afraid I'll be captured by the military and used for human experiments. Aren't you afraid I'll tell others? Lin Xianhua asked with a smile. Yes, I'm scared. Xiao Fan nodded quietly. Then he took out his phone. On the phone was a sexy and alluring photo of Lin Xianhu lying beside a stinking ditch in an extremely seductive pose. If this photo gets out, Lin Xianhua will never be able to live again. She flew into a rage on the spot, screaming, delete the photos. Xiao Fan snatched his phone back instantly and sneered, don't dream. Better safe than sorry. If you dare to tell anyone about my affairs, I'll post this photo of you on every website. You. Lin Xian was so angry that her scalp tingled, staring intently at the pocket where Xiao Fan had put his phone. But Xiao Fan remained dismissive, saying, don't even think about it, I have more than a dozen backups. Lin Xianhua wanted to cry. She sighed and said, Xiao Fan, in your eyes, am I the kind of person who would easily expose your secrets? Who knows? Xiao Fan chuckled, then changed the subject, saying, let's not talk about that. Lin Xianhua, you owe me 4 lives. Nonsense, it's just that one. Lin Xianhua sneered. Can you beat the Black Butcher? Xiao Fan asked back. That's 2. You think you can outrun the Firebird King? You. If you hadn't come and tried to take it, I could have run away on my own. Really? Xiao Fan glanced at her and said, birds have a very keen sense of smell. The Beast Mountain is 10 miles away from Greenleaf City. You can't even burrow underground or underwater. Do you think you can escape? TCH. Lin Xian said angrily, there are only 3, not 4. A bone-piercing blade. Xiao Fan took a sip of wine and said calmly, I could have killed you, but I didn't. Does that count as 1? You think this counts? Lin Xian's face was flushed with anger, perhaps because she had drunk too much. Of course. Xiao Fan grinned and said, you owe me 4 lives, shouldn't you compensate me a little? Lin Xianhua quickly covered her body and said, what do you want to do? I've been kissing you all night. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. Doesn't that mean you have 5 lives? Without my artificial respiration, could you survive? Xiao Fan joked. You're so mean. Lin Xian's mouth twisted with anger. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, don't worry, I'm not interested in airports. Oh? So you're interested in Xiao Yan? What's going on between you two? Lin Xianhua's tone suddenly turned strange. She's a drunkard. Never mind her, you've led her astray. Yes, I want you to pay me interest. Xiao Fan sneered. What? Firebird counts. And my storage ring too. Lin Xianhua glared at Xiao Fan. I stole it with my own skills, so it doesn't count. Xiao Fan shook his head. You. Lin Xian was furious and immediately showed off a bottle. What do you want to do? Cultivation techniques. Xiao Fan grinned and said, I need a third-tier cultivation technique, preferably one that amplifies power. TCH, is that all? A third-tier cultivation technique? Wait, I don't think I have such a trash cultivation technique. Xiao Fan grew anxious and asked, you don't have any? Someone as important as you doesn't have a third-tier cultivation technique? Lin Xianhu pursed his lips and said, I have god-level talent, but I've never practiced a third-tier cultivation technique since I was a child. Damn it! What a huge loss! Xiao Fan exclaimed, trembling with anger. Hey, if I told you I have god-level talent, wouldn't you be shocked? Lin Xianhua felt his pride had been hurt. Xiao Fan pointed to the room behind him and said, the one sleeping soundly inside is a mythical level being. What? Lin Xianhua's pupils widened instantly. You mean Little Ding Dong's mythical level talent? Suddenly, Xiao Fan was startled, thinking to himself that he shouldn't have told anyone. Damn, you've had too much to drink, he blurted out. No, I was just kidding. Xiao Fan shook his head. That's more like it. Lin Xianhua breathed a sigh of relief. If someone in this tiny green leaf city were to be stronger than her in combat and more talented than her, she would break down mentally. But Xiao Fan was furious and said, I risked my life to save you, and I didn't even get interest? No way. You have to help me get an amplification-type martial art. By the way, you'll definitely be pursuing martial arts at school. Since you can get into the library, secretly copy it down for me. Lin Xianhua's eyes widened, and he said, I stole? I could never do such a thing. Xiao Fan snorted softly and began chanting, 5 lives, 5 lives, 5 lives, 5 lives. All right. That's enough, stop bothering me. I'll figure out a way, okay? Lin Xianhua couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 13. Is she at home? I can indeed control the overlapping of elements, but I can't use it in combat. There's always the risk of explosion. So, is there a way to solve this? If it really can be done, then my combat power will be elevated to an entire level. Early in the morning, Xiao Fan woke up from his thoughts, glanced at the time, and saw that it was only 7:30. There was still half an hour before class, so there was no rush. Something's not right. Why is my vision blocked by red hair, and why is someone holding my waist? Looking down, I saw a snow-white leg draped over my butt. Xiao Fan was startled and sat up abruptly. He stared blankly at the figure beside him. What is she doing here? Wasn't she drunk to the point of madness last night? I threw her into another bedroom, and she fell asleep right there. What's going on now? Was she sleepwalking? Depend on. Xiao Fan suddenly noticed that the blanket was covered in her saliva. And the smell of alcohol. How come he's also an alcoholic? Is he a second-generation Xiaoyan? No, that's not important. The important thing is, could something have happened last night? Xiao Fan touched his buttocks, covered his face in disbelief, and muttered, how do I know if anything happened? Oh, right, there are security cameras. He was afraid thieves would break into his house, so he installed surveillance cameras in all the rooms. Standing in front of the computer, Xiao Fan quickly started working, constantly scrolling through the timeline. She was completely drunk around 2 a.m., lying sprawled out in a starfish position, and then suddenly sat up around 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. Finally, let's start dancing. In the clear, colorful footage, Lin Xianhua wildly swung his limbs, striking one bizarre pose after another, making Xiao Fan almost burst out laughing. Looking further ahead, sure enough, he stumbled into his room in a daze and collapsed onto the floor with a thud. Thank goodness, nothing serious happened. But Xiao Fan couldn't help himself when he thought of that mesmerizing dance. He turned off the monitor, walked out of the room, squatted in the corner and laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. What's wrong, brother Xiao Fan? Just then, he heard a little ding-dong sound in his ear. Xiao Fan waved his hand and said, it's nothing, it's nothing. Suddenly, he smelled a fragrance. He looked up abruptly and saw Xiao Dingdong wearing a neat apron, her short, dark blue hair blowing in the wind outside the window. She smiled sweetly, holding 2 plates with fresh, handmade sandwiches on them. Behind her was a still warm iron pot and a kitchen emitting smoke. Xiao Fan was stunned. Because he had abandoned the kitchen long ago, it hadn't been touched for over a decade, simply because he was lazy. As a result, I have been reborn today. You can cook? Xiao Fan asked with surprise. Little Dingdong nodded obediently and said, I want to take care of my grandma. I don't know what brother Xiao Fan likes to eat, so I made my favorite 3-colored sea bream, with eggs and bacon. Xiao Fan was so excited he couldn't speak, his face full of joy as he looked at Xiao Dingdong. This is the real treasure. What is Lin Xianhua? Burden. Where did you get your ingredients? It was delivered by takeout. After a long pause, Xiao Fan exclaimed, That's amazing. Little Dingdong smiled brightly, and suddenly said, Doesn't brother Xiao Fan still have to go to school? Xiao Fan shook his head and said, No rush, there are still 15 minutes left, we can make it. And what about your older sister? Ignore her, let her sleep. I'll go ask for leave for her, Xiao Fan mumbled, munching on a sandwich. Little Dingdong made an O sound. After eating and drinking his fill, Xiao Fan frowned and suddenly realized that Xiao Dingdong would be bored here all by herself, and when she was bored, she would think about those bad things. So he brought Xiao Dingdong to his secret room and smiled, saying, I know Xiao Yan. She told me that you have great talent. You can start by learning everything about martial arts. There are many study materials in the room, you can take a look. Xiao Dingdong nodded repeatedly, but was shocked when she stepped into the room. The room, which was about 30 square meters, was filled with stacks of books, making it half full and filled with the strong smell of books. Furthermore, yellow paper with densely written formulas was floating on the table and at the corners of the table. Seeing this, Xiao Dingdong silently clenched her fists. She suddenly realized that the reason why brother Xiao Fan was so powerful was because he had put in unimaginable effort behind the scenes. Whether in combat or in theory. Brother Xiao Fan once said that only the stars and the sea are our limit. I want to become as strong as him. On the other side, Xiao Fan suddenly realized that there were only a few minutes left, and he started running wildly across the terribly long street again, under the breakfast shop owner's habitual gaze. I made it. The first class was with Wang Dahua again. A group of people started mocking Xiao Fan again for not even being able to be on time. But Wang Dahua frowned and asked, Xiao Fan, do you know where Lin went? Xiao Fan said calmly, something happened to her, and she asked me to ask for leave for her. Upon hearing this, squad leader Lu Rushi's expression darkened. He asked, how do you know something happened to her? Xiao Fan said, I was with her last night. Lu Rushi could no longer sit still. She stood up and shouted angrily, how could you be with her? Xiao Fan looked innocent and said, everyone saw it, she was following me around the whole time. Then why is she following you around like that? Lu Rushi shouted angrily. How would I know? Maybe, because I'm handsome? Xiao Fan shrugged. You're handsome, my ass. Lu Rushi sneered. At this moment, Wang Dehua slammed her hand on the table and said in a deep voice, stop arguing. If you're taking leave, then take leave. Everyone, come with me to the playground for the level test. Today is the first official day of school. Yesterday was just the opening ceremony. On the first day of school, everyone had to take a level test. Xiao Fan had always presented himself as a third-level martial arts apprentice. The reason he was able to enter the top class was because of Xiao Yan and because his theoretical scores were extremely high. In the realm of level tests, Xiao Fan was definitely a nobody. But because of Xiao Yan's arrival, Xiao Fan once again became the center of attention. What's wrong? Xiao Fan asked in a low voice. I've taken care of Huang Meng's matter for you, Xiao Yan said coldly. This surprised Xiao Fan, who asked, what's wrong? Is Dingdong at your house? Right. Was Lin Xianhua also in your bed? Xiao Yan's voice was filled with murderous intent. She had just seen that Lin Xianhua was not among the group of students in class 1. She asked Wang Dahua and was told that he was with Xiao Fan and that Xiao Fan had asked for leave for her. Women have very strong imaginations, so she asked the question, is it in your bed? Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat, wondering how she knew. Really in your bed? Xiao Yan's tone suddenly rose. The students around him stopped in their tracks and looked at Xiao Fan with unpredictable expressions. In bed? What's on his bed? Did Xiao Fan go out and mess around with women last night? And then teacher Xiao Yan found out? Holy crap! Lu Rushi said sarcastically, you don't have much martial arts skill, but you have quite a few suitors. Shut up. Xiaoyan shouted angrily, keep going. What are you all doing stopping? An aura of authority rose up, and Lu Rushi shrugged in annoyance, cursing Xiao Fan under her breath. What a wonderful peach blossom, she thought, and then turned and left. Explain yourself. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, there's nothing to explain. My relationship with her is completely innocent. You. Xiaoyan's eyes were already filled with grievances. She said, you really did have sex with her. I told you, I'm completely innocent. Xiao Fan clapped his hands in anger. However, Xiaoyan's eyes still looked aggrieved. Unable to withstand that gaze, Xiao Fan sighed and said, all right, here's what happened. Xiao Fan began to recount everything that had happened last night in a low voice. After hearing this, Xiaoyan was furious and said, that woman climbed into your bed herself? I never expected him to be so proper on the surface, but actually quite sassy behind the scenes. I want to come to your house tonight. I want to get into your bed. Xiao Fan rubbed his forehead, thinking, forget it, my house will probably blow up by then. However, before he could even open his mouth, he felt the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Xiaoyan, so he decided to keep quiet. At this moment, at the martial arts stone, a tall man swept his expressionless face across the crowd, finally settling on Xiao Fan and Xiaoyan. He is Lu Tianguang, the most outstanding student of Greenleaf University in recent years, Lu Rushi's older brother, and a student of Gallo Academy. The moment Lu Tianguang saw Xiaoyan, he was captivated. This woman was absolutely stunning. But my brother said that this woman likes a good-for-nothing. Is that Xiao Fan? Then, we'll find a way to embarrass him in front of everyone, making him too ashamed to show his face. Chapter 14 Bloodbath. Suddenly, Lu Tianguang noticed that Xiaoyan had run away. She's left campus. Where are we going? Does that mean she won't see me showing off? Lu Tianguang looked at the principal, who was also dumbfounded. At this crucial moment, the homeroom teacher of Class 2 is nowhere to be found? But what can he do? Xiaoyan's background is so terrifying. The principal sighed and said, ignore her. Xiao Fan felt a chill run down his spine and a sense of despair wash over him. Because Xiaoyan got angry, she grabbed her house key and ran back home. He spoke with righteous indignation, saying it was all for the sake of Xiaodingdong. But anyone could see that she was just looking for trouble with Lin Xianhua. This is going to blow up, isn't it? Xiao Fan sighed silently. Standing at the back of the crowd, he had no interest in watching the test on the stage. He felt uneasy and looked at the main entrance, wondering if he should run back as well. If I keep running, I definitely won't be able to graduate. He could only clasp his hands together and pray, peace and safety, peace year after year. At the same time, Xiaoyan moved with incredible speed, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning, and had already opened the door to Xiao Fan's house and stepped inside. Xiao Dingdong heard the sound, her heart skipped a beat, and she was a little scared. Xiao Fan was in class, who could have come in? Could it be a thief? Just then, Xiaoyan's gentle voice came, Ding Dong. It's Sister Xiaoyan. Little Ding Dong beamed with joy and ran upstairs. Xiaoyan looked at Xiao Dingdong, comforted her, hugged her, and patted her back. Wait a minute, come with me to complete the enrollment procedures. It'll be the first day of school, so we won't fall behind. Little Ding Dong nodded obediently and asked, can I be in the same class as Brother Xiao Fan? Of course you can. Xiaoyan initially wanted to refuse and let Xiao Dingdong follow her, but then she thought about it again. Xiao Fan would definitely not let Xiao Dingdong suffer any injustice. Most importantly, Xiao Dingdong could help him keep an eye on Lin Xianhua. Perfect. Little Dingdong was still unaware of the heavy mission on her shoulders and was beaming with joy. At this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly stood up, her smile fading, and looked at Xiao Fan's room before slowly stepping inside, her body radiating murderous intent. Xiao Dingdong suddenly felt uneasy. Her sixth sense told her that something big was about to happen. Xiaoyan stepped into the room and immediately saw Lin Xianhua lying on the bed, her anger rising. But she wasn't a shrew. She came from a wealthy family, and resorting to violence would be the worst possible course of action. She's going to win people over. She jumped onto the bed, propped her chin up, and stared intently at Lin Xianhua snoring. As if sensing something, Lin Xianhua rubbed his eyes, opened them with difficulty, and then froze. You're awake? Xiaoyan asked with a smile. Lin Xianhua was startled. The two women locked eyes. Something terrible was about to happen. Outside the door. Little Ding Dong was a little scared, but she still couldn't help but press her ear against the wall to listen to what was happening inside. Bang! Clang! Call out! Crackling and popping. Boom! Ding Dong's eyes widened instantly, and she quickly took 10 steps back, her face filled with terror. She is pure and innocent, not foolish. Xiao Ding Dong may look young, but she's actually 18 this year, the same age as Xiao Fan. She's not unaware of many things. This brother Xiao Fan is too amazing. He actually got sister Xiao Yan and sister Xianhua to fight for him. Actually, both older sisters are wonderful, so why can't we have both? Xiao Dingdong frowned. The more she thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. But suddenly, a roar came from inside the door. With her hair disheveled, Xiao Yan roared, "Xiao Dingdong is more charming than you, better looking than you, and more talented than you. Xiao Fan would never be interested in you, even if he's interested in Xiao Dingdong." Xiao Dingdong, standing outside the door, looked terrified and felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly shook her head, thinking that something bad would happen if she listened any longer, and then returned to Xiao Fan's secret room. Inside Xiao Fan's room, the battle continued to escalate. The house wasn't blown up, but that room was almost completely destroyed. Xiao Fan had been sitting on the playground for 2 hours, and his unease was growing. Why haven't they arrived yet? He couldn't help but look in his direction, wondering if a burst of fire would soon shoot into the sky, followed by 2 ragged women locked in combat. The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. This world is full of things you fear most. At this moment, Lu Tianguang on the stage said loudly, "Dear students, please concentrate. Because the next test will be conducted on the strongest class from Greenleaf High School. Class 1, Grade 12. The younger students all looked at them with anticipation. Led by Wang Dahua, Class 1 of Senior 3 walked forward and stood at the very front of the martial arts stone, becoming the center of attention. Suddenly, Xiao Fan felt that Lu Rushi's good-for-nothing brother seemed to glance at him with a very malicious look in his eyes. "Are you trying to mess with me?" Sure enough, Lu Tianguang cleared his throat and smiled. "Seeing you all is like seeing myself back then. 3 years ago, I entered Jialua Academy from Class 1 of Senior 3. This is the best class, containing the most outstanding students in the entire academy. Back then, in your class this semester, the lowest level of martial artist was at least level 3. As for me, I've naturally already reached the level of martial artist." These words caused an uproar in the audience. Warrior. An 18-year-old warrior. That's incredible. As expected of the most outstanding genius in recent years, countless female students looked at Lu Tianguang with boundless admiration. Xiao Fan, however, remained calm, even showing a hint of disdain. Lu Tianguang's current skill level is similar to that of the Black Butcher he killed last night. But in terms of absolute combat power, even 100 Lu Tianguangs wouldn't be enough to defeat the Black Butcher. But the Butcher is no match for him. Even without a sneak attack, Xiao Fan is confident he can defeat him head-on. So, Lu Tianguang is actually quite weak. To be honest, even Lin Xianhua, that burden, should have been able to beat him. Xiao Fan sighed silently. In the end, he was still too young. Seeing the female students around me praising that loser so much, I was thinking of going up and defeating him instantly, and then having everyone cheer for me. It must feel amazing to be the center of attention. Unfortunately, it seems he'll never be able to have that kind of fun, unless he becomes invincible one day. At this moment, Lu Tianguang wanted to invite his younger brother to the stage to show off his cultivation level and boast about himself. Suddenly, everyone's attention shifted from him to the back of the playground. Even he was no exception. Because 2 stunningly beautiful women with completely different styles were walking hand in hand toward the playground with big smiles on their faces. Furthermore, both of these beautiful women wore extremely beautiful makeup, but it seemed that wounds were being concealed beneath the makeup. But that doesn't matter. Lin Xianhua was already extremely beautiful, and with her perfect makeup, she looked like a celestial being. Xiao Yan's makeup was rather eerie, and coupled with her voluptuous figure, she deliberately wore a deep purple dress, making her look like a witch from a story. The celestial being and the witch were walking hand in hand, beaming with smiles, toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan stared blankly, his jaw dropped to the ground in shock, and his mind went completely blank. Have these 2 women taken the wrong medicine? What are they doing? How did they get together? Am I dreaming? Chapter 15, I'll get revenge for you. The entire playground, everyone in the school, was staring at the celestial being and the witch. Needless to say, the boys couldn't take their eyes off her. Girls are the same, they're only jealous of girls who are a little prettier than themselves. But if a girl is 10 or 20 times prettier than them, all they can do is admire her. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two girls walked straight towards the senior class as if they were walking a red carpet, and the classes blocking their way immediately dispersed to make way for them. Logically speaking, this is absurd. How can a testing conference be conducted in such a way? It's utterly disgraceful. But the bald principal remains silent, a strange light gleaming in his cloudy eyes. He also loves watching it. But soon, the laughter stopped. The celestial being and the witch stopped behind Xiao Fan, one on his left and one on his right, staring intently at him, completely ignoring everyone else. At this moment, without needing any words, everyone wanted nothing more than to tear Xiao Fan to pieces. Lu Rushi felt like her head was about to explode. The woman she had been longing for had been taken by Xiao Fan in just one night. Immortal fire, you. Get lost. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xianhua's eyes, and she slapped him across the face. Then, when she turned to look at Xiao Fan, her face was full of love. Then, something even more outrageous happened. Xiao Fan shrugged and said helplessly, "Since it's come to this, let's all sleep together tonight." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent, and everyone's expression was one of stunned disbelief. Even Lin Xianhua and Xiao Yan couldn't laugh anymore. Xiao Fan is going to ascend to the heavens. Xiao Fan, still not satisfied, grinned and said, "Don't look at me like that, everyone. The reason it turned out this way is because I have a special strength. It's something you're born with, there's nothing you can do about it." This time, the whole place erupted in chaos. Kill Xiao Fan. Snatch the celestial beauty. Kill Xiao Fan. Snatch the witch. Kill. 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 The principal panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Maintain order. Maintain order. You teachers, get back to maintaining order." Little did he know, even the teachers from other classes were filled with murderous intent and wanted to kill Xiao Fan as well. I never realized this nobody was so shameless. He actually threatened to sleep with all three of them. He even claimed to have special strengths. Wow, wow, wow. I'm so angry. How could two stunningly beautiful women be taken by a pig? Xiao Fan quickly hid beside the two women, forming two shields on his left and right, making him feel very safe. He was beaming with joy. This feels so good, it's incredibly satisfying. Is this what it feels like to be the center of attention? The reason he said that was because he suddenly realized that being universally condemned was also a kind of being the center of attention. Look at the jealousy, envy, and schadenfreude on these people's faces, their helpless expressions. It's fucking satisfying. Xiao Fan felt a surge of pent-up frustration in his chest instantly dissipate. All the humiliation he had suffered before was returned in an outrageous way at this moment. He had no idea what was wrong with those two women. But one owes me 5 lives, and the other makes me carry her home every day. What about me? I just wanted to brag a little, is that wrong? I did nothing wrong. In the field. Lu Rushi looked at her brother Lu Tianguang, and the expressions in their eyes were the same: anger, jealousy, and a desire to kill. One likes Lin Xianhua. One of them likes Xiao Yan. Now, both of them are actually throwing themselves at Xiao Fan. This almost drove them crazy. At this moment, Lu Tianguang took a deep breath and made a gesture, meaning that he should calm down and that he would definitely get his revenge later. Finally, after about 10 minutes, the scene gradually calmed down. The principal opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but when he thought about the backgrounds of the two women, each more terrifying than the last, he decided to let it go and pretend nothing had happened. "You can continue," the principal said to Lu Tianguang. Lu Tianguang nodded slightly, glancing at Xiao Fan and the woman beside him. But at this moment, none of the three looked at him. Instead, they started chatting. "Did you two take the wrong medicine?" Xiao Fan asked, frowning. Xiao Yan pouted and said coquettishly, "How could you say that about me?" Exactly. Lin Xianhua nodded in agreement. Xiao Fan was shocked, and the way he looked at the two women changed. "Have you really taken the wrong medicine?" Suddenly, Lu Tianguang's voice came from the stage. "Heroes have always loved beauties. These two beautiful ladies really added a touch of elegance to today's conference." This time, Xiao Fan looked up at Lu Tianguang, frowned, and wondered what this guy was up to. Lu Tianguang said with a faint smile, "This student, Xiao, is also a student in our Senior 3 Class 1. Come, let's invite Xiao to the stage to test his cultivation level." Everyone must be eager to see just how strong Xiao is, the one who has won the hearts of two beauties. All the students nodded in agreement. Xiao Fan's reputation as a good-for-nothing was only known to the two classes around him. People in other grades had no idea about it. They were eager to know just how strong Xiaofan really was. It's unbelievable that two beautiful women would throw themselves at him. At this moment, Xiaoyan and Lin Xianhua, who were beside Xiaofan, both had veins bulging on their foreheads, wishing they could immediately go up and kill Lu Tianguang. Xiaofan, reveal your strength and smash his face. I'll protect you if anything happens. Lin Xianhua said in a deep voice. Xiaoyan nodded quickly and said, yes, just lay your cards on the table. Let's see who dares to touch you. Xiaofan shook his head and said, it's alright, I'm going up. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Xiaofan walked towards the martial arts stone. Suddenly. Oh! Lu Rushi exclaimed, then sneered, Xiaofan, you great genius, a whole summer has passed, have you reached the 4th level of martial apprentice yet? Lu Tianguang angrily rebuked, Student Lu, how can you spout such nonsense? How could someone at the 4th level of martial apprentice possibly get into class 1 of senior 3? Are you kidding me? Lu Rushi smiled awkwardly and nodded quickly. Everyone in the class got goosebumps. These Lu brothers not only killed people, but they also destroyed their spirits. Sure enough, the news that Xiaofan was only at the 3rd level of martial apprentice spread rapidly among the students of the 2 surrounding classes. Everyone was on the playground, and the news spread extremely quickly. Everyone who heard the news was filled with disbelief. 3rd level martial artist? Are you kidding me? Is this really that bad? At this moment, Xiaofan had already walked to the edge of the martial arts stone. The entire place was silent, and everyone was looking at Xiaofan, wondering if all of this was real. Is he really only at the 3rd level of martial disciple? Xiao, hurry up, everyone's about to have lunch, Lu Tianguang reminded him with a smile. Xiaofan glanced at Lu Tianguang and saw the mockery on Lu Tianguang's face. Without further hesitation, he raised his hand and placed it on the martial arts stone. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the martial arts stone began to glow. Layer. 2 floors. 3 floors. 4 floors. Stagnation. Martial apprentice level 4. The entire audience erupted in uproar. What? Is it really only martial apprentice level 4? This is rubbish. Even my younger brother from junior high school has a higher cultivation level than him. What makes him qualified for class 1 of senior year 3? Lu Rushi scoffed, he has connections, of course. Teacher Xiao has a very strong background. The classmate standing nearby was stunned and exclaimed, holy crap, Xiaofan is a gigolo. Nonsense. Lu Rushi shrugged and said, 1-star talent, 4th level of martial apprentice is not bad. The overwhelming laughter, even insults and disgust, drowned out all of Xiaofan's senses. Lu Tianguang, who was standing next to him, feigned surprise and said, Student Xiao. You're actually this weak? How did you get into class 1 of the senior year? You wouldn't actually be a kept man, would you? Lu Tianguang deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear him, and even pretended to be incredulous. Looking at that ugly face, Xiaofan felt a surge of anger rising in his head. Their eyes met. A terrifying light rose up, and in Lu Tianguang's eyes, it seemed as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared behind Xiaofan. He was so frightened that his legs trembled and his back was covered in cold sweat. But everything vanished in an instant, disappearing in less than a second. Is it just my imagination? Lu Tianguang murmured. Xiaofan cursed himself inwardly for being such a waste, unable to even tolerate this. However, this Lu Tianguang is even more pathetic than I thought. Is he afraid just because he showed murderous intent? Amidst a deafening roar of laughter, he walked expressionlessly off the stage. Suddenly, a pair of slender, delicate hands grabbed his arm. On the steps leading to the martial arts stone, the red-haired girl and the sullen boy paused, their figures intersecting. One person went down, and the other went forward. What? Xiaofan asked, frowning. Lin Xianhua grabbed his arm and sneered, nonsense. Come with me, I'll get revenge for you. She didn't give Xiaofan any chance to refuse and directly pulled him back onto the martial arts stone. Chapter 16 Nobody can bully my Xiaofan. Lin Xianhua pulled Xiaofan back to stand on the martial arts stone. At this moment, the entire audience erupted in uproar. What are they trying to do? Is that beautiful woman going to get revenge for Xiaofan? How do we find it? I don't know. Lu Tianguang sneered, Student Lin. An 18-year-old martial artist at the 9th level is indeed remarkable. But by your age I was already a martial artist, and I don't think you're qualified to be arrogant in front of me. A look of utter contempt flashed in Lin Xianhua's eyes. Her voice was loud and clear, and everyone in the room could hear it clearly. 18 years old and just started as a martial artist? This piece of trash dares to mock me? Lu Tianshan had never been insulted like this before. He shouted angrily, "Little girl, I won't argue with you because you're young. Don't you dare go too far." Lin Xianhua was in no way inferior, raising his voice even higher as he roared, "Now, it's not a question of whether you want to argue with me or not. It's me who's going to argue with you. Look carefully. That's what you call genius." With a loud shout, Lin Xianhua suddenly unleashed a fierce aura, flames swirling around her, before she slammed her palm onto the martial arts stone. The terrifying power of the flames forced Lu Tianguan to take 3 steps back, his eyes filled with disbelief. Not just him, everyone in the audience was stunned. Because it's fire attribute. In the entire Greenleaf City, there are only a handful of people who possess elemental powers, and this transfer student in class 1 of the 3rd year of high school not only has them, but they are also incredibly vibrant, which indicates that the strength of his power is very high. How is this possible? Lu Tianguan's lips trembled. After he cultivated to the level of a minor grandmaster, he spent a great deal of effort to obtain a cultivation technique with attributes. What about the celestial fire? Its attributes are overwhelming. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the martial arts stone. The 9th level of martial arts consists of 18 layers of light. But in just a moment, it suddenly rose. 19th floor. Shocked, in an uproar, Lu Rushi was astonished. It turned out that Lin Xianhua had been hiding his strength all along. In that case, wouldn't she be just as talented as my brother? Etc. It's still rising. Martial arts level 1. Double. Triple. Fourfold. With each additional floor, the entire audience gasped in amazement. Finally, a total of 9 times. The light from the martial arts stone stopped at the 27th level. 18 years old, a martial artist at the 9th level. Last night's battle allowed Lin Xianhua to break through once again. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. No wonder she dared to mock Lu Tianguan like that. That's a true genius. Lu Tianguan isn't even qualified to carry Lin Xianhua's shoes. Martial arts stone. The towering flames grew ever more intense. Lin Xianhua stared intently at Lu Tianguan as he walked towards him step by step. Do I have the right to speak now? Say what? Lu Tianguan felt inexplicably flustered. I'm telling you, you're a piece of trash. Lin Xianhua cursed. But Lu Tianguan got angry and said, I was mocking Xiao Fan, not you. I am inseparable from Xiao Fan. To mock him is to mock me. Lin Xianhua pointed to his chest and said coldly, 21 years old, Junior Grandmaster Level 3. Gallo Academy? Are you very proud of these things? So you call yourself the number 1 in Greenleaf City? Today, I'm not only going to crush you in talent, I'm going to crush you in combat power too. Now, I formally issue you a challenge. Today, at this very moment, at the age of 18, I will beat you, who is 21. If I lose, I will kneel down and apologize to you. If you lose, I'll make you kneel down and apologize to Xiao Fan. Dare you? The principal cleared his throat and said, You two, calm down, that's enough. No way. At this moment, Xiao Yan from below the stage snorted coldly and said, Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can mock Xiao Fan. Principal, I'm in charge of this matter today. The principal's face stiffened, and he actually stepped back. The entire audience was shocked once again. Just as the rumors said, Xiao Yan had more power than the principal and a powerful background. No one tried to stop Lin Xianhua anymore. She pointed at Lu Tianguan's nose and shouted angrily, Dare you or not? Are you even a man? How dare you mock my Xiao Fan? Now you're too scared to speak. Lu Tianguan could no longer contain himself. He had never suffered such a humiliating disgrace, especially on his own turf. He roared, Fine. Come. If I ever lose to a little brat like you, I'll change my surname from Lu. The principal had no choice but to step aside. It was lunchtime, and everyone was hungry, but now, this epic showdown had everyone's attention fully focused. They fought directly in the center of the playground, while everyone else retreated to the outermost perimeter. Xiao Fan stood beside Xiao Yan, his brows furrowed. Are you worried about her? Her combat skills are too weak. She shouldn't have acted so impulsively. Xiao Fan shook his head. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan spoke up for Lin Xianhua. They stood up for you, and you're blaming them. Xiao Yan rolled her eyes. Xiao Fan remained calm and said, "That would only put me in the spotlight, and I don't want that." "You only want to go to the worst university, Wendao University, is that it?" Xiao Yan sneered. "Right." Xiao Yan smiled slyly. The reason she had come hand in hand with Lin Xianhua was certainly not because they had actually become sisters. Rather, they all share a common goal, to get Xiao Fan into the DE Academy and into the Super God class. Both of them already knew each other's identities. They were both from military families, of high status, and had seen a great deal of the world. In their minds, even the most outstanding geniuses wouldn't have much of a chance against Xiao Fan. Therefore, they knew perfectly well that this guy's stage should be in the center of the world. It should be in the Super God class of Imperial Academy. They weren't acting on their own. They had spent quite a bit of time with Xiao Fan, especially Xiao Yan. She knew very well that Xiao Fan was worried about the trouble that would arise after being exposed. In fact, deep down, he longed to stand in the spotlight. Therefore, her and Lin Xianhua's goal was to change Xiao Fan's mind in this last semester. Of course, she also had conflicts with Lin Xianhua. For example, who did Xiao Fan really like? At this moment, Lin Xianhua had already stood up and stood side by side with Lu Tianguang. One is a minor grandmaster in the early stage, and the other is a martial artist at the peak. They were a whole realm apart. Their basic strength and speed were far inferior. Therefore, Lu Tianguang did not believe he would lose. Lin Xianhua, however, was very cunning. Her goal in this battle was not just to stand up for Xiao Fan. It was all to force Xiao Fan to make a move. Battle begins. At the referee's signal, Lu Tianguang did not hesitate and took off, his weapon being his sword. Without any hesitation, the black longsword slashed vertically towards Lin Xianhua. Whoosh! The sound of a sword ringing out rang out. All the students in the room were stunned, clenching their fists in extreme tension. My goodness, this battle is so exciting. They came right at the start and used weapons? Judging from their stance, they weren't holding back at all. They were aiming for Fairy Lin's head. At this moment, Lin Xianhua's expression changed slightly, and he quickly raised the fire god blade to defend himself. Clang! As the swords clashed, Lu Tianguang's weapon shattered on the spot, and he was thrown back. Lin Xianhua fared even worse, rolling on the ground more than a dozen times before stopping. Her makeup was ruined, her hair was disheveled, and she looked extremely disheveled. The students were stunned. My god, that's way too brutal. Is it really necessary? Isn't Senior Lu's strength a bit exaggerated? He not only sent Fairy Lin flying, but also bounced himself away? This is a lose-lose situation. Everyone thought the battle was extremely close. But Lu Tianguang's forehead was filled with confusion. He didn't use that much force just now. That's impossible. How did it fly away? Is it a ghost? Besides, how could he possibly break his own sword? That's incredibly powerful. That's really strange. Again. At this moment, Lin Xianhua shouted and charged forward with the fire god blade in hand. There were no special flame effects around him, and his movements were quite simple and unadorned. Xiao Fan, standing to the side, looked utterly frustrated. What exactly is this little girl trying to do? Why did you throw yourself into the air and make such a mess of yourself? Is there something wrong with you? At this moment, Lin Xianhua suddenly turned his head and mouthed anxiously, "Help me, I can't beat him." Xiao Fan immediately cursed, "Go to hell. So that's what they were trying to do to me. Funny. You can't beat him? If you used that firebird slaying style sword technique, you'd scare the opponent to death, wouldn't you?" He suddenly looked at Xiao Yan, frowned, and said, "You two wouldn't have conspired together, would you? Is this all to force me to take action?" Xiao Yan coughed and cursed inwardly, "This little girl, can't you be a little less clumsy with your acting?" He didn't even use any of his strength, and then he turned around and told Xiao Fan that he couldn't beat him? Do you think Xiao Fan is stupid? Chapter 17 No Kissing Allowed. Lin Xianhua was embarrassed when he was scolded instead of getting Xiao Fan to help. But she has always had a ruthless streak, which was evident when she fought the Firebird. Therefore, she decided to injure herself to force Xiao Fan to make a move. But how could she possibly outmaneuver Xiao Fan? When it comes to being shameless, Xiao Fan believes he is second to none. He could tell that if Lin Xianhua continued fighting like this, she would definitely get injured. It wouldn't look good if this fair-skinned beauty bled. Suddenly, Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Yan with deep affection, which gave Xiao Yan goosebumps all over. "Xiao Fan, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Yan was a little nervous, but Xiao Fan shook his head. Just as Lin Xianhua was looking in this direction, Xiaofan suddenly made a move to kiss her. That's great. Lin Xianhua's pupils suddenly contracted. His rage was boundless, his abilities erupted on the spot, and his aura was fully unleashed. The 7-meter-long broadsword reappears in an instant. She ignored Lu Tianguang and turned to rush towards Xiaofan. Don't kiss me! Lin Xianhua roared, and was about to strike with his sword. Xiao Yan quickly raised her hand. Although she didn't like cultivation, she had talent and had reached the level of a minor grandmaster. After blocking the attack, Xiao Yan proudly raised her head, looking at Lin Xianhua with mocking eyes, as if to say, see? Xiaofan likes me. It's me. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. Xiaofan didn't look at Xiao Yan again, and snorted coldly, that's more like it. Hurry up and go chop Lu Tianguang down. Now Lin Xianhua realized what was happening and said, both embarrassed and angry, you did that on purpose. Xiaofan snorted coldly and said, weren't you doing it on purpose too? Me. Lin Xianhua said helplessly, knowing that he had definitely failed this time. Look at the way the people around you are looking at you. The students were all dumbfounded. Lu Rushi and Lu Wentao, their faces are full of inferiority. Greenleaf City is just a third-tier city, the lowest of the low. Where have they ever seen such a scene? A 7-meter-long flaming broadsword, its imposing presence is enough to scare people to death. Lu Tianguang was furious. He suddenly realized that Lin Xianhua had deliberately refrained from making a move earlier. If she had used this level of fighting power from the beginning, the battle would be over by now. That's outrageous. Why did you give way to me in the first place? Lu Tianguang shouted angrily. Lin Xianhua sneered, are you still going to fight or not? If not, admit defeat and don't bother me. She was really unhappy at this moment. She had planned everything so well. Xiaofan might seem like a scoundrel, but he was kind-hearted and compassionate. She was sure that if she got beaten up badly, he would help her. As a result, it failed. Depressed. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Lu Tianguang was extremely enraged and was about to charge forward with his long sword in hand. But halfway there, he discovered that his sword had already broken, but he couldn't lose his momentum. At this moment, Lin Xianhua suddenly gripped the hilt of his knife and struck out in anger. Heavenly Fire Crescent Slash. Boom! A streak of flame, several meters long, swept past in an instant. This terrifying power caused all the students to scream in fright. Lu Tianguang's hand trembled so much that he couldn't even hold the broken sword steady. Completely disregarding his image, he turned and ran away. Finally, the teacher intervened and blocked Lin Xianhua's attack. The outcome is already decided. Lin Xianhu snorted coldly and said, you lost. As agreed, come over and kneel down to apologize to Xiaofan. Suddenly, Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, ran to Lin Xianhua's side, and leaned close to her ear. This intimate gesture made Lin Xianhua blush, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What was this scoundrel thinking, doing this in public? Tell him not to kneel anymore. If you have any third-tier cultivation techniques, bring them all. Xiaofan's cheeky voice rang in Lin Xianhua's ears, and her smile came to an abrupt halt. Goodness! What was he going to say to me? I thought he would care about me. As it turned out, he couldn't expect anything good. Lin Xian glared angrily at Xiaofan and said, then we're even, you have to delete the photos. That won't do. You have to get me at least 10 amplification-type martial arts manuals, any level is fine, before I'll even consider deleting them. Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. No bargaining. Anyway, I'm just a worthless life. What about you? What about you, miss? You're not going to die with me, are you? At this moment, Lin Xianhua suddenly felt a little aggrieved, frowned, and snorted, saying, I knew I shouldn't have stood up for you. So annoying. After saying that, he turned and glared at Lu Tianguang, saying, no need to kneel. Make a copy of all your family's first, second, and third-tier martial arts manuals. You can get out now. Impossible. Martial arts are a family's greatest asset. At most, we'll give you a third-tier amplification skill. Lu Tianguang sneered. Only one book? Are you begging for money? Lin Xianhua roared in anger. At least 2 third-tier amplification books. Or you'll kneel down today. Lu Tianguang looked embarrassed and said, impossible, one book is at the 2nd level, and another is at the 3rd level. I can't afford 2 level 3 books. Fine, then. Lin Xianhua snorted coldly. Today, he, the most outstanding senior at Greenleaf High School, has completely lost face. As Lu Tianguang left, he clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with resentment. He was truly unconvinced. Just who was this Lin Xianhua? What a joke! This age, this cultivation level, and this level of technique. They might even be able to get into the super god class. Is it fun to come to Greenleaf City and bully people? Okay. Are you bullying me? Then I'll go bully the person you care about most, Xiao Fan. As he left the school gate, Lu Tianguang couldn't help but slam his fist into the wall and roar, "Damn it!" Meanwhile, the talent test continued, but Xiao Fan and Lin Xianhua no longer needed to be tested, so they went directly to the cafeteria for lunch. Lin Xian walked ahead angrily, while Xiao Fan followed behind, feeling somewhat flustered. Why are you angry? Did I provoke her? What's wrong with you? Xiao Fan asked cautiously, grinning with a sly smile. Lin Xianhu snorted coldly and said, Xiao Fan, why are you unwilling to reveal your strength? Your skills are more than enough to get you into the Super God class. Super God class. The moment those three words were uttered, Xiao Fan's pupils visibly dilated. But the next second, he smiled and shook his head, saying, You know I'm the biggest oddball in history, and I have no background. If something happens to me, it'll be terrible. I have connections, and so does she. Lin Xianhua pointed to himself and then to Xiao Yan, his face serious. But Xiao Fan didn't take it to heart. Of course he knew these two were important figures with powerful backgrounds, but no matter how powerful they were still just little girls. What right did they have to speak? Besides, they're willing to help me now, but what about in the future? What if things change one day? If you want to get into the top class, you'd better complete the system tasks and activate your talents as soon as possible. Xiao Fan lowered his head, did not answer Lin Xianhua, and walked into the cafeteria to get his own food. Looking at that lonely figure, Lin Xianhua felt a pang of heartache. She looked at Xiao Yan and frowned, saying, Shouldn't I be the one feeling wronged? What, is he still angry? Xiao Yan said calmly, What are you feeling wronged about? Did you take it upon yourself to stand up for Xiao Fan? Wasn't it you who orchestrated for Xiao Fan to make a move? From beginning to end, you have never respected Xiao Fan's own wishes. If it weren't for you helping him get 2 cultivation manuals, he would not only be angry, he would have dared to turn against you. Do you believe it? Lin Xianhua was speechless, his eyes filled with pain. She didn't know how to deal with herself. At this moment, Xiao Yan stepped forward and patted her on the back, comforting her. Xiao Fan is a very stubborn person. If you want to change him, you have to understand him first. Has he ever been in a relationship? Lin Xianhua suddenly asked. Xiao Yan chuckled and said, We haven't talked about it. I've never liked any woman, at least I haven't found one. He was always invisible, sitting in the corner of the classroom, never saying a word. Don't let his talkativeness fool you. If no one talks to him, he can go an entire day without saying a word. Deep inside his heart, there is a very thick wall. I begged him to carry me home every night, but I still couldn't get through that wall. How long have you even known him? Lin Xianhua frowned and said, I feel like you're showing off. Really? Xiao Yan chuckled and stepped into the cafeteria to get her food. Chapter 18, Want to date Xiao Dingdong? At this moment, the three of them sat down to eat together. The students around them were practically overflowing with envy, thinking to themselves, if I could have dinner with these two beautiful girls, I would die happy. But what about Xiao Fan? He kept his head down and didn't even glance at the two women. At this moment, Lin Xianhua cleared his throat at the dining table and said somewhat awkwardly, Xiao Fan. I'm sorry. Xiao Fan was taken aback, then looked up and asked, Why are you apologizing to me? Lin Xianhua felt embarrassed and annoyed again. She felt that Xiao Fan was deliberately making things difficult for her. But she still answered truthfully, I shouldn't have acted on my own. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, It doesn't matter. You two were so high profile today. It will be hard for me to keep a low profile at school from now on. On the contrary, I should thank you for getting me 2 martial arts manuals. Lin Xianhua frowned and asked, How come you are able to cultivate so many martial arts techniques? After she finished speaking, she saw Xiao Yan roll her eyes in exasperation. Can I tell you someone's biggest secret? Lin Xianhua also felt a little embarrassed and shook his head, saying, Never mind, I won't ask. At this moment, Xiao Fan suddenly put a chicken leg from his plate into Lin Xianhua's hand and said with a faint smile, Here, have a chicken leg. Xiao Yan and Lin Xianhua were both stunned. Lin Xianhua became even more shy. This guy Xiaofan actually took the initiative to serve me food? Wait, something's not right. Lin Xianhua looked resentful and asked, "What do you need me to do for you now?" Upon hearing this, Xiaofan cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and said, "Immortal Fire, do you think I'm that kind of person? I truly thank you from the bottom of my heart. To be honest, when you stood up for me, I was actually very happy." Seeing Xiaofan's faint smile, Lin Xianhua felt a little happy. She stuck out her tongue and said coquettishly, "TCH, some people were blaming me before." "No way." Xiaofan slapped his thigh, his face full of righteous indignation, and said, "Immortal Fire is the best." As soon as those 5 words were uttered, Lin Xianhua's cheeks became even redder, and even his neck felt slightly hot. Xiao Yan, standing to the side, was struck dumb and immediately felt inferior. So, Xiaofan really does like big airports. Immortal Fire is the best. How could Xiaofan say such a thing? Was this considered a confession? What should I do then? Xiao Yan's mood immediately plummeted. Suddenly, Xiaofan changed the subject, grinning as he asked, "So, what's your plan regarding the immortal flame helping me retrieve the cultivation technique from the scripture pavilion?" The two women's expressions immediately returned to normal. "Well, Xiaofan, as expected, you can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. In the end, they only say nice things when they need something from me." Lin Xianhu snorted and said, "It's not that easy. The scripture pavilion has restrictions, even martial arts techniques can't be taken out. Can't a genius like you even get the school to make an exception?" Xiao Yan said calmly, "I've already given you all the martial arts techniques I could teach you. I can't teach you anything else, let alone her." Lin Xianhu glared at Xiao Yan and said, "Are you trying to cause trouble? I'm a teacher, after all. Did I say anything wrong?" Xiao Yan glanced at Lin Xianhu and said, "Young girls are just so petty." All right, calm down." Xiaofan quickly intervened to break up the fight, otherwise it might have really started. Now he was a little annoyed. He has basically mastered all the amplification-type martial arts of Greenleaf City, except for 3 areas where he may not have learned them yet. The deepest part of the school's library, the city lord's mansion, and the Lu family. At that time, Lu Tianguan will take out 2 copies. I wonder if the Lu family still has any. We need to find a way to get into the scripture pavilion and go to the city lord's mansion. Only 3 more books needed. Soon, after finishing her meal, Xiao Yan had no choice but to go back to prepare her lessons, and could only watch Xiaofan and Lin Xianhua leave side by side. Along the way, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. All the students couldn't understand what this super beauty saw in Xiaofan. Why would you be interested in a mere 4th-level martial apprentice? Lin Xianhua couldn't help but ask, "You're so strong, aren't you angry that others are mocking you like this?" Xiaofan replied calmly, "It's okay at first, but you get used to it later." "I don't understand. Someone like me, if I have the strength, I'll naturally show it." Lin Xianhua snorted. Xiaofan laughed and said, "So you're weak? TCH. Let's have a fight." Lin Xianhua glared angrily at Xiaofan. "My elements overlap." Xiaofan chuckled. "Forget it then." Lin Xianhu rolled her eyes. "How are you supposed to win if you just use cheats? Wait, how do you manage to balance the elements in your body?" "Fine, I won't ask about your secret." Lin Xianhu shook his head again. Soon, they returned to the classroom and walked side by side toward the last row. Xiaofan used to sit next to the trash can, but now, because of Lin Xianhua's arrival, no one dares to leave the trash can there. After the battle at noon, everyone knew that this red-haired beauty had a very bad temper and was very strong. No one could beat her. "Who dares to mess with us?" Lu Rushi glanced at the 2 of them with a sinister look and sneered inwardly. His brother told him to find a way to separate the 2 of them after school, and then secretly get rid of Xiaofan. Go all out and kill him. As the most powerful family in Greenleaf City, we have never suffered such a humiliation. We can't afford to offend Lin Xianhua. And what if Xiaofan, a good-for-nothing, disappears? At that moment, the first class of the afternoon began. Class teacher Wang Dehua walked in from outside the door with a little girl. The little girl has short, bright blue hair, big round eyes, and a shy expression on her face as she lowers her head. She's the quintessential little loli. Now, all the boys had smiles on their faces. Another transfer student has arrived, and she's a little girl. Whether I can win her over or not, she's pleasing to the eye just by looking at her. Lu Rushi was even more excited. "I can't handle Lin Xianhua, but this little loli, do you think I can't handle her?" His gaze towards Ding Dong was extremely audacious. It was filled with intense aggression. At this moment, Wang Dahua cleared her throat and said, "Today, our class 1 of Senior 3 welcomes another transfer student. Ding, please introduce yourself?" I. Xiao Dingdong was too nervous and stammered, unable to speak. Lu Rushi propped one leg up on the table and sneered, "What do you mean, you? Can't you even say a name? This is class 1 of Senior 3, a gathering place for geniuses. We don't accept disabled people." Wang Dahua said in a deep voice, "Lu, what if you scare the new classmate?" Lu Rushi grinned and said, "I'm sorry, homeroom teacher, it was my fault, I admit my mistake." After saying that, he continued to look at Xiao Dingdong with a teasing look in his eyes. But just then, snap! Everyone in the room was so frightened that they stood up, their faces filled with terror. Wang Dahua was so shocked that she couldn't help but take a step back. Suddenly, the cold-blooded Lin Xianhua appeared beside Lu Rushi and pierced through Lu Rushi's table with her terrifying long sword. Lu Rushi instantly broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as she said, Lin classmate, what are you going to do?" Lin Xian roared, "If you dare talk to Ding Dong like that again, I'll stab you in the head next time. Did you understand?" Lu Rushi was so frightened that she couldn't even sit still and fell to the ground. She quickly begged for mercy, I understand. At this moment, he was truly on the verge of tears, thinking, what does my affair with that little girl have to do with you? Do we have to be so nosy? Chapter 19 Black Tiger Gates Revenge. The warm afternoon sun shone through the glass onto Lin Xianhua. She walked over to Xiao Dingdong and said calmly, "She's my sister, Dingdong. You can call her Xiao Dingdong. From today onwards, she will sit next to me. Anyone who dares to bully her will face the consequences. Do you understand everything?" Lin Xianhua has now indirectly killed someone, and his aura is terrifying to these students. Lu Rushi trembled, thinking, how could such a thing be? Is she your sister? Another one we can't mess with. He was truly wronged. The most prestigious family in Greenleaf City couldn't even get a girlfriend. One beautiful woman after another came his way, but none of them were women he could afford to offend. On the side, the homeroom teacher wanted to say something, that this wasn't a good thing, but didn't dare to. This student, Lin, not only has a fiery temper, but is also incredibly strong. The background is even more enormous. Finally, Xiao Dingdong chose the last row and sat next to Xiao Fan. Everyone else has 2 seats in a row, but they have 3, and nobody dares to say anything. Everyone looked at Xiao Fan, their eyes almost brimming with tears of envy. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Why is he allowed to sit between 2 beautiful women? What exactly makes him so special? Does he really have some unique talent? At this moment, Xiao Dingdong frowned and asked, Brother Xiao Fan, do people at school often bully you? Bullying me? Xiao Fan was taken aback, then chuckled and said, No, that's not true. Really? Little Dingdong pouted and said, It's okay, Sister Xiao Yin told me that I'm very powerful and I can become stronger soon. I'll protect Brother Xiao Fan at school then, hee hee. Xiao Fan was speechless. He suddenly turned to look at Lin Xianhua and thought to himself that he had really become a kept man this time. Why do all the girls want to protect me? It's true, the higher you climb, the colder it gets. Class time was really boring. Xiao Fan rested his chin on his hand and listened to the teacher talking about things that he already knew by heart. To be honest, Xiao Fan sometimes felt that he would rather teach the class himself. Looking at Lin Xianhua, he was already fast asleep and seemed about to start snoring again. It looked like he hadn't slept enough last night. Xiao Fan patted Lin Xianhua on the head. Awakened from her sweet dream, Lin Xianhua looked up with resentment in her eyes and said, What? Are you trying to harass me? I'm telling you, don't even think about taking advantage of me. Who wants to take advantage of you? Xiao Fan pouted and said, I just saw you were practically snoring, you know that? Just bear with it, get out of class will be over soon, then I can go home and sleep. Hearing the words, go home to sleep, Lin Xianhua became a little shy and asked, Go to your house? No. Xiao Fan shook his head. I'll go. Lin Xianhua said softly, pouting her little lips, looking incredibly cute. Xiao Fan couldn't refuse, so he started setting up the stall directly. Okay, come on over. Let's see what you can do to my house. Soon, Xiao Fan counted the stopwatch, grinned, got up and went out, somewhat excited. Because now we can go to Lu Tianguan to get the cultivation technique. Lin Xianhua yawned and pouted, go home and sleep. The 3 of them went downstairs, with Lin Xianhua and Xiao Dingdong walking on the left and the other on the right, respectively. The students around who witnessed this scene were all filled with disbelief. Is this some kind of ghost? Another beautiful woman has appeared. Wow, Xiaofan is so lucky. He has mature women, cute girls, and rebellious girls all in one place. He's a true winner in life. But Xiaofan only had eyes for those two cultivation manuals. But then, Lu Rushi walked over. Are you asking for a beating? Lin Xianhua sneered. Lu Rushi smiled awkwardly, raised her hands, and said, No, my brother said that if we want the cultivation technique, we have to go back to our Lu family to get it. Hearing this, Lin Xianhua narrowed his eyes slightly and said, No, you have to take it out. There's nothing we can do about it. Lu Rushi said helplessly. Just like the school's library, our family's library is also protected by restrictions, so we can't take the books out. In the past, Lin Xianhua would have gone directly with Xiaofan. But I instinctively learned a lot from spending these 2 days with Xiaofan. She sensed something was wrong. She said calmly, Whatever. If you don't want to take it out, then don't. But I'll tell the whole school that you broke your promise. By the way, your brother is from the Gara Academy, right? I have plenty of ways to make it impossible for your brother to stay at Gara Academy. Do what you think is best. Xiaofan, let's go. After saying that, she naturally took Xiaofan's hand and left. Not bad, you've grown a bit, Xiaofan praised. Why does it sound like you're mocking me? Lin Xianhua snorted lightly, his words carrying a hint of pride. Behind her, Lu Rushi looked distressed, as if she had swallowed a fly, and was very agitated. He made a phone call to Lu Tianguang. Brother, they're not falling for it at all. They're refusing to go and even said they'd ruin your reputation if you didn't bring it over. Upon hearing this news, Lu Tianguang was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He just couldn't understand it. Was it a ghost? Lin Xianhua is clearly a big shot, so why would he favor a piece of trash like Xiaofan? You can come along first. Lu Tianguang hung up the phone. Lu Rushi followed the three of them. At this moment, the three of them had arrived at the school gate, only to find that Xiao Yan had been waiting for them for a long time. The four of them walking together attracted everyone's attention. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. What was originally a stunningly beautiful scene has somehow been interrupted by this strange thing. Holy crap! Suddenly, a rude and angry shout rang out. Xiaofan frowned. Across the street stood a group of gangsters dressed in black suits. And the person in charge was none other than Huang Qianfeng. At this moment, his hands were bandaged, and his face was filled with coldness as he looked at Xiaofan. It's you, right? You're the one who chopped off my hand last night, right? Huang Qianfeng's anger level is at its maximum. He lost his own hand, many of his brothers fell, his black market business suddenly decreased, and even his boss, the black butcher, died. His father told him not to cause trouble, saying that the other party had a powerful background. But having been pampered since childhood, how could he swallow this insult? Uncle Pang who couldn't swallow it either. How powerful can someone be, no matter how influential? How many big shots have we, the Black Tiger Gate, killed over the years? They were the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes when the city lord's mansion changed hands 10 years ago. What's there to be afraid of? So, the first thing he did after waking up was to look for the woman who had attacked him. We searched the entire city, but to our surprise, the results came without any effort at all. The video of Lin Xianhua's fight with Lu Tianguang has been leaked, and Huang Qianfeng is 100% certain that Lin Xianhua is the one who attacked him last night. At this moment, the blue-haired little girl was also there, so there was no doubt about it. When enemies meet, their eyes are filled with intense hatred. Huang Qianfeng's eyes turned cold as he led his men and Uncle Panghu to follow them. Don't cause trouble at the school gate, or you'll just start fighting the moment you turn the corner. Damn it! You dared to cut off my hand? Today I'll make sure you all die right here. At this moment, Huang Qianfeng received another call from Uncle Panghu. Be careful. That woman is weak, but the man next to her is a monster, the kind who doesn't care about his life. And he's the one who killed the black butcher. Huang Qianfeng's gaze fell on Xiaofan, his expression strange. He learned from the video that the man's name was Xiaofan, a good-for-nothing with only the 4th level of martial apprentice and a 1-star talent. Was he the one who committed murder last night? How is that possible? Suddenly, Huang Qianfeng's eyebrows twitched, and he shouted, Xiaofan. Xiaofan didn't even turn his head, and said indifferently, let's go, ignore them. Xiao Yan's face turned even colder. She picked up her phone and dialed Huang Meng's number. That's really unethical of you. As a result, the phone call couldn't get through at all. Little did they know that last night's events had caused a huge uproar throughout the entire Black Tiger Gate. Given their nature, they would definitely seek revenge. So why did the sect leader say not to cause trouble this time? More than 90% of the disciples believe that the sect leader is too old and cowardly and should step down. It would be better to let the young sect leader take over. Therefore, Huang Meng is now being suppressed by the disciples of the sect. In their eyes, there is only one thing: blood for blood. Otherwise, how will I survive in the future? What should we do? We can't get through on the phone. Xiao Yin frowned and said, "Should I call the police?" It's too late. Xiao Fan turned his head slightly. The crowd had already rushed over. He said in a deep voice, "You two hold them off, I'll take Xiaodingdong and run first, then I'll call the police for you." Xiao Yan and Lin Xianhu both nodded, without any objection. But the onlookers were completely dumbfounded. A man actually ran away first? He simply abandoned the two stunning beauties and ran away? Chapter 20: Miscalculation. Pang Hu possesses mythical level defensive martial arts. Xiao Fan ignored the disapproving looks from those around him and quickly turned into the street corner with Xiaodingdong. "Pick up your phone and dial the police station." Beep beep beep. Busy. He frowned slightly. If he wasn't mistaken, it must have been the bystanders who called the police. But now, he is worried about something else. As far as he knew, the Public Security Bureau was under the control of the City Lord's Mansion, and the City Lord's Mansion had been inextricably linked with the Black Tiger Gate over the years. However, with Lin Xianhua's strength growing stronger with each battle, he should be able to hold on. At this moment, Xiaodingdong tugged at Xiao Fan's sleeve and said nervously, "Brother Xiao Fan, are we just going to leave Sister Xianhua and Sister Xiaoyan like this?" Xiao Fan shook his head and said indifferently, "I was the one who killed Black Butcher yesterday. The Black Tiger sect knows me, so their top combatants 1T go after Xianhua and Xiaoyan. They'll come and kill me. Look at that floor-to-ceiling window." Xiaodingdong glanced over, her big eyes trembling slightly. She saw a man in black following closely behind them, like an assassin from a movie. "Don't worry, everything is under control." Xiao Fan pulled Xiaodingdong and came to a small manhole cover. "When in doubt, go down the drain. It will smell terrible, just bear with it," Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Xiaodingdong nodded quickly, clenched her fist, and said, "I definitely won't hold Brother Xiao Fan back." Without any hesitation, the two jumped into the sewer. Pang Hu panicked. That bastard running into the sewers again? Blanche! Chase after him. This time, we absolutely cannot let him get away. Pang Hu picked up his phone and said urgently, "Notify all the brothers, that guy ran into the sewers. Go and stop him." After saying that, he jumped in as well. This time, Pang Hu sent more than 50 of his brothers, including himself, to besiege Xiao Fan. The red-haired girl wasn't there, so the two of them couldn't overlap their elements. They had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him immediately. Lu Rushi, who was following behind, also saw all of this, and at this moment she felt inexplicably panicked. As the eldest son of the Lu family, he must have met with the Black Tiger sect and knew the person who was with Xiao Fan. Pang Hu, one of the top combatants in Greenleaf City. If it weren't for his limited talent, he would have already become a grandmaster by now. When they fight, they're fearless and incredibly fierce. What is he doing following Xiao Fan? Assassinate Xiao Fan? Never mind, I'll call my brother first. Soon, Lu Tianguang received the news. Lying at home, Lu Tianguang's expression changed slightly, and he was also somewhat confused. He didn't know what to do for a moment, so he went straight to his father. "Father, what should I do? Should I go directly there? Or should I wait and see?" Lu Tianguang asked cautiously. After pondering for a moment, the family head Lu Yang said, "If you want to kill Xiao Fan, then come alone. Anyway, we know the Black Tiger sect, so they won't lay a hand on you." Good father. Lu Tianguang left the Lu family and entered the sewers to join the team that was besieging Xiao Fan. The sewer was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Little Ding Dong was terrified of the dark, but when she held Xiao Fan's hand, she was no longer afraid. "Brother Xiao Fan, can you see the road in the dark?" "Shoo." Xiao Fan gestured for Xiaodingdong to be quiet and then explained softly, "I can't see clearly, I'm just more familiar with it." At this moment, he suddenly stopped, closed his eyes, and entered a thinking mode. Run? Or should we fight back? In the end, Xiao Fan chose the latter. Running away is pointless. He will still be hunted down by this underworld force afterward. In fact, if they are smart enough, they will expose his true identity, leading to endless trouble. Xiaofan clenched his fists slightly, feeling a bit of a headache. He discovered that since getting involved with Lin Xianhua, his speed in collecting cultivation techniques had increased, but he was constantly on the verge of being exposed. Damn it! Today, I will wreak havoc on all sides. Erase the entire Black Tiger clan from Greenleaf City. He took a deep breath, touched the surrounding buildings to confirm his location, and then continued walking forward with Xiao Dingdong in his hand. Sudden. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from around the corner, and Xiaofan's expression changed slightly. He turned and entered another passage. The ears that can hear is now open. Now, he could hear every footstep and voice within a radius of more than 200 meters clearly. The sound of footsteps. Xiaofan's eyes hardened. The Black Tiger sect is truly insane. Sending so many people to kill me? Then I'll kill your leader first. At the corner ahead, Pang Hu was walking towards them. He was powerful and his steps were the most steady. Xiaofan, who had been through countless battles, recognized him immediately. Sure enough, the next second, the bright beam of the flashlight struck. Xiaofan said in a serious, low voice, "Ding dong, after I give you a look, just run back. You don't need to hide your footsteps." Little Ding Dong nodded nervously. Then, Xiaofan leaped up and, like a spider, attached himself to the ceiling of the sewer, activating his turtle breathing technique to make his breathing disappear. Then, he took out the Black Butcher's 4th-tier weapon, put on the Golden Horn Knuckle Duster, and began to use one amplification martial art after another. The footsteps grew closer, but Xiaofan's mind became increasingly calm. As the most powerful hunter in the entire Greenleaf City, this time, he planned to hunt down a strongman whose cultivation level was far higher than his own. Bloodstains were visible on the Golden Knuckle Duster. At that moment, a strong light approached, and the cold, metallic texture flashed across the knuckle duster. Xiaofan suddenly looked at Xiao Dingdong and gave her a meaningful look. Without hesitation, Dingdong turned and ran. The faint footsteps instantly caught Pang Hu's attention. He roared, "Over there! Chase them!" As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of running footsteps rang out, and Xiaofan instantly confirmed that there were 2 other people beside Pang Hu. 1 kill against 3. That's incredibly difficult, but hesitation will lead to defeat. His pupils were unblinking, like a venomous snake scanning its prey. At this moment, 3 figures appeared, completely unaware of Xiaofan lying above them, their eyes only on the blue-haired little girl at the end of the bright light. Pang Hu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he roared, "Wait!" He was a veteran of countless battles and knew very well what kind of enemy Xiaofan was, yet now, he was not by the little girl's side. What does this tell us? It's a trap. Xiaofan on the ceiling had already set off, unleashing his maximum speed and power, and the sound of wind and thunder suddenly rang out. He took long, deep breaths, his attention completely focused on the back of Pang Hu's head, and then, like a cheetah, he leaped out. Boom! The powerful force of his legs kicked a hole in the ceiling, and the violent reaction force made Xiaofan even faster. His eyes flashed with ferocity, and this attack was delivered without any restraint. In just a moment, the Golden Horn Knuckle Duster, carrying a fierce force, smashed into the back of Pang Hu's head. Puff! The Knuckle Duster pierced through the skin of Pang Hu's head, and a faint trickle of blood oozed out. Xiaofan's pupils suddenly contracted. Something's not right. How is that possible? With my strength of over 2,000 kilograms, I should have been able to blow this guy's head off. It turns out it only pierced the surface of the skin and caused bleeding. Oops. In Xiaofan's mind, the scene of killing Black Butcher flashed by. Back then, even with the force of the spiked club, he couldn't smash Black Butcher's forehead. He realized that there was an extremely powerful defensive martial art within the Black Tiger sect. What a miscalculation. What to do? Pang Hu and his 2 companions had already reacted. They turned around abruptly, their faces filled with ferocity, and roared, "Kill!" But Xiaofan was even more ruthless. He had no intention of letting go, because his fighting instincts told him that piercing through Pang Hu's skull was his only chance of victory. I must use even greater force to pierce his neck, otherwise, I might not have another chance to hurt him, and I would also have a very high chance of losing my life here. Ah! Xiaofan roared, his muscles bulging as he used his powerful arm strength to push the knuckle duster forward. Pang Hu's eyes suddenly contracted, and his unease reached its peak. Their trump card, the Divine Ape Golden Body, was incomplete and could only be effective on the surface of the skin. If Xiao Fan were to push further forward and enter the flesh and blood tissue, it would be all over. Chop him down. Pang Hu roared, his movements continuing unabated. In just 2 seconds, the snow-white blades of Pang Hu's two brothers had already landed on Xiao Fan's shoulder blades, one on the left and one on the right. However, the two were too weak, and the knife only penetrated the skin, unable to reach the bone. But Pang Hu is different. His iron fist pierced straight through Xiao Fan's abdomen. Blood was flowing freely. Chapter 21 Xiao Fan dies, unleashing a bloodbath. In the pitch black, dimly lit sewers. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood rose from the foul-smelling air. Despite the pain from his 3 serious injuries, Xiao Fan unleashed his power once again. His pupils were already bloodshot, and his arm was frantically thrusting forward, just an inch away from beheading Pang Hu. Pang Hu also used his hand to form a palm, intending to crush Xiao Fan's heart directly. Both of them are madmen. Neither of them was afraid of death. It all comes down to who can act faster. Ah! The two roared in unison. At last. Puff! A spray of blood erupted, and a head flew off, finally landing in the sewer ditch and being quickly swept away by the rushing water. Pang Hu's 2 henchmen continued to exert their strength, their faces filled with madness, determined to avenge their boss. Xiao Fan was already seriously injured and on the verge of unconsciousness. If his boss died today, he must die too. But just a glance was enough to make them both freeze in shock. At this moment, Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with blood, and his terrifying face resembled that of an ancient ferocious beast. Coupled with the dense killing intent emanating from his body, he inspired fear in all who beheld him. With difficulty, Xiao Fan raised his hand and punched each of the 2 henchmen, smashing their heads in 2. At last. Bang! Bang! 2 members of the Black Tiger clan fell to the ground. Then. Bang! Xiao Fan also fell backward, lying beside the ditch, his eyelids drooping as if he would faint on the spot at any moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a super powerful enemy who was above his level. You are rewarded with a 4th level martial art of your choice. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully killing a powerful enemy beyond your level. Your iron arm cultivation progress has reached perfection, and your wind and thunder technique cultivation progress has reached perfection. This is the best reward Xiao Fan has received in recent years of 4th tier self-selected martial art. Just thinking about it is exciting. Unfortunately, he's about to die. With such a huge hole pierced through his abdomen and a piece of his heart crushed, he couldn't have survived. Dog King should have been more cautious. If he hadn't recognized Lin Xianhua back then and hadn't helped Xiao Dingdong, would all of this have happened today? As the old saying goes, good people don't live long. Blood gushed wildly from Xiao Fan's body, the hot blood soaking his tattered school uniform. Out of the corner of Xiao Fan's eye, he saw the cuffs of his school uniform. He suddenly paused, something was wrong. My trouser legs are always filthy, and even after the washing machine spins them 4 or 5 times, they're still not clean. How come they're so white today? Is that Ding Dong? That's great. His consciousness faded rapidly, and finally, his eyes closed, and he felt his body lose all weight. The last image that came to mind was the red-haired delinquent girl on the playground, shouting that she would help him get revenge. There's also Xiao Yan, who always stands in front of me like an older sister, protecting me, and Xiao Dingdong, who carries a hot breakfast with a cute smile on her face. Xiao Yan and Lin Xianhua are both important figures. They will definitely be able to protect Xiao Dingdong. Their future must be very exciting, right? Without me, there must be some regrets, right? Goodbye everyone. Life is too short, and there are still so many regrets. Thank you for helping me make up for some of them. But in an instant, a surging green light appeared deep within his consciousness, containing terrifying vitality, and enveloped everything around him. I'm not dead? Xiao Fan murmured to himself. He discovered that his consciousness was gradually returning. Is it a cheat code for the system? No. No. He heard it. That innocent yet heart-wrenching scream. Don't die. Don't die. Brother Xiao Fan, wake up, wake up. You promised to go to the ends of the earth with me. I had only just begun to work hard to become stronger. Why did you leave? Sister Xiaoyan said my talent is to give birth to all things, which represents life. So I can definitely save you. Activate it. Where is my talent? Turn it on for me. At that moment, all the Black Tiger sect disciples in the sewers, including Lu Tianguan, heard this painful roar. They immediately ran towards the direction from which the sound came. But suddenly, A blazing green light swept in, engulfing the entire sewer. A tender green blade of grass broke through the murky and dirty ground and grew wildly. And this is just the beginning. On the street bathed in daylight, passers-by were startled by the green light rushing out of the sewer, but then, instinctively, they wanted to approach and touch the green light. It seems that I was born to embrace this power. Lin Xianhua, who was wielding a 7-meter-long flaming broadsword, was already covered in wounds. She fought and retreated with Xiao Yan, her face full of fighting spirit. But the sudden burst of green light brought the battlefield to a standstill, leaving everyone filled with astonishment and confusion. What is that? But a look of fear appeared on Xiao Yan's face. No. No, no, no. What's wrong? Lin Xianhua's heart skipped a beat for no reason. She had never seen Xiao Yan so flustered, nor had she imagined that she would show such an expression. She was very uneasy. Xiao Yan murmured, "Little Ding Dong's talent has gone berserk." What talent? Lin Xianhua frowned. She knew very well that this was not a good thing, but a bad thing, a terrible thing. Xiao Dingdong doesn't even have a cultivation level, she's just an ordinary person. If her talent were too strong, her physical body would absolutely not be able to withstand that kind of power. The result was, they melted away on the spot. All things come into being. Xiao Yan murmured absent-mindedly. Without hesitation, she immediately reached into her pocket, ready to call her father. Upon hearing the words "all things live," Lin Xianhua, who was standing to the side, completely lost control of his expression. It's over. How could little Ding Dong possibly withstand the rampage of all life? But just then, the green light suddenly disappeared, so abruptly that both women were startled. Really? He's already dead? But the next second. Bang! Suddenly, the manhole cover next to them exploded and shot straight into the sky, from which a person wearing a dark yellow jumpsuit and a Dog King mask leaped out. He was holding the unconscious Ding Dong in his arms. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly, and for a moment she was not quite sure what was going on. But Lin Xianhua, who was standing to the side, realized what was happening. She roared, "Elemental absorption! Xiao Fan has gone mad. He absorbed all of Ding Dong's rampaging power into his own body, now it's his turn to die." Sudden. Bang! The Dog King sprang out, its speed 3 times faster than in its prime. The next second, he stopped directly in front of Lin Xianhua and Xiao Yan, and said hoarsely, "Keep an eye on Xiao Dingdong, I'm going to unleash the power within me. Don't worry, it's very safe, there's no danger at all." Xiao Fan's voice seemed calm and steady, but Lin Xianhua could clearly hear that it was very different from before. At this moment, Xiao Fan seemed to be in a state of extreme rage. Lin Xianhua suddenly pointed a finger at Xiao Fan and said, "You are not allowed to die. Don't worry." Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the dozens of Black Tiger sect members who were about to kill someone. Huang Qianfeng felt a sudden chill run down his spine and took a step back, saying, "You're the Dog King? Xiao Fan, you're the Dog King. What are you going to do? If you dare to touch me, I'll expose this news." At this moment, the aura emanating from Xiao Fan's body was terrifying, surging like a monster, causing everyone in the entire block to tremble in fear. At this moment, the police officers saw this scene and their expressions changed slightly. They quickly said, "Quickly, send someone to help Huang Qianfeng. If he dies, we'll be in big trouble." But the next second, one of his men trembled with terror and said, "He's already dead." The police chief suddenly turned his head and saw that Dog King seemed to have gone mad, transforming into a crazed killer with seemingly inexhaustible green power on his body. One slap and a person's head exploded. The scene made the students watching from afar vomit. Bang 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 bang. Xiao Fan didn't waste a single word, he was either killing people or on his way to killing them. The green light radiated everywhere, and wherever it swept across, blood splattered everywhere. On this day, the entire Greenleaf City went mad, and everyone hid in their homes in utter panic. This was a massacre in the street. Dog King was put on the front page of the wanted list that very night and was classified as a terrorist. The evening sun shone on the long street outside Greenleaf High School, adding a touch of horror to the blood-soaked land. In just 10 minutes, all those who were chasing Lin Xianhua and Xiao Yan were killed, but Xiao Fan did not return. Instead, he turned and disappeared into the sewers. This massacre has only just begun. Tonight, Xiao Fan will make sure that everyone in the Black Tiger sect dies. Chapter 22, Not a Single One Left Behind, a Massacre. Xiao Dingdong was in extremely poor condition, so Xiao Fan first sent her to Xiao Yan, believing that there should be a way to help her. At this moment, Xiao Fan returned to the sewer, and the elemental power within his body surged wildly, impacting his internal organs. Fortunately, the power of the rampage was quite unique. It not only had destructive power but also a strong regenerative ability. Therefore, his physical body is currently in a state of constant decay and recovery, and there is no immediate danger to his life. This state was extremely painful, as if he could die at any moment, but he accepted it all. Only in this way could he avoid feeling so guilty. He couldn't help but think that Xiao Dingdong was probably in even more pain than him at that moment. The reason all of this happened was because of his arrogance. He thought he was strong enough that crossing an entire major realm wouldn't be a problem. And what was the result? She killed herself and almost killed Xiao Dingdong. Damn Black Tiger sect, I will not let any of you go today. Boom! Xiao Fan leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of green light at incredible speed. This state made him feel as if he had stepped into the realm of a minor grandmaster, and all his martial arts skills had been enhanced to a certain extent. The effect of hearing the wind was twice as strong as before, and soon the voices of the Black Tiger clan members could be heard. Upon arriving, without hesitation, he unleashed a punch that instantly turned the target into a bloody mist. This was a one-sided massacre, and Xiao Fan showed no mercy whatsoever. Suddenly, he encountered Lu Tianguang at a corner. Their eyes met, and Lu Tianguang's pupils suddenly contracted. Dog King? No, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan is the king of dogs. He regretted it as soon as he said it. Revealing the other party's biggest secret would give them a reason to kill him. The person before me was in an extremely violent state. His dark yellow bodysuit was stained red with blood, making him look like a murderous maniac. He had no doubt that the other party would dare to kill him. Lu Tianguang was terrified and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy, crying, I shouldn't have provoked you. Xiao Fan, I was wrong. Spare my life, and you can have as much martial arts as you want. I swear, I will never tell anyone your secret. I swear to God. Don't come any closer. Xiao Fan remained expressionless, ignoring Lu Tianguang's pleas for mercy. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and smashed Lu Tianguang's head with a single punch. In his current state, his strength has reached a terrifying 5,000 kilograms, making him absolutely the strongest in the entire Greenleaf City. After dealing with the sewers, he headed straight for the Black Tiger Gate's headquarters. It was a tall building, more than 30 stories high, with a golden exterior that exuded luxury. But soon, the gold turned blood red, and unrelated people in the building ran out frantically because a madman was killing people. Blood soaked the building steps as Xiao Fan fought his way up to the top floor. His terrifying fighting spirit was almost instinctive, and his powerful energy seemed tireless. He was like an invincible monster. Just his presence alone was terrifying and made people tremble. Xiao Fan felt no guilt whatsoever. The Black Tiger sect was a criminal organization. How many of its disciples were good people? Which one didn't have blood on their hands? He even felt that he was ridding the people of a scourge. Police officers arrived quickly and surrounded the building, carrying energy guns, but their arms were trembling slightly. Because through the huge glass window, they could vaguely see the figure of the murderous maniac inside. The leaders struggled to pick up the megaphone, intending to shout as usual to force the people inside to surrender. But judging from this, it seems impossible. Moreover, he was afraid that if he shouted, he would attract people's attention and they would beat him to death. The security vehicle emitted a beep 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 sound, and blood dripped continuously from the edge of the high-rise building. The entire venue was filled with screams of panic and desperate cries for help. Finally, Xiao Fan reached the top floor. His steps suddenly became somewhat difficult because he had almost exhausted all the rampaging would attribute primal force. But there's one most important person we haven't killed. Sect leader Huang Meng. At this moment, Huang Meng was sitting quietly in his wheelchair, looking at the blood-red sunset outside the window. He knew that Xiao Fan had entered his room, but he did not make any move. Xiao Fan frowned, thinking, is he already dead? Suddenly, Huang Meng turned around, pushing his wheelchair, revealing a face covered in scars. He looked calmly at Xiao Fan, then suddenly sneered and said, life is unpredictable, isn't it? Xiao Fan was also somewhat taken aback. Huang Meng was perfectly fine last night, so why has he turned out like this today? Huang Meng said hoarsely, I thought I could completely trust everyone around me, but who would have thought that the first person to betray me would be Pang Hu? His ambitions are too great. Xiao Fan frowned, too lazy to listen to the other party's story, and said indifferently, where is that cultivation manual? Hand it over, or I'll make you wish you were dead. He was referring to the book that Black Butcher and Pang Hu were practicing. Huang Meng chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, that's exactly what I was talking about. Sit down and listen. You're going to die anyway. The stories buried in your heart are hard to keep to yourself. Xiao Fan remained standing, but did not make a move. Huang Meng sighed and said, I really didn't expect that you could kill Pang Hu. The martial art he practiced was called Divine Ape Golden Body. Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he said, I've heard of it, it seems to be a mythical level martial art. Impossible. Pang Hu's cultivation level is so low, how could he learn the Divine Ape Golden Body? Huang Meng sneered, if it were a truly complete mythical level martial art, you would have absolutely no chance of harming a single hair on Pang Hu's head. The reason he is able to cultivate is very simple. I only have one move left. One move. Are you curious as to why I possess mythical level martial arts techniques? The Divine Ape Golden Body is a martial art practiced by Zhang Tiandi, the 7th founding general. However, as is well known, the Zhang family declined and was destroyed about 50 years ago. No one knows the specific reason, but my father was a steward in the Zhang family. During that chaotic battle, he was extremely lucky and found a fragment of the first move. Then he fled to Greenleaf City and went into hiding. Finally, the Black Tiger sect was founded. As a result, yesterday, Pang Hu took advantage of the Black Butcher's death to try to usurp the throne and completely seize the Divine Ape Golden Body. In the end, not only did we fail, but my Black Tiger sect was actually wiped out by a mere brat like you. Truly, life is unpredictable. At this moment, Huang Meng paused, then laughed nonchalantly and said, the affairs of the martial world should be settled within the martial world. If you go down the dark path, you should be prepared to die a violent death. After he finished speaking, his storage ring flashed, and a golden martial arts manual floated out. Immediately afterward, Huang Meng pushed his wheelchair forward and cursed, I would never die at the hands of a mere brat. The wheelchair fell from a height of more than 30 stories. Before Huang Meng died, his eyes were full of resentment, but what could he do? The outcome is already decided. Bang! He crashed to the ground and instantly shattered into pieces. The scene was incredibly horrific and bloody. Xiao Fan stepped forward, took the first form of the Divine Ape Golden Body, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Successfully recorded the first form of the Divine Ape Golden Body. Current cultivation progress, 1%. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Fan was suddenly startled, his heart filled with regret. Killing a powerful enemy beyond one's level allowed him to choose his own martial arts. Forget it, Huang Meng was a decent man. He had already chosen suicide, and you went and stabbed him in the back. That's really inconsiderate. Matters of the martial world should be left to the martial world. Xiao Fan looked up at the full moon that was already high in the sky, stood in the building covered in blood, looked up at the dim night sky, and finally jumped out. He began to run frantically through this all too familiar city, and it was only a matter of time before he shook off the police car behind him. As he ran, he opened the system and glanced at the 3 4th-tier self-selected martial arts manuals. After seeing the effects of the 3 martial arts manuals, Xiao Fan did not hesitate and directly chose the middle one. 4th-tier martial art Sacred Flame Token. There are 3 moves in total, Fire Dragon Token, Fire Will Token, and Earth Fire Token. Of these 3 martial arts manuals, one of them is even a 4th-tier speed boosting manual. But it's useless. The system task requires manuals of 3rd tier or lower. With the fire attribute power of the Sacred Flame Token, he will be able to create elemental overlap on his own. He will no longer be so helpless when encountering danger. Finally, after escaping the police car, he lay down in a dark corner and used medicine from his storage ring to treat his wounds. Then, call Xiao Yan. Chapter 23 Shocking Ant, 2 little girls have fallen for the same man? At night, a purple aurora streaked across the sky above Greenleaf City. Call out. A graceful figure suddenly landed and stood in front of Xiao Yan. The woman had deep-set eyes and a pale complexion, and looking at her always gave one the feeling of seeing a purple galaxy. Purple Star Saint, He Yao. Xiao Yan looked at He Yao anxiously and said, Sister Yao. You're finally here. Quickly, the person is inside. Xiao Yan led He Yao toward Xiao Dingdong's ice bed. Stepping into the room, He Yao frowned and said, This is a man's room. Does your father know about this? Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she shook her head, saying, Sister Yao, you're overthinking it. He Yao glanced at Xiao Yan's micro-expression without making a sound, and sighed silently. As she stepped into the ward, she immediately saw Lin Xianhua sitting beside her, her eyes filled with heartache. He Yao raised an eyebrow and asked, Is Miss Lin also in Greenleaf City? Lin Xianhua quickly stood up and said with a smile, Greetings, Purple Star Saint. He Yao then asked, your father doesn't know you're here, does he? Please, Lord Purple Star Saint, don't tell my father. Lin Xianhua pleaded. He Yao shook her head and said, your fight was filmed, so it's hard for your father not to know you're here. Ah. Let me see her first. What an adorable little girl. Is her name Xiao Dingdong? He Yao looked at Xiao Dingdong with tenderness in her eyes. She gently placed a finger on Xiao Dingdong's forehead, and a gentle force flowed into it. In an instant, dense, pale purple light shimmered on the snow-white bed, a soft and beautiful glow. Xiao Yan and Lin Xianhua were both extremely nervous. After a long while, He Yao opened her beautiful eyes and said in a deep voice, I have sealed off all the energy in her body. I need to take her back now, otherwise even if her life is not in danger, we will not be able to protect the talent of all things grow. Xiao Yan, what exactly happened? Why didn't you tell your family sooner that everything was alive? And, it even caused her talent to go off the rails? If the Federation loses a myth because of this, I really don't know what to say to you. He Yao is Xiao Yan's aunt and her mother's older sister. The Xiao family's talents are all fire, which conflicts with the nature of all things. However, the mother's lineage has the wood attribute, so Xiao Yan's father directly notified He Yao to come over. At this moment, He Yao was so angry that her eyebrows trembled. She wanted to scold this ignorant niece, but she couldn't bear to. Xiao Yan also lowered her head, her face full of grievance. This woman, who was always unrestrained, was now completely punished. Suddenly, He Yao changed the subject and said, could it be because of that man? What man? Xiao Yan and Lin Xianhua both looked up, hurriedly denying it. This greatly shocked He Yao. Why are both little girls reacting so strongly? Really? Have you fallen for the same man? She said seriously, you little brats, don't mess around. I've been there, and I know very well that in a family like ours, we can't just choose any partner. This isn't good for that man either. Miss Lin, you should also be careful. If your brother finds out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Unexpectedly, the attempt to educate her failed and instead provoked Lin Xianhua's stubbornness. She asked earnestly, what if that man is the next star god? Oh? He Yao smiled and said, a small place like Greenleaf City can produce a star god? It seems that the mysterious young man is quite extraordinary. Lin Xianhua said proudly, of course. Even my brother might not be his match. These words shocked He Yao. What kind of talent does he have? Suddenly, Lin Xianhua had a brain fart and said, a one-star talent. He Yao looked completely bewildered and asked, what did you just say? One-star talent. Lin Xianhua repeated earnestly. You little girls are really crazy. He Yao shook her head, completely disregarding these words. What a joke it was to have a one-star talent. In the eyes of these great families, talents below the quasi-saint level were all trash, because they couldn't even reach the martial saint realm. One star? They are the worst of the worst, and their ultimate goal in this life is to become a grandmaster. Lin Xianhua, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Dingdong are all people who have the opportunity to become martial emperors in the future. A grandmaster and a martial emperor are worlds apart. We're not from the same world at all. She said earnestly, I can only talk about the affairs of young people, I can't really control them. But I still want to remind you not to go too far, otherwise things will get out of control and the consequences will be unimaginable. As a result, Lin Xianhua's expression remained unchanged, and he said again, Lord Purple Star Saint, if a one-star talent can defeat a mythical talent, will that one-star talent be in mortal danger? Will he be captured and used for human experimentation? He Yao narrowed her eyes slightly and said, a one-star talent winning against a mythical level? How is that possible? This although he hasn't fought against a mythical level opponent yet, he can kill me instantly. Lin Xianhua said in a deep voice. Ha? He Yao's expression changed slightly. That's a bit outrageous. She looked at Xiao Yan with a questioning gaze, because she couldn't quite believe it. But when Xiao Yan nodded, she could no longer remain calm. He Yao replied, a one-star talent defeating a god-level being. This is unprecedented. It is indeed very possible that they could be captured and used for human experiments. But if he can break through the shackles of his talent and reach a higher level, then given your father's personality, he should be very happy to let him become your family's son-in-law. These words were spoken to Lin Xianhua. Lin Xianhua pursed his lips and said, what kind of personality does my father have? How come I didn't know? He Yao stood up and said calmly, your father was in the same super god class as me. He is weird, that's the only word that comes to mind. His thought process is different from that of normal people. Now that he has settled down and started a family, he has toned it down a bit. When he was young, there was nothing your father wouldn't dare to do. Sudden. Beep beep beep. Xiao Yan's phone rang. He Yao glanced over, her eyes narrowing slightly. Note, my dear Fan. Xiao Yan quickly shrank her phone and said with an embarrassed smile, Sister Yao, aren't we leaving yet? Give me the phone, He Yao said indifferently. I'm serious, give me the phone. A faint aura of a martial saint rose up, and Xiao Yan dared not disobey, so she handed over her phone. He Yao pressed the call button, but before she could speak, a worried voice came from the other end of the line. How is Xiao Dingdong? Why aren't you saying anything? Don't scare me. Say something. I don't want to play pranks right now. Xiao Fan was getting anxious. Xiao Dingdong is not in immediate danger, He Yao said calmly. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he frowned, asking, Who are you? I am Xiao Yan's aunt, He Yao said indifferently. I heard that you, with only 1-star talent, can beat someone with god-level talent, is that right? Did Lin Xianhua tell you that? Xiao Fan sighed, feeling somewhat frustrated. He wanted to keep a low profile, so why did he keep getting tricked? How old are you this year? He Yao suddenly asked again. 18. Upon hearing this answer, He Yao's expression changed again. Greenleaf City, 18 years old, then it all makes sense. Could it be that Xiao Fan is the one who possesses that power? That's interesting. He Yao's lips curled up subtly. She suddenly said, I will take Xia Dingdong back with me. From now on, you and she will be from 2 different worlds. Don't even think about contacting Xia Dingdong anymore. Did you understand? After a long silence, Xiao Fan asked, as long as Xiao Dingdong can wake up, nothing else matters. But if he doesn't wake up, I don't care who you are, I will come after you and demand an explanation. Are you threatening me? He Yao asked in a cold voice. That's right, I'm threatening you, Xiao Fan replied calmly. Young people shouldn't be so arrogant. He Yao's tone suddenly rose. If you're not hot-blooded, are you still a young man? Xiao Fan's tone also rose. Lin Xianhua and Xiao Yan locked eyes, and both felt a chill run down their spines. Especially Lin Xianhua, she thought she was very wild and domineering. Now, Xiao Fan has finally shown what true wildness is. That's a martial saint. Just then, Xiao Dingdong suddenly woke up groggily and murmured, Xiao. Brother Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan's body trembled, and he sat up abruptly, anxiously asking, Dingdong, are you alright? How are you feeling now? I feel a little unwell, Xiao Dingdong murmured. He Yao quickly and gently said, You shouldn't talk right now, you should rest. But Xiao Dingdong shook her head and said in a weak voice, Brother Xiao Fan. I will survive, I will be alright. From now on, we'll challenge the stars and the sea together, right? Yes, of course. Xiao Fan was more serious and earnest than ever before. Xiao Dingdong smiled and said, Brother Xiao Fan, when I was wiping your clothes this morning, a special contact popped up on my phone on the table. It's an announcement for the recruitment of the Super God class. I know Brother Xiao Fan really wants to go, and Brother Xiao Fan is better than those other people. So, let's meet in the Super God class, okay? At that moment, Xiao Fan's body trembled. He was cowardly, afraid of being exposed, afraid of danger, and dared not go. But now little Ding Dong is calling him. Ding Dong, you haven't even embarked on the path of cultivation yet. The Super God class is still a long way off for you. He was interrupted halfway through his sentence by He Yao, who said indifferently, mythical level, old enough, can be admitted exceptionally. I really find it strange. Didn't you just say that a young person isn't hot-tempered? Why are you acting like a coward now? Chapter 24 Target, the Super God class. Why are you acting like a coward now? He Yao's undisguised disdain echoed in Xiao Fan's ears. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice, Since Xiao Dingdong can go to the Super God class, then I will go too. The Super God class isn't a place anyone can come to. He Yao sneered. Xiao Fan pursed his lips and said, That's enough, stop using reverse psychology. Let me guess, you're in my room now. You've discovered that this is a man's residence, and the big family shouldn't be involved with someone like me who's on the fringes. So you taught Xiao Yan a lesson. No, you should have taught Immortal Fire a lesson too. Only that simpleton Immortal Fire would dare to argue back and tell you that I'm very strong, right? Guess again, is it also this simpleton who said that I only have 1-star talent? He Yao sneered, so what if it is? Xiao Fan chuckled and said, "Nothing much, I'm just telling you that not only will I get into the super god class, I'll probably also find a chance to beat you up." "That's right, I'll beat you up. Do you know what level I'm at?" "It doesn't matter, because I'll catch up sooner or later," Xiao Fan said calmly. "That's so interesting. I'll wait for you." He Yao hung up the phone and tossed it back to Xiao Yan. Finally, she left with Xiao Dingdong in her arms, while Xiao Yan followed behind with an embarrassed smile, waving her hand and saying, "Goodbye, auntie, take care on your way." He Yao didn't stop walking. She suddenly jumped up from the ground, looking somewhat annoyed. Xiao Yan and Lin Xianhui exchanged a helpless glance. Xiao Fan had truly let loose this time. As a result, He Yao, who was flying in mid-air, suddenly chuckled softly. Her beauty was like a brilliant galaxy. The conversation she had just heard reminded her of someone. Wang Xingchen Chen Shangsheng. Star God is the title of the strongest in the current generation of the super god class. That King Star God is the strongest star god in history. He Yao was very fortunate to be in the same super god class as Chen Shangsheng. That generation was the 12th super god class, also known as the Golden Generation. Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Tianhua, was one of the most outstanding weapon refiners of his generation. Lin Xianhua's father, the demon war god Lin Wugui, was also in that generation. On the opening day of the first and second classes, I didn't pay attention to Chen Shangsheng, and only regarded him as a storyteller and a braggart. Furthermore, Chen Shangsheng was very ordinary looking. Everything about him was very ordinary. But he said that in the future he would build a great wall of steel to bring peace to the human race. He also said that he would definitely become the king of stars. Everyone thought he was out of his mind because he was so weak, ridiculously weak. He possesses the most bizarre, mythical talent miracle. It sounds powerful, but this talent is actually quite poor in terms of base speed, strength, attributes, etc., and is not much different from a regular 6-star talent. Chen Shangsheng's combat power was undoubtedly at the bottom of the super god class that year. If it weren't for the special nature of the mythical level, he wouldn't have been qualified to enter the super god class. But who could have imagined that he would grow to such a level and create a battle that is known as the first miracle in history? That year, countless geniuses emerged from the alien races. They directly declared war on the human race, wanting to have a highly anticipated battle of geniuses, also known as a battle for dignity. The stakes were high, and the hype was huge. The Golden Generation believed they could never lose, and that these mere foreigners were nothing to worry about. The rules of the Battle of Dignity are simple: there is no limit to the number of participants. It is a one-on-one competition, and the side that wins 7 matches wins the ultimate dignity. The first 10 battles were evenly matched, with 5 wins and 5 losses. But in the 6th match, the opponent sent out the greatest genius monster in the history of the alien race. Back then, the highest-ranking graduate of the super god class had only just broken through to the first level of Martial Venerable. But that first monster in the history of the alien race reached the 7th stage, the king level, at the same age. He is a whole realm higher than a Martial Venerable, equivalent to the early stage of a Martial Saint. When the black-eyed demon king, known as the son of the demon god, appeared, the human race was already in despair. How do I fight? How do you fight someone who's a whole realm higher? On the arena, the black-eyed demon king brazenly mocked the human race, calling them a despicable, weak, and utterly vulnerable race. All the prodigies were trembling with rage, their eyes filled with fierce light, but none of them dared to step onto the stage. Because that battle was one where life and death were irrelevant. If you're at the same level and can't beat someone, you still have the chance to surrender and ask your elders to come and save you. He's a whole realm higher. He probably wouldn't even have time to surrender before he'd be instantly killed. Just when the human race was in despair and preparing to give up this battle for dignity in order to save the genius's life, Chen Shangsheng appeared. He's only at the 5th level, the Grandmaster realm, yet he's fighting a king-level beast. Everyone thought Chen Shangsheng had gone mad and tried to stop him from going on stage, but to their surprise, Chen Shangsheng stepped into the battlefield without stopping at all, while munching on a beef-filled breakfast bun. It's too late, Chen Shangsheng is doomed. As expected, they were at a complete disadvantage from the start and were almost wiped out. At the time, everyone thought that the effect of this mythical talent was similar to fate, allowing one to see a glimpse of the future, which is why they were always in danger, dodging the opponent's attacks. But Chen Shangsheng, who was in the middle of the field, started bragging again, and he shouted louder and louder. Do you believe I can kill you? I do. I believe I can beat you. I'm sure this punch of mine will send your head flying. On the battlefield, Chen Shangsheng roared hoarsely, uttering words that were impossible to understand. After one exchange, people were stunned. Chen Shangsheng's fist actually sent the black-eyed demon king flying. Beasts are naturally tough and have incredible defenses, let alone those with royal blood and king-level status. To knock the black-eyed demon king away and break through his defenses, the force required would be enough to smash through a small mountain. How could Chen Changsheng possibly possess such strength? But later, people understood. So this is what miracles are all about. Chen Changsheng fought with increasing ferocity and uttered those classic words that are worthy of being included in textbooks. Compared to other races, humans are indeed very weak. Their physical bodies are easily defeated, and their innate affinity for elemental attributes is not as high as that of other races. We seem to be at a disadvantage in every way, but God has given us another kind of blessing. It's called possibility. That's called potential. It's called surpassing the limits, standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. What is a miracle? I believe, therefore it exists. My talent tells me every moment that I can do anything, as long as I believe it. At first, I was also confused and lost. How come I was getting beaten up everywhere I went with a mythical talent? But now, I've unlocked the correct way to use miracles. Put yourself in a desperate situation and you will survive. I, a grandmaster, will fight the demon king. This punch will definitely blow your head off, do you believe it? I believe it. We all believe it. In the end, we won. Chen Changsheng had all his bones shattered and spent half a year lying in a hospital bed. But when he opened his eyes, all the geniuses paid him the highest respect, and the principal of Emperor Academy personally retrieved the badge of the previous generation's King Star God and placed it in front of Chen Changsheng, who had just opened his eyes. Just now, Xiao Fan's confident, almost maniacal tone brought back memories of that year. Is it possible to enter the top class with a one-star talent? As a child, she would only laugh and shake her head, but after meeting Chen Changsheng and experiencing that battle, she understood that nothing is impossible for the human race. So when Lin Xianhua firmly stated that even her brother couldn't beat Xiao Fan, she started to look forward to it. The new Super God class, which will begin in 6 months, has an even stronger foundation than their golden generation. Before the class even starts, it has already been dubbed the Platinum Generation. He Yao wondered if the child named Xiao Fan might actually be Chen Changsheng from the Platinum Generation. She's already looking forward to the opening battle of the Super God class in 6 months. Chapter 25, Inventorying the Spoils of War. 20 Martial Arts Manuals, all set. Hey, Changsheng, I've met an interesting kid who looks a lot like you back then. Want to go check him out? Back in the capital, after settling Xiao Dingdong in, He Yao immediately called Chen Changsheng. The Federation is in the southern hemisphere, and it's nighttime there. Chen Changsheng is in the northern hemisphere, where the sunlight is blinding. He's wearing sunglasses, headphones, beach shorts, and a floral shirt. A boy who looks a lot like me back then? Tell me more. Chen Changsheng grinned. Suddenly, He Yao heard a loud bang from the other end of the phone. Boom! Immediately following was an angry roar. Chen Changsheng, you fucking went too far. Changsheng, what did you do? He Yao couldn't help but ask. Chen Changsheng said casually, it's nothing. I'll just ask Tuanhai for some food. The devouring sea demon god? He Yao was stunned. You're in the northern hemisphere now? What do you want to eat? You don't mean the caviar from the devouring sea demon god, do you? Ah, He Yao, you're really smart, Chen Changsheng said with an awkward smile. He Yao twitched the corner of her mouth. Caviar is made from fish eggs. The devouring sea demon god is an 8th-order alien beast with a huge body that is several thousand meters long and has terrifying strength. But Chen Changsheng is now actually stealing someone else's baby in the sea-devouring demon god's territory. Alright, tell me more about that boy. Chen Changsheng's voice was filled with anticipation. What? A 1-star talent? To become a star god? Greenleaf City? A god-level talent that can instantly kill? Wow! That sounds good. I'll go check it out when the time comes. In Greenleaf City. Xiao Fan dragged his tired body back to the house. As soon as they entered, they saw Lin Xianhua and Xiao Yan, who had been waiting for a long time. The two beauties quickly came up to help them. Are you all right? Do you want to take your medicine? Xiao Fan shook his head and said, it's not a big problem, I'm just tired. Let's go to the balcony and have a drink. Lin Xianhua's eyes immediately lit up with a sharp light, and he asked, want a drink? I'll go get it from the fridge. Xiao Yan, standing to the side, looked at her with suspicion and asked, you drink alcohol too? Of course. Lin Xianhua proudly raised his head. Xiao Fan waved his hand and said, her alcohol tolerance is about the same as yours. What do you mean? The two women were furious, glaring at Xiao Fan before staring at him. Xiao Fan was too exhausted to care about them, so he went to the balcony and sat on the wooden rocking chair. Humph, Xiao Fan is tired, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Lin Xianhua snorted, tossed her fiery red hair, and walked towards the refrigerator. Xiaoyan looked at him with disdain and said sarcastically, Xiao Fan, TSK, you make it sound so familiar to you. She turned and walked towards the balcony, joining Xiao Fan in bathing in the starlight. Unfortunately, there weren't many stars tonight, as they were all obscured by dark clouds. Xiao Fan was looking at his phone when a high-level alarm sounded throughout Greenleaf City. Everyone was searching for Dog King. Upon seeing the Dog King, report it, and you will be immediately rewarded with 100,000 federal credits. Furthermore, I have already informed my superiors, ordering them to immediately send men here to hunt down the Dog King. Xiao Fan sighed and said, the alias Dog King will disappear tonight. So you're not going to the Beast Mountain anymore? Xiao Yan asked, frowning. I'm not going. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, I've already robbed the entire Black Tiger sect of their money. It's more than enough to last the next 6 months. The question now is, how do I register for the Super God class? Wow, you've really made up your mind. Lin Xianhua walked over carrying 2 cases of beer, his eyes full of smiles. Xiao Fan glanced at her and said, 2 cases, we can't finish them all. We can finish it. Lin Xianhua and Xiao Yan both said in unison, their faces full of excitement. Xiao Fan sighed and said, whatever you say. How can I enroll in the Super God class? A 1-star talent, you can't claim it, right? Don't worry about that. Lin Xianhua waved his hand and said, I'll just call my dad and get him a letter of recommendation. I can do it too. Xiao Yan puffed out her chest, looking proud. Thank you very much. Xiao Fan nodded gently. After saying that, he skillfully flicked open the beer bottle cap with his thumb, took a swig, and sighed, little Ding Dong is gone just like that. Your aunt was a good person, wasn't she? Xiao Yan rolled her eyes and said, you can rest assured about that. My mother's lineage cultivates the most orthodox wood element. Little Ding Dong's myriad things will be developed to the greatest extent over there. By the way, many people saw the Black Tiger gang chasing after you. When the higher-ups come, they'll definitely investigate you. Xiao Fan suddenly chuckled and said, Dog King is an 18-year-old male high school student. Who would believe that if you told them? Don't worry, those people are all idiots. They can be fooled with a few lies. Xiao Yan picked up her phone again and said casually, Fan, since you're going to the Super God class anyway, you don't need to go to school here anymore, right? That seems to be the case, Xiao Fan replied. Xiao Yan continued, by the way, there's a literary examination in a week. If you get first place, you can go to the scripture pavilion and choose a martial arts manual. It seems there will be another martial arts exam later, with the same reward. Shall we go? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow slightly and said, of course I'll go. If I can get 2 martial arts manuals at once, and both of them are amplification type, wouldn't that be like ascending to heaven? Then, Xiao Fan began to take stock of today's spoils. He was too lazy to look at the gold and silver treasures. He scanned one item after another in his storage ring. There were so many core disciples and martial artists in the Black Tiger sect. Maybe there were some amplification type martial arts techniques among them? The feeling was just like opening a blind box. Xiao Fan was both excited and incredibly nervous. 1, none 2, none 3, none. Just as Xiao Fan had given up on this unrealistic idea. Suddenly, in the 78th storage ring, Xiao Fan opened a second-tier amplification martial art, Mighty Arm, which increases strength. Is there really such a good thing? I managed to get the amplification system that I couldn't get no matter what I tried, and now I've found it? What incredible luck today! Host has successfully registered the Mighty Arm. Current cultivation progress is 1%. Then, Xiao Fan continued his search, full of anticipation. The 6th ring from the end, the 5th ring from the end. It turns out, the 3rd to last ring yielded a second-tier amplification skill book, Spinning Leg, which increases speed. Xiao Fan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Once you finish mastering this Spinning Leg and that Mighty Arm manuals, you'll only be 1 manual away from completing the 20 manuals required by the system, right? I can't believe it. I worked so hard for 10 years to get 15 books, but I've already gotten so many in just a few days since I met Lin Xianhua. Xiao Fan suddenly became superstitious. The way he looked at Lin Xianhua changed. Lin Xianhua was taken aback, a little embarrassed, and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? You're my lucky star. I just found some good stuff in those storage rings again," Xiao Fan said with a smile. That's really nice," Lin Xianhua said softly, the alcohol making him more gentle. "What a great harvest today. So happy." Xiao Fan's face was beaming with a smile. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. "Congratulations, host, you have reached the required number of martial arts skills. Martial arts fusion mechanism activated." Xiao Fan's eyebrows twitched in surprise. This rigid system actually had something new inside. Take a look quickly. Martial arts of the same level can be fused together. 3 martial arts can be combined into one martial art of a higher level. If the 3 martial arts are all of the same type, the type of the combined martial art will remain unchanged. Now, Xiao Fan became a little nervous, his expression shifting unpredictably as he looked at his system panel. He has many abandoned first and second tier combat martial arts techniques, which he can definitely use for fusion. But what he's worried about now is whether he can discard the amplification type martial arts and fuse them? If we merge them, will the system tasks still be able to complete? Will the results be better? What if it goes even lower? Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? Let's try those trashy martial arts techniques first. For the first time, the fusion of 3 first-tier martial arts resulted in a second-tier martial art. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow upon seeing it, realizing that this second-tier martial art was somewhat useful. In just one moment, Xiao Fan was hooked. Open up. The 3 second-tier books have been merged into one third-tier book, and the main characteristics have been retained, and there is even a slight improvement. Xiao Fan became more and more engrossed in the process, thinking that he didn't really need to use combat-type martial arts in his battles, he could fight just by relying on physical skills. Then let's continue the fusion. 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 Finally, they combined more than 60 messy martial arts manuals into a 7th-tier martial arts manual. In fact, the quantitative change eventually led to a qualitative change. This 7th-tier martial arts manual is called the Demon Man Scripture. After reading the description, Xiao Fan jumped up from his chair on the spot. Holy crap! Xiao Fan's scream startled the 2 women beside him, who were both filled with terror. What's wrong, Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan, just tell us what's wrong. We should be able to help you sort it out. Both women looked tense and worried. But Xiao Fan murmured absent-mindedly, "My darlings, I have some incredibly good news to tell you." Lin Xianhua said arrogantly, "Who's your darling?" Xiao Yan chuckled and said, "Go ahead and tell me." The 2 women looked at Xiao Fan with expectant eyes, only to hear Xiao Fan say in a trembling voice, "What if I told you that I don't actually have a 1-star talent? I possess a venerable level talent, a latent one. It only just started to react, I sensed it." What? The 2 women were shocked and stood up on the spot, their Dao hearts already unstable. Lin Xianhua, in particular, felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes filled with shock. Are you kidding me? Xiao Fan is already this strong at the 1st-star level. If he activates his venerable level talent, his attributes will increase several times over. Then, wouldn't that make him invincible? Really? Very good. The 3 of them hugged each other excitedly, and Xiao Fan couldn't stop crying with joy. 11 years. After 11 long years, I have finally completed my mission. Demon Man Scripture, Amplification Type Martial Arts. Effect, Demonic Transformation, increased body hardness, strength, speed, and reaction speed, and attacks become penetrating. Most importantly, the system actually calculates. Because he clearly saw that in the system's taskbar, 17 had become 18. Now, all that's missing is for those 2 items found in the storage ring to finally come to fruition. Then he can truly complete the mission and possess a venerable level talent. With the all-powerful Walker and the Demon Man Scripture, he is at least invincible within the same realm. Without a doubt, no matter how legendary a character is, they can't withstand a single punch from him. Tonight, let's drink until we drop. Overjoyed, Xiao Fan immediately incorporated all the martial arts techniques he had used for escaping into his body. Earth, flying technique, and so on. Ultimately, even the system seemed frustrated by how diverse Xiao Fan's martial arts were, and the name of the fused martial arts was simply the art of ascending to heaven and entering Earth. After use, it allows one to burrow underground, fly, move quickly underwater, and become lighter. It has many effects and is a 5th-tier martial art. Xiao Fan was extremely satisfied with the final product, it was simply perfect. In the future, he would no longer need to spend time activating martial arts techniques during battles. One technique would be enough. Then, we come to the crucial amplification type martial arts. Xiao Fan paused, his excited heart immediately calming down. Integration? Are they compatible or not? If we combine them, will the task count be lost? If this doesn't count, Xiao Fan will be so enraged that he'll vomit blood and die on the spot. Does the system count? After the fusion, will it still count towards the task count? Back to host, it counts. Upon hearing these 6 words, Xiao Fan immediately tensed up. Should I integrate it or not? What if this system scams me? Previously, it was said that only amplification systems below the 3rd tier were useful, but the Demon Man Sutra is also useful. Isn't that a huge bug? Xiao Fan then pressed the system for more information. The system replied, because the Demon Man Sutra is a fusion of 3rd tier martial arts, it counts. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. This answer was reasonable. So what? Melt it. Xiao Fan couldn't resist the urge and fused together. He combined the 3 books and quickly looked at the task. The number was still 18, unchanged. That was close. He took a deep breath and continued the fusion. Ultimately, the result was good. The 15 amplification type martial arts techniques were finally merged into a 5th tier amplification type martial art, Comprehensive Enhancement 5. Chapter 26, a comprehensive upgrade. Invincibility is only a matter of time. System, open my properties panel. Host of the Infinite Martial Arts Cultivation System, Xiao Fan. Age, 18. Talent, 1 star, very poor. Realm, martial arts level 6, top among peers. Total martial arts techniques, 7. Key martial arts, Comprehensive Enhancement 5, Heavenly Ascent and Earthly Descent techniques, Demon Man Scripture. Maximum strength, 3,000 kilograms. Top speed, average 100 meter dash time 2.5 seconds. Attribute power, wind and thunder. Currently practicing martial arts techniques, 4 books. Special mission, collect 20 types of amplification type martial arts. 1820, reward, supreme level talent, all-rounder. Xiao Fan was overjoyed. Today's surge was truly a major boost. In the days that followed, he only needed to sleep soundly and wait for the system to automatically finish cultivating the other 2 martial arts manuals. However, he couldn't wait to try out the power of the Demon Man Sutra. Xiao Fan cleared his throat and said, Immortal Fire, you're going to join the Super God class too, right? Of course. Lin Xianhua proudly raised his head. But Xiao Fan shook his head and said, with your current combat strength, it should be difficult. Starting tomorrow, I'll give you special training, how about that? Humph. Lin Xianhua was somewhat unconvinced, but she couldn't beat Xiao Fan, so she could only snort softly and nod, all right. Xiao Fan grinned. Let's try out the new martial art with the Immortal Fire tomorrow. I can't wait. Suddenly, he asked a question that he had been curious about for a long time. Immortal Fire, you cultivate divine level martial arts and possess divine level talent. Your weapon should also be a divine artifact, so why do I not feel that absolute suppressive force? What I mean is, I didn't feel it was that strong. Lin Xianhu rolled his eyes and said, what are you thinking, Fan? Just because I possess divine level martial arts doesn't mean I've mastered them. My Fire God Chaos Blade, so far, I haven't even mastered the 3rd move yet. And this martial art has a total of 13 moves. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow and asked, is it that you can't learn it? Or, are you incapable of learning it? Lin Xianhu pouted and said, there are no special restrictions. It's just because I haven't worked hard enough. But this semester, I will work very hard and strive to master the 3rd move. Xiao Fan sighed and said, what a waste. Xia Yan, who was standing to the side, covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, Xiao Fan always thinks, how wonderful it would be if he had all the best features you have. Lin Xianhu pouted, not wanting to pay attention to the 2 of them. In the dead of night, the scene involving 2 women and 1 man did not escalate into a fight as Xiao Fan had imagined, let alone blow up the house. The 3 of them drank and chatted, and everything seemed so warm and cozy. However, all 3 deliberately avoided discussing their feelings for each other. During his phone call with He Yao, Xiao Fan clearly stated that both of them liked him. Neither of the women offered an explanation, and Xiao Fan did not bring it up again. Xiao Fan believed that now was not the time to think about these things. The Immortal Fire was good, and Xiao Yan was also good. But in the Super God class, little Ding Dong is still waiting for him. He absolutely cannot slack off. Xiao Fan hasn't yet obtained the martial arts manuals from the City Lord's mansion, the school's scripture library, or the Lu family's residence. Furthermore, Xiao Fan is going to go on a shopping spree tomorrow. He didn't buy many first, second, or even third-tier martial arts techniques before because they weren't very useful. Now that he has this fusion mechanism, he'll see if he can upgrade them again. The best thing about this fusion mechanism is that you can directly fuse low-level martial arts into the Demon Man scripture, or comprehensively enhance them, with the effects directly integrated. Once the required quantity is reached, you will naturally advance to the next level. This feeling of simplifying complexity made Xiao Fan feel very comfortable. We don't have to go to school tomorrow, and everyone's getting more and more tipsy tonight. Fueled by alcohol, Xiao Yan started showing off her skills. Ouch, it's so hot. Xiao Yan twisted her body and took off her white shirt, revealing her fair and rosy skin. People who practice martial arts have very clear and translucent skin. With just one glance, Xiao Fan's heart started racing. At this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly covered her forehead again and murmured, "I feel a little dizzy." After saying that, she leaned unsteadily against Xiao Fan's shoulder, her soft cheeks rubbing against his neck like a well-behaved kitten. Her long, straight black hair still exuded fragrance, and this woman with a hot figure was now going all out. Nearby, Lin Xianhua was standing with his legs crossed, showing off his beer and looking at the stars, pretending to be deep in thought. It wasn't until she had drunk half the bottle that she realized something was wrong. She suddenly turned her head, and her pupils contracted sharply. "Big cow. You have no sportsmanship." Enraged, Lin Xianhua stepped forward to grab Xiao Yan's hair. Xiao Yan, sobbing, clung to Xiao Fan, saying with a wronged expression, Fan, protect me. You're so skilled." Lin Xianhua's eyes widened, wanting to make a move but not knowing where to start. "Xiao Fan, break up with her." Lin Xianhu pouted, looking resentful. Xiao Fan shrugged and said helplessly, "I didn't touch her. She was hugging me. Look, she's like a pendant. I couldn't help it." Feeling helpless? You look like you're enjoying it." Lin Xianhua turned and left angrily, saying, "Don't even think about sleeping with me tonight." Xiao Fan shrugged, indifferent, "Take it or leave it." Lin Xian walked away angrily, and when she realized that Xiao Fan did not turn around to stop her at all, she was so furious that she paced back and forth in the living room. No. We absolutely cannot let that shameless milk cow, Xiao Yan, get away with it." Suddenly, Lin Xianhua looked at the clean and white bathroom, raised an eyebrow, and smiled knowingly. On the balcony, Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Yan leaning on his shoulder and sighed, "To be honest, do you really think we're a good match?" Xiao Yan suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with complex emotions, and said, Fan, do you mean you like Lin Xianhua? Your comprehension skills truly amaze me." Xiao Fan said, speechless. "So you think I'm too old?" "No, not at all." "Why is that? Are you really male with male pupils?" "Holy crap, I'm not." Xiao Fan quickly denied. "Then what's wrong with me?" Xiao Yan pouted, looking at Xiao Fan with an innocent expression. Xiao Fan also looked at Xiao Yan, and after a while, he chuckled and said, "Not really, everything is fine. Perfect, suitable to be a wife." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's pupils dilated, and a blush rose to her cheeks. She felt her body burning hot and stammered, "Are you confessing your feelings to me?" "Confess your feelings? What confession?" A voice filled with extreme anger came from the bedroom. Xiao Fan quickly turned his head, his eyes widening in surprise. He saw Lin Xianhua, soaking wet, wearing only a bathrobe, her long, snow-white legs completely exposed outside the robe. She strode up to me, frowning, and asked, "What were you talking about just now, confessing your feelings?" Xiao Fan shook his head and said, "No, it's nothing. You should put your clothes on first." "Isn't that what I'm wearing?" Lin Xianhua showed off her bathrobe, then naturally sat down next to Xiao Fan and put her long legs on Xiao Fan's lap. Xiao Fan felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He was just an 18-year-old young man, how could he withstand such stimulation? Two stunningly beautiful women were clinging to him, one on each side, exuding endless allure. At this moment, Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Do you really want to do this?" Both women were taken aback. "All right then." Xiao Fan grinned, grabbed one of the women with each hand, and walked towards the bedroom. At this, the two women's faces immediately showed expressions of terror. "No. Not now. Xiao Fan, let me go. If I lose my virginity now, my father will kill me when I get back." Xiao Fan curled his lip, tossed the two women onto the bed, and snorted coldly, "You two can sleep by yourselves tonight. I'm warning you, don't ever play with fire again." Otherwise, I'm afraid I might really lose control one day and end up doing both of you at the same time. You still want to come along? Lin Xianhua said angrily. Xiao Yin pouted and said, I can't accept being together. Then let us take turns. Xiao Fan grinned. That won't do either. The two women suddenly looked up in refusal, striking a sheepish pose. What kind of nonsense is that? Xiao Fan turned and left the bedroom, locking the door behind him. He sneered, I don't want to wake up in the morning to find the door gone. Take the rest of chapter 27 with you. While holding the two of them, Xiao Fan showed no semblance of a gentleman, touching each of them once. Xiao Yan's are more bouncy, while Xian Hua's are more firm. They're all top-notch. Who does Xiao Fan like? They'll definitely like them all. He wanted to give them both a home, but he didn't want to hurt anyone. He wanted to either accept them all or reject them all. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, Xiao Fan grinned, thinking, this is great. I still have the chance to marry two wives in this life, and both of them are so perfect. How wonderful. I'm going to sleep now. I'll try out my Demon Man Sutra tomorrow. The next morning, Xiao Fan woke up groggily and tried to raise his hand to rub his eyes, but found that he couldn't lift either of his hands. On the left was a bouncy, springy texture, and on the right was firm skin. Xiao Fan sighed helplessly. Not again? How did they get out of the room? Did they really break down the door? After struggling to free his hands, Xiao Fan went to the living room and glanced at the bedroom from before. Sure enough, it was a mess. The wooden door was cracked and mangled, with obvious marks of being chopped with a large knife and burned by flames. Xiao Fan plopped down at the dining table, rubbed his forehead helplessly, and glanced at the still shiny iron pot, only today it no longer had the warm, smoky aroma of cooking. I miss Xiao Dingdong, and I miss her sandwiches. You can eat my dry rations instead. Xiao Fan took out a piece of cooked meat and a cup of Origin Energy liquid from his storage ring, and started gnawing on the meat while drinking the Origin Energy liquid. In this world, advancing one's cultivation level requires a great deal of nutrition, the most crucial of which lies in the essence and blood of exotic beasts, as well as the source energy liquid. The cooked meat he bought, which was ready to eat, contained some essence and blood, so he naturally couldn't stop using the source energy liquid. Both are very expensive. A single dose of the essence blood of an ordinary third-tier beast costs several thousand, and the source energy liquid is about the same. Therefore, the highest level of martial arts master in Greenleaf City is not even a grandmaster, because practicing martial arts is too expensive. But there is another crucial reason: Greenleaf City is too small, and it doesn't even have a supply of the essence blood of 5th-tier beasts, nor 5th-tier source energy liquid. This is also why Xiao Fan ultimately decided to go to the Super God class. There, resources are abundant. Not only is source energy liquid free, but super source energy liquid is given away for free. All kinds of essence blood can be bought as long as you have money. The two people in the room should be sleeping for a long time. Xiao Fan went out to shop first. He wanted to input all the martial arts techniques that he had missed buying before. Unfortunately, the Black Tiger sect is gone, and so is the black market. You can only buy martial arts techniques through official channels, which will be more expensive. Soon, Xiao Fan arrived at the largest martial arts market in Greenleaf City, named Tianwu Pavilion. The loft has a retro style, occupies a large area, and even has 6 floors. Essence blood, source energy liquid, weapons, martial arts, and some other strange and unusual items are all available for sale there. Basically, anything that's not inside is also not outside. Xiao Fan stepped inside, but suddenly stopped and noticed a luxury car parked next to the gate. He frowned slightly because this car belonged to Lu Rushi. Her brother was dead, and she still had the leisure to go shopping today? Ignoring him, Xiao Fan continued inside. The place selling martial arts techniques was on the 5th floor, and Xiao Fan took the elevator up. Upon entering, there are special guards conducting security checks, worried that there might be strange or unusual items that could be stolen from Tianwu Pavilion. Martial arts books aren't displayed on bookshelves, each one is like a collectible, sealed and locked in a glass frame. Standing by the glass frame, you can clearly see the detailed information about the martial arts techniques inside and decide whether or not to buy them. Xiao Fan glanced at it and was somewhat disappointed. There were only about 100 kinds of martial arts techniques inside, and if nothing unexpected happened, he already had many of them. It's a small town, but to have over 100 kinds of martial arts is already quite impressive. At this moment, a sweet-looking saleswoman came over and began to introduce the products to Xiao Fan. This one is. No need to say anything more. Xiao Fan waved his hand and said, just follow me. Xiao Lu was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she had seen such a guest. He had a very calm and composed aura, but he looked so young. Okay, guest. Little Green nodded obediently and followed behind Xiao Fan. Throughout the journey, Xiao Fan only glanced at the martial arts manuals displayed in the glass cases before saying, I don't want these. I don't want that. I don't want that one either. Xiao Lu was a little confused. I don't want this, I don't want that, what do you want? Could it be that the plot of the legendary TV series will happen here? Just then, a mocking voice came from the side. Oh, isn't this the good-for-nothing Xiao Fan? You come to places like this too? The person mocking them was none other than Lu Rushi, who was currently embracing a beautiful and graceful woman. The girl, named Xia Lian, was in the same class as Xiao Fan and was the school beauty of Greenleaf High School. However, after Lin Xianhua appeared, the title of school beauty immediately changed hands. Therefore, Xia Lian harbored great hostility and jealousy towards Lin Xianhua, but she couldn't afford to offend him. An 18-year-old martial artist at the 9th level was definitely a big shot. Finally, naturally, all this hostility was transferred to Xiao Fan. Because Xiao Fan is easy to bully. I really don't know what such a beautiful woman like you saw in you? Xia Lian said sarcastically. Lu Rushi laughed heartily and said, Xiao Lu, what are you doing following him? He's an orphan, he can't afford to buy martial arts training. Besides, he's just a useless person with only one star talent. Why would he buy martial arts techniques? He's definitely just here to mess with you. Xiao Lu's face stiffened. A one-star talent? A cripple? She couldn't help but glance at Xiao Fan, but the guest's expression remained calm and composed. A mocking smile appeared on Xiao Fan's lips. Since he had already chosen to go to the Super God class, he might as well stop acting. Xiao Fan said calmly, Lu Rushi, didn't you embarrass yourself enough yesterday? Oh, I forgot, it's your brother who's embarrassing, not you. News of Lu Tianguang's death had not yet spread, so Xiao Fan pretended not to know. But this instantly enraged Lu Rushi, because she knew her brother was dead. Xiao Fan, that good-for-nothing, actually dared to insult his dead brother. This is absolutely intolerable. I didn't realize that. Lu Rushi's eyes hardened as she strode forward and said, You little piece of trash, you actually dare to talk back? Just because you're living off a woman, you think you're so great? Stupid dog. After he finished cursing, he stood in front of Xiao Fan and slapped Xiao Fan hard across the face. Fighting is forbidden in Tianwu Pavilion, but Lu Rushi is the eldest son of the first family, and the only eldest son now, so he is not afraid at all. But at this moment, Xiao Fan also raised his hand and easily pressed down on Lu Rushi's wrist. Lu Rushi and Xia Lian were both taken aback. The next second, Lu Rushi roared, Let me go. He struggled frantically, but Xiao Fan's hand was like an iron clamp, completely unmoving. He grew increasingly furious, yet inwardly he was utterly shocked. How could Xiao Fan possess such power? Xia Lian stepped forward and sneered, You gigolo, you'd better release young Master Lu right now, or we'll make you disappear from this city. Xiao Fan gave a sneer and said, Fine. Suddenly, Xiao Fan let go, and all the strength Lu Rushi had used to struggle returned to him. He immediately lost his balance and stumbled backward, crashing into Xia Lian. The two of them fell to the ground like drowning dogs, breaking a glass cabinet in the process. Crackling and popping. But commotion attracted the attention of those around them. They watched this scene and began to chatter and laugh at Lu Rushi, since many ordinary people did not know who the eldest son of the Lu family was. Lu Rushi was dazed and confused after the fall. He hit his backside on the glass cabinet and was in excruciating pain. He opened his eyes and roared, You fucking dare to touch me? I'm going to kill you. After saying that, Lu Rushi continued to rush towards Xiao Fan. At this moment, Xiao Fan glanced at Xiao Lu and said, You all saw it. He attacked first, right? Little Green nodded quickly and said, I saw it. Xiao Fan's lips curled up as he watched Lu Rushi deliver a powerful roundhouse kick straight to his head. Bang! Lu Rushi had 3 teeth knocked out on the spot, and she flew backward, crashing into Xia Lian who had just stood up. Seeing the two disheveled figures, Xiao Fan sneered, Young Master Lu, how come you can't even beat a piece of trash like me? Then aren't you the worst of the worst? Lu Rushi covered her aching cheek, looked up at Xiao Fan, and felt inexplicably flustered. He even wondered if he had traveled through time. Is this Xiao Fan? Is he that strong? I've reached the 8th level of martial arts, yet he kicked me away with a single, casual kick? How is that possible? Lu Rushi was extremely flustered and dared not speak for a moment. At this moment, Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Lu and said calmly, I don't want those martial arts techniques I just mentioned. Take everything else with you. Chapter 28 Lin Xianhua's True Feelings. I don't want those martial arts techniques I just mentioned. Take everything else with you. Xiao Lu felt somewhat dazed upon hearing these words. Are you serious? Without uttering a single unnecessary word, Xiao Fan walked to the counter and began to take out his money. 100,000 federal credits is the largest amount of banknotes. Xiao Fan took out more than 200 of them at once, which is more than 20 million. This money was stolen from the Black Tiger Gate, it's dirty money, so he shouldn't spend it. But it doesn't matter, he can just shift the blame to Lin Xianhua and Xiao Yan later. Both of them are wealthy women, so it's not surprising that they have so much money. Soon, several sales clerks excitedly gathered around and started calculating prices. Xiao Fan sat to the side, legs crossed, drinking his Source Energy liquid coffee, looking calm and composed. At this moment, Lu Rushi stood up, walked over, and said with a look of surprise and uncertainty, Where did you get the money from? Xiao Fan frowned and said, What's it to you? Xiao Fan. Lu Rushi's voice suddenly rose, You have to explain yourself clearly, or you're finished. You have a significant connection to yesterday's massacre. With our family's power, eliminating you from it wouldn't be difficult. Xiao Fan's expression remained unchanged as he said, Then go ahead. He glanced at Lu Rushi, his face full of mockery. Lu Rushi's expression was uncertain, but in the end, he pulled Xiao Yan away. At this moment, he was extremely panicked, because his intuition told him that Xiao Fan was very likely the Dog King, the murderous maniac from yesterday. The real culprit who killed his brother. If he were just a one-star talent, a useless fourth-level martial apprentice, there would be no way to suspect him. But that kick just now showed that Xiao Fan was hiding his true intentions very well. He had been pretending to be stupid all along. His true strength is definitely more than just the fourth level of martial apprentice. This news must be told to my father, and Xiao Fan must be thoroughly investigated. Xiao Fan took a sip of coffee, watching Lu Rushi's departing figure with a mocking look in his eyes. He made these decisions on the spur of the moment, intentionally. The purpose was to get the Lu family to come to him, and then find an opportunity to steal their martial arts techniques. Soon, the counter girl finished calculating. There were a total of 60 martial arts manuals, worth over 40 million. The 20 million that Xiao Fan just took out is not enough, he needs another 10 million, which is no small sum. But when the saleswomen saw Xiao Fan casually pull out 100,000 yuan bill after another from his storage ring, they were shocked. When did such a super rich person appear in our Greenleaf City? We absolutely have to build connections quickly. But Xiao Fan was very indifferent. His aesthetic standards were now extremely high. No one was prettier than my immortal Fire Xiao Yan, and he couldn't be bothered to give her a second glance. Finally, on his way out with the martial arts manuals, he began inputting them into the system as he walked, one manual after another. These 60-odd books should be enough to fuse into a brand new 7th-tier martial art. Although it won't advance the Demon Man scripture, it will definitely significantly improve combat power. As he walked, Xiao Fan grinned, thinking to himself, if he could really sweep through the area like this, buying martial arts techniques, then fusing them into a mythical level martial art would be a very quick thing. However, it's just wishful thinking, it's not that easy. Martial arts from the 1st to the 3rd tier are easy to obtain, but those from the 4th to the 6th tier are a whole level higher. Greenleaf City doesn't even have many 4th tier manuals, let alone 5th tier ones. And those above the 6th tier are astronomically priced. Above the 9th rank, it is even more rare and hard to come by, and is a closely guarded secret within every family. Just then, Xiao Fan's phone rang. Where have you been in broad daylight? I'm so hungry. Lin Xianhua said, pouting. I'm going back right away. What would you like to eat? I'll buy it for you on the way, Xiao Fan replied. Lin Xianhua was taken aback, but after thinking it over carefully, he smiled and said, I want to eat black soil pig's feet rice and drink Xianfang milk. At this moment, Xiao Yan's yawning sound came out. Don't think about it, I'm already 18, it's impossible for me to have a second growth spurt. Let's eat something good. None of your business. Lin Xianhua snorted coldly. At this moment, Xiao Yan leaned closer to the phone and said shyly, Fan, I want hot pot, the usual. Okay? You're so slutty. Lin Xianhua said with a look of disdain. Xiao Yan wiggled her big butt, stuck out her tongue, and said with a grin, then you should be sexy too. Can you be sexy? Cut. Xiao Fan replied, okay, I have everything, I'll go buy it for you now. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan returned home with the food. As soon as I opened the door, my eyes were drawn to Xiao Yan standing in front of me. At this moment, Xiao Yan was wearing a white shirt as usual, but the style was rather unique. A corner of her clothes slipped down, exposing her soft, fragrant shoulders to the air, emitting an alluring scent. Below her neck are clearly defined and alluring collarbones, and below those collarbones is a full, snow-white cleavage. Furthermore, the white shirt was long, covering her buttocks and exposing both legs. Xiao Fan stared intently, wanting to see if she was wearing shorts under the shirt. Fan, you're back. Come on, I've already prepared the hot pot base, just put the vegetables in. Xiao Yan said with a sweet smile. Lin Xianhua, standing to the side, seemed a little downcast. In an attempt to attract Xiao Fan's attention, she had shown off her long, eye-catching legs, but Xiao Fan didn't even glance at her. Suddenly, Lin Xianhua looked up, somewhat surprised, because Xiao Fan sat down right next to her, quite naturally. Across from her, Xiao Yan immediately looked resentful, pouting her lips, her expression full of dissatisfaction. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "You're the older sister, so be considerate of your younger sister." Upon hearing this, both women trembled. It's so ambiguous, as if the two of them have already become Xiao Fan's women, with Xiao Yan as the elder sister and Xianhua as the younger sister. An ambiguous atmosphere gradually rose, and Lin Xianhua suddenly raised her leg and naturally placed it on Xiao Fan's thigh. Seeing that Xiao Fan did not refuse, she nervously turned to the side and put her other leg on top of him, the two of them snuggling very close together. Sitting opposite her, Xiao Yan suddenly smiled sweetly and said, "How about I make you two a hot pot of tripe?" Lin Xianhua blushed instantly at his poised and confident demeanor. She shook her head and said shyly, "No need, I can give you the perm myself." Hee, sisters don't need to share so much, right? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow at Xiao Fan, as if to say, "Praise me quickly." Xiao Fan was startled, thinking, "No way? And after just one night, these two beautiful women have made up? And they're willing to be with me? This seems to be progressing a little too quickly." But then there was a moment of silence. People ate and drank as usual. Lin Xianhua would glance at Xiao Fan from time to time. His neat short hair, resolute face, and calm eyes were nothing special, but for some reason, her heart would race whenever she saw him. When did I start to like this man? When we were in the sewers? At that time, all we felt was anger and embarrassment. Later, when she saw Xiao Fan sitting alone in the corner of the classroom, being ridiculed, it was probably just her maternal instincts overflowing. But that night at the black market was something Lin Xianhua felt he would never forget for the rest of his life. In the dark alley, facing two powerful enemies who were almost impossible to defeat, Xiao Fan did not hesitate to reveal his true identity, activating a suicidal elemental overlap to shield himself. Every time Lin Xianhua thinks of that scene, he feels a surge of emotion. Xiao Fan's body was not strong, but rather thin, but as long as he was by my side, I felt an unparalleled sense of security. Last night, I chatted with Xiao Yan until very late, just like I did. Her situation is special. Although she is a minor grandmaster, her strength is not strong, and her talent is sealed. That night, she drank too much and was almost picked up by someone. If Xiao Fan hadn't appeared, she wouldn't have dared to imagine what would have happened next. Xiao Yan also said that she couldn't believe it at the time. She thought Xiao Fan was a man with male pupils. It turned out that Xiao Fan didn't not want to, but rather he didn't dare to. He was still very weak at the time, and dared not cause trouble, nor did he want to reveal that he was the Dog King. He was clearly stronger than everyone else, yet he was ridiculed and bullied by everyone. At first, Xiao Yan approached Xiao Fan with feelings of gratitude and overflowing maternal love, but later she actually fell in love with this younger brother who was 5 years younger than her. He possesses a maturity far beyond his years and unparalleled strength. He always knows when to do what and always makes the right choices calmly. Judging from the scene last night where the two women seduced Xiao Fan, any man in that situation would probably have lost control long ago. Xiao Fan was the same. His physical reaction was extremely obvious. In the end, he couldn't hold back any longer and simply threw the two women onto the bed before fleeing. The reason was also heartwarming. He knew he couldn't do that, at least not now. Otherwise, when the two women's parents found out, they would be furious, which would be extremely bad for both Xiao Fan and the two women. Chapter 29: Danger Approaches. The sense of security is the biggest reason why the two women fell in love with Xiao Fan. Being with him, you can act like a little princess without any restraint, not afraid of making mistakes at all, because he will always cover for you no matter what. If we can't hold it in, we'll hold it in with our lives. Who wouldn't love a man like that? Finally, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, Xiao Fan took Lin Xianhua to the backyard to begin their grueling training. You're too optimistic. With your current fighting strength, you definitely won't make it into the super god class, Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. This time, Lin Xianhua didn't object. Instead, she nodded shyly because she thought Xiao Fan was really handsome when he was serious. Then help me become stronger. Lin Xianhua stared straight at Xiao Fan. No problem, it might be tough and tiring. I can do it. After saying that, the flame mark on Lin Xianhua's palm suddenly glowed, and then the fire god blade appeared in his hand. The two faced off, and Xiao Fan said calmly, "Come on." On the second floor balcony, Xiao Yan, wearing sunglasses, leaned against the railing, looking at the two with a big smile, and said, "Fan Fan, keep it up." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xianhua no longer hesitated and unleashed the first move of the fire god blade, Draw Blade Slash. A raging inferno suddenly appeared and slashed horizontally towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan remained unfazed. Comprehensive Enhancement 5 begins. The Demon Man's scripture begins. At that moment, Xiao Fan instantly felt his whole body filled with power, and he was confident that he could do some things that were impossible before. Try that trick. Xiao Fan's expression turned serious. He suddenly exerted force with his legs and moved swiftly. Whoosh! Instead of advancing, Xiao Fan retreated, but just as he was about to touch the fire god blade, his path suddenly changed from a straight line to an arc. After easily dodging the sword strike, Xiao Fan had already appeared behind Lin Xianhua, and she didn't have time to turn around. Xiao Fan flicked his finger at the red-haired man, the force of which was neither too strong nor too weak. Lin Xianhua turned her head away, looking annoyed and pouting. She lost in a single move, even though I have god-level talent. In the end, she could only say helplessly, "You seem to be stronger than before." Of course, Xiao Fan said with a smile, knowing only those 3 moves is definitely not enough. In a real life or death battle, no one will stand still and let you cut them down. A smarter opponent won't leave you with even the slightest opening. You need to create the openings yourself, which requires more skill. There are still 6 months left. With my god-level talent and comprehension, I'll definitely make it. Let's continue. On the balcony, Xiaoyan's eyes were dreamy as she thought that if the 3 of them really lived together in the future, just like this feeling, it would be pretty good. After returning home, Lu Rushi immediately told her father, Lu Yang, about Xiao Fan's strength. Lu Yang's eyes turned cold as he said, "If Xiao Fan really is the Dog King, then even a god can't protect him. Tian Guang must not die in vain. I will make him pay for his crimes in blood." Lu Rushi said in a deep voice, "But father, Xiao Fan has only 1 star of talent and is only 18 years old. Does he really have that kind of power?" He watched the surveillance video of the Dog King killing people, and he was a completely different person from the Xiao Fan in his memory. One is ruthless, decisive, and kills without blinking an eye. The other is a lazy bum, a complete waste of space. Lu Yang shook his head and said, "We'll know when the people from above come down." Almost 3 days later, the Public Security Bureau welcomed a new powerful figure. Wang Lu. The man was wearing a black leather coat, had a cold expression, and a scar on his face. His cultivation level was at the 9th level of the Lesser Grandmaster, but his talent reached the Quasi-Saint level, and he was Ice-type, using Ice-element martial arts to the extreme. Public Security Bureau Chief Zhou Qiong and Lu Yan came out together to greet them, their faces beaming with smiles. Wang Lu remained indifferent, too lazy to waste words, and said calmly, "I have watched all the recordings." At that time, the man known as the Dog King was in a state of extreme excitement. He must have used special methods to temporarily enhance his strength. His actual combat strength is definitely not high. Currently, the suspect has been identified as Xiao Fan, right? Let's go straight to Xiao Fan's house. You don't need to follow me. Wang Lu glanced at Lu Yang, who gave a sheepish smile and said, "Yes, sir." Wang Lu and Zhou Qiong walked side by side. On the way, Wang Lu said in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" Zhou Qiong snorted and said, "Dog King took all the storage rings of the Black Tiger sect disciples. He has at least hundreds of millions of federal credits in his pocket now. Most importantly, that mysterious martial art is also in his hands. We'll just kill him and steal his storage ring." Wang Lu shook his head and said, "What I mean is, are you sure it's Xiao Fan? I looked at the file, and he's just an 18-year-old student with a cultivation level of only martial apprentice level 4, and he seems to have 2 important figures with him." Zhou Qiong scoffed, "What big shot? Just 2 little girls. If they dare to resist, we'll just charge them with refusing to comply with the law and kill them both. However, those 2 little girls are truly exceptional. How about we capture them alive and each take one?" Wang Lu's lips curled up slightly as he said, "We'll see how things go." It turns out that Pang, who had long been in cahoots with Zhou Qiong, revealing the matter of the Divine Eight Golden Body and hoping that Zhou Qiong could join forces with him to help him ascend the throne, obtain the martial arts, and share them together. To Zhou Qiong's utter surprise, the Black Tiger sect was completely wiped out that very night. All the storage rings were taken, except for Huang Meng's. But the martial arts manual wasn't in Huang Meng's ring, so he concluded that it had been taken by the Dog King. With such powerful martial arts, how could he possibly be content? Zhou Qiong used the resources of the Public Security Bureau to amass wealth here for many years, which led to his current status. In Zhou Qiong's eyes, Greenleaf City was his city, his tool for making money. He had heard that Lin Xianhua and Xiao Yan seemed to have a powerful background, but he didn't take it seriously at all. After all, this city was so remote, what difference would it make if they were killed? But he was still a little scared. After all, the footage was too horrifying, so he asked his cousin Wang Lu to come and they planned to commit the crime together. Soon, they arrived at Xiao Fan's front door and rang the doorbell twice. Ring ring. Ring ring. In the backyard, Lin Xianhua was wielding a knife, his face flushed with a healthy red, and he was covered in sweat. On the balcony, Xiao Yan, dressed in a sexy and revealing outfit, leaned against the railing, leisurely drinking a cocktail and watching Xiao Fan instruct Lin Xianhua, looking very relaxed and carefree. The piercing ringing of the bell caused all three of them to stop what they were doing. Xiao Fan grinned and said, "Here you are. Immortal Fire, Xiao Yan, let's go." Two women and one man arrived at the door and opened it. Wang Lu and Zhou Qiong stood coldly on either side of the door. Their gazes immediately passed over Xiao Fan and landed on Xiao Yan, who was leaning against the stairwell drinking. Her sexy and hot figure made their hearts race and their mouths go dry. They exchanged a glance and both understood what the other meant. Wang Lu sneered and said, "Xiao Fan, you are now a criminal suspect. Come with me." Xiao Fan remained calm and did not advance. Instead, he took a step back. "Are you resisting law enforcement?" Wang Lu said coldly. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and said, "May I ask you too, what have I done wrong? Everyone can say here that my house is spacious and convenient." Now, Wang Lu felt something was off. This kid in front of him was only 18 years old, but he was as steady as an old man. It's fine to say it here, but if you cause trouble at the police station, you might leave a trace. Finally, Wang Meng and Zhou Qiong sat at the dining table in the living room, while Xiao Fan, Xiao Yan, and Lin Xianhua sat side by side opposite them. Wang Meng coldly said, "Take down the storage ring, we need to check it." Xiao Fan chuckled and said, "Are you two really going to make things difficult for me? Who do you think you are?" Wang Meng's eyes turned cold. "You dare to bargain with us?" At this moment, Lin Xianhua slammed his hand on the table and stood up, saying, "We don't want to cause trouble, but if you insist on doing it, one phone call from me can send both of you to jail for life." "Who are you?" Wang Meng's eyes changed slightly. Lin Xianhua said calmly, "That's not important. I only know that the police station's dispatch time should be within 10 minutes. Greenleaf High School is very close to the police station, so it should be even faster. But I fought her for a full 15 minutes and didn't see any police officers. On the contrary, after the Dog King appeared and massacred the Black Tiger Gate, you quickly set off in your vehicles. You can't explain this alone, can you? Of course you can argue, but it's meaningless to me. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, both Wang Lu and Zhou Qiong looked rather embarrassed. Wang Lu asked in a deep voice, "May I ask who you are, sir?" Lin Xianhua sneered and said, "You are not qualified to know my identity." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan frowned slightly, because he sensed a faint killing intent emanating from the two people in front of him. They wanted to kill him to silence him. Meanwhile, in a corner of the backyard, a man wearing beach shorts and a floral shirt, with a lollipop in his mouth, appeared. Chen Changxing chuckled, thinking to himself, "This is really interesting. It looks like we'll see a battle as soon as we get here." Chapter 30. Today is the day I become invincible. At the dinner table, the five people fell silent for a while. A smile suddenly appeared on Wang Lu's face as he said, "Your name is Lin Xianhua, right? I ask you sincerely, what exactly is your identity?" Xiao Fan sat quietly to the side, knowing full well that this was likely the last time the other party would test him. His hands slowly landed on the chairs of Xianhua and Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan saw the hands pressing on the chairs next to her thighs, her expression changed slightly. The two exchanged a glance, and Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Lin Xianhua, the simpleton, had no idea what was going on. He crossed his arms smugly and said, "I told you, you have no right to know who I am. I wouldn't stoop to using my elder's connections. Just a reminder, get out of here right now, or you won't be able to handle the consequences." Upon hearing this, Wang Lu's smile gradually froze. He glanced at Zhou Qiong beside him and exchanged a look. Zhou Qiong's eyes swept over Lin Xianhua and Xiao Yan, and Wang Lu nodded slightly. Lin Xianhua frowned and asked, "What are you looking at?" "And nothing." Wang Lu grinned, and a short knife radiating an icy aura slowly emerged from his hand under the table. Lin Xianhua, with his keen sensitivity to elements, suddenly turned his head and roared, "What do you want to do? What do you think?" Wang Lu suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with violence and gloom. In an instant, the icy short blade shattered the table from bottom to top and slashed towards Xiao Fan. Zhou Qiong, who was standing next to him, also did not hesitate and punched Lin Xianhua in the head. Xiao Fan, who had been preparing for a long time, kicked the side of the table and used the recoil to retreat, dodging the sword. Immediately afterwards, the hands on the chair exerted force and pulled backward. Lin Xianhua panicked the moment he saw Zhou Qiong's fist coming at him, but the next second, he was sent flying backward by the chair. Xiao Yan reacted quickly, immediately leaping up, grabbing Lin Xianhua, and escaping towards the backyard. Zhou Qiong's eyes were gloomy, and her fists were clenched tightly. It didn't work out. Sure enough, that guy is the king of dogs. His reaction and movements were too fast. He didn't have time to be surprised, and immediately chased after them. It wouldn't be good if things got out of hand. The moment Xiao Yan and Lin Xianhua rushed out of the backyard, Zhou Qiong quickly followed. But just then, Xiao Fan's fist appeared and smashed towards his temple. The punch was incredibly fast, and Zhou Qiong had no chance to dodge it. She took the full force of the punch and flew to the side. Xiao Fan suddenly turned around and stood in the messy living room, his eyes fixed on Wang Meng and Zhou Qiong. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who had already escaped to the backyard, took out her phone without hesitation, but was stopped by someone. "No need to call, I'm here." The two women were immediately startled. Who was it? When did it appear? He quickly turned his head to look, and after seeing the person who came, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yan and Lin Xianhua had both met this big shot when they were children, since their fathers were in the same class as him and often came over to freeload meals and drinks. Only later did they realize that this seemingly sloppy, somewhat childish, and shameless guy was actually Wang Xingxin. Chen Changxing quietly looked at everything in the bedroom and smiled, "Your aunt sent me." "Huh?" Xiao Yan was greatly shocked and asked, "Why did your aunt ask you to come over?" "Don't worry, we don't care about your love lives, you little brats," Chen Changxing chuckled. "I'm here to assess this genius." After he finished speaking, he took out a letter of recommendation. With Wang Xingxin's recommendation letter in hand, Xiao Fan doesn't even need to take the opening exam. He can be directly admitted to the super god class, just like the mythical level. Xiao Yan was shocked. She never expected that her aunt had been secretly supporting her. This is incredible. We elders are really something, saying one thing to your face and another behind your back. But I like it. That means we're completely safe. With Wang Xingxin here, Xiao Fan has absolutely no chance of being in any danger. The police are finished, without a doubt. At this moment, Chen Changxing only had eyes for the battlefield. He narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling somewhat incredulous. 1-star talent, 6th level of martial arts. Who are the opponents? One is a near Saint Ice type talent, at the peak of the minor grandmaster level. The other is an 8-star talent, at the 8th level of the minor grandmaster level. This is a battle with absolutely no chance of winning, isn't it? Wait, what's that? In Chen Changxing's eyes, Xiao Fan had already activated the demonic human technique and undergone demonic transformation. His body was stained with a layer of black, and his speed and strength had increased to a level that Chen Changxing could not believe. At this moment, Xiao Fan was actually laughing, even laughing somewhat hysterically. Because he can finally test the true combat power of the demon man's scripture, and most importantly, the system's ability to kill powerful enemies beyond one's level could potentially bring martial arts to perfection. What does that mean? Today is the day I am invincible. Boom! He delivered a powerful punch without holding back, slamming it into Zhou Qiong's face. Zhou Qiong was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall. She was dizzy and couldn't get up for a moment because Xiao Fan's strength reached 3,000 kilograms. Xiao Fan was also in bad shape. He hadn't been able to defend against Wang Lu's attack, and his shoulder blade was slashed, bleeding profusely and radiating an icy aura. Despite being injured, Xiao Fan's face was full of smiles. That force felt amazing. Then, without turning his head, he threw a water glass at Wang Lu and continued charging towards Zhou Qiong. Wang Lu's expression changed slightly. The effect of his strike was far from what he had hoped for. "It's okay, just keep chopping." A chilling aura rose, and the water in front of him instantly froze. Although he didn't understand why this guy only targeted Zhou Qiong, it was fine this way, as it gave him unlimited room to make a move. Ice Crystal Flying Needle. Wang Lu raised his hand, and the water around him instantly condensed into ice needles, which then swiftly pierced towards Xiao Fan's back. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking that there was such a good thing. At the critical moment, he suddenly lay down and watched as the ice needle pierced towards Zhou Qiong, who had not yet recovered her senses. Oh no! Wang Lu's expression changed, but it was too late. Puff 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 puff. The ice needle pierced Zhou Qiong's flesh, and although it didn't penetrate, it still caused him to bleed profusely. What the hell are you doing? Zhou Qiong cursed. At this moment, Xiao Fan did not pause at all. He picked up the golden horn knuckle duster and slapped Zhou Qiong across the face. Bang! Then, he activated the wind and thunder technique, increasing his speed to another level. After dodging Wang Lu's pursuit with a spinning maneuver in the air, he transformed his hands into hammers and slammed them heavily towards Zhou Qiong. At this point, Zhou Qiong was on her last breath, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. He was devastated. He hadn't even made a move yet, and he was about to be killed by his teammates and opponents working together. Could there be anything more tragic than this? Wang Lu also reacted and stood directly next to Zhou Qiong, his eyes filled with uncertainty, because Xiao Fan's combat power completely exceeded his expectations. His movements were as swift as an ape, and he could also maneuver and turn in the air. Every attack was crisp and clean, making him seem like a killing machine. Moreover, his speed and strength are in no way inferior to those of a minor grandmaster, and he also possesses a variety of unexpected abilities. He has even cultivated that disgusting wind and thunder technique to such a high level. Unbelievable! You cannot be spared today. After saying that, Wang Lu unleashed his full power, and the chill of his ice crystal sword intensified even further. With a fierce slash, an ice pillar flew out and pierced towards Xiao Fan's brow. Xiao Fan remained calm and composed, easily dodging the attack with a sidestep, and then his storage ring flashed. My lord, times have changed. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a source energy gun appeared. Bang! Without hesitation, Xiao Fan pressed the switch, and the bullet flew towards Zhou Qiong's face. Under normal circumstances, something of this strength wouldn't hurt Zhou Qiong, but now Zhou Qiong is almost dead. Without hesitation, Wang Lu immediately blocked the shot with an ice crystal shield. But the next second, with a loud clang, two bone-piercing blades flew out and collided in mid-air. One blade changed the trajectory of the other and stabbed towards Zhou Qiong's neck at an incredible angle. I've had enough! Wang Lu roared, unleashing his power to erect an ice crystal shield that completely blocked Zhou Qiong. Why is this opponent using such chaotic and unorthodox methods? But at this moment, Xiao Fan had already rushed out with all his might. He paused, stopped in front of the protective barrier, his arm muscles bulging, and roared, Demon Fist! Boom! With one punch, he shattered the protective shield. Then, Xiao Fan raised his other hand and used the familiar energy gun, pressing it lightly. Bang! The bullet was fired and pierced Zhou Qiong's forehead. Chapter 31 One Punch Kill. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing enemies of higher levels. The cultivation progress of Mighty Arm has reached perfection. The spinning leg has reached perfection. The sacred flame token has been mastered. The divine ape golden body technique has reached mastery. The voice kept ringing in Xiao Fan's mind. At this moment, almost all the martial arts he had bought from Tianwu Pavilion had been perfected. The strength of this system lies in this: when you defeat an enemy of a higher level, the reward progress is uniform, and all martial arts skills are added. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Tier 4 selectable martial arts manual. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and activating the venerable talent, the all-round walker. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating a new mission. Collect 34th to 6th tier amplification type martial arts manuals to activate your talent, the all-powerful Great Sage. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Fan raised his hands, tilted his head back like a cultist, and looked on with an expression of enjoyment. At this moment, he felt he could do anything. The muscles all over his body were trembling wildly, brimming with explosive power, eager to erupt. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. A sharp, manic laugh emanated from Xiao Fan's mouth, so loud it was almost distorted with excitement. Coupled with his sinister black skin, Chen Chongqing's expression changed slightly, and he said, could he be a villain? Xiaoyan innocently scratched the back of her head and said, this is the first time I've seen him like this. It's a little scary. Wait, something's not right. Chen Chongqing's eyes sharpened, and he said, this guy just underwent a strange change within his body. He went from having a one-star talent to having a venerable level talent. Xiaoyan was overjoyed and said, he told us before that he seemed to have a hidden talent, and a few days ago we noticed signs of it being activated. It seems he activated his talent in this battle, that's great. Lin Xianhua, who was standing to the side, also became excited. Chen Changsheng also raised an eyebrow, a broad smile on his face. At this moment, Wang Lu, enraged by the death of his cousin, flew into a rage and slashed his massive ice sword toward Xiao Fan's neck. However, Xiao Fan remained motionless, still looking completely relaxed. This made Chen Changsheng a little nervous, and he raised his hand to save him. What is he doing? Why doesn't he hide? Snap! At this moment, the icy sword that had landed on Xiao Fan shattered. However, Xiao Fan's physical body did not show a single scratch. Chen Chongqing gasped, his heart filled with unease. How could a 6th-level martial artist withstand an attribute attack from a peak minor grandmaster with his bare body? Unharmed? What is this? I've never seen that before. Suddenly, the one inside started showing his potential as a villain again. Xiao Fan laughed maniacally and said, come on. Cut me. Please, just kill me. I fucking want to die, I don't want to live anymore, can you just kill me? I'll just stand here and not move, if you touch me I'm a dog. Wang Lu flew into a rage and launched a frenzied attack. Click clack 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 clack. Countless ice crystals shot out and landed on Xiao Fan, but they all shattered like fireworks, unable to cause him any harm. Xiao Fan sighed and said, is that all you've got? Too weak, isn't it? Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Show them to me quickly, or you'll miss your chance. Wang Lu stared at the black figure, his arm gripping the ice crystal sword trembling uncontrollably. His anger had completely subsided, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with fear. Xiao Fan is terrifying. He suddenly became several levels stronger, and the abnormal aura he exudes is simply chilling. At this moment. Hey, even if I gave you a chance, you wouldn't be able to do it. Xiao Fan grinned cruelly. Then it's my turn. He took a step forward, and as if teleporting, he was in front of Wang Lu in the blink of an eye. Wang Lu's pupils suddenly contracted, and his unease reached its peak. At this moment, Xiao Fan raised his hand, and explosive power was concentrated in his arm, making his aura resemble that of a terrifying demon. Then, throw a punch. Boom! A loud bang was followed by the sound of the building collapsing. Boom! The three people in the backyard were all stunned, including Chen Chongsheng. He stared blankly at everything in front of him, wondering if he was dreaming. The force of Xiao Fan's punch seemed to have reached 5,000 kilograms. They blew the whole house apart. He's only at the 6th level of martial arts. And he only has the talent of a venerable. 5,000 kilograms, the second highest in history for a martial artist. If it weren't for the first place's special talent, Xiao Fan would be the first in history. What kind of monster is this? Chen Chongsheng was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and Lin Xianhua and Xiaoyan beside him were the same, their eyes wide with shock. Inside the house, that punch caused the house to collapse, and Wang Lu was instantly killed with a single blow. Countless door panels slammed down on Xiao Fan's shoulders, trying to bury him under the rubble. He stood motionless among them, protected by the golden body of the divine ape, unharmed, but there was some disappointment in his eyes. He was naive. He thought that after activating the omnipotent walker, he could deliver a punch that could weigh over 10 tons. But that wasn't the case at all. Basic strength has indeed increased 7-fold. However, there is a limit to the improvement of each amplification martial art. Now, all 20 of my low-level martial arts have been activated to the limit. A punch that can deliver 5,000 kilograms is Xiao Fan's current limit. No, if the active elements overlap, it should be even higher. That's not bad. Second in history, and there's still time. Maybe there'll be a chance to reach that monster like number 1 in history. Suddenly, standing amidst the ruins, he remembered something even more important. Where are my 2 wives? Yes, at this moment, Xiao Fan no longer concealed his ambition and directly regarded the 2 as his wives in his heart. Before, he was actually a little afraid that he was not good enough for her and that her family would not accept him. But things are different now. I am no longer the same person I used to be. Just as Xiao Fan was about to leave the room, he suddenly felt a mysterious power rising from beneath his feet. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his face gradually became blank, because in his eyes, all the buildings around him were being rebuilt. Those crooked tables and shattered windows are actually starting to come back to life. Am I seeing a ghost? Xiaofan touched the back of his head, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered. There is such power? Time travel? Or something else? In less than a minute, his dilapidated house was completely restored to its original state, with only 2 corpses lying quietly at his feet. At that moment, he suddenly turned his head and saw 3 figures walking in through the French windows in the backyard. His own 2 wives, and another. Sunglasses lollipop guy? See? Chen Shangsheng spoke first, his face beaming. What did you see? Xiaofan was taken aback. Chen Shangsheng smirked and said, Did you see that energy just now? I want to tell you, young man, strength and speed are only the most superficial manifestations of martial arts. In reality, the wonders of martial arts are endless. As long as you are strong enough, you can do anything. Xiaofan frowned and said, You did this? Who are you? At this moment, Chen Shangsheng took off his sunglasses, grinned, and said, Do you recognize this face? Of course I recognize it. Xiaofan's body trembled, and he said, You are the legendary King Star God? Chen Shangsheng. Not bad, not bad, you've gained a little weight recently, but it's good that you recognize me. Chen Shangsheng smiled, pulled out a chair from under the long table, and said, Sit down, let's chat. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Lin Xianhua walked to Xiaofan's side and sat on either side of him. Chen Shangsheng scratched the back of his head and said dejectedly, This is what it means to be young and promising. Look at me, I'm so old and still single. Someone like you must find it easy to find a wife, right? Xiaofan asked with a smile. That's true. Many women are pursuing me, but unfortunately, I'm the god of stars, and I'm very busy. Chen Shangsheng shook his head helplessly, looking melancholy. Seeing Xiaofan's disdainful expression, Chen Shangsheng snorted and said, You don't believe me, do you? I'll call her aunt. He Yao is one of my suitors. Her? Xiaofan asked in surprise. Xiao Yan, standing to the side, smiled smugly and said, Lord Wang Xingshan, it was my aunt who invited you to test you. Chapter 32 Letter of Recommendation. Chen Shangsheng gives people a feeling of warmth and gentleness, and is extremely easygoing. He said calmly, I watched the entire fight. Very promising. Without good weapons or powerful elements, he defeated 2 powerful opponents solely through strength, speed, and keen combat awareness. But I want to tell you that if that's all you've got, you won't become the star god of our time. Xiaofan suddenly looked up and said, Isn't this enough for me? Is there anyone in this generation who is faster and stronger than me? Chen Shangsheng shook his head and said, As I said before, strength and speed are only the most basic forms of strength. I don't know who will be participating this year, but the child of an old friend of mine will be participating in this year's Super God class. He's the same age as you, but he possesses a mythical talent destiny. Lin Xianhua, who was standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise, Is it that orphan, Zhuge Tianming? Why call him an orphan? He has parents. Chen Shangsheng asked, puzzled. Lin Xianhua curled his lip and said, He uses fate at will. He can tell at a glance what the other person ate and drank yesterday, what they are going to do at night, and even what color their underwear is. No one has any secrets from him, so naturally no one dares to be friends with him. Xiaofan was shocked and said, There's such a talent? That's right. Chen Shangsheng nodded and said with a faint smile, You can't beat Zhuge Tianming alone. Because no matter how fast you go, you can't outrun the trajectory of fate in his eyes. Furthermore, Zhuge Tianming doesn't seem to be the most likely person to obtain the star god position this year. This time, all of Xiaofan's pride was shattered once again. He suddenly asked, Is immortal fire strong enough to enter the god-level class? Lin Xianhua became nervous upon hearing this question. Chen Shangsheng said without any mercy, only a 30% chance of getting in, absolutely at the bottom. Of course, if you can teach her half of your combat awareness, then 30% will become 80%. This little girl is a bit lazy. She hasn't developed the second stage of the Lin family's Fire God Blade, and she hasn't even mastered the third move of the martial arts. Such great talent, don't waste it. Ha! Lin Xianhua was immediately unconvinced and quickly stood up, took out the Fire God Blade, and then activated the Trinity, instantly transforming the red steel blade into a 7-meter-long flaming blade. Lin Xianhua fiddled with the knife in his hand, frowning as he asked, Isn't this the second stage? Give me the knife. Chen Shangsheng chuckled and raised his hand. Lin Xianhua handed over the Fire God Blade, which Chen Changqing easily caught and casually twirled with. Whoosh! A burst of flames erupted. The length of the Vulcan blade remained unchanged, but the color of the flames on it turned purple. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed, and he said, "The overall lethality has doubled." Yes, the Vulcan blade has 7 stages in total, and this is only the second stage. Chen Changsheng flicked the long blade again, the flames dissipated, and it returned to its normal form before handing it back. Lin Xianhua immediately lowered her head, looking helpless. Only then did she realize how bad she was. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Chen Changsheng cleared his throat. You only have venerable level talent. If we only talk about talent, you probably wouldn't even make it into the super god class. But I trust my gut feeling. Xiao Fan was taken aback, somewhat confused about what the other person meant. Chen Changsheng said in a deep voice, I have never heard of a story where someone with only a 1-star talent defeats someone who was a whole major realm higher than you. It must have been very hard work to do all this, right? It's nothing, as long as the result is good. Xiao Fan shook his head. But Chen Changsheng grinned and said, when you had only 1-star talent, you were able to fight across realms. Now that you've become a venerable, you might just be able to defeat a mythical level expert. I have high hopes for you. This is my letter of recommendation. I'm very busy, and I probably won't be there for the opening ceremony. If you fail the assessment, just show this letter and force your way into the class. On the table, an envelope with gold trim sat quietly. A gentle breeze swept through the huge French windows, ruffling Xiao Fan's neat short hair. At that moment, his resolute eyes trembled slightly. Because he felt a kind of care called elders. From childhood to adulthood, he has always fought alone, with no one behind him and no one in front of him. But today, things are really different. Behind him stood Xiao Yan and Lin Xianhua, and in front of him stood Wang Xingxian. For Xiao Fan, this letter of recommendation meant not just a guaranteed spot in the super god class, but that from now on, he would no longer be alone. Thank you. Xiao Fan nodded emphatically, his eyes showing the same seriousness as when he was fighting with all his might. Chen Changsheng chuckled and said, it's not over yet. I want to make a promise with you. What? Xiao Fan frowned. Some time ago, I went to the northern hemisphere and found a few ancient, god-level beasts. They said that this generation will start the second war of dignity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan and the other two looked up abruptly, their eyes filled with shock. Wang Xingxian's eyes were calm as he said, as you all know, my battle that made me famous was that battle for dignity 30 years ago. In this generation, many super geniuses have emerged from the alien race, some even surpassing the black-eyed demon king I faced back then. They're going to make a comeback, and the stakes are very high. There is one artifact among them that is perfect for you. The armor of Alpha, Xiao Fan, you should know what this is, right? It was a divine artifact with its own consciousness. Although it was called armor, it was actually a piece of active, mysterious material that could transform into any form, such as swords, spears, hammers, or even elemental amplifiers, and it was indestructible. This weapon is perfectly suited for a battle maniac like Xiao Fan. Therefore, Xiao Fan's heart was filled with shock. Are the alien races so ruthless? They even brought out the Alpha armor? So what's our prize? You don't need to know these things. Chen Changsheng shook his head and said calmly, I hope to see you conquer a city for the human race when the time comes. If we succeed, and we win in the end, then I will give you the armor of Alpha. Holy crap! Xiao Fan couldn't sit still any longer and suddenly stood up, exclaiming, as long as I can win the future battle for dignity, I can possess the Alpha armor? That's right. After saying that, Chen Changsheng stood up, put on his black sunglasses, straightened his clothes, and smiled, I'm leaving. Keep the letter safe. Remember our promise. You are the one I have set my sights on. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and a 5-colored light flashed around him. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth circled around him before taking him away from this space. Xiao Fan felt a chill run down his spine. To be able to use 5 elements simultaneously without them conflicting and to generate new energy. That's impressive. It turns out that the strong people you see online are not the real strong people. True powerhouses possess strength that ordinary people cannot even comprehend. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, carefully put away the letter of recommendation from the God of Stars, and a confident smile appeared on his face. The future looks very promising. However, I will definitely become king on that stage where heroes stand side by side. The venerable talent is not the end, but only the beginning. There's also the all-powerful Great Sage coming up, who requires 34th tier amplification martial arts manuals. Xiao Fan asked the system, and it said that anything that was integrated also counted. The Lu family still has a few more books, and the ones from the school are easy to get. Then let's see if we can get the ones from the City Lord's mansion, and then we'll just switch cities. That's right, there are still more than 200 days until the opening battle of the Super God class. It won't take long to finish the last few martial arts manuals in Greenleaf City, so we can't waste any time. Chapter 33 Xiao Yan departs, Immortal Fire Brother arrives. In the dead of night, undercurrents surged in Greenleaf City. The Public Security Bureau was sanctioned on the spot. With just one sentence from Chun Changsheng, all their scheming schemes were shattered. Although the people inside the police station had no idea what had happened. But at least we know that the bureau chief and Wang Lu went to find Xiao Fan. Now, Xiao Fan is alive and well, but these two will never come back. And then what? The higher-ups immediately started investigating us. Without a doubt, Xiao Fan is a big shot, someone you can't afford to offend. Furthermore, through some clues, they learned that Xiao Fan seemed to really need amplification-type martial arts, and without hesitation, they brought 3 books with him. This surprised Xiao Fan greatly. He hadn't known there was such a good thing. What surprised Xiao Fan even more was that none of these 3 martial arts manuals were ones he had never practiced. Unfortunately, they are all Tier 3. Directly merged to become Tier 4, Task List 130. Immediately afterwards, he integrated this 4th-tier amplification martial art into the Comprehensive Enhancement V. The maximum strength was increased from 5,000 kilograms to 5,200 kilograms. The improvement was so small that Xiao Fan was very puzzled. Previously, 3rd-level martial arts could increase weight by 200 kilograms, but now 4th-level martial arts only increased it by the same amount. Immortal Fire, do you know what's going on? Xiao Fan asked earnestly from the balcony. Lin Xianhua replied calmly, Fan, your power comes from stacking amplification elements, right? Yes. Xiao Fan nodded. The rules of heaven and earth are limited. If one could learn infinitely amplification-type martial arts and become infinitely stronger, wouldn't that be outrageous? Those people with extremely high cultivation levels, long lifespans, and excellent comprehension and talent, if they study the amplification system every day, wouldn't their combat power directly reach the heavens? Therefore, once a certain point is reached, the bonus effect will weaken, which is normal. Xiao Fan nodded thoughtfully. Immortal Fire continued, Fan, you are an all-around practitioner you should develop in all aspects. From now on, let's focus on elemental power. Xiao Fan smiled slightly, thinking to himself, I want them all. After all, the amplification system is where the missions are located and is the key to upgrading talents. At this moment, he looked at the system panel and was shocked to find that his martial arts cultivation speed had increased more than tenfold. The Sacred Flame token only grants mastery, and every hour it increases by 0.5%, which is 12% per day. It takes 2 days to go from mastery to perfection. That's the benefit of having talent. From now on, there's no need to rely solely on defeating enemies of higher levels to accelerate cultivation progress. You can just let things languish in the background. Wait a minute. Xiao Fan was taken aback. He saw that there was only one 4th-tier self-selected martial arts skill in the system's inventory. That's strange. Shouldn't this have been obtained by killing Zhou Qiong? What about Wang Lu's share? Host, the reward depends on the difficulty of the enemy kill. Although you did indeed defeat an enemy of a higher level, the opponent was too weak for you, so you cannot achieve the achievement. Xiao Fan sighed helplessly. So that's how it is. Simply put, it means he has to fight desperately to get the reward. If he doesn't fight, he won't get it. This also explains why there were no rewards when he killed monsters of higher levels in the Beast Mountain before. Alright, let's open the 4th-tier martial arts selection. Not bad, another booster type. Task Progress 230. At this moment, Xiao Fan suddenly noticed that neither Xiao Yan nor Lin Xianhua seemed as lively as before. What's wrong with you guys? Xiao Fan asked. Lin Xianhua shook his head with a complicated expression and said, It's nothing. It was obvious she was unhappy. Xiao Fan was a little nervous and looked at Xiao Yan again, asking, What's wrong? Xiao Yan forced a smile and said, Fan, I really didn't think about it. What? Seeing Xiao Yan hesitate, Xiao Fan felt inexplicably flustered. No. It's nothing. Xiao Yan shook her head and remained silent. No matter how much Xiao Fan pressed her for answers, Xiao Yan remained silent. Xiao Fan was also helpless, thinking that his mood would be better during the day. But the next morning, Xiao Fan couldn't find Xiao Yan. I couldn't get through on the phone, and the school said that Xiao Yan had already left the school and resigned early this morning. I ran to her place, but no one was there. When asked, her friends knew nothing. Such a big person just vanished into thin air? Lin Xianhua quietly followed behind Xiao Fan, her heart breaking at the sight of his anxious expression. Where are you going, woman? Xiao Fan started to get angry. Just then, Lin Xianhua came up and gently patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder. Xiao Fan turned his head and saw that Xianhua's eyes trembled slightly as she handed out a letter from her slender hand. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat, because there were obvious tear stains on his face. On the mountain path, he sat down on a stone stool and opened the envelope. Thank you, Fairy Fire Sister, for helping me deliver the letter to Fan Fan. Last night, you kept asking me what was wrong between us. Actually, the reason is very simple. I may seem carefree, but I can't accept the idea of two women sharing one husband. Moreover, I haven't felt much genuine love from you. The important thing is that I understand you so well, Fan Fan. Your feelings have always been ambiguous because you were afraid of hurting either of us, right? It's okay, I choose to withdraw. Xiao Fan, thank you for being with me these past few years. It's my luck to have met you. Go for it, shine in the super class. Xiao Yan loved Xiao Fan. Don't think about it, don't miss it. The envelope was covered with dense, dried tear stains. Xiao Fan suddenly felt breathless, and his hands, which had the strength of 5,000 kilograms, trembled uncontrollably. Without you watching over me and cheering me on. What's the point of having a big stage then? Lin Xianhua, standing to the side, felt her heartbreak looking at Xiao Fan. He felt no fear, apprehension, or pain when facing an invincible enemy, but now? He was filled with a profound sense of powerlessness. Lin Xianhua couldn't help but step forward and hug Xiao Fan, also sobbing. It's often said that there's a first come, first served order in relationships. Sister Xiao Yan arrived first, but she also left first. Last night, she only remembered Xiao Yan asking her if she really loved Xiao Fan. After she nodded, she lost consciousness. When she woke up this morning, all that was left was a letter. Suddenly, Xiao Fan's trembling stopped abruptly. He raised his head sharply, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination. I'll find her and get to the bottom of this. Definitely. Xiao Fan clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead were clearly visible. Lin Xianhua, standing to the side, looked bewildered and said, If Sister Xiao Yan changes her mind, tell her that I can actually accept it. After saying that, Lin Xianhua's red lips pressed fiercely against Xiao Fan's and kissed him. Xiao Fan did not resist, the two embraced and kissed passionately, expressing their love for each other and comforting one another. Just then, a powerful aura of fire suddenly appeared from high above and crashed down on the two of them at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Fan's eyes changed slightly. He picked up the immortal flame and a princess carry and immediately retreated several dozen steps. Boom! The spot where I had been sitting suddenly exploded into fireworks, and flames roared in an area of several meters in radius. At this moment, Lin Xianhua in his arms trembled and said, My brother. That's my brother. Xiao Fan frowned, slowly put down the immortal fire, and stared directly at the intense flames. A tall man with red hair and an afro slowly emerged from the flames, with rings of fire around him moving with him. The man glanced coldly at Lin Xianhua and said, Step back. To Lin Lianqian's surprise, Lin Xianhua's lips suddenly curled up, and he actually retreated outside the battlefield. This doesn't make sense. Shouldn't the normal script be that the younger sister fiercely protects that scoundrel? What's the meaning? Does my sister think he can beat me? A quick glance reveals a 6th-level martial artist with the talent of a venerable. Clay chickens and clay dogs. You shouldn't have touched my sister. Lin Lianqian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Xiao Fan was still in a volatile mood, so he gave a cold grin and said, Thank you. Lin Lianqian frowned and said, What are you talking about? I said, Thank you for coming out and standing up for me at this time. To vent your anger? Lin Lianqian was taken aback, then laughed angrily. I've seen people courting death, but I've never seen anyone who doesn't value their life. Fire fist. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lianqian's thick right arm bulged out, bursting through his clothes and revealing his sculpted lines. Xiao Fan remained expressionless as he analyzed the punch. Elemental power and physical strength amplify each other? That's interesting. The demon man scripture, unfold. Fully strengthened 5 aspects, unfold. Black energy spread from Xiao Fan's body. He bent his knees and rushed to the side just as the thick pillar of fire was about to hit him, like a drifting cannonball. Chapter 34 completely crushes Lin Lianqian. Call out. Xiao Fan's speed was extremely fast, as if he were teleporting. Lin Lianchen narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly shocked. He did have some strength. Cremation. Bang! Xiao Fan pierced through Lin Lianchen's body, and a deep, muffled sound rang out. Upon landing, Xiao Fan suddenly turned his head, his expression showing the same shock as Lin Xianhua's. Although he pierced through the opponent's flesh, the opponent was unharmed because he had turned that part of his flesh into flames. He had only been jumping through a ring of fire. Now, the flames on Lin Lianchen's body had dissipated, and his physical body had been restored. What is this? Xiao Fan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Lin Xianhua exclaimed in surprise, "Brother! You've even learned that move." Lin Lianchen snorted coldly and said, "If you're willing to work a little harder, you're not bad either. Come on, brother, look at my current cultivation level, it's about the same as yours." Lin Xianhua pouted. "Oh, it does have some merit." Lin Lianchen remained dismissive. "Stop arguing, I need to give your little lover a good beating first." "Please, that's not my little lover. That's my man." Lin Xianhua sneered. "TCH." Lin Lianchen snorted coldly, looked at Xiao Fan, and said, "You dare to hit on my sister? You've got guts." But Xiao Fan seemed not to hear him, and frowned as he asked, "If your flames were to come into contact with lightning, would they explode?" "What do you mean?" Lin Lianchen's expression changed slightly. "That's what I mean." Xiao Fan grinned, and the sounds of wind and thunder appeared around him, swirling endlessly. "Will it or not? I'll ask you first, since you're my brother-in-law. It wouldn't look good if I blew you up." Lin Lianchen sneered and said, "Who the hell is your brother-in-law? Such a weak amount of lightning element can't blow me up." "Then let's give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Fan's figure flashed. "Call out." Lin Lianchen suddenly raised both hands, "Fire Emperor Guardian." Suddenly, the ring of fire that had been following him rose up and transformed into a protective shield of flames, keeping Xiao Fan out. Immediately afterwards, facing Xiao Fan who was rushing towards him, he raised his hand and unleashed another fiery fist. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. "Good heavens, can you fight like this? What's the difference between this and a tank? The outside can't hit the inside, but the inside can hit the outside." The pillar of fire instantly extinguished the surrounding weeds. With the Demon Man Sutra activated, Xiao Fan drifted and changed direction while moving. Then, all the lightning elemental power gathered. A punch was thrown at the protective shield. Boom! With a loud bang, Lin Lianchen inside cursed, "Are you fucking crazy? You really dare to play?" Unexpectedly, he was blown up, but Xiao Fan was not. No, to be precise, Xiao Fan was also blown up and covered in dust, but he was still advancing. His lightning element was not diminished, and he had already reached a 0.1 centimeter away from Lin Lianchen's forehead. In this exchange, Xiao Fan broke through the defenses and advanced 5 steps. Lin Lianchen's defenses were destroyed, and he took 3 steps back. "Isn't my man amazing?" Lin Xianhua smiled smugly, skipping over to Xiao Fan's side and taking out a wet wipe to wipe the dust off Xiao Fan's face. Lin Lianchen's face was extremely dark. He said, "Don't think you've won. If it really comes down to life and death." Suddenly, Lin Xianhua interrupted his older brother, turned around and said seriously, "If it were really a matter of life and death, you would already be dead, brother." "Bullshit." Lin Lianchen cursed angrily, "I've also been through hellish training." Lin Xianhua calmly pointed to the beast mountain behind them and said, "My man grew up in there. He's undergoing hellish training every single day. You, all you do is defend your little lover." Lin Lian was furious, his chest heaving. But he was truly shocked. Just now, Xiao Fan first managed to change direction in mid-air without slowing down, and then without any hesitation, he used lightning element to impact his fire element, causing an explosion without retreating. Judging from his disheveled appearance, he must have been hurt. When he was injured, his instinct was to move forward, but his true instinct was to retreat. Furthermore, the opponent was able to control their attack with ease, stopping just before injuring them. "All right, Lord Wang Xingxin's judgment is indeed excellent." Lin Lianchen sighed, but still looked unconvinced. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Did my older brother send you?" "That's right, Xiao Fan is shameless." He directly called him Big Brother. With such a powerful backer, it would be stupid not to cling to him. "Your elder brother?" Lin Lianchen sneered, "No, my father sent me. Back then, when father saw your 3-in-1 battle scene, I wanted to come and see how it went. But dad insisted that What did you say? Lin Xianhua frowned. Lin Lianchen said calmly, Father said that you have the same temperament as him. If we call you back, you will definitely become more rebellious. So let you continue to cause trouble outside. But my mom secretly asked me to come find you, because she's worried about your safety as a young woman out there all alone. But coincidentally, Lord Wang Xingxin called Father and said that you found a man with considerable strength, so he asked me to come and take a look. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianhua was shocked and asked, Father, did you really say that? He really wants me to develop my career on my own outside? Lin Lianchen said calmly, Dad has always preferred to let his children grow up freely. After all, he loves to play too, and he doesn't want to stay at home and manage a little girl like you every day. It's just that Mom won't allow it. Otherwise, how do you think you escaped from the Lin residence? Lin Xianhua frowned and said, I'm smart. Lin Lianchen said disdainfully, forget it. Your father is a martial god, after all. Do you think he would let a mere martial artist like you get away? If that were true, how would your father face anyone? You have absolutely no idea what the concept of a martial god is. Lin Xianhu pouted, too lazy to argue with her older brother, and turned to take Xiao Fan's arm. Let go of my hand. Lin Lianchen sneered. I won't let go. Lin Xianhu shook his head. Lin Lianchen frowned and looked at Xiao Fan, who looked completely innocent and said, I didn't hold her hand, she held mine. It's not my fault. You. Lin Lianchen's face turned ashen. You're playing with fire. Did you and my sister, have sex? Which one? Xiao Fan frowned, looking confused. Nonsense, it's that one. Lin Lian was extremely smug, wondering if he really needed to demonstrate it. As a result, Xiao Fan looked confused, I don't know anything about this. Really? You don't know? Lin Lianchen looked confused. At this moment, Lin Xianhua sighed and said, Fan, he lived in the Beast Mountains since he was a child in order to become stronger. Even his communication equipment was very rudimentary. How would he know what you are talking about? Hearing this, Xiao Fan was shocked. Birds of a feather flocked together. I still remember when I first met Xianhua, she wasn't like this. Is this called a harmonious couple? As a result, Lin Lianchen actually believed it, and he said indifferently, never mind, then I'll pretend I misunderstood you. I'll be staying with you for the next few days. Lin Xianhua's expression instantly darkened, and he said, Brother, stop messing around. Who's messing around with you? Lin Lianchen sneered, I don't care what you two are doing. The important thing is that the fiery secret realm will open in a month, let's go together. After saying that, Lin Lianchen looked at Xiao Fan and said calmly, Father said that if you can help my sister advance to the Fire God Blade and get her into the Super God class, then let's get married right after graduation. By the way, do you know what the fiery secret realm is? Xiao Fan frowned and said, I know. It was a secret realm of fire element, where all sorts of fire monsters were born, and it also possessed many powerful flames that fire element cultivators could comprehend and absorb. In short, it's a paradise for people like Xianhua and Lin Lianchen who specialize in fire. To Xiao Fan's surprise, Immortal Fire's father was so easy to talk to. So direct? Are you marrying off your daughter? Chapter 35 Xiao Fan, I am Wang Dahua, and I have a crush on Xiao Yan. After clearing things up, Xiao Fan and his brother-in-law had no further conflict, and they went home together. But a problem arises, there are only 2 rooms in the house, so how should we arrange sleeping arrangements at night? Lin Lianchen, I'll sleep on the sofa in the living room, one for each of you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianhu pouted and said, I'll sleep with Xiao Fan, and you'll sleep with the other one. You're supposed to be a great genius, what kind of talk is it to sleep on the sofa? No way. Lin Lianchen firmly refused, determined not to let his sister sleep with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan waved his hand and said, whatever, I'm fine with anything. He returned to his room, and Lin Xianhua quickly followed. Looking at Xiao Fan, who was sitting at the computer desk with a serious expression, Lin Xianhua frowned and asked, Fan, you seem to have something on your mind. You were walking very fast on the way back, what's wrong? Xiao Fan asked, would you be unhappy if I said it was because of Xiao Yan? No, Lin Xianhua shook her head firmly, saying, I'm not a petty person. Seeing this, Xiao Fan finally smiled. This is how my immortal flame should look. He started typing on the keyboard and quickly contacted a hacker. How much does it cost to find someone? Scope, the hacker asked casually. The entire Federation. 1 million. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Fan transferred 1 million to the other party's account. Then he sent Xiao Yan's photo over. How long will it take? Xiao Fan asked again. It should be soon, just wait a bit, the hacker replied. Lin Xianhua, who was standing to the side, was taken aback and said, You have this method? Of course, Xiao Fan said calmly. I used to do some hunting down wanted criminals to make money. Although the price of finding someone may be higher than the price of the wanted criminal himself, the wanted criminal's ring is full of money. Amazing! Lin Xianhua exclaimed in amazement. She sat nervously, waiting for news from the hacker. The faint light from the computer shone on Xiao Fan's face. Lin Xianhua glanced at him and sensed that Xiao Fan seemed even more nervous than she was. About half an hour later, the hacker sent a picture. Xiao Fan and Lin Xianhua quickly sat up and leaned against the computer to observe carefully. The picture is dimly lit, but it looks like it's in a bar. Xiao Yan is leaning on a woman's shoulder, his hair is disheveled, and he looks like he's not in good condition. Xiao Fan immediately became anxious and couldn't help but slam his fist on the table. Why are you drinking so much when I'm not around? What if something goes wrong? After taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan calmed down and continued sending messages to the hacker. I need the phone number of the woman next to the target woman. 500,000, came the hacker's message. Xiao Fan dialed without hesitation. This time it was quick, the hacker sent a phone number in just 5 minutes. Xiao Fan continued to send messages, I'll call you, and you can help me pinpoint my location. 500,000. After transferring the money, Xiao Fan pressed numbers on his phone. Beep beep beep. After the call connected, Xiao Fan nervously walked to the balcony, waiting for the other end of the line to answer. He paced back and forth on the wooden floor, his brows furrowed, his heart pounding in his chest. Finally, after 30 seconds, the call was connected. Hello, who is this? A clear female voice came from the other end of the phone. It wasn't Xiao Yan. You're Xiao Yan's friend, right? Xiao Fan disguised himself as Wang Dahua's voice. Yes, who are you? Zhou Jie frowned slightly, looking somewhat wary. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and said, I am Xiao Yan's friend in Greenleaf City. I heard her mention you. She suddenly disappeared today, so I came to ask her about it. Xiao Yan's friend in Greenleaf City? Zhou Jie's voice rose, filled with doubt. Although Xiao Yan, who was drunk, had blurry eyes, she still frowned. Who is it? Xiao Fan said, I am Wang Dahua. The homeroom teacher of Class 1? Xiao Yan asked, a headache forming in her head. We're not that close, are we? Xiao Fan glanced down at the screen. The hacker hadn't been located yet, he needed to stall for time. Xiao Yan, actually all these years, I've always. What? Xiao Yan frowned. Zhou Jie teased from the side, of course I have a crush on you. Is he handsome? Is this Wang Dahua handsome? Bro, are you handsome? Hearing Zhou Jie's excited voice, Xiao Fan cleared his throat and said, he may not be handsome, but he's definitely a devoted and good man. Moreover, I have a government job and can definitely provide Xiao Yan with a stable life in the future. Xiao Yan left without saying goodbye today, and I'm a little worried. How is Xiao Yan now? I heard she often drinks too much. It's really dangerous for a young woman to be out like that. At this moment, Xiao Yan answered the phone and said indifferently, thank you for your concern, but what I do is none of your business. Hang up. Xiao Fan quickly looked down. Thank goodness, the hacker had already sent a message. Location successfully located, Leisure Bar, Dongyang City, 30 kilometers from your location. Upon seeing this message, Xiao Fan's expression finally calmed down a bit. Xiao Fan looked at Lin Xianhua and asked, do you want to come with me? Lin Xianhua shook his head and said, I won't go. Promise me you'll bring Sister Xiao Yan back. Okay? Her face, as beautiful as an angel's, held a firm and earnest gaze. Xiao Fan was so moved that he couldn't speak. He stroked her hair and sighed, you're the only one in the whole world who understands me. Immortal fire is the best, he said, then gently kissed her lips. It was that same sentence again, but this time it was a genuine expression of emotion. A satisfied expression appeared on Lin Xianhua's face as he smiled and said, I still remember when we first met, you seemed to really like my motorcycle. How about I lend you my car? Okay, thank you, my wife. Xiao Fan kissed Lin Xianhua on the cheek. Lin Xianhua snorted and said, call me wife, and you'll have to marry me someday. Of course. Xiao Fan nodded emphatically. Soon, the two were coming downstairs when Lin Lianchen sat up abruptly from the sofa, frowning and asking, where are you two going in the middle of the night? None of your business. Lin Xianhua snorted coldly, turned around and left. Lin Lianchen quickly followed, and after seeing Lin Xianhua take out a motorcycle for Xiao Fan to ride, he returned. Boom boom boom. The roar of the motorcycle filled the air as Xiao Fan stepped on the gas and accelerated. At this moment, he noticed Lin Lianchen standing at the door. He raised an eyebrow and suddenly thought, if I bring Xiaoyan back, what should I say to Lin Lianchen? Who cares? On the other side, Lin Lianchen frowned and said, where did Xiao Fan go in the middle of the night? Humph, it's none of your business. Lin Xianhua snorted and turned to leave. Suddenly, she stopped, raised an eyebrow, and said, brother, if Xiao Fan finds another woman, can our family accept it? Lin Lianchen looked puzzled and asked, what kind of question is that? If he dares to find another one, I'll break his legs. I'm not saying anything, why are you in such a hurry? Lin Xianhu rolled her eyes. Lin Lianchen snorted coldly and said, if this gets out, and our Lin family's eldest daughter becomes someone else's concubine, where will the Lin family's face be? But what if Xiao Fan becomes the strongest in the future? Come on, a venerable talent can never become a supreme power. As one's realm increases, talent will widen the gap between people even further. No matter how hard one tries, it will not be able to make up for it. Lin Lianchen said calmly. Is that so? So that means he just needs to become a supreme expert? Lin Xianhua chuckled and said, don't forget, Xiao Fan is someone that Wang Xingxian has taken a liking to. What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Lianchen's expression changed slightly. Could it be that guy really has another woman on the side? Don't joke with me. TCH, none of your business. Lin Xianhu pouted and turned to walk towards Xiao Fan's bedroom. Lin Lianchen touched his afro and cursed under his breath, damn it, he actually went to see two women? So, does that mean I can find two people in the future? Thinking of this, Lin Lianchen's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. Although he has been single for 18 years, he believes that his sexy afro will definitely attract an interesting soul. What exactly happened in chapter 36? On the alluring highway at night, a bright red motorcycle speeds along the expressway. Boom! With the engine at full power and at extremely high speed, it left a trail of fiery red light on the highway. The truck driver, who was driving while fatigued, suddenly straightened up and exclaimed, damn, that's awesome. Xiao Fan's face was ashen, his hair billowing in the wind. The motorcycle's speed kept increasing, because only in this way could Xiao Fan release some of his inner anxiety and unease. Meanwhile, in the neighboring city of Dongyang. Inside the leisure bar, a dazed Xiao Yan felt increasingly uneasy. Is Wang Dahua secretly in love with me? Wait a minute, Wang Dahua has a wife. And she's never looked at me like that before. How could he possibly have a crush on me? Besides, I have never mentioned Zhoujia in front of him. Yes. Xiao Yan frowned, feeling uneasy. She was almost 100% certain that the person just now was definitely not Wang Dahua. It's fake. Who could it be? Does anyone know Zhoujia's phone number? The answer is no one knows, even Xiao Fan doesn't know. But Xiao Fan can investigate. Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and she stood up without hesitation, saying, I'm leaving. Zhoujia was taken aback and said, why are you leaving so suddenly? Have some more to drink. I'm not drinking anymore, I'm not drinking anymore. Seeing Xiao Yan's hurried expression, she didn't want to stop her any longer and said, then be careful on your way. Xiao Yan nodded and then walked out of the bar. Inside the bar, several men saw Xiao Yan leave alone and followed her without hesitation, their faces beaming with excitement. Xiao Yan naturally sensed someone following her, so she immediately opened a ride-hailing app and waited for a taxi to arrive. Unexpectedly, on the street, in full view of everyone, those drunkards actually dared to surround us. Xiao Yan looked down at the purple bracelet on her wrist, her face stiffening. She was now completely powerless in combat. She immediately sent a message to her cousin, then stood there without changing her expression. Hey beautiful, let's go home. I have a car, wanna ride? Xiao Yan ignored him completely. TSK, you've got a fiery temper, huh? I like it even more now. Do you know who I am? Beautiful lady, it's your honor to be with me, so don't resist, understand? Xiao Yan remained standing quietly, looking to the side, waiting for the taxi and her cousin to arrive. You're really asking for it. The man immediately got angry and reached out his hand. But suddenly, boom! The loud engine noise startled the drunk men. One person suddenly turned around and exclaimed, "What a cool car! Holy crap, that's fast! Why does it look like it's coming this way?" The leader was even more excited, saying, "Great timing. Let's just snatch it away." But Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. As expected, it was Xiao Fan. His speed is just too fast. The car stopped, and Xiao Fan jumped out, walking forward expressionlessly. The drunkard in the lead grinned and stepped forward, saying, "Brother." Slap. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan slapped him across the face. Blood spurted out immediately, and several teeth were broken. The other drunkards were terrified and immediately fled. "Wang Dahua, is that you?" Xiao Yan asked casually. Xiao Fan replied irrelevantly, "How dare you drink so much when I wasn't here? How much I drink is none of your business now." Xiao Yan shook her head and said indifferently, "Xiao Fan, I told you, don't think about him or miss him. Go find Lin Xianhua, this old auntie isn't suitable for you." At this moment, Xiao Fan suddenly felt as if his heart was being torn apart, because Xiao Yan had never spoken to him in such a cold tone before. Suddenly, Xiao Fan noticed the dark purple bracelet on Xiao Yan's hand. This thing was not there before, and its aura was very peculiar. He asked, "What is that?" Xiao Yan suddenly felt a little guilty, put her hands behind her back, and even avoided looking Xiao Fan in the eye. Xiao Fan, ever as astute, asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened?" "What happened?" "It's all right, Xiao Fan, it's over between us," Xiao Yan said in a deep voice, but her voice was trembling slightly. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Is it related to your talent?" Xiao Yan's expression froze. "You think you can lie to me?" Xiao Fan sneered, "Explain yourself, what exactly happened?" "Come with me," Xiao Fan said softly, taking Xiao Yan's arm in one hand. Xiao Yan trembled slightly, wanting to resist, but she simply couldn't refuse Xiao Fan. The two walked towards a secluded spot, the wind whistling. Xiao Fan took out a coat and draped it over her shoulders before asking in a deep voice, "What exactly happened?" Xiao Yan shook her head and remained silent. Xiao Fan frowned and asked, "What exactly happened? If we encounter any difficulties, we can face them together, right?" Xiao Yan still shook her head, her body trembling slightly, but she clenched her fists tightly. "I'm sorry, I can't say." Seeing his grief-stricken appearance, Xiao Fan felt a pang of heartache. After coaxing him for a while, he asked, "What exactly happened?" "Just stop asking." Xiao Yan pouted, whimpering. She's clearly a woman in her 20s, but at this moment she's acting like an innocent little girl who's been bullied. "Looks like I didn't squeeze hard enough," Xiao Fan snorted. "Then tell me what exactly happened." Xiao Yan seemed unable to resist Xiao Fan's insistence. She frowned, looked up, and asked, "If we don't see each other for 5 years, will you still remember me after 5 years?" Xiao Fan was taken aback and asked, "Why are you asking this question?" "Of course I'll remember. What do you take me for? A scumbag who falls in love with every girl he meets?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's face lit up with a delighted smile, and she chuckled, "So that's you? Finally smiling? Can I say that?" Suddenly, a powerful aura came from the side, which even Lin Lianchen could not compare to. "Xiao Fan? Is that his name?" Yun Jinyu asked calmly. Annoyed by the interruption, Xiao Fan stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "He is my cousin." Xiao Yan stuck out her tongue and said, "I just called him over, but he was really slow to arrive." Yun Jinyu glanced at Xiao Yan and said, "Cousin, how could you fall for such a scumbag? I'm so angry. You should let go of Xiao Yan right now, it's time for her to leave." "Leave? Where to?" Xiao Fan didn't frown. "I said, it has nothing to do with you," Yun Jinyu said in a deep voice. Suddenly, he changed the subject and said, "How about this? Let's fight. If you win, I'll tell you everything. If you lose, Xiao Yan, you'll come with me." Xiao Fan cracked his neck, clenched his fist, and sneered, "Then let's fight." Yun Jinyu's eyes narrowed, and a mysterious blue calligraphy brush appeared in her storage ring. Xiao Fan suddenly felt something was off and frowned, saying, "Your purpose isn't to test my strength?" "Of course, not only that, I also want to beat you up, you two-timing scumbag." Yun Jinyu sneered. Chapter 37. It turns out Xiao Yan is the armor of Alpha. Soon, Xiao Fan and Yun Jinyu arrived at an open space. The two stood facing each other. Yun Jinyu kept glancing at Xiao Fan, looking completely bewildered. She simply couldn't understand what was so charming about this guy. Not only did she get her own cousin to throw herself at her, but she also got that wild and unruly young lady from the Lin family to throw herself at her. Most importantly, even Wang Xingxian was very fond of him. Let's see who's the best. Let's begin. Yun Jinyu snorted coldly, raised the Cloud Forest Immortal brush in her hand, and quickly drew 2 words, Thunderkill. The next second. Boom! A thunderbolt struck. Xiaofan didn't dodge or flinch, he just stood there. Is it too slow? Yun Jinyu frowned, but noticed that the other person's expression was very calm. What a strange person. Could it be that his talent standing and taking hits can increase his strength? Never mind. Fire Dragon, he wrote down the 2 words again. But then, Xiaofan's figure vanished suddenly, at an incredibly fast speed. Yun Jinyu's pupils trembled, and she quickly wrote again. Defend. It was too late. Xiaofan's speed far exceeded his writing speed. Xiaofan's average speed now reaches 100 meters in 1.7 seconds. What does that mean? A distance of 10 meters can be covered in just 0.17 seconds, which is only a blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Yun Jinyu couldn't write a single word. Boom! With a single palm strike, Xiaofan knocked the calligraphy brush from Yun Jinyu's hand and sent it flying to the ground. Come back! Yun Jinyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Ignoring her injuries, she quickly summoned her calligraphy brush. But at this moment, Xiaofan gripped the brush tightly in his hand. It trembled slightly, but he couldn't let go. Is that enough? Xiaofan said calmly, You've already lost. Yun Jinyu, her face full of resentment, shouted angrily, That's only because I didn't set up a defense beforehand. Yes, Xiaofan scoffed, so, is it my problem? If you lose, you lose. If this were on the battlefield, you'd already be dead. Nobody would listen to your talk about setting up defenses in advance. Yun Jinyu's face turned ashen with anger and resentment. He still had dozens, even hundreds, of abilities he hadn't used yet. The loss was so frustrating. But then she thought. You deliberately let me fight, wasn't it to find out my fighting style? Yun Jinyu frowned. Otherwise what? Xiaofan shrugged and said, Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. When I realized that all you could do was use that calligraphy brush, I knew I had no chance of winning. How strange, a genius like you doesn't cultivate your physical body at all. You put all your abilities into something external, it's really unbelievable. Such taunts made Yun Jinyu's Dao heart waver. He clenched his fists tightly and said, It doesn't take me half a second to write the character guard. You were more than 20 meters away from me. Who knew you had such explosive power? If only we could do it again. Xiaofan took the bait and said indifferently, You're the one who still loses. You. Yun Jinyu snorted angrily and stopped arguing. He was really unwilling to accept it, because his explosive power was so strong that he could turn everything within a radius of 100 meters into ashes in an instant. But they lost without even trying anything. My cousin was watching from the side, so I could only swallow my anger. Yun Jinyu snorted coldly and said, We will meet again in the opening battle. At that time, I will not give you a chance to get close again. Alright, now you want to know everything, right? Okay, I'll tell you. Xiaofan was highly focused, listening intently. Yun Jinyu sighed and said, This matter has to start from the birth of Xiao Yan. She had a difficult childbirth. Because the talent is too strange, it's a sealed black flame called the Death Soul Flame, which naturally possesses a strong death aura. Even if Xiao Yan had been born back then, there would have been no way she could have withstood the power of such a talent. She would have lived for no more than 3 days. Of course her father couldn't just stand by and watch his own flesh and blood die like that. She also successfully found a way to break the deadlock. What? Xiaofan frowned. The armor of Alpha. Yun Jinyu suddenly looked up and said, Her father went to the alien race and made a deal with them. The active elements within the Alpha armor are a perfect match for the Dead Soul Fire. When the two are fused together, they no longer cause any damage. Therefore, her father, as the most outstanding weapon refiner, created this terrifying humanoid weapon. That's right, it's Xiao Yan. Xiaofan suddenly turned his head and stared intently at the woman behind him. He suddenly remembered that he had asked Wang Xingxian before, what was the price for other people's prizes, the Alpha armor, but what was for his? Chen Shangsheng said you don't need to know this. Now he knows, it's Xiao Yan. So, Xiao Yan is the price for that battle for dignity? Xiaofan clenched his fists tightly. Yun Jinyu sighed and said, Yes. This situation is unsolvable. If we hadn't brought the Alpha armor back then, Xiao Yan would have died 3 days after birth. The alien races aren't stupid either. They definitely didn't give away the alpha armor for free. They got their eyes on the Death Soul fire within Xiaoyan. The current situation is that the alpha armor contains a restriction set by the alien race. Once activated, it will explode on the spot. Xiaoyan will die instantly. But this also means that the soul fire is gone, and the alien races will not do this unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, she became the gambler in the future battle for dignity. If the human race loses, Xiaoyan's soul will be extracted, turning him into a walking corpse and a weapon in someone else's hands. If the human race wins, then everything will be fine. Suddenly, Xiaofan's tense expression vanished, and he chuckled, "I see." He turned to look at Xiaoyan and asked gently, "I thought it was something serious. Why didn't you tell me about such a small thing? A trivial matter." Yun Jinyu was surprised and said, "You think this is a trivial matter?" Xiaofan said calmly, "Of course, with me here, we can't possibly lose this battle of dignity. I can take on 7 people by myself without any problem." "What the hell are you bragging about?" Yun Jinyu couldn't help but curse. This guy was such a show-off. At this moment, Xiaofan stood up and looked at Yun Jinyu, saying calmly, "I have already fought against 2 geniuses at the level of the Super God class today. Lin Lianshan, and you, Yun Jinyu. Do you know how you make me feel?" "What?" Yun Jinyu frowned. "I feel like you guys don't understand combat at all," Xiaofan said with a mocking expression. "If I had to describe your fighting in one word, it would be child's play. You make a move, I make a move, we frantically defend ourselves, and hesitate when faced with a situation. You won't admit defeat. If the entire Super God class consists of people of your level, then I probably won't let you play. Too weak. You." Yun Jinyu's face turned ashen with anger. At this point, his dear cousin added insult to injury. "Alright, Fan, stop talking about my cousin. Even though he's weaker than you, he still has his pride." "Okay, whatever you say." Yun Jinyu was so angry that she almost vomited blood and fainted. Under the dim moonlight, Xiaoyan sighed and said, "I really didn't expect you to come looking for me in the middle of the night." Xiaofan glanced at her and said, "From now on, if you have something to say it directly. Don't just disappear all the time." Chapter 38 The blissful life ends, preparations begin for battle. Seeing Xiaofan and Xiaoyan being so affectionate made Yun Jinyu feel heartbroken. "I'm only 18 years old, and they're already feeding me so much dog food, a Chinese slang term for public displays of affection? I can't take it anymore. Xiaoyan is gone." Yun Jinyu snorted coldly. Xiaofan frowned and said, "By the way, I still don't know where you're going. What does it mean to be gone for several years?" Xiaoyan said in a deep voice, "Wang Xingxian and a demon god want to train me and help me become strong enough to completely fuse the Death Soul fire and the Alpha armor. This will take a long time." Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully and said, "I see." Lord Wang Xingxian had it all planned out that day, Xiaoyan said with a smile. "He knew that with your current strength, it was unlikely that you would have a few female confidants. But once I win the battle for dignity and also possess this close-fitting vest of mine, things will be different." At this moment, Xiaoyan turned around and smiled, "Cousin, wait for me a moment, there's no rush." "What else do you want to do?" Yun Jinyu pouted. "I want to go to sleep." After saying that, Xiaoyan grabbed Xiaofan's hand and excitedly left the place. Yun Jinyu was bombarded with PDA, her face filled with utter despair. "I picked up my phone and used my messaging app, hoping to find a girl to chat with, but all I saw were groups sharing dating techniques, not a single girl. His mother absolutely forbids him from touching women. I'm so angry. I'm 18 years old, I'm an adult male, and I have certain physiological needs, okay?" Unfortunately, he dared not disobey his mother, and among the powerful and extraordinary individuals, he earned the title of Mama's boy. The next morning, Xiaofan said goodbye to Xiaoyan and rode his motorcycle home. "As soon as I entered, I saw our little fairy, wearing an apron and cooking, reading the instructions as she went. However, the smell was rather unpleasant, and Lin Lianshan fled in panic, deciding to go see what good food Greenleaf City had, since his sister's cooking skills were not worth praising." Hearing Xiaofan's footsteps, Lin Xianhua grinned, holding up his phone. Xiaofan took the phone and his face immediately froze. With Lin Lianshan nearby, the two could only communicate through frantic eye contact. One is laughing, the other is forcing a smile. Then, Lin Xianhua brought out the breakfast. It was quite unique, even the fried egg was black, which made Xiaofan's scalp tingle, but he still forced himself to swallow it and had to praise it, "Delicious, but there's a lot of room for improvement." In the afternoon, the two sparred, and Lin Lianshan joined in, preparing to try his hand at fighting Xiao Fan again. The result was predictable, he collapsed after 5 minutes. Lin Lianshan was not convinced and challenged him to come again. This time, the battle ended in 4.5 minutes. One more time, it'll be over in 4 minutes. Losing faster and faster, Lin Lianshan's mentality was about to collapse. He originally thought he had found Xiao Fan's weakness, but it turned out that Xiao Fan had found his weakness. TCH, the arena is too small. If I were to really unleash my undying flame, you would definitely lose. Lin Lian, the divine man, was more likely to lose than to lose a verbal battle. Xiao Fan seemed somewhat expectant, and said, "How about we go outside and find a place to try out the undying flame you mentioned?" Lin Lianshan shook his head and said, "No, I can't control it at will right now. If I'm not careful, I might burn the entire terraced field dry." At this moment, Xiao Fan earnestly lectured him, "A power you can't control is a power that doesn't belong to you. Remember that." Lin Lianshan's temper flared up from being lectured. "What right do you have to lecture me? You're only a month older than me. Because I'm stronger than you, I can easily beat you." Xiao Fan said with a look of disdain. I possess a mythical level talent. Once I master the use of the undying flame, your chances of winning are 0. Lin Lianshan roared. "Then go and master it, and we'll talk about it later," Xiao Fan said dismissively. In the afternoon, he went to the Liu family and took 2 martial arts manuals. The Liu family members dared not provoke him, as they all knew that Xiao Fan was a big shot. They handed them over without hesitation, and even if their child died in his hands, they dared not say anything. After all, Wang Lu and Zhou Qiong both died in his house. Then, Xiao Fan went to the school and applied to enter the scripture pavilion. He entered easily and obtained 2 third-tier amplification martial arts books that he had never learned before, as well as more than a dozen low-tier martial arts books. Once home, he immediately began to integrate all those miscellaneous things. The Divine Ape Golden Body was directly integrated into the all-round enhancement, and the final effect was excellent. The all-round enhancement level rose from 5 to 6, and the realm even broke through suddenly. Host of the Infinite Martial Arts Cultivation System, Xiao Fan. Talent, Omnipotent Master. Realm, 7th level of martial arts. Ultimate strength, 5,600 kilograms. Top speed, 100 meters in 1.6 seconds. Key martial arts, Demon Man Scripture, all-round enhancement 6, Flying and Earth Escape Technique, Wind and Thunder Technique. Elemental attributes, Common Wind, Common Lightning. Special mission, activate the Omnipotent Great Sage 330. The only pity is that the Demon Man Scripture has incorporated dozens of martial arts manuals, but it still hasn't changed much. It still needs more than a dozen manuals to break through to the 8th level and produce a qualitative change. The following days were peaceful, but every day was filled with grueling training. Xiao Fan's combat awareness completely shattered the worldview of the Lin siblings, making them realize that this is how battles are fought. The first rule of combat, hesitation leads to defeat. Second law of combat, kill your opponent at all costs, even if they're still sleeping at home. If you know they're planning to attack you today, it's best to assassinate them tonight. The third law of combat, clearly understand your objective. Is it robbery or combat? Once you achieve your goal, run, and don't look back. Lin Lianshan suddenly realized that his brother-in-law didn't seem to be so honest. So he asked again, "Have you and my sister, you know?" Xiao Fan looked helplessly at Lin Xianhua, who pouted shyly and said, "I'm not ready yet." "That means it hasn't happened yet." Lin Lianshan breathed a sigh of relief. But at night, after Lin Lianshan fell fast asleep on the sofa, Lin Xianhua would sneak out of his room. Having found the right person, my happiness level skyrocketed, and soon it was time to prepare for my expedition to the fiery secret realm. At this moment, Lin Lianshan suddenly received a list of messages from his father. He frowned and called Xiao Fan and Lin Xianhua over, his brows furrowed, and said, "This time, we're in trouble." "How so?" Xiao Fan asked seriously. Lin Lianshan said in a deep voice, "This time, because the location of the Flame's secret realm is on the border between the human race and the alien race. So alien races will come too. Furthermore, the two sides have reached an agreement that once inside, those inside are allowed to fight each other, regardless of life or death." Xiao Fan frowned slightly. The fiery secret realm is a low-level secret realm, and there are realm restrictions for those who enter, but the highest level they can reach is the peak of the Lesser Grandmaster. The alien race is the same, and they are a whole realm higher than Xiao Fan. But danger also represents opportunity. The alien races that come to the secret realm must all be geniuses with powerful bloodlines. Their essence and blood will definitely benefit Xiao Fan's breakthrough. Don't be fooled by the fact that Lin Lianchen can't beat him now. His goal is to master the Undying Flame and break through to the lesser Grandmaster level before the opening battle. These two factors can more than double Lin Lianchen's overall combat power. Right now, all the geniuses are secretly working hard. I need to hurry up and catch up too, because being at least 1,000 kilograms less in basic strength means being a whole level lower. Chapter 39, The War is about to begin. Let's get acquainted first. The Lin family truly lives up to its reputation as a powerful family. The younger sister rides a heavy motorcycle, while the older brother rides a super shuttle worth billions. After half a day of flying in the flying shuttle, the three of them finally arrived at the entrance to the fiery secret realm. The spatial vortex that teleported to the secret realm was a fiery red circle, over 50 meters in diameter, extremely large, with flames churning around it. There are exactly 200 people participating in this secret realm. 100 humans and 100 aliens. The flying shuttle, engraved with the Lin family's emblem, slowly descended from the sky. Everyone below looked up, and the faces of the alien powerhouses were filled with fierce light. Lin Lianchen is also on the alien race's blacklist of geniuses. Although he is ranked low, there are still extremely generous rewards for killing him. At this moment, a hunchbacked old man with ram's horn sneered, "Your child has arrived." Standing before him was the demon war god Lin Wugui, clad in scarlet armor, extremely robust, with a majestic square face, exuding authority without anger. But the moment he opened his mouth, his composure crumbled. "Hey, old sheephead, you can't wait to see the corpses of your descendants, can you?" Lin Wugui mocked. The demon god of the goat sneered, "Your two kids haven't broken through to the lesser Grandmaster level yet, have they? Only at the third realm, not enough to impress here." Lin Wugui, too lazy to waste words, raised his hand and threw 3 small bottles directly at Xiao Fan and the other two. The demon god Guiyang suddenly straightened up and said, "Ultimate third-tier source energy liquid? You plan to let your child break through to the lesser Grandmaster level right here? But who's that in the middle? Willing to spend such a large sum of money on him? Could he be your illegitimate child? The consequences would be unimaginable if your mother wolf found out." The ghost sheep demon god said with his legs crossed, looking sinister. Lin Wugui said calmly, "Yes, an illegitimate child, born to your wife." The fox demon was so sweet the bed was covered in celestial water back then. The demon god of the goat's face darkened, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and he finally let out a cold snort before falling silent. Below, Xiao Fan was shocked. Looking at the ultimate source liquid in his hand, his body trembled with excitement. "This thing is unavailable for purchase. It's priceless and unavailable. Only the Federation's core technology can extract it, and only those in high positions of power can buy it. Wow, my father-in-law is so generous." Furthermore, it's important to know that there are limited spots available for the Flame Realm, and each spot is extremely expensive. It's not something you can buy with money. This proves that Lin Lianchen was right. The demon war god has practically taken him as his son-in-law. My concern is, what if my father-in-law finds out about Xiaoyan? Won't he change his mind? Never mind all that. Xiao Fan immediately prostrated himself in worship, his face beaming with joy. Lin Wugui chuckled and nodded. He didn't believe Xiao Fan, but rather Chen Shangsheng, because this guy seemed to be bragging, but in the end, he fulfilled all his promises. Chen Shangsheng said, "Xiao Fan is the most promising person I have ever seen in this generation. He definitely has a special secret. He told me that he activated his hidden talent in battle at the age of 18. He's treating me like an idiot. But I didn't point it out, because I felt that his talent could be further improved. Among those of equal talent, whether from alien races or humans, no one in this generation should be able to match Xiao Fan." Just like investing, Lin Wugui believed in the potential stocks recommended by Chen Shangsheng without hesitation. He's single-minded, only knows how to curse and fight, and doesn't know anything else, but Chen Shangsheng is a good brother and would never lie to him. Moreover, judging from his daughter's happy expression, Xiao Fan, as a man, shouldn't be too bad. At this moment, Xiao Fan, Lin Xianhua, and Lin Lianchen immediately consumed the 4th-tier ultimate source liquid. Immediately afterwards, enter a meditative state and absorb the nutrients. About half a day later. Bang! Xiao Fan was the first to open his eyes. His cultivation level had reached the 8th level of martial arts, just one step away from the 9th level, and his strength had reached 5,700 kilograms. Furthermore, he clearly sensed that his internal energy level was somewhat unstable. It seems that while the ultimate source liquid is good, it shouldn't be used casually. Currently, all that's needed is one more beast with noble blood to break through to the 9th level of martial arts. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan glanced at the alien race's war zone, where a third of the people were of noble blood. The alien race also looked at him, their faces filled with murderous intent, some even slit their own throats, their expressions cruel. Xiao Fan chuckled sheepishly and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Please show mercy then, please show mercy." This reaction left the group of alien races somewhat bewildered, and they began to laugh rudely. This is the person chosen by the demon god of war? What a coward! This is ridiculous. They actually expect us to show mercy? Are humans really this stupid this generation? How about we go in and kill this idiot first? Even the humans frowned, looking at Xiao Fan with strange eyes, wondering why this guy was so humble and bowing his head right from the start. Are you sick? But with Lin Lianchen over there, no one dared to say anything. At this moment, Lin Lianchen and Lin Xianhua were still in seclusion when a man walked over with a cold expression and quick steps. Everyone around looked on, their faces showing they were enjoying the spectacle. The visitor was Wang Qingtian, the young master of the Wang family. Wang Qingtian looked coldly at Xiao Fan and asked, "What exactly is your relationship with Lin Xianhua?" At this moment, Lin Xianhua suddenly broke through and opened his eyes. His realm had reached the lesser grandmaster level, but before he could even feel happy, his face darkened when he saw Wang Qingtian. "Wang Qingtian, is there something you need?" Lin Xianhua stood up and immediately put her arm around Xiao Fan's arm. This scene made Wang Qingtian's face turn ashen, as if he had eaten shit. The legend is true. You good for nothing are actually the Lin family's son-in-law? Xiao Fan was taken aback. So I become alive in son-in-law? Son-in-law and live in son-in-law are two different concepts. He wouldn't bother with a normal kid, but since it involves the immortal flame, he can't back down. I've heard of you, Xiao Fan said calmly. Xianhua has been complaining to me that there was a toad who clung to her since she was a child, and he kept calling her his childhood sweetheart. It's you, right? Wang Qingtian was furious. You called me a toad? What the hell are you? I'm telling you, don't let me run into you inside. As long as Lin Lianchen isn't here, I will make sure you don't leave alive. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Xiao Fan. Lin Xianhua gripped Xiao Fan's hand tightly and said, "Humph, ignore him." Xiao Fan pursed his lips and said, "The way you're talking makes it sound like I'm afraid of him." But he has already reached the level of a minor grandmaster. Lin Xianhua's eyebrows showed some worry. Xiao Fan's combat power is indeed almost invincible among those of the same realm, but his opponent is a realm higher, and all his stats are much higher. Wang Qingtian is a shoe-in for the super god class, he's no ordinary nobody. But Xiao Fan remained unconvinced, only sighing and saying, "Right now, your Lin family is my backer. If I kill this guy, won't it bring trouble to your family?" At this moment, Lin Lianchen had also broken through. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Fan, don't do anything rash." Xiao Fan smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It depends on luck. If we're lucky, we'll find a chance to kill him, either by a violent death or by some strange beast." Upon hearing this, Lin Lianchen's expression changed slightly. He said, "Are you crazy? How dare you? If you get caught, you're finished." At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. He said in a chilling voice, "I said it before, I will never show mercy to my enemies. What's more, he's the kind of guy who's after my woman. The fiery secret realm is so vast, and we've been inside for so long. This time, there are even alien races participating in the battle. What will happen in the end? Who knows?" Chapter 40, Entering the Secret Realm. Humans now reign supreme based on talent, while other races reign supreme based on bloodline, which is divided into common blood, high blood, noble blood, royal blood, emperor blood, and imperial blood. Alien races is a general term that includes thousands or even tens of thousands of categories. For example, the ghost sheep demon god comes from the major category of demons. From the day they are born, their future path is basically determined. For example, the talents that demons excel at are fire and physical strength. The fiery realm is used to collect flames, so half of the hundreds of alien races in front of us are demons. Furthermore, one can judge the strength of a different race's bloodline by its appearance. Simply look at whether it resembles a human more. At first glance, it was a black demon over 3 meters tall, with wings and a deformed face. But this demon bowed down to the little demon in front of it, who was only a little over a meter tall, with a pale face and somewhat delicate features. At this moment, the fiery secret realm is slowly forming, and it will be ready to enter in about half an hour. Xiao Fan sat quietly, beginning to ponder the purpose of his trip. The brother-in-law ignored him, but he wanted to help Xianhua activate the second stage of the Fire God Blade. The activation method was simple: find a flame with special properties and quench it. This quenching is not about quenching the blade, but about tempering the person and the blade together, creating a resonance that gives them the opportunity to start the second stage. The rest is up to you. First, he hopes to break through to the lesser Grandmaster level in the secret realm. Cultivation is a long road, and to speed it up, a lot of resources are needed. For example, the essence and blood of a large number of alien races. With this in mind, Xiao Fan calmly scanned the alien races, judging which ones were easy to bully and which ones seemed to need to be avoided. The second thing to accomplish: seek out some powerful flame and absorb it into your arsenal. At this moment, he deeply realized the importance of elemental attributes. How can you turn your body into flames? That's so cheating. If he didn't possess lightning element, he might have been truly helpless against Lin Lianchen yesterday, and in the future, there will only be more incidents like this. At this point, the power of the all-around walker is demonstrated. Although he has a supreme level talent, his characteristic is that he has a medium level of affinity for each talent. This is already quite good for Xiao Fan at the moment. Once he has the all-powerful Great Sage, his affability will rise to another level. Finally, Xiao Fan glanced at Wang Qingtian behind him and saw that Wang Qingtian was staring at him murderously and even made a throat-slitting gesture. There's no cure, Xiao Fan said calmly. At this moment, the secret realm before them emitted a loud boom sound, and the flames that were originally churning became even more crimson and solid. A fluctuation of spatial power rose up. Xiao Fan looked at this power and his mind trembled. It was as if anything that entered that space at this moment would be indiscriminately distorted. Above, the demon god of the goat suddenly took out a short blade and said calmly, "Itching for a bet?" The dagger was black and red, like a blood-stained knight, and was called Black Blood, a broken semi-divine artifact. Lin Wugui raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "My son-in-law doesn't seem to have a suitable weapon yet, does he? Let's bet on who comes out the most in the end." Lin Wugui's storage ring flashed, and a bottle of deep yellow blood appeared. The liquid was viscous, and one could feel the terrifying power contained within it. 7th tier royal blood. A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the demon god of the goat, and he said, "You're betting this against my semi-divine artifact? You actually have the nerve to produce that?" Lin Wugui scoffed, "Take it or leave it. Who doesn't know that the black blood weapon is actually quite ordinary?" Seeing that Lin Wugui was about to take back his essence blood, the ghost sheep demon god snorted coldly and said, "Let's gamble." At this moment, the two looked up simultaneously, because the spatial vortex had now fully formed. The ghost sheep demon god stood on tiptoe and said loudly, "We can go in now." Remember, every human head represents a significant battle achievement. The sound reached the ears of the 200 young geniuses, and all the aliens were extremely excited. Lin Wugui was equally unyielding, calmly stating, "Kill one alien, and you'll receive a bottle of essence blood as a bonus." In an instant, the demon king of the ghost sheep and Lin Wugui locked eyes, and a murderous aura began to rise between them. On the other side, Xiao Fan, holding Lin Xianhua's arm, stepped into the spatial vortex and entered the flame's secret realm. It was a random teleportation, but holding hands meant they could travel together. Lin Lianchen chose to split up with them, otherwise the supplies they obtained might not be divided equally. In Lin Lianchen's eyes, his brother-in-law's strength was acceptable, and he could protect his sister without any problem. Upon entering, Xiao Fan's first impression was summed up in one word: hot. I was instantly covered in sweat, and there was no way to wipe it all away. As far as the eye could see, there were balls of fire of all sizes, surging and erupting. Getting splashed would be disastrous. "Are you hot?" Xiao Fan asked Lin Xianhua with concern, but Lin Xianhua had a sweet smile on her face and not a trace of sweat on her face. "Not hot at all, it's very comfortable here." "Want me to get you a towel to wipe you down?" "Wow, you're sweating so much." "Alright, no need." Xiao Fan sighed helplessly, inwardly remarking, "This is true talent." Then, he activated the Demon Man Sutra to resist the heat invasion. Next, the two began searching for a source of fire, which was the fire elemental power that could be absorbed into their bodies. However, one cannot absorb any flame indiscriminately, because each person can only absorb one type of flame. This is essentially an ironclad rule. Lin Xianhua is still using ordinary flames because she is waiting for an exceptionally powerful flame, otherwise, it would be a complete waste. But at this time, ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the element fusion mechanism. Absorbed attribute elements can be fused, but only within the same type of element. Hearing this voice, Xiao Fan wanted to laugh. This system is getting better and better. At this moment, Lin Xianhua suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, Fan Fan, I sense a spark of fire over there. Let's go take a look. Let's go. Xiao Fan said without hesitation. Soon, the two arrived at the fire, and Xiao Fan, who was well read, recognized it at a glance. Earthfire Seed, rarity, 1 star, strength, 1 star. It's the lowest grade, but I'll take a drag first and see what happens. Xiao Fan stepped forward, and Lin Xianhua asked in surprise, Fan Fan, are you going to absorb the earth fire? Isn't that too wasteful? Xiao Fan shook his head, grinned, and said, I'll let you in on a secret, I can fuse elements. Ha? Lin Xianhua was shocked and asked, what do you mean? Does that mean you can absorb several kinds of flames and then fuse them into a stronger one? Xiao Fan chuckled and said, smart. I'll help you fuse the strongest fire seed later. Wow. Lin Xianhua's mouth gaped open, her eyes filled with disbelief. What's the difference between this ability and a cheat code? Shoo, it's a secret, don't tell anyone. Of course. Lin Xianhu pouted and said, I'm not the kind of person who talks nonsense. Hey. Xiao Fan was in a good mood, and he heard his familiar mother's voice again. Suddenly, a dark shadow slowly approached from the side. Isn't that the human trash? Xiao Fan and Lin Xianhua turned their heads at the same time, only to see two early-stage fourth-order demons walking slowly towards them with wild laughter on their faces. One common bloodline, one noble bloodline. The noble-blooded demon Sada was incredibly excited and exclaimed, the daughter of the demon god of war? His son isn't here to protect you? Oh my god, I'm so lucky. He was trembling with excitement. If he could kill the demon god of war's daughter, he would achieve unparalleled military merit upon returning. But now, the fearsome undying fire forest refining god is not here. Isn't that just handing over the battle merits to him? I am truly blessed by God. But then, Xiao Fan grinned and said, your noble blood? Looks like I'm pretty lucky. By absorbing you, I can break through again. Sada was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. You piece of trash, you said you wanted to absorb me? Xiao Fan shrugged and said, don't even think about running away. You can't escape. Sada was dumbfounded. Escape? Should I run away? He suddenly realized that this useless human was humiliating him. Sada erupted in rage, roaring, you bastard. I'll make you regret ever being born. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sprang to the ground. P.S. I was woken up early this morning by the noise from the renovations. Since I couldn't sleep, I decided to get up and write a chapter first. I'll take a nap at noon and continue writing in the afternoon. Chapter 41 Rebooting the 1,000-Year Kill. Sada and his subordinates. Two demons charged out, one in front and one behind. Without hesitation, Lin Xianhua drew his fire god blade and charged towards the weaker one. Battle is about to break out. Sada's gaze toward Xiao Fan was filled with violence and murderous intent. As a fourth-tier noble-blooded demon, his speed and strength are beyond the reach of weak humans. At this moment, was the guy in front of me scared out of his wits? Why is it not moving? Ha, my punch is nearly 4,000 kilograms, he would have been blasted into a bloody mist by me, right? That's right, without a doubt. Die! Sada roared, throwing a punch at Xiao Fan's head. At this moment, Xiao Fan suddenly raised his arm and made a palm strike. Sada laughed in exasperation. This guy actually wanted to block my punch? That's absolutely ridiculous. The next second. Bang! With a muffled thud, Sada's pupils suddenly contracted. A deathly silence fell over the scene. His punch was actually blocked. How is that possible? Moreover, this human's face remained completely expressionless, as if blocking my punch was incredibly easy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sada roared, but to his horror, he discovered that his fist was locked and he couldn't pull it out at all. Is the opponent's strength greater than mine? He started to panic, and threw a punch with his other hand. As expected, Xiao Fan easily raised his hand to block, and Sada's fists were immediately stopped, making him completely unable to move. Let go! Let go of me! Sada panicked. In his eyes, this human's level was clearly a grade lower than his own, and the results measured by the talent detection equipment were also very low. Humans, with their low level of understanding and poor talent, are nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. But why is it that I'm now completely at a disadvantage? Roar! Sadar roared, and a black flame swept out. Now you should let go, right? You think you can just take my flames by force? Whoosh! Black flames roared out, but Sada discovered that the human had not let go at all. His fists were still restrained and he couldn't pull them out. In his eyes, black flames covered half of Xiao Fan's body, burning his upper clothes to ashes and revealing his battered flesh. But he didn't move an inch, directly withstanding all the attacks with his bare body. Through the gaps in the flames, Sada saw those emotionless eyes, and seeing the wounds all over his body, a sense of fear rose in Sada's heart and went straight to the top of his head. At that moment, a word suddenly popped into his mind. Deadpool. Yes, at this moment, Xiao Fan is like the legendary Deadpool, devoid of emotion, indestructible, and unyielding. Deadpool is also known as a killing machine. He is terrifying and unstoppable. Could this human be Deadpool? If that's the case, I'm doomed. The flames vanished, and Sada's lips trembled as the man before her was completely unharmed. No, we have to escape. 200 geniuses, each with a teleportation token, can leave the secret realm immediately after use. But how could Xiao Fan let the other party leave? He suddenly exerted force with both arms. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. Sada knelt down on the spot in pain, his body trembling uncontrollably. Finally, Xiao Fan released his grip, but instead of releasing his grip, he used his hand to create a blade, thrusting it out and piercing Sada's chest. Black blood gushed out, and Sada's eyes were filled with endless despair. Why, are you so strong? Are you the legendary Deadpool? Xiao Fan frowned, thinking, is this guy crazy? How can he have such a vivid imagination? Do I seem like a heartless person? I have 2 wives, and we love each other very much. At this moment, Xiao Fan pulled out the hand chop that had been inserted into Sada's chest and stabbed him in the shoulder. Sada let out another wail, saying, give me a quick death. I am the most valiant warrior of the demons, and I will not accept humiliation. Xiao Fan slapped him across the face, coldly snorted, and said, shut up. He had no time to humiliate the other party. He was simply looking for the weaknesses of this demon race. Shoulders, legs, back, forehead, neck, chest. Which area is the most vulnerable? In the end, Xiao Fan discovered incredulously that the truth was actually a butt. Are the buttocks of demons the most vulnerable? Humans' weaknesses are places like the throat, temples, jaw, and genitals. One blow to these areas can bring them down. The demon race's parts are incredibly hard, except for their buttocks, which are extremely soft. What a strange structure this is. How could the creator have such a perverse sense of humor? Sorry, demons, I have to restart my ultimate technique, 1,000 years of killing. In the end, Sada died with his eyes wide open in discontent. Xiao Fan glanced at the battlefield to the side. Lin Xianhua had also finished his battle and walked over with a relaxed expression. Not bad, some progress. Xiao Fan nodded slightly and asked, where's the body? Let's burn it. Lin Xianhua laughed. Ha! Xiao Fan said helplessly, all right. In his eyes, that's all money. What a waste. But her family is wealthy enough for her to squander. At this moment, Xiao Fan took out a set of sophisticated instruments from his storage ring and began extracting Sada's essence blood on the spot. Lin Xianhua was startled and said, you can extract essence blood? Is your equipment sophisticated enough? What if there's a leak? As Xiao Fan operated the machine, he said, don't worry, I've been doing this kind of thing since I was 13. Some professionals aren't even as skilled as me. Finally, Sada's essence blood was extracted and placed in a small bottle. Xiao Fan held it up in front of Lin Xianhua and asked with a smile, how is it? Not bad. Lin Xianhua exclaimed with admiration, you're really amazing. Xiao Fan smiled and immediately drank the essence blood. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Xianhua, who was standing to the side, felt a little nauseous because the essence blood she had been drinking since childhood had been processed into delicious food. But she kept telling herself to get used to it all, because Xiao Fan had always been like this since he was a child. If no one helps extract the semen, I'll do it myself. No one processed the essence blood, it was just drunk raw. This wildness may be one of the reasons why Xiao Fan is so powerful. Xiao Yan can transform into the armor of Alpha and become Xiao Fan's right-hand man. I can't be lazy, I must become stronger, otherwise, I'll fall behind Xiao Fan sooner or later. I don't want to be just a pretty face. Lin Xianhua clenched his fist secretly. At this moment, Xiao Fan had already stood up, his face full of smiles. I stretched and felt good. After digesting for half an hour, I should be able to break through. Then, he walked straight to the earth fire seed, raised his hands, and began to absorb it rapidly. Outside, Lin Wugui and the ghost sheep demon god faced off expressionlessly. Sudden snap. Two crisp sounds rang out from the ghost sheep demon god's hand, and his face darkened. Lin Wugui sneered, "How long have you been inside? And you've already lost 2 of your generals?" But the next second, 3 crisp sounds rang out from Lin Wugui's hand, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart began to feel uneasy. 3 people died in a row? Across from them, the demon god of the goat laughed wildly and said, "3 of you have died in a row? Is your generation really that weak?" Lin Wugui snorted coldly and said nothing more. Everyone had already been divided into groups before going in. There are very few teams of 3, only 3 teams, but all 3 teams have junior masters, or even 2. Just now, all 3 life spirits shattered at the same time. This means that a strange beast killed 3 people in a single move, including a junior master who died before he could even use a teleportation token. I haven't seen any beasts of this level outside. Judging from the looks of it, the other side came prepared and is definitely going to kill the refining god. Thinking of this, Lin Wugui's heart jumped, but he had expected this. To become a true strongman, one must go through a life or death struggle. He believed in his child he couldn't possibly be a coward. P.S. I couldn't sleep at noon either, so I wrote another chapter. I have to start work outside again this afternoon. Ugh, damn it, I was only halfway through typing this line when the drill started working again. Chapter 42 Xiaofan makes a fortune. Inside the fiery secret realm. The strongest squad on the human side received the news immediately. Captain Zhou Qingyang stared at the 3 disappearing dots in the electronic device, his eyes filled with hatred. The 13th squad was just wiped out. Come with me to take revenge. Without hesitation, the 4 team members behind him followed Zhou Qingyang, and the 5 of them sped off in the direction where the 13th squad had been wiped out. Not long after they flew away, a common blood demon appeared before them. Alone. Zhou Qingyang frowned and shouted, "Wait, something's wrong." The great demon looked at the 5 people in front of him. Logically, he should have been afraid, but his eyes were completely unmoved. At that moment, Zhou Qingyang's heart skipped a beat, because he saw several colors of light flash in the great demon's pupils. He immediately roared, "It seems to be 5 colored eyes. Careful!" There was clearly no power fluctuation around them, but the 5 people were still frantically trying to escape. At this moment, sizzle! A line of scarlet blood spurted out from one person's arm. He was so close to losing his arm. Then, the 5 of them quickly put on their psionic sunglasses. Sure enough, after putting it on, Zhou Qingyang could clearly see that within a radius of 100 meters, there were deathly golden threads connecting the hands of the great demon in front of him. Xia Linchang. Zhou Qingyang said the name in a cold voice. "Sigh, I've been seen through? Not all humans are that stupid." The great demon sighed, and his disguise gradually melted away. Finally, it transformed into a graceful figure. The 2 green antlers on her head indicate that she is from a different race. Those eyes, which hold 5 colors, represent her identity. Xia Linqing, of royal blood, a mutated race, a 5-colored-eyed deer, at the 5th level of the 4th rank, is currently ranked 6th on the list of alien prodigies. Its ability is to sever golden threads that can cut through anything. The specific materials are unknown. In short, don't touch it. At this moment, 5-colored light flashed in Xia Linqing's eyes again. Zhou Qingyang took a deep breath and said, "We can't retreat. If we back down, even more people will die at her hands. Young master hasn't fully mastered the undying flame yet, and is no match for her." A protracted war. All members of the first squad nodded, their eyes filled with determination. In a certain part of the secret realm, Xiaofan successfully absorbed the fire seed, opened his eyes, and stepped out of the flames. He raised his hand, looked at the slightly yellowish earth fire in it, and said with an embarrassed expression, "Really, weak." He felt ashamed to even hold the flame, so he quickly put it away and hurriedly found a few more sources of fire to fuse with. Suddenly, his body trembled. He had broken through to the 9th level of martial arts. "I just broke through to the 7th level of martial arts a few days ago, and now I'm at the 9th level. It truly lives up to its reputation as the ultimate body-tempering liquid. However, the amount required to go from the 9th level to the minor grandmaster is much larger. Then, let the slaughter begin." Lin Xianhua randomly found a place to quench her fire, but unfortunately the effect was mediocre. Seeing that Xiao Fan had finished absorbing the fire seed, she came out. Fan, look at this, it looks like something's happened. What she took out was a message from the first squad. Xiao Fan frowned and said, from the same generation as us? Mid-stage 4th rank? The alien race's cultivation speed is that fast? Xia Lincheng is 20 years old, Lin Xianhua explained. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how there was such a big gap between him and others. However, he was curious as to why this alien's name was Xia Lincheng. How strange. People from other races are very casual about naming their children. I heard that Xia Lincheng has loved the Eastern culture of our federation since she was a child. Her original name was Lu Ji, but she thought it sounded too bad, so she changed it. He's a man of taste. After making the joke, Xiao Fan's eyes darkened, and he said, this is troublesome. I even suspect that the other side sent more than one person from the prodigy ranking in order to kill my brother-in-law. We need to speed things up. Walk. The fiery secret realm was far larger than Xiao Fan could comprehend. For the next few days, he didn't encounter any people or strange beasts. The electronic devices do show the approximate locations of the other team members, but after 3 days of walking, they've only gotten less than halfway there. Of course, it wasn't a full speed sprint, but rather picking things up as we walked. Xiao Fan has struck it rich. Since its creation, the secret realm has given birth to new sparks every time it opens. However, fire seeds below 5 stars are too weak, and no one ever takes them. Basically, Xiao Fan can find one after walking for 1 or 2 hours, mainly because he has the automatic navigation of the god-level talent of Immortal Fire. It feels so good. Over 3 days, he collected nearly 41 star fire seeds, more than 10 2-star fire seeds, and 2 3-star fire seeds, and finally fused them into 1 5-star fire seed, the Heavenly Fire. The star rating system for elements is exactly the same as that for talents. 5 stars is actually quite weak. For example, Lin Lianchen's innate talent, the Undying Flame, is a divine level flame. However, being divine level doesn't necessarily mean being strong. One must be able to use it to be strong. Look at Lin Lianchen, his brother-in-law is now a minor grandmaster, but he still can't easily use the Undying Flame, resulting in a significant loss in his combat power. His wife, Xiao Yan, was even more ruthless. Her dead soul flame was classified as a mythical flame, but she almost burned herself to death right after birth, let alone used it. Therefore, it's not necessarily true that the higher the level, the better. There is a gradual process of mastering everything. However, Immortal Fire is in a worse situation. Although her fire affinity and control have reached the god level, she does not possess a fire seed herself. That's why the demon war god gave her the fire god blade to make up for her lack of combat power due to the absence of a fire seed. Xiao Fan was fairly satisfied with the heavenly flame in his hands. His goal was to plunder the entire flame secret realm and fuse it into a 7-star flame. At this moment, Lin Xianhua was looking at the electronic devices with nothing to do. Holy crap, my flame seed leveled up in the 2nd tier quenching pool. My luck is off the charts. Hee, I killed a fire beast and got a 3rd tier fire element crystal. What's so special about fire element crystal? My heavenly heart flame has been upgraded to the venerable level in the 3rd tier tempering pool. Holy crap? You can advance from tier 3 to venerable level? You're not kidding, are you? A picture is worth 1,000 words. Awesome. I'm so envious. Everyone was sharing what they had obtained in this treasure-filled fiery secret realm. Lin Xianhua was helpless. She had gained nothing so far. She didn't care about what others wanted. All she wanted was a 4th level quenching pool so that her fire god blade could unlock the 2nd stage. Suddenly, a pinned message popped up. A 4th tier quenching pool has been discovered. The ignition source is flying sand fire. However, it is guarded by a 4th tier companion fire beast, preventing entry. Lin Xianhua instantly became excited. As long as she tempered herself in the quenching pool for half a month, she should be able to form a closer connection with her fire god blade and start the 2nd stage. Look at the location, it's not far from here. Let's go. Xiao Fan grinned and led Lin Xianhua toward the quenching pool. Along the way, they also managed to gather a few pieces of fire starter. At this moment, a small team was already present outside the quenching pool. The 14th squad, also a 3-person squad, was the one who discovered the quenching pool. When Captain Li Kai saw Xiao Fan, he frowned, but when he saw Lin Xianhua, he immediately bowed and greeted her with a smile. Greetings, Miss Lin. Miss Lin, the fire beast that lives in this quenching pool is too difficult to deal with. We can't get rid of it. Please, young lady, make a move. Lin Xianhua nodded slightly and said, "Please step aside." "Keep it up." Xiaofan smiled and watched Lin Xianhua walk forward, glancing at the quenching pool. The pool covers an area of about 100 meters in diameter, with a spark of flying sandfire in the center. The flames in the entire pool are the same color as sand, making it look like a pile of sand surging. The quenching pool is a phenomenon that occurs when various flames intertwine. The flying sand fire was the dominant fire among the intertwined flames at that time. It devoured the other fires, then occupied the quenching pool, tempered itself, and ascended to a higher star level. The fiery realm is a low-level realm, and the highest level of the fire seed within is only 7 stars. The tempering pool is at most level 4. The flying sand fire in front of him was a 6-star fire seed, and Xiaofan was determined to take it. Chapter 43. If she were truly in danger, he would be the first to rush in, the one at the forefront. Xiaofan glanced at his fully enhanced version 6. One of its characteristics is that it can convert force into elemental energy, thereby amplifying the elemental energy to a certain extent. Xiaofan hadn't actually tried to see exactly how much it could increase. He looked up and glanced around, then pursed his lips, wishing an enemy would come along so he could practice his skills. At this moment, Lin Xianhua had already stepped into the 4th order quenching pool. In the pool where the flying sandfire was dancing wildly, a 3-meter-tall humanoid flying sandfire suddenly leaped out and appeared in front of Lin Xianhua, slapping her on the forehead. Everything happened so suddenly that Li Kai exclaimed in alarm, "Miss, please be careful." The 3 members of the 14th squad had their hearts in their throats. If the eldest daughter of the Lin family were injured in front of them, it would be a real problem. But what happened next shocked Li Kai and the others. The sudden attack by the companion beast did not cause Lin Xianhua to panic at all. She even used the first move of the fire god Chaos Blade, the Draw Blade Slash, without hesitation. Her fiery red hair fluttered in the wind. Lin Xianhua was dashing and stern-faced. The Vulcan blade, now 9 meters long, flashed a brilliant light, cleaving the companion beast's body in two. The next second, it vanished into flying sand and fire. Li Kai and the others were dumbfounded. That reaction speed and ability to adapt to the situation is just too strong. Throughout the entire process, Miss Lin showed no sign of panic, as if everything was under her control. That flash of the blade was so decisive, so direct, so domineering. At that moment, they actually sensed a sense of authority emanating from this woman. Truly powerful. Li Kai couldn't help but exclaim. Their helpless companion beast was instantly killed with a single strike. A smug look appeared on Lin Xianhua's face. She turned to Xiaofan and raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "Am I amazing? Praise me." But at this moment, Li Kai and the others were shocked, because the companion beast was not dead at all. It had just turned into flying sand and fire and dispersed. Now it had merged back together and launched an attack when Miss Lin turned her head. They tried to help, but it was too late. Whoosh! The flying sand and fire from the companion beast instantly engulfed Lin Xianhua's body. Li Kai rushed forward anxiously, shouting, "Help!" As he spoke, he glanced at Xiaofan, only to see that the gigolo was now leisurely leaning against the rock, showing no sign of moving at all. What a useless piece of trash! Li Kai cursed under his breath, unable to understand what Miss Lin saw in this guy. But just as Li Kai rushed to the side of the quenching pool, a fiery red blade of light suddenly shot into the sky. Heavenly Fire Crescent Slash. The companion beast was killed once again. Standing in the tempering pool, Lin Xianhua's red hair was a mess, and she looked somewhat disheveled. However, she said in a deep voice to the 3 people who ran over, "You don't need to help me. Go back. I'll kill it myself." She was so enraged that she wanted to devour that companion beast alive. He finally managed to put on a show and wanted to flaunt it in front of Fan, but he was immediately humiliated. Blanche! She suddenly rushed into the quenching pool, chasing after the companion beast. Seeing this, Li Kai breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately turned to glare at Xiaofan and said, "Why didn't you rush up to help Miss Lin? Aren't you her boyfriend?" Xiaofan frowned and said, "I'm her man, but why should I help him? With divine-level fire talent, how could immortal fire possibly lose to an enemy of this caliber?" "You!" Li Kai's face was full of disbelief. "I can't believe you can make refusing to help someone in distress sound so noble and refined. Do you really think my actions constitute abandoning someone to die?" Xiaofan asked indifferently. Li Kai laughed in exasperation, saying, "Otherwise what? I think you're just scared. You're making excuses for not daring to step forward." Xiaofan scoffed, "So that's what you think? No wonder you guys are so weak." Li Kai was furious and said, "Stop barking like a dog. If you have the guts, come and fight me right now. You, who only reached the 9th level of martial arts after consuming the ultimate source liquid, are talking about a minor grandmaster like me? You're saying I'm weak? Who do you think you are? Does he really think being a kept man is a skill?" Hearing this, Xiao Fan was furious. He was no longer the nobody who needed to hide his strength. How dare anyone insult him? Thinking of this, Xiao Fan's figure suddenly disappeared, so fast that only a blur remained. Li Kai's body trembled, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he subconsciously felt a little panicked. But the next second, a whip kick landed squarely on his forehead. Boom! The other two members of the team were shocked. Li Kai shot out like a cannonball, crashing directly into a nearby boulder, which shattered, sending dust billowing everywhere. Li Kai is a young master. That Xiao Fan is only at the 9th level of martial arts. Then what? 1 second. One move. Instant kill. How is that possible? The two stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief, feeling a strange sense of fear. Xiao Fan coldly twisted his neck and returned to his original position, quietly watching the battle in the quenching pool. On the boulder, Li Kai struggled to his feet, feeling his head spinning and his head spinning. He fell down again as soon as he stood up. That kick landed squarely on his temple, shutting down his central nervous system. After a long while, Li Kai finally regained consciousness and murmured hoarsely, "You dare to make a move? We are all human beings, how dare you kill your own people? Do you know what kind of crime that is?" Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous aura rose. "If it weren't for the fact that you helped Immortal Fire find the quenching pool, I would have your head rolled right now." "You!" Li Kai instinctively wanted to yell, "Come on then. If you have the guts, come and kill me. You're a coward if you don't." But after sensing Xiao Fan's murderous aura, he became fearful and coward. It's so concentrated. Did this guy walk out of a pile of corpses? He swallowed hard and couldn't help but take 3 steps back. He only breathed a sigh of relief after Xiao Fan turned around. His legs went weak and he almost lost his balance. The other two teammates quickly came over and whispered, "Don't mess with him. The reason they were assigned to a pair is definitely because the man is very strong and can protect Miss Lin." Li Kai said indignantly, "I just don't understand what's going on in his head." They actually put it in a righteous and awe-inspiring way to say they wouldn't help someone in distress. Don't you think this is disgusting? One person sighed and said, "I think. Captain, if you calm down and think about it, this might not be wrong. If you rely on others for everything, how can you become a strong person? What they say is right. Miss Lin possesses god-level talent, how could she possibly be injured by flames of this level?" Li Kai snorted coldly and stopped arguing, but then he suddenly turned his head to look at the sky to his side. The other two team members also looked over, their expressions changing slightly. They saw 2 small black dots flying rapidly towards them. It's the aura of an alien race. Oh no! If the coordinates are exposed, Miss Lin will be surrounded and attacked. Li Kai was anxious and was about to step forward. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from beside me. Boom! He hurriedly turned his head and found that Xiao Fan had disappeared, leaving behind a crater formed by the huge reaction force. Looking up again, he transformed into a streak of light, crashing straight into the 2 small black dots. Li Kai felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes wide with shock. A teammate standing nearby sighed inwardly, "It seems you've misunderstood, Captain. If Miss Wakabayashi were really in mortal danger, he would be the first to rush in." Chapter 44, Coordinates Exposed, Potential Dangers Emerge. Xiao Fan activated the flying and escape technique and sped through the air. The 2 alien races not far away appear to be noble-blooded demons. Oh no, what are they doing? Xiao Fan's expression changed slightly. The alien race has excellent eyesight and senses. Could they have already discovered that the people in the quenching pool are using celestial fire? Right now, they're fiddling with communication equipment. Could it be to send out a message? That's troublesome. Xiao Fan didn't waste any words and planned to kill the 2 of them instantly. Fully enhanced and unlocked. Fire Dragon Token. The heavenly fire ignited in his palm, and high in the sky, his fist flew out like a dragon, unleashing a powerful punch. The 2 noble blood demons who had just sent the message suddenly looked up, their faces filled with terror as they stared at the roaring flames approaching. Holy crap, what is this? It's just heavenly fire, why does it possess such terrifying energy? Run! But it was too late, they were engulfed in flames, yet they did not die. They retreated hastily, using every trick in the book to escape. But at that moment, a noble blood demon suddenly felt a tightness in his buttocks, and the next second, wah! A desperate roar erupted as his anus was pierced. Moreover, Xiao Fan was extremely violent, piercing directly from the anus to the crown of the head, completely destroying the body of this noble-blooded alien. It died on the spot. Then, he turned to look at the other noble blood demon. The demon's pupils suddenly contracted. It's you. That good-for-nothing human who lives off women? No, you're not useless, you're just pretending to be stupid. Damn it, run! Xiao Fan's face was full of disdain. Can they escape? Another 1,000 years of death strike, instantly killing him. Both alien race members were only at the peak of the 3rd rank, the same level as Xiao Fan. However, within the same realm, Xiao Fan is invincible. After breaking through to the 9th level of martial warrior, his strength reached a terrifying 5,800 kilograms. Previously, with a 1-star talent, the strength could only increase by a maximum of 30 kilograms per level, but now it directly increases by 100. The power of that 4th-tier demon was less than 4,000, so how could these 2 3rd-tier demons possibly withstand Xiao Fan's 1,000-year kill? The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Xiao Fan was very satisfied with his firepower, and if the intensity were increased by 1 star, he probably wouldn't have needed to use the 1,000 years of death technique. Then, Xiao Fan quickly picked up his phone's communication device, his face turning cold. There's a 4th-tier tempering pool at those coordinates. The demon war god's daughter is suspected to be inside. Damn it! Xiao Fan crushed the communication device in his hand, snorted coldly, and prepared to turn back. But before leaving, he instinctively took the 2 corpses and their storage rings with him. Upon landing, Li Kai and the other 2 were completely stunned. They watched as 2 noble-blooded alien races were instantly killed. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds. A towering flame roared past, and the opponent exploded? Isn't he a 9th-level martial artist? How could he be so incredibly strong? Li Kai was somewhat annoyed, thinking that he was simply an idiot for thinking that this guy was a good-for-nothing. I'm such a loser. Why would I question Miss Lin's judgment? Why would I question the choice of the demon god of war? He looked ordinary, but once he entered the battle, he became too strange. Li Kai found it really strange. His venerable level talent was very ordinary, and his martial arts 9th level realm was also very ordinary, yet he was still strong. Wait, what is this big shot doing? Xiao Fan took out a set of sophisticated instruments and began extracting essence blood on the spot. His operation was very unorthodox, but the effect was just as good. And after finishing, he drank the 2 cups of essence blood, 1 cup at a time, gulping them down. This scene made all 3 of them feel nauseous, disgusted, and gagging. But the big shot licked his lips with a look of enjoyment. How perverted. They began to feel fear. Could this be a cannibal? At this moment, Xiao Fan turned his head, pointed away, and said calmly, "Hey, you, come here." Li Kai hurriedly stepped forward, his face humble, and said, Sir, is there anything you need?" Xiao Fan chuckled, "Oh, didn't you call me a piece of trash before? Now you're calling me adult?" No, sir. I was blind before. I bit the hand that feeds me. I didn't appreciate your kindness. It was all my fault." Li Kai's attitude in admitting his mistake was very sincere, and he bowed his head humbly. Xiao Fan didn't bother to argue and said indifferently, "I have some bad news for you. Those 2 noble-blooded alien races have already sent out the news that the immortal fire is here, and the quenching process will take at least half a month. Ask Lin Lianchen where he ran off to, and whether he has time to help his sister. I'm worried that I can't fight against so many people on my own." Li Kai sighed and said, "That's really bad news." At this moment, Lin Xianhua suddenly came out. She had already killed the companion beast. The coordinates have been exposed? Yes. Xiao Fan nodded gently. Lin Xianhua said in a deep voice, "It's all right, I'll go straight to the deepest part of the quenching pool. Even if others want to attack me, they'll have to come down here first." Can you withstand the flames at the deepest point? Xiao Fan frowned. 1 day is fine, but this quenching process takes more than 10 days. Lin Xianhu shook his head, "I don't know, but I want to be here." She suddenly looked up and said earnestly, "Beyond the limits." Looking into those sharp and serious beautiful eyes, Xiao Fan smiled with satisfaction. Then, he cupped her cheek with one hand and gently kissed her lips. "Go forth, push your limits." Immortal Fire took a deep breath, turned around, and leaped into the quenching pool. The quenching pool is divided into several levels. The outermost level, which is the top, has the lowest temperature, and the temperature increases as you go down. The formation of a fourth-order quenching pool takes at least more than 10 years. That is to say, it has been scorched deep underground for more than 10 years and may have become molten lava. The temperature is terrifying. But this also means greater efficiency. Lin Xianhua stared at the molten lava before him, clenched his fist, and shouted in his heart, "I must keep up with Xiao Fan's pace." Every gain comes at a price. In order to become a strongman, Xiao Fan went to the Beast Mountain at the age of 13. 13 years old. You could easily call him a kid who hasn't even grown up yet. And me? I was still acting like a princess at 13. Without hesitation, she leaped into the lava. In an instant, the molten lava burned her clothes to ashes, and her beautiful face twitched in pain from time to time. In just half a day, she felt like she was about to collapse, as if tens of thousands of steel needles were piercing her skin and constantly churning her flesh and blood. Her mind was screaming, "Go up! Go up and you'll feel better. Once you're up, you won't feel tired or in pain anymore." But when she thought of Xiao Fan's battered and bruised body, her resolve hardened once more, and a sinister glint appeared in her eyes. "I don't want to hold Xiao Fan back. No." On the quenching pool, Xiao Fan quietly checked the storage rings of the two noble-blooded alien races. The contents inside were indeed quite valuable. But all he cared about was martial arts, and all he wanted was martial arts. The martial arts of alien races and humans are definitely not compatible, but the system can learn them. Although you can't use them because the body structures are different, it doesn't matter, you can integrate them. Other races also have amplification-type martial arts, which can be integrated with their effects. As he flipped through the pages, Xiao Fan felt somewhat helpless. He really wanted a super powerful martial arts manual. The Divine Ape Golden Body was powerful enough, and he hadn't shed a single drop of blood since learning it. But the problem was that it was only incomplete. However, it's practically impossible for these people's storage rings to contain the ring owner's secret techniques. Immortal Fire said that those martial arts techniques are the closely guarded secrets of a family, so how could they possibly be allowed to be carried in a storage ring? Unless you stole them. Suddenly, Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed, his eyebrows twitched, and he reached out with his hand. Demon Slash is a 6th-tier martial art. Sha, it's not an amplification-type skill. Whatever, just record it first. Wait a minute, Xiao Fan suddenly noticed that there was a martial arts manual called Elementary Manual of the Nerve Meridians under the Demon Slash. This is a human martial art. Its effects are simple and direct, greatly increasing the stability of the meridians. Xiao Fan was overjoyed. Don't forget, Xiao Fan still has a trump card up his sleeve: Elemental Overlap. Once the Elemental Overlap is activated, the meridians and internal organs will become unstable, entering a state where they could explode at any moment. This nerve pathway can at least stabilize the meridians, and perhaps allow me to engage in combat to some extent even when elements overlap. Furthermore, Xiao Fan realized that there should be a second volume after the first volume, and he would try to get them all later. Entered directly. It's a 4th-tier amplification martial art, mission progress 430. PS, 5 updates today. I don't have any great skills, but at least I can deliver a large quantity. Chapter 45: The Assassin Star Strikes. In the days that followed, Xiao Fan directly tempered himself with Lin Xianhua and told Li Kai above that if there was any unusual activity, he should use his elemental power to blow up the tempering pool to alert them. Li Kai was truly shocked, because it seemed that the big shot had also gone into the deepest magma layer for quenching. This is no joke, it could be fatal. The big shot doesn't have god-level fire talent in this respect. Miss Lin is definitely stronger than him. And Li Kai is right. Inside the magma layer, the two were completely honest with each other, but they had no desire to embrace or be intimate. They were both desperately resisting the terrifying heat. Several times Lin Xianhua was about to give up, but seeing Xiao Fan's body almost melting away while he was still gritting his teeth and persevering, she instantly regained her strength. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the power of the fire seed within Xiao Fan's body suddenly erupted, advancing from 5 stars to 6 stars. Before coming down, he also collected the flying sand fire. Now, he has 2 6-star flames in his hands, and he only needs 1 more to fuse into a 7-star flame. It's almost impossible for a 6-star heavenly fire to be upgraded to 7 stars through tempering again. Logically, Xiao Fan could have left, but he didn't. He stayed here with Lin Xianhua. Lin Xianhua was in excruciating pain all over his body and was on the verge of collapse, but his heart was filled with happiness. A man who stayed by her side through thick and thin, sharing her pain during her most painful moments, shattered Lin Xianhua's heart. She wished she could give everything for Xiao Fan on the spot. Good boy, have you grasped the second stage? It'll be soon, at most another half day. Then I'll go up and protect you. Go ahead, I'll definitely hold on for the last half day. Of course, celestial fire is the best. After saying that, Xiao Fan leaped out of the quenching pool. Li Kai, who was standing to the side, was so frightened by the horrific burn scars on Xiao Fan's body that his teeth were chattering. Boss, you're out? How many days has passed? Xiao Fan asked casually. Reporting to your excellency, it has been 6 days, and no alien race has yet arrived here. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and said, that's good. After saying that, he took out 2 pieces of ready-to-eat lean meat and began to replenish his body's energy. At the peak of martial arts, it's not a big deal to go 10 days or half a month without eating or drinking, but it's still not good for the body. At this moment, 5 small black dots appeared in the distant sky. Xiao Fan turned his head to look and frowned. It turned out to be the 3rd squad that arrived. The captain of the 3rd squad is Wang Qingtian. Xiao Fan learned a bit about this guy. He came from the Wang family in the capital, a family whose strength was even greater than that of the Lin family because of its long history. But Lin Lianchen told himself, Wang Qingtian is a good-for-nothing, weak as hell. His cultivation level depends entirely on resources, and then his luck explodes, causing his talent to revert to its ancestral form. Upon hearing the words regress to ancestral ways, Xiao Fan was somewhat surprised and suddenly thought of another person. The Overlord Martial Emperor? Lin Lianchen sighed, yes, Wang Qingtian's Wang family is the same Wang family as the Overlord Martial Emperor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan suddenly became excited, in a morbid way. Now, his strength in the martial arts realm is undoubtedly second in history. The original second highest power was around 4,300 kilograms. Xiao Fan is already 1,500 kilograms taller than him, but he is still only second in history. Because the first one is the young Overlord Emperor Wu. Furthermore, on the ranking of ultimate strength, not only martial artists, but even minor masters, grandmasters, and even martial saints, the strongest are all Overlord Martial Emperors. The reason why he reached the Martial God and Martial Emperor realms was not because someone surpassed him, but because there were no longer rankings for those realms. Otherwise, the Overlord Martial Emperor would still be the unparalleled king of power. All of this is because of his mythical talent, the Hegemon King of Western Chu. The effects of talent are even more straightforward and direct. First, possesses the highest base strength stat. Second, once the talent is unleashed, the power doubles. A normal mythical level talent would have a base strength of around 1,500 for a martial artist. And the talent of the Hegemon King of Western Chu reached 2,000. 500 kilograms isn't much? What if it doubled? No amplification martial arts are needed, it directly provides the force of 4,000 kilograms. Furthermore, as one's cultivation level rises, this snowball will grow larger and larger, eventually leading to the person with the greatest strength in the world, capable of breaking through all laws with sheer force. Back then, the Overlord Emperor trained very hard, and his strength in martial arts reached 7,800 kilograms. He's a full 2,000 points higher than Xiao Fan, who has studied dozens of amplification books. After activating the Omnipotent Walker, his hypothetical enemy changed from the second greatest in history to the greatest, the Hegemon Emperor. Now that he has heard that there is someone with the talent of the Hegemon of Western Chu by his side, how can he not be excited? Unfortunately, Xiao Fan's strength was definitely less than Wang Qingtian's at this moment, since the other party had already broken through to the lesser Grandmaster level, and no one knew exactly how far he had gone. But no matter what, Xiao Fan believed that he would surpass him sooner or later. After all, there is still room for improvement in talent, and it will be a 2-level improvement, directly skipping the quasi-saint and reaching the saint-level all-powerful saint, whose power will increase by a lot. However, this only applies to those who are not as strong as him. If they really fought, Xiao Fan was 90% confident that he could defeat Wang Qingtian, who had now broken through to the lesser Grandmaster level. Because Lin Lianchen told himself that this guy was idle and lazy every day, never exercised, and his talent potential had not been activated at all, he was just living off his past achievements. At this moment, Wang Qingtian arrived, accompanied by 4 henchmen, and walked over with a mocking expression. What are you doing here? Oh, you're here protecting the immortal flame? But are you capable enough? If the opponent has a 4th-tier noble bloodline, are you going to kneel down and beg for mercy? Xiao Fan remained calm and said indifferently, you said before that since Lin Lianchen wasn't here, you meant I wouldn't be able to leave this place, right? So what if it is? Wang Qingtian's eyes turned cold. Xiao Fan stood up, spread his hands, and sneered, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. You. Wang Qingtian's face turned cold, somewhat annoyed. If no one is around, he might make a move. But there's also Li Kai's team, and Lin Xianhua is right below them. In the Federation, especially during missions like this, killing each other is one of the most serious crimes. Even Wang Qingtian, a descendant of the Wang family and the successor of the hegemon of Western Shu, wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Wang Qingtian glared at Xiao Fan and said, "So what if you're under federal law? What's with the attitude? There's plenty of time. Sooner or later, you'll quietly leave this world." After saying that, he glared at Li Kai and the others, seemingly blaming them for being there. At this moment, Li Kai and his group were just insignificant people, sitting on the sidelines trembling, wanting to cry but having no tears. Why are you two big shots looking at me while you're arguing? Whether it's Xiao Fan or Wang Qingtian, putting aside their backgrounds, just in terms of combat power, I definitely wouldn't last a single move against them. But then, Xiao Fan suddenly sat down next to Li Kai and asked casually, "Is there still no news about Lin Lianchen?" Li Kai shook his head and said, "Boss, there's no news about young Master Lin at all, but I guess he's definitely trying to control the undying flame." Xiao Fan remained calm. It's understandable. Mastering the undying flame could be very dangerous. If there's a traitor, and they're exposed, it's a small matter if all our efforts are in vain. In more dangerous situations, we might even lose our lives. That's why he didn't tell anyone about his whereabouts. Suddenly, Xiao Fan's pupils dilated, and an extremely ominous premonition rose in his heart. Danger. His killing instincts told him that there was danger around him, a very, very great danger. Even with his divine ape golden body, he could still sense such a fierce sense of crisis, which meant the enemy was extremely powerful. Xiao Fan remained calm and composed, not daring to alert the enemy. He kept his head down, his eyes scanning the surroundings out of the corner of his eye. P.S. I haven't been getting enough rest these past 2 days because of the renovations, and I've been writing a lot, so I'm getting a migraine from overwork. I've written 1 chapter, then I'm going downstairs to buy painkillers. I'll write 3 more chapters tonight. Chapter 46. Wang Qingtian is actually so weak. Outside the quenching tank, Du Lian moved silently on the outermost edge, holding the semi-divine artifact assassin star, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a cold, sinister snake. Du Lian, ranked 11th on the list of alien prodigies, is a 4th-tier, 1st-level royal blood demon. He was born with a special bloodline and possesses extremely strong stealth abilities. His assassination skills are unparalleled. His main fighting strength comes from the assassin star in his hand, a jet-black dagger engraved with strange patterns. The effect is even more straightforward and brutal, with extreme penetrating power and extreme explosive power. As a martial artist's cultivation level increases, their physical strength will inevitably become more and more terrifying. Assassination star is the nemesis of all of this. Even if a top-tier genius is a whole level higher, as long as they don't deliberately activate defensive martial arts, Assassination Star can instantly penetrate their body and unleash elemental power to directly shred their internal organs. Du Lian is also a genius that the alien race deliberately hides because his abilities are special. If the human race knew of his existence, they would definitely be on guard. Everything was for this day. The Overlord Emperor was too powerful. Back then, he brought endless bloodshed to the alien races. Countless powerful alien races hated him and wished they could tear him apart alive. But there's nothing I can do about him, I can't beat him. Then kill his successor. The alien races will absolutely not allow it. It would be too terrifying if the human race produced another Overlord Martial Emperor. When Lin Xianhua posted the coordinates, he immediately rushed over. He could have arrived earlier, but to be on the safe side, he waited for the other teams. Now, he was observing these humans in front of him with indifferent eyes, as if he were looking at a group of dead people. The one sitting with his head down, with a venerable level talent and a 9th level martial artist, is not worth mentioning and needs the least attention. The other 3-person team was also very weak. If they really fought, it wouldn't take them more than 10 seconds. The key is Wang Qingtian. I've heard that he's lazy, doesn't like training, and relies entirely on his talent, but I don't know if the rumors are true or not. The terror of the Overlord Martial Emperor remains to this day. He was an invincible monster, and no one dares to underestimate his successor. The other 4 people beside him must also be from the Wang family, and are Wang Qingtian's protectors. Their cultivation level is at least at the mid-stage of the Lesser Grandmaster. The highest level even reached the peak of the Lesser Grandmaster. But he was not afraid at all, because the fighting power of a super genius cannot be compared with that of an ordinary person by realm. Those 4 people were not people with great talent. Even if they had reached the Grandmaster level today, he could still kill them. After finishing his observation, he picked up the communication device and took a look. 2 full teams of 5 are on their way, one after the other, and they should arrive in about an hour. For the alien races, the key to this trial in the fiery secret realm is not the fire itself, but killing. Within the secret realm, there are at least 3 geniuses at the level of the super god class, Lin Xianhua not counting, Wang Qingtian 1, and Lin Lianchen 1. There's one more person who hasn't shown up yet. But it shouldn't be here. Du Lian observed for more than half an hour but did not sense another powerful aura. That's about it. The 2 teens should be in position in 5 minutes. That will be the time when these humans before us die. A hint of contempt flashed across Du Lian's lips. Wang Qingtian and Lin Xianhua, one a god-level being and the other a myth-level being, if they were both killed, the rewards would be immense. Their future would be incredibly bright. Poisoning is inevitable. At this moment, Wang Qingtian was still mocking Xiao Fan, speaking in a sarcastic tone. What's the point of you sitting here? Who can someone with venerable level talent and a 9th level martial artist protect? Lin Xianhua, I'm enough to protect you. Wang Qingtian proudly raised his thumb and pointed to himself. But Xiao Fan ignored him and walked expressionlessly to the peak junior grandmaster behind him. Wang Guangyi frowned as he looked at Xiao Fan. He had no good feelings towards this enemy of the young master and asked indifferently, "Is there something you need? Why are you looking for him?" Wang Qingtian sneered. Xiao Fan ignored him. He whispered in Wang Guangyi's ear, "There's an assassin." But Wang Guangyi scoffed at him, "What a joke. I didn't even feel it, how could you, kid? You're just spouting nonsense and playing tricks. Get out of here. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Xiao Fan said calmly as he returned to his seat. Some things, once you say them, will plant a psychological suggestion, and Wang Guangyi's subconscious will pay attention to them. He didn't care about the lives of this group of people. He didn't know them, and they even mocked him and threatened to kill him. He said it would be better if they died. But he cares about Lin Xianhua. This assassination was definitely not that simple. I could vaguely sense that the other party was a professional assassin. They had been there for so long without making a move, they were definitely waiting for a chance to strike a fatal blow. Suddenly, Xiao Fan raised his head, his face darkening. In the distance, 10 small black dots were rapidly approaching. A quick glance revealed that they were all alien races. Moreover, their formation was very strong, with 2 4th-tier royal blood leaders leading the way, and the remaining 8 all being 4th-tier noble blood leaders. This must be the opportunity that the assassin lurking in the shadows has been waiting for. However, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief because Lin Xianhua would not be in danger. At least none of the 10 alien races above could enter the lava layer. The 10 alien races landed and, without any hesitation, rushed towards Wang Qingtian and attacked him. Wang Qingtian sneered, "A bunch of beasts. You're asking for death." After saying that, he took a step forward and threw a punch at a member of the royal blood alien race. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed, wanting to see just what Wang Qingtian was capable of. Bang! A loud gust of wind from a punch rang out. The alien king opposite him had a sharp look in his eyes and immediately used all his strength to retreat. No kidding, that was the hegemon of Western Chu, the supreme power. Who would dare to confront him head-on? But I never expected that I would dodge that punch so easily. Wang Qingtian's strength didn't seem as great as expected, and his speed was a bit slow. Sleight of hand? The attention of the Blood Clan remained focused on Wang Qingtian's fists. His task was to distract the opponent and give Lord Du Lian an opportunity to assassinate him. At this moment, Wang Qingtian, having missed his punch, flew into a rage and shouted, "You dare dodge my punch? Court death! Behold my overlord divine fist!" Wang Qingtian's muscles suddenly bulged, and a powerful aura rose up, drawing everyone's attention with tense expressions. That was the ultimate technique of the overlord martial emperor. The Blood Demon King panicked, fearing that this punch would instantly kill it, and hurriedly retreated. Boom! A punch was thrown, and a shockwave swept out, but it only swept a dozen meters, while the Blood Demon King had already fled 100 meters away without even touching a hair on his head. Wang Qingtian flew into a rage, shouting, "Ah! If you have the guts, fight me head-on! You cowardly reptiles!" Xiao Fan was deeply confused as he watched Wang Qing's face turn red with anger, and he shouted like a fool. Is he really that bad? Do you think the other person will just stand there and let you hit them? What kind of brain do you have? Is it true or false? At this moment, the Blood Demon and Wang Qingtian clashed again. This time, a sudden impulse arose within the Blood Demon King. Or, should I try fighting back? If it really is a scheme by the other side, then I'm doomed. But, he really seems so weak. If this attack hits, my battle achievements will skyrocket when we get back. The demon suddenly dodged the punch by sidestepping, and a blade suddenly shot out from his arm, piercing through Wang Qingtian's shoulder. Blood splattered. Ah! Wang Qingtian cried out in agony, "Help me! Someone help me! It hurts so much, I'm going to die." Xiao Fan! What are you doing sitting there, you piece of trash? Come here! The Blood King alien looked in disbelief at the blood on the bone blade in his hand. Did I really pierce through the inheritor of the invincible overlord? Young master! Wang Guangyi roared angrily, but there was nothing he could do. With his 4 men and Li Kai's 7 men, they were still at a disadvantage against the 9 alien races on the other side, and they couldn't spare any more strength. Finally, Wang Guangyi suddenly turned his head, glared angrily at Xiao Fan, and cursed, "You fucking piece of trash! Why are you still sitting there? Make your move!" But as soon as he finished cursing, Wang Guangyi's heart suddenly trembled. He vaguely felt a terrifying piercing force flash past his front and head straight for the young master. Assassin! There's an assassin! Damn it, what do I do? Suddenly. Boom! With a loud bang, Wang Guangyi's pupils suddenly contracted, and Xiao Fan, who had been sitting there silently from beginning to end, suddenly disappeared. The next second, everyone in the arena stopped what they were doing and looked in Wang Qingtian's direction as if they had a premonition. Chapter 47: A Battle with Zero Tolerance for Error. At this moment, time seemed to slow down 100-fold. Wang Qingtian felt a resolute and sharp force coming from behind him. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to take out his teleportation token. Thump 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 thump. His heart was pounding wildly, and cold sweat instantly poured from his entire body. Even though the dagger hadn't pierced his body yet, he had already lost his sense of time and space, as if he had become a spirit, and even saw the Grim Reaper wielding a black scythe. It's over. I'm going to die. Wang Qingtian was utterly despondent. But the next second. Fire Dragon Token. A surge of firelight shot past Wang Qingtian from behind. A blazing line of fire flashed in the sky, dividing the distance between life and death. The venomous man, who was about to plunge the dagger into Wang Qingtian's body, suddenly contracted his pupils. Like Wang Qingtian, he also felt the threat of death. If you were to be hit by that flame, you would be crippled even if you didn't die. His skill points were all focused on assassination. His physical body was very ordinary, and his defense was pitifully low. This seemed to be a common characteristic of all assassins, and he was no exception. We have to get out of there. Bang! He made a strange turn in midair, his face full of unwilling anger, but he dared not advance an inch further. He could only watch the flash of fire pass before his eyes, preventing him from taking Wang Qingtian's life. At this moment, the poison manifests. The assassination attempt, which he had been waiting for so long, failed. He lost his composure and roared in despair. Who is it? Everyone turned to look, and there floated silently in the air, expressionless, watching Du Lian. The two locked eyes. Du Lian's pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw something completely different from other humans in the other's eyes. Cold-blooded, indifferent, and treating life as worthless. That alone is enough to prove that he is extraordinary. Great, great, you fooled everyone. Du Lian said in a cold voice, so, you are the third super genius. As expected of the Overlord Martial Emperor, he had already arranged everything for his successor. But so what? It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Lian took a deep breath to calm his emotions and prepared to activate his bloodline ability to leave invisibly. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan rushed out instantly. Call out. A punch went straight for Du Lian's cheek. So fast. Du Lian's pupils widened in shock as he barely managed to dodge. The assassin's speed was naturally at its maximum, even surpassing Xiao Fan's. After all, he had crossed a major realm. But while he was in shock, Xiao Fan remained calm and quickly reached out with his other hand to grab Du Lian's arm. Du Lian's eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he handed over the assassination star. As long as the other party was touched, they would die on the spot. However, Xiao Fan's fighting spirit completely shattered Du Lian's worldview. Not only him, but everyone around him was stunned, dumbfounded, and felt their scalp tingle. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, with the assassin piercing around Xiao Fan, sometimes knocking off a few strands of his hair, sometimes grazing a millimeter away from his neck. I just can't touch his physical body. Du Lian's eyes were cold and his movements became faster and faster, as did Xiao Fan's. In everyone's eyes, the battlefield between the two was within a 5-meter radius, where they fought back and forth like two venomous snakes entwined together. Both of them were incredibly fast, their punches and kicks moving like lightning, leaving only after images, but neither of them could touch the other. This battle had everyone on the edge of their seats, especially Wang Guangyi. He was a veteran of countless battles, which is why he was most shocked at this moment. It was a very quiet fight, with nothing but the occasional gust of wind from punches, but quiet doesn't mean safe. Wang Guangyi knew very well that Xiao Fan would die if he were touched by the other party's assassin star. One hit and it's gone. The tolerance for error is 0. But at this moment, Xiao Fan's behavior was shockingly calm. Several times the assassin star was about to pierce his body, but he dodged it as if he had expected it, and was even able to counterattack. There was no emotional fluctuation on that resolute face, and those eyes were fixed on the other person's every move. This is a close fight where death can be a matter of life and death, yet he can remain so calm. Is it a talent? It's a monster. In the field, the poisoner, who was in the midst of battle, was beginning to panic. His close-quarters combat skills, honed since childhood, were completely overwhelmed. How can the opponent simultaneously dodge the assassin star, lock their own body, and launch a counterattack? All I had to do was put the dagger into his body. The other party has to do 3 things at the same time. What kind of opponent is this? Although at present, the two seem to be evenly matched. But seeing Xiao Fan evade the assassin star time and time again, Du Lian's composure crumbled, and his mental defenses began to tremble. At this moment, Xiao Fan finally seized the opportunity and directly wrapped his right hand around the opponent's left hand. It's over. Tai Chi Yang hand. The force is delivered with extreme power. If it hits, even a poison-based defense will be severely damaged, if not killed. But Du Lian hurriedly retorted, soften. His body became as supple as a snake, causing Xiao Fan's yang hand to lose its footing. But it wasn't a big problem, he remained calm. Then let's use the 1-inch punch. With a loud bang, the force struck directly into Du Lian's internal organs, causing his eyes to widen suddenly, almost popping out of their sockets. How could there be such terrifying force? Damn it, run! But Xiao Fan did not hesitate and pressed his advantage. Twin peaks piercing the ears. 2 enormous hands slapped hard at Du Lian's ears. If they hit, this alien genius would be finished. The poison wafted to my ears, and the powerful palm strike brought a deafening gust of wind. Even before it touched my ears, I could already feel the stinging pain. He knew he absolutely could not get hit. Without further hesitation, Du Lian suddenly spat out a black bead. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending plumes of smoke and dust billowing across the land, leaving a crater several meters in diameter. Everyone wore a solemn expression. Wang Guangyi, in particular, looked extremely grim. That's a demon bomb, containing power unique to demons. It has immense explosive power, but when it hits a demon, it leaves less than 1/10 intact. But can Xiao Fan withstand it? He's going to die. He doesn't even have the face to live anymore. After all, Xiao Fan had warned him long ago that there were assassins, but he ignored them, which led to all of this. But the next second. Bang! Bang! 2 figures broke through the dust one after the other and sped into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in just a few seconds. Wang Guangyi breathed a sigh of relief, touched his heart, and thought, it's all right, it's all right. But then he thought about it again, and goosebumps rose on his skin. Xiao Fan is too terrifying. After the demon bomb exploded, not only were they unharmed, but they were also able to continue the pursuit? What is this? Is his body made of steel? High in the sky, the two of them sped by like streaks of light, one after the other. Du Lian was truly terrified this time. What kind of monster are you? With astonishing sensitivity, he was the first to notice his own attack and stopped it. The flames weren't high level, but their intensity was extremely high. Even I dared not withstand them head on. His physical body is astonishing. He was completely unharmed after being hit by a 4th-tier demon bomb. His strength was astonishing. He almost killed himself in 2 moves. Not to mention speed, someone who specializes in speed almost got caught up. What's most terrifying is his fighting spirit. He hasn't uttered a single word from beginning to end, and even now, his face remains completely expressionless, just like Deadpool. Could he be Deadpool? But it's not a big problem. Although he's fast enough, he can't catch up with me in the end. If he really wants to chase me, I'll take him to the alien race's headquarters. Maybe I can surround and kill him." At that moment, a powerful burst of fire roared in. 1. Chapter 48. Wang Guangyi apologized willingly. What Du Lian could think of, Xiao Fan could naturally think of as well. He abandoned the pursuit, intending to deliver a final blow to see if it would have any effect. Unfortunately, the opponent dodged the fire dragon token. Watching the poisonous creature rapidly disappear into the horizon, Xiao Fan's expression lost its composure, and he cursed angrily, "Damn it! That's royal blood. Drinking it will bring me even closer to becoming a junior grandmaster. And that dagger, if we could get our hands on it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I'm so angry." Xiao Fan cursed inwardly, "If you have the guts, don't try to escape from the secret realm. Once I break through to the lesser grandmaster level, I will surely kill you. It's heartbreaking, such a great weapon." Xiao Fan was crying. He really wanted that weapon. Its penetrating power even terrified his own divine ape golden body, and it also contained explosive elemental power. Oh well, what's not meant to be can't be forced. Xiao Fan sighed, but he was still furious. He rushed back to the quenching pool, determined to kill a few aliens to vent his anger. From a distance, he saw a purple blade of light nearly 10 meters long flying across the battlefield. Xiao Fan grinned. "Not bad, not bad. The immortal flame has successfully activated the second stage of the fire god blade." On the battlefield, Lin Xianhua was like a valkyrie, wildly wielding the fire god blade. Originally, Wang Qingtian's side was at a disadvantage because Wang Qingtian himself had no fighting ability, Li Kai and the other two were relatively weak, and Wang Guangyi and the other 4 protectors were basically fighting 2 against 1. However, after witnessing Xiao Fan's combat prowess, they decided to stall for time until that super genius returned. Before the genius returned, his wife made a dazzling appearance. In just 3 moves, a noble-blooded alien was killed on the spot. The other 9 sensed something was wrong and wanted to use the teleportation token to leave immediately, because they knew that they would be in trouble when Xiao Fan returned. However, their alien race is very cruel, and if they return empty-handed from this battle in the secret realm, their fate will be quite tragic. A member of the royal bloodline alien race roared, "Find a way to kill those 3 good-for-nothings, and bring back at least 3 heads." They went to encircle and annihilate Li Kai's squad, and their actions were extremely swift. A conjoined bladed creature of noble blood stabbed towards Li Kai, with another one following behind. But then, Xiao Fan appeared. The fire dragon token was unleashed, and a noble blood demon was instantly killed. The others dared not hesitate any longer and ran away first. But in the end, Lin Xianhua still managed to leave one of the royal bloodlines behind. Wang Guangyi was no pushover either, and the 4 of them left behind 2 noble bloodline aliens. Final result. The human race suffered 0 casualties, only some injuries. On the alien race's side, 1 royal bloodline member died, 4 noble bloodlines died, and 5 escaped. Beautiful. Xiao Fan grinned as he looked at Lin Xianhua. Lin Xianhua excitedly ran forward, leaped up, and gave Xiao Fan a big bear hug. "I've reached stage 2, she exclaimed excitedly, gesturing wildly. Xiao Fan gently stroked her hair and said softly, "The road ahead is still long." "Hee, but I'm a little closer to you now," Lin Xianhua said smugly. "It's just a pity." Lin Xianhua sighed and said, "Only 3 noble bloodlines and 1 king bloodline shouldn't be enough for you to advance, right?" Seeing the 2 so intimate, Wang Qingtian was already burning with jealousy. Lin Xianhua's words enraged him even more, and he said, "Clearly, 2 of them were left by us. Why should we give it to him?" The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent, utterly still. A hint of disgust even crept into the eyes of those looking at the young master of the Wang family. Even Wang Qingtian's 4 protectors felt utterly humiliated and wished they could cover their young master's mouth. "Young master, someone saved your life," Wang Guangyi couldn't help but whisper. But Wang Qingtian sneered and said, "They were originally arranged by the ancestor, so isn't it their duty to save me?" Wang Guangyi's face stiffened, and he quickly said, "Young master, Mr. Xiao may have no relation to the ancestor at all." Wang Qingtian was furious and said, "How is that possible? That assassin just said he was sent by the patriarch." Lin Xianhua had a bad temper to begin with, and she couldn't help but curse, "Can't you shut up, you piece of trash? I want to punch someone. I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen anyone this stupid. You believe even what the enemy says? Go eat shit." Wang Qingtian's face turned pale and then purple as he was scolded. He wanted to retaliate, but Wang Guangyi pulled him back inside. Young master, you need to calm down now. Come, take the young master away to calm down. He beckoned to the other three protectors, who immediately stepped forward to comfort Wang Qingtian, as if they were soothing a crying baby. Xiao Fan shook his head helplessly. How could this be an 18-year-old? They've been praising him since he was 8 years old, haven't they? At this moment, Wang Guangyi walked toward Xiao Fan, knelt down on one knee, and excitedly performed the most solemn salute, his voice trembling. I was so disrespectful to Xiao Tiankai before, I was truly guilty. This is just a small token of my respect, please accept it. Everyone says that apologizing is important, but the apology is secondary, the real point is to make amends. In the adult world, how can you just say I'm sorry and I'm very sorry and be done with it if you do something wrong? Wang Guangyi was naturally well versed in this matter, and the gift he presented as an apology was actually a piece of alien blood essence from a 4th-tier royal bloodline. He knew that Xiao Tiansai's biggest weakness was his cultivation level. Coupled with Miss Lin's words just now that it was a pity that his blood essence was insufficient, he immediately realized what was going on. Now, a smile appeared on Xiao Fan's face. He's not a child, why would he argue with an 8-year-old idiot? After putting away the essence blood, he smiled and asked, what kind of martial arts does your Wang family have? I don't need many, just 6 or 7 tiers, 4 or 5 will be enough. Upon hearing this, Wang Guangyi's face stiffened. Xiao Fan frowned immediately and said, your Wang family can't even produce this much martial arts? Well, it's not that we can't produce it, it's just that most of it is our Wang family's own secret, not to be shared with outsiders. But there is a general one, would you like to take a look? After speaking, Wang Guangyi took out a 6th-tier amplification-type martial arts manual. Xiao Fan took it, raised an eyebrow, and instantly showed surprise. The 5 internal organs are as strong as metal. Martial arts that enhance the strength of the body's internal organs can complement the nerves and meridians, making the overlap of elements more stable, which is of great significance to Xiao Fan. Seeing Xiao Fan's expression soften, Wang Guangyi breathed a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, Xiao Genius, actually this martial arts manual is only an incomplete version. There are upgraded versions later, but those are the secrets of our Wang family. But you are a benefactor of our Wang family, and I will definitely do my best to fight for you. Our Wang family will not treat our benefactors unfairly. Xiao Fan nodded slightly and said, okay, then let's do it this way. It can house the 5 internal organs of the Vajra. Task Progress 530. Unfortunately, I haven't cultivated my nerve meridians and Vajra 5 internal organs to 25% yet. To use them in this secret realm, I must first kill a sufficiently powerful opponent and achieve the system achievement. He couldn't wait to try out the power of overlapping elements. At this moment, Wang Guangyi spoke again, saying, I thank Xiao Tiankai once again for his forgiveness and for saving my life. Xiao Fan suddenly became serious and said, actually, I had my own selfish reasons for saving him. Wang Guangyi was surprised. Was there more to the story? I hope he can grow up, Xiao Fan said calmly. These words puzzled Wang Guangyi even more. My young master insulted you so much, and you still expect him to grow up? The 3 remaining soldiers beside Li Kai also looked bewildered. Xiao Fan calmly said, I don't care what kind of person Wang Qingtian is, because he can't possibly pose a threat to me. I only want to defeat the real hegemon king of Western Chu in terms of strength. Hearing this, Lin Xianhua remained calm, but Li Kai's heart was filled with surging waves. His gaze towards Xiao Fan was no longer just one of awe, but also of admiration. He suddenly understood why the big boss had said, no wonder you guys are so weak. I see. So this is how strong people think. It's not a problem if the opponent is strong, it's a problem if the opponent isn't strong enough. That's fucking insane. Wang Guangyi sighed deeply. This is the mindset of the strong. When will our young master mature a bit? Actually, Xiao Tiankai, there is another question I'm very curious about, Wang Guangyi said in a deep voice. Explain. Why were you able to sense the assassin's presence? A hint of reminiscence appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes as he sighed, practice makes perfect. P.S. 4 updates today. Chapter 49 Lin Lianshan, the dual god-level guardian, and the demon slayer's powerful kill. A guy who started killing beasts and people at the age of 13 has a level of sensitivity to killing intent that is unimaginable to others. Xiao Fan doesn't like to talk about the past. Saying it aloud would feel like patting himself on the back, so he simply tossed out a casual remark, practice makes perfect. Wang Guangyi trembled slightly, then bowed to Xiao Fan with reverence before turning and leaving. You can all leave now, Xiao Fan said calmly to Li Kai and the other 2. I feel that the battles to come are beyond your reach. In the end, the 14th squad exited the secret realm. Xiao Fan began to take stock of his spoils. Luckily, one of these 4 storage rings actually contains an amplification-type martial arts manual. Current task progress 630. There are also 3 or 4 ordinary martial arts manuals, and they all start at the 4th level. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed, and he did some quick calculations. Good heavens, once he finishes learning all the books on the back-end chart, he'll be able to advance in the Demon Man scripture. Moreover, once I've digested these 2 portions of royal blood and 4 portions of noble blood, I should be able to break through to the lesser Grandmaster level. This trip is only halfway through, but the improvement has already been enormous. But Xiao Fan felt uneasy. His sense of crisis told him that the real war seemed to have not yet begun. A strong sense of urgency followed Xiao Fan. He had to quickly digest this bit of essence blood, collect the flames, and try to upgrade the heavenly fire to the 7th star. If you're lucky enough to kill a powerful alien genius, and your martial arts progression bar is maxed out, that would be a qualitative leap. On the other side, Wang Qingtian walked ahead angrily. Why are you all pulling me back? Old E, you're back. Tell me, if it weren't for the ancestor, why would Xiao Fan save me? I insulted him and humiliated him, and he still saved me. This is completely unreasonable. After landing, Wang Guangyi sighed and said, Young master, do you want to hear Xiao Fan's exact words? Upon hearing this, Wang Qingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he felt inexplicably afraid, but... Listen. Why won't you listen? Xiao Fan said he hopes you can grow stronger because he wants to defeat the real hegemon of Western Chu in terms of power. Wang Qingtian's body trembled. Humiliation, blatant humiliation. Does this mean I'm not a tyrant now? I'm completely unworthy of my talent? He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, wanting to retort and insult Xiao Fan, but when he glanced at the elder's eyes, he swallowed his anger. We've already embarrassed ourselves to this extent, saying anything more will only make it more embarrassing. At this moment, Wang Guangyi sighed again, Young master, let's go out. But the sensitive Wang Qingtian completely exploded, roaring, What the hell do you mean? What are you going out for? Do you also think I'm a piece of trash? Useless in this secret realm, only a drag on the team, right? I'm telling you, I'm going to kill a member of this alien race, or I'll never leave. Enraged, Wang Qingtian abandoned his 4 protectors and ran frantically forward. It only takes a moment for a person to realize they are worthless, but accepting this brutal reality is incredibly difficult. Wang Guangyi dared not abandon his young master and hurriedly followed, but dared not get too close, sighing inwardly. Outside, Lin Wuguei suddenly felt tense. Now, 20 humans have emerged, 13 have died, and 67 remain. 30 members of the alien race have died, 12 have emerged, leaving 58 remaining. However, the demon king of the ghost sheep remained completely calm, and he was only slightly surprised when he heard about Xiao Fan's achievements. Furthermore, when he received news from a newly emerged alien race, he even smiled, looking quite pleased with himself. Who exactly did he send to kill Lin Lianshan? How could he be so confident? After getting rid of Xiao Fan, Du Lian immediately contacted another alien prodigy. Something's changed. The Lin family's son-in-law is very strong, extremely strong. He's the genius from the 3rd best class. What realm? What is your talent? What elemental attribute is it? The voice sounded quite calm and composed. Du Lian replied, a martial artist at the 9th level, with only the venerable talent and elemental fire. His strength lies mainly in his physical body and combat awareness, making him rather unique. Poisonous refining. This one is definitely not the 3rd one. It's okay, it's not a big problem. I've already found Lin Lianshan's location. Notify everyone to clear out the human population in the secret realm, then gather at the coordinates I sent. Don't waste time, resolve this as soon as possible. Du Lian raised an eyebrow. You found it already? I'll head over right away. At the very edge of the fiery secret realm, the demon Onigiri, with dark red horns on its shoulders, quietly gazed at the 5th-tier tempering pool before it, perhaps with some Gankai mixed feelings of emotion and reflection. The Federation's investigative capabilities are so strong that they were able to pinpoint the location of this tempering pool, which surpasses the limits of the secret realm, even before the secret realm was opened. Inside the quenching pool, the dark purple immortal flame surged wildly. The area around the quenching pool was devoid of any life, a scene of utter desolation. At the center of the flames, half of Lin Lianshan's face was contorted in agony, while the other half was all bone, his skin burned to ashes by the undying flame. However, the flesh and blood tissue on the white bones were slowly regenerating. When everything was restored, Lin Lianshan would be able to barely control the undying flame. Anakiri remained expressionless as he slowly drew a blood-red katana and walked forward step by step, his attention highly focused. He was 100% certain that the third super genius was nearby, and that as long as he made a move, the other party would definitely launch a sneak attack. Let's see who can stay calm longer. Lin Lianshan can't afford any more accidents now. Sudden. They're here. Anakiri's lips curled up, and without hesitation, he raised his katana to block behind him. Clang. The sound of swords clashing rang out, and from that single sound, he could almost confirm the other party's identity. If it were her, she would probably use that move. Anakiri suddenly looked up and scanned his surroundings. An extreme chill rose in this scorching secret realm. Above Anakiri's head, countless ice flowers suddenly froze and fell wildly like swords piercing the heart. Furthermore, among these sharp ice flowers are 8 swords. Being hit by an ice flower is not a big problem, but being hit by one of these swords could cause injury. But this was not the end. From the side, a cold light more than 40 meters long suddenly slashed out, as fast as the aurora and as sharp as if it could cut through everything. All of the previous moves were feints, this is the real move. Standing amidst countless traps, seemingly on the verge of death, Anakiri remained remarkably calm and even let out a sneer. That's it? Sword shadow in a flash. His figure suddenly disappeared. Boom. All the attacks missed their mark. The next second, more than 200 meters away in the air, Anakiri floated quietly, carrying a black longsword on his shoulder and holding a blood-red katana, 2 semi-divine artifacts. Blood Demon Maru, Annihilation. At that moment, a woman gracefully landed at the spot where Anakiri had been standing. She wore a long, snow-white dress and stood on her sword. 8 flying swords emanated a chilling aura and circled around her. The woman's eyebrows were as far as the mountains, and her skin was as clear as ice, but her eyes were extremely cold, and deep within that coldness lay a raging fire of hatred. Anakiri's lips curled into a wild smile, his eyes full of mockery as he said, I really didn't expect it to be you. Li Qingqiu. God-level talent, Celestial Ice. God-level talent, Sword Skill. Realm, Lesser Grandmaster Level 2. Combined Divine Weapon, 9 Heart-Chilling Swords. God-level Martial Art, Aurora Sky-Slaying Sword. Dual God level, their rarity is no less than that of Myth level. It's just a pity that his swordsmanship wasn't good enough, and his ice skills were only so-so. That sneak attack just now was really stupid, just like the so-called Li family, who were supposedly all loyal martyrs, 15 years ago. You were really lucky back then, you didn't get killed by my dad. Although I was only 3 years old at the time, I was there. You probably don't know, but your mother was raped and died. Her painful screams, her naked, snow-white body, just like the white clothes you're wearing today, I had already forgotten them, but you've brought them back to my mind. Thinking about it now, it's still so exciting. Ha 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 ha. Sharp, mocking laughter echoed wildly across the sky. Li Qingqiu knew perfectly well that this was fake. Because her mother would definitely choose to self-destruct or commit suicide. But she was still so enraged that she lost her mind, her face contorted, and she shot into the sky with her sword in hand. The surging swordlight, imbued with a chilling aura, slashed out wildly. Anakiri's eyes revealed a hint of sarcasm. Humans are really trash. They fell for such an obvious psychological trick. Chapter 50, the 8th squad makes their appearance, the first team perishes. Roll. A furious shout rang out in the air. Xia Linqing had had enough and was furious. It had been 20 days, and he was still being harassed by this bastard. That cold face was now twisted with anger. Everyone has their limits. 20 whole days. She was almost going crazy. Those 5 people in front of me are like unkillable rats, always popping out to annoy me every now and then. Here we go again. The 5 members of the first squad were all covered in blood, and even their breathing was somewhat disordered, but their eyes were extremely firm. Young master needs more time. Xia Linqing is terrifying. Those golden threads are almost impossible to deal with, they are fast, ruthless, numerous, and long. She was only 9th in line, how strong could the 8 ahead of her be? Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in the sky. Zhou Qingyang looked up immediately, his eyes filled with disbelief. It seemed as if a black meteorite was hurtling towards them from the sky. What is that? Never mind. Withdraw. However, the meteorite fell at a significantly faster speed than a normal fall. Bang! A spray of blood erupted, and Zhou Qingyan whirled around. At that moment, he felt as if his head was about to explode. His eyes widened in disbelief. My teammate died instantly. Standing there was not a meteorite, but a black ancient god over 5 meters tall. Mad Punishment, ranked 8th of royal blood, is a member of the Black Ancient God clan whose innate talent is an extremely tough and incredibly strong body, rumored to have a strength exceeding 9,000 kilograms. Moreover, he is a battle maniac. The Black Ancient God clan's talents are even more outrageous and exaggerated, possessing the attributes of resisting and breaking magic. If the elemental power is not strong enough, it won't hurt them at all. That's why he, a purely physical alien, can rank 8th. Withdraw. Zhou Qingyang roared angrily. This withdraw meant to teleport back immediately. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't be able to leave today. Although the remaining 4 were filled with grief and indignation at the death of their comrades, they knew that resistance was meaningless. With Quang Xing and Xia Linxing working together, it would take them less than a minute to kill them. But then, an unexpected incident occurred. Just as a teammate was about to press the teleportation command, his arm suddenly broke off, leaving an incredibly smooth cut. Xia Linxing, enraged, attacked, intending to capture all 4 remaining people, but in the end, 3 of them escaped. Damn it! Even though she was considered a cool and aloof beauty, she couldn't help but curse. Quang Xing said indifferently, I've sealed off the entire secret realm, and I've also found Lin Lianqian's location. Let's go and deal with him directly. What a disappointment. After searching for so long, Wang Qingtian turns out to be a good-for-nothing. Outside, as soon as Zhou Qingyan landed, he exclaimed in horror, Mad Punishment. Thank you, Lin Cheng. They're all in the secret realm. Lin Wugui's pupils suddenly contracted, and he could no longer remain calm. He suddenly stood up, stared at the ghost sheep demon god, and said in a cold voice, 4? Anakiri, Kyokyo, Xia Linxing, and that assassin. How could you possibly mobilize 4 people? This is not normal. He went to great lengths to invite Li Qingxiu. After all the geniuses are working frantically right now. What is she, an ice-type swordsman, doing in the flame secret realm? Isn't she just wasting her time? The alien race is not united at all. As far as he knows, of the 4 young alien powerhouses, only Anakiri is fire attribute, while the other 3 should have nothing to do with fire. Why would they waste their time in the fiery secret realm? The demon god of the goat sneered, panic? The next battle for dignity has been ordered from above. If we fail, even I will die. Therefore, of course I have to remind Wang Qingtian and your son, the incredibly talented Undying Fire. What do you want? To start a fight? Come on, give it a try. The demon king of the ghost sheep suddenly stood up, and the auras of the 2 god-level powerhouses erupted abruptly, accompanied by howling winds. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly razed to the ground. And that's just an aura. Various colored flames surged from Lin Wugui's armor, chilling and murderous. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. Finally, Lin Wugui suddenly loosened his fist, thinking that at most 2 days, he should be able to complete his control over the undying flame through the refining spirit technique. When the time comes, just crush the teleportation token to get out. Even if we can't win, we should be able to hold out for 2 days. Suddenly, a mocking glint flashed in the eyes of the demon god of the goat. Sure enough, Lin Wugui is still as foolish as before. Their alien race spent so much money to hire 4 geniuses to assassinate Undying Fire and Wang Qingtian, how could they possibly let them have a chance to leave? Inside the secret realm, Xiaofan broke through to the lesser Grandmaster level, increasing his maximum strength by a full 1,200 kilograms, reaching an astonishing 7,000 kilograms. The speed has been improved to 100 meters in 1.4 seconds, a significant improvement. He was overjoyed. If I ever see Du Lian again, I'll smash his head in. Then, he spent many more days collecting countless sparks of fire. Now, after being tempered, Lin Xiao's sensitivity to flames has increased, and it can find fire sources much faster. At this moment, Xiaofan was pleasantly surprised to see a 3rd-tier tempering pool not far away, which must contain a fire seed. If he got it, he would immediately reach the 7th star. Xiaofan stepped forward to slaughter the fire beast, while Lin Xianhua looked at the electronic device in his hand with utter boredom. In just a few exchanges, Xiaofan defeated the fire beast, absorbed the fire seed, and emerged. Having fused with the 7-star heavenly fire, he was in an excellent mood. Looking at the thick flame in his hand, he thought to himself, this is more like it. What was that ground fire at the beginning? He even started humming a song, good luck, that good luck. Suddenly, Lin Xianhua stood up abruptly and said, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan frowned, stepped forward to her side, and asked, What's wrong? Lin Xianhua quickly handed over the electronic device in his hand. Xiao Fan frowned as he looked at the message on the screen. Holy crap, I can't get out. What's going on? The teleportation order has failed. It really stopped working. Is this a ghost? What's going on? Monster. I've encountered a monster. A dark ancient god. Holy crap. Help. All the messages in the entire communication device were wailing and crying for help. Xiao Fan's brows furrowed, his unease reaching its peak, as if even the sky had been shrouded in dark gloom. The black ancient gods have appeared, and space is sealed off, so there's no doubt about it. This time, the alien race is truly determined to kill Lin Lianxian. Where is my brother? Lin Xian stamped her foot anxiously, her face full of worry. To this day, she still hasn't received any news about Lin Lianxian's location. 20 days have already passed. There's nothing Xiao Fan can do about this. The secret realm is so vast, how can he possibly find it? Suddenly, another message popped up. I am Li Qingqiu. Everyone, assemble at my position immediately. Everyone, assemble immediately. The alien race is surrounding Lin Lianxian. Hurry up. Lin Xianhua quickly said, then let's go. It's not far, we can still make it if we go now. Then take it out. Xiao Fan said. Take what? Lin Xianhua was taken aback. Fiery warhorse. Oh, I forgot. Lin Xianhua scratched the back of his head, smiled sheepishly, and quickly took out his cool motorcycle. The fiery warhorse is no ordinary vehicle, it can contain elemental power. The stronger the fire attribute power, the more powerful the energy. Lin Xianhua has now broken through his realm and advanced, his power has soared to 500 km/h, like a fire meteor running parallel to the ground, smashing all obstacles he encounters into flames. Lin Xianhua hugged Xiao Fan's waist, her face tense, and said, Zhou Qingyang first said that Xie Linqing had arrived. And then there's the poisonous lotus. The black ancient god clan mentioned in that message is probably the monster currently ranked 8th on the alien prodigy ranking. 3 of them, plus 2 in the top 10, they're going to be tough to deal with. Xiao Fan shook his head and said calmly, You're too optimistic. This time, the alien race is very resolute. First of all, the cost of sealing off the entire secret realm is extremely high. And another thing, they didn't know Wang Qingtian was a good-for-nothing before. So, how could there only be 3 people? Lin Xianhua became even more nervous and asked, Those 4? Don't worry, with me here, we won't lose. Xiao Fan's lips curled up, he had now broken through to a higher realm. Perfect timing. Time to test your drastically increased strength. Suddenly. Wait. Xiao Fan suddenly drifted back and said in a deep voice, Did you just hear anything? Lin Xianhua frowned and recalled for a moment, then said, It seems there's some kind of destiny involved. The voice seems somewhat familiar. Xiao Fan nodded and drove back. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail came from afar, filled with endless despair. Help! Oldie is going to die. Lin Xianhua's pupils dilated, and he said, Let's go. Chapter 51 Light and Morality. On a vast, open field, Wang Qingtian's 3 protectors surrounded him, forming a triangle. The surroundings were silent, but the 3 protectors, including Wang Guangyi, held their breath and focused their minds, their eyes filled with the determination to die. Previously, Wang Qingtian refused to go back and searched for alien races along the way. Luckily, he didn't encounter a single one. Later, when news of Li Qingqiu spread, Wang Qingtian immediately rushed over with great interest. But when they were halfway there, a loud bang came from behind them. Turning around, the scene before him terrified Wang Qingtian, turning his face deathly pale. One of his protectors suddenly exploded out of thin air, blasted into pieces by the intense lightning elemental power, a truly horrific scene. Wang Guangyi reacted the fastest, immediately protecting the young master and flying to the open plains. Because he knew that the assassin had returned. The 3 guardians, each with considerable strength and intense concentration, managed to avoid being attacked by the poison again during their arduous journey. But they were only alive, all 3 were covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Wang Guangyi even lost an arm. At that time, the assassin's star was pierced into his wrist by Du Lian, and he chose to cut off his arm and retreat without hesitation. That's how he was not killed by the explosion. At this time, Wang Qingtian stared blankly as blood gushed from his severed arm, his eyes vacant and clouded. In his mind, this servant who had been with him since childhood was capable of anything. He can fix TVs, toilets, and computers, and he'll even secretly download games for himself. They even help themselves find adult film sources. He also led me on my first trip to space. I still remember that day. The sea was blue, the sky was clear, and the clouds were magnificent. Sitting on Lao Yi's shoulders, he excitedly waved his little fist. He thought the world was so simple and beautiful, and that life could always be lived as he pleased. It wasn't until his father threw him into this secret place that he suddenly realized that things weren't quite as they seemed. Here, no one tolerates him. The alien races are even more ruthless. He realized this while in the quenching pool, but he couldn't believe that his beautiful world had collapsed like that. Now, blood is still dripping from Lao Yi's severed arm, and his seemingly unchanging face seems to have gained a few more wrinkles at this moment, with some graying at his temples. He screamed frantically for help, but a full half-hour passed, and no one appeared. At this moment, boom! Another explosion rang out, and the poison-laden sword shot out like a ghost, killing another guardian instantly. Blood splattered all over Wang Qingtian's face. He completely broke down, crying out, "Who can kill this beast?" Yes. Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, where are you? Please appear quickly. I'll give you anything if you save us. My Wang family has plenty of money and everything you could want. You can have anything you want. Oldie is going to die. Help! Someone, please. At this moment, Wang Guangyi suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and weak. "Young master. Don't speak, Laoyi, you need to conserve your strength," Wang Qingtian said hurriedly. Wang Guangyi smiled and said to himself, "I've always had a wish to see you, young master, display absolute power in the center of the world, just like the legendary hegemon of Western Chu. This old servant hopes that when I become a star in the future, I can see the young master's handsome appearance." What stars? Laoyi, what kind of bullshit fairy tale are you telling me? Do you think I'm 3 years old? But Wang Guangyi seemed not to hear him, and continued to mutter, "By the way, young master, there is one more thing. I promised Xiao Fan that I would give him the last few chapters of the Vajra 5 organs. Young master, please remember to give them to him. Young master, I should have died 15 years ago. You made me live for another 15 years. This old servant has never looked down on the young master. In this old servant's heart, young master has always been the best. It always has been." Wang Qingtian broke down, sobbing uncontrollably, "I'm sorry. Laoyi, I shouldn't have yelled at you back then. Can't we talk about this after we've survived? Oldie. What are you going to do?" At this moment, Wang Guangyi suddenly took a step forward and left Wang Qingtian's side. He had lost too much blood and was on the verge of falling into a coma. His eyes were cloudy and unclear, as if he were seeing himself from 15 years ago. The war took away his wife and children, and he was left with nothing. Like a lost soul, he drank and slept, repeating this cycle every day. Until one day, the head of the Wang family found him, invited him to the Wang family, and even gave him a name. Let's call it Guangyi from now on, representing light and morality. When Wang Guangyi first met the young master, who was still a baby, he felt that his world had regained its light, and his life as a wandering ghost ended at that moment. He poured all the fatherly love that he should have given to his children into his young master. "Young master, you are my light." Before setting off on this journey, the head of the family found him. "I bear responsibility for how the world has become like this. It's Guangyi, Qingtian is closest to you, and I hope that you can make Qingtian realize his mistakes during this journey to the secret realm." Wang Guangyi was unsure how to carry out this important task. How can the young master undergo such a dramatic transformation in just a few days? What should I do? Now he knows, perhaps my death will make the young master understand that the world is not so wonderful. Actually, I bear more responsibility for how the young master turned out this way. Wang Guangyi smiled. The reason the family head had sought him out was because of his special talent. Although it is a quasi-saint talent, the talent name is Death Warrior. It's a very mysterious talent. The ability is to trade one's life for another. Now is the time to use this talent that can only be used once in a lifetime. Guangyi. I have light now. I also have a sense of morality. I am worthy of this name, and I am worthy of the Wang family. When near death, one's perception is greatly enhanced, like a final burst of energy before death. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Guangyi clearly sensed the trajectory of the assassin star. He turned around abruptly, his eyes suddenly turning completely black. Du Lianxian, upon seeing this scene, instantly cursed, "Holy crap! Are you kidding me? Death Squad! Fuck your mother, how could I possibly encounter such a 1 in a million, bizarre talent? Damn it!" At this moment, Wang Qingtian was dumbfounded. Death Warriors? What Death Warriors? Hey! Explain yourself. Oldie, what's wrong with you? Why do I feel such a strong aura of death around you? Oldie, you're not kidding me. Oldie! A black aura of death appeared around Wang Wangi, his wrinkles deepened at a visible speed, and his hair gradually turned from black to white. Floating in the air, immobilized by the assassins, Du Lian was also aging rapidly, his eyes filled with terror as he howled madly. Wang Qingtian was in agony. Why did this happen? Why am I so weak? Why do you want to die? Why is this world so cruel? Help! Someone save Old E. Help! Old E is dying. Is there anyone who can save him? Sudden. A gust of wind swept past him. Chapter 52 Assassin Star acquired. Wang Guanyi felt a heavy slap on his back, and the operation of his abilities was stopped by a force. His pupils trembled, and the darkness in his eyes faded. Wang Qingtian was stunned, his eyes glazed over, unable to comprehend what had happened. But the next second, a familiar burst of intense heat made him realize something. Wang Qingtian suddenly turned his head, and the thick pillar of fire made him tremble with excitement, and he burst into tears. Fire Dragon Token. This ordinary, unremarkable 4th-tier fire martial art has once again severed the distance between life and death. The poison-wielding assassin had no way to dodge and could only watch helplessly as the intense flames pierced through his body, ending his life. He died with his eyes wide open, poisoned. He is the 11th pick, a super genius. Given the right opportunity, he could even kill the monster who was the first pick. But why? Why would I encounter something as strange as Xiao Fan? He has no godlike talent, no divine weapons, but he just can't beat them. What the hell is this? I'm not reconciled to this. But resentment is useless if you're destined to die, you still have to die. The poisonous poison was burned to ashes. Xiao Fan broke through to the lesser Grandmaster level, and with the 7-star Heavenly Flame, the power of the Fire Dragon token increased significantly. Seeing that Du Lian was dead, Xiao Fan's lips almost curled up to the sky, and he was so excited that he wanted to dance with joy. He took a step forward and took the storage ring that hadn't been burned, as well as the jet black dagger. Touching the smooth blade, Xiao Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's not over yet. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved the achievement of killing a super genius. Reward, a 5th-tier self-selected martial arts manual. All cultivation progress has been upgraded to perfection. The neural pathways are now perfect. The 5 internal organs of the Vajra are now perfectly aligned. Elements can now fight each other with overlapping elements. Furthermore, with the increased effectiveness of several martial arts manuals, his strength increased by another 300 kilograms. Without any hesitation, he chose the amplification type martial art as his self-selected martial art. Task progress 730. Feeling great. Then, all martial arts techniques were integrated into the Demon Man scripture. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an 8th-tier martial art, the Great Demon Scripture. Also an amplification system, Xiao Fan's strength increased by another 200 kilograms, now reaching 7,500 kilograms, which feels incredibly comfortable. He couldn't wait to go and fight Lin Lianshan. At this moment, he turned around, and Wang Qingtian's body trembled. He spoke with difficulty, murmuring, Thank you. But Xiao Fan. Oldie seems to be having some problems. Is there anything you can do to help? Lin Xianhua sighed and said, There's nothing we can do. Laoyi is so badly injured and has aged to this extent. We don't have any surgical tools at hand, so we can't save him. Can't be saved? How could that be? He's not dead yet. Wang Qingtian quickly bent down and grasped Laoyi's hand. There was still a faint pulse on it, but it seemed that Laoyi would never wake up again. It's terrifying that a person in their 70s or 80s would suffer such severe injuries. But at this moment, Xiao Fan quietly walked to Laoyi's side, and a flash of light appeared in his storage ring. Wang Qingtian, Lin Xianhua, and the last remaining protector suddenly widened their eyes. An operating table has been prepared? Then came a bunch of surgical instruments, a bunch of medical solutions, gauze, alcohol. That was it. Lin Xianhua said incredulously, Fan, why do you carry these things with you? You can even perform surgery? Xiao Fan calmly said, there's nothing I can do. I'm the king of dogs, can I just swagger into the hospital? If you're injured, you can only heal yourself. These old brothers have saved my life several times. A glimmer of hope ignited in Wang Qingtian's eyes. He said tremblingly, thank you, Xiao Fan, thank you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have insulted you before. I'm an idiot, I'm a moron, I'm brain dead. As he spoke, he slapped himself in the face. But Xiao Fan shook his head and said, there's no need for that. I'm not a professional, and I'm not sure if I can save Lao Yi's life. Now, Wang Qingtian tensed up, clenching his fists tightly and standing aside, not daring to make a sound to disturb Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan came from an untrained background and didn't understand many procedures. His surgical movements were large and sweeping, which also meant that he was very quick. In just 20 minutes, all the injuries on his body were bandaged up, but he was still unconscious. His heart rate was normal, but Xiao Fan didn't know if he would wake up. This is all I can do. Wang Qingtian was so excited that his jaw was trembling, and he cried out again, thank you, Xiao Fan, thank you. Don't thank me, I still need your help, Xiao Fan said calmly. Use me? Wang Qingtian was taken aback. Li Qingxiu's gathering of everyone indicates that she is under a lot of pressure. In the eyes of the alien race, you are a great achievement and can help Lin Lianchen attract some of the threats. But you might die if you're not careful. To everyone's surprise, Wang Qingtian actually laughed upon hearing this. Okay. That's good? Xiao Fan was taken aback. Wang Qingtian's reaction was calmer than he had imagined. He thought the boy would be scared, trembling, timid and resistant, or even run away. He simply smiled and said, okay. That look in your eyes is interesting. Then you find a place to watch over Lao Yi, and we'll go, Xiao Fan said to the other protector. At this moment, everyone was converging on Lin Lianchen's location, so other places were basically safe. The guardian frowned and said, but my mission is. No need to say anything more. Wang Qingtian suddenly raised his hand, his eyes sharp, and said, this is an order from the young master of the Wang family. Protect Lao Yi. Xiao Fan, let's go. After saying that, Wang Qingtian took out a super shuttle, an upgraded version of Lin Lianoa's, which was even faster than the fiery warhorse. After sitting down, Xiao Fan cleared his throat and said, your shuttle is quite good. I'll see you off after we get out, Wang Qingtian said casually. Xiao Fan gasped, secretly impressed. This kid's got it. However, Xiao Fan clearly noticed that Wang Qingtian's legs were trembling involuntarily. He deliberately acted calmly, trying to imitate Xiao Fan's confident demeanor, but he didn't have Xiao Fan's strength and was still afraid inside. Xiao Fan said calmly, in battle, the most important thing is to stay calm. I will do my best to ensure your safety later. After a long while, there was no response. Xiao Fan frowned and said, are you listening to me? Ah. Wang Qingtian trembled and quickly came to his senses, saying, I'm listening. Calm down, yes, calming down is the most important thing. Xiao Fan sighed and rubbed his forehead. This guy, he hasn't even arrived yet, and he's already scared out of his wits? Lin Xianhua, standing to the side, held Xiao Fan's hand tightly, her eyes filled with nervousness. Is something wrong with my brother? I don't think so. In just half an hour, the super shuttle arrived at the location sent by Li Qingxiu. Xiao Fan quickly scanned the battlefield, his pupils suddenly contracting. There are 15 people on the human side. They are guarding the quenching pool, while Lin Lianchen sits inside, focused on his work. It won't be long before he can control the undying flame. However, there are 18 people from the alien race. Li Qingxiu is fighting 4 opponents at once. There is also a super genius, Anakiri, ranked 10th. At this moment, Anakiri's face was full of contempt, and his mocking laughter grew even louder. Useless, just like your father, a complete waste. My father could kill your whole family, so I can kill you. No, I will humiliate you just like my father humiliated your mother. Wow. Just thinking about it is fucking thrilling. Ha 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 ha. Idiot, are you getting distracted by anger again? Fire slashes hell. Black flames surged on Blood Demon Maru. This was Anakiri's talent, Hellfire, which was half a level lower than Undying Flame. But it's strong enough. Li Qingxiu had been fighting for a day and a night. She was covered in blood and had become a blood-soaked figure. She was panting heavily, her delicate body trembling, and she kept retreating. Seeing the Hellfire flying towards her at breakneck speed, she mustered her strength and struggled to activate the 9 heart-chilling swords in her hand. But Puff! Before she could even swing her sword, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. She was simply too tired and exhausted. I can only barely defend myself with the blade of the sword. Suddenly, a purple blade of light nearly 10 meters long fell from the sky. P.S. I won't be updating in 2 parts tomorrow, so it might be a little late, since it's being written now. Chapter 53, 8th, 9th, 10th place, Entrance. On the battlefield, the enormous purple fireblade light was so powerful that almost everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look at it. Lin Xianhua's fire god blade struck the hellfire light with pinpoint accuracy. Dark flames clashed with purple flames. Boom! Flames and shockwaves swept in all directions, evenly matched. A look of seriousness appeared in Lin Xianhua's eyes. She had thought that after entering the second stage, her combat power would increase significantly, and she should be able to cut people down like slicing vegetables. But just now, she clearly realized that if the Hellfire Blade's aura hadn't lacked a physical form, she might not have been able to withstand that attack. Sister, thank you for protecting my brother. Are you alright? Why don't you go and rest for a bit? Lin Xianhua looked at Li Qingqiu, who had become covered in blood, with a worried expression. Li Qingqiu coughed. Puff. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, and said hoarsely, exhausted, hold on for a while, I need to adjust my internal energy before we fight again. Okay. Lin Xianhu nodded emphatically and turned to look at Anakiri. Anakiri, holding the blood demon pill, glanced at the heavily injured Li Qingqiu and frowned. That's strange, why hasn't Du Lian arrived yet? Hurry up and finish off Li Qingqiu. He was very cautious. Even now that Li Qingqiu was so weak, he didn't dare to be aggressive. Which genius of this level didn't have a few trump cards? Besides, Li Qingqiu was obviously crazy and fearless. Never mind for now, the space is already sealed off anyway, it's just a matter of slowly cutting flesh with a dull knife. Anakiri then looked down at the tall, fiery red figure and immediately smiled. If I remember correctly, your name is Lin Huaxian, right? Still Lin Xianhua? I can't quite remember his name, after all, he was just a good-for-nothing, there's nothing I can do about it. We're super geniuses. You and I are from different worlds. Seeing Lin Xianhua's calm expression, Anakiri continued to attack. By the way, I suddenly remembered something very funny. Your divine level fire talent doesn't even have a fire seed. When I saw this file, I was thinking, what kind of divine level talent is this? It's way too exaggerated. What's even more ridiculous is that the demon god of war actually passed on the fire god blade to you? The rumors are true. The demon god of war is nothing but a fool who only knows how to fight. He cut off his own arm and gave it to his useless daughter. What a joke that will last for ages. Anakiri narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering why Lin Xianhua seemed so calm when he was scolding his son for being his father. He always believed that psychological warfare was more important, so he constantly insulted Li Qingqiu, trying to break her mentality so that her attacks would become full of flaws. But then, Lin Xianhua suddenly spoke up, saying, Anakiri, I'm so disappointed in you. My best friend likes you so much, how could you be so cruel? Anakiri was taken aback and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is your best friend? My best friend is Li Qingqiu. Lin Xianhua turned her head with a look of grief and glanced at the woman behind her. Li Qingqiu's eyes were wide open, like copper bells. My dear Miss Lin, what nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, she suddenly noticed that Lin Xianhua's lips moved slightly. Silent lip reading. Distract him. Li Qingqiu was taken aback, but quickly realized what was happening. She said in a hoarse voice, Anakiri, don't you understand my feelings? There's a saying that goes, women are born actors. Even a woman as aloof as Li Qingqiu can bring a character to life when she acts. Everyone in the room was stunned by those words. Looking into Li Qingqiu's sorrowful eyes, Anakiri suddenly felt dizzy. Her father killed her whole family, and she likes me? What kind of plot is this? Are you crazy? Anakiri immediately started cursing. Upon hearing this, 2 streams of tears flowed from Li Qingqiu's eyes. She witnessed the death of her entire family when she was 3 years old. Their deaths were extremely gruesome. The overwhelming hatred she felt forged her unyielding character. The tears of such a woman are enough to move and sadden everyone. Anakiri trembled. It was the first time in his life that a woman had confessed her feelings to him, and he was actually flustered. What do you want to do? You think I'd believe your nonsense? But Li Qingqiu murmured, I didn't believe it either. I hate your whole family, I hate all your people. So from a young age, I would receive all information about you immediately. But, how could I be so pathetic? He actually fell in love with the child of his enemy. Anakiri, kill me, I feel I have no face to live in this world. Kill me. Li Qingxiu's heart-wrenching cries continued unabated, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Their lips trembled with shock. Anakiri was no exception. He was completely stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. His mind was in turmoil. Looking at Li Qingxiu, who was biting her lip and looking down with shame and indignation, he felt a pang of heartache. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, then, would you be willing to return to the alien race with me? Li Qingxiu lowered his head and remained silent. Lin Xianhua was completely dumbfounded. Her new best friend's acting skills were just too good. Even she wondered if there was a possibility that Li Qingxiu was telling the truth. Just as the entire room fell into an awkward silence. Sudden. Knock knock. Anakiri's heart jolted violently, a terrifying sense of penetration suddenly appeared, and an intense feeling of fear rose up and spread throughout his entire body. Time and space seemed to stand still at this moment, and even the faint phantom of death seemed to appear before them. What's going on? This penetrating sensation, is it an assassin star? Has Du Lian betrayed them? He's a traitor among the humans. I've been fucking scammed. Li Qingxiu was deliberately trying to get my attention, and I actually believed her. Holy crap. Damn it, Sword Shadow flashed. But Anakiri turned his head in horror and found that he was carrying the annihilation on his shoulder. He had teleported to the spot. It's too late. I'm going to die. Anakiri, just died like that? I'm not reconciled. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Xiao Fan's eyes were resolute. He wanted to try to instantly kill this super genius who was ranked 10th among the alien races. Since it lacks the invisibility ability of the poison concealer, it needs the immortal fire to find a way to divert attention. Unexpectedly, this foolish alien actually believed that his enemy would like him? Could he be a naive young virgin? However, I must say, the performance was superb this time. It's sure to be a success. Just as the assassin star was about to pierce through Anakiri, Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. He clearly felt that he absolutely could not go any further, or he would be cut into mincemeat. What kind of bizarre ability is this? No! Bang! He slammed on the brakes and made a sharp turn to land. Looking at the sky with a face full of surprise and doubt, he finally understood. Two powerful auras appeared from the side not far away. Turning my head, I saw the two of them floating in the air. A giant, a graceful figure, with 5 colors in their eyes, suddenly exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Xia Linqing, the madman. The two arrived just in time. Xia Linqing raised her hand. It must have been her strange golden threads that stopped the assassination. That's terrifying. Xiao Fan's expression was more solemn than ever before. At this level, the divine ape golden body was about to become useless. Anyone could destroy his body. Sai, although it's a mythical martial art, it has 9 levels in total, and I only know the first level. I can understand that its strength is not high enough. So it was dodged? Xia Linqing narrowed his long, narrow eyes, his face darkening. She was also a little uneasy because the other party was not wearing psionic sunglasses and had detected her attack with the naked eye, which was also an unexpected thing for her. A brief silence fell over the entire room. Li Qingxiu sighed silently. He had almost succeeded. The son of his enemy had almost died. Moreover, 2 even stronger ones arrived. She glanced down at her battered body and clenched her fists. Could you be any more stupid? You actually believe such a thing? Xia Linqing coldly questioned. At this moment, Anakiri was drenched in cold sweat, his face filled with terror, and he was panting heavily. A few seconds later, he finally recovered from the terrifying sense of death. The rationality in his pupils gradually disappeared, replaced by madness and violence. He almost died. It was so close. Moreover, he died because of the very psychological warfare he was most proud of. For such proud super geniuses, the most unacceptable thing is for others to crush them in their area of expertise. Most importantly, he felt like a stupid clown, especially after saying the most foolish thing, "Are you willing to come with me to the alien race?" This phrase was repeating endlessly in his mind. He could almost see the way others would laugh at him when the news got back to the alien race. A person can die, but a society cannot die. Anakiri roared in fury, "I'm going to slaughter you all. Death ray slash. Hellfire." Swords and blades were drawn simultaneously, thick black sword beams and hellfire roaring out together, and in the next second, his figure suddenly shot out, slashing towards the two. Xiao Fan's face darkened. He thought to himself that things had gone wrong. The other party was being pushed to the limit. The main problem was that all three of them had arrived, so Lin Lianchen didn't have time. He sprang out, dodging the blade with a Z-shaped movement in mid-air before the assassin star pierced towards Anakiri's head. As Anakiri looked at that familiar weapon of mass destruction, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he dared not use his movement technique to dodge. He suddenly unleashed the annihilation spell, then instantly dodged it with a flash. Xia Linqing looked at the place where the two were fighting, his eyes turning cold. It seems Du Lian is dead. Where did this guy come from? Is there such a genius among the human race? Death Coil. She provides ranged attacks to assist Anakiri. Assassin Star is no joke. If you get touched, you're done for. On the other side, Quang Xing's gaze swept past Lin Xianhua and Li Qingxiu, landing on Lin Lianchen in the quenching pool. At this moment, only half of Lin Lianchen's ear remained unrepaired on his distorted face, indicating that he was close to fully mastering the undying flame. Quang Xing charged out without any expression. Xiao Fan caught a glimpse of Quang Xing rushing towards the quenching pool out of the corner of his eye and said in a deep voice, "Wang Qingtian, it's time for you to shine." The sound is transmitted through miniature earphones. On the shuttle, Wang Qingtian's body trembled uncontrollably. He saw the three monsters below, alien prodigies, ranked 8th, 9th, and 10th, all of them. The oppressive aura emanating from them was enough to make someone like me, who had never fought before, tremble with fear. Chapter 54 Mad Punishment. How dare an ant like you declare war on me? Quang Xing suddenly sprang up, moving with incredible speed. Lin Xianhua's eyes turned cold, and he leaped into the sky with his sword in hand. Bang! With a casual, careless palm strike, Quang Xing sent Lin Xianhua flying like a cannonball, crashing into a distant mountain, his fate unknown. Sudden. A disdainful voice rang out, "Mad torture. Everyone says you're a battle maniac, but it seems you're not all that great after all. Ambush someone who is cultivating, don't you feel ashamed of doing such a thing? The Black Ancient God clan, is this all the trash they are?" Upon hearing this, even Anakiri, who was in the middle of the battle, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling a chill run down his spine. Who is this? That's some guts. How dare you mock Quang Xing like that? You'd probably get crushed into mincemeat. Quang Xing also paused, a chill rising on his face. He slowly turned his head to look at the sky, where he saw a figure standing proudly on a flying shuttle, pointing his chin directly at Quang Xing. Quang Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. Wang Qingtian. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up in shock. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Fan hurriedly went to find his wife to check on her injuries. At this moment, Quang Xing roared out, each word distinct, "She. Shu. Overlord. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I hope you're not really as weak as the rumors say." Wang Qingtian laughed wildly, his laughter trembling. "Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Why don't you look in the mirror before you go out and see if you're worthy of fighting me? What kind of garbage? An idiot among an idiotic race that's all brawn and no brains. You dare to boast that you want to fight me? It's been a long time since anyone dared to disrespect me like this. You've really enraged me." Wang Qingtian's face was flushed with anger, he was sweating profusely, and his arms were trembling slightly. "You weak and ugly reptiles. Prepare to face my wrath." After saying that, Wang Qingtian suddenly spread his arms wide, as if embracing the Qingtian that belonged to him. Below, all the alien races were completely stunned. Even the three geniuses couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. They had heard the legend of the hegemon King Wu Emperor since childhood. In order to increase the younger generation's hatred for humans, the clan repeatedly brought up the hegemon King Wu Emperor's atrocities. As children, they were indignant and furious, wishing they could go back to the era of the tyrant and the martial emperor and kill this terrifying human. But as they grew up, they suddenly realized that hatred was one thing, and fighting was another, but that kind of being was completely beyond the realm of humanity. It was simply an ancient ferocious beast. The most feared of all are the Black Ancient Gods. Because they were once the masters of power in this world. However, the overlord martial emperor swept through the entire Black Ancient God clan with an absolutely arrogant attitude, crushing all the dignity of the Black Ancient God clan with pure power. So this time, the madman has arrived. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he was so angry that even the blood vessels on his face were trembling. Why did he come? It's all for Wang Qingtian. It's all for the successor of this overlord martial emperor. He wanted to tell the world that we, the black ancient gods, are still the kings of power. Ah! A fierce roar erupted from Quang Shing's mouth, soaring straight into the sky. His huge fists clenched suddenly, and a fierce and ruthless light burst forth in his eyes as he looked at Wang Qingtian. Not a single word wasted. He wanted to prove his strength directly through his power. The madman shot up, and the earth was shaken by the terrifying reaction force, creating a deep crater. Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. What kind of monstrous power was this? The crater was at least twice as deep as he could have shaken out. Maybe it was also because of his weight. That guy must have weighed at least 800 kilograms. At that moment, he heard Wang Qingtian's trembling voice. Help! 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 Help me! Xiao Fan took a deep breath. Can we beat this big guy? Give it a try. Boom! He also sprang out, throwing a punch at Quang Shing's side. Quang Shing glanced at him coldly and casually swung out a palm. The result was unexpected. Bang! He paused, and even took a few steps back. Quang Shing was somewhat surprised, but remained indifferent. You're quite strong, but it's not enough. I'm not your opponent. Go down and choose one yourself. Xiao Fan shrugged and said, sorry, but actually your opponent might be me. After all, you're not worthy of Wang Qingtian's help. What? Madman's eyes blazed with rage. He turned to Xia Linqing and roared, take care of him. Xia Linqing nodded slightly, took a step forward, and floated up. Hundreds of golden threads, invisible to the naked eye, shot out from her hands and headed towards Xiao Fan's face. Xiao Fan sensed the attack clearly, rolled in the air to dodge it, and whispered in his ear, all right, hurry up and get on your flying shuttle and escape. Wang Qingtian hurriedly jumped into the flying shuttle, his movements resembling a hasty retreat, leaving the ascending Quang Shing utterly bewildered. Never mind, let's keep going. At this moment, the shuttle started moving, and Wang Qingtian stepped on the gas, but the starting speed was not fast enough, and Quang Shing had already arrived. Looking at the giant outside the glass window, Wang Qingtian was so frightened that he almost cried. Holy crap! Am I really going to die here today? At this moment, Quang Shing roared, come out and fight me. Screw you, step on the gas. Wang Qingtian snapped. But Quang Shing was enraged, feeling as if he had been tricked, and suddenly threw a punch. At this critical moment, a dark purple flame, filled with the aura of death, shot into the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The flames are magnificent and dazzling, possessing a beauty that transcends death. But this also signifies the immense power they embody. Undying Fire Fist. At this moment, both Xia Linqing and Geeky's expressions changed slightly. Especially Anikiri. I fucking get it. That Wang Qingtian is a complete waste. He's deliberately stalling for time. Now, Lin Lianchen has emerged from seclusion. Below, Xiao Fan, Lin Xianhua, and Li Qingxiu all breathed a sigh of relief, smiles appearing on their faces. They finally managed to stall them. But in the sky, facing the impact of the undying flame, the enraged berserker actually resisted it with his bare hands. This is the undying flame, a terrifying flame that could even burn through Xia Linqing's golden threads, yet Quang Shing actually withstood it with his bare body. Not only did they tough it out, he even threw a punch backhand. Boom! A deafening roar came from the sky. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the undying flame was actually blasted apart by a single punch. Don't forget, the most abnormal thing about the black ancient gods is actually their resistance to an ability to break through magic. Quang Shing looked down at his fist, frowned slightly, and saw that a patch of it was burned black. This is only the beginning. Lin Lianchen has not yet developed any deeper potential. No wonder they say you have to kill the undying flame. Its energy is indeed formidable. Suddenly, a fierce engine roared, and Quang Shing looked up sharply. Wang Qingtian had actually driven away in the flying shuttle, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. He clenched his fists tightly, his anger rising. He was certain that Wang Qingtian was a good-for-nothing, that he was just bluffing and buying Lin Lianchen some time. But so what? A cruel sneer filled Quang Shing's eyes. The space has been sealed off, so where can Wang Qingtian run to? Let's take a look at the human team's lineup. A mysterious genius wielding an assassination star, a severely injured woman, Lin Xianhua, and Lin Lianchen. Just these 4 people? He's no match for him at all. Did you think that controlling the undying flame would turn the tide? Do you even understand the value of the eighth pick? Chapter 55 All Women Deserve to Die. In the sky. Surrounded by the undying flame, Lin Lianchen floated into the air and stood opposite Quang Xing, his eyes calm, filled with fighting spirit and confidence. Having just mastered the undying flame, the terrifying power made him feel like he could do anything. Quang Xing, however, scoffed and said, "You're not qualified to be my opponent." As soon as he finished speaking, he sprang up, his strength converting into speed. So despite his imposing stature, Quang Xing was anything but clumsy. Bang! A fist, bigger than Lin Lianchen's two faces combined, came crashing down. Lin Lianchen immediately activated fire transformation. But it didn't work. Boom! He was sent flying by a single punch, crashing into the nearby mountains. Quang Xing looked on with disdain. With his magic-breaking attribute, why would he even think of using the ability of elementalization? Lin Lianchen, an elemental genius, shouldn't be cultivating his physical body. That punch should have been enough to kill him, right? But the next second, dark purple flames soared into the air, and Lin Lianchen floated up again, only his face was now covered in a scarlet blood color. From childhood to adulthood, the demon god of war had been admonishing him not to rely on elemental power, for the physical body was the foundation of martial arts. If you want to go high and go far, you must learn rigorous physical martial arts. Moreover, if you want to completely control the undying flame and develop its even greater power, your physical strength cannot be low. That was close. If I hadn't listened to my father, that punch would have killed me, right? Lin Lianchen took a deep breath, his eyes serious. Quang Xing is the 8th strongest alien race in the modern era. Can I rank 8th among the human race in the modern era? To be honest, he wasn't sure. But this space has been sealed off. If we can't win, there's only one outcome: death. Then let's fight to the death. Dark purple flames shot into the sky, and Quang Xing twisted his neck, his face full of mockery. High in the sky, Wang Qingtian sat on the shuttle, looking at everything through the telescope, his fists clenched tightly, extremely nervous. Anyone with eyes could see that the difference between Lin Lianchen and Quang Xing was quite large. On the other hand, the battle between Xiao Fan and Xie Linqing was incomprehensible. All that can be seen is the two constantly weaving and entangled, seemingly unable to touch each other so far. Damn it! Anakiri is going to assist Xie Linqing. Holy crap, a 10-meter long sword for backup. That's fucking awesome. Lin Xianhua, sigh, she's not the person I like anymore. Wang Qingtian sighed silently. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he and Lin Xianhua were childhood sweethearts. When they were young, the young masters and ladies of the two powerful families were domineering in the capital. Then, as time went by, he developed feelings for Lin Xianhua and pursued her. However, after he confessed his feelings, Lin Xianhua avoided him. He clearly remembered Lin Xianhua's terrified expression, "You like me? That kind of liking? You're such a pervert." But now, he suddenly realized that he no longer had that feeling. In fact, he had lost that feeling not long after Lin Xianhua ran away from home and left the capital. Laoyi told him, "You never really liked her, you were just used to it. Now your subconscious has realized that you're fine without her, so you've become indifferent." But when he heard that Lin Xianhua had a man, he couldn't help but feel angry. Seeing how ordinary Xiao Fan was, he became even angrier. How could the immortal flame be with him? But what happened next? Well, that's another story. It turns out that the ordinary person was myself. At this moment, Wang Qingtian's eyes were more determined than ever before. Now, there are no more messy thoughts in his mind. He only wants to do one thing: become stronger. Better than anyone else. He may never forget the despair and helplessness he felt not long ago when he was targeted by the drug dealers. He never wants to experience such a moment of incompetence again in his life. Blood Demon Maru's sword was extremely fast, and Lin Xianhua was unable to dodge in time, resulting in a cut on his shoulder. Seeing the spurting blood, Anakiri's eyes were filled with extreme coldness. Women deserve to die. Lin Xianhu cursed, "Damn it! Did I make this guy misogynistic?" But there was no time to think about that. Anakiri was too strong. He used both his sword and blade without holding back. She was already injured after only 3 moves. But she was fearless. Suddenly she looked up, and a flame ignited in her captivating eyes. He held the sword in both hands, and purple flames surged wildly across the blade. Bloom! Beneath the quenching pool, she finally possessed what she had always dreamed of: faith. She's no longer the child who only shouted, "I'm going to forge my own path to success." She has truly embarked on that path. The road ahead is already beneath my feet, and it will undoubtedly be fraught with terrifying thorns. With unwavering faith and courage, I will forge ahead relentlessly on this path. Let's start today. With a loud shout, the fiery aura around Lin Xianhua surged once more, and intense flames ignited at every joint. Fire God's chaotic blade, fourth form, berserk flames. Lin family disciples, never retreat. Anakiri frowned. The Vulcan blade is known for its ability to grow stronger with each battle, and this martial art has the same effect. With the two combined, it's unclear what the upper limit is. If it can be improved by more than 2 or 3 times in all aspects, then there might really be danger. A swift and decisive victory. Ultimate technique, immortality. The semi-divine artifact, Annihilation, was released from his hand and slashed horizontally, a strange black blade light flashing. Oh no! Lin Xianhua felt extremely uneasy, and his pupils trembled violently. But at this moment... Icicle! Boom! A sudden chill ran beneath Lin Xianhua's feet, and an ice pillar over 10 meters long instantly solidified, propelling her high into the air. She forcefully shifted her position, dodging the devastating slash. Anakiri suddenly turned his head and saw Li Qingxiu, who was still seriously injured, standing to the side. Looking at that face, he always felt that the other person was mocking him. You actually think I'd be interested in you? Don't you ever look in the mirror before you go out? Anakiri's pupils suddenly contracted. She was really laughing at herself. I'm so upset. Go to hell, all of you. He roared in fury, brandishing his sword and charging forward. Lin Xianhua leaped down and launched a sneak attack from behind. Anakiri could not ignore it and quickly raised Blood Demon Maru to resist. On the other side, Li Qingxiu held up flowers with both hands, made a hand seal, and his sword intent was chilling and piercing. 9 swords united as one. Divine artifact, heartbreaking. A sharp divine sword with an entirely icy blade appeared, and Li Qingxiu, without any hesitation, wielded the sword and slashed out despite his numerous wounds. Anakiri raised his other hand to fight against the annihilation. Clang! Ice and fire bloomed together, ice swords and fire blades crisscrossed the battlefield, fighting against demons that possess death and blood. Women, all deserve to die. Anakiri roared, his aura surging once more. If Li Qingxiu were at his peak, he might be afraid of Lin Xianhua. But things are different now. Li Qingxiu is seriously injured and has a misogyny buff. He vows to kill those 2 bitches today. On the other side, Xiao Fan, weaving through the golden threads, showed a hint of anxiety on his face. The situation is terrible. In his view, Lin Lianchen was completely below him, and he had no idea how much longer he could hold on. On the battlefield near the immortal fire, Li Qingxiu was seriously injured. He would cough up blood after just a few sword strikes, and his condition was extremely critical. The consequences for the first person to fall, whether it's Li Qingxiu, Lin Xianhua, or Lin Lianchen, would be unimaginable. Once Anakiri or Kyokyo freeze their hands and joins forces with Xia Linqing, Xiao Fan knows he absolutely cannot take on 2 opponents at once. The only way to break this deadlock is to eliminate Xia Linqing as quickly as possible and become the first person to free their hands. Then go and support other battlefields. A chill ran through Xiao Fan's eyes. The Great Demon Scripture, fully enhanced and activated to its limit. Chapter 56. Your opponent is me. One after another appeared around Xiao Fan as he moved through the golden threads at top speed. With the assassin star in hand, this battle will end as soon as it pierces Xia Linqing's body. Xia Linqing's eyes were serious. This was the first time she had encountered such an opponent. The reaction speed, perception, and reaction speed are all exaggerated. Even without wearing psionic sunglasses, she can easily dodge her own threads every time. The most deadly thing is that the assassin star has extremely strong penetrating power and can even cut through silk threads. That useless poisonous lotus. So what if I die? Why are you still trying to scam people? Each golden thread was extremely important to her, having been crafted with great care using her 5 colored eyes. So right now, Xia Linqing's heart is bleeding. Moreover, this opponent is even faster than her. If this continues, something bad is bound to happen. Although I hate this disgusting ability, I have to use it now. Xia Linqing's 5 colored eyes began to rotate, and after a few seconds, they all turned pink. At this moment, in Xiao Fan's eyes, Xia Linqing's clothes had all disappeared, and his body was extremely pink and tender, with seductive and alluring eyes, like a succubus. Moreover, it's not just the physical allure. The pink light directly attacks one's mind, making one unable to extricate oneself from lust. Xia Linqing has a great figure, tall and graceful. She is a deer and has two small antlers on her head. She is both sexy and cute at this moment. In fact, Xia Linqing was almost mortified she was also a proud and aloof person. She never dreamed that her innate, powerful talent would be so disgusting. Fortunately, the effect is so strong that no normal man can resist it. Xia Linqing was extremely confident in his own charm. As expected, Xiao Fan was stunned. She immediately unleashed a large number of golden threads, attempting to pierce Xiao Fan's body. Anyone who dares to look at my body deserves to die. Xia Linqing cursed angrily in his heart. But at this moment, call out. Xiao Fan's figure vanished suddenly, a smug smile on his face. We lost all our strength in that last move. So what will you use to defend yourself this time? Xia Linqing was furious and said, You actually were faking it? Why? She felt that her self-esteem had been severely damaged. Xiao Fan said calmly, His figure isn't good. I have someone better at home, so naturally I'm not interested in you. You. These words immediately enraged Xia Linqing. You forced me to do this. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the 5 colors in her pupils spun rapidly again, eventually turning blood red. At the same time, all the gold threads in her hands turned blood red, greatly increasing their penetrating power and lethality. Even the speed at which the silk threads moved increased by 3 points. Call out. She dodged Xiao Fan's attack with a swift movement, quickly creating distance and throwing out golden threads. At this moment, Xia Linqing vowed to kill Xiao Fan. This man not only looked at her body, but also mocked her. She really wanted to yell, What's wrong with it? But it's too real and too shameful. Her 5 colored eyes contain 5 different abilities, but with her current strength, she can only barely activate the second one. She was not only ashamed, but also angry. This opponent really isn't anything special, he's just 3 words, fast, accurate, and ruthless. The fighting style was extremely simple, yet I simply couldn't do anything about it. His speed, which he was so proud of, was not as good as his, and Death Golden Silk was even more countered by Assassin Star. Her golden threads also possess the ability to dispel magic, but the opponent seems to lack even elemental power. Damn it, if her opponent were any one of the other 3, she would think she had already killed them all. This is absolutely unbelievable. Fighting this guy is like having no strength left in your body. But now that the enhancements are enabled, there shouldn't be any problems. At this moment, Xiao Fan became increasingly anxious, and Lin Lianchen let out a mournful cry, in great pain. If this battle isn't resolved quickly, something terrible is going to happen. Now, the crimson threads are moving 3 times faster, so he has to pay more attention to them and can't concentrate on finding gaps or weaknesses in the threads to cut off the head. Enable element conflict? No, that stuff has serious side effects. After I finish dealing with this one, I still have to fight others. If I exhaust my stamina here, I'll be finished. Oh, right, there's one more trick. I've used it 2 or 3 times, but I don't know if it will even start. At this moment, call out. A figure flashed past Xiao Fan from behind and crashed directly into the mountain behind him. Boom! A loud bang. Xiao Fan was deeply shaken. That figure just now was none other than Lin Lianchen. He'd been sent flying again. Below, in the secret realm, there were more than 20 humans and aliens. Both sides chose to stop fighting and watch the battle. Because the alien race believed there was no need to fight. As long as the 3 adults above won, the rest of the human race would only have to die. If they fought head-on, they might even be killed. On the human side, everyone clenched their fists, staring at the 3 battlefields, their hearts pounding in their throats. They couldn't interfere in this kind of battle at all. Anakiri could kill a whole group of them with 1 slash, and Kyokyo could turn them into mincemeat with 1 punch. As for Xia Linqing, she was even more of a threat. As long as she was free, she could instantly kill everyone on the field. What should I do? I'm doomed. Young Master Lin, who has mastered the Undying Flame, actually couldn't hurt that giant at all. It seems Li Qingqiu is also about to collapse. The only hope lies with the Lin family's son-in-law and Miss Lin. Oh no, young Master Lin has completely collapsed. Quang Xingtong has made his move. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Quang Xing turned to look at Xiao Fan in the air, his brows furrowing. Does he know that move? It can be activated manually? Impossible. He snorted coldly and was about to rush out. At that moment, a burst of immortal fire slammed into his back, causing him to stagger and lose his balance. Quang Shing's face darkened. Disgusting ants, don't they really know how to spell death? He turned around and saw Lin Lianchen standing up shakily. He had become a bloody mess, with flesh and blood on his arms, thighs, and shoulders, and even the bones that had been torn apart by the brutal torture, clearly visible in their pale white color. If Quang Shing were to interfere in Xiao Fan's battle, then it would truly be the end. No, I can't give up yet. Dark purple immortal flames surged and danced on the bones and blood, and Lin Lianchen, standing among them, resembled a demon emerging from hell. He roared, trembling, "Your opponent is me." "Is that so?" Quang Shing exclaimed, "No wonder he is the child of the demon war god. This willpower is astonishing. If I gave you time to develop the undying flame, then..." "Never mind, it's not important. Because you won't have time." Chapter 57: The Realm of Selflessness. All the human survivors looked up at the blood-soaked figure enveloped in dark purple flames. He is Lin Lianchen, the eldest young master of the Lin family. In fact, he could have lived a happier life than anyone else, just like Wang Qingtian, eating, drinking, and having fun year after year. Moreover, Lin Wuguwei didn't really care about his children and didn't have high expectations for them from a young age. Because Lin Wuguwei knew all too well how tiring, how difficult, and how lucky he was to have survived this journey. He didn't want his children to be like him, constantly walking the line between life and death, using their meager 7 feet to shoulder the great responsibility of their family and country. But the family tradition is there, the genes are there, and the passion of the youth is there. From a young age, Lin Lianchen would ask his uncles and aunts if they had any videos of his father fighting. Those powerful elders didn't want to show it to him, but they couldn't persuade this stubborn boy. The boy was always moved to tears as he looked at the terrifying figure on the screen, half skeletal and half bloodied. He wished he were the one standing there, and he wanted to rush into the screen and kill all those horrible aliens. To make his father's life a little easier. So he trained very hard every day and even got an afro. Because it is a symbol of strength and courage. He hopes that in the future, when disaster strikes, he will have the power to fight it and be as brave as he imagined when he was young. At that moment, he glanced down at his sister, who was frantically wielding the Vulcan blade, and smiled brightly. "Father, we haven't disgraced the Lin family. At last. Look up. Stare directly at this invincible monster before you. Roar. Come. Kill me." The terrifying aura actually made Quang Shing take half a step back. He frowned and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. "Are you blind? Can't you see the absolute difference in strength? Why, do you still dare to be so fierce? Then, as you wish." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Quang Shing suddenly sprang up and threw a punch at Lin Lianchen. Can Lin Lianchen dodge it? He was too tired and in too much pain. He struggled to turn to the side, but only managed to move his fist from his chest to his shoulder. Boom! The next second, Lin Lianchen was sent flying backward, crashing into a boulder before collapsing to the ground in a disheveled state. In the distance, every human felt a jolt in their heart. The brutal torture is truly terrifying. But people are still cheering for Lin Lianchen. Keep it up. Keep it up. Young Master Lin, you have to win. The people's desperate roars reached Lin Lianchen's ears. His fingers trembled, and he struggled to stand up, supporting himself on the floor. Intense pain ravaged his willpower. His vision was already blurred, and his eyes seemed about to close at any moment, causing him to faint. His body was already swaying, but he still recklessly asked, Didn't you eat?" Quang Shing was stunned. "How dare you provoke us?" He immediately flew into a rage and charged out again, his fists surging with immense power. High in the sky, Xiao Fan glanced at Lin Lianchen's battlefield, his face expressionless. He was filled with anger, but he had to forcefully suppress it. To get into that state, you absolutely cannot have any major emotional fluctuations. At this moment, Wang Qingtian, find an opportunity like this. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's voice, Wang Qingtian, aboard the flying shuttle, suddenly narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, I can't do it. I really can't do it." Xiao Fan did not mock his cowardice, but simply left a comment indifferently. "Don't forget, you are the hegemon king of Western Chu." After saying that, he took off his headphones, threw them on the ground, and then closed his eyes. He desperately wanted to support Lin Lianchen, but his reason told him that if he rushed over now, the outcome would inevitably be a complete defeat. "Hang in there. I'm coming right away." Xia Linqing on the other side frowned slightly, wondering what the other party was up to. At a time like this, you actually closed your eyes? Who cares? 3,000 bloodshed. All the crimson threads were flung out violently, heading straight for Xiao Fan's face. Xiao Fan's breathing was steady as he imagined himself sinking in the deep sea, surrounded by darkness and suffocating water. But he made no resistance and slowly sank again. Hundreds of silk threads were about to hit his face, but he still didn't react at all. But suddenly, he took a slight step back. This move actually allowed him to dodge hundreds of threads. But two still grazed his body. Sizzle! Blood splattered out, his eyebrows and eyes twitched, but he still refused to open them. Xia Linqing sneered, "What the hell is this?" Seeing that Xiao Fan did not retaliate, she didn't bother to think about anything else and immediately launched a full-scale attack. The attacks became increasingly fierce and swift. But at this moment, Xiao Fan suddenly became somewhat strange, his aura as calm as a wave without wind. And just as the silk thread was about to sever his head, it moved. Call out! Xiao Fan's figure suddenly disappeared. Xia Linqing frowned and quickly scanned his surroundings. There it is! She snorted coldly, and the silk threads surged out wildly. But at this moment, Xiao Fan continued to advance, seemingly committing suicide, trying to withstand the blood with his bare body. But just as the blood vessels were about to touch him, he made an extremely subtle but very frequent adjustment to his position. Xia Linqing was horrified to discover that Xiao Fan had passed right through his attack. No! It should be said that he found one of the few remaining paths forward among his hundreds of threads. How is that possible? It must be a coincidence. Hundreds of silk threads, so densely packed, how could they possibly be completely dodged? But after the next round of attacks, she was completely panicked. Xiao Fan's eyes were tightly closed, yet he seemed to possess eyes that could see through everything. Once again, he perfectly dodged all the attacks. At this moment, the aura surrounding him was eerily quiet, and even his own life force had disappeared. Etc. Xia Linqing's pupils suddenly contracted, and he screamed in disbelief, "The realm of no self. What is this? 18 years old. An 18-year-old has entered a state of selflessness? Or should I activate it manually? It's over." Xiao Fan charged forward, and Xia Linqing retreated while frantically waving his silk threads, trying to stop Xiao Fan's advance. But it makes no sense. What is the state of selflessness? Some say it's like being possessed by God. Those who enter the state of selflessness see the world from a god-like perspective. This state itself does not provide any boost to the physical body, speed, or elements. But it can give a person an almost perfect fighting style. It's like an instinct. At this moment, Xiao Fan's speed of advancement increased, and the assassin star in his hand was tinged with the scorching light of the heavenly fire, drawing perfect fiery red circles in the air, severing all the blood threads that were blocking his progress. No! No! Give me a burst of energy, burst forth. Xia Linqing was terrified to the extreme. At this moment, Xiao Fan was truly someone who left everyone helpless. Every attack missed its mark no matter how fierce the force, it couldn't hit him. They could only watch helplessly as he approached them step by step. There's absolutely no way to avoid it. At this moment, Xiao Fan was like the Grim Reaper, and the assassin star in his hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. No one could escape the harvest of this scythe. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. Arrive. Xiao Fan and Xia Linqing embraced each other intimately. One had a face ashen, the other was filled with despair. The assassin star pierced Xia Linqing's abdomen. The next second, a strong fire elemental aura surged and accumulated within her body. At this moment, Xiao Fan felt his mouth being kissed by soft lips, a French kiss, the fragrance filling his taste buds. Even more terrifying, his lower body was being pinched hard by a pair of delicate hands. A sweet, breathy moan, enough to evoke countless fantasies, stirred Xiao Fan's senses. His pupils suddenly snapped open, revealing no allure, only fury. Because his desire was forcibly aroused, he broke his composure and left the state of selflessness. The most terrifying thing was that when he opened his eyes, he was met with a scene of pink and nakedness, which left him momentarily stunned. In that very second, it was all too late. A terrifying surge of fiery power erupted, and the assassin star's blade flashed with a burst of fire. A cruel glint appeared on her pink lips. "Let's get blown up together." Chapter 58 Xiao Fan. Help! A loud bang echoed through the sky. Xiao Fan reacted extremely quickly, instantly kicking Xia Linqing's body with both legs and flying backward. But halfway through its flight, it was still affected by the aftershocks of the explosion. Meanwhile, on Lin Lianxin's side, a terrifying scene unfolded. Large beads of cold sweat appeared on the faces of all the humans, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and their eyes were filled with fear. Because, at this moment, Kuang Xing is tearing Lin Lianxin apart. That's right, it's tearing. A powerful anti-magic force adhered to Kuang Xing's hands, preventing him from forming elemental forms. He gripped Lin Lianxin's waist tightly with both hands, preparing to tear him apart. Lin Lianxin struggled to activate the undying flame, and the dark purple flames landed on Kuang Xing's body, continuously scorching his flesh. He was in slight pain, but his expression remained unchanged, which was extremely cruel. Didn't I say I was going to kill you? Now that your dream is finally coming true, why are you still struggling? Kuang Xing grinned, his hands suddenly bulging with muscles, unleashing terrifying force, and Lin Lianxin roared in pain. Ah! Lin Xianhua turned her head and saw a horrifying scene that caused her pupils to shrink suddenly. Her rationality vanished madly, and her aura surged rapidly. Brother, she roared in anguish. Gripping the Vulcan blade, she was about to rush forward and kill Kuang Xing. But at that moment, Blood Demon Pill thrust out, and Li Qingqiu quickly drew his sword to help block it. Clang! Li Qingqiu was too tired and couldn't muster any strength. She only managed to deflect the Blood Demon Pill slightly, but it still grazed Lin Xianhua's cheek. Sister, now is not the time to be distracted. Li Qingqiu's voice was weak and hoarse. But Lin Xianhua still refused to look away. That was her own brother. It's about to be torn in two. But suddenly. What is that? What's that thing up there? Holy crap, a shooting star. Lin Xianhua suddenly looked up and saw Wang Qingtian's shuttle falling from the sky at a terrifying speed, heading straight for Kuang Xing. Kuang Xing frowned and quickly turned to resist. The impact of a shuttle worth over 2 billion at its maximum speed is terrifying. Boom! A loud bang. The shuttle exploded and shattered on the spot. The powerful impact threw Lin Lianxin to the ground, where he immediately fainted and his fate was unknown. This force actually caused a small gash to split open in Kuang Xing's arm. Black blood slowly flowed out. I'm injured? I'm bleeding? Anger surged up instantly. But just then, a furious roar resounded powerfully. I am the hegemon king of Western Shu. A figure descended from the sky, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, his eyes bloodshot. Wang Qingtian, almost to the point of madness, pushed his abilities to the limit. As he watched Lin Lianxin fight to the death, his cowardice and fear spread rapidly, but the madness and violence contained in his blood were also being awakened. You are the hegemon king of Western Shu. You are the supreme power in the world. You can't just do nothing. Do you remember that punch that came crashing down from the sky? Overlord God Fist. Boom! A loud bang. Wang Qingtian's fist struck Kuang Xing squarely on the forehead. Even if he is lazy and idle, his basic strength after activating his talent has reached 7,000 kilograms. With the acceleration from falling from a height of over 1,000 meters, plus the boost from the Overlord Godfist, he really took down Madman. The Madman's head was embedded directly into the ground. Wang Qingtian was almost insane, throwing punches incessantly. Overlord Divine Fist. Overlord God Fist. Overlord God Fist. Fists kept landing on the back of Kuang Xing's head. Only by frantically venting his power could he suppress the ever-increasing fear in his heart. Without that exaggerated momentum boost, his punches could no longer inflict any damage on Kuang Xing. Kuang Xing's head slowly rose under the relentless pounding of fists. Although each punch made him tremble slightly, that was all. After regaining his senses, he suddenly raised his head, staring at Wang Qingtian with a terrifying gaze, and said in a cold voice, "Have you had enough?" Wang Qingtian's body trembled, his legs went weak, and he was so frightened that he sat down on the ground with a thud. Mad Punishment roared, "A bunch of ants. A bunch of useless trash. You really think you can defeat me?" The 5-meter-tall body, when standing, casts a terrifying shadow. Wang Qingtian, slumped in the shadows, was filled with panic. He backed away, muttering, "Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan." Just as that enormous fist was about to fall, he roared in a hoarse voice, "Xiao Fan." A familiar gust of wind swept by. Xiao Fan rushed out, grabbed Wang Qingtian, and quickly fled into the distance. Upon landing, Wang Qingtian's pupils dilated in shock. He saw Xiao Fan gripping his arm, which was covered in blood and wounds. Xiao Fan himself was also panting heavily, his eyes filled with exhaustion. This rescue was extremely challenging. Are you all right? Wang Qingtian asked hurriedly. Xiaofan coughed, exhaled a puff of black smoke, and said hoarsely, I'm fine. Just lie down and rest. Leave the rest of the battle to me. Okay. Wang Qingtian nodded quickly. By the way, that punch just now was really cool. After saying that, Xiaofan walked straight toward Kuang Xing, his eyes calm and collected. Why is Assassin Star only a semi-divine artifact? That's the reason. He can condense a massive amount of elemental power, concentrated at one point, and unleash an extremely powerful burst. He might accidentally injure himself. I never expected that woman to be so fierce. She not only died, but she almost took me with her. He turned to look at Lin Xianhua and said in a deep voice, Lian Shen still has energy, quickly deal with Geeky. Immortal fire, you can do it. I believe in you. After saying that, she even gave a gentle smile. What has the greatest power? Like. Lin Xianhua's anger slowly subsided, but the power that had surged from that anger did not fade away. She looked at Anakiri indifferently and said, Qingxiu, you just need to support me. I think I understand this guy now. I'm extremely afraid of dying. My husband once told me that the stubborn are afraid of the ruthless are afraid of the vicious, and the vicious are afraid of the reckless. Come on. Clown man. Clown man. Anakiri roared in fury, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes. On the other side, Kuang Xing looked at Xiaofan, whose eyes were closed, and said sarcastically, a person can enter the state of selflessness at most once a day. Don't even think about it, it's impossible. Xiaofan's face stiffened, and he sighed helplessly. Kuang Xing continued, I've been watching your fight, and I roughly understand why you were able to kill Du Lian and Xia Lincheng. Your abilities perfectly counter both of them. If I'm not mistaken, you started killing people when you were very young, didn't you? Not going to answer? Whatever. Kuang Xing glanced across the entire scene, a hint of contempt on his face, and said, Lin Lianchen has lost his ability to fight. Those two little girls can at most knock down Anakiri, but they can't kill this coward. So, now it's a one-on-one showdown between you and me, is that it? Suddenly, Assassin Star pierced Mad Punishment's back. Xiaofan said indifferently, in battle, the worst thing is to talk too much nonsense. Unexpectedly, Kuang Xing not only remained calm but also sneered, you just want to make you despair. Xiaofan was taken aback. Chapter 59 No one has ever had any expectations of me before. We won. The surrounding humans, seeing the assassin star pierce through the madman's body, cheered and jumped for joy. Just now, someone witnessed Xia Lincheng, who was ranked 9th, being instantly killed by that one strike. But the alien race on the side had a face full of mockery. A bunch of idiots. Assassination Star is ineffective against Lord Madman. Seeing that the alien races showed no sign of panic, the humans became somewhat uneasy. In the sky. The Assassin Star's sharp blades had now completely pierced into Madman's body. Without hesitation, Xiaofan ignited the intense flame power within. The next second, he drew his dagger and quickly retreated. After fleeing nearly 100 meters, Xiaofan, who was floating in the air, frowned. What about an explosion? Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound came from inside Kuang Xing's body, but Kuang Xing's face showed an expression of enjoyment. Ah, that feels so good. Are you giving my internal organs a massage? Xiaofan's body trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? Kuang Xing sneered, although your abilities perfectly counter Du Lian and Xia Lincheng. But my abilities perfectly counter you. Strength, speed, physical strength, magic resistance, magic breaking, self-healing ability. All of it. They are all above you. What do you have to fight me with? As soon as he finished speaking, Kuang Xing roared, bent his legs, and sprang up with great force. A loud crash came from the ground, and the towering giant slammed into Xiaofan like a cannonball. A terrifying sense of oppression instantly descended. Xiaofan reacted extremely quickly, dodging a punch with a side roll. However, Kuang Xing also has a strong fighting spirit. His resume includes the title of Battle Maniac. His fist exerted force a second time in mid-air, turning downwards and smashing directly into Xiaofan's waist. Call out. A shooting star crashed down from the sky. Boom! Xiaofan embedded himself into the earth, raising clouds of dust. The humans around them watched this scene with trepidation and their scalps tingling. That son-in-law of the Lin family could even kill Xia Lincheng. But how could it be so vulnerable in the face of madness? Why? Have you seen a ghost? Is there really such a big difference between the 8th and ninth picks? Don't lose. If we lose, it'll be all over. The alien races mocked them wantonly, their laughter extremely grating. They had already figured it out, that Lin family son-in-law was just like Lord Madman, a pure physical cultivator. But apart from Xiangyu, who among the human race could defeat the black ancient gods in the realm of pure physical strength? Moreover, Quang Xing is the strongest genius of the black ancient god clan in this generation, with a noble bloodline. What about the human race? Supreme level talent. A powerful alien said calmly, to have reached this point with such a weak talent is already astonishing. But defeating the mad torture is impossible. Just then, a loud shout came from the side, who told you it's impossible? A mere madman is no match for my man. Lin Xianhua was covered in blood, holding the fire god blade with a sharp and determined look in his eyes. They succeeded, severely injuring Anakiri, but unfortunately, the guy teleported away and disappeared somewhere, making it impossible to kill him. Li Qingqiu sat beside her, his brows furrowed, silently adjusting his breathing to recover. The alien snorted coldly and said, "What makes you think your man can beat Quang Xing? Women are just unreasonable." Lin Xianhua said indifferently, "Don't forget, you just said it yourself, it's a miracle that he, with his venerable level talent, has come this far. What makes you so sure that he can't create another miracle now?" The foreign tribes burst into laughter at this. There's a saying among the alien races, to place your hopes on something as elusive as a miracle is the most foolish thing you can do. We only talk about absolute strength. Your man is worlds apart from Lord Madman. Lord Madman's strength alone is already close to the 10,000 mark. Why should your man fight him? By a miracle? Is he King Xingxin? Joke. Lin Xianhua was furious, but she suddenly brandished her fire god blade and roared, "If you call me again, I'll chop you all down." The alien's expression stiffened, he snorted coldly and turned his head away, no longer speaking. Lin Xianhua also sat down silently and began to regulate her breathing. She was already close to exhaustion. Without the support of a powerful fire seed, it would be too difficult for her to defeat Anakiri. Everyone was looking at the battlefield. Amidst the smoke and dust, Xiaofan struggled to his feet, his upper body clothes shattered by the force of the punch. Quang Xing raised an eyebrow as he looked at the dense scars on his body. He suddenly remembered a sentence. Talent determines the upper limit, while effort determines the lower limit. It was obvious that the human youth in front of them had reached the upper limit of his talent and had even touched the lower limit of his effort. Few people throughout history have been able to voluntarily enter a state of selflessness at the age of 18. I am ashamed of my own in the face of such madness. He can't do it. But so what? A flash of white light appeared in Quang Xing's hand, and a black and gold butcher's knife, 3 meters long, materialized. The black, solid blade emanated a chilling aura of killing intent. Fear was evident on the faces of the alien races. Divine weapon, Death Blood Slaughter Blade. In previous battles, Madman had never used this weapon because his opponents were not worthy. No matter how amazing Lin Lianqian's willpower was, he still couldn't win Quang Xing's respect. Because in Quang Xing's eyes, he could have been stronger. Mastering his talent at 18 was a bit too late. But Xiaofan is different. This guy has already done everything he could at his age and with his talent. He even thought that if Xiaofan had a god-level talent, he might not be able to beat him. It's a pity he didn't, but he deserves his own respect and deserves to die by his own sword. Quang Xing sighed, "I'm a little disappointed that I didn't get to experience a real battle. Let's end it." Boom! He suddenly rose up, a black shadow rushing straight towards Xiaofan. Extremely fast, the butcher's knife slashed horizontally. A surge of death energy rushed out, and Xiaofan barely managed to dodge it. Still want to struggle? Quang Xing curled his lip and slashed out with his sword again. But they dodged it again. Xiaofan was somewhat annoyed, but he did not give up. Instead, he tried to find the giant's weakness, just like he had found the demon's weakness before. But the opponent was too powerful, making it impossible for me to even launch an offensive. That's the only option we can use. Xiaofan, who had fled 100 meters away, suddenly stopped. He suddenly looked up at Quang Xing, a ferocious look on his face. In the distance, Lin Xianhu grinned and said, "Here it comes, that move." Li Qingqiu was taken aback and said, "He still has a trump card?" "A trump card that everyone knows, but no one can play," Lin Xianhu said calmly. The next second, everyone in the audience stared wide-eyed, and even Quang Xing's face showed a look of shock. Xiaofan's aura surged wildly, with lightning crackling on one half of his body and flames surging on the other. Element overlap enabled. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted around Xiao Fan. His neat short hair flew backward, and lightning and firelight mingled around him, giving him an aura as powerful as a dragon. The nerves in the 5 internal organs of Jin Yang were fully activated, suppressing the terrifying energy that was trembling uncontrollably. But an unexpected incident still occurred. As expected, Xiao Fan's face showed embarrassment. He could clearly feel that the two forces within his body were extremely unbalanced. The flames were too strong and the lightning too weak, which greatly reduced the amplification effect of the overlapping elements and greatly increased the probability of explosion. But so what? There's no turning back. At this moment, all the calmness and composure on Xiao Fan's face vanished, replaced by a ferocious and maniacal smile. His eyes were fierce as he stared at Kuang Xing, like a ferocious beast eyeing its prey. He had no idea whether he could defeat the monster in front of him who was superior to him in every way. But he was actually very happy, excited, and looking forward to the upcoming battle. I am just a piece of trash from Greenleaf City, who once only had a 1-star talent. A piece of trash whom everyone has deemed useless. No one has ever had any expectations of me. But now, a quick glance at the people below. Their eyes were filled with tears of excitement, yearning for their victory. I have finally, rightfully, become that genius that the world admires. Chapter 60 is right here. Push beyond your limits. What a monster! Li Qingqiu felt a chill run down his spine. Looking at that ferocious and crazed figure, she suddenly understood why Lin Xianhua admired this man so much. Who wouldn't love a warrior like that? But the problem is, Li Qingqiu said in a deep voice, the lightning element in his body is too weak. Anyone who cultivates lightning? Is there anyone here who cultivates lightning power? Li Qingqiu glanced over the 20-odd humans and, by sheer luck, 2 youths stepped forward, nervously saying, "We have some thunder power." Injected into Xiao Fan's body. Li Qingqiu said in a deep voice. Ha! Both of them were stunned. He's already activated elemental overlap. If we do this, won't we? Li Qingqiu quickly shook his head and said, if you don't do this, he's more likely to lose control. Trust me, unleash thunder directly onto the battlefield. He will absorb it on his own. Lin Xianhua nodded and said, do it this way, quickly, the more lightning the better. Without further hesitation, the 2 teenagers stepped forward, raised their hands, and unleashed a burst of lightning upon the battlefield. Xiao Fan grinned as he watched the 2 bolts of lightning hurtling towards him. You've come at the perfect time. Absorb it all. Boom! Xiao Fan threw a punch forward with all his might, slamming it directly into the back of the butcher's knife. Kuang Xing's hands trembled, and he could hardly hold the knife. He even took 2 steps back. His pupils were filled with shock, and he unconsciously thought of the human race's godlike class. There's a sentence there. Life is a constant struggle, the fight never ends, we strive to surpass our limits and stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Xiao Fan has reached the upper limit of his talent and the lower limit of his effort. Then what? He surpassed his own limits by using the overlap of elements. Ah! A roar of excitement erupted from Kuang Xing's mouth, deafeningly loud. Okay. Very good. I feel incredibly honored to have met an opponent like you. Therefore, I will do my best. On his dark skin, muscles began to bulge, and the speed and intensity of his movements increased repeatedly. Call out. Below, whether they were from different races or humans, everyone clenched their fists and stared intently at the battlefield in the sky. The black giant and the frail boy clashed fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 were moving at speeds that were invisible to the naked eye. All that could be seen were black streaks of light and fiery blue streaks of light colliding repeatedly. Colliding, and colliding again. And the speed was getting faster and faster, as if it were tireless and oblivious to death. This is absolutely amazing. Someone quickly took out their phone and started recording. If this battle were to get out, it would definitely cause a huge shock to the younger generation. A young man with supreme talent unleashes elemental overlap to battle the Black Ancient God Clan, the 8th-ranked super monster among the alien races, mad punishment. Lin Xianhua clenched his fists tightly, we have to win. We absolutely have to win. Li Qingqiu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at the boy in the sky, her heart trembling slightly. She was aloof, not because she was cold, but because she felt that most of the people around her were from a different world. It's not just because of talent, but also because of childhood experiences. People like Lin Xianhua, Wang Qingtian, and even Lin Lianshan have been pampered since childhood. They only need to say a word to get anything they want. And what about her? When I was 3 years old, my whole family died suddenly, leaving me the only survivor. I have lived with hatred since I was a child. She had nothing in common with other geniuses her age. Many gifted young men have pursued her, but none of them have ever given her a second glance. It's not that they look down on her, but rather that they simply cannot understand her. But Xiao Fan's appearance completely awakened the emotions that a young girl should have had deep within Li Qingqiu's heart. The two have not exchanged a single word, nor have they even looked at each other. But Li Qingqiu felt that he was the same kind of person as him, a kindred spirit. This excited her, but she suddenly felt a little lost. Could it be that he likes her? There's no such thing as liking someone at first sight, it's probably just a simple sense of closeness with someone of the same kind, right? If you like him, that would be terrible, he already has a woman. Let me feel it again, it probably isn't. Li Qingqiu glanced cautiously at Lin Xianhua's profile before looking up at the battlefield. Boom! With a loud bang, the fiery blue streak of light veered sharply downwards, crashing into the mountain range and piercing through countless trees. A strong sense of elemental conflict rose within Xiao Fan's body, and his body was covered in scarlet blood, dripping down. But he felt no fear whatsoever, on the contrary, he was quite excited. Again! With a loud shout, he threw a punch straight into the sky. But then he instantly withdrew his fist, and with a graceful turn, the assassin star in his other hand slashed across Madman's arm. Sizzle! Blood was flowing. This is the 9th wound. Quang Xing had already been slashed 9 times. Black blood gushed out, and intense pain assaulted him, making Quang Xing even more excited. What is a battle maniac? The biggest difference between them and ordinary people is that they enjoy the pain of bleeding and being injured, they crave bloodshed and scars. At this moment, Xiao Fan was punched away again, falling directly to the ground, tumbling all the way, and landing in the human race's stronghold in a sorry state. But the next second, fire and lightning erupted again, and all the smoke and dust dissipated. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the blood-covered madman charged once again at the seemingly invincible monster. It was too far away before, so no one knew how fierce the battle was. But just now, they clearly saw that mangled body. That's pain that no human being could possibly endure. A human woman covered her mouth, nearly crying in shock. How could he hold on like that? Lin Xianhu murmured, he has to hold on, even if he can't. Yes, we have to hold on even if we can't. Li Qingqiu took a deep breath and raised the divine weapon Cold Heart once more. We've rested enough, time to prepare for battle. Sudden. Boom! A blazing, dark purple flame suddenly erupted from the side, and a pillar of fire shot into the sky. Lin Xianhua suddenly turned his head and saw Lin Lianchen, who had already fainted, slowly rising up, enveloped in the undying flame. Furthermore, his shattered flesh and bones were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, Lin Lianchen has fully recovered. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his black pupils had turned dark purple. Lin Lianchen revealed a wild and arrogant smile. He trembled with excitement and roared, "So, this is the real undying flame." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly soared into the sky, carrying flames with him, and entered the battlefield. Chapter 61 All. Charge! Lin Xianhu grinned as he watched his older brother soar into the sky. She glanced at the humans before her and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Fan needs everyone's help. The outcome of this battle concerns the fate of all of us." Before he could finish speaking, all the humans, including the girl who had just been crying, nodded firmly. War! 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 Lin Xianhua was taken aback, not expecting everyone to be so resolute. Aren't you afraid of dying? The girl said hoarsely, "He's fighting for us. They fought for us to this extent, to this extent. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, I can't just stand by and watch him die in battle and do nothing." Everyone else nodded emphatically and clenched their fists. They saw the horrific wounds on Xiao Fan's body, his crystalline bones clearly visible, and even the elemental power within him was on the verge of collapse. That ferocious, insane, and fearless face inspired courage in all the young men and women. Lin Xianhua was also very excited, but she took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "But everyone must be careful, Xiao Fan could explode at any time. Try to output from a distance as much as possible." All the humans nodded solemnly, united as one, and more than 20 streams of light shot into the sky. The weariness in Li Qingqiu's eyes suddenly disappeared, as if she had a final burst of energy before death, and her whole body was full of strength again. She smiled excitedly. Because she was looking forward to the feeling of fighting alongside her kind. The alien race standing nearby was dumbfounded as they watched the streaks of light shooting into the sky. Are humans a bunch of idiots? What would you do in a battle of that level? Even a tiny blast from the aftershock could kill someone, right? Are they all out of their minds? At this moment, Wang Qingtian's protector slowly walked out. He had already settled Laoyi in a safe place. He glanced at all the alien races, including Anakiri hiding in the distance, and a mocking look appeared on his face. So you will never understand why, over so many years and in hundreds of battles, we humans have always been the victors. Humanity is strong and great because of unity. It is thanks to generations of fearless martyrs who charged forward one after another that we have the federation we have today. You alien races are just living off your past glories. You'll be wiped out by the human race sooner or later. The historical records are crystal clear. More than 900 years ago, the origin Qi revived, and the speed at which those wild beasts mutated was much faster than the speed at which humans acquired talents. For the first 300 years, human territory retreated again and again, with more than 2/3 of the land being occupied by other races. Back then, humans were completely outmatched by the alien races in terms of strength, speed, talent, and elemental attributes. It was a one-sided contest. Even so, countless martyrs were still willing to die for the future of the next generation. Just like Xiao Fan right now. I'm inferior to you in every way. But I'm not afraid of death. So for the next 600 years, until today, the human race has never lost again. It's time for me to join the fight. A bunch of cowardly reptiles. The protector scoffed at the alien races who dared not advance, then soared into the sky to join the battle. Xiao Fan in the sky grew increasingly exhausted, and Quang Xing's terrifying self-healing ability was on full display at this moment. But when streaks of light shot into the sky and appeared in his vision, he was dazed. What are these people doing? Are you here to die? Hey, don't get distracted during the fight. Quang Xing roared, throwing a punch at Xiao Fan's head. Xiao Fan suddenly snapped out of his daze and hurriedly dodged. At this moment, undying fire fist. The dark purple flames were intense and frenzied, and in an instant they erupted, shattering the sea of clouds and engulfing Quang Xing's entire body. Quang Xing paused, a look of annoyance on his face. When will this ever end? This guy's still alive? He retaliated with a punch that shattered the demon. Boom! But this time, Quang Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. He was actually blasted back by this punch. He hurriedly stepped back, staring in disbelief at his blackened fist, his eyes filled with shock. How is that possible? Why can his flames hurt me? Suddenly looking up, I saw Lin Lianchen floating in the air with a wild laugh on his face, without a single scratch on his body. He roared angrily, "Are you a piece of trash? Why didn't you keep your promise to me? Go ahead and kill me. Are you fucking deaf? Come on." At this moment, Lin Lianchen completely understood. To be driven to the brink of death, and then to be reborn from the ashes, this is the fire that never dies. Perhaps he still can't defeat the monster in front of him. But at least he can't completely kill himself, so he will become stronger and stronger. Quang Xing had never been provoked like this before, and immediately flew into a rage, throwing a punch. At this moment, Xiao Fan shot out from the side and smashed a punch into Quang Xing's ribs. With the added boost of overlapping elements, his strength reached over 9,000 kilograms. Quang Xing was sent flying to the side by the impact, his face contorted with rage. Isn't it supposed to be a one-on-one fight? Xiao Fan sneered. When did I say I wanted to fight you one-on-one? Those who would rather gang up than fight one-on-one are either stupid or idiotic. Enraged, Quang Xing felt betrayed and swung his butcher's knife. At that moment, the ice and fire swords flew together. Extreme Heavenly Frost Slash. Heavenly Fire Crescent Slash. A dazzling array of elemental lights instantly enveloped the sky. Quang Xing's face was full of disdain. Lin Lianchen and Xiao Fan can hurt him. Could these two little girls really hurt him? He didn't even bother to resist, and directly used his physical body to withstand the attacks of the two masters of swords and sabers. With a loud crash, both Lin Xianhua and Li Qingqiu showed astonishment on their faces. Only then did they realize how perverse the torture was. The two of them are holding some kind of divine weapon. Although the cultivation level is too low to unleash much power, it's still a divine artifact. How could they not break through his physical body? Quang Xing suddenly raised his butcher's knife, about to sweep it towards the two women's heads. Xiao Fan arrived again and delivered a solid punch to his chest. Then Lin Lianchen's flames followed closely behind, and then, more than 20 human beings launched a combined attack, Xiao Fan reacted extremely quickly and was completely safe from being accidentally injured. He was extremely happy, and the smile on his face was almost reaching the sky. Although ganging up is very unethical. But ganging up on others is really fun. This black monster was beaten so badly that it couldn't fight back at all. Dry. Xiao Fan became ruthless. Now that he had more room to maneuver, he took out the assassin star and stabbed it into Kuang Xing's eyes. Mad Punishment roared in fury, struggling wildly, and howled, "Where are the aliens? Come and help! Anakiri! Where the hell are you?" Anakiri and the other races trembled as they looked at the terrifying elemental firepower high in the sky. "Are you going? If you go, I'll go." "Go my ass, you idiot." Those four are the main people in charge of this operation to hunt down Wang Qingtian and the Undying Flame. If anyone has to go, it should be Anakiri first. If he doesn't go, then we don't need to go. Lord Guangxing has something that can break the spatial seal. He'll definitely use it once he can't hold on any longer. Then, we'll all go out. Going back and being punished is a small matter, but going now and dying would be incredibly stupid. The human race was forced into this situation. The initiative is in the hands of the madman. If they don't unite and take action, they will only face certain death. Do you understand? The alien races all agreed that this made perfect sense, nodded, and remained motionless. They won't go unless Anakiri goes. And what about Anakiri? He snorted coldly and cursed inwardly. That madman is already fast, and he's activated elemental overlap and has assassination star in his hand. What if I get killed instantly after I get there? You're not afraid of the assassin star, but I am. Anyone who goes is a fool. In the sky, Xiao Fan and Lin Lianchen were the main attackers. Ice and Fire Celestial Immortal was the second in command, and the remaining 20-odd people were in support positions. Boss battle mode activated. Unfortunately, Mad Punisher is not worthy of the title of boss. He is defeated one after another and becomes increasingly angry. No matter how much he roared, the alien race below remained unmoved, making him feel extremely uncomfortable and forcing him to retreat in defeat. He can take on a whole group by himself, that's not the problem. The problem is that there's a crazy person in that group who doesn't care about his life. This monster in front of us, which has enabled elemental overlap, is on the verge of exploding. And he was sticking right up to me. If it explodes, I'll be seriously injured, if not killed, and on the verge of death. Blanche. So you're not going to fight? I'm not fighting anymore. He began to wonder if he would be primarily responsible if everyone were released now. Definitely not, after all, I did the work. The key is to leave looking disheveled, with plenty of injuries. That way, we can shift the blame to those two dead men and that cowardly dog. Chapter 62 Alien Race Violates Rules, Demon War God Goes Mad. The human race pressed their advantage, and Guangxing's injuries rapidly worsened. At this moment, Xiao Fan's assassination star finally pierced one of Guangxing's eyes, and he roared, "Come on! Let's get blown up together." Guangxing roared, "Xiao Fan! I hope you fucking don't die. I'm going to beat your brains out in this battle for dignity." After saying that, he suddenly took out a crystal. Squeeze it. At that moment, the secret realm seemed to emit a crisp sound. The next second. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, many people transformed into streaks of light and rushed into the sky. Xiao Fan frowned. He understood. This guy had broken the spatial seal, and those who had crushed the teleportation tokens earlier had already gone out. What are you waiting for? Crush all the teleportation tokens. Xiao Fan roared, then crushed them himself. All humans did the same thing. The first person to emerge from the outside world was stunned. Looking around, the entire forest had been flattened, burned to ashes by some terrifying flame. It would probably be a desert soon. He stared blankly at the scorched earth, his scalp tingling. What happened? Did the world end after I returned from a secret realm? Sudden. Give me back my child. A roar erupted, its force so overwhelming that even his heart couldn't bear it. He looked up in terror and saw a thick, multicolored flame stretching across the sky, at least several thousand meters long. What level of terrifying power is that? Upon closer inspection, the man was stunned. The demon god is beating up the demon sheep. On his armor, mythical rainbow flames danced wildly, creating a beautiful and pleasing sight. But its destructive power is particularly terrifying. This punch turned another forest into ashes. The ground was flat, and the tender green trees disappeared without even leaving a branch, turning into black ash. The demon god wasn't really stupid. When he realized that a whole day and night had passed and no one had come out, he felt something was wrong. After waiting for several more hours, he was almost certain that something had gone wrong. The secret realm was almost over, but suddenly not a single person came out all day? That doesn't make sense. The contract signed between humans and other races clearly states that space must never be sealed off. It's obvious that they went back on their word. That's nothing. Just beat them to death. And it wasn't just the demon god of war, he called for reinforcements too. On the other side, a purple starry sky covered the heavens, and the purple star saint was there, dealing with a mysterious alien race. On the other side, there was another deafening roar, and the space itself was shattered by that punch. Upon closer inspection, it was Hercules, Wang Qingtian's father, the second-ranked martial god. Furthermore, the space at the very top has even exploded. Dimensional rifts are now clearly visible. That's Wang Xingtian. Chen Changsheng. He is also fighting a bloody battle against an unknown alien race. Holy crap! The human muttered to himself, goosebumps rising all over his body. Then, more humans and other races appeared. The terrifying aura of the surrounding battlefield abruptly ceased, and both humans and other races sensed the presence of these people who had emerged. The next second. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 8 figures appeared at the entrance of the Fire Rainbow secret realm almost simultaneously. On the human side, there are 4 people, Wang Xingtian, Zi Xingxing, Mo Zhanshan, and Dali Shen. On the other side, there's the ghost sheep demon god, the black-eyed demon god, the thousand-handed ghost saint, and the chief of the black ancient god clan. 8 super strong individuals stood on both sides, their killing intent terrifying and awe-inspiring, causing the space to tremble, but the juniors beside them were not harmed in any way. Tell me, have the alien races sealed off the space? Chen Changxing's voice was sharp, his eyes dark. He hadn't been this angry in many years. That's right. At this moment, Lin Lianchen came out and said in a deep voice. The demon god of war suddenly turned his head and saw that the brother and sister had returned. He instinctively wanted to ask them for help. But as a father, there was always a strange emotion that prevented him from being so casual. He finally just clenched his fist in excitement, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he let out a long breath, saying, "It's good that you're back." Then, Xiao Fan and the others also came out. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Xiao Fan, his body covered in blood and gore, collapsed to the ground, barely breathing, as if he would die at any moment. He was the only person lying on the ground, but no one mocked him. Even the super strong individuals were shocked. Because they could clearly sense that this guy had 2 overlapping elemental auras within him. This is no joke. Save Xiao Fan. Lin Xianhu cried out in despair. Without hesitation, Chen Changsheng raised his hand and released a dense cloud of wood element onto Xiao Fan. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched, and he said, "Good heavens, this injury." Xiao Fan's meridians were on the verge of collapse, and 27 of his 206 bones were broken, with 56 shattered. Cerebral hemorrhage, with ruptures in all 5 internal organs. How far did he fight? For a child of Xiao Fan's level, he could easily heal their injuries with a single spell, but Xiao Fan's injuries left him somewhat helpless. The most terrifying thing is that this guy is already unconscious, but everyone can clearly feel that the murderous aura emanating from him is still surging. The super strong could even sense that his subconscious was still fighting. If you punched him now, he might instinctively dodge. Chen Changsheng took a deep breath, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "Someone come and tell me what happened." Lin Xianhua quickly stepped forward and began to recount what had happened inside. Some people even showed Chen Changsheng videos. After reading it, Chen Changsheng glanced at the 4 alien races in front of him and revealed a cruel smile. "Do you know you've broken the rules?" Even the strongest patriarch of the Black Ancient God clan was so frightened that he took a step back, his face turning ashen. It turns out that Chen Changsheng had been holding back in the previous battle. We've always given them, the alien race, some face. Now, he's not staying. That looks like something big is about to happen. Despite the terrifying pressure from Chen Changsheng, the demon god of the goat said, "Our alien race has also lost a genius. None of you died, and Lin Lianchen has become even stronger." To be honest, he was only halfway through his sentence when the demon god of war unleashed his full power, charging out and delivering a punch without holding back. The shamelessness of the demon king instantly enraged the god of war. He disregarded the fact that the child was by his side and immediately started a war, roaring angrily. Fuck your mother. If you alien races can't give us an explanation today, war begins tomorrow. Fuck your mother, you still have the nerve to talk to us about reason? At this moment, the patriarch of the Black Ancient God clan rushed out and roared, Stop. Fine. We've already lost this time. What compensation do you want? Tell me. Chen Shanxing quickly wrote down a list and tossed it over. The Black Ancient God clan chief glanced at them, his expression stiffening, and said, Fine. What do you mean, okay? I haven't finished speaking yet. Chen Shanxing sneered, What's written on it? 10 servings of each. Don't go too far, the Black Ancient God clan chief roared angrily. Then let's start the war. Chen Shang's aura became even more terrifying. Come on. Do you dare? The atmosphere instantly became tense, filled with terrifying killing intent, as if the place would explode at any moment. The Black Ancient God clan chieftain, enraged and panting for a long time, said in a cold voice, Fine, give me some time. Chen Shanxing snorted coldly, raised his hand and grabbed a clump of moving golden threads in the distance, saying in a cold voice, We won't see anything for a day. That 5-colored-eyed person is doomed. You. The Black Ancient God clan chief's face turned ashen. He orchestrated this conspiracy to kill Wang Qingtian. They have already failed. Du Lian is dead. If Wu Seitan also dies, the alien race will definitely put pressure on him. It is a cruel world where you have to pay the price for doing wrong. A very, very high price. It could very well cost him his job. Even he wouldn't dare disregard the life of this 9th-ranked genius. Good. All in one day. The Black Ancient God clan chief turned and left, his anger blazing all the way. This time, it wasn't just a defeat, it was a crushing defeat. Not only did they break the contract themselves, but they also killed one of the poisonous ones, and the assassin star fell into the hands of the human race. On the human side, not a single one died, and Lin Lianshan even became stronger. Are you kidding me? The 8, 9, 10, and 11th ranked super geniuses, the most outstanding among the super geniuses, actually failed. This is an unacceptable disgrace for the entire alien race. The Black Ancient God clan chief roared furiously at the fleeing alien beside him, Who the hell can tell me? What the hell is going on with him? Chapter 63 The Blacklist of Human Prodigies 11th, Xiaofan. Soon, Quang Xing finished telling the clan chief everything. After hearing this, the clan chief glared at Anakiri and said, Why aren't you going up? Why aren't you guys up here? Just stand by and watch Quang Xing take on 30 people by himself? Anakiri snorted coldly and said, You can't interfere in my affairs, can you? Xiaofan is holding the assassin star, and his elements are still overlapping. I might not be able to dodge his attack. If you have someone to blame, blame Du Lian for being such a useless piece of trash. If he hadn't died and the assassin star hadn't fallen into Xiaofan's hands, why would I have stepped forward? How could Xia Linqing have gotten into trouble? The Black Ancient God clan chief's face darkened even more with anger. He took a deep breath and asked, Just who exactly is this Xiaofan? The Lin family's son-in-law doesn't have any great background, but he's extremely skilled in combat. Quang Xing said in a deep voice, however, his talent ceiling is too low, only at the venerable level. Once his cultivation level rises further, he won't be able to keep up with our pace. The Black Ancient God clan chief frowned and said, Are you sure his future is not good? He only has venerable level talent, that's for sure. I'm certain that his potential has been fully developed. In the future, even if he activates elemental overlap, he can still defeat me. However, he seems to be able to actively step into the state of selflessness. After hearing this, the Black Ancient God clan chief said in a deep voice, Then there's no need to say more. Just blacklist them. Ultimately, after discussions among the different races, Xiaofan's current ranking on the Super God class blacklist is 11. Surprisingly, Lin Lianshan was ranked 10th, as he had already demonstrated his terrifying potential. For both humans and other races, what matters is not the present, but the future. Potential is everything. If Xiaofan's record weren't so outrageous, he definitely wouldn't be ranked 11th. In the preparatory group for the Super God class. Holy crap, do you guys know what happened in the Flame Realm? I was completely dumbfounded. There's a monster, holy crap. The state of no self, where elements overlap, do you know what that means? A human who relies solely on physical strength, how can he possibly defeat that monster, Quang Xing? Take a look, it's truly breathtaking, but, sigh. It's a bit of a pity that he only has venerable level talent. Otherwise, this year's Super God class would definitely be even more exciting, right? In a mysterious bedroom, the walls are covered with sexy figurines, and a man wearing black-rimmed glasses is grinning foolishly at the anime characters on the computer screen in front of him. The sudden barrage of messages popping up in the Super God class preparatory group made him extremely irritable. How annoying. I'm watching anime, what are you all arguing about? Zhuge Tianming, known as a super handsome guy and a blue-haired god, reluctantly pressed the pause button and curiously opened the group messages. After watching the video, he narrowed his eyes slightly and placed the mouse on the close button of the player. Final. Sigh, never mind, I'll watch the anime first and then go train. Zhuge Tianming chuckled. In a tea house in the capital, a refined and elegant scholar was sipping tea while reading ancient books from before the revival of the origin Qi. The yellow paper had a wonderful texture, and the scholar gently rubbed it with his thumb, completely absorbed in his reading. However, the constant ringing of the notification bell next to him interrupted his thoughts. He chuckled wryly and politely put down his teacup. Then opened the preparatory class group and click on the video. The more he looked, the sharper his gaze became. Finally, he put down his phone, stood up excitedly, his body trembled, and his clothes burst open on the spot. It turns out he was a monster muscle man. Kong Fanxian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he grinned and said, "What our ancestors said thousands of years ago was indeed true. Is it not delightful to have friends coming from afar? How could I not be happy to have friends come over for sparring? Extra training tonight." Deep within the Wang family mansion, Wang Qingtian bowed his head, trembling, tears dripping down his face. He could hear the doctor's helpless words just now. Wang Guangyi has at most 5 years to live, and he is paralyzed in both legs. Yes, both legs are paralyzed. After taking a deep breath, Wang Qingtian stood up and found his father. "I want to go into the training field." "Oh? You figured it out?" A relieved smile appeared on Hercules' face. "Hell difficulty," Wang Qingtian said softly. "Take it slow. In your current situation, entering hell difficulty would be life-threatening." "Really?" Wang Qingtian laughed out loud, tears streaming down his face. "Life-threatening? If it weren't for Laoyi and Xiao Fan, I would have died long ago." One of them hoped to defeat the real hegemon king of Western Shu, while the other looked forward to seeing the hegemon king of Western Shu stand at the center of the world. Old E only has 5 years left. "Take it slow, that won't work." Hercules looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural course of life. You must learn to accept separation." Wang Qingtian nodded, his face full of bitterness, and said, "Of course, but I want to write a beautiful ending for my story with Laoyi. Hell mode, activate." Lying in his hospital bed, Xiao Fan was unaware that he had already appeared in the eyes of the most outstanding genius of this generation. Some people were looking forward to seeing him fight, some were looking forward to fighting him, but others were dismissive of him. He struggled to open his eyes, still feeling weak, and felt a soft, warm touch on his palm. Lin Xianhua's worried voice rang in her ears, "Fan, how are you feeling? How long was I unconscious?" Xiao Fan murmured. 15 days, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow and saw that it was Chen Changsheng. "Greetings, God Wang Xing. Don't give me that." Chen Changsheng's face was full of a gratified smile. He said with emotion, "That's great. If it weren't for you, we would all be dead by now. I won't waste any more words. We're in a hurry, we have to fight later." Chen Changsheng took out a storage ring and placed it on the bedside table, saying, "Here are your cultivation resources for the next 150 days, as well as 3 billion federal credits from Wang Qingtian. He said the Vajra 5 organs are at his house, so you can go there to get them later. This is the incomplete semi-divine artifact, Black Blood. Absorbing its blood grants amplification, but the side effects are severe, impacting one's mind and causing them to lose control. So, there's also a semi-divine artifact here, a mental calming ring. Since it was just made by Xiaoyan's father, it doesn't have a name yet. Anyway, that's its effect, it can suppress some of the side effects of the black blood." "Xiaoyan's father?" Xiao Fan was taken aback. "Yes." Chen Changsheng sighed and said, "We must win the battle for dignity 4 years from now. Xiaoyan's father has not been in good mental condition in recent years. Xiaoyan's mother also died in childbirth. If Xiaoyan's fate is also, he might go crazy." Xiao Fan gripped the ring tightly, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He didn't make any declarations because men don't need to talk about such empty things, they only need to let the facts speak for themselves. What else do you want? Tell me quickly, Chen Changsheng said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan quickly said, I need martial arts that can break through and resist demons, as well as techniques to enhance physical strength and self-healing abilities. These are all we need. He was already asking for the moon, because these martial arts techniques are extremely expensive. The techniques for breaking and resisting magic are the rarest type of martial arts. Even those below the third rank cannot be bought with money. They are kept well hidden in each family and are never leaked out. Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and said, I guessed it. This is the first volume of the divine and demonic scripture, which simultaneously possesses the effects of resisting and breaking through demons, as well as strengthening the physical body. It can be considered a fifth-tier martial arts manual. Later, when you reach the Super God class, you can rely on your own abilities to obtain the upper, middle, lower, and final volumes. Ultimately, it will be a mythical martial arts manual. Xiao Fan was taken aback. To be honest, he felt a little uncomfortable. He thought that if the mission could be divided into 3 parts, his progress would be greatly improved. However, it's not necessarily a bad thing. A martial art that grows over time can eventually reach a mythical level. Its strength will definitely be extremely high. Then, Chen Changsheng took out a martial arts manual. The longevity manual's self-healing ability isn't top tier among martial arts of the same level, but I think it's the most suitable for you. Although I don't know how you managed to overlap the elements, it's one of your techniques, so I won't ask. We've researched it. The longevity formula increases your internal strength, that is, your 5 internal organs, meridians, and vitality, ultimately achieving the effect of longevity. Chapter 64 Current Progress 930. This longevity manual is only the first volume. It is the martial arts of the longevity emperor from 300 years ago, and it is extremely difficult to obtain. Think carefully before you decide to learn it. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. He naturally knew about the longevity emperor, who was rumored to be a notorious coward. In the eyes of the longevity emperor, cultivation was simply about living longer. Fighting and such had nothing to do with him. Therefore, the longevity emperor, from childhood to adulthood, seems to have fought no more than 10 times, and he doesn't have many decent combat-type martial arts or equipment on his body. But no one fails to respect him, because he made an unprecedented and enormous contribution to extending human lifespan. She is considered one of the strongest support heroes of the human race. I'll learn it. Xiao Fan nodded seriously and took the longevity manual. These mythical martial arts techniques are very complex, with several effects contained in a single technique. This is what makes them worthy of the title mythical, but it also means that they are extremely difficult to cultivate. But this has nothing to do with Xiao Fan, he has a system. After entering the longevity manual and the divine demon scripture, the task progress reached 830. He felt like he had transformed completely, and he had a faint sense of superiority. From then on, he didn't dare to wear slippers too casually when going out. Things are different now, my friend. I'm no longer the guy with trash martial arts and trash weapons. I have 3 semi-divine artifacts and 3 mythical martial arts techniques. Holy crap! Just thinking about it makes me straighten my back unconsciously and adopt a proud posture. Now I finally understand why so many geniuses like to look at people with their chins. Wait a minute, Xiao Fan suddenly felt something was wrong. He frowned, suddenly remembering, didn't I get a system reward for killing Xia Linqing? Before he could even ask the system, Chen Changsheng said in a deep voice, Xiao Fan, I have something important to tell you. Xiao Fan sat upright. Pay close attention to Xia Linqing in the future, and try to win her over to the human race. Chen Changsheng coughed and glanced at Lin Xinhua somewhat guiltily. Xiao Fan looked puzzled and asked, why? Chen Changsheng said seriously, because she is not an alien at all. She is an extraterrestrial visitor. Xia Linqing was not killed by you at the time. Her true form is not a deer, but that golden thread. The specific material of those threads is not something that Earth possesses, it's very peculiar. Our exploration of outer space has made a qualitative leap in recent years, but we have never seen this kind of material before. She came from a much farther place. So, I also had the alien spies investigate these past few days. Sure enough, Xia Linqing has no father or mother, no family, and is said to be a meteorite that fell from the sky. Xiao Fan's pupils dilated, and he said, it feels so mysterious. So Xiao Fan, thank you for your hard work. Please find a way to bring her over. She will definitely be of great help to our exploration of the stars and the sea. Wait a minute. Xiao Fan suddenly frowned and said, why me? She should hate me to death, right? I know my own limitations. I wouldn't need to use my good looks to seduce someone, would I? You're underestimating yourself. Chen Changsheng cleared his throat and glanced at Lin Xianhua. Please go out for a moment. Helpless, Lin Xianhua left the ward, thinking that Wang Xingshan had underestimated the feelings between me and Fanfan. If you talk to him alone now, he'll tell me right away. In the ward, Chen Changsheng cleared his throat and said, it's not good to say this in front of the immortal fire. The situation is a bit complicated. Xia Linqing has indeed been resurrected and still has all her memories, but her instincts are very close to you. She has a feeling of both hatred and love. Li Qingqiu? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Chen Changsheng was taken aback, wondering what this had to do with Li Qingqiu. But the next second he remembered the scene in the video where Li Qingqiu's superb acting skills attracted Anakiri's attention. Now, Anakiri has become a disgrace to the alien race, and dares not stay in the city. No one knows where he has gone to cry. It should be about the same, it's just that situation. Chen Changsheng nodded, looking serious. Xiaofan took a deep breath, stroked his chin, and said in a mature tone, brother, as you know, this kind of thing is quite difficult in itself, and even if I succeed, it may have serious consequences for my own emotional relationships. So, don't worry, the extra price will be calculated separately. Would I rip you off? Chen Changsheng laughed. Hey! Xiaofan grinned. Alright, I'm going now. Chen Changsheng patted his butt and stood up. Xiaofan suddenly realized that he was a little embarrassed to say he was going to fight, but he still said, be careful. Chen Changsheng was taken aback, a strange feeling rising in his heart. I was actually being cared about by a little kid? Looking at that deeply concerned gaze, could he be a male with heterochromia? Is he attracted to both men and women? Chen Changsheng glanced back at Xiaofan, his expression extremely complicated. Xiaofan looked down and touched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But Chen Changsheng cares about me so much, he gives me resources, martial arts techniques, and weapons. Shouldn't I also care about him? Isn't this mutual? At this moment, Lin Xianhua walked in and sat directly on the soft white hospital bed. Those captivatingly beautiful eyes posed a question tinged with a smile. Xiaofan yawned, then reached out and hugged the immortal flame, and while patting it on the back, he told the truth. Immortal fire naturally didn't resist. They were an old married couple. After listening, she raised an eyebrow and said, golden threads, could you do that? What if I get scratched? That's really sharp, tsk. Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, wondering if his wife's focus was too peculiar. However, it also seems to be true that it is a bit scary. We'll see how it goes then. I'll just lie to them, but I won't actually do anything. Lin Xianhua nodded gently, her soft body lying directly on the hospital bed. She gently stroked the wound on Xiaofan's back with her hand, her eyes filled with heartache. Does it still hurt? A little bit, it doesn't matter. Xiaofan shook his head and said, do you know where I can collect lightning seeds? Lin Xianhua chuckled and said, I knew you'd ask this, Thunder City. One of the reasons why the Super God class is starting this year is that the source energy of heaven and earth is exceptionally abundant this year. Various secret realms are opening during this period, and many blessed lands are beginning to receive abundant blessings. Among Xiaofan's trump cards in the elemental conflict, the biggest weakness is that his lightning attribute power is too weak, so it is obvious that he will try to find a lightning seed. Xiaofan was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected such a place to actually exist. The internet may seem vast, but in this world where strength reigns supreme, there are many things that those at the bottom cannot possibly know. Then let's set off for Thunder City. Xiaofan sat up, his eyes full of anticipation. In such a powerful city, there must be martial arts and lightning seeds. For me, this is the best training ground. With 150 days left until the start of the Super God class competition, Xiaofan knew that his current strength was not enough, and it was unknown whether he could even rank in the top 10 in the Super God class, because Kuang Xing was only ranked 8th among the alien races. We need to step up our efforts. Once the all-powerful Great Sage is activated, he might just become number 1. At this moment, Lin Xianhua suddenly took out a martial arts manual and said, Fanfan, this is a small token of my father's appreciation. Our family specializes in fire-based martial arts, we don't have any others. See if you can use them. Xiaofan took a look, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The first volume of the 5th-tier martial art, Demon Warfire. It's the fundamental martial art of the demon god of war. The reason he is called the demon war god is because he fights in a frenzied state, and he gets stronger and stronger as the fight goes on, all thanks to this demon warfire. Giving away their own family's most precious possessions? That's incredibly valuable. Xiao Fan's face was filled with disbelief. But Lin Xianhua said seriously, if it weren't for you, my father would have lost both of his children. What's the point of martial arts if the children are gone? Besides, you are the son-in-law of our Lin family, so this can be considered your dowry. Lin Xianhua smiled sweetly. Xiao Fan excitedly accepted the martial arts technique. Although it was fire attribute, Xiao Fan had a system that allowed him to directly transfer its characteristics. If you master this demonic warfare manual, you can increase your flame intensity by up to 1 star and your strength by 500 kilograms in battle. That's incredible. Even the demonic scripture, when advanced to the 8th tier of martial arts, only adds 200 kilograms. However, it's all because his talent is too poor and he can't activate the mysteries of martial arts. When he becomes the all-powerful great sage, it will definitely be a super qualitative change. Current task progress 930. Chapter 65 Neutral Forces, the Taiping Cult. The river of time flows slowly. Wang Qingtian fought his way through the hellish training grounds of the Overlord Training Ground. His cowardice and fear gradually disappeared, and his fair and tender skin gradually became firmer, revealing faint muscle lines. Among the alien races, Anakiri was hiding in a forest. It was very quiet there, with no communication devices. He couldn't see the overwhelming ridicule he was receiving online, and the classic Clownman title was finally no longer appearing. But those horrific past events kept flashing through his mind, and he roared angrily, "Women all deserve to die." He wasn't the only one being ridiculed. Quang Xing almost fell from grace as well. Your cultivation level is lower than yours, and your talent is utterly worthless, yet you almost got beaten to death? The black ancient gods are nothing special. This is the 8th pick? Trash. Disgraceful. Get out of this race. Unlike Anakiri, he didn't run away. Instead, he stood in his training ground and punched the steel sandbag with Xiao Fan's face painted on it again and again. Damn it! Xiao Fan, don't let me run into you again. Boom! One punch shattered Xiao Fan's iron face, but Quang Xing's anger did not diminish at all. Xia Linqing locked herself in her room. Her beautiful body was in a terrible state. Her hair was disheveled, she knelt on the ground, covered her head, and screamed in an emotional breakdown, "Can you please stop thinking about Xiao Fan? Why is this happening? He's my enemy. Am I born a slut? A bastard? No." Meanwhile, Xiao Fan, whom so many people were thinking about, was leisurely sitting on the deck of the cruise ship, enjoying the salty sea breeze, drinking watermelon juice with his legs crossed, and whispering sweet nothings to Lin Xianhua. Thunder City is a neutral city. After the revival of the source energy, the alien races and the human race were constantly at war. It was impossible for everyone to be united. Whether they were alien races or human races, some people were tired of war, tired of killing, and tired of the system of their race, and left their race. They came together and created a brand new force on the high seas. Taiping Divine Cult. People from both races are present here, and there are even many mixed race individuals. Some people started saying that these mixed race children are the most disgusting and ugliest creatures. But then, a mixed race child suddenly appeared and showed what a monster really is. Not only does he possess the bloodline of an alien emperor, but he also has the mythical talent of a human. Back then, people thought that if this hybrid were to grow up, he might directly become the ruler of Earth. Fortunately, everything has its balance. While mixed race individuals are indeed powerful, they also have some particularly serious flaws, commonly known as natural defects. At first, neither the alien races nor the human race paid much attention to the Taiping Divine Cult. It wasn't until more and more powerful individuals left and joined the Taiping Divine Cult that they realized something was wrong. The first time was when the alien races invaded the Taiping Divine Cult, but the human race immediately sent troops to reclaim their original territory. That was the war in which the alien race suffered the most heavy losses. Everyone underestimated the strength of the Taiping Divine Sect. It was about 400 years after the revival of Origin Qi, and the Taiping Divine Sect actually had 2 emperor-level experts. Years have passed, and no one remembers their real names. One codenamed Cult Leader, the other codenamed Pastor. The Archbishop holds the power of the laws of time. The priest holds the power of spatial laws. 2 supreme elements enabled the Taiping Divine Cult to withstand that brutal war. With this, the Taiping Cult had firmly established itself on Earth, creating a 3-way power balance. They live a peaceful life, and their disciples believe in peace. Although they may engage in some clandestine robberies to increase their strength, they generally avoid killing if possible. In that era, all the blessed lands on Earth were constantly embroiled in war, with humans and alien races waging endless battles for the sake of occupying treasures like Thunder City. Later, the human leader proposed to give control of all blessed lands to the Typing Divine cult, allowing them to set the rules. Coincidentally, those blessed lands were mostly located in the sea, on islands, and the sea was the home ground of the Typing Divine sect. In the end, the leader of the alien race also realized that it wasn't good to keep fighting like this every day. Over the years, countless promising geniuses have died at an age when they shouldn't have died, at the hands of super strong individuals far surpassing their own level. Let's give it a try with the Typing cult then. As a result, this experiment lasted for hundreds of years, and to this day, almost all blessed lands are controlled by the Typing Divine sect. At this moment, Xiaofan and Lin Xianhua walked side by side and stepped onto Thunder Island, where Thunder City is located. Even from a distance, you can see that the sky above the island is filled with seemingly endless dark clouds. There was no greenery in sight, only scorched blackness, like a wasteland. Various colored lightning bolts descended irregularly, accompanied by continuous booming sounds, with a lightning bolt falling every now and then. Xiaofan remained calm and composed. The highest level of thunder seeds born on Thunder Island is only 9 stars. Therefore, the first rule set by the Typing Divine sect for Thunder Island is that no beasts of the 6th rank or above are allowed to set foot on it. Humans of martial venerable rank or above are not allowed to enter. The highest level is Grandmaster, a 5th-tier exotic beast. They can compete for lightning seeds relatively fairly in this world of lightning. Xiaofan frowned, thinking that there was no special restriction around the island, so why had no one dared to break the rules for so many years? Those who break the rules are all dead. Lin Xianhua felt a chill run down his spine and said, even a god-level Emperor Blood alien has died. And he died silently. Xiaofan was secretly shocked. How strong must someone be to kill a powerhouse of that level silently? No wonder it's a force that can stand as a three-way balance of power with humans and other races. We were lucky this time we didn't encounter any enemies. But they were unlucky and didn't encounter any lightning bolts. Before us lies Thunder City. Above the town, there is clearly a shield that prevents any lightning strikes from penetrating, and even sound cannot get through. The second rule established by the Typing Divine sect was that towns were absolutely safe zones, and no one was allowed to kill anyone in towns. In fact, once the power unleashed exceeds an unknown threshold, the shield will sense it and unleash a power sufficient to annihilate everything. At first, some people wanted to test how strong the shield was, but they were instantly killed and reduced to ashes. Later, after a chilling tragedy occurred, people became even more afraid to commit crimes in the city. In a city hotel, a young couple got so into a BDSM session that they crossed a line and just disappeared. In response, the Typing cult only released the investigation results. The two used elemental powers during SM activities, which led to the tragedy. However, they offered no explanation or apology. They also never told anyone what the threshold for triggering the shield actually was. Anyway, as long as you behave yourself, don't fight or grab, and don't cause trouble, you'll be fine. Therefore, the cities in these blessed lands are undoubtedly the safest cities in the world. Even the capitals of the human race cannot compare. Human laws still consider human sentiment, but this place doesn't. There's no room for maneuver, not even a chance for you to seek justice. You're simply eliminated on the spot. However, once you leave the city, you're on your own. No one will care about you. At this moment, Xiaofan, walking on the wide street, felt inexplicably restrained and nervous. Because everyone around him was looking at him with expressions of confusion, disdain, and bewilderment. I'm dizzy. That guy isn't handsome, and he doesn't look strong either, so why does he have such a beautiful woman with him? I smoked 2 packs of cigarettes and still can't figure out where I lost. At this moment, Lin Xianhua was dressed very sexily, wearing a black strapless top, super short denim shorts, and black sunglasses on her delicate face, with her long, flowing red hair fluttering in the wind. Her snow-white skin and flawless long legs exuded charm, and coupled with her past relationships with Xiaofan, she also possessed a subtle feminine allure. What woman doesn't like to show off her charm? She liked it too, but she used to be a little reserved. However, after being with Xiaofan, she completely let loose. At this moment, she was holding Xiaofan's strong arm, her face flushed with happiness, making others envious. She noticed Xiaofan's nervousness and asked curiously, "You can be shy?" Xiaofan said with a self-deprecating smile, "I never knew that having a beautiful woman by my side could be so cool." "Oh yeah, I'd forgotten that you used to say you were a virgin," Lin Xianhua chuckled. Then, she pursed her slightly red lips and said gently, "But you'll have to get used to it. From now on, there will be not only me, but also Xiao Yin. Besides, you were meant to be the center of attention. I'm no longer that lonely nobody sitting by the trash can." Xiao Fan smelled the refreshing fragrance of the immortal fire, the corners of his mouth turned up, and the light in his eyes was not bright, but very firm, just like his gradually straightening back. Chapter 67. Where did this saintly brother come from? At this moment, a young man was choosing martial arts techniques next to the Divine Martial Pavilion. Ling Tianlei, God-level talent, world-destroying thunder, realm, second level of junior grandmaster. His father told him that Xiao Fan had gone to Thunder City, and that he could make friends with him and they would become good partners. I just happened to run into Xiao Fan at the market, so I followed him in. He saw everything that just happened. A hint of doubt appeared in Ling Tianlei's eyes. It's obvious someone is following him, doesn't he know? Oh well, what can I do? I'm just too kind. I'll save his life and teach him a lesson later. Meanwhile, deep within the Divine Martial Pavilion, Xiao Fan had already obtained the 5th-tier amplification martial art, which included both strength and speed. After learning it, he should be able to gain 150 kilograms. Excellent. Current task progress 1030. After payment, the waitress handed Xiao Fan a letter of recommendation and smiled, saying, "We have an auction the day after tomorrow with many great items. You are welcome to participate if you have time." Xiao Fan's eyebrows twitched, and he asked, "What good stuff?" The waiter handed over a list, a broad overview, including weapons, martial arts techniques, lightning seeds, and even some strange and unusual treasures. Xiao Fan only had martial arts and lightning seeds in his eyes. He raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat expectant. Lightning seeds and fire seeds are very difficult to store. They must be stored in special containers, which are very expensive. The cost of making them alone is 100 million. Therefore, basically no one will store elemental seeds below 5 stars. So that means the rare items sold at auctions start at 5 stars? We must take it. Thank you. Xiao Fan smiled slightly and accepted the letter of recommendation. At this moment, the waiter said again, "Mr. Xiao, it seems someone is following you outside. You'd better not leave the city, or you might be in danger." "Thanks for reminding me." Xiao Fan replied dismissively. Seeing this reaction, the waiter sighed helplessly. It was obvious that the other party didn't take his words seriously. "Forget it, I've said everything I can say, and there's nothing else I can do about it." Xiao Fan walked away with ease, a perfectly measured childish joy on his face, as if to say, "I've finally obtained my beloved martial arts technique, and I'm so happy." Both Jin Shuang, the woman in sunglasses, and Ling Tianlei were taken aback. Is he an idiot? Just then, Xiao Fan was about to pass by Jin Shuang. Jin Shuang pretended to be focused on the martial arts in front of her, and then took 2 steps back slightly. The two collided, and Jin Shuang pushed herself back with her palm, touching Xiao Fan's thigh. His talent and realm data were instantly extracted. At this moment, Xiao Fan was knocked down and landed on his backside, angrily cursing, "Aren't you watching where you're going?" Jin Shuang smiled sheepishly and said, Sorry, I got too engrossed in watching martial arts." Xiao Fan snorted coldly and walked away looking displeased. "No way?" Ling Tianlei frowned. "Something's wrong. Even if Xiao Fan is stupid, with his physical strength, he shouldn't have been knocked down by a woman, right? That's weird. Could the video be fake? Or is he actually possessed by something else?" This made Ling Tianlei even more curious. How could such an idiot be able to stand up to Kuang Xing? He also put down the book in his hand and followed. A murderous glint flashed in Jin Shuang's eyes. "That bastard dared to curse me." The data has been extracted. His cultivation level is only at the 1st level of the Lesser Grandmaster, and his talent is only at the Venerable level. He can be killed easily. Go! Watch my position. Upon hearing the news, Jin Shuang's other 2 companions immediately set off from other parts of Thunder City, their faces beaming with excitement. If someone spends 100 million in one go, how much money must be in their storage ring? Their cultivation levels were respectively the 8th and 9th level of Lesser Grandmaster. One of them even reached the 1st level of Grandmaster. Prices in Thunder City are outrageously high. They came to Thunder City years ago to commit robbery. Once outside the city, life and death are irrelevant. If you get robbed, you can only blame yourself for being trash. Xiao Fan walked at the front, leisurely humming a song, seemingly oblivious to everything. Behind them were 3 people gradually approaching. Is he heading out of the city? Wow, I thought we'd have to follow them for a while, but they left the city so early. It's like the heavens are throwing money at us. Chase. 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 Further back, in Ling Tianlei's line of sight, Jin Shuang and the other two were weaving through the crowd with Xiao Fan, and the distance between them was gradually decreasing. Soon, Xiao Fan stepped out of the city gate quite naturally and walked towards a more distant place. Jin Shuang and the other two quickly followed, their faces beaming with joy. Because judging from Xiao Fan's route, he will arrive at a sparsely populated area, at which point we will make our move immediately. Suddenly, Xiao Fan started running. Jin Shuang and the others were taken aback and looked at each other. However, judging from the other party's posture, he did not notice me and was simply running. Does he seem to be in a hurry? Does he know of a place where there is treasure? Hurry up and catch up. The further you go, the fewer people there are, because everyone is afraid of encountering danger. This is a place where life and death are uncertain, so naturally, the closer you are to the safe zone, the better. Ling Tianlei sighed helplessly. Just what is this guy's composition? Why can't I understand it? Is he really a hothead? Meanwhile, Jin Shuang had already caught up with Xiao Fan. Wait a minute, little brother. Jin Shuang's charming voice rang out. Xiao Fan paused, turned around, and frowned, saying, "It's you? Is there something you need?" Jin Shuang walked towards Xiao Fan step by step, her acting superb. She said with a worried expression, "I feel very sorry for bumping into you just now, so I want to repay you. Would you accept this kind of repayment?" As she spoke, Jin Shuang's clothes gradually unbuttoned, and her smile became more and more unrestrained, as if Xiao Fan was staring in a daze. At this moment, the two were incredibly close, seemingly leaning against each other, when two more accomplices emerged from the side, both wearing cruel smiles. 1 second, 2 seconds. At the third second. Bang! Jin Shuang suddenly fell backward and crashed to the ground. Her heart was a bloody mess, pierced through, and she died on the spot. Before she died, Jin Shuang was holding a dagger in her hand, attempting to pierce Xiao Fan's neck, but before she could even raise the weapon, her own chest had already been pierced. She could never forget the mocking smile on Xiao Fan's face until her death. So, he wasn't stupid after all. He's double-crossing us. But the next second, his thoughts were cut off, and his life vanished completely. The two accomplices standing nearby were completely dumbfounded. What kind of plot is this? What the hell is going on? How did Jin Shuang die? But the next second, Xiao Fan's figure suddenly disappeared. An ordinary person at the 9th level of the Lesser Grandmaster realm is as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Xiao Fan, who is among the top 10 Lesser Grandmasters of the human race at the 1st level. The assassin star pierces through without even needing to unleash its elemental power. A mere stir is enough to spurt out blood and kill the person. Finally, only the Grandmaster level 1 remained. He finally realized what was happening. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he roared, "You fucking double-crossed me. So everyone was fooled by you. Blanche. I'm going to kill you." Xiao Fan sneered with disdain, his speed increased again, and he arrived in front of the man in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a thunderclap rang out, and Ling Tianlei in the sky was filled with rage. He wanted to stop Xiao Fan from killing. What Ling Tianlei didn't expect was that Xiao Fan was not frightened at all by his thunderous attack. Instead, he turned around very naturally and stabbed the Grandmaster into his body. Its vitality is indeed quite strong, so physical damage is not very effective against it. So what? It's an elemental explosion. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The man was instantly blown to bits, and the system's voice rang in Xiao Fan's mind. Completed killing an enemy of a higher level, all martial arts progress increased by 25%. Xiao Fan smirked, collected the 3 people's storage rings, retrieved the assassin star, and strode away. Not bad, I've gained a lot. Although there's no choice of martial arts, the speed-up feature is already pretty good. Otherwise, relying solely on auto-training would be really mentally taxing. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out, "Hey!" Ling Tianlei suddenly landed as a bolt of lightning, gripping his fist tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and roared, "Xiao Fan! So you did it on purpose? Deliberately lure people out, then kill them and steal their storage rings. Do you know what you're doing? Murder and robbery. They even fried people into mincemeat. How can you remain so calm? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Xiao Fan looked puzzled and asked, Do you have some kind of problem? Chapter 68. I won't be a human being? Do you want to die? Am I crazy? Ling Tianlei wondered if he had misheard. He looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief and said, "You are a genius of the human race. You are the one who should shoulder the future of humanity. Do you think you deserve it with the behavior you're exhibiting now?" "You're right, I'm not worthy." Xiao Fan shrugged and said, "The future of the human race? Let whoever wants to shoulder it can shoulder it. What does it have to do with someone with venerable level talent like me?" "You." Ling Tianlei was so angry he almost spat out blood. He said, "How can there be someone like you? How can you kill people with such a clear conscience?" Xiao Fan didn't want to talk to him anymore. He was so annoyed that he turned and left. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, blocking Xiao Fan's path. Ling Tianlei stared intently at him, his eyes bloodshot, and asked in a cold voice, "Answer me. Why can you kill people with such a clear conscience?" Xiao Fan replied impatiently, "First, outside Thunder City, life and death are irrelevant. I can kill whomever I want. Secondly, they want to kill me, so isn't it reasonable for me to kill them? But you could have chosen not to kill them, couldn't you?" Ling Tianlei retorted. "Why shouldn't I kill them?" Xiao Fan retorted. "They could very well be a father, mother, or husband of someone. Do you realize that by killing someone, you're destroying a family?" Xiao Fan gasped and said, "This is the first time I've seen such a saintly person." "Then tell me, were the people they killed someone's father or mother? Were they the pillars of some family? Come on, they're robbers. I killed the robber to rid the people of a scourge. You're going to yell at me for this? If it weren't for the fact that you're genuinely brainwashed and not just trying to disgust people, I would have slapped you across the face long ago." Ling Tianlei trembled with rage, his hand shaking as he pointed at Xiao Fan. You are despicable, shameless, and vile. You trample on life and will stop at nothing to achieve your goals. Thank you for the compliment." Xiao Fan shook his head helplessly and continued walking forward. Ling Tianlei roared, "You're not human." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan paused, a sharp killing intent rising within him. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he turned to stare at Ling Tianlei, saying, "What did you say? Say it again?" I said you." Ling Tianlei had never killed anyone before, nor had he ever seen such a fierce killing intent. He was so frightened that he took a step back. "What about me?" Xiao Fan not only didn't leave, but instead turned back, staring intently at Ling Tianlei, his killing intent overflowing. He was an orphan in his previous life, and in this life he has loving parents, but they died too young. But those were the warmest times of his life, carefree, being held, led, and pampered by his parents. No one is allowed to insult him. Ling Tianlei took a deep breath and said, "Your parents both died in battle. If you want to kill, go kill the alien race. Instead of killing our own kind here." Xiao Fan suddenly raised the assassin star, stared intently at Ling Tianlei, and said, "Do you know what this is? This is the weapon of the 11th ranked super genius of the alien race. You should have seen that video, right? Didn't I kill the aliens? And you? Have you ever killed any alien races? If Wang Qingtian is a piece of trash, then you are the worst of the worst." Xiao Fan slapped Ling Tianlei's cheek with the back of the assassin star's blade as he said, "I guarantee you can't beat Xie Linqing, let alone Kuang Xing. Even Gui Chia could kill you. And what about you? World-destroying lightning. One of the most destructive talents among god-level beings. They're actually shouting about love and peace here? I strongly suspect that there are serious problems with the human race's education system. Whether it's Yun Jinyu, Wang Qingtian, or you, how come you're all a bunch of useless people? Do you really think that chanting these slogans will bring peace to the world and eliminate killing and conflict? You're 18 now, and the battle for dignity will begin in 4 years. Do you think we're going to rely on someone like you to fight then? You think it's wrong for me to kill someone? Sure, of course you can. Then why the hell did you stop me from killing him? Can you do it? Can't do anything but shout slogans? Get out of here right now. Stop following me. Life and death are meaningless here. Believe me, I'll kill you too." Xiao Fan waved his sleeve and left, taking a deep breath to calm himself down, his face still full of displeasure. How did I end up with this kind of saintly guy? That's fucking brain dead. However, when he looked down and saw the 3 storage rings, his mood immediately brightened, and he quickly began to count his spoils. 300 million yuan and some broken, miscellaneous weapons will be sold off later. But the surprise is that there are also more than a dozen martial arts manuals, which seem to have been stolen. It's just a pity that after a careful scan, There isn't a single one of the amplification-related ones. However, this is Thunder City, where life and death are irrelevant to the outside world. Killing humans without reason is definitely not an option, especially since I still need to survive here. But you can just kill any other race. The amplification system from other races can also be used on him. However, Xiaofan discovered that there were many people in the city, but they were scattered outside. Along the way, apart from encountering a dozen or so people just outside the city, he had not met anyone else. Indeed, everyone knows that danger lurks everywhere, so who would dare to walk openly in front of others? Wait, what is this? Xiaofan raised an eyebrow and suddenly took out a blue bracelet from his ring. After putting it on, he sensed the rising power of thunder in the distance behind him. The next second, a thunderbolt struck, and Xiaofan grinned, understanding. This thing is used to find lightning seeds. This is great stuff. Xiaofan continued walking back, but suddenly stopped and frowned slightly. Because the aura of thunder came from behind again, but this time, it was definitely not heavenly lightning. Ling Tianlei stared blankly as Xiaofan left, trembling with anger, his forehead soaked in sweat, but he could only stammer out a single word. All his statements were refuted mercilessly. Am I the one who was wrong? My mother told me that taking someone's life is the most heinous thing in the world, and a true hero would never do such a thing. Those who grow stronger through killing don't deserve to be called strong, do they? Of course, alien races are the most despicable beings, and it's okay to kill them. But why does what Xiaofan said make so much sense? Suddenly, a murderous aura appeared beside him, and a sharp longsword slashed down toward his shoulder. Ling Tianlei quickly moved to the side, but it was too late. His shoulder was still slashed. Everything happened too fast, and this was all he could do to react. But for a god-level being, such injuries are nothing to worry about. He stared expressionlessly at the alien before him and said coldly, "You're courting death." After saying that, he raised his hand and a bolt of lightning struck down. But the strength of this alien before them had actually reached an astonishing late-stage Grandmaster level. That was more than a dozen minor realms higher than Ling Tianlei. He easily dodged the heavenly lightning, his face full of mockery as he looked at Ling Tianlei. Ling Tianlei's expression darkened. This alien race was no ordinary being. Not only was their cultivation level high, but their bloodline was also exceptional, possessing at least royal blood. But I absolutely could not lose. Divine thunder descends from the heavens. After a loud shout, a thunderclap exploded in the sky. But just as he was casting the spell, a powerful aura came from behind him. Puff! A saint-level longsword pierced his chest, leaving him covered in blood and in a gruesome state. Ling Tianlei roared, unleashing his elemental power, instantly engulfing all directions in a blood-red world-destroying lightning. Boom! His talent, possessing unparalleled destructive power, revealed its terrifying nature at this moment. The holy sword was blasted out of their bodies. The two mid-stage grandmasters who were trying to assassinate Ling Tianlei were stunned by the world-destroying lightning. Their bodies were charred black, and they swayed unsteadily, unable to even stand up. Intense pain filled Ling Tianlei's entire body. He gasped for breath, his face contorted in agony, and he began to regret his laziness in physical cultivation, focusing only on elemental cultivation. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ling Tianlei struggled to lift his head, glanced around, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The first alien to ambush him was a famous figure in Thunder City named Lin Feng. He was of royal blood and his talent was speed and affinity with lightning. He was a mid-stage 4th-tier cultivator and resided in Thunder City. But the second person who ambushed him was something Ling Tianlei found hard to accept. Zhou Xayanan, a quasi-saint level talent, Demon Slayer Sword, mid-stage Grandmaster. He is also a well-known human powerhouse in Thunder City. As far as he knew, no, everyone in Thunder City knew that Zhou Xayanan hated evil and was extremely righteous. His biggest rival was the alien race's Lin Feng. The two would fight each other fiercely whenever they met, but neither could defeat the other. But what's the situation now? Ling Tianlei stared blankly, feeling as if his worldview had collapsed. Why have humans joined forces with other races? You must be kidding me. Ahem. At this moment, Lin Feng cleared his throat and said with a cruel smile, "Old Zhou, once we've done this job, we can call it a day." Ninth on the blacklist, Ling Tianlei. We actually managed to run into him in this desolate wilderness, hee hee. Chapter 69. What did you say? You have no money? Ling Tianlei could not believe what he was seeing. He roared in a fit of rage, "Why? You are a powerful human, why do you associate with other races? Faced with this question, Zhou Xiaonan didn't even bother to answer. He just sneered and continued charging forward with his sword. Lin Feng followed closely behind, extremely excited. Once this deal was completed and he received the reward from the blacklist, he would be set for life. The jet black longsword slashed down, and the Demon Slayer sword was swung out again, causing Ling Tianlei, caught in the middle, to become completely enraged. Why? With a roar, the terrifying and turbulent world-destroying thunder surged forth, causing thunderous roars within a radius of 100 meters. Boom! The two powerful figures dared not confront each other directly, and both showed a solemn expression on their faces. I'm so envious. God-level talent is amazing. I've been working myself to the bone every day to get to this level, but these scions of powerful families can just eat and drink at home all day and still leave me helpless. That's so unfair. A fierce look appeared on Zhou Xianan's face. He said, Lin Feng, I'll tank, you support. Lin Feng grinned and said, same as always, we'll split it 50-50. Zhou Xiaonan held the Demon Slayer sword and made a cut in his other palm. Blood writhed on the sword, like an excited blood beast constantly devouring its master's blood. Zhou Xiaonan's momentum was also gradually rising. His eyes were indifferent, his gaze fixed on Ling Tianlei's chest. This guy hadn't cultivated his physical body, and that sword strike had missed a bit. If he struck again, he would definitely kill him. The Demon Slayer sword is actually a very powerful talent, but because the side effects are too great, it can only reach the level of a quasi-saint. However, when it absorbs enough blood, it can even be upgraded to the level of a quasi-god. With this kind of combat power, killing Ling Tianlei would be no problem at all. Go to hell. After the blood was absorbed, Zhou Xiaonan's eyes were bloodshot as he charged forward with his sword. Faced with a barrage of lightning, he swung his sword, the crimson sword energy neutralizing the lightning, and his speed did not decrease at all. Ling Tianlei was stunned. He couldn't believe that the other party could resist his world-destroying lightning, and he couldn't believe the look in the other party's eyes. Does he hate me? Why? At this moment, Zhou Xiaonan, his face contorted with rage, appeared before Ling Tianlei. He wielded his sword with both hands, hacking and slashing fiercely, roaring, "You good-for-nothings from wealthy families, living in luxury, all deserve to die." At this moment, Ling Tianlei felt like his head was about to explode. The threat of death was right in front of him. He wanted to run away, but an intense sense of fear covered his entire body, making him unable to move. I am going to die? Ling Tianlei murmured. But suddenly, puff! A splatter of blood landed on Ling Tianlei's face, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Zhou Xiaonan's body was pierced by a dagger, and the familiar blade tip landed right in front of Ling Tianlei. It was Xiao Fan. He remembered it clearly because Xiao Fan had just slapped him in the face with the assassin star. It was extremely humiliating. The next second, he felt his shoulder being grabbed and his whole body being thrown out. In mid-air, he clearly saw Zhou Xiaonan's angry and resentful face explode. Boom! With a loud bang, blood splattered all over the scorched earth, a truly gruesome sight. Ding! Host has defeated an enemy of a higher level. Martial arts progress has increased by 75%. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Fan grinned. With the previous 25% added to the current 75%, the backend is now fully loaded. It seems that the rewards from this system depend on the strength of the opponent. This Demon Slayer sword is clearly much stronger than the one we robbed before. Cool. Give it a try. Demonic flames. Xiao Fan's entire body was covered in flames, his 7-star heavenly flames. However, since his body was uninjured and the battle had only just begun, the boost was not very noticeable. But it doesn't matter, the opponent isn't strong anyway. Xiao Fan rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body trembled. He recognized the face. It had just been updated a few days ago. Xiao Fan was the 11th person on the blacklist. The key point is that he wields the assassin star. Then what's the point of saying anything more? Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Call out. Lightning enveloped Lin Feng, disappearing from sight in just 3 seconds. Xiao Fan looked stunned. Wow, he ran that fast? Xiao Fan's speed is definitely over 99.9% within the same realm. But Lin Feng is ultimately a whole realm higher, and his talent and martial arts are all focused on speed. He's also someone who's good at long-term combat, so we can't underestimate him. Open the system panel. Its maximum strength reached 8,100 kilograms. Its top speed reached 100 meters per second in 1.2 seconds. These were already incredibly impressive physical statistics, and Xiao Fan was quite satisfied. If he couldn't kill him, so be it. Unfortunately, Zhou Xianan's Demon Slayer sword was a talent. Once he died, the sword was gone. After skillfully tearing off the storage ring, he glanced at it and exclaimed, "Good heavens, no wonder he's a high-level robber. He has 400 million federal dollars and 7 or 8 martial arts manuals all by himself. Lucky me, another enhancement skill book. I'll gain another 100 kilograms after completing the strength training. Current task progress 1130. Only then did Xiao Fan turn to look at Ling Tianlei, his face full of smiles. He saved people for 2 reasons, one being to steal their storage rings. Secondly, he discovered that these big families were incredibly wealthy, and some elders were extremely generous. Not to mention his father-in-law, Wang Qingtian had already given him 3 billion, plus the Vajra 5 organs. Although Ling Tianlei's family is certainly not as wealthy as the Wang family, it is about the same as his father-in-law's family and should be quite rich. Xiao Fan made no attempt to hide anything and went straight to the point. "I saved your life, shouldn't you show some appreciation?" Ling Tianlei was somewhat bewildered at this moment, unable to accept the fact that the alien race was colluding with the human race. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, he looked up blankly and said, "You saved me for money? Nonsense, what else could it be? Could it be because of love?" Xiao Fan sneered. Ling Tianlei sighed and said, "How much money do you want?" Xiao Fan casually said, "Just give me a few billion or so." "Ha!" Upon hearing this number, Ling Tianlei's pupils suddenly widened. Xiao Fan looked puzzled and asked, "Is a billion or so a lot to you?" I only have 20 million, Ling Tianlei stammered, sounding somewhat humble. Xiao Fan was shocked. "You only have 20 million? Isn't your Ling family a family of similar level to the Lin family? You're so poor?" "My family had some trouble a couple of years ago, so we're very poor now," Ling Tianlei sighed. Xiao Fan was furious, pacing back and forth, saying, 20 million, what good is 20 million? Never mind, just consider it a good deed I did." Xiao Fan angrily turned and left, feeling upset that he had done something for no reward. At this moment, Ling Tianlei quickly followed. Xiao Fan turned his head, frowned, and asked, "Is there something you need?" Ling Tianlei hesitated. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, go play somewhere else." I want to thank you," Ling Tianlei said with difficulty. "Sure, you're welcome," Xiao Fan said casually. Ling Tianlei quickly said, "Well, I can't give you money, but I can help you collect lightning seeds." "Can you help me collect lightning seeds?" Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, his anger level slowly decreasing. "Yes, I am the world-destroying thunder, and I have a very strong ability to sense other thunderbolts." Ling Tianlei nodded frantically, somewhat reserved. At this moment, a smile immediately bloomed on Xiao Fan's face, because he remembered that in the secret realm, it was the immortal fire that helped him find so many fire seeds. "Oh dear, it's a misunderstanding." Xiao Fan patted Ling Tianlei on the shoulder with a smile and said, "I was a little harsh just now, don't take it to heart. Come on, quickly leave your contact information." Ling Tianlei's expression froze, and he said, You're not angry anymore? Don't be angry." He was very puzzled. How could someone change their expression so quickly? Finally, after exchanging contact information, Xiao Fan said he had to go back to pick up Lin Xianhua and would leave first, saying goodbye until tomorrow. At this moment, Ling Tianlei called out to Xiao Fan, his face full of embarrassment, Can we be friends?" Xiao Fan looked him up and down with a puzzled expression. Holy crap? Could he be a cunning zero? Xiao Fan's eyes widened in terror, his anus tightened, and he quickly moaned. "Don't want. Our relationship is purely one of mutual help." Chapter 70 The Sealed Thunder. Ling Tianlei was stunned. He hadn't expected to be rejected. Was I not friendly enough? Or not sincere enough? Wait. He quickly followed, saying, "Xiao Fan, my father sent me here to befriend you." "Your father?" Xiao Fan felt something was amiss. It was obvious that his father knew who he was and what Ling Tianlei lacked, and hoped that he could change Ling Tianlei. But here's another problem, his father is a normal person, so how come he's so brain-dead? At this moment, Ling Tianlei suddenly asked, "Xiao Fan, there's something I don't understand. Why would Zhou Xianan, a human, join forces with an alien race? Is this kind of question so hard to understand?" Xiao Fan looked bewildered and said, "It's about money." But would they really join forces to murder innocent people for money? There are so many people in the city who believe Joe Xin is a good person. Why would he betray the expectations of so many people? Ling Tianlei frowned. Because he wants money. Xiao Fan laughed angrily, saying, "What's the use of other people's expectations? Can it raise your cultivation level or something? This is a world where strength reigns supreme. Most people will do anything for money and resources. Do you think everyone is like a rich young master like you, able to get whatever they want with a wave of their hand? I suggest you go live in the northern part of Thunder City for a while." Ling Tianlei was taken aback and said, "North District? Isn't that the territory of the city's gray industry chain? My mom always told me not to go to those kinds of places." Xiao Fan understood now. It turned out that his mother's parenting style had gone wrong. He shook his head and said, "Go if you want, don't go if you don't. It's up to you whether you want to listen to your mother and be her sweetheart, or listen to me and solve your own problems." "Alright, my wife is waiting for me, I don't have time to waste here, bye." In the end, the two went their separate ways. Ling Tianlei headed towards the North District. He was distraught and filled with immense pain. He couldn't understand why the world was the way it was. He clearly remembered that before he left, his father told him, "Your world-destroying lightning has been sealed. If you aspire to become strong, then go and unlock it." At first, he didn't think there was anything wrong with him. What kind of seal was there? Today, however, he vaguely felt pain and anger accumulating in his heart, and the lightning within him was surging more and more fiercely. Is the truth I'm looking for in the North District? Ling Tianlei took a deep breath and strode over. On the other side, following the map's navigation, Xiao Fan walked through the bustling crowds and a tall building appeared before him. The House of Thunder Tempering. What a corny name, Xiao Fan muttered, stepping forward. Upon entering the House of Thunder Tempering, I inquired at the front desk and, sure enough, the immortal fire was still being used for thunder tempering. At this moment, outside the lightning tempering room of the immortal fire, a group of burly men gathered together, excitedly looking at Lin Xianhua's data panel and shouting excitedly incessantly. "What? There are both lightning and fire elements in the quenching chamber? Won't that explode? The energy level in the quenching chamber has reached 36. Holy crap! That's the energy intensity of a peak lesser grandmaster. That little girl's cultivation level is only at the first level of the lesser grandmaster realm. How dare she? What on earth is she doing in there? Using the lightning tempering chamber for tempering? Is she crazy? Look! Her vital signs are still steadily rising? Holy crap, this is just too bizarre. How did they even do that? Damn, the energy intensity has broken through 37. That's the grandmaster level. I feel like the lightning tempering chamber is about to explode." Xiao Fan also joined in, glancing at the data panel with a slight raise of his eyebrows. The values on this data panel are clear and easy to understand. Each level corresponds to a realm. For example, the 9th level of martial artist is level 18, and the 9th level of martial warrior is level 27. Physical strength, 28 lesser grandmaster level 1. Lightning energy intensity, level 30 lesser grandmaster level 3. Flame energy intensity, level 30 lesser grandmaster level 3. Overall energy strength, level 37 grandmaster level 1. Xiao Fan frowned slightly, even though the burly men beside him were shouting and looking shocked. But Xiao Fan knew that this level of energy intensity wasn't enough to break through to the third stage of the Vulcan Blade. To break through, one must surpass the limits of one's own energy. The intensity of Lin Xianhua's flames is definitely not just at the third level of a minor grandmaster. The standard for this device corresponds to ordinary people. For super geniuses, it should be at least one major level higher on average, which is 9 levels. For Lin Xianhua to activate the third stage of the Fire God Blade, the two conflicting elemental energies within it must be at least level 36. But now it seems that his wife is about to reach her limit. The rising trend of the Berserk Fire is about to reach a peak. If the energy intensity increases any further, something bad will definitely happen. Holy crap, the energy intensity is still increasing? Can this little girl handle it? Damn! That's conflicting energy of lightning and fire elements. What is she trying to do? Is she trying to blow herself up? My god, is this a super genius? At that moment, a chubby boy grinned and said, "Of course, do you know who that is?" The people below all looked on with curiosity. The obese boy didn't keep them in suspense, the daughter of the demon god of war. This caused an uproar among the crowd, creating a huge uproar. Many people were of the same generation as the god of war, and they witnessed the growth of this super strong person firsthand. They knew all too well how strong that god of war was. And the girl inside is actually her child? I see. If she's the daughter of the demon god of war, then it's not surprising. TSK, the whole family are cultivation fanatics. But is elemental conflict beneficial to cultivation? Isn't it supposed to be a taboo that must never be touched? At this point, the obese boy proudly explained, "What you all don't know is this. Miss Lin's main combat strength comes from the divine weapon given to her by the demon god of war, the fire god blade. As everyone knows, Lord Demon War God's fire god blade is divided into 7 stages. Right now, Miss Lin is using the conflicting energy of thunder and fire to break through the 3rd stage of the fire god blade. It's a pity it's difficult. A divine weapon is still a divine weapon. In my opinion, the energy intensity needs to be increased by at least 4 or 5 levels to make it possible." The obese boy's explanation impressed all the burly men in the room, who were filled with excitement and emotion. As expected of the daughter of the demon war god, she's just as insane as him. No wonder there's such a huge gap between ordinary people and super geniuses. It turns out they cultivate with a death-defying spirit. TCH, I've already said that talent determines the ceiling, and effort determines the floor. Having talent only means you have potential. There are plenty of talented people in the world, but how many of them can ultimately realize their potential? But I believe that Miss Lin will definitely have a place in the future. The obese boy was enjoying the astonished looks from those around him when suddenly his face froze, because he saw an indifferent face. The young man's body stiffened, and he quickly ran down, smiling sheepishly. "Lord Xiaofan, you're here too? Who are you?" Xiaofan sneered. I'm Bai Zhuangzhuang, and I'm also in the preparatory class group for the Super God class, so I know about you and Miss Lin, hee hee. Bai Zhuangzhuang chuckled foolishly. Xiaofan sneered, "Why did you reveal the matter of the immortal flame? Do you know that she is also on the alien race's blacklist? This is a place where all sorts of people gather. Do you know how much danger you've brought her?" Bai Zhuangzhuang scratched the back of his head and said regretfully, I didn't realize these things." "Then, how about paying me back?" Xiaofan was taken aback, thinking to himself that he hadn't mentioned money. Why does this chubby guy immediately ask for money? Are you very rich? Bai Zhuangzhuang chuckled and proudly said, "Big brother, I am the eldest young master of the Bai Group." Bai Group? That's one of the top 3 private companies in the entire federation by market capitalization. Brilliant. Wow. Xiaofan's smile gradually turned sinister. Losing money is good. Should I just ask him to give me $1 billion or more? Not enough. If you're going to swindle a rich person like this, swindle them big. Do you possess any amplification-type martial arts techniques? Bai Zhuangzhuang thought for a moment, then said nervously, "Big brother, why do we usually carry martial arts manuals with us when we go out, don't you think?" Xiaofan sighed. He had roughly guessed that this would be the result. Lin Xianhua had said before, why would these geniuses carry 4th or 5th order amplification martial arts when they go out? It makes no sense, they already have plenty of martial arts skills. Then let's settle for second best, he said casually. I'm going to an auction the day after tomorrow. Come with me, I'll bid, and you pay. Is that all right? Now, Bai Zhuangzhuang grinned, raised his head, patted his chest proudly, and said, "Don't worry, big brother. Shout whatever you want. If there's anything I can't buy, I'll offer my head as a gift." Chapter 71, Playing with the Explosive Tempering Pool. Seeing Bai Zhuangzhuang's straightforwardness, Xiaofan's smile remained unchanged. I didn't manage to get any thunder seeds today. Tomorrow I'll go with Ling Tianlei to look around and try again. The day after tomorrow I'll go directly to the auction house to buy them. That feels so good. The two sat quietly, watching the energy concentration in the lightning tempering pool rise continuously. Finally, when the energy of the flames and thunder reached level 34, Lin Xianhua could no longer hold on. A muffled sound came from the quenching pool, and the door slowly opened. A disheveled woman with a head full of frizzy red hair walked out, looking exhausted. Xiaofan quickly went to help her up, which annoyed the people around them. Hey, you little rascal, don't try to take advantage of her. Do you believe I'll beat you up? That is. At this moment, Bai Zhuangzhuang quickly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, this is the Lin family's son-in-law. Please don't get agitated." But everyone got even more excited. He? The Lin family's son-in-law? Why should I? He looks very ordinary. Holy crap, I feel like I'm more handsome and more talented than him. The demon god's daughter must have terrible taste. Can a toad really eat swan meat? Come on, look at me, miss. I may be a toad, but I'm pretty handsome, definitely better than that loser. Ai Zhuangzhuang was stunned. Everyone in the room was verbally attacking Xiao Fan, and the sarcasm they used was extremely harsh. Because this is Thunder City, you can't possibly lay a hand on me. But we can swear. Therefore, the people in this blessed land are all simple and honest. Lin Xianhua naturally could not tolerate the insults directed at Xiao Fan. Despite being extremely exhausted, he still shouted angrily, "Shut up, all of you! If you dare insult my man again, I'll kill you all." But to my surprise, the people here weren't fooled. They weren't scared at all. We're all doing this for your own good, and you're taking it out on us? You've lost all your conscience. Hey bro, teach us how to be a kept man? You must have some secret tricks to get Miss Lin to treat a good for nothing like you so well, right? Can't I just buy it with my money? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Xiao Fan slowly raised his head, a faint killing intent rising in his eyes, and said, "I remember what all of you look like. I hope I don't run into you outside the city." The murderous aura intimidated the crowd. How could this guy, who looked so young, act like a ruthless killer? But some people still disagreed, saying, "Go to hell. What are you pretending for? Kill me? You think you can kill me just because you're so weak? What kind of brat is this, barely out of his teens, spouting nonsense?" At this moment, Xiao Fan, true to form, grinned and said, "If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I might consider letting you go later." The man laughed in anger and said, "You stupid dog. What kind of chicken feather are you?" Xiao Fan shrugged, looking indifferent, and said, "Whatever, I gave you a chance. Immortal fire, you should get some rest. I also want to test my physical strength." Lin Xianhua sat cross-legged, quietly circulating his qi, and nodded slightly. Xiao Fan turned and stepped into the lightning tempering chamber, and the people outside immediately became expectant. What level of strength does this guy possess? The person who had been yelling the loudest was now inexplicably afraid. He's at the peak of the lesser Grandmaster level, which is considered above average in Thunder City. How could a gigolo possibly kill me? Sudden. Holy crap! A scream rang out, and everyone looked over immediately. One person was pointing at the data screen, his fingers trembling slightly from the shock. Physical strength, level 38. Fire element energy, level 38. Lightning element energy, level 38. Overall energy concentration, level 45 Grandmaster perfection. Shocked, dumbfounded. What's this? The person who had just spoken trembled completely. Another elemental conflict? All physical strength is level 38? Early Grandmaster level? The elemental strength has also reached the early stage of Grandmaster. He's so young, and he's already a Grandmaster? Is this some kind of ghost? Sudden. Boom. A deafening bang startled everyone. Countless steel plates flew everywhere as people hurriedly tried to defend themselves. The next second, the entire place fell silent instantly, a deathly stillness. The lightning tempering chamber exploded on the spot, filling the air with gray smoke, and the power of lightning and flames flickered within. Everyone stared intently at the smoke. Xiao Fan walked out expressionlessly, his body completely unharmed except for a small tear in his clothes. The divine demon scripture and the longevity technique are truly top tier. He can now easily withstand the current level of elemental conflict. Of course, the lightning element power tempering chamber comes with it, but you still need to collect lightning seeds yourself. It's a bit of a pity that the limit of this tempering chamber is only the late stage of Grandmaster, and it cannot measure one's specific strength. Xiao Fan glanced at the stunned crowd. To be honest, he really couldn't be bothered to argue with these ordinary people. The standards for ordinary people and super geniuses are completely different. But Xiao Fan smiled cruelly, pointed at the person who had just been cursing the most, and said, "I'll remember you. You'd better not leave the city anytime soon, or your life may be in danger." The man trembled, his face filled with fear, and he immediately knelt down, crying out, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, sir. I was blind. I'll slap myself. I deserve to die. Please don't kill me, please." Even a fool could see that the energy that was enough to make the lightning-quenching chamber explode was not the limit of this son-in-law of the Lin family. He is far stronger than the data just showed. If he targets you, you're doomed, without a doubt. So he immediately knelt down. The people around immediately reversed their tone. Look at you, you're incredibly stupid. Do you think the demon god of war is blind? Would he just pick any son-in-law? Didn't your parents tell you when you were a child that you can't judge a book by its cover? I told you not to say it, but you insisted on cursing. Now look what happened, you're finished. Seeing the fawning expressions on everyone's faces, Xiaofan felt nauseous and pulled Lin Xianhua away. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he encountered a waiter who chuckled awkwardly and said, What about the one who needs to pay compensation? Bai Zhuangzhuang casually tossed out a black card and said indifferently, Swipe the card. Xiaofan clicked his tongue in amazement. This guy was ordinary from head to toe, but when he shouted swipe card, he was incredibly cool. The family of lightning tempering has a special place for dealing with lightning. Lin Xianhua went there and dealt with it. After coming out, he finally returned to his normal appearance and was still as beautiful as a fairy. Bai Zhuangzhuang excitedly shouted, Sister Lin. Why are you here? Lin Xianhua tossed her red hair, looked in the mirror, and asked casually. Of course I'm here to talk to Sister Lin about something important. Xiaofan stood to the side, his expression calm, indicating that the two had known each other for a long time. Bai Zhuangzhuang whispered a few words in Lin Xianhua's ear, and Lin Xianhua's pupils suddenly contracted. He asked, Are you sure? Of course, otherwise why would I come here? Bai Zhuangzhuang laughed. Dad said we have to get our hands on that thing. And it's important to you right now, isn't it? Lin Xianhua asked earnestly, So, do we have any leads now? Yes. Bai Zhuangzhuang said in a deep voice, It's in the hands of a mysterious person, but that mysterious person is extremely difficult to capture. After hearing this, Lin Xianhua's face immediately fell, and he pouted, How are we supposed to find this? I don't know, we'll just have to see how it goes. Bai Zhuangzhuang was also quite helpless. Suddenly he asked, How about we have dinner together tonight? It's been so long. No. Lin Xianhua tapped Bai Zhuangzhuang on the forehead like a big sister, her face full of a happy smile, and said, I want to be with Xiaofan. Bai Zhuangzhuang sighed, looking heartbroken, and said, All right. Finally, Bai Zhuangzhuang left reluctantly. The chubby little boy, who had been wronged, was quite adorable. Lin Xianhua naturally came up and grabbed Xiaofan's arm, saying excitedly, Zhuangzhuang just told me that the second, third, and fourth forms of the Divine Eight Golden Body are all in Thunder City now. Furthermore, all 9 moves from the 5th to the 9th are in the Bai family's possession. But I heard that you can't learn the middle part of that martial art directly, you have to learn it move by move, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. If we can obtain the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th moves, and then gather the 1st move, then the true golden body of the Divine Ape will be able to reappear. Xiaofan's pupils suddenly contracted. He himself possessed the 1st move. So, without the 1st move, one cannot truly learn the Divine Ape Golden Body. Holy crap! If someone knew I possessed the 1st form of the Divine Ape Golden Body, wouldn't I be hunted down by countless people? Xiaofan suddenly asked, What level of martial art is the Divine Ape Golden Body among mythical level techniques? Lin Xianhua said in a deep voice, In the era of Emperor Zhang Tian, the Divine Ape Golden Body was the strongest defensive martial art. Now, several hundred years have passed, and it seems that no one can surpass the Divine Ape Golden Body in terms of defense. Legend has it that back then, the Overlord Martial Emperor begged Zhang Tiandi for several years in order to learn the Divine Ape Golden Body. In fact, the death of Zhang Tiandi back then was closely related to the Divine Ape Golden Body. It's said that the Divine Ape Golden Body is too powerful. The physical strength of alien races is already higher than that of humans, but with the Divine Ape Golden Body, even alien races that prioritize defense cannot compare to Zhang Tiandi. Xiaofan gasped, Then, if he was so strong, why did he die? Wasn't he a figure from the same era as the Overlord Martial Emperor? I have no access to such secrets, Lin Xianhua shook his head. However, there is another version of the story. Zhang Tiandi is not dead. He is just trying to cultivate the 14th form in a special way. But this statement is too mythical. Not many people believe it to be true. Besides, more than 300 years have passed. The Zhang family was destroyed decades ago, and Zhang Tiandi did not appear. So, who knows? Lin Xianhua shrugged. Xiaofan's expression was solemn. If the immortal flame was right, then his 1st move was the most important one. To put it another way, only I can reproduce the true power of the Divine Ape Golden Body. Then we must find the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th moves. Xiaofan said in a deep voice. Of course, who wouldn't want to get their hands on it? But the other party's talent is just too well hidden. Lin Xianhu pouted, feeling frustrated. Chapter 72 The Dreamer. The two lay on the hotel's large, soft, white bed, bathed in a soft, pinkish-yellow light. Xiaofan curled his lip and said, "There's such a talent? A quasi-god level, a visionary? Can it transform into any person or thing? And can it conjure weapons? Martial arts? And that guy has dozens of identities? How are we supposed to find him? But I'm quite curious, why would that guy stay in Thunder City even though he knew his identity had been exposed?" Lin Xianhua gently stroked Xiaofan's scar with her delicate hand and said softly, "Who knows?" At this moment, Xiaofan suddenly grasped Lin Xianhua's hand, his expression full of conflict. Lin Xianhua was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong, Fan? I could tell you were preoccupied just now." Xiaofan shook his head, his expression complicated. He was wondering whether he should tell Lin Xianhua that he possessed the divine ape golden body. "She is my woman. She helped me find the spark of life and even gave me her own demonic flame. And what have I given her? Accompany her through grueling training?" Xiaofan suddenly chuckled. Thinking about it, he realized he really wasn't a man. He had never given Xianhua any romance or surprises, while she had always been the one sacrificing for him. Then what is there to hesitate about? "Close your eyes, I have a surprise for you," Xiaofan said with a smile. Lin Xianhua's eyebrows showed some worry, but he still closed his eyes. "All right, open your eyes." Xiaofan had already taken out the golden page. Her captivating eyes slowly opened, and upon seeing the faint golden light before her, Lin Xianhua was taken aback. She then carefully scanned the contents of the light. Holy crap! Lin Xianhua was so shocked that she straightened up on the spot, her snow-white skin leaping out from under the covers. "Is this the first move? The first move of the divine ape golden body? How did it end up in your hands?" Xiaofan smiled and explained the matter of the Black Tiger gang back then. Lin Xianhua trembled with excitement and hugged Xiaofan tightly. "I love you," Lin Xianhua said sweetly, her eyes filled with deep affection. She finally understood Xiaofan's dilemma. This is the first move of the divine ape golden body, which is coveted by countless superpowers in the world. If he were exposed, Xiaofan might die a violent death tomorrow. But after hesitating for a moment, he decided to take it out for himself. She knew all too well what this meant. Who is Xiaofan? I still remember Xiaoyan saying that there was a thick wall in Xiaofan's heart because he was just a useless person with a one-star talent. No one respected him, no one had any expectations of him, and he never trusted anyone. Although the distance between us has lessened a lot since we got together, there is still some. But now, it's completely gone. The fact that Xiaofan would send him something that could very well cost him his life is enough to show that Xiaofan has no reservations about him and trusts him completely. Tears welled up in Lin Xianhua's eyes with emotion, and his lips trembled slightly. Pursuing Xiaofan was the best thing I ever did in my life. Xiaofan stroked the soft red hair affectionately and smiled. "You can start practicing the first move. That dreamer is staying in Thunder City, he must have some ulterior motive. Anyway, we're going to stay here, maybe we can find out what's behind him. Strive to enter the third stage before the Super God class begins." Lin Xianhua, with a happy smile on her face, nestled against Xiaofan like an adorable, obedient kitten, nodding gently. Then, the topic of their conversation suddenly became ambiguous, and the temperature seemed to rise even higher. Immortal fire is the best. The next day, both of them were refreshed. One continued to temper his lightning and cultivate the divine ape golden body, while the other went to find Ling Tianlei to collect some lightning seeds. Ling Tianlei arrived, but he was accompanied by a little girl who was as thin as a withered branch. She had big eyes and was hiding next to Ling Tianlei, looking at Xiaofan with fear. Xiaofan glanced at her and, after confirming that the little girl was alright, remarked, "When it comes to having fun, others really know how to play. Look, they've even started a nurturing system." Ling Tianlei remained silent all day, carrying the little girl on his back, as if he were pondering something. Xiaofan leisurely followed behind, killing and robbing as he pleased, and in one day he gained 3 storage rings and 2 first-tier lightning seeds. It's not very useful, but little by little, it adds up, and there's still about half a year left. But today, when Xiaofan killed the alien race himself, Ling Tianlei watched silently from the side, no longer making a ruckus and shouting about love and peace like he did yesterday. It seems that the dark industrial chain is gradually making Ling Tianlei understand the truth of this world. Last night, Xiaofan also learned about Ling Tianlei's family affairs from Xianhua. His mother suffered from depression after her brother died in battle, and her mental health has been severely compromised for many years. She has been acting erratically and has been brainwashing Ling Tianlei, telling him not to fight or kill unless he has to encounter an alien race. The mother wanted to smash her child's fangs, but the talent of annihilation lightning had already determined Ling Tianlei's fate. 2 years ago, his parents had a complete falling out and divorced. His father chose to leave with nothing and obtained custody of Ling Tianlei. You don't deserve to be a father. Do you really have to die on the battlefield? Ah, the mother screamed in despair. Ling Tianlei's father remained calm and said, I once stood in your shoes and thought there was nothing wrong with living an ordinary life. But Tianlei has already made his choice. A tiger cannot be contained. Your extreme education will only greatly increase the probability of him dying on the battlefield. Then in the evening, I went back to pick up my wife and we had a pleasant night. The next day, I was still feeling refreshed. The auction is about to begin. Xiao Fan made a phone call to Bai Zhuangzhuang. He also learned from Xianhua why the two had such a good relationship. The Bai family may be wealthy, but this world is not about money, but about strength. Both are important, but the former is ultimately weaker than the latter. So, in the capital city where powerful people gather, Bai Zhuangzhuang, who is fair-skinned and chubby and looks easy to bully, becomes the target of bullying. When others ran out of money, they would try to rob Bai Zhuangzhuang. Bai Zhuangzhuang didn't dare to refuse, and he didn't dare to go back and tell his father. It wasn't until he was cornered and robbed that he met Lin Xianhua. Lin Xianhu beat everyone up on the spot, and then came the words that Bai Zhuangzhuang would never forget. Follow me, and you'll never be bullied again. So, upon learning about the fragments of the divine ape golden body, Bai Zhuangzhuang immediately ran to tell Lin Xianhua that he wanted to give the best things to Sister Lin. Xiao Fan went downstairs, where Bai Zhuangzhuang was waiting, looking relaxed and yawning. Brother Fan. Bai Zhuangzhuang's face lit up with a smile when he saw Xiao Fan come down. Let's go. Xiao Fan chuckled, having a pretty good impression of the chubby boy. He patted Bai Zhuangzhuang's shoulder and was suddenly taken aback. The strength of the shoulder muscles was quite unexpected. Turns out this guy wasn't just chubby, he was actually strong. That's interesting. Bai Zhuangzhuang grinned and said proudly, since Sister Lin is working so hard, I can't fall behind. I want to go to the Super God class too. Okay. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, then suddenly noticed that the two mixed race people who had checked in with him a couple of days ago had also come downstairs. The four people stared at each other, then brushed past each other, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Xiao Fan frowned as he watched the two figures walk away, a feeling creeping into his mind that they were all heading to the same place. Moreover, it seems there will be quite a few entanglements. This was an intuition accumulated over the years. When Xiao Fan first saw the flat-chested woman, he felt something was off. Looking at it now. Forget it, I'm not going to the auction to buy any particular item, I'm going to buy martial arts techniques and lightning seeds. After leaving the house, the two put on black robes. Xiao Fan glanced at Bai Zhuangzhuang beside him. His belly was bulging high under his robes, making him hard to miss. Isn't this a little obvious? At this moment, Bai Zhuangzhuang took a deep breath, and the excess fat on his abdomen was actually sucked back in. Xiao Fan was somewhat taken aback and said, You can do that? Hee, isn't it a good thing to show weakness to the enemy, Brother Fan? Bai Zhuangzhuang asked rhetorically. This surprised Xiao Fan, who said, There's something there. Let's go. Both of them produced letters of recommendation. It would be too easy for Bai Zhuangzhuang to get one. Finally, they stepped into the noisy auction hall together. Chapter 73. Why are you challenging my allowance? The venue was brightly lit, spacious, and bustling with noise. Looking around, almost half the people were dressed in black, and the faces of the two mixed-race individuals were nowhere to be seen. Without a doubt. Xiao Fan gently stroked his seat. The chair was of high quality and gleamed with the light of money. He sat down next to Bai Zhuangzhuang and waited quietly. Soon, the auction began, and one item after another was sold. The atmosphere in the venue continued to heat up, and everyone was filled with anticipation, wondering what the next item would be. Next up was a 7th-tier lightning seed, and Xiao Fan didn't hesitate to start bidding. The price kept rising, and he finally won the contract for 500 million. Everyone in the room remembered this wealthy man. Next, a 6th-tier martial art with lightning elemental enhancement appeared. Xiao Fan bid again and finally won the bid at 300 million. People's impression of this man in black became even more profound. Task progress 1230. At this moment, Xiao Fan felt a gaze from the opposite side. His brows furrowed slightly beneath his black robe, and suddenly, his eyes narrowed. The other person has such a flat chest. Could this be that mixed-race person? Xiao Fan was a little curious, but he didn't think much of it, since it was none of his business. On the other side, Fang Qiqi frowned and said, Shepherd, that guy is so rich. Do you think he'll try to take that thing from us? Shepherd said calmly, don't worry, we've prepared plenty of money this time. Moreover, in the eyes of ordinary people, that thing is just a useless decoration. Fang Qiqi sighed, rested her chin on her hand, and stuck out her tongue, saying, do you think that thing might not even be here at all? The intelligence is accurate, it has flowed into this chamber of commerce, Mu Yang said in a deep voice. Since you know that, why don't you just go to the boss and buy it? Fang Qiqi raised an eyebrow. I don't understand. The people above said this matter is of great importance, and we must not alert the enemy under any circumstances. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them suddenly looked up. They're here. The beautiful auctioneer smiled sweetly and took out a dark green jade hairpin, which was extremely exquisite and beautiful, and made people feel happy just by looking at it. The only flaw was that there were some extremely tiny black spots on the hairpin. Look, everyone, although this jade hairpin has no medicinal properties, it is made of the purest black jade. As we all know, black jade is one of the rarest jades, and 1 gram is worth more than $100 federal. This jade hairpin weighs 200 grams and is decorated with just the right amount of embellishment. It would be an extremely suitable gift for a loved one. Starting bid, 200 million. Xiao Fan was stunned. Something that was completely useless to combat power was being sold for 200 million? Bai Zhuang, standing to the side, sighed inwardly, what a pity. If this jade didn't have those blemishes, it would definitely be a top-quality luxury item, perfect for picking up girls. Xiao Fan couldn't understand, and with a slight smirk, said, without blemishes, he's really worth 200 million? Bai Zhuang nodded slightly and said, the workmanship is excellent. It is clearly the work of a master craftsman. It's just that those spots are too glaring. Otherwise, 200 million would be too little. Xiao Fan, I don't understand the world of the rich. It is indeed beautiful. If it weren't for those unsightly black spots, he might have bought it with his own money and given it to Xianhua. The bidding quickly reached 300 million, and then the pace slowed down noticeably. At this moment, the man in black opposite Xiao Fan suddenly called out, 310 million. The person who had just made the bid immediately stood up angrily and said, 320 million. Let me tell you, don't try to take it from me, I'm giving it away as a gift. But the man in black continued bidding without hesitation, 400 million. Damn, 500 million. The man's forehead veins bulged with anger. The man in black took a deep breath and said, do you really need this jade hairpin? Humph, my woman loves ink-scented green jade the most. The man in black sneered and said, then it's 600 million. Let go, he doesn't belong to you. Now, the middle-aged man's face turned ashen, and he couldn't utter a sound. He was a simple and honest man who wanted to curse, but this auction house didn't allow it. Although he couldn't be beaten, he would be blacklisted, which would be very troublesome. Never mind. He sat down angrily, looking very unhappy. The auctioneer smiled slightly and said, 600 million per auction. Xiao Fan, sitting in the audience, suddenly frowned. He felt that spending 600 million to buy the jade hairpin was definitely a huge ripoff. The two mixed-race members of the Taiping cult seemed to have come to Fenglei City specifically to buy this stuff. Suddenly, Bai Zhuang frowned and said, Brother Fan, there's something strange about the jade hairpin. The spots on it aren't ordinary spots. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan didn't hesitate and shouted just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, 700 million. Fang Qiqi suddenly looked up and said, isn't it a bit too wasteful for you to spend 700 million to buy this ink-scented green jade hairpin? If my woman likes it, I'll buy it if she wants, Xiao Fan said casually. TCH. Fang Qiqi snorted and looked at the shepherd beside her. Without hesitation, the shepherd raised his sign. 800 million. Xiao Fan also raised a sign. 900 million. What's so special about that hairpin? Xiao Fan asked in a low voice. Bai Zhuang shook his head and said boldly, I can't see it clearly. Let's buy it first and then talk about it. At this moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Even the auctioneer and backstage staff looked stiff. Is this some kind of ghost? For them, not failing to sell this hairpin was a win, since the black spots on it were indeed unpleasant. So how much is it worth now? 1.8 billion? Holy crap! One audience member smirked and said, a jade hairpin with ink and green hues is worth that much money? Is there something wrong with this hairpin? Everyone realized that there must be something special about the hairpin. But, it has nothing to do with us, they're already asking for 2 billion. Everyone stared in disbelief at the two super rich people on either side, who were shouting as if money were no object. 25 billion. Fang Qiqi's tone suddenly rose, her anger clearly visible. Xiao Fan remained expressionless and was about to continue raising his sign when Bai Zhuangzhuang suddenly stopped him. He sighed, "Why would anyone dare to challenge my allowance? 50 billion. The sound wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly, and everyone wondered if they had misheard. The auctioneer looked puzzled and asked, how much did you just say?" Bai Zhuangzhuang calmly replied, 50 billion. The scene fell silent once again, and Fang Qiqi and Mu Yang both had blank and stiff expressions. "Is that how you call out prices?" Doubled instantly. Xiao Fan was completely dumbfounded. "Is this how money is spent? We may be rich, but we're not stupid. 2.5 billion, that's a difference of more than double. That can't be." After a brief silence, Fang Qiqi couldn't hold back any longer and roared, "What do you want this jade hairpin for? Spend 5 billion to buy it? Are you out of your mind?" Bai Zhuangzhuang chuckled and said, "Beautiful lady, I don't have any special skills. They're just rich. Money that you can never spend. Have you ever heard the saying? No amount of money can buy my happiness." The entire audience erupted in an uproar, wondering who this kid was and how he could be so arrogant. The middle-aged man who initially made the bid looked completely taken aback. 5 billion to buy a hairpin? Am I the one who's gone mad? Or are they the ones who've gone mad? The beautiful auctioneer was so excited she almost danced with joy. This round of profit-taking completely exceeded her wildest imagination. 5 billion to buy a single ink-scented green jade hairpin. If I can take 0.1%, that's 5 million, a huge sum of money. She smiled broadly, looking in Fang Qiqi's direction, hoping she would continue bidding. That gentleman just offered 5 billion. After waiting a few seconds without the other party speaking, the auctioneer slowly brought down the gavel. Bang! 50 billion once. Fang Qiqi's face was full of resentment. She was depressed, irritable, and confused. Are there anything wrong with these two? Why are you trying to take this hairpin from us? Damn it, you wouldn't use the hairpin even if we gave it to you. Can you even decipher the code on it? She felt so uncomfortable that she had chest tightness and almost couldn't catch her breath. She had heard the saying, 1,000 pieces of gold can't buy what I'm willing to do, but she had never seen anyone spend 5 billion to buy her. Shout, you still want to shout? Fang Qiqi looked helplessly at Mu Yang. The shepherd's face was also ashen. Who could have predicted such a thing would happen? Did I run into a hothead who spent 5 billion to snatch a useless hairpin from them? What's the point of shouting? I don't have money to shout. The shepherd was on the verge of tears and helplessly put down the sign in his hand. In the end, the ink-scented green jade hairpin ended up in Bai Zhuangzhuang's hands. Bai Zhuangzhuang and Xiao Fan exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with curiosity. They decided to leave early, all wanting to know what secret the hairpin held that made it worth the person opposite them spending so much money to buy it. Chapter 74. Not like the wanderings of youth. As the shepherd watched the two get up and leave, a sudden unease rose in his heart. Could they really know the secret behind the hairpin? Let's go. You stay with those two, I'm going to make a call to my superiors. Okay. Fang Qiqi nodded emphatically. The wind was somewhat noisy tonight, and the shepherd's heart was filled with anxiety. A phone call was made, and a strong, energetic voice came from the other end. Hey, little sheep, you got the hairpin, right? The shepherd said with extreme shame, my lord. I didn't get it. What? In the headquarters of the Taiping cult, the seventh apostle, Zhou Shang, suddenly sat up from his armchair and said in a deep voice, why didn't we get it? Shepherd Tiger trembled. He was a little scared because this was the first time he had seen this lord react so strongly after following the seventh apostle for so long. He quickly said, there was some hothead who suddenly started robbing us for some unknown reason, and he spent 5 billion. Zhou Shang's expression darkened slightly. He had the same thought as Mu Yang. Could the other party know about that matter? Although it's top secret, nothing stays hidden forever. Rob. What? Shepherd's expression changed slightly. Robbery inside Thunder City? Of course, otherwise why would I send Fang Qiqi? It's just in case, Zhou Shang said indifferently. But we are the Taiping cult. Shepherd was utterly confused. The Taiping cult is stealing things in Thunder City? If this gets out, their reputation built up over so many years will definitely be ruined. Zhou Shang took a deep breath and said, the code on the hairpin is related to something very important. It's perfectly normal to resort to some less than honorable methods for this purpose. This. Shepard suddenly felt his faith crumble. Even our typing divine cult would be like this? Zhou Shang noticed the other person's emotions and said with a faint smile, "Little lamb, where in this world are there absolutely clean hands? Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for whatever the consequences may be." At this moment, the shepherd's attitude suddenly became less respectful. He nodded and said indifferently, "Then, sir, I will do my best." Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Shang frowned, a shadow flashing in his eyes. He looked at the sacred mountain in the distance, which was faintly visible in the clouds and mist, with a subtle and mysterious look in his eyes. On the holy mountain, the pastor was sitting under a large, lush banyan tree, enjoying the breeze, with his legs crossed, drinking hot coffee in one hand and holding a copy of 300 Tang poems in the other. They exude a relaxed and carefree attitude. He would occasionally exclaim, "It's fucking well written. I wish I could write such beautiful poems." At that moment, a female secretary who was extremely sexy rushed over. "Your Excellency, Zhou Shang has gone mad. Listen to this call log." The female secretary opened the voice recorder, which showed a call that had just been interrupted. The conversation between Zhou Shang and Yang Mao was very clear. After listening, the female secretary looked at the pastor with a nervous expression. This phone call touches on the cult's bottom line. She stood there nervously, afraid that the priest would fly into a rage at any moment and come down the mountain to kill the seventh apostle. But after a long while, the pastor slowly recited a line, "I wanted to buy osmanthus blossoms and share wine, but it's nothing like the carefree days of my youth." After reading it aloud, he smiled broadly and exclaimed in admiration, "This line is absolutely brilliant, so wonderful." "Shan, what did you just say?" Gung Shan was taken aback and said, "Your Excellency, please listen to this." Seeing the recording equipment Gung Shan took out, the pastor curled his lip and said, "I don't want to listen, get out of here. Now is my pleasant afternoon tea time. No electronic devices, they'll spoil my reading atmosphere. Cough cough, damn it. This 300 Tang poems is a pirated copy. This poem is clearly from the Song dynasty. Alas, thousands of years have passed, and even I can't get my hands on an original copy of the book anymore. The wheels of history keep turning, and even such a great and prosperous era will turn to dust. Not much of the most beautiful cultural traces can be left behind. How sad, don't you think?" Gung Shan listened in a daze. It was not uncommon for the pastor to be so engrossed in classical poetry lately, but to neglect such an important matter because of it was truly incomprehensible. Within the Taiping cult, the trend of division has become increasingly apparent in recent years. Will those who once yearned for peace remain true to their original aspirations after gaining extraordinary power? The pastor looked up at the bright moon and the distant, endless sea of stars, a touch of melancholy in his eyes. "Brother, you left quite gracefully. Let me manage the cult, fine, you should already know what I'm going to do, so you won't blame me later, right?" Finally, he took out an old-fashioned notebook, which already had more than a dozen names on it. He wrote down one more, Zhou Shang. In Thunder City, Bai Zhuangzhuang had finished paying the bill. His brows were furrowed as he held his phone and said, "Wait, let me take a picture and send it to my dad so I can call him. I always remember seeing something that looks almost identical. I just can't remember." Xiao Fan stood aside, waiting for good news. The call was connected. "Hey Dad, did you see the photo I sent you?" "What's that?" Bai Duojin said in a deep voice, "The password is the exclusive encryption password of the Taiping Divine Sect. Can we crack it?" "Cannot." "Huh? Not even a little bit? If it can be cracked, is it still called an encrypted password? What do you take the Taiping cult for?" Bai Duojin's disdainful voice rang out. "Dad, do you think this thing might be related to the divine ape golden body?" "Maybe." "Hey, Dad, that's the golden body of the divine ape. Aren't you worried at all?" Bai Zhuangzhuang said anxiously. Bai Duojin scoffed, "What's the use of being anxious? How many forces have fought over the divine ape golden body martial art for so many years? So what if you get the second, third, and fourth moves? There's no need to rush until the first move comes out. What important thing could I possibly entrust to you? You little idiot." Bai Zhuangzhuang's face stiffened, feeling his self-esteem had been insulted, and he thought aggrievedly, what kind of father is this? Xiao Fan, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time he had ever seen a father call his child a little idiot, and the tone was so natural, as if he were stating a fact. After hanging up the phone, Bai Zhuangzhuang looked at Xiao Fan with a helpless expression and said, "There is indeed something mysterious about it. But, as you also heard, the mystery has nothing to do with us." Xiao Fan chuckled and said, "So you mean you wasted 50 billion? The money is fine," Bai Zhuangzhuang sighed, "but not knowing the secrets inside makes me feel really uneasy." Xiao Fan nodded slightly. At this moment, he was 100% certain that the people who had just bid against them were the two mixed-race individuals who were staying at the same hotel as him. Their goal is the code on this hairpin. Is it related to the golden body of the divine ape? We absolutely have to get it. The first move is in his hands. Moreover, Xiao Fan thought that if he used the second, third, and fourth moves to exchange for the fifth, sixth, and seventh moves from the Bai family, he would have 7 moves. Damn, how tough would that be? He could probably pin Quang Xing to the ground and rub him against it at will. Suddenly, a sharp force came from behind. Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. What the hell? Would anyone dare to make a move here? He suddenly dodged to the side, looking at the Catwoman in front of him with an uncertain expression. A woman was seen lying on all fours, wearing a strangely made black dress, and her movements and eyes were like those of a feline. Are you fucking crazy? Xiao Fan cursed angrily. If this guy's strength is too great and he touches the threshold of that protective shield, then we'll all be dead. Fang Qiqi, however, did not communicate with Xiao Fan at all, and charged up with all her might. Their movements were swift as the wind, their target being the storage ring in Xiao Fan's hand. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed, his attention became highly focused, and he immediately began to counterattack. The two were entangled together, seemingly intimate, but in reality, they harbored boundless murderous intent. Xiao Fan's escape technique was also very well practiced. In this narrow and cramped alley, the man in black fought with the Catwoman, retreating as they fought. Both of them moved with lightning speed, but without any strength whatsoever. At this moment, Fang Qiqi was extremely shocked. Her talent was to have the speed and reaction of a cat. With the addition of training, she believed that she was absolutely the best in the world when it came to snatching things. But now, the opponent's reaction speed, movements, and combat awareness are ridiculously strong. So far, I haven't been able to touch his storage ring. Xiao Fan snorted coldly, turned around, and ran, deciding to rush straight into the street. I refuse to believe that this madman would dare to act recklessly in a crowded place. Bai Zhuangzhuang, who was standing to the side, was stunned by the fight between the two and by the Catwoman's behavior. The other party must be here to steal the jade hairpin from Mo Xiang, but... He really wanted to say, that ink-scented green jade hairpin is in my hands. It's no use for you to steal Xiao Fan's storage ring. Chapter 75 Boss Bai. Xiao Fan's combat abilities far exceeded Catwoman's expectations. She thought she could easily get the other party's storage ring, but what happened? At this moment, Xiao Fan had already retreated to the street. Although there were few people around, the Catwoman dared not go any further. She stared intently at Xiao Fan, who was dressed in black, and heard a helpless voice in her ear, "Forget it, let's go." Catwoman turned and left, filled with resentment. She and the shepherd are a top-notch duo. They went on missions together when they were 14, and now at 20, they've never failed in 6 years. She suffered a setback today, which hurt her self-esteem. There's definitely something wrong. Catwoman sneered. You saw it yourself, this guy is too strange. In this day and age, not many people would practice martial arts moves and routines with such dedication. What the hell? How did I end up running into a guy like this? If we were outside the city, I would have easily crushed him. No, you can't. A sharp glint flashed in Shepard's eyes. You don't believe me? The Catwoman crossed her arms, pouted haughtily, and looked resentful. The two stood on the edge of the rooftop, and Shepard said calmly, "Haven't you thought of that yet? Those two guys, one is Xiao Fan, and the other is Bai Zhuangzhuang, the eldest young master of the Bai group." Catwoman was taken aback, suddenly recalling the scene before leaving the hotel. A look of shock appeared on her face. No wonder these two could come up with 5 billion. I see. If it were Xiao Fan, she really wouldn't be confident of winning. He's a monster who can go toe-to-toe with the 8th pick. But, why? Why did they buy hairpins? The shepherd scoffed, who knows? Have you lost your mind? It's quite possible that it was actually intended as a gift for women. As far as I know, Bai Zhuangzhuang and Lin Xianhua have an extremely good relationship, like siblings. For him, 5 billion is just a drop in the ocean. Perhaps we'll see that hairpin in Lin Xianhua's hair the very next day. Anyway, now that we know who has the hairpin, it's a blessing in disguise. Today, Lin Xianhua's divine ape golden body has made great progress. After all, it is only the first form. At her level and with this training intensity, it is very easy for her to practice. The energy intensity that the quenching pool can withstand has increased by another level, bringing us one step closer to unlocking the third stage. She excitedly hugged Xiaofan's hand, like a spoiled little girl, and the two of them beamed with happiness on the street. Bai Zhuang booked a room at the hotel, and the two of them went straight into that room after returning to the hotel. Xiaofan keenly sensed that two pairs of eyes were watching him when he entered the hotel. He did not react, but he already understood that the two mixed-race people must have known his identity. Upon entering the room, Bai Zhuang held the ink-scented green jade hairpin, looking utterly bewildered. "I can't see anything." Lin Xianhua got goosebumps all over her body. She had a bit of trypophobia. Although the jade hairpin was very beautiful, the dense black dots on it were still a bit hard for her to accept. At this moment, Xiaofan sat down and said in a deep voice, "Has it been confirmed that, apart from the people of the Taiping Divine Sect, no one else can crack this code?" Bai Zhuang sighed and said, "This password is not as simple as a permutation and combination. It requires special equipment to scan, and to activate this equipment, identity verification is required. Therefore, it is impossible for outsiders to crack it." Xiaofan nodded slightly and said, "Actually, I have a solution. I just need a little help." Bai Zhuang and Lin Xianhua looked over curiously and asked, "What method?" "Give this jade hairpin back to them," Xiaofan said with a light laugh. Bai Zhuang frowned and asked, "And then?" "Then you go and set up an over-the-top monitoring system," Xiaofan said calmly. "Holy crap!" Bai Zhuang was shocked and said, "Brother Fan, are you going to peek into their bedroom?" "Yes." Xiaofan nodded slightly. "Can you get your hands on an over-the-scope rate monitoring device?" The Taiping cult must be very careful. The surveillance would be through at least one or two walls. Bai Zhuang said in a deep voice, I'll call my dad." Xiaofan chuckled. This guy perfectly exemplified the saying, "When in doubt, turn to your father." "Hey, what's up now?" Bai Duojin's voice was full of impatience. It was the middle of the night, and he was doing something important. "Dad, I want to get one," Bai Zhuang said quickly. After listening, Bai Duojin cursed, "You have to call me for this kind of trivial matter? Just call Lao Wan directly." "Hey, wait, what do you need this for? You wouldn't be thinking of returning that hairpin to the Taiping cult so you can spy on them?" Yes, is it not a good idea?" Bai Zhuang said somewhat reservedly. "No." Bai Duojin shook his head and frowned. "I just didn't expect you to have this kind of brain. I never noticed before." Bai Zhuang said awkwardly, Dad, it wasn't my idea." "I knew it, it was Xiaofan, wasn't it?" Bai Duojin chuckled. Xiaofan frowned. At this moment, Bai Zhuang handed over the phone and said, "My dad wants to talk to you." "Okay." Xiaofan nodded and took it. "Young Master Xiao." Bai Duojin's voice was suddenly filled with a smile, a stark contrast to his attitude towards his own son. But Xiaofan dared not be careless. Merchants are all ruthless. "Hello, Boss Bai." Xiaofan behaved very obediently. "Alright, I understand people like you. I just wanted to tell you that my son is good for nothing and not very capable. He'll easily get bullied if he goes out. I hope you can help take care of him. I heard you need amplification type martial arts. I'll have someone send a few over while I'm at it," Bai Duojin said calmly. Xiaofan's pupils suddenly contracted, an ominous premonition rose from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and he was instantly soaked in cold sweat. These days, he has been too careless, searching everywhere for amplification type martial arts without any concealment. Others can easily find out, and combined with the fact that one's own venerable level talent is so strong, wouldn't everyone wonder if they have a way to quickly cultivate martial arts? Will they come and steal it? Xiaofan reacted quickly, sighing, "It's frustrating. After my battle with Kuang Xing, I realized my magic resistance was too weak, so I wanted to try my luck and see if I could find something with magic resistance. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't very good." Bai Duojin smiled faintly. "If you want to pick out martial arts with anti-magic attributes from the amplification category, that's a bit difficult. By the way, Xiaofan, be careful. Thunder City is not human territory. You've been there for so many days, it's about time you were exposed to the alien races." Xiaofan nodded slightly. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Bai. That's all for now, I'm hanging up. Bai Duojin smiled and hung up the phone. However, Lin Xianhua keenly noticed that Xiao Fan's expression was somewhat unnatural. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll start the plan once your surveillance equipment arrives. Okay. Bai Zhuangzhuang nodded quickly and watched the two leave. Back in the room, Lin Xianhua looked worried and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Fan sighed and said, "You and Wang Xingxian value me so much that I have the illusion that all elders are good people." Hearing this, Lin Xianhua roughly understood. Of course she knew that Xiao Fan had a secret, but she didn't care. For a woman, it's enough to be sure that the other person truly loves her. Actually, Xiao Fan, you don't need to worry about Boss Bai. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Boss Bai is a ruthless man, Lin Xianhua said in a deep voice. If he has his eye on something about you, he won't show it. He'll just find an opportunity to kill you all at once before you even realize how serious things are. Xiao Fan frowned and said, "So, he wasn't threatening me? Is it a reminder to me?" Lin Xianhua nodded and said, "That should be true. The circle in the capital is very, very large. Our family is at most above average. My father told me that there are many things in the quagmire of the capital that even Wang Xingxian cannot control. You've stepped into the limelight, be careful. Relax, although Mr. Bai is a businessman, he loves his son very much. Because I helped his son, Mr. Bai helped our Lin family a lot." Chapter 76 The Truth. The next day, I felt refreshed. Those who need tempering, temper them. Those who need robbery, rob them. On this day, Xiao Fan clearly sensed that Ling Tianlei seemed even angrier. His brows furrowed deeper each day, and he only seemed a little more relaxed when he held the little girl's hand. "Are you all right?" Xiao Fan finally couldn't help but ask. Ling Tianlei shook his head and said, "It's nothing. There are some questions I need to figure out myself." Xiao Fan nodded and sighed, "Life is short, do what you want to do. You have hands and feet, don't let yourself be bound by inexplicable things. It's not good to see you getting angrier every day." "Maybe not." Ling Tianlei chuckled self-deprecatingly. Xiao Fan said no more and began his robbery plan for the day. Standing at a distance, the little girl Yuanan asked curiously, "Lord Ling, isn't it said that a person can only possess one type of lightning seed at most? He absorbs other lightning elements every day, how come he's fine?" Ling Tianlei said calmly, "Super geniuses cannot be judged by the standards of ordinary people. Everyone has their own secrets, and so do I." "What is your brother's secret?" Yuanan asked again. "Brother." Ling Tianlei said calmly, "Brother is actually very strong." "Huh?" Yuanan was completely bewildered. Was this really a secret? She felt like her brother was trying to make her look good. Ling Tianlei didn't explain, he just watched as Xiao Fan snatched the thunder seed, and then took him to find the thunder seed again. The day's harvest was good. They managed to snatch 2 Tier 1 items, 1 Tier 2 item, and 7 storage rings, though unfortunately, none of them contained any amplification-type martial arts techniques. As for Lin Xianhua, with the daily tempering of lightning, the cultivation progress of the divine ape golden body is getting higher and higher. It should be able to reach perfection in another half-month, which makes her very excited. Catwoman and Shepherd were frustrated. They followed these people every day, watching their boring lives, but they still hadn't seen the jade hairpin. No way? Could they have lost the ink fragrance jade hairpin? Ugh, whatever, I'll just keep watching. Finally, a week later, Xiao Fan collected a martial arts manual that could enhance amplification. Current task progress, 1330. After excitedly picking up his wife, he received a call from Bai Zhuangzhuang. "The goods have arrived," Bai Zhuangzhuang said excitedly. Everyone quickly gathered around, and then they saw Bai Zhuangzhuang's storage ring flash, revealing an extremely tiny, strangely shaped camera. After glancing at the instructions, Xiao Fan immediately began experimenting, and he was indeed able to see what was happening inside through the wall. Furthermore, it doesn't emit any electronic signals and can't be detected by anyone. Most importantly, it can change shape, for example, turning into a wall brick. Who could tell that? Xiao Fan suddenly began to worry. What if someone was eavesdropping on him when he was doing something important at night? But Bai Zhuangzhuang quickly dispelled Xiao Fan's worries. "My dad went to great lengths to get his hands on this. The entire Federation produces less than 100 of them." Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow and said, "Another item that's priceless and unavailable?" "Of course." Bai Zhuangzhuang proudly raised his head. Xiao Fan was puzzled. Was his father really that helpful? Was he willing to pay such a high price just to find out the secret information on a jade hairpin? Suddenly, Bai Zhuangzhuang took out another storage ring and grinned. This was given to you by my father. Me? Xiao Fan was startled and put it away. Finally, the couple went back to their room, and Bai Zhuangzhuang went home, planning to start his operation tomorrow. It's very simple. Xiao Fan went out first, and then Lin Xianhua pretended to be anxious, wearing a jade hairpin, and also went out of the city to find Xiao Fan. That Catwoman would definitely have her eye on Lin Xianhua. The Catwoman's close quarters combat and stealth skills were superb, and she must have thought that stealing a jade hairpin from Lin Xianhua would be no problem. After the two left, Xiao Fan went back and installed the camera, which was the safest way. Finally, two more people followed from behind to ensure Lin Xianhua's safety. Inside the room, bathed in the warm, pale yellow light, Xiao Fan sat on a soft chair, with Lin Xianhua, dressed in a maid outfit, sitting on his lap. The two snuggled together, their relationship quite intimate and ambiguous. At this moment, Xiao Fan took out the ring that Boss Bai had given him. The ring flashed. Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted as 5 amplification-type martial arts manuals appeared on the table, along with a 7-star lightning seed and a letter. He quickly picked up the letter, opened the envelope, and read it with Lin Xianhua. To be opened by Xiao Fan. During our previous phone call, I was worried about being overheard, so I didn't dare say much. Xiao Fan, what I want to tell you is that you are the key to my success this time. Xiao Fan's pupils dilated, and he quickly continued to look. Zhuangzhuang is no match for a savage like you, and he can't beat the other opponents, so I sent him to find Miss Lin, which is essentially the same as sending him to find you. I can tell you with absolute certainty that the information on the jade hairpin is the whereabouts of that dreamer and the golden body of the divine ape. The typing cult is not peaceful. Internal strife has gradually emerged in recent years, and many things have been leaked out, including the mission of those two half-bloods. That dreamer was originally a member of the typing divine cult, but no one suspected that his identity was fake. It was all for those few forms of the divine ape golden body. The martial arts manual was stolen, and the typing divine cult was alarmed. They immediately sent people to investigate, and it took them 20 years to confirm that the dreamer lived in Thunder City. In the end, the cult disciple was killed, but the information remained on the jade hairpin and was transmitted. But then something even more interesting happened. Someone within the typing cult said that the golden body of the divine ape was just a facade, and that the visionary's true aim was something far more powerful. That thing is very likely in Thunder City, but the dreamer has searched for 20 years without finding it. These key points allow me to roughly guess what it is, but I still find it hard to believe and can't be sure. But if the truth is really as I suspect, it will inevitably spark a major war. Your current strength is not enough to participate in that level of battle. However, none of this concerns us. A good businessman only seeks limited profits. So, all I need is for you to help me obtain the second, third, and fourth forms of the divine ape golden body, which will also help you in the process. If you truly succeed, I will give you a great gift. Finally, I want to remind you that you have too many secrets, and they are all too important. How did I consciously enter a state of selflessness at the age of 18? How is element overlap achieved? How does an all-around talent grant such immense power? These secrets have tempted many people, and someone above is already watching you, but Chen Qingsheng has suppressed their advances. Don't go out of Thunder City if you don't have to. I'll send someone to pick you up after the class starts. Read and then burn. Finally, in case Xiao Fan didn't believe it, there was also Chen Qingsheng's seal. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, and a flame rose in his hand, instantly turning the letter to ashes. He leaned back in his chair and exchanged a glance with Lin Xianhua. Both of them were somewhat nervous. Alright, with Chen Qingsheng vouching for us, there's no doubt that Boss Bai is on our side. But a storm is brewing. Xiao Fan took a deep breath to calm himself down, then raised his hand to absorb the lightning seed in the vessel. While absorbing the knowledge, he picked up the 5 martial arts manuals. Xiao Fan was shocked. There were 4 amplification-type books. And all of them were at the 6th rank. Moreover, their effects were impeccable, including magic resistance, magic penetration, and strength enhancement. Although the 5th book wasn't an amplification-type book, it was the one that excited Xiao Fan the most. Concealment Technique, a 7th-tier martial art. It has 2 effects, concealing one's aura and concealing one's figure, just like the poison, only it is definitely not as powerful as the poison's innate ability, but it is already excellent for Xiao Fan. These big shots really know what they want. After entering all the data, Xiao Fan leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and looked serious. What he remembers most clearly is the middle part of the text. The secret within the golden body of the divine ape may involve a great battle that you are not even qualified to participate in. What exactly will be involved? Forget it, if it has nothing to do with me, why should I care? Just do as Boss Bai says, find that dreamer and steal the divine ape golden body. I glanced at the system. Current task progress 1730. These 4 books are 6th tier, so the increase is quite significant. Combined with the previous ones, after completing all of them, I should be able to gain 8,900 kilograms of strength. Isn't this very close to the brutal torture of that time? Xiao Fan snorted lightly. He was confident that he could defeat Kuang Xing now. However, it's hard to say. During this period, the world's top geniuses are working frantically, and their progress may not be slower than yours. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Xiao Fan grabbed her slender waist and tossed the soft, angelic woman onto the bed. The celestial beauty also wore a teasing expression, as if inviting one to pick her as you please. Thank you all for the gifts. 1,000 thoughts, and Ching? 2-0, waiting for the moon to shine over the overpass, kindergarten taxi driver, 9-headed dragon who loves roasted ribs, Madame Jin of Tianjing Lake, Su Yuanhao who loves Sichuan sausage, Yuan Shenjun, and Mei Chuan who loves mango chicken strips. Chapter 77. The plan is going smoothly. The morning is refreshing. People will still rob money as usual, and they will still be subjected to lightning strikes as usual. The plan was to be implemented at night, since it's dark and windy then, making it easier to secretly install cameras. That day, Xiao Fan suddenly noticed that Ling Tianlei seemed to be in a good mood, not so irritable anymore, and even hummed a song. The little girl next to him was all smiles, with a light makeup on her face. However, Ling Tianlei didn't seem as dignified as before. He appeared somewhat nonchalant. But it has nothing to do with Xiao Fan. He can grab what he wants and absorb the lightning seeds as he pleases. My luck was off the charts again today. I picked up 3 Tier 2 Thunder Seeds, some martial arts manuals, and an amplification manual. Xiao Fan wasn't in a hurry to advance the great demon scripture. He already had over 5 billion in his pocket. If all else failed, he could sweep through the heavenly martial pavilion and grab a little more, which should be enough to break through to the 9th level. As dusk approached, Xiao Fan, enjoying the rare moment when the sunset wasn't covered by dark clouds, stretched leisurely, basking in the long-lost warmth. Then, turned back. The plan begins. Bai Zhuangzhuang found Lin Xianhua in a hurry. The two seemed to say something and then rushed home. The catwoman who was staking out the spot frowned, wondering if something unexpected had happened. She quickly followed Lin Xianhua back to the hotel, hiding in the night where no one could find her. Then, Lin Xianhua appeared. Catwoman's pupils suddenly contracted, her face filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy, because Lin Xianhua had that black jade hairpin pinned to his hair. She immediately tried to snatch it, but Lin Xianhua was walking down the street and she didn't have a chance to make a move. But judging from this route, it seems, we're heading out of the city? Catwoman immediately contacted Shepard, and the two of them followed quietly without saying a word. After leaving the city, Catwoman thought that stealing Lin Xianhua's hairpin would be a piece of cake. Among the younger generation, there's a unique individual like Xiao Fan. Who else is like her? Even if Lin Xianhua realized what was happening, there was nothing he could do. Miss Lin has been tempering her lightning these days. Why did she suddenly leave the city tonight? Mu Yang asked curiously. Catwoman raised an eyebrow and said, something must have happened to Xiao Fan. Recently, a legend about a dog king has emerged in Fenglei City, but I know that it's Xiao Fan. He's out there robbing and killing alien races every day. Looks like we're being targeted now. Moreover, Xiao Fan always comes back to pick up Lin Xianhua after finishing his work every day, but he didn't today. It's obvious that Xiao Fan has been arrested. Xiao Fan could be arrested? Mu Yang was somewhat incredulous. Thunder City is full of hidden talents, what's impossible? Catwoman chuckled. At the same time, another familiar and graceful figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. Xia Linqing slowly emerged from the shadows, her eyes devoid of any emotion. The torment she had endured during this period had left her in unbearable agony. She didn't want to continue like this any longer. She needed to find a solution. Her feelings for Xiao Fan had almost become an instinct. She couldn't stop thinking about him, and every time she thought of that figure, her heart would pound wildly with excitement and agitation, just like a young girl in the throes of first love. This nearly drove her to a breakdown. That's my enemy. He killed me once. She looked it up and found out it's called Stockholm Syndrome, which is very strange and practically anti-biological. How could such a disease exist? Why did I get this disease? But this illness has greatly affected her life, and she has to find a solution no matter what. She can't let things continue like this. Finally, she found a good solution. Kill Lin Xianhua, kill Xiao Fan's woman, then kidnap Xiao Fan back to the alien race and make him fall in love with you. If he can't resist, then accept him completely. As it turns out, this method is a good one. Because whenever she thinks about this, she feels very happy and even full of expectations for the future. So, as soon as she heard that Xiao Fan was in Thunder City, she came. Many alien races know about this, but those who are strong enough are too lazy to go. They don't care about the resources. Besides, Xiao Fan's situation is special. He has no potential and will become just another ordinary person in a few years. Those who weren't strong enough, even knowing that Xiao Fan had Assassin Star in his possession, didn't dare to go. Only she came. However, the alien race knew that Chen Qiansheng was aware of Xia Linqing's special nature, so it was impossible for him to let her act alone. A mature and alluring woman walked out. Lu Qingqing, a blood demon of the king, is at the great perfection of the Fifth Order. Although she is not a super genius, her realm has reached the limit that Wind and Thunder City can withstand. She is definitely a notch stronger than a super genius at the early stage of the Lesser Grandmaster. She smiled sweetly. As a seasoned lover, although she didn't know the truth or what illness it was, she was certain that this little woman loved Xiao Fan to death and was now going to kill Xiao Fan's woman and force him to marry her. Let's go! Lu Qingqing licked her lips, her purple pupils captivating. Countless men along the way couldn't resist her charms and their legs went weak at the sight of this alluring woman. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan had already returned to the hotel and was installing the camera. He had thought about it countless times in his mind, so he easily completed this part of the plan, turning the camera into a tile of the same color as the exterior wall and embedding it there without any sense of incongruity. Finally, I dusted off my hands and set off. Outside the city, Lin Xianhua and Bai Zhuangzhuang were excellent actors. As soon as they stepped out, they sped off frantically, their faces full of anxiety, looking left and right. Of course, to ensure safety, Bai Zhuangzhuang wore a hidden watch on his wrist, which was actually a source energy detector, and a very high-end one at that, the kind that money can't buy. Without exceptionally sophisticated concealment techniques, it's absolutely impossible to evade detection. I'm just 2,000 meters above you. Suddenly, Xiao Fan's voice came through Lin Xianhua's earpiece. Okay. Lin Xianhua replied calmly. At this moment, Catwoman set off, while Shepard, not far away, held an old black book with a cross on the cover, his expression serious and solemn. This time, we absolutely cannot allow any more problems. Catwoman was incredibly fast. Without the threat of the protective shield, she went all out. Xiao Fan in the sky activated his clairvoyance, his gaze sharp and his expression serious. This woman is stronger than I imagined. She's about as fast as me. Watch out, Catwoman moved. A point of light also appeared on by Zhuangzhuang's detector, which Lin Xianhua also keenly noticed. But they continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Catwoman has arrived. Fang Qiqi grinned, her hand already resting on Lin Xianhua's hair. She grasped it, pulled it out, and Fang Qiqi smiled triumphantly. Succeed! In the distance, Mu Yang saw that Lin Xianhua seemed to have not even reacted yet. When he saw the jade hairpin fall into Fang Qiqi's hand, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. The mission went a little wrong, but thankfully it got back on track in the end. But then, the shepherd's pupils suddenly contracted, and an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, the ground beneath Lin Xianhua's feet cracked. Bai Zhuangzhuang suddenly raised the detector in his hand, and a powerful force was emanating from underground. He clenched his fist, channeling his power into the detector, and a protective shield instantly formed. But with a snap, it was pierced through by a mysterious force. But it did block them for a moment, giving the people in the arena enough time to react. Two rushed forward suddenly, and one retreated suddenly. In the middle, a ball of golden threads broke through the ground and solidified into a human shape. Those who witnessed all of this suddenly contracted their pupils. Xia Lincheng. She can actually turn into threads? At this moment, Xia Lincheng floated between the three, his eyes fixed on Lin Xianhua. She did die once, but she became stronger. The strength of the golden threads increased, and her physical body could actively transform into threads. With this kind of strength, she can definitely defeat Xiao Fan, because his assassination star is ineffective against her. But the woman in front of him was the most important thing. Xia Lincheng's eyes were filled with the fire of jealousy. She has a great figure and looks that perfectly match human aesthetics, but she's not bad herself either. Why is Xiao Fan so fond of her? These days, she watched Xiao Fan come to pick up Lin Xianhua every day. The two chatted and laughed all the way, looking very happy. She fantasized countless times about how wonderful it would be if she were the one being led by the hand. Dare to touch Xiao Fan, you dog woman, I will kill you. Xia Linqing had already lost her mind, and the golden silk thread in her hand swept wildly. At this moment, Lin Xianhua's anger also surged. Because she realized that this guy was there to steal her man. Court Death. Chapter 78 Online Viewing. Xiao Fan was completely dumbfounded, even from the sky. He naturally knew what the two women below were fighting for, but he couldn't understand why Xia Linqing was so crazy. He had heard about Xia Linqing's condition before, but now it seems he's clearly in a state of mental illness. But we can't worry about that now, let's get down there and talk about it later. Below, a battle between the two women is about to erupt. Lin Xianhua swung the fire god blade fiercely, but the power of the second stage was no match for the thread. She was furious to discover that all she could do was desperately resist. And if she lost focus, her life was in danger at any moment. Does that mean I can't beat her? This enraged her, and she unleashed her berserk fury, hacking and slashing relentlessly. In the distance, Catwoman had already taken refuge in a safe spot, watching the battle between the two women and secretly clicking her tongue in amazement. What kind of magic does Xiao Fan possess that makes these two women, both so outstanding, fight to the death over him? Who knows? Shepard sighed, a hint of envy in his eyes. What kind of look is that? Catwoman narrowed her eyes slightly. Huh? What? Shepard started to pretend to be stupid. Catwoman scoffed, you can sleep on the floor tonight. No, the shepherd wanted to cry. At that moment, a beam of bright light descended from the sky. Fire Dragon Token. A pillar of fire split the battlefield. Xiao Fan stood beside Lin Xianhua, put his arm around her waist, and asked in a deep voice, are you all right? Lin Xian's chest heaved with anger, her face flushed, and she said, it's nothing. I'll keep fighting her. Those are aliens, it's normal that we can't beat them right now. Xiao Fan comforted him. Lin Xianhua clenched his fists tightly, but eventually let them go and took a long breath to calm himself down. She is no longer that little girl who would fly into a rage at the drop of a hat. She has learned to accept reality that she can't win now, but not being able to win now doesn't mean she can't win in the future. Moreover, Wang Xingxian had given Xiao Fan a task, to lure Xia Linqing over, so he couldn't let things go wrong. But Xia Linqing was even more furious. Seeing the two of them walking so close, right in front of her, she lost her temper on the spot. Ah! With a roar, his arms transformed into golden threads and swept out. Furthermore, Lu Qingqing seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, intending to take Xiao Fan's head directly. Xia Linqing's affection for Xiao Fan has absolutely nothing to do with me. Besides, killing Xiao Fan is an order from above. She was indeed ill, but she didn't realize that perhaps killing Xiao Fan was a cure. Xiao Fan also sensed the sneak attack from behind. Although it was unexpected, it wasn't a big problem. He chuckled, then took Lin Xianhua's hand with one hand and raised the other. The next second. Call out. A shuttle flew past them, and a pair of strong arms pulled Xiao Fan up. It turned out that Bai Zhuang, who had been ignored by everyone, had already taken out his flying shuttle, grabbed the two of them, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The third law of combat: clearly understand your objective, accomplish it, and leave. On the ground, Xia Linqing and Lu Qingqing's attacks both missed, leaving them both stunned. The Catwoman and the shepherd in the distance were even more shocked. You can do that? Just run away? In the sky, aboard the flying shuttle, Bai Zhuang got goosebumps all over his body and said, that was really dangerous. That woman was abnormally strong. Xiao Fan's expression turned solemn. After Xia Linqing died once, his combat power actually underwent a qualitative leap. The more he died, the stronger he became? Isn't this the undying flame? The situation was complicated at the time. Although he himself was not afraid, Bai Zhuang and Lin Xianhua might be affected, since that woman had already gone mad. A crazy woman is the most terrifying. Besides, that's outside the city, a place where life and death are at your own risk, with too many uncertainties, so we might as well just leave. After all, the plan has been completed. Otherwise, perhaps we could try to complete Wang Xingxian's mission. Lin Xianhua, with her flawless legs propped up on Xiao Fan's body, looked somewhat dejected. Xiao Fan knew exactly what she was thinking. It was one thing to encounter a rival in love, but to be unable to defeat him was bound to be an unbearable feeling. Put yourself in his shoes. If he encountered a rival who liked Lin Xianhua and ended up getting beaten up, well. Xiaofan stroked her back and smiled, she's just a bit special. When you find the fire seed and the fire god blade advances, you'll be able to sever her threads. Hearing this, Lin Xianhua leaned against Xiaofan's shoulder, her eyes still filled with disappointment. Her slightly sad appearance was truly heartbreaking. Finally, back at the hotel, Bai Zhuangzhuang tactfully left. In the room, Xiaofan and Lin Xianhua were watching 4K ultra-high-definition video footage. Xianhua, dressed in sexy lingerie, sat on Xiaofan's lap, held in his arms, and was incredibly obedient. Xiaofan patted her head and laughed, "Don't worry, I don't want to be castrated by the golden threads. You and Xiao Yan together are already my limit, especially since you've become increasingly formidable lately." Hearing this, Lin Xianhua finally smiled and giggled, "You're so annoying. Don't you like me like that?" "Of course I like it, how could I not?" Xiaofan said with a beaming smile. At that moment, the television screen in front of me flashed. Catwoman took off her clothes, revealing an extremely revealing lingerie set, but it was still a step below fairy fires. It was only then that Xiaofan noticed that they were sleeping in a double room, and that they were a couple. "Don't touch me." On the screen, Catwoman arrogantly slapped away Shepard's hand. The man who usually had a cold expression had suddenly become a sycophant. "Wha? Master Qi, please don't be angry, little brother knows he was wrong. TCH, aren't you very envious of Xiaofan? Don't you want two girls to fight over you?" "No, you're mistaken." The Shepherd started acting cute, which made Xiaofan and Lin Xianhua both gasp in surprise. Is that really a straight man who's all about toughness able to pull off that pose? "No, I have to punish you." Fang Qiqi snorted and pressed a switch on the bedside table. A hidden cabinet peeks out from the wall. Both Xiaofan and his wife were startled. Damn, they really know how to play. Xiaofan clicked his tongue in amazement. What man could stand that? Won't you suffocate? Hey, look, what's that on the bedside table? Xiaofan pointed excitedly. What the heck, he's on drugs? Lin Xianhua's expression was priceless. Sigh, this is the consequence of not exercising your body. Xiaofan smiled contemptuously. Finally, after tormenting the Shepherd for 2 whole hours, Catwoman finally put him down and got down to business. At this moment, these two perverted lovers finally produced the jade hairpin. Xiaofan and Lin Xianhua quickly focused their attention and saw that the exhausted Shepherd took out a flashlight-like object from his storage ring. After pressing his fingerprint, the flashlight shone and slowly swept across the jade hairpin. At this moment, above the jade hairpin, a line of text appeared. His most important disguise is Zhu Xing. Without hesitation, people on both sides began searching for the name Zhu Xing. The results came out quickly. Zhu Xing, the president of the Xianyun Chamber of Commerce, died in an accident 5 years ago. Shepard's eyes darkened as he said, sure enough, once that guy realized he was being watched by the church, he immediately changed his identity again. No, Xiaofan shook his head and said, identities can be changed at will, but why is he involved with the Construction Business Association? For that ultimate secret. Perhaps Zhu Xing is dead, but there must be another person who inherited Zhu Xing's network of interests and is helping him find the secret that Boss Bai mentioned. Unless this dreamer is ruthless enough to give up everything, but judging from the timeline, the divine ape golden body was stolen 20 years ago. He dedicated 15 years to the Xianyun Chamber of Commerce. No normal person would be willing to give up so easily. Chapter 79 Ling Tianlei becomes Boss Lei. Xiaofan certainly wouldn't waste his time looking for it himself. After all, if someone who used to rob money every day suddenly stopped robbing and started researching the Chamber of Commerce, it would definitely arouse suspicion from the two mixed-race individuals. Besides, business is Bai Zhuangzhuang's family's forte, so let Bai Zhuangzhuang handle it tomorrow. Just as Xiaofan was about to turn off the screen and go to sleep, Mu Yang suddenly made a phone call. Sir, this is the situation. The Shepherd reported. The voice on the other end of the phone scoffed, he won't give up his network of connections. Xianyun Chamber of Commerce, is it? Investigate. I'll send people to help you. By the way, be careful in your actions. It seems the alien races have noticed this too. That visionary is extremely involved, we absolutely cannot let the alien race succeed. By the way, sir, we did encounter 2 powerful alien races today, but they don't seem to have anything to do with the dreamer. After hearing about Xia Linqing's situation, the person on the other end of the phone said indifferently, don't let your guard down. Maybe Xia Linqing's illness is just a smokescreen, and his real target is still you. By the way, keep an eye on Xiao Fan too. Yes, sir, I understand. Shepherd nodded slightly. Finally, the call ended. An alien race. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. Now, they should be the least suspected, because their motives for coming to Thunder City are reasonable, and what they do every day is very clear: to rob money. So, just keep hiding. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This matter is not so simple. If one can become the last mantis stalking the cicada, the chances of success will greatly increase. After thinking everything through, good night, time for bed. The days that followed suddenly became peaceful. Thunder City was still Thunder City, with dark clouds still flashing with lightning, making it difficult to see the sun. Lin Xianhua continued to cultivate at the Thunder Tempering Clan, working even harder. Xiao Fan continued to go out of the city as usual to search for thunder seeds. Secretly, Bai Zhuang and the shepherdess searched for the dreamer's location, moving very slowly so as not to alert him. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Xiao Fan was somewhat annoyed because in a whole month, he had only obtained 3 amplification-related books, and the rest were duplicates. I've collected quite a few thunder seeds. I should be able to break through to the 8th rank soon. Current task progress 2030. Over the course of the month, his relationship with Ling Tianlei grew increasingly closer. He went from anger to indifference to confusion to calm, and now his mood is noticeably better than before. However, he didn't reveal a word to Xiao Fan about what he's been doing lately, only saying, "I'll give you a surprise later." The two gradually became acquainted and often chatted. At first, Ling Tianlei's views on certain things were somewhat saintly. But later, Xiao Fan gradually came to accept it, and finally Xiao Fan was shocked. Some of Ling Tianlei's ideas were even more cruel and dark than he had imagined. Ling Tianlei has turned evil. It even gave Xiao Fan a fright. Xiao Fan, I can actually sense that you've absorbed every single lightning seed. This means that you probably have the ability to fuse lightning seeds, right? Xiao Fan was shocked. He thought he had hidden it very well. As a result, he was careless. Ling Tianlei's sensitivity to lightning elements was too good. He could sense the lightning seed being absorbed from a distance. Xiao Fan was truly sweating bullets at that moment. Being able to freely fuse elements was no small matter. But Ling Tianlei told him that the feeling was different. Now that we've exchanged secrets, we're friends, right? Now that I know your secret, I'll tell you mine too. After hearing Ling Tianlei's secret, Xiao Fan was shocked. So the boss was right beside me. Actually, it was something my father told me before, but my mother insisted on keeping it from me. But why do you want to be friends with me? Xiao Fan asked curiously. Because you have helped me a lot, not just by saving my life. My dad was right. Becoming your friend may be the only right choice I have made in the first half of my life so far. On that day, Xiao Fan clearly felt an extremely powerful force surging within him. The world-destroying lightning is about to unleash its true power. Xiao Fan's face was full of envy, but it was alright. Anyway, he would have talent sooner or later. Today is even stranger. Ling Tianlei was all smiles, looking smug. And the little girl didn't follow anymore. What's up, Lao Lei? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Hee, I'll take you to my place tonight. I'll give you a surprise. Ling Tianlei smiled smugly. You'll absolutely have a blast. What have you been doing these past few days? Something that has given me such great pleasure? Xiao Fan became increasingly curious. You'll find out tonight. Ling Tianlei smiled mysteriously and patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder. After saying that, he put on his headphones, which were playing a song that was thousands of years old, but he liked it very much. It is called Midsummer Light Year. My favorite lyric is, abandon the rules, indulge in love, be unrestrained, empty the future, I won't turn back. I won't turn back. Today, Xiao Fan's movements were noticeably faster than before. Ling Tianlei sensed that Xiao Fan was becoming increasingly eager to improve his strength, and there was a faint sense of anxiety in his eyes. Was it because of something I provoked myself? Ling Tianlei shrugged, not giving it much thought. As night fell and they were preparing to pack up and go home, 2 mid-stage lesser grandmasters suddenly rushed up at them. You bastard, you dared to mess with our business. I've finally caught you. Die, you bastard. Xiao Fan stood aside, frowning, wondering how Ling Tianlei could have enemies now? What exactly did he do? Finally, 2 bolts of lightning struck, and 2 charred corpses fell to the ground. Ling Tianlei gagged. This was his first time killing someone, and he felt a little uncomfortable, but it wasn't too bad. Xiao Fan was shocked. Ling Tianlei had killed someone? He became increasingly curious about what he had gone through during this time. After entering the city, Xiaofan said, "I'm going to pick up my wife." Ling Tianlei's expression changed slightly, and he said, "This isn't a good idea." "Ha?" Xiaofan was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong? You want to seduce my wife?" "Damn it, I'm telling you, don't do this. I'll beat you up." "No. What are you thinking?" Ling Tianlei sneered, Fine, answer it if you want." But the result was unexpected. "Fan, come back later, or I'll come find you later. I want to practice for a little longer today." Xiaofan sighed upon seeing the message, and Immortal Fire also began to worry. "All right. Not coming?" Ling Tianlei raised an eyebrow. Xiaofan nodded slightly. He grabbed Xiaofan's shoulder and grinned, saying, "Great news." Looking at Ling Tianlei's smile, Xiaofan felt a strange sense of foreboding. They headed towards the northern part of the city, where things were noticeably more dilapidated. It wasn't that they lacked money, it was that no one cared about them. As soon as I entered, a beggar on the street waved excitedly and said, "Hello, Mr. Lei." Ling Tianlei casually tossed 2 coins into the beggar's bowl and said with a faint smile, "Why have you lost weight lately?" "Nonsense. I've gained 10 pounds since I started working with Boss Lei. Look, my hands are all fleshy now." The beggar chuckled and made a gesture of raising his arm. They continued walking forward, encountering many beggars along the way, but all of them showed great respect to Ling Tianlei. Just then, the familiar little girl ran out, excitedly rushing towards Ling Tianlei, shouting, "Honey, you're back." "Husband." Xiaofan's pupils dilated in shock. "You really have the heart to do that." Ling Tianlei scoffed, "Why can't I go down? She's mine. If she doesn't become my wife, am I supposed to watch her marry someone else? I'm not that magnanimous right now." Ling Tianlei was very strong, and his broad shoulders carried the petite and lovely Yuanan. People on the street would greet him along the way. As they walked, Ling Tianlei said casually, "I came to the North District because of what you said. On my first day here, I saw so many beggars, so I started giving them money. So the beggars around me are very respectful to me. Then, an happened to be sold here. I couldn't stand it, so I spent 3 million to redeem her." Xiaofan nodded slightly. "But at the time I only had 20 million in my pocket, and in less than 4 days I was out of money." Ling Tianlei laughed self-deprecatingly. At this moment, the two arrived at an exquisite high-rise building. Xiaofan looked up and saw that the sign on the building read, "Thunder Casino." Xiaofan was taken aback and said, "You opened a casino?" Ling Tianlei nodded slightly and said, "That's right, when you're broke, you have to think about making money. Come in with me." The three stepped into the casino, where everything before them was luxurious and resplendent. There were 8 welcoming ladies on both sides, all tall and sexy, wearing bodycon dresses and black stockings, their cleavage extremely prominent. The air was filled with an alluring scent any normal man would absolutely be unable to resist. "Hello, honey." 8 ladies on either side smiled broadly and bowed deeply. "Honey, will you choose me tonight? Click here. Click on me." Xiaofan was completely stunned, his head was buzzing. "Ling Tianlei, what exactly did you do?" Ling Tianlei said calmly, "It's simple. I went gambling. My elemental talent is too strong, so I don't trigger the restrictions of Thunder City and I always win." After winning money, he redeemed the prostitutes from the brothel next door and opened a casino. "Look around, all the waitresses here are people I redeemed from brothels. I have to say, those brothels have really good taste. The girls are generally very attractive." "It's only been a few days? How did you manage to do all this? Why does it sound so easy?" Xiaofan was astonished. "Logically speaking, it shouldn't be easy," Ling Tianlei said with a faint smile. "But I was lucky. I started by giving money to those beggars. They're with me. Thunder City forbids physical violence, but you can still act like a rogue. Damn it, all the beggars on this street are my men. Which shop dares to mess with me? The rest of the difficulties can be solved by giving my dad a call. P.S. I'll only be posting 3 chapters today. I've been working on the plot so much lately that my hair has turned white. I'm exhausted, so I need to take a break. I've already figured out the ending for the Thunder City arc, so please look forward to it. Chapter 80. I'm willing to be the greatest sin." Ling Tianlei carried Yuanan and swaggered through his own casino. Yuanan's face was filled with an extremely happy smile. She was not old, but she had suffered since childhood and knew very well that the days after being abducted must have been no different from a nightmare. Until that day, Ling Tianlei, looking completely bewildered, walked up to him and said he wanted to redeem him. She didn't pay much attention at the time, thinking that everyone in this kind of place was the same, and it didn't matter who redeemed them or who took them away. But to his utter surprise, Ling Tianlei asked him, "Why does such a world exist? Why is there so much evil here? A coincidence, perhaps?" She replied, "What coincidence? This world has always been like this. It's just that you, young master, can't see it." So, in the first few days, Ling Tianlei was confused, angry, and in pain. Later, after endless contemplation, he temporarily found the answer to all of this. Since the world is full of evil, then I will become the greatest sin. That day, Ling Tianlei seemed like a completely different person, or rather, he had awakened. All cowardice, hypocrisy, and naivety are swept away, perfectly demonstrating the formidable personal abilities of the young master from the capital, whether in terms of methods or wisdom. Of course, many of these skills were learned by humbly asking my father for advice. That night, the North District quietly began to change, starting with the casinos. To this day, Mr. Lei's reputation is already well known throughout the North District. Yuanin adores this man. No, you could say that all the casino staff absolutely adored him. Did he become the greatest evil? Yuanin believes this statement is very inaccurate. It should be said that he stole all the evil and stuffed it into his own body. This means that no one else needs to wander in sin or struggle in pain. You go and be happy. I'll bear all the suffering. This is Ling Tianlei's true inner self-evil is wrapped in the ultimate goodness and beauty. Inside the casino, Ling Tianlei swaggered around. He was already quite tall, over 1.9 meters, and with his slightly violent expression, he looked every bit the mafia boss. "This is Brother Xiao, remember him?" "I remember him, this is Brother Xiao." "Especially you, kid, don't you dare mess with Brother Xiao, or I'll break your legs." "Did you hear that?" Along the way, Ling Tianlei, who was walking in front, introduced Xiao Fan to everyone who greeted him, his fierce demeanor revealing his concern. Xiao Fan chuckled to himself, feeling quite puzzled. This Ling Tianlei is so interesting. He's at least 100 times better than that saintly guy from before, right? So how many women do you have now? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Ling Tianlei smiled faintly and asked, "Which one are you referring to? Mental or physical?" Xiao Fan exclaimed in surprise, "There's such a way to divide it?" "Yes, if we're talking about physical aspects, then all the waiters you see can do it. If it's a spiritual issue, then let's just settle down and find someone." "Wow, a different one every night?" Xiao Fan grinned. "That's not necessarily the case. Let's get in and used to it first." Ling Tianlei chuckled, exchanging a glance with Yuanin. Actually, Yuanin can't be considered a beauty. Strictly speaking, her looks wouldn't even rank among the best in this casino. Xiao Fan was initially worried that Ling Tianlei might go from one extreme to another. If that happened, his father would probably beat him up. Now it seems that Yuanin is his bottom line, which is good. Should I arrange a few for you? Pick whichever you like. Ling Tianlei said casually. No need, we already have 2 at home, Xiao Fan smiled. Oh? Which 2? Besides Lin Xianhua, are there any others? Ling Tianlei asked, somewhat excited and curious. Xiao Yan. Xiao Fan didn't hide it. Impressive, bro. Ling Tianlei patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder, raising an eyebrow. If word of this gets to the capital, you'll definitely be targeted. Lin Xianhua is alright, he has a bad temper and not many people pursue him, but Xiao Yan is different, she has had countless suitors since she was a child. I didn't expect you to win me over, you're amazing. But, do they know about each other? You're not one of them, one in public and one in private, are you? Xiao Fan chuckled and said, nonsense. Of course I know. Why should I have to hide it when I'm seeing women? What kind of behavior is that? That's a strong statement, Ling Tianlei laughed heartily. The 2 stepped into a luxurious private room, where the table was already laden with more than a dozen delicious dishes and fine red wine. Xiao Fan didn't stand on ceremony and sat down to start eating. Ling Tianlei poured wine for Xiao Fan, his manner even resembling that of a servant. He said calmly, to be honest, Xiao Fan, I want to thank you. If I hadn't met you, I'd probably still be the same idiot I was before. No, he should already be dead. Cheers. Xiao Fan raised his glass, downed it in one gulp, and asked with a smile, "Have you really figured everything out? The world is so complicated, how can anyone understand it?" Ling Tianlei sighed, while Yuanin hugged him and stroked his back. "Do your parents know about your current situation?" Xiao Fan asked. Ling Tianlei made no attempt to hide anything about such a private matter in his eyes. Xiao Fan was his good brother. "My mom probably doesn't know. I'll just ignore her. Listening to her is worse than listening to a cow moo." These words amused Xiao Fan, who said, "Have you completely turned to the dark side?" "I wouldn't say I've gone astray, it's just a harsher way of putting it." Ling Tianlei shook his head and said, "Although my father often talks to me and tries to reason with me, worrying that I might go completely astray, he actually supports me. As a monarch, this is how my life should be. What do you think?" Ling Tianlei grinned, took a bite of a cigar, and Yuanin lit it for him. Xiao Fan nodded and said, "That's how it is. But are you sure you're all set? Don't the other forces in the North District care about you?" "TCH. Ling Tianlei scoffed. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Go in," Ling Tianlei said calmly. A fiery waitress said with a worried look, Mr. Li has come in person this time." "Li Tianhong?" Ling Tianlei's expression remained unchanged. "Right. As expected, I've practically undermined him, how could he not come looking for me?" After saying that, Ling Tianlei stood up and said with a smile, "I'll go out and take care of some things first, and I'll come back to find you later." "I'll go with you," Xiao Fan said calmly, though he was still a little worried that Ling Tianlei might be taken advantage of. Although he has undergone tremendous changes, he has only been in this field for a short time and lacks experience in many areas. The three left the private room. The casino was quiet at this time. The gamblers all looked fearful and stopped what they were doing. If it weren't for the money still on the table, they probably would have left already. Li Tianhong arrived in the North District 4 years ago and took control of the entire underground forces of Thunder City in a very short time. His methods were so brutal that they terrified everyone who heard them. He was a completely different type of person from Lei Zong. He sat alone in the center of the casino, dressed in a black tuxedo. His eyes were narrow and long, and his face was scarred. His gaze was extremely frightening. Most people would not even dare to look him in the eye and would tremble instantly. But when Ling Tianlei came out, all of Li Tianhong's coldness vanished instantly, replaced by a warm smile. Mr. Lei, I'm truly sorry for coming uninvited today." "You're too kind, Mr. Li." Ling Tianlei sat down opposite him expressionlessly. Li Tianhong didn't waste any words and said calmly, "President Lei, as the eldest young master of the Ling family in the capital, it's not fair for you to come here and compete with us nobody for business. Name your price. We're willing to pay any price as long as Mr. Lei is willing to give up the territory." Ling Tianlei shook his head and said, "I refuse." Li Tianhong's expression turned cold. "Mr. Lei, have you ever heard the saying even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake?" "I've heard of it." Ling Tianlei crossed his legs, a cigar dangling from his lips, his face expressionless. At this moment, Li Tianhong smiled awkwardly and said, "You'll be going to the super god class soon, you can't control what's going on here." "Who says it can't be?" Ling Tianlei scoffed. "My affairs are none of other people's business. But wouldn't it be bad if your reputation got out? Everyone is saying that the eldest young master of the Ling family is a lecherous lunatic," Li Tianhong said calmly. Ling Tianlei sneered, beckoned, and 2 stunningly beautiful women walked over, each sitting on one of his laps, their faces beaming with happiness. Ling Tianlei then placed his broad palms directly on the soft areas of the 2 beauties, and said with a mocking expression, "Someone take a picture. Then upload it online. I, Ling Tianlei, am a fucking lecherous bastard." Chapter 81. A suspected dreamer appears. Seeing Ling Tianlei's unbridled behavior, Li Tianhong felt a surge of malice. He wasn't worried about anything except whether Ling Tianlei would use the information from those around him to figure out something after he got rid of the people around him. Although it was obvious that Ling Tianlei wasn't there to take that thing. But it's hard to guarantee that he won't get involved with the Taiping cult. The main thing is that this is still Thunder City, where there is no such thing as killing someone to cover it up, which is what angered Li Tianhong the most. "Young Master Ling, do you know how many people's interests you've infringed upon? My junket operator is starving, and you've stolen all the girls. So many suppliers have all lost buyers, and this is going to be very difficult." At this moment, Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow and saw Ling Tianlei pat the 2 women's buttocks, signaling them to get up. The 2 women quickly stepped back, and the tall Ling Tianlei slowly stood up under the gaze of everyone present, a mocking smile on his lips. Suddenly, his hand gripped the long table in front of him. Then, with a sudden jerk, he roared, "Difficult to handle? If it's too difficult, then don't do it. What kind of petty gangsters from some backwater place dare to talk business with me? What the hell are you? What do I care if the junket operators starve? What do I care whether those suppliers live or die? If you've got the guts, then kill me. Stop spouting nonsense all day long. Believe me, I'll make sure all your shops go out of business tomorrow. Get out." The huge gambling den was overturned, and Li Tianheng quickly took 2 steps back to avoid being hit. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Ling Tianlei. Everyone around felt their scalp tingle. They had never seen such a ruthless character before. Xiao Fan was secretly amazed. He was worried that there would be problems with the negotiation, but he didn't expect that this guy would not negotiate at all and would just flip the table. "Unfortunately, I'm uncultured, so all I can say is holy crap." In the end, Li Tianhong left. Just then, a slightly hunched, lean man walked over and chuckled, "Boss Lei is awesome." This was Li Tianheng's confidant before. Ling Tianlei grinned and said to Xiao Fan, "The good thing about this place is that it has these advantages. Money talks. Tell me, what are Li Tianheng's trump cards?" The man quickly whispered, "Then, Mr. Lei, you must take me back to the capital. Otherwise, I'll be hacked to death the moment I leave the city." "Are you questioning my character?" Ling Tianlei glanced at him coldly. An aura of authority rose up, and the man trembled, quickly shaking his head. I wouldn't dare. "Come in and let's talk." Ling Tianlei led the man into the private room. The man lowered his head and said in a deep voice, President Lei is actually very mysterious. I don't know exactly what his trump cards are, but I do know that he has a huge network of connections, and he already had them when he first came to the North District. His starting point was extraordinary, so I suspect he is actually a disciple of some kind of family." "Wait." Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he stepped forward to ask, "Among those networks of connections, are more politically involved or more business related?" Mostly business related," the man replied quickly after thinking for a moment. Xiao Fan's expression changed slightly, thinking to himself, "No way? I caught myself? He is Zhu Xing. Is he a dreamer? Does he usually give you any strange tasks?" Xiao Fan asked again. "Answer properly." Ling Tianlei sneered from the side. The man quickly lowered his head and began to think. After thinking for a long time, he frowned and said, "If it's a rather strange mission, they'll make me carry a fire element detector when I go out." "Fire element?" Xiao Fan was taken aback and asked, "Is it specifically designed to target fire element?" "Yes." The man nodded slightly. "What is the connection between the divine ape golden body and the fire element?" Xiao Fan was puzzled. Had he guessed wrong? Are there any other special circumstances? Xiao Fan pressed. The man thought for a long time, then shook his head in fear and said, "There really aren't any left." All right, Xiao Fan sighed. Finally, the man left the room. Seeing Xiao Fan deep in thought, Ling Tianlei asked curiously, "What's wrong with Li Tianheng?" After pondering for a while, Xiao Fan finally decided to tell Ling Tianlei about the dreamer. Because he now has his own influence and can lend a hand. After listening, Ling Tianlei raised an eyebrow and said, "The golden body of the divine ape? This martial art is awesome. What a pity, if we can't find the first move, all the others are a waste." Ling Tianlei shrugged. "Then I'll keep an eye out for that Li Tianheng for you." "Okay." Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Just then, his phone rang. Lin Xianhua had finished his cultivation. "Then I'll go back and pick up my wife." "Go on." Ling Tianlei watched Xiao Fan leave, then put his hands on his hips, gazing at his magnificent casino and Yuan standing in the corner, smiling sweetly at him. Late at night, the stars twinkled. Xiao Fan was suddenly stunned in the thunder tempering house. There were 3 alien races in front of him, as well as 2 familiar faces. "Long time no see." A sinister smile appeared on the black giant's face. Xia Lingqing's eyes were sunken, but after looking at Xiao Fan, his eyes lit up again, while Lu Qingqing beside him looked helpless. "How did you get here?" Xiao Fan stared at Kuang Xing. Kuang Xing's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he coldly said, "Of course I'm here to kill you." Xiao Fan's eyes darkened. He was no longer afraid of Kuang Xing. At this moment, Lin Xianhua came out, looking exhausted. When he saw the 4 people facing off in front of him, his pupils widened in shock. "Lin Xianhua, you are not worthy of Xiao Fan." Xia Linqing suddenly spoke, his face full of coldness. Really? Lin Xianhua looked down at his own burgeoning chest, then glanced at Xia Linqing's large flat chest and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What the hell do you mean? Xia Linqing immediately flew into a rage. She suddenly remembered that during the battle, Xiao Fan had told her that there was someone at home with an even better figure. Could they be talking about Lin Xianhua? I didn't realize she had such a great upper body. Suddenly, Xia Linqing took a deep breath, his chest bulged rapidly, and he surpassed Lin Xianhua in just a few seconds. Lin Xianhua's pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed in shock, "You can do that? Trash!" Xia Linqing sneered. Enough! Xiao Fan snorted coldly from the side and said, "Do you have something to say? Get lost if you have nothing to say." Quang Xing smiled cruelly and said, "Of course there's something I need to discuss outside the city?" Not interested. Xiao Fan said dismissively, took Lin Xianhua's hand, and turned to leave. At this moment, Xia Linqing roared from behind, "Xiao Fan, I will definitely take you back to the alien race." That's fucking insane. Xiao Fan sighed, wondering how he had run into something like this. Just now, I was thinking of trying to win Xia Linqing over to complete Wang Xingxin's mission. I just really don't know how to bring it up. It feels perverted no matter how you look at it. Is it possible for Xia Linqing to get along peacefully with Lin Xianhua? Those eyes, filled with a "it's either you die or I live" attitude, said it all. Tell her to calm down? What do you want to say to her? Is she in a calm mental state right now? Standing nearby were Quang Xing and Lu Qingqing. Xiao Fan strongly suspected that Xia Linqing had come to argue with Lin Xianhua. Quang Xing was probably there to stop Xia Linqing from going crazy, or she would die. This is difficult. Damn it, I really want to be like Ling Tianlei and say, if it's too difficult, then don't do it. I really envy how carefree he is. Back at the hotel, Lin Xianhua leaned on Xiao Fan's shoulder and sighed, "I'm so tired today. I feel like it will take a long time before I can break through to the third stage." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Take your time. By the way, I think I've found a clue about the dreamer." Oh? Lin Xianhua raised an eyebrow and asked, "What clue?" Xiao Fan immediately told Lin Xianhua everything about Ling Tianlei and Li Tianheng. Lin Xianhua was greatly shocked after hearing this, and said, "Ling Tianlei has actually turned evil? Awesome. That Li Tianheng is indeed a bit strange. We can keep an eye on him. I'll contact Bai Zhuangzhuang." Xiao Fan leaned back on the bed, crossed his legs, and pouted, saying, "But I just can't figure out what this has to do with fire elements? I think this is the key point." As Lin Xianhua listened to this while on the phone, some thoughts suddenly flashed through his mind. That's strange. Why can't I remember? Fire element, the golden body of the divine ape, it seems there really is some connection. At this moment, the call connected. Let's explain the situation to Bai Zhuangzhuang first. Chapter 82 Xiao Fan, really, don't even think about it, there's no place for us. Upon hearing about Li Tianheng's situation, Bai Zhuangzhuang immediately became excited and called his father to report the situation. In the hotel, Lin Xianhua frowned and pondered deeply after hanging up the phone. Xiao Fan, who was standing to the side, was also a little nervous. Could it be that the divine ape golden body really had something to do with the fire element? The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A few minutes later, Lin Xianhua suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "I understand. I know everything. Holy crap! Li Tianheng is a dreamer. He must be." You, calm down first, what exactly happened?" Xiao Fan said. But Lin Xianhua's breathing became increasingly rapid, his pupils gradually dilated, and he was so excited that he almost stuttered. "I see. Holy crap. Let me calm down. This is terrible. No wonder the dreamer is willing to pay such a high price to stay in Thunder City. The biggest secret within that divine ape's golden body is the legacy of Emperor Tianhong." Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. Tianhong Martial Emperor, mythical level, Sunfire, the first female martial emperor of the human race, a figure from the same era as Overlord Martial Emperor in Zhang Tiandi, with abilities so powerful that she can easily burn up asteroids. But later he left Earth and his whereabouts are unknown. She only said that she would return when humanity was in danger. Lin Xianhua said tremblingly, "The heavenly rainbow martial emperor has been my idol since I was a child. So I know a lot about her. Some of my elders have said in casual gossip that Emperor Tianhong, who was no less capable than any man in his life, actually had someone he loved. It's Zhang Tiandi. But she told the higher-ups of the human race that she had left behind a legacy, which caused a sensation back then, with the whole world searching for the legacy of Emperor Tianhong. Based on the current key clues, the clues to the inheritance of Emperor Tianhong Martial Emperor may lie in the second, third, and fourth forms of the divine ape golden body. Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he asked with great excitement, "What's in her inheritance?" Lin Xianhua said in a deep voice, the fire seed of the sun, as well as her martial arts, and even her weapons. Wouldn't that make us a perfect match? Xiao Fan clenched his fist excitedly, his lips almost curling into a wide grin. Lin Xianhua thought so too, his eyes gleaming, and he was trembling with excitement. That's the legacy of the heavenly rainbow martial emperor. Something that could drive all the flame cultivators in the world crazy. What I lack right now is a spark. If it were blessed by the fire of the sun, holy crap, Lin Xianhua couldn't even imagine what that scene would be like. Suddenly, Xiao Fan's phone rang. Beep beep beep. Looking down, he saw it was an unfamiliar number. Xiao Fan frowned, answered, and asked, "Who is this?" "I am Bai Duojin," Boss Bai said in a very serious voice. "Boss Bai, what's wrong?" Xiao Fan grinned. Bai Duojin said in a deep voice, "Have you guessed the secret within the divine ape golden body? It's the legacy of Emperor Tianhong, right?" Xiao Fan asked excitedly. At this moment, there was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Bai Duojin sighed, "That's right. But Xiao Fan, I told you before, we don't have a share of that stuff." "Why?" Xiao Fan's heart suddenly sank, and he felt a little flustered. "I guessed it at the time, but I didn't dare tell you. That's why I sent Lin Xianhua to find other sources of fire. Now, not only do I know about this, but people above me also know about it. They might send someone to meet with you in a couple of days. Even other races might know. Have you ever thought about this? Emperor Tianhong left about 300 years ago, and the Zheng family was wiped out more than 70 years ago. The divine ape golden body has been in the Zheng family for so long, why hasn't anyone discovered the secret inside?" Xiao Fan frowned and said, "Please enlighten me, Mr. Bai." "There's a pair of hands behind the scenes manipulating all of this," Bai Duojin said calmly. The appearance of the heavenly rainbow martial emperor's legacy was not accidental. It was not because of the dreamer, nor for any other reason. It was simply because those hands believed that it was time for this legacy to appear in the world. The reason is simple. In this generation, how many monsters can withstand that inheritance? But Lin Xianhua is not one of those monsters. And you, right now, have absolutely no chance of fighting those monsters. Xiao Fan, his face filled with resentment, clenched his fists tightly and asked, "How strong are those monsters?" "I should be able to beat you in no more than 3 moves. It's okay if you don't believe me, you'll see when you get there." Boss Bai sighed. "Xiao Fan, Wang Xingshan has staked his future on you. Don't throw your life away because of a moment of impulsiveness and disappoint him. Even if you are as clever as a demon and find that 1 in 10,000 chance, Lin Xianhua will not be able to withstand the inheritance of the Supreme God Fire and will be burned to death." "Is it because your physical strength is insufficient?" Xiao Fan asked. "None of that matters anymore." Boss Bai said solemnly, "Stop thinking about the inheritance of Emperor Tianhong. That thing has nothing to do with us." "Got it." The entire room fell silent. Lin Xianhua held Xiao Fan's hand tightly, her face full of tenderness, and said it was okay. Xiao Fan lowered his head, his expression extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with resentful anger. 3 monsters? Super powerful? The legacy of Emperor Tianhong has nothing to do with us. During this period, he was anxious and frantically committed robberies to collect amplification-type martial arts techniques, all because Boss Bai had told him this. He thought that once he broke through to the saint level, his strength would undergo a qualitative change, and everything would be different. But Boss Bai's repeated, solemn warnings made him feel flustered and at a loss. What level of monster is it? 3 moves to kill me? And it's a maximum of 3 moves? Or were they from the same era or period? I can already fight Berserker, and I'm 8th in the alien race rankings, am I still too weak? Is Lin Xianhua destined to always be overshadowed by Xie Linchang? During this period, she was always in a low mood, and Xiao Fan was getting anxious. Now that the opportunity had come, he couldn't seize it at all. They say opportunity only favors the prepared mind. I've never been lazy, so why can I just watch opportunity slip away? The call continued. Boss Bai's voice came again, and he said, "Let's talk about the dreamer one last time. He has many methods and a very high level of skill. He is definitely a grandmaster at the peak of his cultivation. If he insists on escaping, you may not be able to catch him. After all, he also has the talent of a quasi-god. Find a way to let those two mixed race kids know about this and get them to take action. Because one of them has a special ability, he is a quasi-god level, and possesses the Book of Concealment, which conceal the abilities of others. You understand? Xiaofan said softly, I understand. Okay, that's settled then. Don't think about it anymore. It's not ours. Bai Duojin hung up the phone helplessly. Aside from Xiaofan echoed in the silent room. Well. At this moment, Lin Xianhua suddenly lowered his head. To cool you down. Xiaofan's body trembled, and he stroked her hair, his face full of love. No. We must obtain the inheritance of Emperor Tianhong. If you recklessly improve your strength, you will definitely experience a qualitative change in a short period of time. How strong is that so-called monster? It's not just to help the immortal flame, but also for myself. Beneath Xiaofan's casual and carefree demeanor lies an extremely fierce competitive spirit. I am never inferior to anyone. Everyone said it was impossible for me, but I'm determined to do it. The inability to withstand the celestial fire is most likely due to a problem with the physical body. Once you get the second, third, and fourth forms of the Divine Eight Golden Body, and then trade with Boss Bai to get the fifth, sixth, and seventh forms, the physical strength of the immortal fire will definitely experience an exaggerated leap. They don't know that my talent can break through to the saint level. They don't know that I possess the first form of the Divine Ape Golden Body. What makes them so sure I can't beat them? Chapter 83 I want to give my best brother the best. The next day, Xiaofan hurriedly went to find Ling Tianlei. Hey bro, do me a favor. Seeing Xiaofan's eagerness and seriousness, Ling Tianlei quickly sat up straight and said, Speak slowly, have some tea first. Xiaofan immediately told the other party everything about the dreamer. After listening, Ling Tianlei frowned and said, Interesting. What kind of figure will the legacy of Emperor Tianhong attract? Boss Bai said you can't beat him, that's not surprising. I don't know who the ultimate geniuses of the alien races and the Taiping divine cult are, but I do know who the human races are. Who? Xiaofan asked nervously. Her name is Shiha. Her mythical talent, Shiha's own fire, is the Phoenix Emperor fire. Immortal and indestructible. Enough to burn all things. An evolved version of the undying flame? Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. They're not the same. Ling Tianlei shook his head and said, the two are not even in the same league. Even if the undying flame's potential is fully unleashed, it is still no match for the Phoenix Emperor flame. Mythical level beings are also divided into different tiers. The Phoenix Emperor flame far surpasses the undying flame. That level is something even the super god class wouldn't go to. It was secretly cultivated by the human race's ultimate weapon. This time, with the appearance of the sun's fire, Shiha will definitely go, without a doubt. Wait, didn't she already have the spark? Xiaofan frowned. Ling Tianlei said in a deep voice, this involves a supreme concept. Awaken. Talent awakening. What is that? Xiaofan's expression changed slightly as he felt a sense of oppression. It's normal that you don't know, because this is something that only mythical beings and a very small number of gods can access. After awakening their talent, their combat power will experience a qualitative leap, with an overall increase in strength, and they may even gain additional abilities. For example, the sun flame of Emperor Tianhong was awakened later when she became a martial god. Everyone knows about her exploding star. Then let me tell you, when she exploded into a star, she hadn't even stepped into the Emperor realm yet, she had only awakened her talent. What is needed for awakening is external pressure. Over the years, research has shown that when two talents of the same level conflict and intertwine, a transformation may occur, leading to awakening. Otherwise, we'll need other methods. Xiaofan was taken aback and asked, so, is your situation an awakening? No, I'm just sealed away by my mom. It's so annoying. Ling Tianlei cursed under his breath. It would have cost the heavenly rainbow martial emperor a great deal to divide her own fire seed. For her, the combat power would have been absolutely catastrophic. It's just unknown whether she left behind the awakened solar fire or the unawakened one. If it's after awakening, that would be interesting. Ling Tianlei laughed and cursed, damn it, who can absorb the awakened solar fire? I bet she must have found a way to leave behind an unawakened seed of fire. To be honest, I probably couldn't beat Shiha. After all, the training I received since childhood is not on the same level as these humanoid killing machines. The geniuses at the current level of the super god class are probably at the early stage of the lesser grandmaster realm. They may have already entered the middle stage, but the late stage is unlikely. Boss Bai is right. You've never actually seen the true power of a mythical level. The undying flame is a growth-type flame, so let's not even talk about Wang Qingtian. A true mythical level being is terrifying, let alone someone at the very top of the mythical level. Alien races and the Taiping divine cult should also have corresponding monsters, no worse than Shiha. And let me tell you, all their equipment is mythical level. And there might be more than one piece. They are undoubtedly among the very best. It's unrealistic for you to try and steal the sunfire from these monsters. Xiao Fan felt his scalp tingle. The top-tier mythical level, a humanoid killing machine, mythical level equipment, and its cultivation level was even higher than his own. This is fucking. But if you insist on taking it, I'll help you. Ling Tianlei said in a deep voice. Mainly, I also want to try it out myself and see how strong I am after the lockdown is lifted. Xiao Fan clenched his fist tightly and said, I'm going to try no matter what. Let's deal with Li Tianheng first, and take care of this dreamer first. I made a plan last night. Those two from the Taiping cult have been making quite a stir lately in their search for someone. You can take the initiative to contact them. Just name a price, and they'll cooperate with you. Li Tianheng probably wants to kill you right now, since you ruined his grand plan. You should play it safe for 3 or 4 days, show weakness to the enemy, and give everyone the feeling that you are afraid. Then on the 4th day, as if something was amiss, I secretly slipped out of the city to see if Li Tianheng would come to kill me. If you can, then there's no problem. Ling Tianlei nodded slightly and said, okay, is there anything else I can help you with? Help me learn martial arts techniques, either amplification or combat techniques are fine. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. He dared not approach Boss Bai, because with Boss Bai's shrewdness, he would definitely realize that some of his ideas were dangerous. Not to mention giving him a cultivation technique, Boss Bai might even come to restrict him. At last. Ling Tianlei nodded and said, no problem, I'll try my best to help you. In Ling Tianlei's heart, Xiao Fan held the same position as Yuanan. Both of them were my saviors, both physically and emotionally. At last. He put on his headphones, and as the familiar melody began to play, he slowly looked up at the sky with an indifferent gaze. Just then, a thunderbolt struck. Snap. Another crack has appeared in the seal within his body. Dog King's reputation is growing louder in Thunder City. That madman robs anyone he sees, acting like he's never seen money before, which has caused everyone to be afraid to wear their storage rings when they go out lately. Fortunately, this ridiculously strong guy doesn't kill people, he only kills alien races. No, he's too lazy to even kill alien races without storage rings. He's just a heartless robber. On this day, Ling Tianlei finally coincidentally contacted Mu Yang. The two sat facing each other and got straight to the point. Ling Tianlei said calmly, I have someone here who seems particularly suitable for the person you've been looking for lately. The shepherd's eyes darkened as he said, how did you know I was looking for someone? Does it matter? Ling Tianlei scoffed, displaying his boss-like demeanor. Shepherd snorted coldly, realizing that he had been completely suppressed in terms of momentum. Then tell me, what kind of person are you referring to? After Ling Tianlei gave a brief introduction to Li Tianheng and his special circumstances, Mu Yang narrowed his eyes, went out, and made a phone call to Zhou Shang. He knew nothing about the inheritance of the heavenly rainbow martial emperor. But after hearing the news on the phone, Zhou Shang immediately stood up excitedly and said, that's right, it must be him. It's definitely him. Keep asking, what does he want to do? Ling Tianlei said calmly, that guy has been hating me to the bone lately, probably because of my actions. By chance, he was put at risk of being exposed. These past few days I've been feigning weakness, making it seem like I'm afraid to leave the city, so he'll be less careful. Then I'll go out of the city and see if he follows me. I don't need to tell you what to do next, do I? Then let us do it this way. Shepherd nodded emphatically. What would you like? Ling Tianlei smiled and said, I only need one thing. The book of all things, of course, the first volume is enough. Impossible. Shepherd suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and said, the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Book is absolutely impossible. That is our Taiping divine sect's most secret and most powerful martial art, which is never passed on to outsiders. Ling Tianlei sighed and said, all right, then there's nothing to discuss. Goodbye. After saying that, he got up and left, leaving the shepherd standing there, looking annoyed and helpless. Wait a minute, let me ask my superiors. Contact me after you've asked your questions. I'm not going to waste my time here with you. Ling Tianlei waved his hand and disappeared into the city corner. Myriad manifestations tone, amplification system, effect, increases affinity with all elements, increases strength, increases physical strength, increases perception, and comprehensively enhances all abilities of the body. Furthermore, using several elements simultaneously will not cause conflicts or overload. The fact that it can enhance the affinity and strength of elements, and that there is no conflict when using elements at the same time, is enough to establish the title of the world's #1 amplification system in the Myriad Manifestations book. Chen Changsheng used this martial arts manual. This is also the ultimate pursuit of everyone who joins the Taiping Divine Cult. Would the Taiping Divine Cult be willing to give it up? For the sake of Emperor Tianhong's legacy, he would definitely be willing to sacrifice. After all, martial arts can be learned by many people and passed down, and this one is unique in the whole world. Xiao Fan is my good brother, so I'll give him the best. Chapter 80 for the Lonely Traveler. Powerful martial arts techniques can be restricted by one's cultivation level, as the structure of the human body changes with the advancement of one's cultivation level, especially after reaching the martial venerable realm, where the changes are earth-shattering. Some people's hearts have even moved from the left side to the middle, and some people have a dozen or more extra bones and a dozen or more extra meridians, but they are all roughly the same. The latter part of this mythical martial art was created based on the evolved physical body. Before the evolution, it was impossible to cultivate, and even with the system, Xiao Fan could not do it. Within the Taiping Divine Cult. Upon hearing the other party's request, Zhou Sheng's face immediately stiffened. Because the transmission of the Book of All Things requires the priest's consent. What if the pastor realizes what he's doing? This is too dangerous. But in the end, Zhou Sheng still went despite his reluctance, because Ling Tianlei's attitude was extremely tough: either give me the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Book, or get out of here. I won't cooperate. Humans are inherently greedy, and the inheritance of the Heavenly Rainbow Martial Emperor is enough to amplify people's greed without limit. He knew the trip was dangerous, but he still went with a glimmer of hope, because in recent years, the pastor had basically ignored worldly affairs and was obsessed with all sorts of nonsense. Before, it was medieval paintings, now it's ancient poems. He basically doesn't care about church affairs. Everyone guesses that the pastor is too old and has become senile. In the back garden atop the holy mountain, fireflies of various colors emitted a faint glow as they floated in the air. The pastor lay quietly in a grand chair, covered with a book of 300 Tang poems, but he didn't read it. He just stared blankly at the sky, motionless. Only when Zhou Sheng entered did he sit up and ask indifferently, "What is it, seventh brother?" Zhou Sheng quickly said, "I found the dreamer. But we need the cooperation of the young master of the Ling family of the human race to have a sure chance of capturing the dreamer." But the eldest young master of the Keilang family's condition is the first volume of the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Book. Oh, the pastor nodded calmly. A hint of doubt flashed in Zhou Sheng's eyes. Was the pastor really getting senile? Then, shall I go get it? Zhou Sheng asked tentatively. The pastor yawned, stretched leisurely, stood up and said, "No need, I'll get it." What? You're going in person? Zhou Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted. Wasn't this a sure way to get discovered? But the next second, the spatial power vanished in a flash, and the priest disappeared before his eyes. There is a forest in the back of the holy mountain. The forest rustled in the breeze at night, with the occasional clear birdsong adding to the peaceful atmosphere. A lean, handsome, bald man sat cross-legged under a large banyan tree, expressionless. On the tree, a tall boy covered in yellow hair, with a face that resembled both a human and a monkey, was lying on a branch, pretending to sleep. What was conspicuous was the golden headband on his head, which shone brightly in the night. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his monkey-like eyes darting around, and he caught sight of the man below, a smile playing on his lips. "Are you asleep?" "I, old son, am outta here." But as soon as he stood up, he heard a sigh. "Old son, can't you just stay in peace?" Sun Wukong was immediately filled with despair. This bald guy wasn't asleep? So annoying. They keep telling me I have a bad temper and that I'll cause trouble if I go out. They say I can only leave after I've figured out the direction for my future awakening. If I can't move around freely, I'd rather die. But that bald guy isn't very strong. Damn it, what kind of damn incantation does he keep muttering? The moment he starts chanting my golden headband, he gets sick. It's infuriating. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation occurred. Xuanzang and Sun Wukong both turned their heads at the same time. Your Excellency, what brings you here? Xuanzang rose respectfully and bowed to the priest. No need, no need. The priest waved his hand at Xuanzang, then looked up and said calmly, Monkey. Sun Wukong turned his head away, not wanting to pay him any attention. But the next second. A fight? The pastor asked with a smile. The monkey suddenly flipped itself up, landed steadily, and said excitedly, You old codger, you wouldn't lie to me, would you? You're willing to let me go out and fight? Hit. Hit whom? Let's go. You must not be disrespectful to the priest. Xuanzang said in a deep voice, raising his hand to prepare to chant sutras. The pastor waved his hand and said self-deprecatingly, It's nothing. The monkey is right, I really am an old codger. But Wukong, this time your opponents might be very strong, Shiha and the sun god. Are you confident? Sun Wukong picked his nose, flicked it off, and said with a sneer, What is that? Such a big name? What is your cultivation level? What is your strength? Grandmaster or Martial Venerable? The pastor smiled faintly and said, I'm at the same level as you, mid-stage minor grandmaster. Are you kidding me, old son? Wukong sneered. At the same level? Who's worthy to fight me? They're not weak at all, you might not be able to beat them, the priest said with a smile. Bullshit. Wukong roared, his monkey hair standing on end, pointing at himself and saying, At the same level, I am absolutely invincible. The provocation tactic worked extremely well on Wukong. Seeing this, the pastor said calmly, You'll find out in time. Let's get ready first. Wait for my message before you come over. After speaking, the pastor gestured towards the empty space next to Sun Wukong. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the forest. A golden and silver rod landed, smashing the ground and creating a deep crater. Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Really? Anyone at the same level, is there anyone else I'd use my stick on? The pastor smiled and nodded again. A golden suit of armor appeared and merged with Wukong's body. Mythical weapon, Rui Jingu Bang imitation. Mythical weapon, War God's golden armor. At the beginning, his name wasn't Wukong. It was only later that the priest looked at this guy more and more and felt that he was the mythical figure who had appeared in the ancient Eastern civilization, Sun Wukong. By now, he is basically 100% certain that this is the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. He didn't know if reincarnation existed in this world. But this existence, exactly like the one in the myth, has appeared. Moreover, within the Taiping divine cult, Wukong is undoubtedly invincible among those of the same realm, his strength is simply outrageous. The priest confirmed that he would absolutely not be able to defeat Wukong at his age. Born with 5 formidable abilities. Unheard of, unprecedented. They possess a terrifying fighting spirit from birth, as if they were born to fight. Its base physique stats are terrifyingly high, it's practically a monster. The downside might be that it only gets close to the fire element, while other elements avoid it. His biggest flaw is that he is too easily angered. Although he becomes stronger the angrier he gets, this is not a good thing in the eyes of a pastor. Over the years, he has been studying this monkey every day, and finally confirmed that it is Sun Wukong from the myth. His talent is legendary Sun Wukong. And there are only 2 paths to awakening. A victorious fighting Buddha. A monkey king. Then, he tailored a golden war god armor for Sun Wukong, as well as a replica of the Rui Jingu Bang the magic staff. Of course, the golden headband was also put on him, and it will naturally shatter after he awakens. Sun Wukong is 18 years old this year. He is a mixed-race child. After his birth, the power growing inside him was too strong, and he directly killed his mother. His father died not long after she became pregnant. This incident caused him to be pointed at and gossiped about from a young age. This ugly monkey is destined to be a loner. Whoever gets close to him will have their life turned into a tragedy. He's disgustingly handsome. All the other mixed-race people are so good-looking, how come he's so ugly? He's always scratching his head and cheeks, it makes me uncomfortable to watch. And he even dares to yell that he'll beat us to death every day. I really don't understand why the pastor keeps him in the church. As a child, Wukong heard all the most vicious laughter in the world. This fostered his violent personality. He is very strong and never backs down. Ever since he grew up, he has killed anyone who mocked him. If it weren't for the pastor stopping him, his ashes would have been scattered to the winds. Even now, no one in the Taiping cult likes him. The criticism and gossip about him have simply shifted from overt to covert. But I, old son, don't like them either. And I don't need anyone's approval. My life revolves around fighting. Fighting is everything, nothing else matters. Feelings are just a burden. Once I find the chance, I, old son, will leave this wretched place. Xuanzang, who was sitting cross-legged behind him, slowly raised his head, his face full of compassion. The body before him, brimming with intense power, was empty, filled only with a profound sense of loneliness. Wukong hated him for trapping him. He also hated himself for not being able to help Wukong awaken. He desperately wanted to tell Wukong, "You are not alone. You still have me, and you still have the priest." Having grown up amidst countless taunts, he finds it difficult to take the first step with anyone. P.S. Sun Wukong makes his appearance. 5 chapters today. Thanks to Qin Shenbu from Wanjishan for the author's certification, and thanks to Song Xianyue who loves Dong-style fish for the 6 update reminder tokens. Please give me gifts. Chapter 85. Is he a priest? After all these years, are you still blaming yourself? Under the starry sky, a familiar figure appeared beside the priest. The pastor, filled with bitterness, wondered if things would have turned out differently if he had spent more time caring for the little monkey. Upon seeing the newcomer, the pastor sighed, released all his pent-up emotions, and smiled slightly at Chen Changsheng. "Xiao Chen, what brings you here? Are you going to bring up that thing again? Stop joking around." Chen Changsheng chuckled awkwardly. "Pastor, that kid really has a lot of potential. Indeed, it's very appropriate to leave your legacy to him. Absolutely perfect. There is no one more suitable than him in the world." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng put his arm around the pastor's neck, his face beaming with smiles. "You bastard," the priest sneered, shaking off Chen Changsheng's hand, and said, "Why? I really can't understand how your human race can have so many mythical beings in this generation. Why are you so fixated on a venerable level being? It's not a question of whether I give it to him or not. Even if I did give him the inheritance, he wouldn't be able to handle it." Chen Changsheng insisted, "At least let him give it a try. Give him a martial arts manual and let him learn it. If he can learn it, wouldn't that mean he can withstand it?" The pastor sighed and said, "You're really crazy. Besides, aren't you going to see him this time too?" Chen Changsheng asked with a smile. Fine, the pastor scoffed. "Then tell me, what exactly do you see in him?" "His indomitable spirit," Chen Changsheng replied calmly. "You're right, because of that incident, this generation is full of legendary figures. But these mythical beings don't need miracles. But he needs a miracle. If he had god-level talent, I dare say he might not be able to defeat Sun Wukong. But he didn't, the pastor said helplessly. The difference between the venerable level and the god level seems to be only 3 levels, quasi-saint, saint, and quasi-god. But that's the distance between heaven and earth. There are no what-ifs in this world. He has a secret. He can enhance his talent. He was only 1 star before, but suddenly he became a venerable. Who knows, he might become a god one day." Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. "Sigh, let's wait until he reaches godhood," the priest said calmly. "How's the fusion of the Dead Soul Fire and the Alpha armor going?" "All the best." But Chen Changsheng sighed and said, "But the owner of the Dead Soul Flame is very stubborn." "What's wrong?" "She wants to go see her man. A reckless act can ruin a grand plan." But I agreed. "You're being ridiculous," the pastor roared. "This is no small matter. The fusion process was suddenly interrupted, and no one knows what kind of impact it will have." But Chen Changsheng stubbornly shook his head and said, "No, her man will really need her soon. If she can't go, she'd rather not merge with him." Upon hearing this, the pastor raised an eyebrow. Among the alien races, Apollo, who possessed imperial blood and the talent of the sun god, quickly received the news. He looked at the letter from the pastor, raised an eyebrow, and continued his cultivation. No rush. In Thunder City, Xiaofan had just picked up Lin Xianhua and was taking her home. Walking on the small road late at night, Lin Xianhua was unsteady on her feet due to overtraining, and her face was full of fatigue. Fan, I might not be able to have fun with you tonight, I'm so tired." "I'm not a teddy bear," Xiaofan said gently, stroking her hair. Suddenly, a kind old man walked up to them and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, I am a courier from the Taiping Divine Sect. I'm here to deliver something to Mr. Xiaofan." Xiaofan was taken aback, wondering what the heck it was. Such an old deliverer man? And I didn't buy anything from the Taiping cult. Both of them looked puzzled until the old man suddenly took out 2 books, placed them in Xiao Fan's hands, and said with a faint smile, "Young Masterling, these are the things I've fought for you. I'll only borrow the one above for 3 days." Xiao Fan picked up the martial arts manual in his hand, his pupils suddenly contracting. The book of all things. Ling Tianlei secured the strongest amplification system for me. Holy crap! Xiao Fan was incredibly excited, but he quickly came to his senses and stared intently at the old man, asking, "Then who are you?" "Me? Just a man who's about to die," the old man said with a self-deprecating laugh. Xiao Fan frowned slightly, a guess forming in his mind, but he found it hard to believe. "Are you really going to steal the legacy of Emperor Tianhong?" the priest suddenly asked. Xiao Fan was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "Sir, I don't know what you're talking about." The pastor ignored him and said earnestly, "This woman here, if she wants to receive the inheritance of Emperor Tianhong Martial Emperor, she must at least learn the first 6 forms of the divine ape golden body, otherwise she won't even be able to withstand the fire of the sun. But so far, the whereabouts of the first form of this martial art are still unknown. Child, you must be careful in what you do. Moreover, the fire of the sun fell on someone who barely possessed god-level talent. It was a mistake from the start." The pastor gently patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder, then turned and disappeared at the end of the street. Xiao Fan gripped the 2 books tightly in his hands, his eyes filled with rage. "What kind of talk is that? It was a mistake to have my wife inherit the legacy of Emperor Tianhong. She doesn't deserve it? Utterly ridiculous. Let's go home." Xiao Fan led Lin Xianhua towards the hotel. Back in his room, Xiao Fan suddenly sighed and asked, "Do you really want to accept the inheritance of the Heavenly Rainbow Martial Emperor? Even if there's a high chance of dying. The inheritance process may not begin for some time, but in such a short period of time, you certainly won't be able to complete all 6 forms of the divine ape golden body." Lin Xianhua's eyes were filled with a loving smile as he said, "Of course. Just like you said in that alley. If you can't handle it, then just use your life to handle it." Suddenly, her face darkened, and she said fiercely, "Actually, I'm angry too. What do you mean by asking me to accept the legacy? The very act of doing so is a mistake? I do not accept this mistake." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's face broke into a bright smile. "This is the woman I want." Lin Xianhua's body also harbors a heart full of resentment. Suddenly, Lin Xianhua sighed and said with some grievance, "But, Xiao Fan, I don't know how to repay you." She put on a maid outfit and pitifully displayed her long, flawless legs by the bed. Xiao Fan frowned and said, "Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" Sigh. Lin Xianhua sighed again and said, "Perhaps, I can only repay you with my own body." "Bring it on." After saying that, Lin Xianhua lay back down. Xiao Fan laughed and said, "It was clearly your own idea. Still blaming me. You bastard. As punishment, you're not allowed to move today." "You're so annoying," Lin Xianhua giggled gracefully, her voice full of allure, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a sweet and loving wife, a stark contrast to the woman who used to call her mom every day. Xiao Fan stepped forward and exclaimed, "It's all thanks to my brother's excellent training." Almost 2 hours later, Lin Xianhu fell into a deep sleep, drool dripping from her cherry lips, her snores faint, and you could tell she was really tired. Xiao Fan sat to the side and began to input martial arts techniques. Ding, congratulations host, the first volume of the Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Book has been successfully entered. Current progress 2430. These days, Xiao Fan has finally managed to snag a few unique amplification books. Then. Ding, congratulations to the host for recording the first technique of the Book of Emptiness, Space Transformation. Xiao Fan was taken aback. The Book of Emptiness? Space Transformation? Only one technique? System, what level of martial arts is this? Above the mythical level, one can possess spatial elements after comprehension. Xiao Fan's pupils dilated violently, and his hand holding the martial arts manual trembled uncontrollably. I'll fuck your mother? One of the supreme elements, space? Holy crap! My good brother Ling Tianlei is so fierce? He quickly made a phone call to tell him about the Book of Myriad Phenomena and the Book of Emptiness. You got the Book of Myriad Phenomena? Wait, that's strange. Why would they give it to you directly? They should have given it to me. Could we have been exposed? Xiao Fan was taken aback and said, I thought you were the one who said it. How could I possibly say that you want martial arts? That would be detrimental to you in every way. Ling Tianlei frowned. Wait, what did you just say was the second martial arts manual? Space-based martial arts, a martial art above mythical level, the Book of Void. At that moment, the voices on the phone faded away, and the two fell into a deep silence. After a long pause, Ling Tianlei said, his mouth dry, "Good brother. In the typing church, it seems that apart from that one person, there is no one else who possesses martial arts of this level, right?" Xiaofan muttered blankly, "The person who gave me martial arts today was a very, very old delivery man, but I know it's definitely a fake. But I really can't believe it, he's actually a priest." "Holy shit," the two exclaimed in unison, cursing loudly. Startled, Lin Xianhua groggily scratched his forehead, then turned over and went back to sleep. Chapter 86 Shiha and Apollo. Do all the older generation like to use reverse psychology so much? After hanging up the phone, Xiaofan sat in the silent room, thinking about Zi Xingsheng from before. Do you dare to join the super god class? The current pastor. It was a mistake in itself for a god-level talent to accept the inheritance of the heavenly rainbow martial emperor. The pastor said this very calmly, as if he were uttering an indisputable maxim. Xiaofan chuckled, thinking that the pastor seemed to be right after all. Emperor Tianhong was a top-tier powerhouse among humans. What about Lin Xianhua? Even if he makes it into the top class now, he'll only be at the mid-level at best. The distance between the two is enough to span an entire dimension. But is it really impossible? A flash of disgust crossed Xiaofan's eyes. He hated the word impossible. Does it matter whether it's right or wrong? There's only one important thing: to inherit the legacy. Thinking of this, Xiaofan turned around, looked at Lin Xianhua tenderly, gently combed her hair, and spent a quiet night together. The next day, Ling Tianlei had almost completely chickened out, and Li Tianhong must have really gotten anxious. When night fell, they put on a tragic play. Yuanan cried her heart out and ran out of the city. After a while, Ling Tianlei hurriedly chased after her. If Li Tianhong were to go directly to Yuanan and try to use the little girl to threaten Ling Tianlei, that would be fine too. Anyway, Catwoman and Shepherd were right there. As long as Li Tianhong came out, they could just take them out. However, a series of annoying knocks came from outside Xiaofan's door. Who the hell is that so early in the morning? Xiaofan was grumpy when he woke up, and Lin Xianhua also woke up. The two got dressed and went out to open the door. Who is it? As soon as the door opened, a little boy with rosy lips and white teeth stood expressionlessly at the entrance. Who are you? Xiaofan frowned slightly, sensing that there seemed to be something wrong with the little boy. The little boy's tone and manner of speaking were far beyond his years. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Dilong, and I am a general under Lord Shiha. I am here today to discuss matters concerning the dreamers with you. Hurry up and tell me about the dreamer, and we'll handle it. Li Dilong's expression was indifferent, but his voice was filled with a subtle, undeniable authority. This made Xiaofan and Lin Xianhua a little angry. What's with this little brat acting so high and mighty? But the words "Shiha sits down" still have some power. Xiaofan narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. It seems that more people on the human side have become aware of the matters concerning the dreamer, the golden body of the divine ape, and the heavenly rainbow martial emperor. Nobody took him seriously and simply sent Shiha to take over everything. Previously, Boss Bai had told him the secret that someone in the human race was watching him, and now, this was a show of force. At this moment, Li Dilong said with a look of irritation, "What are you still standing there for? Don't want to cooperate? Do you want to die? Do you still want to obtain the divine ape golden body? What does that kind of thing have to do with someone like you? Stop daydreaming. Hurry up and hand over the work, don't waste time." Lin Xianhua, standing to the side, had a slightly cold expression. How dare they talk about my man like that, damn it. She was about to curse when Xiaofan stopped her. Xiaofan's gaze swept across Li Dilong's palm and fell upon the exquisitely crafted storage ring that glittered on it. A big shot, surely he'd have amplification-type martial arts techniques, right? Alright. Let's hand over the duties then. Xiaofan grinned. TCH, hurry up. Li Dilong snorted coldly. Xiaofan said, now, the typing divine cult has found out the dreamer's identity. Tonight, they will carry out their plan to lure the dreamer out of Thunder City. So, if you want to get the divine ape golden body, just keep an eye on everything happening outside the city at night. Li Dilong narrowed his eyes slightly and said, if you dare to lie to me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. After saying that, he abruptly turned and left. As the door closed, Lin Xianhua raised an eyebrow and smiled, you've got your eye on his storage ring? Their identities are not simple. You dare to rob me? Xiao Fan said calmly, according to what Boss Bai said before, I should have kept a low profile and developed my skills discreetly to avoid being watched too closely by those above and causing too much trouble. But the situation is different now. The legacy of Emperor Tianhong has been revealed. I definitely have to compete for it. How can you be so sleazy in this way? Since there's no way to hide our talents, what's the point of being timid? If all else fails, I'll call my older brother, he. Your older brother? Lin Xianhua exclaimed in surprise, you have a powerful background? Wang Xingshan. Xiao Fan exclaimed with a smile. Awesome. Lin Xianhua gave a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Li Dulong contacted Shiha. A palace sits atop a fiery red mountain. A masked figure sat quietly within, his fiery red robes radiating intense flames, accumulating surging energy. The palace was surrounded by a dense array of strange patterns and designs. As Shiha cultivated herself, these patterns gradually lit up, exuding a sacred aura. Then, the solar energy in the sky was gathered, absorbed, and poured into Shiha's body by the power emanating from the palace, causing her aura to rise continuously. After Li Dilon's voice rang in her mind, Shiha indifferently relayed the message, how dare such a nobody disobey me? Just do as he says. After she finished speaking, a pair of fiery red pupils suddenly opened through the gaps in the mask's eyes. Shiha raised her head, her gaze passing through the top of the palace and landing on the distant sun. She clearly sensed that there was another being on this planet, who, like herself, was cultivating using the energy of the sun. The two have been vying for years. Although they have never met, they compete every day to see who can absorb more solar energy and has a higher affinity for the sun. But years have passed, and the result hasn't changed much. One day he wins, one day I win, or it's a draw. Another being on this planet is just as powerful as itself, and even uses the same methods. What is this called? Nemesis. In the future, only one person can survive. Shiha just didn't expect to have the opportunity to meet so soon. She thought she would have to wait for the Battle of Dignity. Thunder City, the legacy of Emperor Tianhong. Whoever obtains the Sunfire will completely surpass the other. I hope you won't disappoint me. A proud and awe-inspiring light shone deep in Shiha's eyes. She is the most powerful demon. No, she is a god. He is the incarnation of an Eastern god. In Shiha's heart, humans were not qualified to stand on her side at all. Lin Lianshan, who possessed the immortal fire, was no different from a clay chicken or a clay dog in her eyes. The difference between gods and humans is as vast as the heavens, a world apart. Stepping out of the palace, she suddenly opened her arms wide. Boom! A loud bang. A domain with a radius of 1 kilometer instantly turned into flames. Each flame was hundreds of meters high, and Shiha, enveloped within them, was like the supreme ruler of flames. On the streets of Thunder City late at night, a little girl ran frantically toward the city gates with a pained expression on her face. Those around him sighed and shook their heads. Why is Mr. Lei acting like this? Seriously, I don't know what to say. Forget it, Mr. Lei's family background is none of our business. To make the scene more realistic, Yuanan pulled out the story from a romance novel she had been reading for a long time and transformed herself into a little girl who was being treated cruelly. Apart from a few key figures like the shepherdess Xiao Fan, no one knew it was fake. Li Tianhong naturally believed it, and he began to take action, preparing to hunt down Ling Tianlei. During this time, the entire Thunder City was normal, just like usual, but he was extremely terrified. His sixth sense told him that he was being watched. Because his original confidant had been turned by Ling Tianlei. Although the man didn't know the purpose of the task he was given, he was still afraid. Should I change my identity and keep running? When the hell are they going to stop running? It's been 20 years already. And if he runs away this time, will he lose the network of relationships he has painstakingly built up? Doesn't it give people the feeling that they're trying to hide something? His mind was in turmoil, and he couldn't come up with a perfect solution. In the end, he decided to kill Ling Tianlei. Bring that confidant back, and then find a way to kill him to silence him. But ever since I went to his casino and threatened him that day, he hasn't come out. Blanche. What a coward. Now that his wife has run away, should he follow her out? If he doesn't come out with me, I'll grab his wife. Li Tianhong, his face contorted with rage, stepped out of the city gate and followed closely behind Yuanan. Chapter 87 Xiao Fan is a madman. Yuanan is just a little girl with almost no martial arts skills. The opponent is a grandmaster at the great perfection level. Logically speaking, if Yuanan is not careful, she will be doomed. But there was no fear on her face, instead she was very relaxed, because she completely trusted Ling Tianlei. This tough husband would never put himself in real danger. Li Tianhong caught up with Yuanin, but did not choose to make a move. Instead, he calmly followed behind her. No rush. If Ling Tianlei really doesn't come out, we can catch him later. Suddenly, Li Tianhong turned around abruptly, a ferocious smile appearing on his face. A bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from the city gate, filled with a sense of urgency. At such a crucial moment, the woman you chose let you down. You must be furious, right? Li Tianhong's eyes flashed with sarcasm as he spoke. Although his talent wasn't very lethal, he was still a quasi-god level, only one level below Ling Tianlei's god level. However, his cultivation level was more than 10 levels higher than Ling Tianlei's. Moreover, he has never slacked off in training his strength over the years. Although his realm has not improved, his combat power is no joke. This young master of the Ling family, may he die. His ghostly figure quickly appeared behind Ling Tianlei, a dagger appearing in his hand. With one strike, Ling Tianlei would surely die. But then, in the hazy sky, Ling Tianlei paused, slowly turned his head, and a mocking smile appeared on his fierce face. An extremely ominous premonition rushed to the top of Li Tianhong's head, and his unease reached its peak, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and get goosebumps all over his body. There's a problem. Very dangerous. Don't kill. Run. But when he turned around again, ready to run away, he saw the Catwoman and the shepherd floating behind him. It was a trap. Damn it. These two mixed-race kids must be from the Taiping cult. It turns out I really have been targeted all along. They even made a deal with Ling Tianlei. It's all fake. Ling Tianlei probably never even argued with his little woman. Braze, he cursed fiercely in his heart. His gaze swept over the two men, and his brows furrowed. These two were not at a high level either, about the same as Ling Tianlei. Why did they give me such a sense of panic? Li Tianhong's expression was uncertain as he prepared to change direction and continue leaving. But just then, Shepherd suddenly raised his hands, clasped them together, and his inner energy surged. An ancient book engraved with a black cross appeared in the air, facing Li Tianhong. Without hesitation, he roared, "Book of Concealment, open." At this moment, Li Tianhong's unease reached its peak, his pupils were filled with terror, and fear permeated his entire body. The Book of the Vanishing Gods? That legendary, strange, special talent. How could there be such a person in the Taiping divine cult? How come I didn't know this at all back then? Dry. When he left the Taiping divine sect, the man and woman in front of him probably hadn't even been born yet. Run. But time seemed to freeze at that moment, or rather, his body was controlled by the Book of Concealment and he was unable to move. Furthermore, a strange black aura emanated from Li Tianhong's entire body. He panicked so much that his whole body convulsed, but it was all in vain. After all the black energy had entered the book, Li Tianhong was utterly desperate. The violent face disappeared, replaced by the appearance of a middle-aged man with graying temples. The dreamer's true form has finally been revealed. His abilities were completely stripped away by the Book of Concealment. But just then, a sudden change occurred, and a burst of fire shot into the sky. Li Dilong's face was filled with excitement. He hadn't expected that what that good-for-nothing said was actually true. Tonight we actually managed to catch the dreamer. Once you acquire the second, third, and fourth forms of the divine ape golden body, you'll have accomplished a great feat. Catwoman looked at the flame and her expression changed slightly. Her ability to dispel magic was strong, but the boy's flames were clearly stronger. Because he's not human at all. He is the spirit of Shiha's mythical weapon, the Heavenly Sun Holy Sword. You can't kill me. Li Tianhong roared. If I die today, the greatest secret within the divine ape golden body will instantly spread to every corner of the world. Everyone around became hesitant and dared not make any rash moves because of those words. Catwoman's brows furrowed. She noticed Li Dilong's embarrassed expression and felt a little annoyed. No way? We have no idea what's inside. How could this guy who just appeared out of nowhere know? What exactly do those in power want? So it wasn't the golden ape statue after all? There's something else inside? What's the secret? Catwoman scoffed. Li Tianhong sneered, "Two kids, don't they know they're being used as pawns? Those apostles in the Taiping divine cult are not to be trusted." The shepherd remained calm and said, "You don't need to sow discord. I know what I'm doing. My only task is to capture you alive and bring you to justice." Behave yourself. What a joke. Li Tianhong roared, a bunch of brats, you expect me to behave? Did you really think that without my talent, I'm just a lamb to the slaughter? Besides, take me with you? Would this person agree to that? Li Tianhong looked at Li Dilong with a cold smile. The scene instantly turned into a three-way confrontation. Ling Tianlei floated to the side, leisurely watching the show while carrying Yuan on his back. He would occasionally look up at the sky, thinking to himself, when will my good brother make his move? What do you want to do? Who gave you this information? Catwoman asked Li Dilong coldly. Li Dilong looked embarrassed, he didn't know what to do. The golden body of the divine ape was a great achievement for him. But the secret within the divine ape golden body is the legacy of Emperor Tianhong Marshal. If the other party spreads this throughout the world, how many competitors will the master have? He dared not act rashly, but secretly he hurriedly contacted his master. Shiha responded calmly, what's wrong with announcing it to the world? How many people are qualified to participate in this competition? The pastor had already arranged everything. Just grab it, no need to hesitate. Li Dilong was taken aback, not because of the conclusion, but because he actually heard respect for a human being from his master's mouth. That pastor must be a remarkable person. He shook his head, deciding there was no need to think about these things now. He smiled slightly, turned around, and decided to say a few words to lull the Catwoman and her companion into a false sense of security. But suddenly, a murderous aura suddenly rose up. Everyone looked up instantly, their pupils suddenly contracting. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream of pain rang out, and disbelief filled the faces of everyone present. The invisible Xiao Fan appeared behind Li Tianhong like a ghost and severed his wrist, which was wearing a storage ring. He then cleaved Li Tianhong's body in two. The dreamer died on the spot. Are you fucking looking to die? Li Dilong roared in fury as soon as he realized what was happening. Unexpectedly, after kicking Li Tianhong away, Xiao Fan, this madman, turned around and charged straight at Li Dilong. His face was full of cruelty. Call out. His speed was so fast that he was just a blur. Li Dilong looked at the figure that rushed in front of him in an instant and suddenly began to panic. What is this guy trying to do? You're going to lay a hand on me? Are you fucking trying to rebel? Are you crazy? Xiao Fan didn't bother to answer at all. His arm muscles bulged, and he slapped out hard. Bang! Li Dilong was spun around on the spot by the slap, like a spinning top. Xiao Fan raised the assassin star and slashed at Li Dilong's arm again. The weapon itself was a mythical level weapon, and the hardness of its body shocked Xiao Fan. Fortunately, although it was difficult, he still managed to cut off Li Dilong's arm, took out the storage ring, and then threw it on the ground. After finishing his turn, Li Dilong roared in a hoarse voice, you madman. You're absolutely insane. Do you know who I am? I know. Xiao Fan scoffed, a murderous glint in his eyes. What do you want to do? Li Dilong's body trembled, and panic began to rise in his heart. Because he suddenly realized that the guy in front of him was completely different from the person he had met during the day. He had planned everything from the very beginning, it was all a scheme. I fell for their trap. I want to see if I can kill the spirit of a so-called mythical weapon. Xiao Fan grinned, his smile incredibly chilling. As soon as he finished speaking, his arm muscles bulged suddenly. All the amplification systems activated at that moment. But Li Dilong's pupils suddenly turned fiery red. Foolish mortal, do you know what you're doing? She has stared indifferently at Xiao Fan, her voice filled with the undeniable authority of a superior. But to everyone's surprise, Xiao Fan didn't stop moving at all and swung a punch straight at Li Dilong's cheek. Boom! A loud bang. Li Dilong fell like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and raising dust. Lying in the ruins, his face showed no pain, only endless indifference. Deep down, Shiha had already sentenced Xiao Fan to death. Those who dare to blaspheme the gods should leave this world in the most tragic way. Chapter 88. Can a normal person go this crazy? Xiao Fan didn't have time to beat up Li Dilong anymore. He turned around, and in the distance, he saw the Catwoman and Shepherd fleeing quickly through the dark clouds. The two were truly panicked. They reacted immediately the moment they saw Xiao Fan make his move. Damn it, something's not right. The fact that Ling Tianlei, standing next to him, had a sarcastic smile on his face tells us something. Blanche. It was all a pre-arranged plan. A scheme within a scheme. Everything was for Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan dared to kill Li Tianhong directly. They even dared to chop off Li Dilong's hand. Would this madman dare to kill us? It seems like there aren't that many impossibilities. Really? Behind him, Xiao Fan's speed increased dramatically, and his presence drew ever closer. Shepard's eyes were filled with resentment. His book of concealment had a long skill cooldown time, otherwise he would have sealed it away for Xiao Fan in a moment of trouble. Fortunately, at this high speed, we can get back to the city quickly. But the next second, a huge purple blade of light descended from the sky. The two men looked ashen-faced. Lin Xianhua is in position. It wasn't over yet, another bolt of lightning exploded. Ling Tianlei is now in position. The next second, Xiao Fan arrived, and the three of them surrounded the two. What do you want? Shepard stared intently at Xiao Fan. Hand over the storage ring first, Xiao Fan said calmly. You wouldn't happen to be that dog king that's been all over town lately, would you? Shepard's expression changed slightly. Enough with the nonsense. Xiao Fan slowly raised his hand, a dense surge of lightning power gathering within it. Shepard has used up the book of concealment, so his combat strength is already low. He and Catwoman are special agents, not soldiers. Moreover, the combat power of these three people in front of me is already explosive. I definitely can't withstand them. Fine. Shepard snorted coldly, took off the ring from his hand, and threw it away. Catwoman's expression changed slightly, and she said, "This. Give it to me." No, there's something bad inside the ring. An ambiguous atmosphere inexplicably rose in the battlefield. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking of the two's romantic moments late at night. If you say another word, I'll take action. Xiao Fan roared. Catwoman, her face flushed with shame and anger, finally had no choice but to throw the ring away. Can we leave now? The shepherd asked in a deep voice. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, I want to talk to you about the abilities of the Book of Concealment. Thunder, take Catwoman away. Ling Tianlei nodded slightly, turned around, and grabbed the Catwoman. The Catwoman was unable to resist at all, and if she resisted, she would be given electrotherapy. Then, they were tied up tightly and locked up. Upon seeing this, the shepherd immediately flew into a rage and roared, Let her go. I'll give you anything you want, just let her go. Xiao Fan said dismissively, Don't worry, as long as you cooperate obediently, I will of course release her. Am I the kind of person who craves blood? Heavenly thunder, celestial fire, am I? Both of them shrugged and shook their heads. You're a madman. Shepard stared intently at Xiao Fan, his eyes filled with malice. Xiao Fan said indifferently, If you look at me like that again, I'll consider gouging out your eyes. You. The shepherd was furious, but he could only swallow his anger. What exactly do you want? What do you intend to do with my book of disappearance? Xiao Fan remained calm and asked, Can your concealment technique deal with a mythical level opponent? Take Shiha for example, you know Shiha, right? The shepherd shook his head and said, I don't know. Whether it's Shiha, Apollo, or Sun Wukong, they are all humanoid killing machines that are hidden very well, because they are afraid that something might happen before they have fully grown up, so it is difficult for outsiders to know about their existence. Xiao Fan sighed and said, Let's go back to the city first, and we can talk about the rest later. Xiao Fan glanced at the anxious look on his face and sneered, Worried about your wife? What good does worrying do? You'd better just be honest and cooperate. But then, the shepherd paused, and asked, How do you know she's my wife? Xiao Fan coughed nervously and said, Anyone with eyes can see that. Finally, the group flew back towards Thunder City. High in the air, the priest couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, Is this guy that Xiao Chun has his eye on a villain? That's a pretty wild style of doing things. Moreover, they actually thought of using sheep herding to deal with those monsters? It's true, as long as you're bold, nothing is impossible. Ling Tianlei captured Catwoman and brought her back to the casino. At first, Catwoman was devastated, feeling that she would suffer unimaginable torture. Don't be fooled by the fact that you can't beat people up in Thunder City. These underworld forces have plenty of ways to torture people. For example, the torture of dripping water is enough to break a person's mentality. But to my surprise, as soon as she returned, after being thrown into a private room, several sexy and hot women immediately brought out fine wine and food. This made Catwoman momentarily dazed. Last meal before execution? His last meal before he died? That must be it. At this moment, Ling Tianlei, carrying Yuanan, walked in and naturally started eating with her. Catwoman's eyes hardened, and she suddenly thrust out a dagger, aiming for Ling Tianlei's throat. But Ling Tianlei ignored him and continued eating, completely unfazed. His Adam's apple bobbed rhythmically with each bite. Yuan excitedly wiped her hand, exclaiming with a blissful expression, "My husband is so sexy." Catwoman, who had just been showered with PDA, froze, thinking to herself, how could someone like Ling Tianlei be with such an ordinary little girl? Moreover, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that she cherishes the little girl like a treasure. Finally, the Catwoman reluctantly sheathed her dagger and sneered, "Aren't you afraid? If you're afraid of even this, what kind of gangster are you?" Ling Tianlei continued eating with his head down. After finishing his meal and taking a small sip of red wine, he said leisurely, "Don't worry. Just stay here and don't wander off, there won't be any danger. My father told me from a young age that it's always a good idea to get along with the Taiping cult. Actually, in Xiao Fan's initial plan, we didn't intend to capture you. It's just that your man's talent is too special." The Catwoman narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "What do you want with hurting talent?" "Just steal something," Ling Tianlei said calmly. "What is that?" "The biggest secret within the divine ape golden body should have spread throughout the world by now." "Oh, here's your phone, take a look for yourself." Ling Tianlei casually tossed it over. Catwoman picked it up, opened her social media app, and her pupils suddenly contracted. The legacy of the heavenly rainbow martial emperor has appeared in the world, right here in Thunder City. At the end of the second form of the divine ape golden body, the heavenly emperor Zhang once wrote, "If this body ever returns, I wish to hold your hand and pledge myself to the mortal world." Later, Emperor Tianhong didn't go to conquer the stars and the sea, but to find Emperor Zhang Tian. They were a couple. Emperor Tianhong, this feeling is impossible to dispel, it just moves from my brow to my heart. The legacy remains at the place where we first met, but it requires a special method to unlock. Finally, the shocking conclusion is confirmed: Zhang Tiandi is not dead. He has instead journeyed to the stars and the sea, and Tianhong Martial Emperor is following in his footsteps. It's a lie, it's fake. Talk is cheap, where's the proof? Hee, believe it or not. Is all of this real? The Catwoman was so shocked that her hands trembled. So, the secret within the divine ape golden body is the inheritance of the heavenly rainbow martial emperor? Wait, you just said you were going to steal something? Could it be that they're going to steal the inheritance? Give it to Lin Xianhua? That can't be right. The immortal forest fire is indeed powerful, but it absolutely cannot withstand the legendary sunfire. Ling Tianlei grinned and said, "My good brothers and their families hate the three words most: impossible. I don't know how they're going to snatch it, or how they can completely withstand the sun's fire. But I believe him. Because that's how he survived, turning the impossible into the possible time and time again." Ling Tianlei's eyes were filled with complex emotions as he recalled the days he chatted with Xiao Fan. It's a miracle that a humble child from a third-tier city could reach this stage. Who says he can't create another miracle? P.S. Many negative reviews say that my romance storyline is poorly written. I don't actually argue with that, because I was worried that the plot would be too slow and make people feel that it was padded. So I didn't spend much time on the romance storyline. Later, I will spend more energy describing the emotions between each character. The most important thing. You absolutely must watch this. Should little Ding Dong join the harem? Like this post in the chapter comments. Chapter 89: Inventorying the Spoils. Back in the hotel, Xiao Fan naturally couldn't go back to his own room, as the signs of a battle were too obvious. So I went back to the shepherd's room, and well, the signs of the battle seemed to be even more severe there. The shepherd's face turned pale and then purple, extremely ashamed and angry. "Can you guarantee my wife's safety?" Shepherd asked in a cold voice. Xiao Fan took out his phone and made a video call to Ling Tianlei. Instant response. "Sheep." Catwoman's delicate voice rang out. Shepherd looked at the sumptuous feast in front of her, her expression changed slightly, and she wondered if she was seeing things. "Are you alright?" he asked with concern. "You're the one with the problem." Catwoman scoffed, "Don't worry, my living conditions here are, well, better than before. They won't hurt me, they just need to use your book of disappearance to do something. However, it's a bit crazy." "No, it's absolutely insane." Seeing that the Catwoman was alright, Shepherd's worries disappeared, but when he heard her say that what she was going to do was dangerous, he immediately frowned. "What is it?" he asked. As a result, Xiao Fan hung up the call directly and said calmly, "I'll do it." "Humph, you say it." Shepherd sneered. After sitting down, Xiao Fan quietly described everything about Shiha. the succession of Emperor Tianhong, and other such matters. After hearing this, Shepard's pupils dilated dramatically, and he could no longer sit still. With a face full of astonishment and uncertainty, he asked, "Are you crazy? The most valuable thing about a person is to know their own limitations. What kind of monster do you think you can snatch the inheritance from? Are you out of your mind?" Xiao Fan said indifferently, "Why are you so agitated?" Shepard shook his head, his fists clenched, and said, "No, you have no idea how powerful that monster is. We also have a monkey in our sect who's at that level. Born with countless abilities. And each one more monstrous than the last, such as Samadhi True Fire, 72 transformations, indestructible body, fiery eyes, and it seems there's even a Dharma body. You've never seen a monster of that caliber in action, so you have no idea that their combat power is on a completely different level from ours. A few years ago, that monkey got really angry and went berserk. I'll never forget that scene. It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Absolutely terrifying." Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, completely ignoring the first half of the sentence. "Everyone's talking about how strong the opponent is. I'm tired of hearing it. He doesn't care about all this nonsense. You absolutely must obtain the inheritance of Emperor Tianhong. Besides, do you know how strong I am? Do you know what I'm like at my peak?" But what came next piqued Xiao Fan's curiosity. It's obvious that the monkey the other party described is none other than the legendary Monkey King, Sun Wukong. I was born in the same era as Sun Wukong in this world? This is so exciting. Whether he is Wukong's enemy or fights alongside him in the future, it is enough to make Xiao Fan's blood boil. That was my idol. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said in a deep voice, "The important thing now is, will your book of concealment be effective against people of that level?" Seeing Xiao Fan's persistent look, Mu Yang was truly helpless. Well, this guy just attacked his own people. He's a complete madman, and there's no way to reason with him. He couldn't help but look at Lin Xianhua, wanting to suggest that his wife persuade her. Lin Xianhua frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me? We definitely have to fight for the inheritance of Emperor Tianhong." "You, all right." Shepard gave up completely, sighing and shaking his head. "This whole family are crazy. For a powerhouse of that level, my book of concealment is almost ineffective at most. It can seal them for 30 seconds, that's the best I can do." Xiao Fan frowned and said, "Only 30 seconds? What about under normal circumstances? For example, that dreamer. That can seal it for at least 5 hours. Shepard received it alone. How can there be such a big difference?" Xiao Fan's expression changed slightly. "Of course." Shepard smirked. "You don't even know what level of talent that is. The pinnacle of mythical level. To be honest, I think even 30 seconds is a close call." "All right." Xiao Fan nodded and said, 30 seconds it is. As long as you cooperate properly and carefully read through your book, Catwoman will return to your side safely. Of course, if you dare to have any other ideas, then you can expect to be separated from your wife forever." Xiao Fan snorted coldly, got up and left. "I'll contact you then." Xiao Fan and Lin Xianhua returned to their hotel room and sat down together to take stock of their spoils. The first one is the Dreamer's Ring. There's no shortage of money, but with the chubby guy around, none of that matters. Weapons are a bit of a thing, but the most important thing is martial arts. The golden body of the divine ape. Xiao Fan grinned, and the second, third, and fourth moves were all in his hands. Enter the data directly into the system. Surprise! It turns out this is considered a martial art between the 4th and 6th ranks. Task progress 2530. Then, Xiao Fan handed the 3 pages of golden light to Lin Xianhua and smiled, "Come on, wife, practice hard." Lin Xianhua's face was beaming with smiles, as excited as a little girl, and she plopped down on Xiao Fan's face. She hugged him tightly. "Honey, I love you to death," a sweet and tender voice rang out, arousing Xiao Fan's desire. He pinched the firm, fair face and smiled, "Wait, let me finish counting the spoils first." Okay. Lin Xianhua sat to the side, but finally couldn't resist and fell headfirst down. Xiao Fan affectionately stroked the fiery red hair with one hand while continuing to count the spoils of war with the other. Is there an amplification system? The Dreamer's Ring contained more than a dozen martial arts manuals, which Xiao Fan flipped through repeatedly. One book after another, all of them are combat-themed. Let's input them. Then the amplification system, damn it. There is one, but it's a duplicate. Xiao Fan frowned, and when he turned to the last book, he let out a long sigh. The enhancement system is Intermediate Steel Blast. Task Progress 2630. 4 more books are needed. Then, the shepherd's storage ring was completely empty. What a penniless wretch! Xiaofan cursed inwardly. Then, there was Catwoman's storage ring, which was filled with sexy lingerie. Lin Xianhua suddenly looked up, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Nice style, want to try it on?" Someone else wore it. "Don't you think this is more exciting, honey?" "Oh, now you're playing these really weird games?" Xiaofan chuckled and said, "Let's forget about it." He continued flipping through. Unbelievable luck. Catwoman only has 2 martial arts manuals, and both of them are amplification type. Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief, because this was somewhat expected. The Catwoman's fighting style was similar to his own, so it wasn't surprising that she used an amplification system. Current task progress 2830. Next up is Li Dilong's storage ring, which has a powerful seal on it. Xiaofan, however, was unimpressed. He had been prepared for this all along. In this world, where there are seals, there are things that can be unsealed. Xiaofan steals other people's rings every day, so he naturally knows that some rings have thick seals. But Thunder City is a place where all sorts of people mingle, and they sell everything. He had already prepared several talismans to unlock the storage rings. It has to be said that the sealing level of this ring is really high. It took the highest level of unsealing talisman that I could buy to unlock it. He nervously rummaged through the contents of the ring. Many types of source energy liquid, both 4th and 5th tier, are available. We'll definitely need to develop martial arts techniques at levels 7 through 9 in the future, but at that level, it's already very difficult to buy them with federal coins. We'll have to use a more expensive currency. These are the bottles of priceless source energy liquid in Xiaofan's hands. Each bottle of source power liquid requires a significant amount of manpower and resources to extract. Furthermore, each level of source liquid is divided into 4 qualities: ordinary, excellent, perfect, ultimate. Ultimate source liquid is only available to the highest levels of the Federation. It is a top secret. It's impossible to use it anywhere else. If anyone dares to circulate the ultimate source liquid, the authorities will investigate their ancestors for 18 generations as quickly as possible. Then he will be severely punished. So when the demon god of war gave Xiaofan the ultimate source liquid, he was extremely excited. But what about martial arts? Xiaofan kept searching, his mind focused intense. Li Dilong must possess amplification-type martial arts, because he is a weapon spirit. Mythical level weapons have the opportunity to develop a weapon spirit, but this usually happens later in the game. However, the Phoenix Emperor Fire is special, which is why the Heavenly Sun Holy Sword developed a weapon spirit earlier than expected. The spirit of the artifact itself may not be powerful. However, if the weapon spirit is powerful, the weapon itself will also become stronger. How can we make the spirit weapon powerful? Amplification system. That's why Xiaofan went so crazy today, directly snatching Li Dilong's ring. Final. Phew. Xiaofan let out a long breath, and a bright smile finally appeared on his face. It is an amplification system book with a special ability. After completing its training, it can directly increase the star level of the flame seed once, but this is limited to flame seeds below the venerable level. Just right, my flames are only 7 stars now, but my thunder is almost 8 stars. After completing the training, the two are perfectly balanced. Current task progress 2930. 1 more book needed. Just then, my phone suddenly sent me a text message. Old Xiao, I've gotten my hands on a few martial arts manuals, including one that boosts your skills. Looking down, I saw Ling Tianlei. Xiaofan clenched his fist tightly. Pretty. Hopefully, it won't be a duplicate, then the task is complete. Chapter 90, all martial arts skills are collected. Experience pets are needed. After their intimate moment ended, Xiaofan spurred his horse and galloped towards the northern district. After finding Ling Tianlei, Xiaofan smiled excitedly upon seeing the amplification-type martial arts he had never seen before. Absolutely perfect. Enter. All 30 books are complete. Just wait quietly for the background to start cultivating automatically. But time waits for no one. Xiaofan frowned, as the matter of inheritance was escalating rapidly. It might appear in the next second. However, he had already planned ahead and prepared an experience booster berserker. But before that, there is one more crucial thing to do: obtain the 5th, 6th, and 7th forms of the Divine Ape Golden Body. Exchanging 3 moves for 3 moves is reasonable. Although Boss Bai has 8 and 9 moves to go, Xiao Fan is at his current level and can't cultivate them even if he gets them, so it's meaningless. Most importantly, Boss Bai said there's a big gift coming up, and hopefully it's something good. Back at the hotel. But as soon as they arrived at the gate, they saw Li Dilong standing there expressionless. His broken arm had been completely repaired and he looked perfectly fine. He said fiercely, "The master has already said so. The day she arrives here will be the day you die." Xiao Fan frowned and said, "Is your master that brave? Dare to make a move in the city? Are you never going to leave the city for the rest of your life?" Li Dilong sneered. "Yeah, I've already decided to never leave the city again." Xiao Fan shrugged, patted Li Dilong on the head as he walked past, and said, "You're still a kid, trying to threaten me? I suggest you go back and tell your master that it's not certain who will die in the end." A flash of ferocity crossed Xiao Fan's eyes, and Li Dilong's body trembled, feeling an immense sense of panic. This guy is a complete lunatic. But you fucking dare touch my master? Are you trying to make an enemy of all humanity? Xiao Fan scoffed and said, "You really think highly of your master's position among the human race? If she can't even beat me, then she's just a useless piece of trash." After saying that, he walked straight into the hotel, his face cold. Standing at the gate, Li Dilong trembled with anger. She had told him to inform Xiao Fan and tell him how much longer he had to live. Instead of seeing Xiao Fan kneeling and begging for mercy, he was threatened instead. He not only dared to mess with me, but he also dared to mess with my master. Madman. A madman with purity levels off the charts. He's not even human. Xiao Fan returned to the hotel, his face full of sarcasm. He had already planned to seize the inheritance, so why would he be afraid of Xiao Fan's threats? Funny. Xiao Fan snorted coldly and pushed the door open to enter. What's wrong? Lin Xianhua frowned her beautiful willow leaf eyebrows. It's all right, she has sent his lackey to pronounce my death sentence. TCH. Lin Xianhua scoffed, his expression increasingly resembling that madman Xiao Fan. In the past, hearing the name Shiha would have only made her afraid, terrified, and timid. But what about now? Shiha? Just a stepping stone that we'll have to step over sooner or later. Indeed, without Xiao Fan, I, Lin Xianhua, am nothing. But I'm sorry, I do have Xiao Fan, and I'm the person who sleeps with him day and night. Looking at the figure beside her who was on the phone, she felt incredibly proud and happy. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone. Boss Bai, I've got the divine ape golden body. Sigh. Xiao Fan, you've already robbed him, but why did you also rob Li Dilong and beat him up? Boss Bai sighed. Xiao Fan's face stiffened. Suddenly, another familiar voice rang out, "Good for you. Brain Gold is such a coward, ignore him. You did nothing wrong, why should we put up with this, right?" Xiao Fan grinned. That voice, it's my older brother. But, how did Boss Bai become Brain Gold? On the other end of the phone, Bai Duojin's face was stiff. He covered his forehead and whispered, "Old Chen, you don't give me any face at all." Chen Shangsheng grinned, patted his shoulder, and said, "Xiao Fan is someone I've chosen. He doesn't need anyone to tell him what to do. I know there are a few old guys up there who want to take this opportunity to make trouble for Xiao Fan and find out his secrets. But I stopped them all. If they really don't know what's good for them, I don't mind teaching these old good-for-nothings who are just hogging the toilet." After saying that, he took the phone and said calmly, "Xiao Fan, Lao Bai originally planned to give you a divine artifact, but I guess what you need now is not a divine artifact." Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that his older brother really understood him. He smiled and said, "I want to take these 3 moves first and then exchange them for the next 3 moves. Without the first move, only the last 6 moves will not be very effective," Chen Shangsheng said seriously. "Don't worry, everything is under control," Xiao Fan replied in a deep voice. Hearing this, Chen Shangxing was somewhat surprised, but he was too lazy to think about it too much. Xiao Fan was not an arrogant person. Since he thought it was possible, the result should be about the same. At this moment, Xiao Fan asked, "Brother, is there anything that can quickly cultivate physical martial arts?" "Yes, this was prepared long ago for you, woman." Chen Shangsheng chuckled and said, "I also prepared another gift. Wait here, I'll bring it to you now. You can look forward to it." The call ended, and Xiao Fan's pupils dilated slightly. No way? Hearing this, Wang Xingshan knew exactly what he had to do. And what about the person on the other end of the phone? Bai Duojin looked at Chen Changsheng with disbelief and said, "Have you gone mad too?" If Xiao Fan steals the opportunity that belongs to Shihe and deprives her of the chance to awaken her talent, they will go crazy. Chen Chongqing's eyes turned slightly cold as he said indifferently, "Who is Xiao Fan?" In front of Shihe, he is no different from an ant. If Xiao Fan can steal Shihe's opportunity, it only proves that Shihe is not worthy of the inheritance of Emperor Tianhong. Besides, don't forget, that monkey is even more powerful than Shihe. Why do you say that those are resources belonging to Shihe? The battlefield is right here. Whoever gets the final reward will have to rely on their own abilities. I'd like to see which of those old fogies up there dares to cause trouble. Bai Duojin frowned and said, "But you also said that Xiao Fan is still too weak. He can't steal it." Chen Chongqing shook his head and said, "Who cares? I believe in him. I just need to support his choice. If he dies on this path in the end, that's his own problem." Bai Duojin looked at Wang Xingshan with a complicated expression. He was just like everyone else. I don't understand. Why would he stake his future on Xiao Fan? Chen Chongqing naturally knew what the people around him were thinking. Cut. He scoffed. Back when he was in the super god class, didn't those who looked down on him think the same way? Being born as a mayfly has never been a problem. Why bet on Xiao Fan? Because he saw something deep in Xiao Fan's eyes that no one else had. That was the same indomitable spirit, unwillingness, and defiance I had back then. That flame belongs only to those who walk the path of kingship. It seems eternally unquenchable. He is an eagle. Sooner or later, it will soar to the center of the world. To shine brightly on the blue planet? How ridiculous. Would I, the mighty king of stars, be so short-sighted? In his heart, Xiao Fan's stage was not in the super god class. And not just this planet. It's not the endless starry sky above us. With that thought in mind, he took a step forward and sped towards Thunder City. Chapter 91: A huge surprise. Late at night. Neither of the two people on the large bed felt sleepy. "Husband, it would be good if you took over that inheritance. By then, you'll be strong enough, and you can give me a good seat of fire in the future." Lin Xianhua said gently. Xiao Fan yawned and said calmly, "I can't accept it. As we all know, accepting a legacy takes time. Who will take the time to do that? I don't know what the specific battlefield will be like yet, but my goal is just one word: wait." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. By the time the battle is nearing its end, regardless of the level of the people fighting inside, they will have already suffered heavy losses. "We'll make our move then, take you to receive the inheritance, and help you hold on for the time needed to receive it. That's probably it." Lin Xianhua's eyes were complicated as he said in a deep voice, "Then I'll give you all the super god points I get after entering the super god class." "What are god points?" Xiao Fan asked curiously. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xianhua said, Just think of it as a kind of currency. This year's super god class is more special than previous years. The Scripture Pavilion and Treasure Pavilion are all open. I heard that even the highest level mythical martial arts and mythical weapons can be exchanged with super god points. Even if you can't get it in exchange, you can still apply for it. Of course, the super god points required for those things must be an astronomical number. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow and asked, "How many amplification-type martial arts techniques are in there?" "Bauer, that's the Imperial Academy amplification-type martial arts. As many as you want, we'll have them." Lin Xianhua raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What about the source of the elements?" "There are plenty," Lin Xianhua said with a faint smile. Xiao Fan immediately perked up and became somewhat excited. "Doesn't that mean I'm guaranteed to break through to god level in the super god class? And the key is the source of the elements. I've already achieved a very stable level of stability using elemental overlap, and lasting for more than half an hour in extreme combat is definitely not a problem. This seems like a good thing, but it actually means that my explosive power is not high enough. So what should we do? The element of wood can make the flames more intense. Water can increase the power of lightning. My talent is all around. I don't need any high-level elemental seeds. If the strength of these 4 elemental seeds all reaches the venerable level, then one's ultimate explosive power will rise by more than 1 level." Finally, Xiao Fan suddenly pulled out a tissue from the bedside table, raised his hand, and focused his attention on a box on the table next to him that said nothing. "Space transformation." The tissue fell beside the box, and something from inside the box landed in his hand. He raised an eyebrow. This was only a 25% progress rate in spatial transformation. To reach 100%, how amazing would that be? Xiao Fan's lips curled up. He thought to himself, perhaps this move that the priest passed on to me will become my true trump card in the future. Space transformation? This priest must be terrible at naming things. Such an overpowered skill has such a tacky name. The next day. Early in the morning, Xiao Fan received a call from Wang Xingshan and jumped up excitedly. Big brother is indeed the eldest brother, that's really fast. He and Lin Xianhua hurriedly went out and headed towards the tea house they had agreed to meet. The private room was sealed off, not even a fly could get in. Xiao Fan led Lin Xianhua inside, and looked at the familiar figure in front of him with a big smile. Hello, big brother? Xiao Fan said with a smile. Don't be so polite, Wang Xingshan chuckled, sit down. After Xiao Fan sat down, Chen Changsheng began to interrogate him. Xia Linqing has been in Thunder City for so long, how come you haven't taken him down yet? Xiao Fan looked frustrated and said, she's a bit of a pervert. I feel that trying to reason with her or appeal to her emotions would be pointless, especially since there are 2 other people with her who would definitely not let her come. Chen Changsheng crossed his legs and laughed, have you forgotten your old profession? Ha! Xiao Fan was taken aback. Give her a whack on the back of the head, knock her out, and take her away. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, of course I've thought about it, but she's very strong now, and her whole body can turn into those strange golden threads. Besides, there's also Kuang Xing and a grandmaster at the peak level next to me. It's definitely impossible for me to fight all 3 of them at once. This time, Chen Changsheng frowned and said, you can't even beat these 3, yet you're thinking of fighting Shiha? In Shiha's eyes, it wouldn't make any difference to have 100 people of Xia Linqing's level. Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was startled. Chen Changsheng frowned and said, why do I feel like you don't realize the seriousness of the matter at all? No, I just can't fight right now. In a couple of days, my strength will make a qualitative leap. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow and asked, how much of a leap? Xiao Fan smiled and shook his head, saying, who knows? We'll know in a couple of days. Playing mysterious with me now? Chen Changsheng laughed. He was quite happy. He wasn't wrong. Xiao Fan was indeed confident, which was why he dared to be so reckless. Then in a couple of days, bring Xia Linqing back as soon as possible. Here are the things you wanted. With a flash of his storage ring, Chen Changsheng revealed the 5th, 6th, and 7th forms of the Divine Ape Golden Body. Take it and cultivate diligently, Chen Changsheng said calmly. Xiao Fan quickly took it, glanced at it, entered the information, and handed it to Lin Xianhua beside him. Lin Xianhua gripped the golden scripture tightly, his eyes resolute, and said, you said there's a way to quickly train the physical body, right? Of course. Chen Changsheng didn't waste any words, raised his hand and pointed, and a spatial vortex appeared. Xiao Fan was greatly shocked, never expecting his elder brother to use spatial abilities so well. Does Xiao Fan remember? I told you before that I had a surprise for you. Xiao Fan nodded quickly, his eyes full of anticipation. Chen Changsheng grinned and snapped his fingers lightly. The next second, Xiao Fan and Lin Xianhua's pupils suddenly contracted. From within the spatial vortex, a long, snow-white leg emerged. Although they only had 1 leg, the 2 of them were filled with disbelief because they were so familiar with it. Then, the 2nd leg emerged. A beautiful, white-haired woman stood outside the vortex, smiling radiantly, and called out sweetly, Fan Fan. Immortal fire. Xiao Fan suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with heartache. He slowly raised his trembling arm and gently placed it on Xiaoyan's beautiful cheek. What's wrong? Why do you look so tired? At this moment, Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes were filled with weariness, her once jet-black hair was now completely white, and she looked as if she would faint at any moment. Her body went limp, and she collapsed onto Xiao Fan, murmuring, it's okay, I'll be fine after a couple of days of rest. Chen Changsheng, who was standing to the side, said calmly, I have studied it with that alien. The fusion of the Alpha Armor and the Death Soul Fire has about 5 stages. These days, Xiao Yan has been working very hard and has completed the 1st stage. Upon hearing that the legacy of Emperor Tianhong had appeared, she rushed here without regard for anything else. Because she knows very well that you will definitely try to seize the inheritance for Lin Xianhua. With the help of the Alpha Armor and the Dead Soul Fire, you will have a chance of winning. Xiao Fan's eyes were full of heartache as he hugged Xiao Yan tightly and said gently, you've really gone through so much hardship. Lin Xianhua, who was standing nearby, quickly came over and, looking at the tired woman, said softly, Madam Xiao, you've worked hard. Hearing this, all 3 chuckled softly, feeling a warm glow in their hearts. Xiao Yan playfully raised her finger and gently tapped Xianhua's forehead, saying, keep it up. Of course, I will never let you down, madam. Lin Xianhua gave a stiff and awkward curtsy. The three of them burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became incredibly relaxed. Xiao Fan was truly impressed. Immortal Flame had grown so much these past few days, now it even knew how to comfort people with jokes. Why did I have to see this? Chen Shangsheng inwardly felt like he was about to vomit blood. He began to feel jealous of Xiao Fan. That Lin Xianhua, time waits for no one, hurry up and go cultivate, enter the spatial vortex. Chen Shangsheng's tone carried a hint of resentment and envy, but no one noticed it. This is Wang Xingxian, how could he be jealous of us? Lin Xianhu nodded emphatically, while Xiaoyan teased, go on, I'll take good care of Fan Fan these next few days. Then I'll leave Fan Fan to you. He's getting better and better lately, Lin Xianhua chuckled. Finally, Lin Xianhua stepped into the spatial vortex and began the grueling training of his physical body. Chen Shangsheng patted his butt and stood up, saying, then I'm leaving. You two should go and enjoy your lovey-dovey time. After Chen Shangsheng left and closed the door, Xiaoyan couldn't help but sit down and kiss Xiao Fan passionately, demanding more from him. Xiao Fan, completely abandoning any semblance of a gentleman, began to grope her. There are definitely no surveillance cameras in this area, so you can rest assured. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, and Xiaoyan's fighting power was already stronger than Lin Xianhua's, so this time it lasted from morning until noon. After everything was over, the weariness on Xiaoyan's face vanished. Xiao Fan glanced at her and thought, to be honest, this white-haired mature woman is absolutely stunning. It's even more alluring than her previous black hair. She was already stunningly beautiful, but with an added touch of melancholy and aloofness, she became so passionate and unapproachable that Xiao Fan completely lost his mind when she took the initiative. The two snuggled together, and Xiao Fan suddenly frowned, saying, wait, you're being watched by both the alien race and the human race. If you want to help me, you must have the consent of the alien race, right? Xiaoyan nodded gently and said softly, Wang Xingxian really values you very much. In order to get me out, he promised the alien race that he would help them once in 10 years. Anyone, anything. He would agree to even kill the current head of the Federation. This Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew all too well what this meant. What are alien races? They are enemies, mortal enemies. How could my brother agree to such a request? Make a move without any restrictions. Etc. Why 10 years from now? I don't know. Xiaoyan shook her head and said, anyway, Lord Wang Xingxian said at the time that he could agree, but there had to be a 10-year deadline. Xiao Fan's expression was complicated. He wondered if his older brother thought that he would be strong enough to stop him from taking action in 10 years. Suddenly, Xiao Fan's body trembled, and another terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Lord Wang Xingxian won't live past 10 years? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Fan took a deep breath to calm himself down, thinking to himself that he had been overthinking things. There are still 10 years left. P.S. The white-haired mature woman is back for a limited time. Chapter 92 Muscle Jumping Technique. Brother, if Xiao Fan manages to seize the inheritance this time, and his talent reaches the quasi-saint level, how about you give the inheritance to him? After a moment of contemplation, the pastor said calmly, I also want to see him learn my martial arts. Brother, you're awesome. Chen Chongsheng chuckled. You have so much confidence in him? The pastor asked with a smile. Does that mean I'm determined to leave this legacy behind? Of course. Chen Chongsheng nodded. Suddenly, the pastor stretched and said with a faint smile, if that guy can really do everything you say. That would be really interesting. We'll see, Chen Chongsheng grinned. In the hotel, Xiao Fan suddenly fell into deep thought. Previously, when I obtained 3.5 divine artifacts, the system unlocked a new ability. Fusion weapons. It's still the same as always, a 3-in-1. However, he was somewhat hesitant, worried that if he were seen doing something too perverse, there might be danger. The Black Blood Ring perfectly negates the side effects of the Mind Calming Ring, and then grants the assassin star both penetrating power and explosive force. How terrible. But seeing how much his elder brother is helping and trusting him today, and considering that the opponent is indeed extremely powerful, if they don't merge, their chances of winning might not be much. Xiao Fan didn't frown, he ultimately chose to merge. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine weapon, the demon-slaying blade. Effect: extremely penetrating power can store elements after penetrating an enemy. It can leave the elements in the enemy's body. Burst duration is within 1 minute, can absorb blood and convert it into power, but there is an upper limit. Also has a calming effect. Xiao Fan grinned. All three effects were excellent. Wait a minute, he suddenly realized that he could enter the state of selflessness on his own, but it required some skill casting time. But now that his knife has a calming effect, is it possible that he can enter a state of selflessness more quickly? Xiao Fan gripped the 30-centimeter long blood-red scimitar and slowly closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a wild smile. It really works! He can now enter a state of selflessness in a maximum of 3 seconds. Ah, that feels so good. Everything is ready, except for the final push. If I kill Quang Xing, and max out all my amplification-type martial arts, what kind of boost will I get when I reach the Saint level? He couldn't really calculate it, but his strength would be at least 13,000, right? With the addition of the realm of selflessness, elemental overlap, and the armor of Alpha, I might not be able to defeat those monsters, but at least I can hold them off. Furthermore, the divine ape golden body of the 7 forms is definitely strong enough for physical strength. At this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly hugged her again, her face no longer showing any signs of weariness, but full of a happy smile. Looking at that smiling face, Xiao Fan felt a bit of kidney pain. Ahem, let me experience the power of the Alpha armor. Okay. Xiaoyan smiled sweetly and hugged Xiao Fan. Wait, let's go outside the city to do it. Okay. At the hotel entrance, the receptionist stood dumbfounded. Wasn't this man accompanied by another stunning beauty before? Al Blanchett? Why was it changed? This guy is such a jerk. But I really want to ask him to teach me a few techniques. How exactly did he do it? Super beauties, different styles, rotating between them? That's so enviable. The people on the street were the same. The permanent residents of Fenglei City were no strangers to Xiao Fan, because Lin Xianhua was too beautiful. Now, seeing him embracing another incredibly sexy and stunningly beautiful woman, chatting and laughing all the way, my face turned green. Suddenly, Xiao Fan's expression changed slightly as he walked down the street. A person dressed in a black robe, completely covered from head to toe except for a pair of eyes that looked like angry golden suns, walked past him. He sensed 2 words. Danger. 3 words. Very dangerous. 4 words. Extremely dangerous. At this moment, Sun Wukong also stopped and glanced at Xiao Fan with a frown. A strong person's intuition told him that this guy was no ordinary person. But he only glanced at it before continuing to wander the streets, feeling inexplicably excited. Not long. The battle is about to begin. Just how strong is the formidable opponent the pastor speaks of, someone who is said to be his equal? That's something to look forward to. Xuanzang didn't follow Yukong today because the priest told him to let him wander around on his own and not to make the monkey look like a prisoner. However, I'm worried that Wukong's appearance is too strange, and people around him will point and whisper about him. Given Wukong's temper, the consequences would be unimaginable. So Xuanzang made him wear this terribly uncomfortable tattered clothing. The mighty Sun Wukong, so powerful, can't even walk openly on the street? Wukong was extremely angry, but also somewhat sad and aggrieved. Before he knew it, he had wandered into the northern part of the city. As soon as I entered, I saw a burly, tall man supporting a little girl, throwing money to a beggar on the street. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a trace of threat emanating from the man before him. Even though it was only a tiny bit, it still shocked him. Could he be the opponent we'll face later? At this moment, Ling Tianlei also noticed the guy who was completely covered up. He frowned and said, "Could you please show your true face?" Wukong snorted coldly and said, "So what if I don't show my true face?" Ling Tianlei narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "This is the North District, which is now considered my territory. Your evasiveness is so blatant that it's hard not to worry that you might have some ulterior motives." "What do you mean? You suspect me of being a thief?" Wukong roared in anger. Ling Tianlei remained expressionless, tilting his head back as he said, "It's so well concealed, it's hard not to be suspicious, brother." "Ridiculous!" Wukong roared, suddenly ripping open his robes to reveal his body covered in monkey fur. The beggar standing nearby exclaimed, "Holy crap, Monkey King!" Wukong was taken aback and asked, "What did you call me?" "Brother Monkey," the beggar chuckled foolishly. This title left Wukong momentarily speechless. People used to call him a monkey, a dead monkey, an ugly monster. Monkey King sounds kind of handsome? At this moment, Ling Tianlei on the opposite side was shocked. He looked at Wukong with a serious expression and exclaimed, "Brother, you're so handsome? What did you say?" Wukong wondered if he had misheard, his brows furrowing. "I said you're handsome." Ling Tianlei grinned and walked up to him in a very familiar manner. Brother, are you mixed race? That's me. Yukong was inexplicably a little reserved. That chest hair is fucking sexy. Ling Tianlei smiled broadly and gently patted Wukong's chest. Wukong's body trembled, and he quickly brushed away Ling Tianlei's hand, saying, "Don't touch my old son. Your muscles are so hard." That's pretty impressive. He felt something was off. Ling Tianlei frowned and said, "How can a grown man like you be so petty?" "I'm petty." Wukong retorted angrily, "You're the petty one." Ling Tianlei showed no mercy and reached out again. At this moment, Wukong's muscles suddenly tensed up, and a large bulge appeared. This stunned Ling Tianlei. His muscles can bulge, but they can't bulge like this. Seeing the other's expression, Wukong was filled with pride and exerted his strength again. Jump your left chest, jump your right chest, and then your shoulders, upper arms, forearms, and even the muscles in your back and waist can bulge at will. Ling Tianlei was stunned and deeply shocked. How do you control the muscles in your lower back? This, he said, lifting his clothes and trying to control his waist, but he just couldn't move it freely. Chapter 93. Do gods bleed? I, old son, will teach you. Sun Wukong proudly raised his head and began to teach Ling Tianlei how to control his muscles on the street. Ling Tianlei was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "This kind of profound technique must be very expensive, right?" Wukong was taken aback. He didn't understand. Was it important whether it was expensive or not? What does expensive mean? What does inexpensive mean? No way, I can't let this cool stuff go to waste. Come with me, I'll treat you to a big meal. Ling Tianlei grinned and put his arm around Wukong's neck. This time, Wukong did not resist. Looking at the tall man beside him with a broad smile, his defenses inexplicably crumbled. Perhaps it's because he didn't sense any hostility from this guy at all. No, it's not hostility. It's sincerity. He was genuinely praising me for being handsome and for being amazing. That's impossible. Am I handsome? You really think I'm handsome? Sun Wukong pointed blankly at his monkey face. Ling Tianlei scratched the back of his head, puzzled, and said, "Bro, you're incredibly handsome, okay? Why ask such a question?" Because, no, it's nothing. Wukong stammered for a long time, but finally shook his head. For the first time in his life, he experienced panic. Ling Tianlei's sincerity left him bewildered deep down. He seemed unable to accept the fact that he was actually quite handsome. I have something to do, Wukong suddenly said. Ling Tianlei frowned and asked, "Is it something very important?" "It's not that important." Wukong shook his head. "Then what's the point of talking nonsense?" Ling Tianlei grinned and said, "Come on, this is my territory. I'll take you to eat the best food and woo the most beautiful women." Wukong raised an eyebrow. Gourmet food? Beauty? That sounds really cool. In the distance, the pastor watched the scene quietly, a smile appearing on his old face. An unexpected development path. But it's good. Soon, in the private room of the Thunder Casino, Wukong was drinking one glass of wine after another and eating one delicious meal after another, wolfing it down with a face full of happiness and enjoyment. Cheers! Ling Tianlei roared, "I refuse to believe that anyone can hold their liquor better than me." Wukong chuckled and said, "This thing is called wine? Nice one. This is your first time drinking this?" Ling Tianlei asked incredulously. Yes. Wukong nodded. Ling Tianlei was dumbfounded, his face filled with utter despair. "You managed to knock me out on our first time drinking? What kind of monster is this?" He stared blankly at the densely packed empty wine bottles beside him, a fierce thought forming in his mind. Impossible. I will never fall. Cheers. Ling Tianlei snorted and raised his glass. Wukong laughed heartily, downed the drink in one gulp, and then shook his finger, saying, "You're no good. I can drink several more cases and I'll be fine." Suddenly, the strong effects of the alcohol hit him hard, and Wukong was startled, vaguely feeling a little unwell. At this moment, his swift legs were propped up on the long table full of dazzling items, his body leaning back in an incredibly soft chair, his eyes somewhat cloudy and dull. Today was truly amazing, incredibly joyful, a feeling I've never experienced before in my life. The guy I just met across the street, well, I guess he doesn't count yet. He was slamming his fist on the table with a mocking expression, shouting, "Can't handle it anymore, huh? Rubbish. Waste. I knew it, how could you possibly outdrink me? Damn it, so it's because of his special constitution. He couldn't handle the alcohol once it hit him, huh? Ha 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 ha. After saying that, he jumped onto the sofa with a gloating expression, his mocking laughter growing even louder. Wukong was somewhat bewildered. I was laughed at. I got laughed at again. But why, am I not angry at all? Instead, I'm even a little happy? This moment. Ling Tianlei's extremely sincere attitude seemed to strike something deep within him that even the most steadfast pillar couldn't break. Sudden. With a click. The sound was extremely faint, but Wukong heard it clearly. It was the sound of cracks appearing on the golden headband on his head. The pastor said that when the golden headband breaks, no one will care about you anymore. So, he should be overjoyed and jumping for joy, right? But he didn't. Instead, he slammed his fist on the table and cursed, "Damn it, old son, will never fall. Open another bottle for me." Yuanan, who was lying to the side playing on her phone, chuckled, picked up a bottle opener, opened another bottle of fine wine, and tossed it to Wukong. In a desolate wilderness outside the city, Xiao Fan and Xiao Yan embraced tightly. Xiao Yan's physical body slowly transformed, turning into pieces of black gold magical material that rapidly fused into Xiao Fan's body. Just 3 seconds later, with the alpha armor on, Xiao Fan stared in shock at the black and gold arms. He felt it. Power, unparalleled power. Suddenly, it felt like his buttocks were being squeezed hard by a pair of large hands. Xiao Fan's cheeks flushed red, and he said, "You can play like that?" He. Xiao Yan's smug voice rang out. She casually manipulated the mysterious material, transforming it into a spear, a shield, and things of varying sizes. In the end, it even became a ring that encircled Xiao Fan's ring finger. Xiao Fan was stunned. He was so handsome. Transform back into armor. Oh, and concentrate more thickness on the abdomen, head, and those weak points below. Being handsome isn't enough, you need to be practical too. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'll just switch when a part of your body is about to be hit hard, right?" "That's true." Xiao Fan nodded to himself. He asked Wang Xingshan what level of equipment the alpha armor was. The strength of the alpha armor increases with the strength of the user. After all these years, the development of the alpha armor is still at a very basic stage. Because no one can completely control this armor. As you know, this is a kind of active metal, which seems to have its own consciousness. Over the years, countless people have passed through it, but no one has been recognized by this metal. It strongly rejects the user. But at least one thing is certain, this armor has limitless potential. Now, the consciousness within the active metal has been invaded by Xiao Yan using the Death Soul Fire. Will Xiao Yan reject Xiao Fan? What a joke! Fan, Lord Wang Xingshan once said that there are 5 stages in the fusion process. Each stage represents the activation of different abilities of the armor. The first stage of ability is to enhance magic resistance and magic immunity. The most crucial aspect is to contain elements and then unleash them. For example, like this. Xiao Yan then controlled Xiao Fan to raise his arm. Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and a ball of dark purple flame appeared in his palm, the Death Soul Flame. The intensity of the flames continued to rise over time, and Xiao Fan could clearly feel that it was the power previously stored within this armor that was condensing. Finally, the terrifying power concentrated at one point and exploded with a roar, a blackish-purple laser beam shooting towards the high mountains in the wilderness. Boom! With a deafening roar, a crater tens of meters in diameter was blasted into the center of the mountain. The effect wasn't exactly spectacular, but you have to understand that the characteristic of the Soulfire isn't its destructive power, and Xiao Yan has only just begun to master the Soulfire. That's strong enough. Suddenly, Xiao Fan seemed to have thought of something. He raised an eyebrow and tried to condense elemental power into his armor. After about 10 minutes of focusing, he suddenly raised both hands, concentrated on one point, and unleashed his power. Azure lightning and blazing fire elements shot out from his 2 hands, the 2 fierce elements intertwining as they reached the small hill not far away. Overload. Boom. A loud bang. The mountain peak was instantly destroyed, half of it was blown apart. Sand and gravel rolled, and the roar was deafening. The adventurers passing by in the air were dumbfounded. Holy crap, what kind of destructive power is this? It shattered a mountain in one fell swoop. Is this really necessary? Below, Xiao Fan looked at his hands, his face filled with shock, his heart pounding with excitement. They could just smash an entire mountain to pieces. What level of destructive power is this? Moreover, the 10 minutes of energy I've accumulated just now haven't even reached the armor's limit. His explosive power can be even greater. Even more outrageous is that the power transmitted through the armor will be imbued with a very strong anti-magic attribute. He had been focusing on breaking through demonic barriers these days, but he was still worried that the so-called god-level elemental strength might be too abnormal. But now, he is no longer worried. With the amplification from the alpha armor, he will definitely be able to damage Shiha. Most importantly, he can go and slaughter experience-boosting monsters now. Xiaofan sat cross-legged and excitedly began to gather his power. Before leaving the city, he had already gone to Tianwu Pavilion and spent nearly 10 billion of his savings to buy nearly 200 martial arts books below the 6th rank. He had calculated that once he had mastered all these martial arts techniques, his own great demon scripture will directly advance him to the venerable level. As long as we kill the madman, talent breaks through to saint level. All amplification-type martial arts have been mastered. Combat-type martial arts have been upgraded to the supreme level. Slaughtering Demon Blade, Alpha Armor, Dead Soul Fire, Element Overlap, the State of Selflessness. All of these things added together. I just want to ask one question. Does God bleed? Chapter 94. Why are you so weak? After Xiaofan finished charging the Alpha Armor, he immediately contacted Ling Tianlei and asked him to send a message to the alien trio. We must get all of this done before Shiha arrives. Otherwise, things might get complicated once she arrives. Tianlei is very efficient. After receiving the anonymous text message, Kuang Xing frowned. Xiaofan is in this position. Then there's a coordinate. Madman wasn't an idiot. Upon seeing the text message, he immediately concluded, it's a trap. It's completely useless. When Xia Linqing saw that Xiaofan was outside the city, a sickly smile instantly appeared on his face. He left without being stopped. Kuang Xing and Lu Qingqing had no choice but to follow. In their hearts, what did the trap really matter? The reason why Kuang Xing dared to kill Xiaofan was because his strength had made a qualitative leap. After returning from that bloody battle, his talent was further developed, and his strength approached 11,000 kilograms. As everyone knows, Xiaofan has extremely low talent, which means that it is absolutely impossible for anyone to improve faster than him. So he went. So what if it's a trap? As soon as he left the city, Kuang Xing took out the Death Blood Butcher Blade and increased his speed. He and Lu Qingqing exchanged a glance and both nodded earnestly. They didn't care what Xia Linqing was thinking. They were determined to kill Xiaofan. 3 streaks of fire raced across the sky above the dimly lit island. The coordinates in the text message are not far from the city. At top speed, the 3 of them reached their destination in less than 10 minutes. Floating in the air, Kuang Xing suddenly looked down and saw Xiaofan sitting cross-legged with a calm expression. You've arrived? Xiaofan slowly stood with his hands behind his back, and his face was full of sarcasm. But the more this happened, the more panicked Kuang Xing became. Are you kidding me? Did he really come alone? That can't be right. His gaze swept around countless times, but there was no other presence. Never mind. All shame will be washed away today. Kuang Xing roared, descending from the sky with his sword in hand. Without saying a word, Lu Qingqing, who was standing to the side, also rushed out. Xia Linqing's expression changed slightly, and he said, What are you trying to do? No one is allowed to harm Xiaofan. After saying that, she immediately reached out her hand, and golden threads blocked the 2 of them. Kuang Xing and his companion froze, their faces turning ashen. He didn't even bother to speak, because he knew it was pointless to reason with this woman. She was insane. But at this moment, Kuang Xing's pupils suddenly contracted, and he saw that Xiaofan's feet were stained with a layer of black gold. The next second, he sprang up, his explosive power no less than his own. How is that possible? Kuang Xing's expression changed slightly, but he didn't care. What use is explosive power? Could it possibly shatter my steel-like body? But then, he lost his confidence. The moment Xiaofan rushed up, he activated elemental overlap without any hesitation, his aura terrifying. But most importantly, it's his hands. With lightning in one hand and flames in the other, the power contained within seemed boundless and terrifying. The deepest voice within him was roaring wildly, telling him not to fight back, but to hide. But is it too late? Xiaofan's strength had already increased significantly, and with the alpha armor and the elemental overlap, his speed was faster than that of the Mad Punisher. call out. In just a second, he appeared in front of Quang Xing. At this moment, black and gold armor covered his entire body, revealing only a pair of mocking eyes. Quang Xing's unease reached its peak. He pushed all his defensive abilities to the limit, but a voice still echoed deep within his heart. It's over. Xiaofan suddenly raised his hands, and the already surging power erupted once more, rising to unleash its true might. Finally, slam it hard into the middle. Before Lu Qingqing and Xie Linqing could react, Xiaofan's attack landed. He was committing a suicidal, indiscriminate attack. With a clap of his hands, the two streams of blue and red energy, which had been accumulated to their maximum, intertwined and exploded. Boom! A black mushroom cloud burst into the sky, and a terrifying shockwave instantly enveloped the four of them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of killing a top alien genius. All martial arts cultivation progress has reached 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a self-selected gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special mission, accumulating 34th to 6th tier amplification martial arts, and activating the talent All-Powerful Great Sage. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the mission. Accumulate 47th to 9th tier amplification martial arts manuals to activate your talent, Full God. The system's voice kept ringing in Xiaofan's ears. But he wasn't listening at all. Instead, he closed his eyes, opened his arms, felt the wind around him, and enjoyed the raging power within him. At this moment, Xiaofan even felt as if he had ascended to heaven, soaring above the endless sky. The exhilaration was so great that even the top of his head felt a cool sensation. He felt that he was invincible and could do anything. Open the panel and take a look. Host of the Infinite Martial Arts Cultivation System, Xiaofan. Talent, the all-powerful Monkey King. Realm level, Lesser Grandmaster, 2nd level. Strength, 13,980 kilograms. Speed, 0.6 seconds per 100 meters. Elemental strength, 8-star fire, 8-star lightning. Key martial arts, myriad battles, heavenly demon scripture, war god stance, 1000 escape technique. The great demon scripture has been transformed into the myriad battles heavenly demon scripture. It has been fully enhanced and transformed into a war god. The heavenly escape technique has been transformed into the 1000 escape technique. Furthermore, the word limit has disappeared from both the descriptions of strength and speed. Because the system can no longer detect his limits. He chose a suicidal attack because of the alpha armor. Even his previous bursts of power had been insufficient to damage the armor. But he seemed to hear Xiaoyan let out a soft groan of pain. Has something changed about you? At this moment, Xiaoyan sensed the sudden, terrifying power within Xiaofan's body and asked. A maniacal smile appeared on Xiaofan's face as he exclaimed, yes. I feel like I'm fucking invincible. Ha? Xiaoyan was taken aback, wondering if Xiaofan had entered a state of unbridled self-destruction and darkness. At times like these, it's best to keep quiet. Be a woman who can watch the show with peace of mind. In the sky, Xiaofan grabbed Quang Xing's corpse. That once unshakable, massive body was now half destroyed. The only remaining eyeball was wide open, as if it was roaring, shouting, unwilling, and unable to believe until its death. Xiaofan stared blankly at the corpse, somewhat deranged, somewhat angry, even so furious that his face turned red. He said in a hoarse voice, like a madman, I was even willing to risk my life to deal with you. But what about now? Why? Why? Why are you so weak now? His weakness is pathetic. Say something. Can you answer me? Please, open your eyes and tell me, why are you so weak? Suddenly, Xiaofan's madness came to an abrupt halt, and he muttered to himself like a psychopath who had just escaped from a mental hospital, oh. No. It's not that you're too weak. Really, it's not your fault. How can I blame you? Blame it on me for being too strong, right? Right. Is that so? He. What do you think? Is that so? Xiaofan turned to look at Lu Qingqing and Xie Linqing, and chuckled, a smile that was incredibly creepy. Just as Lu Qingqing was recovering from her shock, she looked at the perverted smile, her back instantly soaked with cold sweat, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She felt an unparalleled fear deep within her, and even her soul trembled. He's insane. Abnormal. A serial killer, right? Isn't it said that only alien races are the law of the jungle, while humans are all hothouse flowers? Is this supposed to be a flower? This is a monster. Without hesitation, she turned and ran. She didn't care about the mission or Xia Linqing anymore. Living was more important than anything else. The next second, a gust of wind swept around him. She trembled as she slowly turned her head, only to see the hideous, grotesque corners of his mouth slowly twitching. Where do you want to go? No! Lu Qingqing screamed, but it was too late. Xiao Fan grabbed her head tightly with one hand and her ankle with the other. In the sky, the image of Kuang Xing tearing Lin Lianchen apart flashed through Xiao Fan's mind, and he murmured, "It should have felt really good, right?" The next second, sizzle! A terrifying burst of blood erupted, creating a thick rain of blood. Xiao Fan pursed his lips and said, "How come you cracked before you even exerted any force? What rubbish!" Then, instinctively, he took off his storage ring, turned around, looked at Xia Linqing, and his lips curled up in a wild smile. Chapter 95 contains some scenes that are enough to drive anyone mad just by thinking about them. Xiao Yan felt from the beginning that Xia Linqing was a problematic woman. This is now even more certain. Xiao Fan has already become so twisted and insane, what about that woman? She felt no fear, apprehension, or timidity. She just stood there, her eyes filled with longing and expectation. It was very sickly. This woman is crazy. The more I hit her, the more she enjoys it. Xiao Fan explained. Wow, you're really good at this kind of thing. Xiao Fan's frenzied emotions subsided, and he explained gently, she really is sick. Don't overthink it. The main thing is that Wang Xingxian specifically asked for her because she's an alien. It's okay. Xiao Yan's voice was playful, filled with happiness. At this moment, Xiao Fan rushed forward, grabbed Xia Linqing, and gripped her neck tightly. Strangle me. Xia Linqing's smile was sinister. Quickly, strangle me. Strangle me hard. Xiao Fan, are you deaf? I want you to kill me. Xiao Fan ignored him and dragged him toward Thunder City. It was a good thing that he didn't resist. Xia Linqing, however, had a cold expression on his face and said, I told you to pinch me, but you didn't. TCH, how boring. After saying that, she was about to transform into golden threads to escape. But then, to her horror, she discovered that she couldn't apply makeup. The black and gold armor on Xiao Fan's body seemed to have a restraining effect on him. How so? I think I can control her. Xiao Yan's surprised voice rang out. Xiao Fan smiled and said, that's good news. Before, Xianhua was upset for a long time because he couldn't beat her. Now, you help Immortal Fire vent his anger. Xiao Yan smiled slyly. Black gold liquid metal appeared in Xiao Fan's palm, then quickly condensed in his palm, and finally he exerted a strong force. You dog of a woman, do you think you can attract Xiao Fan just because you're perverted enough? Xiao Yan's voice rang out. Xia Linqing's pupils dilated in shock. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Yan, and I'm Xiao Fan's official wife, understand? What? Xia Linqing's emotions instantly spiraled out of control. Besides Lin Xianhua, you have another woman? I'm going to kill them all, slaughter them all. But before he could finish speaking, he couldn't utter a sound. You think you can take me on? Xiao Yan's cold mocking voice rang out. She increased the force, causing Xia Linqing to foam at the mouth and tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Fan stopped above Thunder City and waited until Xia Linqing was completely choked unconscious before entering. Otherwise, this crazy woman might dare to attack us directly once she enters the city. After entering the city, Xiao Fan quickly found his elder brother. At this moment, Chen Shangsheng had not yet recovered, because the pastor had just told him some things. That Xiao Fan is a madman. I wasn't as crazy as him when I was young. But he's truly exceptional. His talent has actually broken through to the saint level. Yes, you heard right, not just quasi-saint level, but saint level. Good kid, no wonder you value him. Not only can he upgrade his talent, but he also skipped a step. Moreover, once his talent broke through, his strength underwent a super qualitative change, and the increase was so great that even I was a little shocked. No wonder they dared to compete with the monkeys for the inheritance. However, I haven't seen him use my martial arts yet, so the matter of passing on my skills is still undecided. At this moment, Chen Shangsheng looked at Xiao Fan in front of him with a complicated expression. You can skip grades? Xiao Fan was taken aback and asked, what do you mean by skipping a grade? Chen Shangsheng raised an eyebrow and said, no matter how you try to hide your talent, it can't escape my eyes. Ah, you noticed? Xiao Fan said with an embarrassed smile. It's indeed special that it can advance one's talent level, Chen Qianxing nodded slightly, but it's also very good. I look forward to the day you advance to the mythic level. Xiao Linqing, give it to me. You can keep this. Chen Qianxing handed over a small box. The box was beautifully packaged and placed on a pristine white table, which surprised Xiao Fan. It's another item that's expensive but unavailable. Overclocked serum. It can allow a person to unleash power far exceeding their current level in a short period of time, but of course, the side effects are significant. But clearly, Chen Qianxing knew that this was exactly what he needed right now. At this moment, Chen Qianxing said again, "Good luck. I've made a bet with an alien race about whether you can steal the inheritance." Xiao Fan's eyes were serious as he said, "Don't worry, of course I can get it. However, how long will it take before the inheritance appears?" "It won't be long. Spend some time with Xiao Yan. Once you two part ways, the next time you meet might be 4 years from now." Xiao Fan nodded slightly and said, "Thank you very much, brother." After watching Xiao Fan leave, the priest slowly appeared beside Chen Qianxing. "Aren't you helping him too much? The path to becoming a strong person still requires you to walk it yourself." Chen Qianxing sighed and said, "I'm afraid I haven't helped enough. I'll be busy in a while." "And what about this kid? Once he joins the Super God class, that kid will definitely target him. If this isn't handled properly, you'll get a really bad beating." Upon hearing about the young man, the pastor's expression became complicated. He said, "No one expected things to turn out this way." Chen Qianxing leaned back in his chair, utterly dejected, and sighed, thinking about it this way, it's actually quite fair. You didn't teach Wukong well, and I didn't teach him well either. Wukong hasn't been home for several days. Thunder Casino is his home. Just then, Xiao Fan, who had just sat up in bed, suddenly received a call from Ling Tianlei. When I answered the phone, the sound on the other end was incredibly noisy, like someone was dancing at a disco. "Xiao Fan. Come on, let's have a drink. I've made a new good friend, let's all meet up so we don't end up fighting." To make sure Xiao Fan could hear him, Ling Tianlei practically shouted. Xiao Fan quickly pulled his phone back half a meter, frowned, and said, "Your family also has a clubbing business?" Newly opened. Newly opened. Come on, come and have a drink." Suddenly, Xiao Fan was pulled into a hug. He said helplessly, "Let's do it another day. I'm afraid I can't go today." The next day, Xiao Fan was pulled into a hug again, "I can't go today." On the third day, Xiao Fan said, I probably still can't go today. Why does your voice sound so weak?" I'm fine. Take care of yourself." On the fourth day, Xiao Fan said, I'm so sleepy, bye-bye." On the other end of the phone, Ling Tianlei frowned, wondering if something had happened. How could Xiao Fan, with such terrifying physical abilities, be so weak? "Let's go take a look." He ran to the hotel and knocked on Xiao Fan's door. Knock, knock, knock. To everyone's surprise, it was Xiao Yan who opened the door. She glared at Ling Tianlei and said, "Stop calling Xiao Fan every day. He's mine for a while now." Ling Tianlei. "Okay, I see." Back at his own casino, Sun Wukong was ecstatic, excitedly swaying his thick waist. Hey, is your brother coming or not? It's been days already, that's really not fair, don't you think? Ling Tianlei sighed and said, "My brother has his reasons." "His, you know what I mean." Wukong looked puzzled, huh? At this moment, Ling Tianlei leaned closer and chuckled, "Let me tell you a secret. Do you know about the legacy of Emperor Tianhong?" Wukong raised an eyebrow. Ling Tianlei continued, "My brother wants to steal it. I'll go on stage and help him then." Wukong immediately sobered up and said with a serious face, "Brother, stop fooling around. You're not qualified to participate in battles of that level yet. Even if you break the seal, you won't be able to hold out for long." Ling Tianlei patted his chest and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Come on, keep drinking." Ling Tianlei was already quite drunk, leaning against Yuan in a daze, a happy smile on his face. Wukong looked at his profile with a complicated expression. So we're actually rivals? But he knew nothing about it, yet he had already told me everything. Should I explain everything to him? But what's the point of saying it? I don't want to give up the fire of the sun. Will he side with his brother or with me? It must be over there, after all, we've known each other for a long time. When he sees that I'm his opponent, will he be very angry? Will he feel that I betrayed him? Will they even question me about why I didn't help him? But the images that hadn't yet occurred swirled in Wukong's mind. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he said he needed to use the restroom and left the casino, running wildly through the alluring, empty streets at night. Finally, he sat atop the lighthouse at the highest point of Thunder City, staring blankly down in the direction of the Thunder Casino. Ling Tianlei was his only friend in this life. Although we haven't known each other for long, I, Lao Sun, am extremely happy when I'm with him. It's a happiness I've never experienced before. His eyes are different from those of the people in the cult. The people in the cult see me as a jinx, and they think about kicking me out day and night. They look at me with nothing but disgust. He, however, regarded himself as a treasure and wanted to share all the good things with me. He also told me that the people in the cult probably all had severe intellectual disabilities. You're ugly? That's the most idiotic joke he's ever heard. He never hid anything from me, and was willing to tell me his secrets, even about his brother. He truly treats me like a brother. Completely and without reservation. And what about me? To give up everything for a single spark of the sun? Actually, everything's alright. Just thinking about Ling Tianlei's expression on the battlefield after he discovers he's been betrayed. Shock? Disbelief? Anger? Resentment? Regret at knowing me? Questioning? Just imagining that scene was enough to make Wukong's pupils widen, his breathing quicken, and his indestructible body tremble slightly. Today, Xuanzang recites the Sutra of No Thought. Wukong experienced an unprecedented headache, as if 10,000 needles were piercing his head, sliding down with his breath, and stabbing into his heart. This contorted his face. What was Wukong's final choice in Chapter 96? The lighthouse stands alone, its walls pierced by the biting wind. Above Wukong's head was a dark cloud that never dissipated, with flashes of lightning. His fierce, Vajra-like eyes were filled with helplessness and bewilderment. His mind went blank. He didn't know what to do. I can't bear to part with Ling Tianlei's feelings. They also couldn't bear to part with the sun's fire. From above, the pastor watched this scene quietly and smiled from the bottom of his heart. The day has finally come. Wukong is no longer the lawless wild monkey who can be controlled by no one except the golden headband. He finally found the emotions and constraints that could restrain him. What will he choose? The pastor smiled knowingly, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Inside the casino's private room, all the noise disappeared. Bottles of various liquors were scattered haphazardly on the table, mixed together on the exquisite marble, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of smoke. Silence. Chaos reigned. Ling Tianlei leaned alone against the long sofa with red patterns. All traces of alcohol and intoxication had vanished, leaving him with only a dazed look in his eyes. He wanted to be alone, and he wouldn't even let Yuan stay by his side. Would he be foolish enough to become the master of this underground force? Just a few days after meeting Wukong, he immediately sent someone to investigate. You can't find anything about Wukong in many places, but Catwoman knows. Naturally, he also learned from the Catwoman that Wukong would be one of those who would step onto the battlefield. So during this time, I kept getting closer to him, and finally told him at this point in time that Xiao Fan wanted to steal the sunfire. He hoped that Wukong would give up the fire of the sun and help Xiao Fan. But it's clear that I did something very stupid. But he really didn't know what to do. He didn't want Wukong and Xiao Fan to become enemies, they were good brothers. But who would be willing to give up the fire of the sun? The immortal flame needs more kindling. What about Wukong? His purpose in coming here was also for the fire of the sun. Was he going to make a phone call and tell Xiao Fan to give up? Would a madman like Xiao Fan give up? He was also in great pain because the most foolish thing he had ever done was to try to use his feelings to blackmail his brother. Wukong is so innocent and lonely. I made him trust me and treat me like a brother, but in the end, I was just using him? How could I do such a thing? How did I, Ling Tianlei, become this kind of person? His face was filled with bitterness. In the end, he picked up his phone and dialed Xiao Fan's number. Sigh. Xiao Fan, there's something I really don't know what to do about. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Fan frowned. He could hear the pain in the voice. You say. In the end, Ling Tianlei told Xiao Fan everything about Wukong. After listening, Xiao Fan snorted coldly, you should have told me about this sooner. Alright, from now on you can continue to build your relationship with Wukong as usual, just don't bring up the trial again. I'll figure something out. Don't worry, I can handle it. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan immediately called his older brother again. What's wrong in the middle of the night? Chen Changsheng asked while yawning. Xiao Fan chuckled awkwardly, Big brother, I'd also like to try cultivating the divine ape golden body. My wife should have figured it out by now, right? After listening, Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. There's definitely something wrong. They got it a long time ago but didn't practice it, and now they suddenly want to practice it? Forget about it. Come and pick it up from me tomorrow. Chen Changsheng said. Alright, big brother. Xiao Fan grinned. After hanging up, the smile vanished instantly, and a long sigh escaped her lips. The following days were peaceful. Xiao Fan obtained the 2nd to 7th forms of the divine ape golden body, and he had the 1st form in his hand. Ling Tianlei continued to invite Wukong out to play as usual, but Wukong was somewhat reluctant to go. These days, Wukong has been locking himself in his house, ignoring both Xuanzang and the priest. Because he was thinking about what to do? The fire of the sun is important, but awakening one's own talent relies more on the golden headband on one's head. Should I give up the flame? For Wukong, Ling Tianlei's friendship was like a child's little gold jar, filled with coins that the child had saved up over the years, shining brightly in the sunlight. His incredibly sincere actions dispelled the intense loneliness deep within Wukong's heart. Perhaps Wukong didn't realize this, but at least he discovered that life wasn't just about fighting. She had desperately wanted to kill Xiao Fan, but she couldn't leave. Before the inheritance began and before the priest's message arrived, she dared not waste a single second. Because her opponent was training diligently, day after day, she feared that even a single day of laziness might tip the scales of victory. Then, on this day, the news arrived. That's enough, let's go. Apollo also received the message at the same time. The two divine incarnations, who had been vying for power for countless years, set off together at this moment, flying towards Thunder City like two small suns. Meanwhile, other super geniuses also received the news. Photography is prohibited on the battlefield. Come and see it in person. Wang Qingtian had already received the news and knew that Xiao Fan was in Thunder City. He was certain that Xiao Fan would try to seize the inheritance. I also believe Xiao Fan will be able to snag it. What are you going to do by yourself? Want to see Xiao Fan showing off? We might as well have an extra practice session. On the other side, Zhuge Tianming, Kong Fangxiang, and others also received the news. They decided to go and see just how strong that supposedly super genius, who was a level above them, really was. As a result, the older generation went even more. As the demon god of war set off, he also wondered if his son-in-law would do something crazy. To let his daughter inherit the legacy? Oh my god. If my daughter could inherit the legacy of Emperor Tianhong, I'd be laughing so hard I'd wake up in the middle of the night. Lei Ling, the gun god, also set off together. He is Ling Tianlei's father, Ling Qiansha. Ling Qian killed the same kind of terrifying powerhouses as the demon war god, who instilled fear in the alien races. He looked forward to seeing his son's transformation. On this day, countless powerful figures from across the entire blue star flew into the sky and gathered above Thunder City, awaiting the start of that grand feast of geniuses. On this day, Wukong seemed to have figured something out and decided to accept Ling Tianlei's invitation. Ling Tianlei immediately called Xiao Fan and asked him to come over. It's nothing new that Xiao Yan loves to drink, so naturally, he followed suit. On the way, Xiao Fan was a little excited. That was son Wukong. He wanted to see what he looked like. Upon arriving at the Thunder Casino, the group finally met. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Wukong quite fascinating. Wukong was a little confused, unable to understand why Ling Tianlei's good brother was looking at him like that. That look was a bit perverted. The scene was festive, and Ling Tianlei seemed oblivious to everything, laughing heartily as usual. As the night wore on and after several rounds of drinks, Wukong began drinking more frequently, hoping to use the alcohol as an excuse to say something. But at this moment, Xiao Fan stepped forward and said calmly, "Let's go outside and talk." Wukong raised an eyebrow and nodded. Ling Tianlei watched the two walk out the door arm in arm, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He hoped that Xiao Fan could really help him solve the problem. Outside the door, the two stood side by side. Wukong said in a deep voice, "With only saint-level talent, you shouldn't get involved in this. You'll die." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Let's not talk about that. I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of Tianlei." "Apologize to me?" Wukong frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Xiao Fan hiccuped and said slowly, "He is not a good person. He knows who you are. I know everything about you. I knew you would go to the battlefield. Do you understand now? Wukong's pupils suddenly contracted. So that's how it is? Was I tricked? Did he mention you to me on purpose? Wukong frowned. He wants me to give up the flame of the sun and go help you. Wukong's tone suddenly rose. He felt betrayed. Xiaofan quickly chuckled sheepishly, patted Wukong on the back, and said, "Brother monkey. Calm down, brother monkey. Let's talk this over calmly. It would be unfair to ask you to give up the fire of the sun. What if I give you these things?" Xiaofan then took out 7 golden pages that shimmered with golden light. Xiaofan's expression turned serious. Emotionally, Wukong is in a state of inner conflict, which means there is an opportunity. But you, Ling Tianlei, can't do things like this. Trying to get something for nothing, isn't that just bullying honest people? Therefore, Xiaofan took out the divine ape golden body, the most powerful defensive martial art on the entire blue star. As long as Wukong is willing to stand on my side. Succession, take it. P.S. The Thunder City arc is nearing its final chapter. The author has no draft saved. I'll post it as soon as it's finished. Entering a period of rapid updates. Chapter 97. The Legacy appears in the world. Please welcome the 4 mythical figures. 5th update. Wukong took the 7 pages and looked at them one by one, his expression gradually becoming more and more interesting. How could he not know about the golden body of the divine ape? Even mixed-race individuals can practice human martial arts. The strongest defensive martial art on earth. Legend has it that because the first form has never been found, the golden body of the divine ape could not truly manifest in the world. But what about now? The first move is right in your own hands. He looked at Xiaofan in disbelief and said, You're quite interesting. Xiaofan grinned and said, "Is this apology sincere enough?" Humph. Wukong snorted coldly, still feeling displeased. Damn it. I treat Tianlei like a brother, and Tianlei treats me like an honest person. So what about tomorrow? Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Say what you want. Wukong curled his lip and turned to leave. However, before leaving, he tightly clutched 7 golden pages in his hand. Watching the monkey's departing figure, Xiaofan grinned. It's probably done. Back in the private room, Xiaofan pushed open the door and let out a long breath, grinning as he said, "Let's go, baby, let's go back and prepare for tomorrow's battle." Xiao Yan smiled radiantly, stood up and tightly embraced Xiaofan's arm, wanting to become one with him. Ling Tianlei, who was standing to the side, became anxious. He stood up and hurriedly asked, "Is it done?" "What did you say?" What was Monkey King's reaction? Xiaofan glanced at Ling Tianlei and said, "Go reflect on your actions. Goodbye." After saying that, Xiaofan slammed the door shut. Ling Tianlei stood with his hands on his hips, his face turning green with anger, pacing back and forth. He looked at Yuanan. The young wife blinked, smiled sweetly, and said, "Brother needs to reflect on his actions." "Are you itching for a beating?" Ling Tianlei sneered and pulled Yuanan up. Before Emperor Tianhong left, he visited a priest. All matters concerning the succession were entrusted to the pastor. He is the one who manipulates everything from behind the scenes. Today, the people of Tianlei City have no idea what is about to happen. Suddenly, someone noticed a small black dot in the sky. I picked up the binoculars and was shocked. Isn't that Lord Demon War God? Isn't that Lord Wang Xingxian? Holy crap, isn't that Zhuge Tianming, the nation's heartthrob? That tall scholar is a descendant of Confucius? Kong Fangxian? Who is that alien race? Could it be the legendary divine sun demon emperor? It really seems so. Holy crap! An emperor-level expert. Wait, why is he standing with Lord Wang Xingxian? The appearance of one super strong person after another left the people of Thunder City dumbfounded. Those super strong individuals were all gathered outside Thunder City, staring at the island with expressionless faces. What are they going to do? Want to fight? Even the slightest aftershock would be enough to kill everyone, right? Has the sky fallen? Is the end of the world coming? What exactly is going on? Can anyone tell us? Those who knew what was about to happen had already reached the highest point in the city, their faces full of anticipation. In what form will the inheritance take? What does the fire of the sun look like? How should everyone compete for this legacy? Emperor Tianhong, the former supreme ruler of the fire path, and the queen of women. High in the sky, the pastor floated quietly in the heavens, a hint of anticipation appearing on his old face. Judging by the time, it should be about time, right? Why has the dreamer been searching for 20 years without finding the source of the legacy? Nonsense. It's in my hidden space. How do you find it? The priest slowly raised his hands, and terrifying spatial power emerged in his palms, causing the surrounding space to distort violently and tremble continuously. At that moment, the scorched earth, resembling the end of the world, suddenly began to tremble violently. All the people were stunned. Thunder City could experience an earthquake? Is this even possible? The most terrifying thing was that the earthquake was getting stronger and stronger, and the entire island began to shake violently. Countless shops and rooms were filled with debris, glass was shattered, and there was a complete mess. Boom! The violent rumbling echoed in people's ears. At that moment, a person standing on the city wall suddenly screamed. What is that? Everyone looked over immediately, only to see that the land in the very center of the island had suddenly vanished with a boom, turning into a pitch-black, bottomless pit. The priest in the sky grinned and suddenly raised his hands. Before everyone's eyes, a massive circular altar slowly rose. The platform was so large that it was terrifying, spanning tens of thousands of meters in diameter. Inside the altar, there were mottled traces of battle, including terrifying scratches from swords and the charred marks left by lightning or flames. This is purely an ancient battlefield. After it was fully revealed to the world, ordinary people dared not approach it. Because the battlefield is filled with an atmosphere of desolation and death, as if the ancient spirits of heroes are still roaring and fighting there. People with weak willpower would tremble with fear just by looking at it, let alone stepping inside. Above the heavens, the divine sun demon emperor crossed his arms and coldly snorted, "I knew it would be a battleground." Chen Shangsheng grinned and said, "According to historical records, this Shura field was the one that Emperor Tianhong Martial Emperor snatched from you, wasn't it? What do you want to say?" The divine sun demon emperor glanced coldly at Chen Shangsheng. Chen Shangsheng shrugged and said, "I was thinking that if our Lord Tianhong hadn't broken out of earth, you would still be suppressed at the god rank, right? Want to fight?" The divine sun demon emperor's wound was torn open, and he immediately flew into a rage. Chen Shangsheng sneered, "You think you can beat me? Give it a try." The divine sun demon emperor's eyes turned cold. "Forget it, this is a waste of time. Remember our bet." How utterly ridiculous. "If a saint-level talent could snatch the inheritance from Apollo, I'd give you my life," the divine sun demon emperor mocked. "Wait and see?" Chen Shangsheng shrugged. The Ashura field is a treasure trove, because it has been soaked in blood and killing intent for a long time, giving birth to an energy called the Ashura intent. Ordinary people simply cannot withstand the pressure of the Ashura's intent, they would be terrified instantly. But if you can withstand it, you can actually use this Ashura intent to train yourself. This is like an invisible threshold. If you want to seize the inheritance, you should think twice about whether you can even get into this battleground. At that moment, the priest in the sky pointed a finger. A powerful energy emanated from it. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the battlefield. A huge black cross pattern appeared in the field and quickly spread in all directions. Ultimately, at the four ends of the cross pattern, a small, dim circular platform appeared. Want to see the legacy passed down? There is only one condition. Please welcome the four legendary figures to the arena for a fierce battle. Chapter 98 Two Gods. Wukong. Ling Tianlei. 6th update. In just a few minutes, the people of Thunder City knew exactly what had happened. The legacy of Emperor Tianhong. A chaotic scene. Four mythical figures have started the battlefield. The ultimate victor will inherit the legacy. Throughout history, every legend about Tianhong Wudi has pointed out that she was a female warrior who was even more ferocious than men. In her eyes, exceptional talent is merely an entry ticket. Only fighting, killing enemies, and achieving victory have meaning. So, want to inherit my legacy? Go and fight. The battlefield is set up, but where are the soldiers? In the sky and on the ground, countless powerful figures and ordinary people watched nervously as the huge arena appeared in the distant wilderness. All four platforms are dim, awaiting the strong to illuminate them. Sudden. Look up, a scream rang out. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by a blazing ray of sunlight. At this moment, Thunder City was shrouded in intense light, which was extremely dazzling. Only those with sufficient strength could clearly see that within the small sun, a man wearing a divine robe and a golden crown, resembling a god, was slowly descending. The first mythical figure enters. An alien race, imperial blood, gifted with the talent of the sun god, named Apollo. Realm, 5th level of Lesser Grandmaster. Apollo was majestic and tall, his figure no less imposing than Ling Tianlei's. He stood with his hands behind his back like a god king, his expression indifferent and devoid of any emotion. It was as if everything else was an ant in his presence. His elemental strength was enough to illuminate this dark island covered by dark clouds. What terrifying power that was! Even from a distance, some people with weaker cultivation levels were already feeling their legs go weak and their teeth chattering. Apollo, standing on the platform, suddenly looked up, a murderous glint in his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a fiery red energy radiating a sacred aura suddenly enveloped half of the sky. In just a moment, half of the dark clouds were shattered by this sacred flame, creating a visually stunning scene that left everyone speechless and stunned. Shiha descended slowly, enveloped in the Phoenix Emperor's fire, and stood on the platform opposite Apollo. After landing, the flames subsided, and everyone was finally able to see the faces of the newcomers. A white phoenix robe burned with blazing phoenix imperial fire, and a pair of indifferent eyes looked down on all living beings. Her demeanor was almost identical to Apollo's. Both of them believed themselves to be agents of the gods, with divine blood flowing through their veins. Humans are nothing but ants. I can't even bear to look at them. The second mythical figure enters. Human race, mythical level, talent Shiha, named Shiha. Realm, 5th level of Lesser Grandmaster. This ignited the passion of everyone in the audience. This is a contest between the Eastern Sun God and the Western Sun God. This contest is destined to be a life or death battle. It's either you die or I live. Perhaps there can be two sun gods. But there is only one sun. At this moment, the two sun gods looked at each other without saying a word, their eyes filled with murderous intent. It's as if both of them are talking. Today, you'd better kill me. Or I'll beat you to death. In the sky, Zhuge Tianming adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and smiled. It's not necessarily impossible to surpass it. Kong Fangxiang remained calm. His abilities were unique and became increasingly monstrous as time went on. While these two sun gods were indeed powerful, he might not be able to defeat them now, but that might not be the case in the future. The other older generation all clicked their tongues in amazement, their faces full of envy. Truly, new talents emerge in every generation. This level of energy fluctuation, wow. The Divine Sun Demon Emperor's expression changed slightly, and he said, I didn't expect that your human race would also have a genius on par with Apollo. Still pretending? Chen Changsheng said with a half smile, do you dare say that in this special era, your alien race only has one monster of this level? Who knows? The Divine Sun Demon Emperor shrugged. Below, everyone remained intently focused on the battlefield. The brilliance of both platforms has been ignited. 2 more are needed. Suddenly, a long golden and silver staff shot out at an alarming speed. Boom! A loud bang. The long stick was driven directly into the platform, raising clouds of dust. Shiha and Apollo both turned their heads, their expressions changing slightly. This Azura field was extremely sturdy, which meant that the power or weight of this stick was extremely abnormal. The next second. Here comes Old Sun. A sonic boom rang out in the sky. Call out. A mixed-race child with a pointed snout and monkey-like face, covered in yellow hair, squatted on the Dinghai Divine Needle like an ape. Sudden. With a whoosh sound. Wukong's yellow hair suddenly turned fiery red, the Samadhi true fire ignited, and the energy fluctuations rose infinitely. His excited gaze swept over his two opponents, a smirk playing on his lips, and a frenzied fire surged within him. His blood boiled. It surged. Right. Absolutely right. That's the kind of opponent that's truly inspiring. This is what a real battle should be. His appearance wasn't enhanced by many special effects, but both Apollo and Shiha showed deep apprehension on their faces. As super strong individuals, they clearly sensed the terrifying energy contained within this guy's body. Once the war starts, everyone will realize just how monstrous this monkey really is. The third mythical level character has entered. A half-blood, mythical level, a genius like Sun Wukong, named Sun Wukong. Realm, 6th level of Lesser Grandmaster. The common people were somewhat confused. Because Wukong didn't have as many special effects, they mistakenly thought he might be weaker. At this moment, an old man said slowly, this monkey might be the strongest. Whether it's Apollo or Shiha, neither of them has cultivated a physical body, they both follow the path of ultimate elemental power. But that monkey was different, to describe it in one word. Hexagonal warrior. Your realm is even higher. How terrifying. The crowd seemed to understand, but not quite. The old man sighed helplessly. It seemed that they would only realize how strong Sun Wukong was once the battlefield officially began. One more person is needed? Everyone's faces were full of anticipation. Once the last person enters and steps onto the platform, the battle will officially begin. So, who will be the last one? On the city wall, Ling Tianlei stood side by side with Yuanan, Xiao Fan, Xia Yan, and others. Ling Tianlei frowned and said, "Are you sure? I only need to paralyze Shiha for 1 second? They seem even more terrifying than I imagined." Unexpectedly, Xiao Fan was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He's a battle maniac too. After advancing to the next round, he had no idea how strong he was in his prime. He desperately wanted to stand on top of it and start the fight. But never mind, let's just stick to the plan for now. That's right, 1 second of paralysis is enough. Xiao Fan glanced at the shepherd beside him, who was also trembling, on the verge of tears. Are you kidding me? You want me to help you fight enemies of this level? But my wife is in someone else's hands, what can I do? 1 second is enough, he said mournfully. Finally, Ling Tianlei took a deep breath, leaped out of the city gate, and transformed into a bolt of lightning, bursting forth and rushing straight to the battlefield. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, and everyone suddenly looked up. The fourth person to enter. But everyone's faces were filled with confusion. Mr. Lei? Is he qualified? Holy crap, has CEO Lei gone mad? Is he out of his mind? Sure enough, even the people in the sky were stunned. What would someone at the god level do? Would someone of his caliber go there to get himself killed? Is your son crazy? Lin Wugue couldn't help but look at Ling Qiansha. Ling Qiansha burst into laughter, saying, "Good riddance. That's more like my style." After he finished speaking, his eyes darkened, and a flash of lightning appeared in his palm. A black and blue spear surrounded by lightning suddenly appeared in his palm. What do you want to do? Lin Wugue's expression changed slightly. Give my son a helping hand. As his father, I haven't given him anything from childhood to adulthood. In the last 2 years, I haven't even been able to give him much money. Ling Qiansha took a deep breath, his eyes hardened, and he clenched his fist. Lightning exploded, and finally the lightning mark on his palm disappeared. A mouthful of blood spurted from Ling Qiansha's mouth. Mythical weapon, divine breaking spear. Break free from Ling Qiansha. This shocked all the powerful figures in the sky. Has Ling Qiansha gone mad? To cripple oneself? What use is the divine breaking army spear to his son? What is his son anyway? He can't even handle a world-destroying thunder. P.S. Take a break, have dinner, and then get back to work. Chapter 99 Let this world be destroyed. 7th update. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ling Tianlei transformed into a bolt of lightning and sped towards the Shura field. But I didn't expect it. Suddenly, veins bulged on Shia's face, and she was filled with rage. Was that piece of trash insulting us? What are you doing here on a battlefield of this magnitude? Do you deserve it? What we need are extremely powerful geniuses, monsters on the same level as us. At the very least, it has to be that guy with an Oedipus complex, right? Who do you think you are? She suddenly unleashed a palm strike, and the Phoenix Emperor fire swept across the sky, erupting with a deafening roar. The flames rushed toward the lightning bolt, so fast that Ling Tianlei didn't even have time to react. This palm strike made it seem like Shiha wasn't hitting anyone. He was actually swatting a mosquito. Boom! With a loud bang, before Ling Tianlei even reached the battlefield, he was sent flying like a cannonball and crashed into a desolate mountain. On the side of the barren mountain, a terrifying pit appeared, with Ling Tianlei embedded in it, smoke and dust rising everywhere, his fate unknown. The entire audience erupted in uproar. I told you, wouldn't it be suicide for Boss Lei to go? No way, this is terrifying. Lei is a god-level expert, after all. A slap? Like swatting a fly? Isn't this a bit outrageous? Wukong remained unfazed, because he sensed that the heavenly lightning offered no resistance to the attack he was deliberately enduring the terrifying power. To break the seal. Ling Tianlei, embedded in the mountain peak, felt as if his entire body was being torn apart, with flames that were almost impossible to extinguish burning his flesh. Extreme pain quickly spread throughout his body, so intense that his facial features were almost distorted. But his eyes were wide open, his expression hysterical. Like a madman. Before coming to Thunder City, he was so naive that he was almost brain damaged. What happens next? In the Northern District, he saw a powerful figure, respected and worshipped by countless people, actually colluding with alien races to kill those who believed in him. He saw a 14-year-old girl, starving and destitute, about to be sold to hell to suffer another round of torture. He saw someone torture his mother to death for insurance money. She was over 70 years old, blind, and was calling out her child's name before she died, begging her child to save her. After looking around, I feel like this world is completely hopeless. Therefore, he wants to become the greatest filth and evil, and destroy everything. Ling Tianlei shakily raised his hand and gently touched his ear. His favorite song started playing from the hidden earphones. Abandon the rules, indulge in love, be unrestrained, empty the future, I won't turn back. I won't turn. I won't turn around. I'm not turning. The off-key, screaming singing echoed in everyone's ears. The man who was almost killed by Shiha in one move was roaring like a madman. What does he want to do? Is he sick? Is his dream simply to have everyone hear his horribly awful singing voice and his incredibly awkward lyrics? But suddenly, Shiha and the sun god both turned their heads sharply, staring at the tall figure that was burned and mangled, their pupils trembling violently. The same applies to the powerful beings in the sky. The demon god of war was so shocked that his voice distorted. What the hell? Ling Qiansha, you've been hiding this for so long. This child, he is actually on the earth. The heavily injured Ling Tianlei slowly floated up. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, his pupils as black as ink, like the gaze of death. Sizzle. A flash of black lightning suddenly appeared in his eyes. It's not just black, it's the ultimate black that represents absolute death. Roar. A roar like that of an ancient ferocious beast resounded. At this moment, Ling Tianlei's aura suddenly began to surge, rising wildly, and a terrifying pressure covered all directions. Some people far away on the city walls were even trembling with fear. They didn't know why, but they were just scared. At this moment, Ling Tianlei is not human at all. He's more like a madman Grim Reaper. Sudden. The whole world seemed to fall silent. Only the crisp sound of shattering glass rang out. Snap. Ling Tianlei murmured hoarsely, the seal is broken. The next second, the dark clouds in the sky, which had been mostly dispersed by the two sun gods, gathered again. Extremely fast. Moreover, this time, the clouds were even darker, making everyone feel an immense sense of oppression, as if a demon had placed its hand on their hearts. Even breathing became difficult. Boom! A bolt of dark black lightning slammed into Ling Tianlei. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. The area around Ling Tianlei was completely enveloped in black lightning, but he felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, he was filled with enjoyment and excitement. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. A series of shrill, maniacal laughs echoed throughout the room. He roared, let this world be destroyed. I am the king of destruction. All the thunderbolts converged. It was as thick as a pillar of light reaching the heavens. Ling Tianlei, standing in the black pillar of light, spreads out his arms. All the world-destroying divine lightning was absorbed into his body, and the dark, deathly, and terrifying aura emanating from him rose once again. Suddenly, a sonic boom came from the distant sky. Everyone looked up abruptly and saw a dark red spear that seemed capable of destroying everything hurtling down towards Ling Tianlei. Bang! Just as the spear brushed past Ling Tianlei, he raised his thick arm and caught it fiercely. Finally, he raised his head and met his father's gaze from the distant sky. Ling Qiansha revealed a ferocious smile and only said two words. Go to war. Ling Tianlei didn't say a word. The pitch-black lightning enveloped the divine-breaking army spear, and the dark red spear body suddenly turned completely black, with death and annihilation clinging to the spear tip. Ling Tianlei's muscles bulged, and he swung his arm violently. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. A surge of energy suddenly rose up. The divine-breaking army spear, like a black arrow, pierced straight at Shiha. Shiha's face was gloomy. He is actually a mythical world-destroying king. I underestimated you. A flash of fire appeared in her palm, the heavenly sun holy sword lay horizontally in her hand, and the Phoenix Emperor fire spread behind the sword. She also raised her hand and flicked it, charging head-on at the divine ling-breaking army spear. This is a battle between the Phoenix Emperor's fire and the world-destroying divine thunder. It was also a clash between the Heavenly Sun Holy Sword and the divine breaking army spear. Boom! The guns and swords clashed, and in the end, they were all sent flying back. Shiha flicked her finger, and the holy sword floated in front of her. Ling Tianlei also raised his hand to catch the spear, and with a leap, landed on the last platform. This time, no one stopped him. The fourth mythical level character has entered. Human race, mythical level, innate talent of a world-destroying monarch, named Ling Tianlei. Realm, Lesser Grandmaster level 3. Rub. The platform beneath Ling Tianlei's feet was dazzling with light. The final beam of light shot along the cross pattern towards the very center of the battleground. At this moment, all four beams of light met. In the center of the arena, where the four pillars of light were condensed, suddenly cracked open, and the next second, a ball of pure golden flame shot into the sky, its momentum magnificent, burning fiercely. A terrifying heatwave instantly swept across the entire island. Some parts of the earth began to gradually melt, and everyone felt two words: the sun. This flame possesses the same properties as the sun. Without a doubt. This is the legacy of Emperor Tianhong. P.S. Thanks to Qin Shinbu from Wanjishan for the big healthcare, and thanks to everyone for the update reminder tokens. I'm generating electricity for love. The writer is a bit dizzy. I'll check back later. I should be able to write more. Chapter 100 No Way Out. 8th update. The moment the legacy of Emperor Tianhong appeared, a hearty, aged voice rang out from the sky. The four mythical level beings have activated their inheritances. Everyone is now free to enter and compete. Upon hearing this, the common people were left speechless, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Are you kidding me? Who can steal it? Besides, what's the point of stealing it? That's the fire of the sun. Who can withstand that kind of temperature? This big shot really loves to joke. Only Xiao Fan, standing atop the city wall, knew that these words were spoken to him. At this moment, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared beside him. Lin Xianhua stepped out with her long, flawless legs, looking exhausted. After chuckling softly, she leaned directly against Xiao Fan's shoulder. Have you mastered all 6 techniques? Xiao Fan asked. It's alright if you've only mastered 4 forms. Go directly to the sun's fire to cultivate. Xiao Fan turned his head, looked at Lin Xianhua's determined eyes, and chuckled softly. This is something that could cost you your life if you're not careful. But, since she said so, let's do it. Xiao Yan transformed into a ring and entered his hand. Xiao Fan grabbed Mu Yang and soared into the sky, floating in the distant sky with piercing eyes, waiting for an opportunity to strike. A battlefield of carnage. Although the succession has already occurred, 4 of them are not in a hurry. Accepting a tradition takes time. Rushing into it is meaningless. Only the last person standing can accept the inheritance with peace of mind. Apollo glanced at Shiha and said, it's meaningless for the fire of the sun to fall into someone else's hands. I'll deal with this monkey. You are to deal with the world-destroying king. Finally, we'll decide the winner. What do you think? Shiha snorted coldly. Ling Tianlei's world-destroying monarch talent is indeed on par with theirs. But don't forget. They've been training like crazy since they were little, and in terms of combat power, they far surpass Ling Tianlei. Isn't Apollo discriminating against her by making her fight Ling Tianlei? But she couldn't be bothered to argue. Let's finish this quickly. The Phoenix Emperor fire surged up suddenly, and Shiha floated into the air in the flames, looking at Ling Tianlei expressionlessly, and gently pointed a finger. A thin, bright red line of fire suddenly shot out, moving at incredible speed. Ling Tianlei suddenly raised his spear, and after the world-destroying divine lightning exploded, he swung it hard, deflecting the fire line. His face darkened. The other party had merely pointed casually, yet he was already about to draw his weapon. They have the same talent, but he is far behind in terms of the precision of his martial arts training, the strength of his elements, and even his level of mastery. However, his task was merely to lull the opponent into a false sense of security for a second. Xiao Fan should now prepare to make his move. At this moment, Yukong grinned and said, you just need to hold them off. I'll take down this giant pineapple as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Apollo's face turned cold. Big pineapple? Remember, it's Apollo. He raised his hand, and a golden red light appeared in his palm. Mythical level, the sacred flame of the ancients. Under Apollo's training, the sacred flame condensed from a flame shape into a pure light body. His offensive tactics resembled those of a humanoid laser turret. Call out. The sacred fire laser suddenly shot out from the palm of his left hand, but Wukong remained unfazed. An indestructible body. He directly took the attack with his bare body. Sizzle sizzle. The laser beam struck Wukong's body, but could not penetrate any further. At most, it burned off a few monkey hairs. It couldn't even break through his physical body? He's got something. But there's not much. Apollo's eyes narrowed. The holy light of the past, in its second form. The intensity of the laser in his hand suddenly increased by a level. Wukong remained expressionless. The divine ape golden body is activated. What is meant by a genius of freakish level? In just one night, he had already mastered 2 forms of the divine ape golden body. The double holy light still couldn't penetrate his physical body. Now, Apollo's eyes finally turned serious, and he twitched the corners of his mouth. Triple. Boom. The concentration of the sacred flame suddenly increased, and it also increased by 3/10 of its original size. This time, Wukong made his move. Call out. He was incredibly fast, disappearing from his spot in an instant. The laser beam couldn't be retracted in time and shot directly at a distant mountain. With a deafening roar, the mountaintop shattered. People were filled with terror. Only then did they realize just how strong the laser they had withstood was. But Apollo's eyes narrowed slightly on the battlefield. That monkey, it's fast. They're already behind me? The incredibly heavy pillar of the sea slammed down on the back of Apollo's head, creating a blast of air. Apollo's figure also vanished instantly, transforming into a streak of fire and reappearing in Goku's original spot in the blink of an eye. This time, there will be no stopping. He raised both hands, and the light in his eyes was intensely focused. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 4 laser beams shot out in succession, and Wukong moved again, his eyes sharp. During the translation, he suddenly closed his eyes. The state of selflessness unfolds directly. Samadhi fire, ascend to the body. Like a blazing fire in March, Wukong drew one beautiful semicircle after another on the battlefield, perfectly dodging all of Apollo's lasers. Apollo snorted coldly, and the laser beam from his right hand disappeared, but he was casting a spell in secret. Suddenly, a mirror of light appeared beside Wukong. After the laser beam hit him, it immediately refracted and tracked Wukong again. It's not over yet. The second light mirror. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth course. Apollo was well aware of his weakness. His attack methods were not diverse enough and his attacks were straightforward. However, he deliberately did not try to increase his attack methods. Because what he pursues is the ultimate explosive power and the ultimate destructive power, so that the elemental laser of the sacred fire can penetrate everything in the world. What does triple count as? He has 4, 5, and 6 levels. He has greater destructive power, but the key is to hit the monkey. Finally, 12 light mirrors stood tall. However, Wukong's agility is truly terrifying. With the enhancement of the selfless realm, he can definitely dodge any gaps in the holy fire laser beams. But so what? The frequency of Apollo's attacks suddenly decreased. In an instant, Goku found his way forward, seized the opportunity, and appeared on Apollo's head with his staff in hand. Boom! He slammed the stick down hard on Apollo's head. The ground of the Azura killing field slightly collapsed, and sand and stones flew everywhere. But this blow didn't cause Apollo any damage at all. The golden crown on his head emitted a bright light, and an invisible protective shield blocked the heavy blow. Mythical weapon, King's Guard. Then, Apollo raised his hand, and a golden ring on his hand suddenly shone brightly, instantly covering an area of 1,000 meters in radius. Wukong sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. Oh no! Wukong was a little annoyed. You underestimated me. He clearly sensed that the surrounding space was enveloped by countless light mirrors. Is there still a way to hide? Yes, monkeys can dodge their first attack. But where can he hide after the laser reflects back? The entire space was his laser domain. If he can escape as long as there's a gap, wouldn't it be simple to do something about it? Simply cover the entire battlefield with your lasers, leaving no gaps, isn't that enough? The sacred flame of the past, in its 4th form. Apollo was engulfed in flames, crowned with a crown, and floated into the air, like a monarch of fire. But would Wukong be afraid? Although the intensity of the surrounding light is very high, it can still be shattered if you really want to. However, if you do that, you will definitely get hit by the laser when attacking the optical mirror. Moreover, he doesn't know how many times he can expand this field of light mirrors. Most importantly, he's like Sun Wukong. They only move forward, never backward. Wukong bared his teeth, a surge of violence rising within him. The god of war's golden armor, don it. The scales on the golden armor shimmered. Samadhi fire, burning at full power. The monkey was completely engulfed in flames, and its aura surged wildly. Since the other party dared to lock me up, they must have been prepared for me to get close, right? That crown has limited defensive capabilities. So in this match, either Wukong will get pierced by a laser. Or maybe Goku will just kill Apollo. P.S. Wukong has already locked up with Apollo, and next up is the life or death battle between Xiao Fan and Shiha. Chapter 101 Xiao Fan. It's your turn to step up. The light mirror domain occupies a radius of 1,000 meters within the Azura killing field. To the viewers, the battle scenes were too blurry to be clearly seen. Therefore, almost everyone is focused on the battlefield between Ling Tianlei and Shiha. Yuanin clenched her fists tightly, her face full of worry. In just 3 minutes, Ling Tianlei was already close to being seriously injured. Everyone present finally understood what a human killing machine truly meant. Shiha, like a supreme deity, floated in mid-air, expressionless, with the Phoenix Emperor fire burning fiercely around her. She didn't even need to move, she just floated there, and with a casual palm strike or a finger strike, Ling Tianlei would have to exert all his strength to resist. Shiha calculated the time and frowned. How come 3 minutes have passed? Still haven't solved this ant problem? Let's be a little more serious then. She opened her palm, and the fiery energy within her body suddenly erupted in stages, surging wildly. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the entire earth trembled slightly, as if an earthquake had occurred. Divine Phoenix Purgatory. With a deafening roar, an area of 1,000 meters in radius was instantly engulfed by endless Phoenix Emperor fire, including the ground beneath Ling Tianlei's feet. Ling Tianlei's face was ashen, and blood slowly trickled down his forehead, but his eyes were fixed on Shiha with unwavering determination. His only goal was to get close. They can't even touch Shiha with ranged attacks. If this continues, he will be burned to death sooner or later. The surrounding temperature has already burned off all the hair on his legs. If it weren't for the world-destroying divine lightning covering his entire body and resisting some of the temperature, his muscles would probably be melted away. And the temperature is still rising every minute and every second. Never mind, charge. Lei Ling Pajun. With a loud shout, Ling Tianlei disregarded everything and charged straight forward, transforming into a black lightning bolt that swept across the massive Azura killing field, heading straight for Shiha's face. Shiha remained completely unmoved by this. She flicked her finger, and the skill was activated instantly. The Phoenix Emperor fire formed a massive circular shield of flames over 100 meters in diameter right in front of her, leaving Ling Tianlei with absolutely no angle to attack. Unless he charges straight at the shield. But getting infected with the Phoenix Emperor's fire is very troublesome, only an idiot would choose that, right? Suddenly, gasps of surprise rang out. Holy crap, are you crazy? Is Mr. Lei out of his mind? Did he really go for it? With a loud bang, Ling Tianlei, wielding a long spear and enveloped in the world-destroying divine lightning, actually crashed directly into the fire shield. As expected, after he emerged, flames blazed around him, scorching his flesh and blood. The pain caused Ling Tianlei's face to twitch, but his eyes remained firm, and his speed did not decrease at all. On the contrary, he accelerated and continued to rush towards Shiha. This time, Shiha couldn't help but chuckle. What is this person trying to do? Speechless. With another flick of her finger, another fire shield instantly formed. Will he dare to charge again this time? Dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Bang! Ling Tianlei charged through the second fire shield again, his body now covered in even more Phoenix Emperor fire, and the pain was more than twice as intense, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. But he kept charging forward. Shiha's eyes darkened slightly. This is the first time I've ever seen such a mentally ill person. You like to rush around, right? Come on. Her eyes narrowed. Splash, 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 splash. In the Azura killing field. 10 more fire shields suddenly appeared between Ling Tianlei and Shiha. Do you like to rush around? Let you charge to your heart's content. The entire room fell silent, a chill running down everyone's spine. Shiha's power has once again refreshed everyone's understanding. This is only the realm of a minor grandmaster. With such terrifying elemental power, she could instantly unleash 10 of these skills with a mere wave of her hand? And judging from her calm and collected demeanor, would she even react if 100 more were offered to her? In the sky, Ling Qianxia frowned deeply. He didn't understand what his son was trying to do. Isn't this kind of fighting style just suicide? You don't do close quarters combat like this, do you? Just use your bare body to withstand the opponent's attacks? What the heck? No one could understand it, except Chen Changsheng, who raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the dark clouds beside him. Sure enough, amidst the dark clouds, Xiao Fan's gaze was icy cold as he stared intently at the battlefield, like a ferocious beast ready to hunt at any moment. Below, Ling Tianlei had completely gone mad. 1. 2 paths. 3. Ah! He vented his pain with roars, but his movements did not slow down at all. He continued to advance madly, forward, and forward again. But Shiha's face remained indifferent and disdainful. Although I don't understand what he's trying to do, things have already come to this point. Even if he gets close to me, what can he possibly do? Suddenly, Ling Tianlei burst through the last layer of fire shield, becoming a human torch, and roared hysterically as he crashed into Shiha. Seeing the other party's frenzied appearance, Shiha narrowed her eyes and prepared to cast a spell. But Ling Tianlei suddenly swung out the divine Ling-breaking army spear, interrupting her spellcasting. The next second, Ling Tianlei arrived at Shiha's face. The two were less than a meter apart. Shiha sneered and immediately ignited her entire body with Phoenix Emperor fire. You dare to touch me? Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Tianlei then did something that left everyone completely dumbfounded. He opened his arms and hugged Shiha tightly. Shiha's face turned cold, feeling as if she had been desecrated. Rage surged, and the Phoenix Emperor fire erupted once more, this time intending to burn Ling Tianlei to ashes. But I didn't expect it. Ling Tianlei suddenly smiled sinisterly. I succeeded. Shiha was taken aback. Sudden. The surging, world-destroying divine lightning erupted with a deafening roar, releasing all the lightning accumulated within Ling Tianlei's body at this moment. Have you gone mad? Shiha could no longer remain calm, her eyes suddenly changing. These are two of the most supreme elements of lightning and fire. What are the consequences of the conflict and overload of these two elements? Will Ling Tianlei be blown up? Ling Qianxia in the sky was completely unstable. Looking at the endlessly surging world-destroying divine lightning, he wished he could rush into the battlefield. Is my son mentally challenged? That's an explosion. He's got a death wish. But it was too late. No one expected Ling Tianlei to do such a thing. Under everyone's watchful eyes. Boom! On the Shura killing field, which spans tens of thousands of miles, a terrifying mushroom cloud slowly rises, and the lightning and fire elements intertwined within it seem capable of destroying everything. Call out! A blurry figure, indistinguishable as either a human or a ghost, was sent flying backwards from the mushroom cloud. Ling Tianlei was blasted away by the terrifying overload force, flying out of the battlefield of the Azura killing field like a cannonball, until he crashed into a barren mountain before stopping. Black smoke billowed up, and Ling Tianlei, lying inside, was of unknown fate. Yuanan rushed out like a madwoman, her face full of heartache. Even the Catwoman couldn't bear it and grabbed Yuanan, running even faster towards Ling Tianlei's direction. But Ling Tianlei didn't die. He was even able to speak with difficulty, hoarsely murmuring into the earpiece, "It's your turn to step in." Even though she was wrapped in the phoenix robe, Shiha was still blown away and thrown to the ground. Her holy, white face was charred black. This divine incarnation looked so disheveled that it was hard to believe that it was Shiha. What a madman! Shiha coughed and exhaled 2 puffs of black smoke. She didn't understand why Ling Tianlei did this, but it didn't matter anymore. Paying a price to get rid of him is nothing now. We just need to wait for the battlefield on Apollo's side to end. Sudden. Knock knock. Shiha's heart skipped a beat. Her pupils dilated, and an ominous premonition rose within her. What is it? Who is making me feel uneasy? Where will the attack take place? A sneak attack? Who? Which location? Above. She looked up abruptly and saw 3 figures plummeting downwards. But her attention was completely drawn to a mysterious ancient book that was laid out open. The Book of Vanishing Gods. Oh no! Chapter 102. Your man is good, it's a pity he's dying. The shepherd's hand holding the book was trembling. That was a monster. Can it be sealed? If she ever realizes what's happening, I'll be instantly killed. Never mind. For my wife. Seal it, the shepherd roared furiously. His body suddenly began to tremble violently. Shiha's talent was too terrifying. The backlash caused Shepherd to experience extreme pain and even faint on the spot. But it worked. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan flung Lin Xianhua into the sunfire to receive the inheritance, and then threw Mu Yang out of the battlefield. The demon blade of slaughter is in hand. The entire power of the alpha armor is concentrated in the weapon, its magic breaking properties are maximized, and all the concentrated energy is released directly. Xiao Fan showed no signs of weakness whatsoever. A qualified hunter must take advantage of the opponent's weakest moment and use all available means to eliminate the prey in the most swift and decisive manner. Shiha turned her head abruptly, looked at that ugly face, and screamed, "It's you! You dare to kill me? You dare touch me!" After losing all her innate abilities, Shiha could only use less than 1/10 of her power. She couldn't even activate the Heavenly Sun Holy Sword or the Phoenix Robe. The terrifying flames were now unbelievably weak. She struggled to raise her hand, trying to block Xiao Fan's blade. But it was all in vain. Puff! The cold, blood-red scimitar pierced Shiha's heart, and pale golden blood slowly flowed out. Shiha stared blankly at her bleeding wounds, intense pain coursing through her body. Her body began to tremble, her breathing grew weaker, and the aura of death permeated her shattered heart. At that moment, all her indifference, arrogance, and contempt vanished. She roared in a hoarse voice, "I'll tear you to pieces." But Xiao Fan remained completely calm and unfazed. All the power accumulated by the alpha armor was poured into the slaughtering demon blade, a concentration of lightning and fire at an off-the-charts level. All the energy exploded at that moment, creating an overload. Burst! Boom! With a loud bang, another mushroom cloud rose in the Azura killing field. Although it was much smaller than the previous one, Shiha was now more than 10 times weaker than before. Xiao Fan flew backward and stopped at a safe distance, gripping the demon blade tightly and staring intently into the depths of the mushroom cloud. Logically speaking, they should have been blown to bits and there was absolutely no way they could have survived. But that was the Phoenix Emperor's fire, it belonged to Shiha, and he didn't know if any accidents might happen. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the sky. "Xiao Fan! You beast, do you know what you're doing? Ah! I'm going to kill you! Chen Shangshang, are you fucking crazy? You just watched Shiha get killed by a piece of trash? Do you know what this means for all of humanity? You stupid dog! How could you let this happen?" At this moment, Chen Shangshang's cold voice rang out. Like a resounding bell, it could be heard clearly by everyone on the island. Everyone can obtain the inheritance of Emperor Tianhong, it all depends on their own abilities. Shiha was killed, which only means that she was not skilled enough and was not worthy of this inheritance, understand? You old dog! If you dare bark at me again, I'll kill you right now. Suddenly, in the sky. Boom! Two scorching and terrifying energies suddenly clashed, and the intense light instantly illuminated the entire island. Everyone hurriedly covered their eyes because the light was too dazzling. Those with lower cultivation levels would likely be blinded. The aftershocks of the power swept across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands in the next second, even stirring up a gale strong enough to blow people away on the ground 10,000 meters below. Xiao Fan's eyes were gloomy, and he clenched his fists tightly. My older brother got into a fight with someone up there. Because I killed Shiha. Sure enough, the human race's high-ranking officials are not just the eldest brother alone. He had a feeling that there were many more high-ranking officials standing on the opposite side of the eldest brother. But now that we've stepped forward, there's no turning back. All I can do is work towards the future. Let my older brother know that he made the right choice. Above the sky. Kong Fangxiang and Zhuge Tianming exchanged a glance, their expressions incredibly complex. They had noticed Xiao Fan back in the Flame Secret Realm. But back then, they didn't really take Xiao Fan seriously. Therefore, Zhuge Tianming decided to finish watching the anime before going to train. Kong Fangxiang only treated him as a sparring partner. But what about now? He actually killed Shiha? Oh my god. Regardless of how he did it, this is scarier than the most terrifying horror movie ever. What is Shiha? She's one of the absolute top monsters. What does this mean? If he can kill Shiha, can he also kill us? This guy should never be judged by his talent level. Both of them felt a chill run down their spines, thinking that they should never make enemies with this pervert in the future, or they wouldn't even know how they died. Ling Qianxia and the demon war god started chatting idly, completely ignoring the battle between Wang Xingxian and Elder Huang on the other side, since Wang Xingxian couldn't possibly lose anyway. Should I say you owe me a favor? Ling Qianxia asked with a smile. Without Ling Tianlei's suicidal attack, Xiao Fan would never have succeeded. What's it to you? Lin Wugui sneered. He stared intently at the ball of solar fire, his palms sweating profusely. He hopes his daughter will carry on the legacy. But when the day finally came, he was extremely nervous. Don't just tell me my daughter was burned to death, right? I hope nothing so funny happens to me. You have to hold on. In the fire of the sun. Upon entering, Lin Xianhua's clothes instantly disintegrated, and even a layer of her skin was burned off. Unimaginable pain spread throughout her entire body. In less than 3 seconds, her mind was on the verge of collapse. It was too hot, the intensity of the flames exceeded the limits of her imagination. But she remained steadfast and determined, because the progress of her cultivation of the divine ape golden body was also increasing at an unimaginable speed under this terrifying pressure. This is not a place for you. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in Lin Xianhua's mind. Although her eyes were tightly closed, she seemed to see a tall and proud figure standing in front of her. Emperor Tianhong. She's rejecting me. Then what? I can come whenever I want, she roared in her heart, filled with extreme resentment. Emperor Tianhong remained indifferent. Those who haven't fought in battle are not qualified to receive my legacy. Then why don't you just throw me out? Lin Xianhua retorted without backing down. She's quite a spirited little girl. The heavenly rainbow martial emperor's coldness vanished, replaced by a soft chuckle. She turned to look outside, her eyes slightly raised, and said, "Is that your man?" "Yes. It's truly remarkable that I could do all this for you." A hint of envy appeared in Emperor Tianhong's eyes. Other women's men are working themselves to the bone for their own women's opportunities. Where's my man? He's vanished. Before Lin Xianhua could rejoice, he heard Emperor Tianhong say calmly, "It's a pity, he's going to die." On the battlefield. As the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, Xiao Fan, like a wild beast waiting for its chance to strike, dared not relax his guard for even a moment. Logically, he should have finished off the enemy. But the opponent's physical body was blown to bits, how can you repair it? Even so, as time passed, he felt that Shiha was not dead. Sudden. A terrifying phoenix imperial fire suddenly rose from the ground within a radius of several thousand meters, the flames so intense that they seemed capable of melting everything in the world. Xiao Fan suddenly looked up and saw several balls of flame suddenly shoot into the sky, condensing into a giant of fire. It had no skin or flesh, only 2 holes on its face burning with rage, and a furious roar that made people tremble with fear. I want to tear you to pieces. Chapter 103: The Price of Blasphemy. Extremely powerful and terrifying flames engulfed half of the Azura killing field. At this moment, everyone, whether they were ordinary citizens in the city or super strong individuals in the sky, was filled with shock. Chen Shangxing's expression darkened slightly after he had just detonated a small star, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. Xiao Fan has been preparing for so long to compete for this inheritance. But damn it, how did Shiha get cheat codes? They didn't know why Shiha had turned into a fire giant, but they clearly sensed that Shiha's power had surpassed the 5th level of a minor grandmaster, and was close to the 9th level. How do we fight this? There's no way to fight. The demon god of war was the most anxious. Whether or not he accepted the inheritance was no longer important, he only hoped that his daughter would survive. If the transmission is interrupted halfway through, the consequences are unimaginable. On the battlefield. A giant, tens of meters tall, stood in the purgatory of the Phoenix Emperor's fire. Compared to it, Xiao Fan in the distance was just a tiny an ant. Xiao Fan swallowed hard, his breathing quickened, and he felt a little nervous. Isn't this flame intensity a bit outrageous? Even from a distance, one could feel the intense heat emanating from his physical body, which embodied the 7 forms of the divine ape golden body. How do we fight now? Drag. He didn't know how long it would take for the inheritance to be acceptable. Sudden. The fire giant roared in a hoarse voice, "Die." The sound wave, carrying the Phoenix Emperor's fire, roared in, and the huge arm swung out a fire wave nearly 100 meters long, heading straight for Xiao Fan. This time, Xiao Fan calmed down. Because he discovered that Shiha seemed to be in a state of rage? If she had any sense, she would definitely be able to sense that Lin Xianhua is receiving the inheritance. The most reasonable way to fight is to directly attack the sunfire, interrupt the inheritance of the forest immortal fire, and force myself to take the hit. But she didn't. Her attacks were chaotic, filled with roars and madness. That's great. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. An enemy without brains is no threat, no matter how high their cultivation level is. There was a loud boom. The 8-star lightning and 8-star fire overlapped at this moment, and Xiao Fan's aura suddenly surged. Then, close your eyes tightly. Instantly entering a state of selflessness. Call out. Xiao Fan easily dodged the powerful attack. After leaping into the air, he suddenly burst into a piercing, mocking laugh. Is this what they call a god? Why is he so weak? Hey, can you aim a little better? Are you blind? Are your eyes holes? What a piece of trash. Rubbish. You can't even hit me, go back to eating shit. A bitch. Xiao Fan's curses were extremely loud, and everyone, both in heaven and on earth, could hear them clearly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and their backs were instantly soaked with cold sweat. This is insane. Is this guy crazy? Shiha is already so terrifying, and you still want to provoke her? Do you really have a death wish? But what happened next made everyone's expressions gradually become more interesting. Amidst the laughter, Shiha completely lost her mind and went mad, unleashing attacks powerful enough to easily destroy mountains without restraint. Boom boom boom. The massive Azura killing field was wrecked by the Emperor's fire, and the ground temperature was extremely high. The Phoenix Emperor's fire swept across the sky, but Xiao Fan always managed to dodge it. So far, not a single strike had landed. Xiao Fan's smile grew even wider, because he sensed that Shihi's explosive power was limited, or rather, her strength was limited. Now, the energy she is using has exceeded her original tolerance, so with each strike, her aura weakens a little. If this drags on, she'll eventually be exhausted. Xiao Fan sprinted to the edge of the Azura killing field. He showed no intention of fighting back whatsoever. His goal was simply to buy time. At this moment, the light mirror field was accidentally damaged. With a loud boom, the area trembled, and the two people fighting fiercely inside suddenly stopped, turned their heads, and their pupils suddenly contracted. My goodness, has the fighting outside gotten this bad? The monkey smirked. Quickly finish this. He turned and continued his battle with Apollo. Amidst the flames of the sun, Emperor Tianhong shook his head. Although she was shocked by the overlapping elements and the state of selflessness, she still did not believe that Xiao Fan could defeat Shihi. After all, she is an incarnation of a god. Once the power within her body diminishes to a certain extent, she will definitely realize that something is wrong. Really? The enraged fire giant outside suddenly froze. Shiha felt the energy within her body decreasing continuously due to her unrestrained attacks. She was trembling with anger, but she still had to calm down. Yes. This insignificant human is merely a saint-level being. Although there are many methods, what's the use? The gap between him and himself in terms of talent was as vast as an insurmountable chasm. It was just a successful sneak attack. If we were to really fight, 10 of them wouldn't be a match for me. After taking a few deep breaths, the fire giant's attack completely stopped. The anger in her huge eyes gradually dissipated, and she regained the indifference of a superior. Xiao Fan's expression changed slightly as he ran. Damn it, she figured it out. Now we just have to face her head on. The giant's flames slowly gathered towards the center, and the terrifying oppressive feeling gradually dissipated, but Xiao Fan's tension rose again. In just a few seconds, the giant vanished, solidifying into Shiha's physical body. She donned a fiery red phoenix robe, raised her hand, and the heavenly sun holy sword reappeared. Li Dilong breathed a sigh of relief. He was extremely worried when he saw his master's frantic state, because he knew that continuing to fight like that would not work. Master, this bastard completely disregards the gods. Shiha's eyes were ruthless. A chilling murderous intent filled her. The first time I possessed Li Dilong's body, he slapped me. The second time was even more outrageous. She was almost stabbed to death by him. If it weren't for the fact that the vital signs of gods are different from those of mortals, she might have really been killed. From childhood to adulthood, Shiha had never suffered such a humiliating disgrace. A saint-level being. A mere saint-level being. They actually pushed me to this point. Oh. Shiha's gaze towards Xiao Fan suddenly ignited with Phoenix Emperor fire. Then raised both hands and pressed down hard. Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn it, her attack doesn't need to use her physical body as a medium. She can directly generate Phoenix Emperor fire above her head. Run. A surging ball of imperial fire crashed down violently towards Xiao Fan's head at incredible speed. After narrowly dodging the attack, Xiao Fan felt no joy, but rather shock. Because of his profile, a ball of imperial fire had somehow appeared again. There was no time to dodge. Boom! A loud bang. Xiao Fan was sent flying by the terrifying impact of the flames, crashing into the edge of the Azura killing field. Sand and dust flew everywhere, and his fate was unknown. At this moment, Shiha turned her head to look in the direction of the sun's fire, smiled cruelly, and slowly raised her palm. She couldn't understand why Xiao Fan would risk so much for a woman's opportunity. But at least one thing is certain. This woman is very important to him. So, this is the price for blasphemy. Shiha unleashed the Phoenix Emperor fire from her hand. She wanted to torture that woman inside until she went crazy. He wanted to descend to earth, kneel down, cry, howl, and beg for the gods' forgiveness. However, I will never forgive him, I will kill him too. The Phoenix Emperor's fire blazed fiercely from her palm. The demon god's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body was already uncontrollably about to rush out. But thank goodness! Just as it was about to be engulfed by the sun's flames, a dark shadow swiftly swept across the battlefield, blocking the path in front of the Imperial fire. On the armor of Alpha, the Dead Soul fire surged eerily. Only power of this level could possibly withstand the Phoenix Emperor's fire. Boom! The two fires clashed, and the result was excellent. The flames neutralized the impact, and Xiao Fan was blasted backward by the powerful force, managing to stop a step away from the sun's flames. Behind him was the intense heat of the sun, which even the Alpha armor could not shield him from, causing Xiao Fan's back to be covered in sweat. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Surprisingly, everyone was on Xiao Fan's side because it didn't matter to them who obtained the sun flame. But the underdog defeating the superior and fighting against the mythical with a Saint-level skill is really cool. If successful, this will be an epic battle that will go down in history. That was close, we made it. Can we win? That's Brother Xiao, Boss Lei's brother. He's incredibly tough too. We have to win. On the battlefield. Shiha's face was full of sarcasm. Dead Soul fire? Alpha armor? Oh, I remember now, it was a woman named Xiaoyan, right? She must be in a lot of pain right now, right? Shiha smiled cruelly and raised her hand to unleash another burst of flame. Chapter 104. I'll kill you in 3 minutes. Boom! With nowhere left to retreat, Xiao Fan struggled to resist with his bare body. Xiao Yan's painful groan rang in his ears. Beneath his feet was the cracked earth, and behind him was the immortal fire that was receiving the inheritance. How should we play? Suddenly, Xiao Fan looked up sharply and swung out the slaughtering demon blade. She has scoffed and raised her hand to burn the knife to a crisp, but in the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan threw out another flying knife, which directly deflected the trajectory of the demonic blade. Then the third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. The trajectory of the demonic blade kept changing, dodging Shiha's scorching imperial fire time and time again. This annoyed Shiha, who turned to look at the demon blade and planned to use an indiscriminate, wide-range attack to destroy the broken blade that had once pierced her. Shiha didn't notice that a broken throwing knife, which she didn't need to pay any attention to, was slicing past her. No, she noticed, but didn't take it seriously at all. But then, Xiao Fan, who had been keeping his head down, grinned. The stars and constellations shift. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the spatial power around Xiao Fan surged, instantly swapping positions with the broken flying knife. Then, one punch. A powerful anti-magic force was poured into the black gold iron fist, and Shiha, who was staring at the demonic blade, had no time to react. At this moment, the elemental overlap has been activated to the maximum, and the demonic warfire is burning fiercely. With the increase of talent, the upper limit of the demonic warfire has also increased by nearly double. This punch landed squarely on the back of Shiha's head. Boom! Shiha, who had never cultivated her physical body, was directly shoved into the ground. Her phoenix robe shone brightly, clearly a defensive weapon, and it was already in effect. But Xiao Fan wouldn't give the other party a chance to react. He bulged his fist muscles and slammed it down again. With his other hand, he once again used the shifting stars technique to retrieve the slaughtering demon blade and stab it toward her forehead. This sudden reversal caused all the audience members to scream in surprise. Spatial power? Holy crap! This guy actually has spatial abilities? That's fucking outrageous. They hit it so well. The pastor's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? He's mastered spatial manipulation to perfection so quickly? But Chen Qianxing in the sky still had a furrowed brow. If that's all there is to it, it's definitely not enough. Sure enough, just as the demonic blade was about to pierce Xia's head, the Phoenix Emperor fire suddenly erupted. Boom! She was surrounded by a white mass of rice, and terrifying waves of air surged around her. Xiao Fan's face was filled with ruthlessness and madness. He wanted to withstand the shockwave and stab the wound, but he simply couldn't. The elemental intensity was like that of a monster, directly blasting him away. Xiao Yan roared in pain because the entire Alpha armor was filled with Phoenix Emperor fire. If it weren't for her high magic resistance, she would have collapsed long ago. But suddenly, Xiao Yan became fierce and roared, "Damn it! Xiao Fan, I'm going to forcibly activate the second stage of the Alpha armor. The effects of breaking magic, resisting magic, and containing elements will be improved to a new level. Don't try to persuade me. If I don't activate it, something will happen to the immortal flame, and you won't be much better off. We are family. If we're going to fight this hard, then let's fight together." Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "After activation, can you?" He said something really scary. After listening, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and said resolutely, "I have to do it even if I can't. Let's do it this way." On the earth, Shiha, disheveled and looking somewhat disheveled, slowly rose into the air, her eyes blazing with anger as she looked at Xiao Fan. Why? Spatial power? Alpha armor, dead soul flame? How can someone who's ridiculously weak have so many strange and unusual methods? I'm really angry. She suddenly raised her hand, and the holy sword floated in her palm. The Phoenix Emperor fire instantly spread throughout the entire sword, and the elemental aura surged once again. Divine Phoenix Purgatory. 10 million sword flames. Destroy. A sharp, piercing light flashed from the tip of the Heavenly Sun Holy Sword. This time, she intended to destroy Xiao Fan directly. At the same time, the dead soul fire on the Alpha armor became even more intense, and the deathly aura surged. Under the intense gaze of everyone, Xiao Fan actually made a move that left everyone baffled. On the vast Azura killing field, the blazing Phoenix Emperor fire roared out, but suddenly stopped. Shi frowned, because Xiao Fan had actually rushed into the sunfire. What does he want to do? At the same time, Ling Tianlei, who was lying next to the rocks with his flesh and blood all over his body, suddenly forced himself to stand up. What's wrong? Yuanan asked, her face full of worry. The shepherd and the catwoman had also reunited, their brows furrowed. My good brother needs me. Ling Tianlei twitched the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, and transformed into a black lightning bolt, charging into the battlefield once again. In the sky. Chen Qianxing witnessed all of this, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Zhuge Tianming and Kong Fanxiang exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disbelief. What is he trying to do? He can't handle it, can he? Holy crap, they can be this crazy. Boom! Lightning ripped through the sky, and the heavenly lightning floated above the sun's flames. At the same time, Xiao Fan suddenly burst out of the flames, his body no longer wrapped in the Alpha armor, but in the fire of the sun. The instant Xiao Fan charged out, Ling Tianlei did not hesitate at all. He suddenly raised his hand and unleashed the world-destroying divine lightning towards Xiao Fan's body. Shiha's expression changed slightly. Is this guy committing suicide? The way everyone in the room was looking at them was also strange. What are you trying to do? Holy crap! Why is Boss Lei hitting Brother Xiao? Wait a minute, something seems wrong. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the armor of Alpha slowly materialized, covering all the world-destroying divine lightning and solar fire, forcibly incorporating these two extremely powerful mythical-level forces into Xiao Fan's body. Roar! A roar like that of an ancient ferocious beast roared out from Xiao Fan's mouth. He raised his hand with difficulty, and the overclocking serum in his storage ring was directly injected into his vein. Roar! Extreme pain spread throughout Xiao Fan's body, but extremely terrifying elemental power was also slowly rising. Give me, overlap. Xiao Fan roared, his body half fired by the sun and half lighted by the world-destroying divine lightning, which gradually merged at this moment. These two elemental forces were so terrifying that they were almost capable of tearing Xiao Fan's body apart. Blood kept seeping from the skin that the Alpha armor couldn't cover, and the look in Xiao Fan's eyes had completely lost any trace of humanity, like a demon that had walked out of hell. Within the flames of the sun, Emperor Tianhong's expression became quite fascinating. She'd never seen a fight like this in her entire life. A guy with saint-level talent. forcibly absorbing two of the most powerful and conflicting mythical level talents, and then overlapping their elements. Damn it! She couldn't help but swear. Are you going crazy too? Suddenly, she sensed that Lin Xianhua had completely opened his mind, even avoiding using his divine ape golden body as much as possible, and directly using his flesh and blood to forcefully devour the sunfire and consume the inheritance. On her trembling face, the glistening tears evaporated instantly as soon as they flowed out. Lin Xianhua roared hoarsely, "Family matters must be handled by the whole family, and we must do our utmost to accomplish them." At the same time, above the fire of the sun, a terrifying power that could make the entire Azura killing field tremble slowly rose. Shiha's pupils trembled involuntarily. Looking at the madman in front of her, a sense of panic rose deep in her heart. Sudden. Xiaofan suddenly raised his head, his pupils half pure gold and half black, representing the fusion of the world-destroying divine lightning and the fire of the sun. A tearing pain raged through Xiaofan's internal organs. With a click. One of my ribs is broken. With a whoosh, a blood vessel ruptured. Xiaofan ignored the pain completely. At this moment, the only thing he could see was his loved ones in the fire of the sun. From childhood to adulthood, after the age of 7, no one has ever cared for me like Xiao Yan has. No one else would stand up for him like Lin Xianhua did on that playground where everyone was watching. For Xiaofan, they were like two warm and intense lights in a dark world. No one could understand why he would risk his life for a woman. He can't possibly shout like a child, "They are my whole world." He will only tell everyone in the most decisive way. "If you dare touch them, I'll fight you to the death." In a world where black lightning and pure gold flames intertwine, a pair of fierce eyes rose up, so fierce that killing intent could almost materialize. "I'll kill you within 3 minutes." Chapter 105: Beating a God. In the midst of a carnage, everyone who looked at the demon-like figure above the golden flames was terrified, goosebumps rising all over their bodies, their hearts pounding and their bodies trembling. Above the sky, Kong Fangxiang was so excited he wanted to go down and fight right there. He suddenly turned to look at Zhuge Tianming and said, "Let's divine the outcome. Who will win?" Zhuge Tianming's eyes narrowed, and he cursed inwardly, "I can't figure it out. The energy levels of both of them are too high. Shiha is still only a demigod, so she can't see through them." "All right," Kong Fangxiang said helplessly. On the other side, Huang Dalao, who had been blown up by the asteroid, suddenly flew back and looked at the scene, his expression changing drastically. "Chen Changsheng, Shiha cannot die." "Okay, I accept Xiaofan, alright? But Shiha cannot die. I'd be willing to owe you a favor." "You should know very well, Shiha. You can't die." Chen Changsheng scoffed, "What do you mean you lack confidence? Didn't you look down on Xiaofan?" Huang Gulao's face turned ashen. He said, "Don't be so naive." "Fine, okay, I was wrong. I admit it. I, Huang Quan, misjudged you, alright? But Shiha cannot die." Chen Changsheng ignored him and turned to look at the Divine Sun Demon Emperor, only to see that the peerless Demon Emperor's face was extremely ugly at this moment. "This is a saint-level being? Chen Changsheng, are you kidding me? Is this the combat power a saint-level being can possess?" "No, this bet doesn't count. I refuse to accept it." Chen Changsheng curled his lip and said, "You're so old, don't be so childish, acting like a brat. Look for yourself, he has saint-level talent. All-powerful great sage, is there a problem?" The Divine Sun Demon Emperor grabbed his thick black hair, looking utterly bewildered. "Am I seeing a ghost? There really is such a saint-level being. You son of a bitch. Damn it, this is boring," he cursed under his breath. The old pastor on the other side was all smiles. He suddenly understood why Chen Changsheng had taken a liking to this kid. Looking back at the history of the resurgence of Origin Qi, no one has been as special as Xiaofan. Special abilities or anything like that don't matter, everyone has secrets. The important thing is that he's reckless, he's really crazy. Interesting. This is so damn interesting. Below, in the Azura killing field, Xiaofan's speed was so fast that it was blurry. His body, crackling with lightning and fire, flew close to the ground, and his aura alone shattered the earth of the Azura killing field. Boom! A sonic boom rang out, and he shot straight at Shiha without missing a beat. At this moment, Shiha's face was full of ferocity, all her arrogance vanished, and panic and fear rose deep in her heart. What a foolish emotion! She's a goddess. Would a god be afraid of a mortal? Impossible. God never backs down. You think I'm afraid of you just like that? Shiha roared, drawing her sword and charging forward, unleashing a terrifying beam of imperial fire. Xiaofan suddenly dodged to the side, flicked out a demonic blade, and appeared in front of Shihi in an instant. Xiaofan roared and threw a punch. Boom! With a loud bang, his fist collided with Shiha, creating an elemental overload that blasted a deep crater into the battlefield. The terrifying energy sent Shiha flying, crashing through the edge of the Azura killing field, and plummeting straight to the desolate land. Even in this state, Xiaofan had to retreat dozens of steps before he could stop with difficulty. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, the throbbing pain from his internal organs was incredibly clear, and blood gushed out. The pain was testing his willpower, as if someone was constantly urging him in his ear to give up and let go. Falling down isn't so bad, at least you don't have to endure this unbearable pain. But how could Xiaofan fall? His pupils suddenly contracted, and he roared, "The immortal flame is still behind me, waiting for me to protect her." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed straight out of the Azura killing field, like a streak of aurora, pursuing his victory. Amidst the rising dust and smoke, Shiha's sacred face was disheveled and covered in soot, but the phoenix imperial fire in her eyes surged ever higher. Gods possess an arrogance that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. She was born incredibly powerful. Born to stand above all humankind. Blood can flow. I'd rather die. But the gods will never bow their heads, never be afraid, and never retreat. At this moment, all of Shiha's pride and contempt vanished, and a hint of madness appeared in her eyes. She was completely unrefined, howling with a ferocious expression on her face. Come on. Let's see who kills whom first today. But as soon as he shouted, Xiaofan rushed to her face. The fist, crackling with lightning and fire, slammed directly into the face of this so-called god without any hesitation. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out, and Shiha's phoenix robe flashed wildly, indicating that its ability to withstand the damage was nearing its limit. Xiaofan suddenly burst into wild laughter like a madman. The entire audience was stunned for a moment, thinking, is this a villain? But Xiaofan didn't care whether he was a hero or a villain. At this moment, all that remained in his mind were the words he had heard that had filled him with rage. Impossible. You won't get any. That's a god. That kind of monster can't defeat you in more than 3 moves. Give up, you're no match for that kind of being. Is that so? Xiaofan was extremely excited and charged out again with a roar. What utter nonsense! I don't understand. All I know is that the invincible god you all talk about is now being fucking rubbed into the ground by me. The terrifying elemental energy blasted past the distance between Xiaofan and Shihi, and he appeared right in front of Shihi once again. Shiha roared and drew her holy sword, slashing at Xiaofan's shoulder. But Xiaofan has lost the ability to feel pain. All he wants is to kill this god. He ignored the terrifying mythical weapon, and his ferocious fist, without any fancy moves, smashed into Shiha's face once again. Boom! The earth collapsed, another energy overload occurred. Xiaofan roared to the sky, not retreating an inch, and swung his fist down like a hammer at Shihi's head. Boom! This time, Shiha's phoenix robe suddenly stopped shining and dimmed instantly. After the energy was exhausted, all the splendor disappeared. Shiha's face was covered in blood, and her trembling arms struggled to raise the holy sword, trying to resist the next punch. She knew she couldn't handle it. She knew she would die instantly after Xiaofan's fist landed. But she is a goddess. But suddenly, Xiaofan's body trembled, and the focus in his pupils suddenly disappeared. All his strength vanished, his internal organs exploded, and the balance between black lightning and pure gold flames was broken, rampaging through his shattered body. The two mythical powers are truly overwhelming. This body can't even last 3 minutes. Xiaofan gave a bitter smile. Everything in his short 18-year life flashed before his eyes. He suddenly saw himself at the age of 7, in Greenleaf City, under a bright sun. Everything was peaceful, birds were singing and flowers were blooming. It seemed that everyone was very happy. Only the child sitting in the shadows of the street corner, holding his talent test results, looked utterly dejected, his face filled with resentment and bitterness. He didn't know how to explain things to his parents when he got home. Even more unexpectedly, before he even had a chance to speak, he heard the news of his parents' deaths. The disillusionment of his dreams left Xiaofan at a loss as to how to face the world. But disasters always seemed to follow one after another, and the disappearance of his family dealt another heavy blow to Xiaofan, who was already heartbroken. Having lived 2 lives, he thought he would soar to great heights in this one, but stark reality told him that the future held nothing but darkness. He only regained some confidence after the system appeared. But by then, he had lost all hope for the world. The news of the one-star talent spread throughout Greenleaf City. The news of her parents' death also reached the neighbors. A disgusting title was bestowed upon him. Broom Star. But it doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. He started looking up everything about martial arts online: how to kill, how to protect yourself, how to heal yourself. He just wanted to make good use of his system and become a powerful person. He still remembers a character from a TV series in his past life that he really liked. Call yourselves Homelanders? Yes, he wanted to be a citizen of his homeland, and he didn't necessarily want to hurt anyone, he just wanted to do whatever he wanted. He's someone who craves the spotlight. He has always covered it up and concealed it, saying that it was childish and utterly boring. Why do you want to be the king of dogs? Although the reputation of the Dog King is terrible, it is still a well-known title. He's so handsome. Although no one knows who that is, I know that everyone is talking about me. Until that day, a bright red motorcycle suddenly sped up from behind Xiao Fan, who was about to start work, and everything changed. He had imagined himself fighting a super genius, but it was just a thought, a thrilling fantasy that stirred his blood before falling asleep each night. But then he actually fought, and he won. He had imagined having many wives in the future. In a world where the strong are respected, it wouldn't be unreasonable to marry several, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly, and each one of them would be more loving than the last. A red-haired girl, a white-haired mature woman, different kinds of happiness are bestowed upon me, but I am not strong enough. I don't know what makes me worthy of all of this. All I can do is think about giving them the best, even if it means sacrificing everything I have. Shiha has been beaten so badly that she has completely lost her fighting ability, right? Goku could never lose to Apollo. As long as the divine fire holds, and with the inheritance bestowed upon her, perhaps her talent will leap directly from god level to myth level? In that case, she will definitely become a Valkyrie who dominates the world. How wonderful! All of this made Xiao Fan feel truly alive. He was no longer just a lonely figure, but surrounded by so much beauty. Oh, right. And Big Brother. And Ling Tianlei. I think I've completely proven that my brother wasn't wrong, right? A Sate level being beating a god, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? The heavenly lightning is all fine too, his talent has awakened, and his future is naturally bright and he can roam freely on the path to stardom. Oh, how could I forget? There's also little Ding Dong. I wonder how this little cutie is doing in the capital, whether she's been wronged or bullied. Well. Why does it sound like someone is reciting their last words? My older brother is watching from up there. I shouldn't die, right? I'm so tired and sleepy, I can't hold on any longer. Xiao Fan's consciousness completely blurred and disappeared. His thin body slowly fell backward. Two extremely powerful forces within his body suddenly erupted. She has suddenly came to her senses, her anger rising straight to the top of her head. Dad? You just died like that. Ah! You can't just die like this. She screamed wildly and ferociously, unable to accept this ending. She would rather be beaten to death by Xiao Fan. Because it means that she will never be able to go back and defeat Xiao Fan again and regain her pride. This stain on her life will stay with her for the rest of her life. In the distance, in the Azura killing field, the fire of the sun suddenly erupted, shooting straight into the sky. A woman clad in golden red armor and wielding an 18-meter-long golden fire sword appeared within. As Lin Xianhua watched Xiao Fan slowly fall, the rationality in his eyes vanished instantly. Knock knock. My heart is pounding. She murmured hoarsely, I'm going to kill you all. But at this moment, Emperor Tianhong patted her shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry. With so many people watching from above, he won't die. I really didn't expect this. My battle for the legacy was so exciting. P.S. The Thunder City arc has officially ended. This ending may not satisfy everyone, because after much consideration, I still think it shouldn't be too intense, otherwise the power levels will really collapse. With two elements of mythical strength clashing, Xiao Fan's current level of cultivation definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. Shiha is positioned as a top-tier genius, the kind who has been cultivating like crazy since childhood. For Xiao Fan to defeat an opponent of this caliber, his talent would need to reach the god level. In the upcoming Super God class arc, Xiao Fan's strength will increase dramatically. By the way, Xiao Dingdong is definitely going to join the harem. The reason I said earlier that I didn't want her to join is because I hope that everyone in my harem is useful, not just a pretty face. Even if she is just a priest, I think that's still not enough. But now, I've figured out what crucial boosts Xiao Dingdong could provide to the male protagonist. At last. This is not a book about an overpowered male protagonist who is arrogant and domineering. I hope that in the future, the male protagonist can work hand in hand with his woman and his brothers. Chapter 106 My ambitions soar to the clouds. In the dust-filled desert, the two mythical level powers within the unconscious Xiao Fan's body had gone out of control and would explode at any moment. Suddenly, space twisted, and a white-haired figure appeared, moving faster than time itself. The pastor remained unfazed and placed his palm on Xiao Fan's back. The terrifying energy that was about to explode suddenly vanished. He muttered, "It's going to explode." The next second, in another desert thousands of miles away. Boom! A mushroom cloud suddenly rose up. He directly used spatial elements to transfer the overloaded lightning and fire within Xiao Fan's body. But it still wasn't enough. Xiao Fan's physical body was still shattered, an injury that would drive any physician to despair. But the pastor looked completely confident. "I haven't used it in a long time, I don't know if I'll be rusty." A vibrant green aura surged in his hands, flowing into Xiao Fan's internal organs and protecting his nearly ruptured viscera. And this deep green energy, as if crafted by a master craftsman, slowly reconstructed Xiao Fan's physical body. For centuries, people have not understood why a pastor is called a pastor. He is the king of space, with unparalleled killing power, but isn't a priest supposed to heal? Code name? In reality, priests have always had two talents, but the destructive power of the spatial laws later became too abnormal. With his unparalleled offensive and defensive prowess, his healing talent was naturally relegated to the sidelines. Lin Xianhua rushed over from a distance, and seeing that Xiao Fan was still breathing, he breathed a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, she suddenly raised her head and stared intently at Shiha, who was slumped to the side. "No, no, no." At this moment, Chen Chongqing arrived and said with an awkward smile, "You should take Xiao Fan back to the city to rest first. I'll handle the rest." Lin Xianhua glared at Shiha, then reluctantly turned away, picked up Xiao Fan in a princess carry, and left the battlefield. "Wait." Chen Chongqing suddenly pointed at the black and gold ring in Xiao Fan's hand, and spatial power surged, returning Xiao Yan to the place where she fused the Death Soul Fire and the Alpha armor. A look of surprise appeared on Chen Chongqing's face, because he sensed that Xiao Yan was actually close to entering the second stage, and it was very stable. He thought that his crazy act of forcibly activating the second stage would definitely cause an imbalance of power and many problems, but not only did it not happen, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Chen Chongqing sighed deeply. Xiao Fan made a killing with this move. Xiao Yan has become even stronger. Furthermore, Lin Xianhua, having fully accepted the inheritance, actually broke through the heavenly human limit and his god-level flame talent directly transformed into a mythical-level sun flame. He also obtained the martial arts manual Yongming book from Emperor Tianhong Wudi. The most outrageous thing is that his Vulcan blade also broke through to a higher level. It's not about breaking through to the third stage, it's about breaking through from a divine artifact to a mythical weapon. They also obtained the Rainbow Armor, the defensive equipment of the Rainbow Martial Emperor, which is also of mythical quality. This means that as long as Lin Xianhua is willing to put in the hard work and work hard, he will definitely have a chance to surpass Shiha in the future. Currently, their potential on paper is not that different. Xiao Fan will really be able to live off a woman from now on, I'm so envious. At this moment, the pastor said with a faint smile, "I have already imprinted the entire book of emptiness into Xiao Fan's mind. Little Chun, you have a good eye indeed. This guy has unlimited potential. I'm leaving now." As soon as he finished speaking, the space surged, and the priest vanished. Chen Chongqing looked at Shiha one last time at this moment. She was disheveled and looked heartbroken. She slumped on the edge of the broken, dark yellow rocks, a stark contrast to her previous aloof and divine demeanor. Frustration. Shiha felt an unprecedented and extremely strong sense of defeat, which greatly diminished the pride in her eyes. Every time she thought of Xiao Fan's ferocious, murderous face at the end, she felt a sense of loss. She knew that humans might not necessarily be less powerful than gods. But Xiao Fan is only at the saint level. I almost got killed by a saint-level opponent? No, to be precise, if the priest hadn't come and Xiao Fan had exploded, I would definitely have been killed too. Am I too weak? Shiha's eyes were filled with resentment, his fists were clenched, and the veins on his arms bulged. At this moment, Chen Chongqing calmly said, "You should have noticed it by now. Xiao Fan's talent can be upgraded." Shiha lowered her head and remained silent. "Do you want to regain your pride?" After entering the Super God class, Xiao Fan will lose the Alpha armor, and his combat power will definitely not be comparable to today. Protect Xiao Fan until he reaches the God level, then you can defeat him fair and square, how about that? She has stood up expressionlessly and said hoarsely, not at the divine level. I'll wait until he reaches the mythical level. Once he reaches the mythical level, you might not be his match, Chen Shangsheng said nonchalantly. That's my problem. She has snorted and turned to leave. Watching her forlorn figure, Chen Shangsheng laughed loudly. Have you noticed? Gods and humans can actually coexist as equals, right? Shiha did not turn around. In fact, she quickened her pace, her face filled with sorrow. The truth is always hard to accept, but we have no choice but to accept it. On the other side, another loud bang came from the Azura killing field. The light mirror field exploded, revealing two bloody, mangled figures. Goku and Apollo were fighting like madmen, their crimson pupils filled only with the thought of each other's lives. But suddenly, the two of them turned their heads at the same time and were stunned to see that the fire of the sun had disappeared. Is that all? It's over? As the murderous aura dissipated, Apollo snorted coldly and glanced around, spotting Shiha leaving. It's obvious that she didn't get the sunfire. It's true, life is unpredictable. The flame that was most suitable for us was not taken away by us. In fact, we were almost beaten to death. Stopping thinking about it, Apollo stared at Goku and said coldly, next time we meet, I will be even stronger. Yukong, supporting himself with his magic staff, sneered, I've figured out your tricks. You have no chance of winning next time we meet. TCH. Apollo transformed into a beam of light and soared into the sky, departing together with the Divine Sun Demon Emperor. Yukong looked extremely anxious. Where's brother Tianlei? Why is there no sign of him? Is he dead? He hurried off to find it. In the sky, everyone was stunned for a long time. Xiao Fan's madness completely shocked everyone. After tonight, in the blacklist of human prodigies, Xiao Fan's ranking jumped from 11th to 4th. Zhuge Tianming and Kong Fanxiang were filled with fighting spirit. Without saying a word, they went home to train more. There are only 24 hours in a day, but they wish they could practice for 25 hours straight. While Xiao Fan is unconscious, kill him, and then defeat him in the opening battle. Now, Xiao Fan's name has spread like wildfire throughout the entire circle of super geniuses. Lin Lianshan, ? I've been working myself to the bone every day to activate the Undying Flame's potential, and my sister suddenly became a legend? Is that even possible? Wang Qingtian, I knew all along that Xiao Fan could do anything he wanted. Yun Jinyu, my brother-in-law is really fierce. Inside a mysterious palace, light surged freely. A burly figure wandered within, suddenly opening his eyes, which shone brightly. Almost killed Shiha? That's an astonishing feat. In a dark, deep mountain beyond the reach of light, a figure shrouded in black robes listened to the drunken master's cheerful words. This year's super class is going to be amazing. Who knows, you might make some really good friends there. His face beneath the black robe was indifferent, as if devoid of any emotion. He remained silent, saying nothing. On the balcony of the Emperor Building, the tallest building in Beijing, a tall, perfectly proportioned man stood on the edge of the rooftop. The strong wind made his long, black hair dance wildly in the air. On his exquisitely handsome face, which even God couldn't have sculpted, a pair of golden, imperial eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. Ying Zhang crushed the expensive wineglass in his hand, and the priceless whiskey flowed down his palm, as endless bewilderment rose in his heart. Chen Shangsheng. Come out here. A roar filled with imperial majesty echoed across the bright starry sky. No one answered his anger. This peerless man, who could only be described as perfect inside and out, was lost on the path to awakening the first emperor, unable to unravel the sorrow buried deep in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, only his adoptive father, Chen Shangsheng, did not treat him as an outsider. However, one day when he was 13, Chen Shangsheng suddenly left a letter and then disappeared completely. 5 years. He returned to the capital, but never saw him again. The next message he received was that he had placed all his hopes for the future on another person. Finally, in a world of ice and snow, Li Qingqiu stood on a massive altar, its surface covered with mysterious and strange patterns. Snow City Lord Yang Bingyue stood below the altar, her expression complex. She was Li Qingqiu's teacher and also Li Qingqiu's mother's best friend. After the Li family was wiped out, she naturally took the child into her care and raised her with great care. From childhood to adulthood. 15 years. This was the first time she had ever seen the smile of this girl burdened with a blood feud. The smile contained no superfluous or complicated emotions, only extreme anticipation and excitement. This was supposed to be a good thing. But she chose to step onto this wheel of fate, gambling on that 1 in 10,000 chance. Are you really sure about this? Your dual talents are already exceptionally gifted. No one can guarantee what will happen after they merge. The probability of them becoming a myth is less than 1 in 10,000. The more likely scenario is that you'll become a useless person. Li Qingqiu remained calm, with a faint smile. Master, my mind is made up. If you only have this talent now, you're not qualified to fight alongside him in the future. Chapter 107. The overly triumphant father-in-law and the person in charge stunned. Time flies like an arrow. The day of the opening battle is getting closer and closer. The atmosphere in the capital city is becoming increasingly lively, with countless tea houses and taverns packed with people exchanging inside information. People want to know how many people are participating this time. People want to create their own perfect ranking list. Who is the greatest genius of our time? Who is the most beautiful woman of our time? The most handsome man of our time? The most powerful in modern times? The crowd was excited, and the atmosphere grew more lively every day. In the top floor office of the Bai Group, Bai Duojin stared at his son pacing back and forth with a complicated expression, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. Bai Zhuangzhuang swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what happened? Why are you looking at me like that?" Bai Duojin sighed again and asked with great distress, "Why aren't you a woman? Why did I give birth to a son instead of a daughter?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhuangzhuang understood completely, his face filled with helplessness. Father is jealous of the god of war. Meanwhile, the demon god of war was riding high on his success, enjoying all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. Every day, she would wear shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, and slippers that made a creaking sound, walking down the sunny street, pulling everyone she met over and asking with great enthusiasm, "Have you heard of Xiao Fan?" "Ah, then my son-in-law. Don't you know? My son-in-law stole the inheritance of Emperor Tianhong from Shiha. And the legacy is now in my daughter's hands. She directly became a mythical level Sunfire, can you believe it? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it." Upon hearing this, many people understood that Lin Wugue was showing off. As a result, his mouth started to flow like a flood, talking non-stop. And it's not just talent. Damn it, even my Vulcan blade has been tempered to the mythical level. Back then, you all said I was crazy, that giving the Vulcan blade to my daughter was a mistake. But actually, I foresaw the scene back then, I just didn't want to compete with you, understand? Don't believe me? Whatever, my family has 2 mythical figures now anyway. Which family in the capital has 2 legendary figures? It seems like only the Lin family is involved? Which family is the Lin family? Oh, my family. Not only did he say it, but he also had to wear a smug expression, as if receiving the inheritance was some kind of tragedy, with a face full of bitterness and resentment, saying that he only hoped his daughter would be safe and sound. It made everyone else so angry they were almost going crazy. But I'm really jealous. So many people wish their sons were daughters, or that they were Xiao Fan's women. The legacy of Emperor Tianhong Wu. They forcibly took it right under Shiha and Apollo's noses. They almost killed Shiha. This is practically the perfect son-in-law. He's already the nation's husband. Go out and ask around, which man would do this much for a woman? The girls in those high-end circles were so angry that they almost had heart attacks. Their envy and jealousy of Lin Xianhua were beyond words. They wished they could go and get close to Xiao Fan right now. 2 mythical weapons, a mythical martial art, and a mythical talent, Solar Flame. This is top-of-the-line equipment. As a result, Lin Xianhua did nothing, her man fought to the death, and then she lay in the flames for a while and then she got pregnant. If I could turn back time, I would definitely have stepped into that small town called Greenleaf City before Lin Xianhua, and used all my charm to make Xiao Fan fall in love with me. This is what most of the young ladies in the capital are thinking right now. It's fine for a day or two. The demon god of war was like a demon, always grinning from ear to ear, constantly referring to his son-in-law, Xiao Fan, the fire of the sun, a double myth. Finally, everyone couldn't take it anymore. Almost everyone put up a banner in front of their house that read, "Lin Wugue and dogs are not allowed to enter." However, I also heard that this demon god of war is extraordinary. While he was blowing his horn, he suddenly ended up in a bathhouse, claiming that the bathhouse owner was his friend and that he was there to deliver good news. In fact, he called out to 7 younger sisters as soon as he entered the door. Then, less than 5 minutes later, his shrewish wife dragged him out of the house and pulled him all the way from North Street to South Street. He was so utterly humiliated that she finally calmed down a bit. Today, another person had a mental breakdown. Wu Qiong, the person in charge of the opening class. The rules for the opening battle are simple: each participant will fight 5 rounds, and the geniuses who will enter the Super God class will be selected by the judges based on their special evaluation criteria. It's not necessary to win. It depends on the judges' overall evaluation. Some strong players even have bad luck for 5 rounds, encountering only 5 stronger players and losing all of them, but they can still make it into the Super God class in the end. Wu Qiong was initially in a good mood, wearing her reading glasses, drinking goji berry tea, basking in the warm sun, and leisurely organizing all the contestants' information, feeling quite at ease. As a result, an extremely tall teenager walked in. Wu Qiong looked up and raised an eyebrow. The person before me had an extremely determined expression. His skin was bronze, and his figure was as exquisite and perfect as a classical statue. The most terrifying thing was the muscles in his arms, which were half the size of his head, and were extremely frightening. He exuded a terrifying aura just by standing there, making you feel afraid that he would smash your head to pieces with a single punch. "Who are you?" Wu Qiong swallowed and asked. "Wang Qingtian." Upon hearing those 3 words, Wu Qiong's pupils suddenly contracted, and she lost her balance and fell to the ground. He adjusted his reading glasses and asked incredulously, "Are you that little tyrant from the Wang family?" "It's me." Wang Qingtian nodded gently. This shocked Wu Qiong. He had met Wang Qingtian before, and he was a completely different person from now. He's not that tall, nor that strong. He's fair-skinned and delicate, like a white-skinned pig. He's always grinning like an idiot and spends money like water in the capital. What about now? This is a war god, isn't he? No. He's a tyrant. At this moment, Wang Qingtian said in a deep voice, "Arrange for me to fight Xiao Fan in the first match." Xiao Fan? Who is that? Wu Qiong didn't know those things. He wasn't in the same circle as the demon god of war. So he frowned and began searching through the applicants' information. He scrolled to the bottom and was shocked to see Xiao Fan's information. Saint level? The all-powerful great saint? You're a mythical figure, the hegemon king of Western Shu? Fight him? Why? Wu Qiong couldn't understand this at all. The difference between the two on paper was like heaven and earth, not to mention that Wang Qingtian had undergone a complete transformation. You don't need to worry about that, Wang Qingtian shook his head and said, "Just arrange for me to fight Xiao Fan in the first match." Wu Qiong's face stiffened. Logically speaking, this was definitely not going to work. If she were found out, she would lose her job. But thinking about it carefully, the contestants in this year's Super God class are all too strong and outrageous. Saint-level contestants definitely can't get in at all. So what if we offend them? If we offend the Wang family, that would be truly disastrous. Wu Qiong thought it was just a minor incident, so after drinking a cup of goji berry tea, she continued to look through the contestants' information. Just then, a woman with a dashing appearance and a gentle smile walked in. "Who are you?" Wu Qiong asked, frowning. "Li Qingqiu." Upon hearing these 3 words, Wu Qiong's body trembled. The adopted daughter of the Snow City Lord? That monster? A while ago, I went crazy and chose to fuse my 2 god-level talents. She held on to the heavenly mandate altar for a full half-month, eventually bursting it open. And what about her? She has gained a brand new mythical talent that has never been seen before in history. The name is Ice Extreme Sword Monarch's Intent. What brings you here? Wu Qiong asked cautiously, knowing that this was someone she absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Arrange for me to fight Xiao Fan. Li Qingqiu said in a deep voice. It's Xiao Fan again. Wu Qiong's expression changed drastically. Why do you say that? Li Qingqiu asked, frowning. Because the little tyrant of the Wang family also wanted to fight Xiao Fan. Is that so? Is he qualified? Li Qingqiu sneered. These words stunned Wu Qiong. What did they mean? Is he qualified? Are you saying that Wang Qingtian is qualified to fight Xiao Fan? Alright, since you can arrange the first match for Wang Qingtian, arranging the second match for me shouldn't be too difficult, right? Okay. Wu Qiong nodded blankly, feeling like her mind was a complete mess. As a result, less than half an hour later, the Zhuge family's super genius also walked in. The blue-haired heartthrob adjusted his glasses, his brows furrowed. The first 2 rounds were booked? Who moved so fast? Then I'll play the third game. Wu Qiong felt her worldview shattered. Who exactly was Xiao Fan? Is this really necessary? Even the greatest genius in the history of the Zhuge family had to fight him? As a result, Zhuge Tianming had just left. Kong Fangxiang stepped into his room shortly after, beaming, and said, Xiao Fan, understand? Wu Qiong was completely stunned, feeling like her head was about to explode. This descendant of Confucius's talent, in some ways, seems even more extraordinary than that of Zhuge Tianming. Is he going to fight Xiao Fan too? Just when Wu Qiong thought she had become numb and would be completely unmoved by what would happen next, the fifth person who was going to fight Xiao Fan walked in. This person has a pair of golden eyes that exude the majesty of an emperor. Just one glance at him was enough to make him tremble with fear. Wu Qiong was devastated. Xiao Fan. Who is it? Even Ying Zhang, the undisputed pinnacle of power, has to fight him? Has this world gone mad? What else can we do? Let's make it the fifth game then. Okay, now that all 5 shows are booked, I have a good reason to refuse any other offers. Just as Ying Zhang was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt a divine pressure. Wu Qiong trembled and suddenly stood up. Looking at Shihi's indifferent face, she almost knelt down. What are they trying to do? Ying Zhang frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Really? Shiha looked at Wu Qiong and said indifferently, Xiao Fan's 5th match cannot be against Ying Zhang. Let him fight me. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhang frowned and asked, What do you want to do? Shiha's eyes were indifferent as she said, It has nothing to do with your Oedipus complex. Upon hearing the words father fixation, Ying Zhang's face darkened, but after taking a deep breath, he regained his composure. Shiha, you're not young anymore, don't be so childish. Do you know that defamation is illegal? Shiha's face turned cold, and she said, Are you saying I'm naive? Ying Zhang scoffed, Those grand secretaries spoil you too much. You're all so old, yet you still keep talking about gods and such. What is that if not childish? I've practically watched you grow up since you were a child, don't I know what kind of person you are? Upon hearing this, Shiha's face turned extremely dark, and she immediately flew into a rage, unleashing the Phoenix Emperor fire. This little girl, she gets angry after just a few words? Ying Zhang also raised his hand, and a surging imperial might roared out. A thick golden energy, powerful enough to destroy everything, appeared in the sky above the courtyard. In the sky, several senior officials rushed over, their faces full of helplessness. Both Ying Zhang and Shihi were born without fathers or mothers, being products of the laws of heaven and earth. Normally, the two should be childhood sweethearts. And what happened? They started arguing as soon as they met, and when they argued they got red in the face and their necks bulged, and then they started fighting. This is really exhausting for us old folks. Chapter 108 Departure, the Capital. Xiao Fan, who had been in a coma for a whole month, finally opened his eyes today, though they were still filled with weakness. He squeezed the white hand holding his own, and Lin Xianhua woke up groggily from his dream. The couple exchanged a glance, both beaming with smiles. Suddenly, Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow and said, Why has your hair turned blonde? Let me touch it. Lin Xianhua chuckled, placed his hair in front of Xiao Fan, and said, After receiving the inheritance, it turned into golden hair. Moreover, I have now become a mythical level talent and obtained the mythical level battle armor of the heavenly rainbow martial emperor. The fire god blade has also reached the mythical level. Xiao Fan looked shocked and said, This inheritance is so powerful? You're stronger than me after you woke up? No matter how strong I am, I'm still just my husband's little maid. Lin Xianhua smiled sweetly, snuggling into Xiao Fan's arms like a kitten. He gently stroked the exquisitely textured golden hair of the immortal fire, unable to contain his joy. Everything is finally settled, that feels so damn good. At that moment, the door opened, and Chen Changsheng, wearing sunglasses, walked in, smiling faintly, finally awake? Same as always, time to distribute the spoils. Guess what it is? The Seed of Elements? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Smart. Chen Changsheng grinned, and his storage ring flashed. 9-star wood element. 9-star gold element. 9-star fire element. 9-star water element. 9-star earth element. 9-star wind element. 9-star lightning element. 7 9-star elemental seeds were placed in front of Xiao Fan, leaving him completely dumbfounded. That's a big spender. Because the highest level of elemental seeds that can be stored is only the venerable level, and it requires paying a huge price. Elemental seeds of quasi-saint level or higher cannot be stored, they must be absorbed on the spot. The Federation has been researching this for many years, but has not yet figured out how to store them. Therefore, 9 stars is already quite exaggerated. That would be an astronomical figure if it were outside. There are 7 portions here. Did you win the bet with that alien race? Xiao Fan couldn't help but ask. That's not important. All you need to know is that this is what you deserve. Chen Chongsheng smiled. This wasn't something he took out, nor was it something the Divine Sun Demon Emperor took out, it was something the priest took out. The pastor didn't have that much money in his pocket to begin with. He was old and penniless, living entirely on welfare. So last night, taking advantage of the situation, they went on a killing spree, slaughtering all the traitors and rebels, whether they were key figures or apostles. That's how we collected these 7 elements. Xiao Fan was filled with excitement. After absorbing these 7 elemental seeds, his strength would definitely increase dramatically. For a moment, Xiao Fan was a little stunned, his mind racing with ideas on how to unleash the greatest power of these 7 elemental sources. Think about it slowly, Chen Chongsheng said with a smile, seemingly seeing through Xiao Fan's thoughts. Get some rest, the battle for the start of the training camp will begin in just a few days. You're in high demand now, lots of people are eyeing you. Don't lose. By the way, think about it, is there something new in your mind? I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Xiao Fan nodded emphatically and watched Chen Chongsheng leave. After stepping outside, Chen Chongsheng's face turned serious. The priest had a good time killing. However, the Taiping divine cult weakened several times overnight. Fortunately, his bet with the Divine Sun Demon Emperor took effect. Within the next 10 years, your subordinates of the alien races are not allowed to launch any attacks against the Taiping divine cult. But there is more than one Divine Sun Demon Emperor among the alien races. He has to go with the priest to suppress the other powerful figures among the alien races who are restless. With Shiyi protecting him in the super god class, Xiao Fan should be fine. What's more, this guy is a master of survival skills, and when he acts like a rogue, no one can do anything about it. Hurry up and grow up. Brothers gotta be busy from now on. Xiao Fan quietly merged with the Seed of Elements and discovered the complete Book of Emptiness in his mind. That's when it suddenly dawned on me. What a great opportunity. I actually received the priest's legacy? He had only met the old man once, and the old man had mocked him for not being able to inherit the legacy. It seems like a test now. So I became the pastor's disciple? Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel overjoyed naturally, the stronger the backing, the better. I need to find an opportunity to build some connections with the Taiping cult. Unfortunately, he can only learn the first 3 moves so far. The first technique is spatial transformation, which I've already learned. The second technique is the teleportation portal. The third technique is teleportation. The 3 moves may seem similar, but they are actually different. Space transformation can transform other things, not just yourself and the demon blade. For example, it can switch the positions of Xiao Yan and Lin Xianhua. The teleportation portal has a range of about 5,000 meters, allowing a group of people to enter together. As one's cultivation level increases, this distance will increase. Teleportation is a personal matter, that's all there is to it. What excited Xiao Fan was the 4th move, Sky Rift. That's the ultimate move. It directly cracks the space, and an ordinary person without some special skills would be cut in half on the spot. Unfortunately, these mythical level and above martial arts are different from ordinary martial arts. One can only cultivate them after reaching the Grandmaster level. This is because as one's cultivation level increases, the structure of the human body changes, and the later moves of these mythical level martial arts are created based on this changed structure. As for other ordinary martial arts, I'll buy them after I enter the Super God class. Anyway, all the Super God points from Immortal Fire will be mine by then, and they have everything, so I can buy anything. Levels 1 to 3 are collectively referred to as low-level martial arts, levels 4 to 6 are mid-level, and levels 7 to 9 are high-level. Xiao Fan had been feeling a bit frustrated because he could only learn advanced martial arts after reaching the Grandmaster level, so he had to keep it to himself for now. But then I thought, wait a minute, my talent is no longer at the venerable level, but at the saint level, which means I can learn advanced martial arts. His talent level improved so much that he almost didn't realize he was no longer someone who could only learn trashy martial arts. Xiao Fan grinned, sat up, and said, with the longevity technique in my body, I've almost recovered. TSK, after being unconscious for more than a month, the little maid has grown so much. Let's go, I can't hold it in any longer. Xiaofan put his arm around Lin Xianhua and got off the bed, heading straight for the hotel. Lin Xianhua was all smiles and full of anticipation the whole way, because she had become much stronger. At last. With 4 days left until the opening battle, Xiaofan and Lin Xianhua both boarded a plane and flew to the federal capital. Xiaofan was a little nervous. To be honest, he was really a country bumpkin. He had only been to Greenleaf City and Thunder City in his life. He had only seen the prosperity of the capital city on the internet. He had no idea what it would be like to live there. P.S. A new journey begins, and the Super God class arc is about to unfold. I'm posting this a bit late today because this transitional chapter was quite difficult to write. The pace will slow down a bit from now on, with 3 updates a day. I'll save the extra updates for the climax, partly because I'm worried about plot issues. Some readers have already complained that the plot is a bit messy, so I'll write more carefully from now on. Most importantly, don't worry about this book being abandoned. Even if I abandon the book, it won't be abandoned. Chapter 109 The Woman Appeared. There are only 3 days left until the start of the training course. The capital city is already overcrowded. The atmosphere was electric, with travelers from all over the world having already bought their tickets and eagerly waiting. The entire capital city has 10 arenas, each with a battlefield area of 10,000 square meters. It can accommodate an astonishing 300,000 spectators. In this world, people have extremely high eyesight, and even from a great distance, they can still see everything on the battlefield clearly. 10 arenas mean 3 million tickets, with prices varying from front row to back row, averaging over $500,000 federal dollars per ticket. There are about 50 shows a day. As Xiaofan flew up, he took out the built-in calculator on his phone and calculated how much money he could make from ticket sales that day. 75,000,000,000,000. Xiaofan squinted as price units flashed by one after another. At last. Holy crap! 7.5 trillion? One day? Holy crap! Xiaofan's pupils dilated violently. He wished he were the organizer. This was like robbing a bank. And there are all sorts of advertising fees. Food being sold throughout the venue. I heard the organizers are even offering a special deal. Damn it, this is outrageous. Xiaofan couldn't help but swear. This is far more than an astronomical figure. Lin Xianhua covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "Take a look at the name of the organizer." Xiaofan stared intently, his pupils suddenly contracting, and exclaimed, "Holy crap! The Bai Group? Boss Bai is going to fly to the heavens." Lin Xianhua shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. There are plenty of things in this world that you can't buy with federal currency." That's true. Xiaofan nodded. My first time on an airplane, and I was in a first-class cabin. It was so exciting. He looked down at the earth, and the entire capital city was laid out before him. It was at least 100 times larger than Greenleaf City, and from above, it was a hexagon. Furthermore, each side is a different color. Lin Xianhua said that this represents different elements, and people who are good at a certain element live in that particular place. There are many buildings over 300 meters tall here, but Xiaofan didn't notice that Ying Zhang was quietly watching him from the top of the tallest building. Is this Xiaofan? Ying Zhang's golden pupils swept over the plane soaring through the blue sky, and he chuckled to himself, "Why does he look so silly?" Achoo! Xiaofan sneezed on the plane and pouted, "Is someone cursing at me?" Lin Xianhua chuckled, picked up his phone, and said, "Look, now everyone's not criticizing you, they're criticizing me." Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, took the phone, and saw that some of Lin Xianhua's friends in the capital were telling her about the current situation. Is your dad crazy? He's bragging everywhere about how amazing your husband is. My dad's so angry he's about to vomit blood, and he's still watching me every day, hoping I'll go after your husband. Xianhua, be careful when you come back. You might be targeted by people in the industry. They're all jealous that you have a husband who's so devoted to you. Sister Lin, my dad even wishes I were a woman. Xiaofan smiled. He knew that Lin Xianhua wouldn't be easily swayed by other people's words now. Looking up, I realized I was indeed affected, but not with negative emotions rather, I felt a deep sense of happiness and pride. Lin Xianhua held Xiaofan's hand tightly, her eyes filled with deep love. 6 months ago, she ran away from home, acting like an idiot, and must have been ridiculed by the crowd, right? 6 months later, I returned, carrying my beloved and transformed, truly becoming that prodigy who could stand at the center of the world. Envied by everyone. And all of this is thanks to Xiao Fan. Looking back now, Xiao Fan's feigned innocence and naivety at the foot of the Beast Mountain was really infuriating. With wide, innocent eyes, she kept saying, "Sister, your motorcycle is so cool, can you give it to me?" As a result, they set their sights on my storage ring. Then what? Even he himself was defeated by Xiao Fan. But so what? There is nothing happier in the world than this. Suddenly, Lin Xianhua's phone screen flashed and rang. An unfamiliar number was calling. She frowned slightly, then answered the phone. "Hello, who is this? Is brother Xiao Fan with you? Don't tell him I called you. Please don't let him hear my phone call with my sister, okay? Little ding dong?" Lin Xianhu raised an eyebrow, stood up, told Xiao Fan that he needed to take a call, and then walked to a corner. "What's wrong, ding dong? Is there something you want to tell me?" On the other end of the phone, a cute little girl with blue hair frowned, her lips trembling slightly. I. What's wrong? Tell us, we'll all help you." Lin Xianhua asked softly with concern. I want to help brother Xiao Fan." "Ah, and then?" Lin Xianhua was a little confused. He was just helping, so why did he look so reluctant to talk about it? But what Xiao Dingdong said next completely shattered Lin Xianhua's worldview. After hearing it, her pupils suddenly contracted, and she said, "Are you serious?" I'm sorry, Sister Fairy Fire, but I really want to help brother Xiao Fan." "I saw it. I know how tiring brother Xiao Fan's battles have been these days. He almost died every time. I want to do my part, my small part." "But aren't you going to pay too high a price?" Lin Xianhua asked, his face full of complicated emotions. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Dingdong's heart was pounding wildly. She seemed to have used all her strength to say those words with difficulty. "I'm sorry, Sister Fairy Fire, I also like brother Xiao Fan." Brother Xiao Fan is able to have both Sister Xianhua and Sister Xiaoyan together. "One more little ding dong, is it okay?" "I'm sorry, Fairy Fire Sister. I really..." Lin Xianhua's expression was complicated. Regarding Xiao Fan's affair with women, Lin Xianhua and Xiaoyan had a private conversation about it. They are Xiao Fan's women, and they absolutely have the right to interfere in Xiao Fan's future relationships. All right. It's not a question of whether or not to intervene. What woman wants her affection to be taken away by someone else? If Xiao Fan meets other people he likes in the future, this scumbag who falls in love with every girl he meets might even pretend to be pitiful with them. Therefore, we must have sufficient means to protect their status. Lin Xianhua had planned everything, but he never expected that the next one to appear would be Ding Dong. This. She glanced at Xiao Fan with a complicated expression. Xiao Fan, who was staring blankly out the window, turned around as if sensing something and asked in a daze, "What's wrong?" "And nothing, it's nothing." Lin Xianhua forced a smile. She really couldn't quite process what had happened. Although Xiao Dingdong is old, she is still very young and innocent. Would Xiao Fan really be able to do that? Xiao Yan is the eldest sister after all. I'll ask her about this kind of thing. Lin Xianhua sighed helplessly and hung up the phone with Xiao Dingdong. She immediately called Xiao Yan. Although she had just fused with the Alpha armor, she still had time to rest and could use video calls to ease her longing. Unaware of what was about to happen, Xiao Yan answered the phone, teasingly asking, "What's wrong, Fairy Fire? Missing your older sister?" "Oh dear, I'll have a chance to come back and visit you sometime. I know I'm incredibly charming, but don't miss me too much." Xianhua and Xiao Yan's way of communicating has always been so explicit. But this time, Xianhua couldn't be cheeky. She sighed and said, "Your Majesty, I have something important to tell you. You must stay calm after you hear it." Sensing something was wrong, Xiao Yan was taken aback and said, "Xiao Fan has fallen for someone else?" No, not for now." Lin Xianhua hid in a corner where Xiao Fan couldn't hear her and finished telling Xiao Yan about Xiao Dingdong. After listening, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Lin Xianhua didn't dare to interrupt Xiao Yan, as she didn't know what Xiao Yan's current mood was like. A woman risked her life for Xiao Fan's future, only to have her home stolen in the end? Time seemed to stand still, the world became deathly silent, and Lin Xianhua's heart grew increasingly tense. She wondered if Xiao Yan would break down. Will I be devastated? Will she be heartbroken and think she's mistaken for someone else? Sudden. Xiao Yan screamed excitedly, "Is Xiao Dingdong coming too? Great! I've wanted to sleep with little Ding Dong for ages. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xianhua was startled by this outrageous reaction and quickly coughed, cough cough, calm down. Calm down, calm down. We can talk this over, Your Majesty. Please don't get so agitated. If you're unwilling, I'll refuse Xiao Dingdong. I believe Xiao Fan wouldn't be such a beast. But Xiao Yin pouted gracefully and said, You think I'm jealous? No way, if Xiao Dingdong is that useful, then it's a good thing for Xiao Fan. Besides, she doesn't have any bad intentions, so she won't affect our status. Besides, if anyone should be in a hurry, it's you. I don't even know when I'll see Xiao Fan again. Chapter 110. Are all young people these days so energetic? Lin Xianhua touched his full head of golden hair and finally sighed. Since you don't mind, then I don't mind either. I just don't know if Xiao Fan would mind. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow and said, Then let's go ask him. Then I'll hang up now. I'll pay my respects to Your Majesty here today. Lin Xianhua said with a charming smile. With an Empress Dowager-like tone, Xiao Yan said, My dear minister, you may step down. After hanging up the phone, Xianhua called Xiaodingdong again. Sister Xiao Yan agreed. But she said she wants to sleep with you from now on, Lin Xianhua reminded her. Okay, Sister Fairy Fire, are you coming too? It sounds good, but as for Xiao Fan, we don't know what he's thinking yet, Lin Xianhua said with a smile. It's alright, Sister Fairy Fire, listen to me, I plan to do this. Xiao Dingdong's plan made Lin Xianhua's expression even more interesting. She asked in astonishment, Who gave you this idea? No, I came up with it myself. Hey, why do you guys always think I don't know anything? Little Ding Dong chuckled. No, this is too much. Lin Xianhua felt his worldview was shattered, and his expression was indescribable. Is this alright, Sister Fairy Fire? Xiao Dingdong's tone was full of happiness and anticipation. In the past 6 months, she had paid close attention to Xiao Fan's every move and knew how difficult it had been for him. Each opponent was stronger than the last, and he always faced death to save himself. His shattered body broke her heart, and she couldn't stop crying. She never wanted to see her brother Xiao Fan get so badly injured again in her life. She believed that as long as she was there, this kind of thing would never happen again. Lin Xianhua returned to his seat. Whose phone call was that just now? Xiao Fan asked curiously. A friend of mine, Lin Xianhua said with a superb acting skill, she wants to meet you, to see you, the legendary national husband. Boring. Xiao Fan curled his lip, thinking to himself, these girls really have nothing better to do than start considering their best friend's boyfriend? At this moment, Xiao Fan was completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He stood with his feet up, gazing at the magnificent scenery outside the window, his eyes deep, his mind constantly pondering how to maximize the power of those 7 elements. We already have a general outline and an idea. I can't wait to try it out. If the final result is as successful as I imagine, that would be so exciting. His explosive power will reach a terrifying level, and he is even worried that his physical body may not be able to withstand it. Soon, we got off the plane. As far as the eye can see, there is a vast airport that stretches as far as the eye can see. A strong wind howled, causing Xiao Fan's short shirt to billow and his neat black hair to fly backward. Xiao Fan walked against the wind, his gaze behind his black sunglasses unrestrained, his lips curled up, as if he wanted to open his arms and declare to the world's biggest stage in the capital. Imperial College. Super God Class. The master is here. He walked side by side with Lin Xianhua, instantly attracting the attention of countless people around them. Xiao Fan glanced at the adjacent hangar and his eyes met those of a man. He was very tall and muscular, but he didn't wear a shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles, yet his skin was so white that it would make any woman in the world envious. I probably wouldn't be this pale even if I were dead for 3 days. His eyes were large and bright. Finally, he gave Xiao Fan a bright smile. Xiao Fan felt a chill run down his spine and got goosebumps all over his body. He felt that this guy was a bit abnormal. But a voice deep within him also told him, I'm sure I'll meet this guy on the stage of the Super God class in the future. He's very strong. Extremely strong. Song Mingguan, currently 3rd on the blacklist of alien prodigies, mythical level, son of light. Lin Xianhua's light laughter rang in Xiao Fan's ears. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his eyes were filled with overwhelming fighting spirit. Strictly speaking, time and space have transcended the realm of elements and are now laws, belonging to the supreme power. Light and darkness are a level below, but not by much, and are many times stronger than the power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Those geniuses who can control this power are all monsters. No wonder he has such a big face that he can go around naked in public, but this habit is really perverted. Then, led by Lin Xianhua, he headed towards the airport exit. The place was bustling with noise and dense crowds, with reporters everywhere, each holding a flash, eager to be the first to capture the arrival of the superstar. Fortunately, Lin Xianhua had anticipated this and, like Xiao Fan, wore sunglasses and a mask tightly. She and Xiao Fan are now very popular figures. With Song Mingguan present, the reporters ignored them and surged toward the naked, muscular man. Xiao Fan and his companion got directly into a high-end sports car. Its streamlined, fiery red body was a feast for the eyes. As soon as they got into the car, the elderly man in a black and white suit greeted them with a smile and said respectfully, "Miss, young master, shall we go straight home?" Xiao Fan was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. "How did I become a young master?" Lin Xianhua held his hand and smiled, "Although we are not married yet, my father already treats you like his own son. Let's go here." Finally, Lin Xianhua gave the butler a location. Xiao Fan glanced at it, his brows furrowing slightly. Why was it a hotel? He had absolutely no interest in meeting Lin Xianhua's best friend, feeling it was a waste of time. Another point is that Ling Tianlei has already sent out a lot of messages, asking me where I am, and that the welcome banquet is already just waiting for me to take my seat. It's still more fun to spend time with my brothers. The butler glanced at the location, raised an eyebrow, and wondered if they were in such a hurry. Do you rush to the hotel as soon as you get off the plane? You can do it at home. The room facilities will definitely be more luxurious than a hotel. Without saying much, I just left it on. On the other side, there was Xiao Yan's aunt. Zi Xing Shang Yao returned to her villa and yawned, "Little Ding Dong? Where are they?" She frowned, not sensing Xiao Dingdong's presence. Having been in the capital for half a year, Xiao Dingdong had been cultivating frantically every day and had no friends. Where could she have gone? The more He Yao thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong, and her expression became serious. Where did they go? Finally, she couldn't resist going into Xiao Dingdong's room, and suddenly there was a familiar yellow paper floating on her desk. He Yao's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly went forward to look. It was a mysterious recipe, and the handwriting on it was her own. All the ingredients, when combined, will become a fragrance, and its function is, well, you know. It was written back when I was trying to push Chen Changxing forward. Holy shit! He Yao couldn't help but swear. Let's not even talk about how his dark past has been exposed and he's already socially bankrupt. She just wanted to know what Xia Dingdong wanted to do with this formula. Who is she going to mess with? He Yao frowned, then suddenly her eyes widened, and she murmured, "Xiao Fan? No way. Depend on. Is Xiao Dingdong this fierce? Xiao Fan already has 2 women on his left and 2 on his right, and you still won't let him go? Are all young people these days so good at having fun?"